This guy, Han Xiao, was a top-tier pro in the game Galaxy, but one day, while power leveling, he trash-talked the game. Big mistake. He got sucked right into it. The moment he opens his eyes, he's hit with blaring alarms and the sickening smell of burnt flesh. A splitting headache sends his world spinning as he looks around, totally lost. Where is this place? No one answers. Only a few people in white lab coats, who freak out the second he sits up. Quick, tell Lady Hila the test subject is awake. Test subject? Are they talking about me? That's what Han Xiao is thinking, but it doesn't stop there. These guys even call guards to restrain the so-called test subject. He just sits there, completely confused, as a squad of heavily armed guards charges straight for him. His first instinct? Run. But after taking the first baton to the gut, he realizes something is terribly wrong. The pain is way too real. Could he actually be inside the game? While he's still trying to process this, a second baton hits him hard, and as you can see, he's locked up again. Back in the cell, Han Xiao can't stop wincing from the pain in his arms. What the hell is this? Don't tell me I'm hallucinating, he mutters, then tries to log out. But when he tries to pull up the menu, all that appears is his character status screen. The log out button that should be there is just gone. The status sheet shows Han Xiao is now a level 1 civilian, with all his attribute points at 0. His current health is 23 out of 30 due to broken bones. His stamina is 36, and his talents include bonuses to speed, learning, crafting, mental endurance, and resolve. Current skills and potential points, 0. But one thing really catches his eye. The line for his race, Yellow Human, NPC, and a countdown to beta version 1.0, 258 days. An NPC? Beta version 1.0? That was the version from over a decade ago, wasn't it? And here's where it gets crazy. He glances into a shattered mirror and sees his own face staring back, just with different hair. It's in this moment he has to accept the unbelievable truth. He's been transported directly into the world of the game Galaxy. While his mind is still reeling, the cell door suddenly swings open. A dangerously stylish woman appears, tilting her head as she stares at Han Xiao. So he's the test subject that survived? Before anyone can answer, she introduces herself as Hila, the person in charge here. She then threatens Han Xiao, telling him if he ever tries to run again, she'll end him. Han Xiao is stunned. He recognizes her. This is Red Viper Hila, the ridiculously hard boss from the Beta 1.0 version who made countless new players quit. She was known as the Newbie Reaper. Hila then orders her subordinates to take Han Xiao for a blood test. From her identity as a boss, Han Xiao immediately figures out who this organization is. They have to be the Germinal Organization, a terrorist group that would stop at nothing to overthrow the government. And the experiment they're working on, called Valkyrie, is the first step in their super soldier project. According to the game's lore, his current body is the first test subject. It undergoes countless dissections and brainwashings before being thrown onto a battlefield as cannon fodder. He seriously wants to curse. What kind of terrible Isekai plot is this? This is the absolute worst starting point. After Han Xiao is taken for the blood test, the results come back quickly. Nothing abnormal. One of the researchers looks him up and down with intense interest, like he's a piece of merchandise. He then notes that it seems Han Xiao is past the violent, berserk phase. The solution's main effect is stimulating the brain. Should we open up his skull to check his brain activity? A chill runs down Han Xiao's spine. He was right, these lunatics want to dissect him alive. Thankfully, Hila steps in to stop them. Since Han Xiao is the first successful test subject to survive, she won't allow any destructive procedures for now. But for safety, he has to undergo the brainwashing process. As he's being escorted away, Han Xiao feels a wave of despair. He's only level 1, comparing him to a chicken would be an insult to the chicken. The guards here are all between level 5 and 8, not to mention the boss, Hila. There's no way he can win. He has to figure out how to deal with the brainwashing. As they walk past a bookshelf, Han Xiao gets an idea. It's a shelf full of research materials for the staff. Han Xiao reaches out to grab a book. Instantly, several gun barrels are pressed against his head, but the researcher quickly shouts, "Wait, let's see what he's doing. Now watch this." Han Xiao silently breathes a sigh of relief. His gamble paid off. As long as he doesn't show any violent tendencies, his status as the first successful subject will be his shield. Han Xiao flips the book open. It's filled with basic concepts of mechanics. After reading the first page, the system notifies him that he has learned basic mechanical theory. It's a bit hard to believe, but even though he's an NPC now, Han Xiao still has a character panel. He can level up just like a player. While Han Xiao reads, the researcher and Hila quietly observe him. He flips a few more pages, looking completely absorbed. Reading, did the solution enhance his learning ability? The scientist mutters. An unexpected bonus, Hila adds. An enhanced special agent is far more valuable than cannon fodder. Is the brainwashing device ready? So, he can't escape being brainwashed after all. Han Xiao speeds up his reading, and before being dragged away, he successfully learns the basic knowledge of a mechanic. The mechanic skill tree has been unlocked. Han Xiao has acquired the Mechanic Apprentice's class at level 1. The reward is 10 energy points, 1 intelligence, 1 endurance, 2 free attribute points, 1 potential point, and 2 skill points. Then, the brainwashing begins. Han Xiao is forced into a chair, and a mess of equipment is attached to his head. Before starting, the scientist keeps looking at him with a regretful expression. Such a shame. It would be a huge waste if a fine specimen like this gets damaged. Hila, can't you let me dissect him first? Han Xiao silently curses him. Why is this psycho so obsessed with his brain? Hila, of course, refuses. Urged on by her, the mad scientist flips the switch. And just like that, you and I watch as the brainwashing officially begins, and an agonizing pain floods Han Xiao's mind. The system detects that its host is being brainwashed and immediately runs a check. Han Xiao's current willpower stat is only 8, not enough to resist. 15 more seconds and he's completely mind-wiped. And to fight off the brainwashing, he needs exactly 10 points. Talk about a stroke of luck. He just leveled up, and already has a use for those points. Han Xiao instantly dumps 2 attribute points into his willpower stat. After the update, the system reevaluates, and just like that, he successfully breaks free from the mind control. He lets out a secret sigh of relief. That was way too close for comfort. Now, all he has to do is play along with their little script. Time for his Oscar-worthy performance to begin. Both Hila and the mad scientist are watching his every expression. After a moment, Hila suddenly gets right in his face. She yanks his hair back, forcing him to look her straight in the eyes, and says, "From now on, your name is Zero. The Germinal Organization is your home, your nation, the one thing you will give everything to protect. You will be absolutely loyal to us." And then comes the rest of the brainwashing speech we've heard before. Han Xiao isn't really listening. He's just thinking how this whole situation feels way too real. And Hila, this close? Yeah, she is drop-dead gorgeous. No arguments there. To think, back when this was a game, Han Xiao used to grind quests from her for hours. He has to snap himself out of it. What the hell is he even thinking? He's literally on the edge of life and death, and he's busy checking out the villainess. Nope, gotta stay focused. Don't move, don't look, don't give anything away. After her speech, Hila asks, "Now, answer me, who are you?" Han Xiao stays silent. In fact, he's quiet for so long the mad scientist starts to think it failed. But right at that moment, Han Xiao speaks in a hollow, robotic voice, repeating her words. "I am Zero." The Veyron solution enhances the subject's learning ability. The side effect might be weakened emotional communication, which explains this reaction, the mad scientist assesses. So the experiment wasn't perfect then? Hila seems disappointed. No, you're wrong. This is the perfect result. Why would cannon fodder need feelings? With that, the two of them turn and leave. Han Xiao hides a tiny smirk. You want me to be your cannon fodder? Dream on. Hila thinks for a second, then orders a subordinate to take Han Xiao to rest. But the guy reports back that the test subject's break room isn't ready, because until now, none of them had ever survived the procedure. Hearing that, Hila tells him to take Han Xiao to her room instead. After all, the organization's leader put her in charge of him. When Han Xiao hears he's being taken to Hila's room, his mind starts racing with all kinds of wild thoughts. And when he gets there, he's even more bewildered. Alone with a beautiful woman in a room this small, just thinking about it is enough to get a guy worked up. He puts on a dazed expression, wandering around the room. Meanwhile, Hila contacts the leader, reporting that Han Xiao's condition is stable and she'll personally supervise him so there won't be any issues. "Sir, what are your plans for Zero?" she asks. The goal of the Veyron experiment is to cultivate soldiers, so obviously he needs to be trained. The voice on the other end replies. Hila hesitates, then cautiously suggests, "I want to see my sister." Han Xiao silently perks up his ears. That's right, the storyline mentioned Hila has a sister. But her request gets shot down immediately. The leader only allows her to see her sister once every 2 months, and Hila is not allowed to cross that line. With that, he hangs up on her. Han Xiao watches Hila stand there for a long moment, the hand holding the phone trembling. Then, she suddenly punches the wall with all her might. Hila's explosive reaction startles Han Xiao and reminds him that this beauty is an absolute demon. But trust me, you and I are about to see the craziest part yet. Hila suddenly unbuckles her belt and starts undressing as if the room were completely empty. Han Xiao is a man, after all. How could he not be stimulated by a scene like this? But the hard part is, he has to keep acting like a freshly brainwashed test subject with no consciousness. Hila, completely naked, walks right up to him. He holds his breath, not even daring to swallow. Gotta resist. He absolutely has to resist. If she finds out he's not brainwashed, it's game over for real. It's just a woman's body, nothing to freak out about. They stay in this awkward state for about half a minute before she finally turns away. Watching her back, Han Xiao can finally let out a breath. Holy hell, that almost got him killed. But the problem isn't over yet. After changing into her sleepwear, Hila climbs into bed, but this is a single room, with only one bed. Staring at Hila's slender back, Han Xiao feels less like he's in a life-or-death situation, and more like he's playing some high-stakes dating sim. After a moment of thought, he decides to climb onto the bed too. A little cramped, but hey, at least it's warm. But Hila immediately kicks Han Xiao straight to the floor, and she kicks hard. Han Xiao feels like he just broke a few ribs. The next morning, Hila takes him to the training area, telling him from now on, he'll be practicing his shooting and wrestling skills every single day. Then, under the guise of training, Han Xiao gets absolutely demolished. Hila kicks, then she punches. Every single one of her blows is delivered without mercy, and she's so fast that someone with zero combat experience like Han Xiao has no chance to fight back. Even with armor on, he gets beaten until he's coughing up blood, lying flat on the ground. But even then, Hila forces him to stand up again. And so begins Han Xiao's endless cycle. Get beaten, fall down, get forced back up, and get beaten again. But after a full day of getting pounded into mush, Han Xiao manages to learn some basic wrestling experience. Current learning progress, 5%. Just as he predicted. Even though his attribute panel is for an NPC, he can still level up and learn skills just like a regular player. In other words, Han Xiao is a player with an NPC's character sheet. His whole body is aching, but he feels strangely exhilarated. Just you wait. Han Xiao thinks to himself, I will become a true powerhouse in this world. But before he can even catch his breath after Hila's training, he's thrown into the next challenge. Shooting. The man teaching Han Xiao is the base's vice supervisor, Ban Luo. The second he shows up, he tosses Han Xiao a pistol loaded with 10 training rounds and orders him to score headshots on all the targets. The only problem? They're all moving targets. For a complete rookie who can't even shoot, this demand was impossible. This is something only an Olympic champion could probably pull off. Han Xiao raised the gun and fired randomly. As expected, he didn't hit a single thing. It's no surprise, with his stats this low, hitting anything was a long shot. But Ban Luo wasn't a patient man, and the price for Han Xiao's failure? A dagger plunged deep into his bicep. Stunned by the sudden attack, Han Xiao spun around to see Ban Luo licking his blood off the blade with a look of pure excitement. The people in this organization were all completely insane. What are you staring at? Keep going. Every time you fail, you get another stab. Let's see how much you bleed today. Han Xiao's hands clenched into fists. He desperately wanted to fight back, but he couldn't reveal that he still had his own consciousness. Besides, Bodo was the deputy chief of this base. Even if he made a move, he couldn't win. He was basically an NPC with only one life to live, so for now, he had to endure. With that thought, Han Xiao raised the gun again. He still missed, and he took another knife for it. This whole torture session was being watched from afar by Hila and that mad scientist. The scientist just kept sighing, lamenting what a waste it was for Ban Luo to ruin such a good test subject. Why not just let me dissect him for research? The organization will never agree to your request, Hila said, crushing his hopes. Just you wait. Once the organization squeezes all the value out of him, he'll end up on my experiment table. After all, I created him. He's my property. Who knows how much later? Han Xiao finally completed the shooting training, covered head to toe in wounds. He returned to his room to find Hila casually filing her nails, wearing nothing but a towel. You're back? Your performance today was pretty bad, wasn't it? This interrogation vibe was incredibly tense. Han Xiao wondered if she was going to pull out a knife and stab him next. If she did, she did. At this point, there wasn't a single spot on his body that wasn't already cut. But Hila didn't do that. She led him to the bathroom and told him to take off all his clothes. Hold on a minute. This request was even crazier than her just stabbing him, and I know what you're thinking, this woman is moving way too fast. What are you spacing out for? Hila sounded impatient. Can't you even follow a simple command? Han Xiao didn't want her to suspect his consciousness, so despite his reluctance, he stripped down. Hila meticulously examined his body, and the hard part for a virgin like Han Xiao was not having any reaction to this intimacy. After a moment, Hila sighed. You're just like a coward. Then, she took his hand and led him into the bathtub. If you want to live, you have to try harder. If the organization thinks you're worthless, it's only a matter of time before they hand you over to Lin Weixian for dissection. So that was his name. Han Xiao finally knew the name of the psycho who wanted to saw his skull open was Lin Weixian. But that wasn't important. They want to dissect him? Not going to be that easy. As he thought that, Hila suddenly pushed him down and stepped out of the tub. This is medicine for your wounds. Soak for an hour. They should be healed by tomorrow. Han Xiao was a little disappointed. He actually thought they were going to bathe together. After saying that, Hila left, leaving Han Xiao alone. He started to look contemplative. He knew his first successful experiment status wouldn't protect him for long. The Sprout organization would definitely keep creating new test subjects. When that happens, if he's no longer useful, he'll be thrown to Lin Weixian. And let's be honest, you and I both know his luck can't last forever. That meant he had to seize every moment. And Han Xiao really didn't have much time left because Lin Weixian was getting extremely impatient. A few days later, he went to petition the organization to dissect Han Xiao again. Since our guy had made little progress in training, he figured this time it would be approved. Didn't the organization just reject you last week? I suggest you wait a little longer, Hila advised. But Lin Weixian was on edge. He argued that a useless piece of trash like Han Xiao shouldn't be kept around. He also noted Hila's attitude, finding her a little too concerned with his test subject. Could it be she was developing inappropriate feelings? Hila immediately denied it. Lin Weixian then used it against her, telling her to mind her own business. Han Xiao was his creation, what to do with him was his decision. Without another word, Hila returned to her room. While she ate snacks, Han Xiao kept fiddling with a gun for so long that Hila lost her patience. Stop playing with that. It's broken. Throw it away. Han Xiao didn't answer. He just hugged the gun tightly and gave Hila an innocent look. Her eyebrows knitted together even tighter. Stop holding it like it's some kind of treasure. Things that can't be used are junk, and junk gets thrown away. Han Xiao knew she wasn't just talking about the gun. Sure enough, she then warned him that if he didn't start showing progress, he'd end up just like it. Finally, Han Xiao spoke. Actually, I already fixed it. The gun had been broken, but to complete a basic mechanic repair quest, Han Xiao had fixed it to 69% perfection. He got 35 experience points for completing the quest, which was a bit low. If he could just get his hands on more machinery, he could probably earn a lot more. Hila raised an eyebrow, surprised that Han Xiao could actually fix things. She took him out to the forest behind the base to test it, and the gun's firepower was just as good as it was before it broke. Hila immediately pulled out her phone to report the situation to the leader, requesting access to the armory for Han Xiao. After observing him for days, she realized he loved disassembling and assembling mechanical things. She figured he might be useful in this area, unlike with wrestling or shooting. Han Xiao was over the moon. Whether it was assembling armor or fixing machines, both would earn him experience points. And right now, that was the one thing he needed most. This is it. You and I just saw his real path forward finally open up. That night, Hila's request was approved. She led Han Xiao to the base's armory. What lay before him was enough to make his jaw drop. The military-grade tech of the Sprout organization was no joke. With this much equipment, he could probably gain several levels. Hey, you're in luck. I remembered you were into all that mechanic stuff, so I got you a few things. Check them out or don't. I'm leaving. And with that, Hila heads to her room. But a second later, Han Xiao follows her right back. Just like every night, Hila gets ready to change, and Han Xiao is just staring. But this time, Hila isn't having it. I didn't tell you to follow me. I set up a room for you in the armory. From now on, you'll stay there. You're a guy after all. Us living together like this, it's not right. Han Xiao almost bursts out laughing. Sister, you're only just now realizing this? Hila impatiently shoos him toward the armory, but honestly, he doesn't want to go. The good life with a beautiful woman was just getting started. It's already over? Dejected. Han Xiao gets up and heads for the door. Hila reminds him to meet her at the training grounds every morning, and then she hands back the gun he fixed earlier. Try your best. Stay alive, Hila says suddenly. Her tone is cold, but Han Xiao can tell she genuinely wants him to survive. That doesn't really fit her Red Viper boss persona, does it? Han Xiao heads to his new room. No more watching the pretty lady change, but hey, at least he has his own space. Han Xiao gets to work, assembling and disassembling machinery to grind for experience points, and just like that, he hits level 3. The progress is looking good. 3 levels in just 2 days. At this rate, escaping Sprout will only take half a year. And when that time comes, no one will be able to stop him. At night, Han Xiao tinkers with his machines. But come morning, it's back to the training grounds for wrestling and shooting drills. 3 months fly by. The organization sees he has some talent with machines, so for now, they're letting him live. But Hila seems pretty disappointed. After 3 months, Han Xiao has barely improved. Of course, this isn't his true strength. He's hiding his real power. Besides, he's realized that while this demoness is aggressive, she's actually decent. At least she wants him alive, unlike that crazy doctor. Lin Weixian keeps submitting requests to the organization to dissect him. They haven't agreed yet, but with him pretending to be useless, how far off can that day really be? Outwardly, Han Xiao shows no emotion, but inside, he's already making his plans. Training's over, so it's back to taking machines apart. He's already dealt with the camera in his room. Looks like Sprout has written him off as a failure and isn't watching him 24/7 anymore. But simple assembly tasks aren't giving Han Xiao much experience anymore. so he starts enhancing equipment to earn more XP. The only catch? He has to return it to its original state. Can't let the organization find out about his talent. This whole process is actually a huge pain. Just then, the door opens. Han Xiao looks up, his eyes instantly on high alert. All right, pay attention, here comes trouble. A few guys in his uniform walk in. They're also test subjects created by the organization. The cocky guy in the lead has the number 001 on his shirt. He's the organization's next big success. The organization is disappointed in you. Starting today, your resources are cut by 80%. He says it with total contempt, and before Han Xiao can even react, the guy is right in his face, continuing, I heard you were the subject before me. They wasted tons of resources on you, and all you do is mess with this junk. What a failure. The guy grabs Han Xiao's collar roughly, but he doesn't fight back. Based on this dude's attitude, he's been completely brainwashed. The organization is his religion now, so it's better to avoid a fight. Number 001 waves his hand, and his goons start hauling Han Xiao's resources out of the room. Looking at this guy, Han Xiao gets it. He's the perfect result of the Valkyrie experiment, a natural talent for combat, and a strong body that can be quickly trained into a soldier. Just then, a few guards walk past, see 001's crew moving stuff, and start laughing. Heh, pathetic bugs. Turned into test subjects, just to become reserve cannon fodder. Completely brainwashed into idiots. Be better to just put them out of their misery. Keep it down, another one whispers. What's the big deal? They're all brainwashed anyway. Little does he know, there's one person in that room who's still fully conscious, Han Xiao. He silently watches them, hating the way they look down on him like some kind of pet. One day, he'll make every single one of them pay. The moving job is over quickly. Number 001 pats Han Xiao's head like a dog. Bye-bye, failed product. No one cares about a defect like you. Then, they're all gone, and the room is quiet again. Han Xiao knows that to Sprout, test subjects are just tools, cannon fodder. He can't help but wonder what their faces will look like when cannon fodder like him beats them to a pulp. And then, the day Hila had been dreading finally arrived. You and I both knew this was coming. The leader of Sprout approved Lin Wei Xian's request to make Han Xiao a research subject for dissection. The doctor was so happy he bowed a full 90 degrees to say thanks. The leader, however, didn't look too pleased. Such an interesting toy, and I haven't had my fun yet. A pity. Clearly, he didn't care about Han Xiao either. Only Hila, after hearing the announcement, stood with her brow furrowed and her fists clenched tight. And that day, Han Xiao knew something was off with her. It was wrestling practice like usual, but today, Hila was acting even crazier. Put your guard up, counterattack, counter. Hila lands a punch on Han Xiao and screams, unleashing a relentless barrage of attacks that he can't even react to. The pain leaves him completely bewildered. What on earth did I do to piss off this demoness today? Han Xiao is knocked to the ground, but Hila shows no sign of stopping. Fight back now, she screams again. Attack! Didn't you eat today? Hit me! Normally, Hila would at least give Han Xiao a short break. But today's training is relentless. He's been beaten so badly he can barely stand, yet she shows no signs of stopping. So what do you think? Is she just angry? Or is this her own crazy way of preparing him? To satisfy Hila, Han Xiao throws a pathetic punch that she easily catches, then counters by slamming him into the ground. Is this your great will to survive? Han Xiao hits the floor hard. But before he can even register the pain, Hila yanks him up by his collar. Is this demon trying to actually kill him? If this keeps up, he's really going to die. Stop. Han Xiao weakly chokes out. Only then does Hila finally freeze. After a moment, she lets him go, letting Han Xiao crumple to the ground, her voice dripping with pure disappointment. How pathetic. And to think I had expectations for you. That's enough for today. Get a good night's sleep. You don't need to come tomorrow. Han Xiao grunts, confused by her words. A flicker of sadness crosses Hila's face as she repeats herself. He won't need to come tomorrow because he's scheduled for dissection. And with that, Hila turns and walks away, leaving him lying there in his own blood. In the end, she couldn't change anything. Watching her lonely figure retreat, Han Xiao understood it all. That day had finally come. No wonder that demon was so furious today. She couldn't bear to watch Lin Wei Xian dissect him alive, so she beat him half to death herself. What a strange woman. Han Xiao forces himself to sit up. In half a year at this base, she was the only one who treated him like a person. Everyone else treated him as either a human shield or a pet to be abused and tormented. Since the test subjects never resisted, they all thought it was normal. But Han Xiao remembered everything, every single drop of blood. And here's where things get interesting. If they wanted him dead, then tomorrow, he would finally fight back. That night, the lights in Han Xiao's room stayed on. He used all the mechanic experience he'd accumulated over the last 6 months. 6 months here is like 1 month in the real world, so this progress was actually insane. Only the mechanic class could have earned him this many experience points under these brutal conditions. By now, Han Xiao had managed to save up 600,000 experience points. In Galaxy, a character could have an unlimited number of professions. However, every 20 levels was a bottleneck that required a promotion quest to keep leveling up. The max level in the Beta 1.0 release was 60, but his own attribute panel, it didn't show a level cap at all. This meant Han Xiao wasn't bound by the game's rules and could become far more powerful than any player. Next up, he decided to gamble on blueprints. Blueprints are the plans for building machines, and inventing them is a mechanic's most important skill. His 60 knowledge types offered countless combinations. Each combination holds many blueprints, but you only discover one of them per attempt. Some hidden blueprints even have special requirements you have to meet, so it's nearly impossible to know exactly how many blueprints can be discovered from any single combination. The experience cost for similar combinations keeps stacking up. You don't get the experience back on a fail, which is why it's called blueprint gambling. Han Xiao starts fusing. First, he gets a swallow glider, a useless parachute. Then, a bionic prosthetic arm, also complete junk. After a few more tries like this, panic started to set in. He was about to burn through all his saved experience points on absolute garbage. Han Xiao grew more and more anxious, but his luck finally turned. He successfully fused a lightweight mechanical arm. I know what you're thinking. Finally, after equipping it, Han Xiao's confidence skyrockets. It was time to show these people what happens when you mess with a tiger. Early the next morning, a military helicopter appears over the base. Its leader, captain of the Night Owl Squad, codenamed Silver Blade, was here to take the test subjects for a checkup. Han Xiao already knew this would happen. For 6 months, he'd noticed Hila was always gone from the base one day out of every 2 months. Today was that day. She had left early, which was perfect. If that she-devil was here, Han Xiao knew he'd never escape in one piece. All his patience and planning had been for this one fateful day. Soon, Lin Weishan's people would come to take him for dissection, but there was no way he would accept that fate. Today was the day he would finally escape this prison. Just then, Han Xiao found a photograph, likely dropped by Hila as she rushed to the helicopter. It showed 2 little girls. The redhead was clearly a young Hila. That meant the other one had to be her sister, Aurora. Aurora also had powers, but unlike her sister's combat talent, hers were for support and healing. She could even extend life, or bring people back from the dead. In the Beta 1.0 storyline, Aurora is also dissected by the Germinal Organization. They use her to create countless healing potions so effective, they basically give you a second life. This is the event that drives Hila insane, transforming her into the feared goddess of death that everyone talks about later. This photograph was a critical clue. As soon as Han Xiao picked it up, the system sent a new notification, a quest hint. Hila has a past she doesn't want anyone to know. Is she truly loyal to the Germinal Organization? You have found a clue. If you continue to investigate, perhaps. The message trailed off, but Han Xiao didn't need a supercomputer for a brain to know he should investigate this. He really didn't want to get involved, but Hila had genuinely hoped he would survive. He felt he had to accept the quest about her sister, so he hit confirm. At that exact moment, Lin Weixian's voice echoed from the speakers. Test subject number 0, hear my command. Report to the central hall immediately. Hall guards, bring test subject number 0 to me now. Even over the intercom, Han Xiao could hear the raw impatience in the old man's voice. He put the photo away. The story of Aurora and Hila would have to wait. The most urgent matter right now was escaping this place. You and I are about to see him try and escape an impossible trap. Han Xiao presses against the wall, peering out into a base covered in a web of security cameras. And just like that, one wrong move means game over. So with that in mind, Han Xiao breaks into a full sprint. First target, the surveillance room. He endured 6 months of this, not to mention learning mechanical skills, but he also picked up a ton of combat experience from Hila. So the guards in the surveillance room, they didn't stand a chance. For the first time in half a year, his hands are covered in blood and it's not his own. With the cameras overhead now dealt with, Han Xiao leaves the room, running at top speed. Next on his list, that bastard Lin Weixian. 20 minutes later, Han Xiao obediently shows up at the door to Lin Weixian's lab. He even puts on his usual dumb act, letting the guard lead him inside. The old man sees him and can't hide his excitement. He's been waiting half a year for this day. You're finally here. I just need to dissect you to figure out why you're so different from the other test subjects. Once I've extracted your value, your corpse will make a fine addition to my collection. To hear him talk, you'd never guess he was about to end a human life. But Lin Weixian probably didn't expect that the second he turned away, Han Xiao would silently take out the guard behind him. When Lin Weixian turns back, he sees the look of pure panic on the guard's face just before he dropped. The scientist freezes in shock. Now watch this. How could a brainwashed test subject possibly kill someone on the base? Han Xiao just raises his hand in a salute, his face a mask of pure defiance. Lin Weixian's brow furrows as he mutters, "Impossible! What's happening? There haven't been any problems for 6 months." Han Xiao doesn't give him an answer, or rather, his answer is action. The moment the words leave Lin's mouth, a sharp pain erupts in his chest. Han Xiao had stabbed him. Lin Weixian's first reaction is wide-eyed shock, before his gaze darts toward the camera in the corner. But Han Xiao tells him to give it up. The guys in the surveillance room have already been taken care of. The pain makes Lin Weixian slowly collapse, coughing up blood. Only then does he realize the truth. "You mean you were faking it for 6 months?" Han Xiao just smirks back. "What do you think? Impossible. Were we all fooled by you?" Lin Weixian stares at Han Xiao in disbelief. His words were basically a compliment to our boy's acting skills. Han Xiao is extremely satisfied, raising the dagger in his hand once more. Nothing in this world is impossible. He brings the blade down decisively. The sharp dagger carves a long wound down Lin Weixian's back. The scientist falls face first, never understanding how it all went so wrong. He was the man who created Han Xiao, only to be ended by his own creation in the most painful way imaginable. After sending Lin Weixian on his way, Han Xiao takes the high-level access card from him. Only 3 people on this base have a card that can open the main gate, and he was one. But just walking up and swiping the card is a suicide mission. He'd be dead in 10 seconds from the sentry's concentrated fire. Han Xiao is smart. He wouldn't do something that stupid, so instead he changes into a guard's uniform. The next phase of the plan: cut communications, then use the few hours of chaos to make his move. The signal transmitter is on the 3rd basement level, but he needs a power arm from the 2nd floor to break through the wall. The only people on this base who'd recognize Han Xiao on sight are Hila, Test Subject 1, Belota, and Lin Weixian. Hila isn't on the base. Lin Weixian is dead, so as long as he avoids Belota, Han Xiao can walk around in this guard uniform without anyone noticing. But you know how it is, the one person you want to avoid is always the one who shows up. Just as Han Xiao thinks this, a hand clamps down on his shoulder. "Which squad are you with? I've never seen you before." Han Xiao freezes solid. The owner of that hand is Old Man Belota. Han Xiao intentionally pulls his cap down low, hiding part of his face, then bluffs that he's a new guy in Team B. Belota doesn't let it go. "New? When did a new guy arrive?" Plus, Han Xiao's voice sounds familiar, like he's heard it somewhere before. As the thought crosses his mind, Belota pulls his gun, ordering Han Xiao to look up so he can see his face. Cold sweat drips down our guy's forehead. This is bad. He wanted to stick to the plan, but now that's out the window. Han Xiao silently pulls out his dagger. "Hey, old man, there's something I've always wanted to tell you. You seriously need to see a psychiatrist." As he speaks, Han Xiao slashes the dagger towards Belota. The old man dodges back on pure instinct, throwing an arm up to protect his face. Han Xiao's blade only manages to slice his forearm. In that instant, Belota recognizes him Test Subject 0 and orders the guards to open fire. Han Xiao isn't trying to win a fight here. After pushing Belota back, he carves a path through the guards and runs for it. He calculates it'll take him 2 seconds to reach the machine modification room. Meanwhile, it'll take Belota 3.7 seconds to catch him. The 3 guards won't be a threat for at least 4.2 seconds. And he does it. Han Xiao successfully dives into the machine storage room. Belota thinks he's cornered, mocking his foolish choice as he slowly approaches with his gun raised. But when he's about a meter from the door, a bright light suddenly flashes from the gap. Belota senses something is very wrong. His eyes go wide, but he has no time to dodge. He can only watch as the door explodes outwards, sending the guards flying. Han Xiao has equipped a powered mechanical arm. Belota grinds his teeth, staring at him. "What is that thing?" Han Xiao doesn't answer, simply saying, "It's time for you to die." "Oh, this feels good. Finally, he can get payback for all the times this crazy old man stabbed him just for missing a shot." Han Xiao slams the mechanical arm into him. He isn't even using his full strength, but it's more than enough to punch straight through Belota's chest. The old man can't fight back. His eyes just bulge in shock. Han Xiao's mechanical hand has grabbed his heart, and then he coldly crushes it. There's no chance of survival now. Looking at the lifeless body on the ground, Han Xiao's face is completely blank, showing no emotion at all. In 6 months, Belota had carved 420 knife wounds into his body. And right now, you and I both know Han Xiao would love to hear him describe what it feels like when karma finally comes calling. Too bad for him, he's never getting a chance to talk again. Alarms are now screaming throughout the entire base. Most of the guards are already gathered here after seeing Vice Manager Boda brutally murdered, and things got even more urgent when the surveillance room went dark. They immediately try to contact Lam Dai Hien for orders, only to get a report from Team C that he's dead too. "What the hell?" One of the guards can't help but yell. Hila isn't here, and both Lam Dai Hien and Boda are toast. This base is now a headless snake. The guard captain immediately sends out a base-wide announcement telling all units to stay calm, search every inch for the enemy, and that they are cleared to shoot on sight. He deploys Team A to the armory, Team B to check surveillance, Team C to the lab to secure the research data, and Team D to guard the main entrance. But just as Team C reaches the lab door, a massive explosion rips through the hallway, and the architect of this little masterpiece, none other than Han Xiao. Every guard in Team C is down. A radio lies crackling on the floor, the worried voice of the guard captain still echoing from it. What was that noise? What happened over there? What was that explosion? Report! Han Xiao casually picks up the radio, pretending to be a badly injured survivor. Cough, cough, this is Team C. The target is injured and trapped in the lab, but we've taken heavy losses. We need backup. Now, good work. The voice on the other end sounds urgent. Try to hold on a little longer. Team B is on their way. A sly grin spreads across Han Xiao's face as footsteps get closer and closer, signaling the guard's arrival. Han Xiao was already prepared for this, having planted a bomb inside the lab. And right in front of the door? A tripwire. He waits for them all to stumble inside. Then, check this out. He detonates the bomb. The massive explosion and flying debris from the lab sends the remaining guards into a total panic. Seeing this, the captain orders a few men to stay at the main gate while the rest follow him to provide backup. But he never expected that during the chaos, Han Xiao would use Lam Dai Hien's ID card to open the main door. They instantly realize something is wrong. Wait, how did you open that door? Who are you? Bye-bye now, my dear boys. Han Xiao finally drops the act, ripping off his helmet. A few of them recognize him, Test Subject 00, but it's too late. Han Xiao is already out, and he's locked the door from the outside. There's no way for them to open the door and chase after him now. This is the first time in 6 long months. Han Xiao breathes in the outside air. Man, it feels incredible. Soon after, Hila gets an emergency call updating her on the situation at the base. Hila listens, thinking the whole story sounds absolutely absurd, but an order's an order. She has to rush back. On the way, one question keeps echoing in her mind. No way. Has Zero been faking it this entire time? It's not just Hila. The elite Night Owl squad is also recalled to the base for a new mission. Hunt down Han Xiao. But sending this many people to catch a single test subject? To them, it feels like the biggest insult imaginable. The squad leader, Silver Blade, gives his orders. Capture Han Xiao within 30 minutes. Whoever gets the job done gets a half-day pass. Han Xiao is currently hiding behind a large tree, watching silently. He knew the Germination Organization would send people after him. He just didn't expect it to be this fast. There are 3 vehicles total, but he's still feeling confident. And I know what you're thinking, famous last words, right? The second he thinks that, Han Xiao gets shot. A cold bullet grazes his left shoulder, damaging his outer armor and drawing blood. Han Xiao bites back the pain, not making a sound. Damn it. He hadn't considered they'd have a sniper, and if there's a sniper, they've definitely got infrared scopes. No other choice. Han Xiao has to use his experience and remaining attribute points to beef up his close combat skills and find a way to get near this shooter. Han Xiao starts running, but the enemy's bullets keep tailing him, as expected from a trained special operative. This guy is tough. After a few close calls, Han Xiao finally closes the distance and pinpoints the enemy's location. By the time he's right on top of him, the sniper finally realizes he's there and scrambles to pull out his pistol. But it's way too late. At this range, Han Xiao has the total advantage with his seriously insane close-quarters combat skills. The wrestling techniques Hila taught him, combined with his lightweight power-assisted arm, let him send the enemy flying. A one-hit kill. After taking out one of the Night Owl Special Ops soldiers, Han Xiao scores a sweet 1,500 experience points and 3 G-type grenades. Not a bad haul. He's pretty satisfied. Meanwhile, the rest of the squad sees their teammate get taken out and starts to panic, spraying bullets everywhere. Han Xiao immediately uses his newly acquired grenades, tossing them right back at the enemy. A single explosion takes out 2 more guys, earning him another 3,000 experience points. You dare shoot at me? Go stare at naked chickens on the altar. Seeing the situation turn bad, the remaining soldiers switch tactics and start throwing their own grenades. Several grenades fly toward Han Xiao, followed by a series of massive explosions. The soldiers assume he's definitely dead, but as the smoke clears, a strange light suddenly appears from behind them. Get down! One of them screams, but it's too late. 3 more Night Owl operatives are taken down by Han Xiao's powered arm. Silverblade, the squad leader, is probably the one hit hardest by this, watching his team get wiped out by a test subject they'd looked down on for half a year. At the scene, he's the last one standing, though he's also seriously injured. Silverblade staggers to his feet, his eyes filled with nothing but pure rage and fury. He snarls. Just a worthless test subject. Dares to kill my entire team? You really have a death wish, you bastard. His ragged breaths echo through the dark forest. Han Xiao leans against a tree, exhausted, staring intently at his mechanical arms stats. The powered arm's durability is below 10. A wave of anxiety makes his heart pound in his chest. No ammo, busted gear, and running on fumes. You and I both know this can't drag on. It's do or die, right now. Thanks to his sharp instincts, he senses danger silently approaching. From a distance, Silverblade charges forward, radiating pure killing intent. The knife in his hand flashes as he leaps down from above, aiming right for the resting Han Xiao. The memory of his fallen comrades fuels his desperate, grief-stricken roar. Die! Let's jump right into the action as a vicious knife swipe misses Han Xiao's head by an inch. Kicking off a tree behind him for momentum, he launches himself forward in a clean leap, soaring right at his opponent. Neither one is backing down, and the stalemate rapidly drains their stamina. But with his experience, Silverblade spots an opening and strikes. A powerful kick slams into Han Xiao's stomach, sending him flying back like a rag doll. The searing pain forces him to his knees. This guy's tough. It's the perfect chance to finish him, but Silverblade just stands there, silently clenching his fists. His body trembles as he collapses, tormented by his own mistake. Because of my carelessness, my brothers died for nothing. Now that it's come to this, I don't want to live on this earth alone anymore. The flames of hatred burn as his hand tightens on the blade. But before that, this warrior who lost everything now has a new reason to cling to life. I will send you to hell myself. Fueled by pure rage, Silverblade charges his enemy. His eyes lock onto Han Xiao, memorizing his face before the final blow. But nope. The punch is politely declined. Intentionally or not, the steel blade plunges right into the power gap of his mechanical arm. Panic flashes across Silverblade's face. Damn it, it's stuck. He can smell death coming, too terrified to even react. Seizing the moment, Han Xiao unleashes the last of his power arm's energy. A single, brutal punch smashes into Silverblade's face, shattering his jawbone. In that instant, it wasn't just his enemy breathing his last, the mechanical arm had also made its final sacrifice. A notification pops up immediately. You have defeated the Night Owl Squad Captain, receiving 3,000 experience. But even with the enemy down, Han Xiao's nerves are still shot. The arm's interface gives him a new report. Power Fist durability has dropped to 0%. Equipment destroyed. Han Xiao gathers the usable scraps, feeling a little frustrated. It's totally busted. Good thing I saved the blueprints, so I can rebuild it when I get the parts. The battle is over, but the forest is now thick with unspoken tension. I can't stay here long. The Germination Organization will be here soon. The mountains are vast, but my mind is a mess. I have no idea where to go. Oh, whatever. First, find a populated area, get a detailed map, and then figure it out. Meanwhile, at the Germination base, a meeting is underway over the bloody incident. Damn it. A single failed specimen eliminated 30 heavily armed guards and destroyed all the experiment data. He wiped out an entire elite Night Owl team and cost us Lin Weixian. The leader, Ku Lang, didn't care about his men, only the assets lost in the attack. He murders my people, burns down my facility, and just waltzes out? You and I both know this guy is about to absolutely lose it. Are you telling me a fairy tale? Wu Xuan, standing in the middle of this storm, forces himself to report. According to our speculation, the Valkyrie experiment caused a mutation in Zero's body, far beyond our projections. And the abilities he gained aren't what we thought. It's not just mechanical talent, he also gained a very high IQ. The leader's sharp mind immediately latches onto the key point. You mean the brainwashing had no effect on him, right? Wu Xuan breaks into a cold sweat. I'm afraid so. Zero's behavior these past 6 months was 90% an act. Let that sink in for a second. Our boy was planning his escape from the very beginning. Hila, feeling the heat for her part in this, can't stay silent. I know Zero's combat power better than anyone. There's no way he could suddenly get that strong in just a few days. It's possible he's awakened a special ability. Her words stab at Kulang's pride, making him roar with fury. Enough. Possible speculations? I don't want this garbage. Halt all experiments until we find the potential dangers in the Valkyrie solution. And take all current test subjects for another round of brainwashing. I don't want another Zero to appear. His cold words were a double-edged sword, instilling fear in his subordinates but also breeding resentment. This is seriously frustrating. Are you doubting even my loyalty, sir? A pursuit squad quickly forms under Number One's command. My men and I wish to hunt down Zero. Kulang smirks, then slowly gives the order, his tone dripping with absolute control. Very good. Bring Zero back to me, dead or alive. The dry branches of the trees create a bleak, desolate atmosphere. A strange white smoke curls upwards, swirling silently in the air. A campfire crackles as chicken fat drips onto the flames, smelling delicious. Han Xiao turns the meat over the fire, his heart heavy. It's been 7 days in this forest. Food and fresh water are gone. This sucks. Luckily, the wound isn't infected. Guess putting points into endurance was the right call. But even his soldier's spirit can't ignore the amazing chicken. His weary eyes make him look like a runaway, a wanderer with no way home. How long until I get out of this forest? I'm not Bear Grylls. Live in the wild this long and I'll go crazy. I need to find people. Fast. With his guard down, he walks on, completely missing the strange tripwire stretched across the path. A killer's intent radiates from the shadows. A chill runs down his spine, disaster right behind him. The moment Han Xiao turns, a net drops from above, trapping his stunned body completely. Hiding behind the rough tree bark, the ambusher watches his prey's every move. Tu-Ha looks down at the unlucky guy. Don't move. His motive is revealed just seconds later. Hand over everything you've got. Han Xiao is just speechless at his own rotten luck. Are you serious? Getting robbed by some random bandit in the middle of the jungle? Tu-Ha frowns at his fearless stare, growling. What are you looking at? I'm talking to you. But it's too bad for him. You and I both know this was a huge mistake, as Han Xiao's hand shoots out and grabs him by the throat. The fist comes flying, but our guy doesn't even flinch. A direct punch to the chest, proving he's all business when things get dangerous. The sudden shock rattles Ziha's insides, sending blood spilling from his nose and mouth. And yup, this is all Han Xiao's doing. He immediately drops to his knees, throwing all his pride away to beg for his life. Big brother, I was blind. Please, spare me. I know I was wrong. Han Xiao shows zero pity, his voice dripping with sarcasm. You're just realizing that now? Your gun's already bent. You'd probably shoot yourself if you tried to rob someone. You know that, right? Ziha just trembles before this new, terrifying presence, muttering over and over, I was wrong. I was wrong. Oh, how the tables have turned. Han Xiao now stands over him, questioning him like a king. Wrong about what? The guy just stares at the ground, too humiliated to even look up. I figured he'd take the long pause to think up a good answer. But nope. What Ziha says next is just plain stupid. I should have brought more than one gun. The line is so ridiculous, Han Xiao can't even believe his ears. This dude thinks he's a comedian. Thinking he's off the hook, the idiot starts trying to crawl away from the scene. Big bro, if that's all, I'll just be on my way. I'm not good at much, but I'm an expert crawler. But before he can even inch away, Han Xiao's hand clamps onto his jacket like a steel vise. His voice is soft as a cloud, but carries a heavy threat. You tried to ambush me and now you want to run? You think I'm that easygoing? Now, is there a town or village anywhere near here? This is too much for a weakling like Ziha, who just bursts into tears. Yes. About 1 kilometer east, there's a camp for wanderers. I'm so sorry, I really mean it. My lord, please just let me go. Now, pay attention here, because Han Xiao doesn't waste time talking. He raises his fist, and the terrified Ziha squeezes his eyes shut, bracing for impact. Because of that, he completely misses Han Xiao's fist, changing into a 2-finger poke. He gets a light tap on his dumb head, a little wake-up call from reality. And get this, instead of opening his eyes to check, Ziha is still waiting for another beating. After a moment passes with no more action, he slowly peeks one eye open. Han Xiao lectures the thief like some wise old master. I'm not as forgiving as you seem to think I am. Now get lost, and stop causing trouble. Deep in the woods lies the drifter camp. Han Xiao strolls in, casual as can be, like a mom heading to the market. A merchant named Kyo Lo spots the new face and puts on a friendly smile. Hey friend, need some supplies? Quality goods, huge discount, bartering's the best deal around. Our guy's eyes light up like it's a holiday sale. Bartering works perfectly, since he's low on cash. He checks his bag and immediately places an order. I need a map, 3 liters of water, and 5 kilograms of food. Jerky or bread is fine. Han Xiao pulls out his unused bullets to trade. Will this be enough to cover it? Kyolo's eyes lock onto the ammo, his pupils widening slightly. Bullets. A tidal wave of greed hits him as he spots the huge backpack on Han Xiao's shoulders. Little brother, I'm afraid these few bullets won't be enough. The crooked merchant jacks up the price, hoping he's got a sucker on the line. 150 rounds. But Han Xiao is no fool. Are you trying to rip me off? The guy doesn't even hesitate to admit it. So what if I am? And yeah, I know what you're thinking. But then, from behind, a long pipe comes down and smacks the merchant right on the head. A man named Huang Jun scolds him in a calm voice, clearly used to these antics. Kyo Lo, scamming outsiders again? Life is hard enough for people on the road. You need to stop with these shady deals. Startled, Kyo Lo is caught red-handed. He just sulks as he watches his big score walk away. But I finally had a good sale. In stark contrast, Huang Jun turns and cheerfully greets the newcomer. That guy is a notorious scammer. Don't ever trust him. You look like you've been in the woods for a while. Why don't you come rest at my place and get some food? The things you want aren't worth much. I'll give them to you later. After surviving in the wild for so long, this is an offer Han Xiao simply can't refuse. Ah, okay. Thank you. His brain, which had been on high alert, finally gets a chance to relax. This guy doesn't seem like a bad person, so going with him should be fine. And even if he is, with his current strength, Han Xiao has nothing to fear. It's rare to meet new people these days, and he's welcomed like an honored guest. This is my wife, Han Xiao. Gives a small nod. Hello. She warmly greets the stranger. You're our guest. Welcome to our home. This is just some simple food we have. I hope you won't mind if it's not to your taste. Her humble words are completely blown away when she lays out a massive feast. For someone who hasn't had a decent meal in 3 days, this feels like a heaven-sent miracle. Is this really for me? He digs in with both hands, his approval of his hosts growing with every single bite. This is so delicious. Brother Hu, you're a really good person. Seeing his guest eat so heartily makes Huang Jun happy too. Haha, if you like it, please eat more. As night falls, the small tent is lit for warmth. Han Xiao's voice rings out, full of admiration. This rifle of yours is impressive. Were you a soldier? Just as he suspected, Huang Jun confirms it with a small laugh. That's right. It was with me protecting the country for many years. It's a rare sight, a relic so well preserved. Han Xiao's eyes are practically sparkling. You take really good care of it. Huang Jun looks off into the distance, lost in memories of his golden days. Well, she's my old friend, even if she's not much use these days. Our homeland was taken over by a larger nation. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't understand anything about the Six Nations or Manhwa. I just don't want to be dragged into another war. In the lamplight, and quietly washes dishes in the peaceful tent. The two men continue their conversation for a little while longer before finally heading to sleep. All I want now is to live each day in peace. It's getting late. You should rest here for the night and leave tomorrow. Then I'll be in your care. As the sun rises, Huang Jun's disappointed voice is heard. You're leaving already? Though deeply grateful for the couple's kindness, Han Xiao is determined to stick to his plan. I still have a long road ahead of me. Thank you for everything. And with that, you and I just watched him get ready for the next part of his incredible journey. Seeing Z, he cowering in the car, he couldn't help but ask, Hey, isn't he your son? You must get this misunderstanding a lot. Huang Jun calmly replied, Not my son. He's my nephew. His parents unfortunately passed away in the war, so he lives with us now. He got back late last night, so I let him sleep in the car to help keep an eye on things. This new info made Han Xiao sigh. He's definitely a spirited kid. Big bro, you must worry about him a lot. Huang Jun's reaction was exactly what you'd expect. You have no idea. That kid has nearly been the death of me a few times, but time was slipping away. I have to go. Big bro Hu, it was an honor. We didn't know each other long, but you showed me that rare, true human kindness. Travel safe, and next time we meet, you're not leaving so fast. You owe me a proper round of drinks, got it? Everyone stayed behind, watching his figure disappear into the trees, like parents sending their child off to the big city. Just a short time later, a convoy of off-road vehicles tore through the forest. A soldier jumped out, reporting to his captain, This is the only supply point for 100 miles. Zero is very likely here. The captain's commanding voice cut through the air, grabbing everyone's attention. Hey, you people! He held up a picture of Han Xiao studying their faces. Have you seen this man? The total silence just made him angrier. I'll ask you one last time. Have you seen him? Faced with his growing impatience, Huang Jun just calmly shook his head. Never seen him. Coming all this way for nothing was seriously pissing him off. Damn it, looks like we were on the wrong trail. Let's head back. But suddenly, he sensed something was off. And that's when his eyes locked onto Z, he trembling in the crowd. Now, that kind of reaction is a dead giveaway. The captain immediately signaled his men. Bring that kid to me. His next order made Z, he shrink in on himself. Search him, top to bottom. His men quickly subdued the boy, letting their leader conduct the search. Suddenly, the captain pulled a pistol from the kid's clothes, his voice turning deadly serious. This is the gun Zero stole from the Owl Squad. If he was never here, then how did you get your hands on this? He raised his weapon, ready to fire, his voice a low growl. Start talking, now. And to apply more pressure, he gestured to the others. If you don't talk, every single one of you dies. Keolo, terrified, threw his hands up in surrender, desperately looking for a way out. He completely lost his nerve, turning on Huang Jun. It was you! You took him in. How can you say you don't know him? Just tell them. Don't get us all killed. The captain whipped his gun towards Huang Jun. Tell me where he is. In stark contrast to the chaos, he simply closed his eyes, took a breath, and sighed. Then, Huang Jun raised his hand and pointed down a path to the left. A triumphant smirk spread across the captain's face. See? Would have been easier if you just cooperated, you piece of trash. But even with an answer, his finger never left the trigger. Now for the price of lying to us. A deafening gunshot echoed through the remote forest, the beginning of a complete slaughter. Meanwhile, at the edge of the woods, Han Xiao was admiring the scenery. Suddenly, his expression hardened. His eyes started twitching uncontrollably, a terrible feeling that something had gone horribly wrong. Thinking fast, he ripped open his pack to check his gear. My backpack. It feels like someone was in it. This is all gear I took from the Sprout Organization. If it shows up at their camp, it could bring them absolute disaster. Han Xiao muttered, carefully counting everything. 11 machine guns, check. 300 rounds of ammo, check. Suddenly, his blood ran cold. 10 pistols. No, I'm missing one. He knew instantly. Big Bro Who's nephew must have stolen it. The path back to the camp was marked by a horrifying trail of blood. Han Xiao's footsteps stopped cold at the brutal signs of a struggle. This part right here, it's a total nightmare. The camp was a massacre, bodies strewn everywhere. Han Xiao just stood there, his eyes wide with shock. He clenched his fists, blaming himself. I was too late. Suddenly, a dying hand reached out, grabbing for him. Don't go. Han Xiao immediately knelt down to see who it was. It was Lo, bleeding out on the ground. He clutched Han Xiao's ankle, explaining, the Sprout. It was the Sprout Organization. We didn't reveal your location, so they killed everyone out of anger. Tears streamed down his face as he begged, for the kindness Huang Jun showed you. You have to get revenge for us. As Han Xiao processed this, another weak, trembling hand reached for him. Big Bro, don't believe a word he says. It was Z. He, on his last breath, his eyes filled with absolute hatred. He's the one who sold out my uncle. He struggled to gesture at Huang Jun's body, whose arm was still pointing in the wrong direction, protecting Han Xiao even in death. The sight left Han Xiao speechless. Big Bro Who? He walked over to the body and took off his own jacket, analyzing the scene. The direction he pointed, it's the complete opposite of where I went. Han Xiao draped his jacket over Huang Jun's body, a final act of respect. Lo, exposed, began to tremble and deny it. No, that's not what happened. He saw Han Xiao loading his gun and desperately pleaded, friend, just let me explain. But before Lo could finish, Han Xiao's face twisted in disgust. To his dying breath, Big Bro Who never sold out a stranger like me. His next words were an ice-cold death sentence for the traitor. A man like that was betrayed by a so-called longtime friend. You're a pathetic coward. Han Xiao aimed the dark barrel of the gun straight at him. Go to hell and apologize to Big Bro Who. A single, sharp crack rang out, sending the traitor to his grave. The sky was clear, the forest was green, but the camp was shrouded in a deathly silence. Its owners would never return. Han Xiao lifted the flap of a tent and stepped inside, his mind already racing with calculations. They searched the direction he pointed and found nothing. They'll probably come back the same way. All I need to do is set up an ambush along that route. Then, his eyes fell on something that caught his attention. A simple sniper rifle, leaning against the wall. The system interface popped up instantly, activating an E-rank quest, Get Revenge. The mission, eliminate the entire enemy squad. The reward, 1,500 experience. And trust me, you and I both know this is a mission he's going to accept. He whispered, you want revenge for your old friend too, huh? Han Xiao walked into the room, grabbed his backpack, and dumped everything out onto a table. A few pistols, and even a submachine gun. He quickly strips the parts from their guns, then starts modding Huang Jun's rifle. Every careful move shows respect for its fallen owner. In just a moment, the old sniper rifle is now a custom-modded killing machine. The system quickly gives the new weapon a once-over. He slings his pack over his shoulder, grabs the rifle, and heads for the door. Trust me, you can see the determination in his eyes. He's about to make them all regret it. Deep in the night, a military convoy snakes along the winding mountain pass. Hidden in the darkness on the mountainside, Han Xiao watches as two vehicles pass. Number 1, sitting by the window, looks out and voices his suspicion. If we can't find him here, he must be in the opposite direction. How much longer can that vehicle even run? Suddenly, boom, the vehicle lurches. Number 1 jumps up from the back, shouting, "What was that?" The terrified driver turns and answers, It felt like a tire blew out. He frowns, knowing that's impossible. A tire like this wouldn't just pop. It has to be an attack. Number 1 gives the order, "Turn around!" The armored car pivots, quickly closing in on the target. Clutching his rifle behind a massive tree, Han Xiao watches the vehicle drive straight into his trap. A precise tactic. He smirks with contempt. Too predictable. The second he finishes, a chain of massive explosions rips through the area, launching the heavy vehicle into the air. Like autumn leaves, the two armored cars are blasted off the cliff by the grenades, tumbling down in a storm of fire and smoke. The soldiers inside are dead or dying. Anyone still breathing tries to crawl from the wreckage, coughing violently. But when the Reaper comes for you, you don't get a rain check. The moment one guy stands up, a bullet goes straight through his heart. A hail of bullets rains down, cutting the men down one by one. The final shot heads straight for number one. He leaps into the air, dodging the bullet by a hair's breadth, cheating death for the second time. He looks around in terror, then screams out a challenge. "Who are you? Show yourself." "Well, ask and you shall receive." But this reveal only deepens his horror. Han Xiao stands silhouetted against the light, sniper rifle in hand. Number one stammers, "You're zero?" Now, pay attention to this reaction. The guy completely loses it, shaking his head. "No, impossible. You're just that useless piece of trash. How could you wipe out an elite squad? I don't believe it." Han Xiao stares right into his eyes and gives some sincere advice. The last guy said the same thing. He takes a step forward, finishing his thought. The grass on his grave is already 6 feet high. Suddenly, the communicator by number one's hand buzzes to life with a booming voice. "Enough!" A screen appears between them. The man on screen introduces himself in a deep voice. "I am the leader of the Sprout Organization. If you agree to return and accept judgment, I can let you keep your memories. I'll even give you a higher status. You'll no longer be an experiment." Han Xiao just raises his rifle mockingly. "And why should I work for you?" The man preaches with dead seriousness. "The organization is the will of God. Serving us is the natural order of things. Refuse, and though this world is large, there will be no place in it for you to hide." Hearing this nonsense, Han Xiao closes his eyes, lowers his head, and lets out a dry laugh. Then he opens his eyes and says something that shakes their entire world. "I will destroy you." And with that, a massive hole is blasted through number one's chest. He's dead before he can even offer a final word. The system pops up an achievement notification. Test subject number one eliminated. 900 experience gained. Revenge complete. 15,000 experience gained. Han Xiao looks up at the starry sky, lost in thought. My own strength. Compared to the Sprout Organization, it's nothing. Right now, I need to align myself with a major power, one capable of fighting them. He leaves the rifle that just wiped out his enemies leaning against a tree next to a newly made wreath. His figure fades into the night. Time to head to the Star Dragon Nation. A train clatters along a long, curved track, its rear cars filled with noisy poultry. Han Xiao sits on a pile of straw with the chickens, scrolling through the system interface to study the current situation. Besides Sprout, only the 6 nations hold the knowledge for class advancement. That means to get the advancement quest, I have to join one of them. And here's where you and I see just how high the stakes are. A wall of text appears. War with the Sprout Organization initiated. Faction affinity -1,000. Reputation. Hated. Status. Traitor. A. Class mission triggered. Suddenly, Han Xiao notices one particular detail. He sits up straight to read it more closely. The mission requires at least 20% destruction to be considered complete. The train keeps chugging forward. Han Xiao is deep in thought. Looks like completing this mission on my own will be impossible. The system screen poses a question. Do you accept this mission? Without a moment's hesitation, Han Xiao presses yes. And honestly, despite the difficulty, he's pretty satisfied. This mission is exactly what I wanted. After getting off the train, Han Xiao slings on his pack and heads towards the west capital of the Star Dragon Nation. He observes soldiers everywhere, guarding checkpoints and demanding papers. He reminds himself to be careful. I'm currently wanted by the Sprout Organization. Star Dragon must have received intel on me. 8 or 9 out of 10 people trying to cross this border won't make it. But Han Xiao isn't worried at all. He just smiles calmly to himself. This won't be a problem for me. With all the experience he's accumulated, Han Xiao already has a plan to get past these strict inspections. In his past life, wanted players could never cross the border officially. Lost in thought, he walks to a deserted suburban area near the riverbank. There, a man sits smoking under a tree. Han Xiao thinks, I just need to find the NPC in charge of illegal immigration, pay a small fee, and I can get into the city easily. Han Xiao walks over to the man, makes some small talk, and then states his request. Hey brother, get me into the city. He also tosses over a bag of goods as payment. Use this for your trouble. The scar-faced NPC remains silent and emotionless, but ultimately accepts the offer. When they arrive, the NPC politely informs him, we're here, go on. Once inside, Han Xiao begins organizing all the information he knows. Star Dragon, one of the 6 nations of planet Aquamarine. During the last war, Sprout made a deal with their enemy nation. At a critical moment, they launched multiple terrorist attacks within Star Dragon's borders, nearly costing them their status as one of the 6 nations. Because of this, Star Dragon holds the deepest grudge against Sprout. Joining them is absolutely the best choice. Walking around, a wave of nostalgia hits him. This place is exactly as he remembers. Through this square, then 2 kilometers to the east, at the end of the road is a small repair shop, and using his memories, he finds the places he'd discovered a hidden storyline from his past life. Han Xiao walks with total confidence toward his goal. Right now, no one else knows about this, so he has to get there first. He missed this opportunity in his past life, but this time, no way he's letting it slip. Soon, he's at the small shop. Perfect. The person he's looking for is right here. The arrival of a stranger doesn't even interrupt the game inside. Master Tao raises a black stone, challenging. If you've got the skill, then beat this move. Master Lu counters with a white stone. Bring it on. Watching their confident playstyle, Han Xiao can't help but be impressed. Black and white clash in a fierce battle. These guys are true masters. But then he stops, noticing something strange. Wait a second. He leans in for a closer look at the board. Han Xiao is speechless when he realizes they're playing a kid's game. Are you kidding me? Tic-tac-toe? He almost fell for it. Then a voice snaps him out of it. Can I help you? Han Xiao turns to see Lu Qian, wiping sweat from her brow with a friendly smile. Are you here to get something repaired? Her presence makes him curious. Why is it a girl? He tilts his head, sizing her up. He never noticed a girl here before, and she's actually pretty cute. Since she asked, Han Xiao states his purpose. Excuse me, are you looking for an apprentice? Lu Qian's face lights up with joy, and she quickly answers, An apprentice? Yes, we are. She rushes to his side, her welcoming attitude almost overwhelming. Quick, come inside and sit down. Don't want you to catch a cold. Her over-the-top enthusiasm leaves him a little confused. Catch a cold? Is that some kind of local slang? Lu Qian hands Han Xiao a busted old radio. This thing has been broken for ages. Before she can hire him, she wants to test his skills. If you can fix this, you can stay. Han Xiao takes it and calmly replies, Deal. Master Lu, who's been sitting quietly, suddenly speaks up. Hold on. He gives Han Xiao a wary look, clearly not trusting this young newcomer. Kid, why do you really want to be an apprentice here? The old man's serious tone makes Han Xiao tense up. Does he know my true identity? No way. Stay calm. He decides to probe a little before answering the question coolly. I'm just looking for a job, that's all. Lu Qian puts a reassuring hand on Han Xiao's shoulder, then turns to her grandpa. Grandpa, don't mess with him, she says, defending the boy. He's obviously here for a job. It's been so long since anyone applied. Don't scare him away. Master Lu stops playing, puts his pieces away, and scoffs. He stands, facing Han Xiao, then crosses his arms decisively. I'm the owner of this shop. If you want to work here, you'll have to pass my test. Those words surprise Han Xiao. A test? Without waiting for another word, he asks back, What kind of test, senior? Master Lu glares, as if sizing up his potential. You've got some guts, kid. All right, listen carefully. He points to his friend and issues the challenge. In 3 hours, you will build him a prosthetic arm and leg. If he's satisfied, you can stay. Master Cao turns, confused. Why are you dragging me into this? Then he seems to recognize the boy. I remember this one. Lu Qian jumps in to defend the handsome stranger. Grandpa, to make a prosthetic, drawing the schematics alone takes hours. How can he possibly build one in only 3 hours? Master Lu snaps back sarcastically. Lu Qian, stay out of this. To work here, you need real skill. If he can't do it, he can get lost. Han Xiao says nothing, just smirks with a look of pure confidence, then looks the old man dead in the eye. Fine, I accept. She hears this and thinks he's lost his mind. Are you crazy? There's no way you can do that. But ignoring her doubts, he heads straight to the workshop and immediately gets started. Lu Qian follows with a stack of scrolls, smiling. Here's what you requested. If we sketch the design together, we can save a lot of time. But Han Xiao refuses the kind offer. No need for sketches. I already have the complete design in my head. Her eyes go wide with shock. It's only been 2 minutes, and you already. Master Lu appears, hands in his pockets, mocking him. Keep bluffing. He points to himself with a dismissive tone. A complete structural design in 2 minutes? Even an expert like me can't do that. You think a little punk like you can? Han Xiao's face says it all. Only the weak are afraid, and he's not weak. Just you wait and see. A moment later, the workshop is filled with the sound of machinery. Master Lu watches closely, still not believing this kid can pull it off. Let's see what this kid can actually make. But Han Xiao is completely focused on his work, ignoring the old man's watchful gaze. This, This is the initial form of the prosthetic. Looking at the half-finished product on the table, Master Lu's shock only grows, and there's not a single spare component in sight. Could it be this kid was prepared all along? Whether from fear or just underestimating him, the old man blurts out, "You're not going to be able to make it, kid." Lu Qian immediately fires back, "Grandpa, you're obviously just trying to make things hard for him." The prosthetic hand is assembled perfectly, connected to the finished arm, and then he casually holds up the final product. It's done. Everyone is stunned by his god-tier speed. What? He actually managed to build it? Even though Lu Qian believed in him, she's still shocked. 2 hours and 23 minutes, my god. But the test required Master Cao's approval, so Han Xiao immediately fits it for him. "Here, try it on." Then he asks for the old man's feedback. "So, are you satisfied?" The strange new sensation seems to leave him stunned for a moment. He raises the hand, inspecting it closely before giving his verdict. This thing is so flexible, it's like a real arm, and there's no chafing or discomfort at all. This is really good. I'm very satisfied. That glowing review makes Han Xiao cheer inside. He then crosses his arms and generously offers, "If you like it that much, you can keep it." Master Cao doesn't hesitate. "I'll remember this favor." Seeing things go so smoothly, Master Lu shouts, annoyed, "Weren't those made with my materials? If there's any favor to be owed, it should be owed to me, giving away my property. Did you even ask for my permission?" Despite the scolding, Han Xiao isn't scared at all and talks right back. "Then let me ask you this. Does this mean I get to stay or not?" A man's word is his bond, so Master Lu can only storm off in a huff. Stay if you want. We'll see how long you last." All right, let's watch Han Xiao work his magic. He eyes the old man, thinking, "Perfect, I'm in. All of old man Lu's blueprints will be mine, sooner or later." The Gao family patriarch waved goodbye. "I'm off. See you around, Brother Lu." But the old man just grumbled, "Get lost, and don't come back." Han Xiao just closed his eyes, completely satisfied. Here I can finally level up my mechanic stats and catch a break. Meanwhile, Gao steps out like a CEO, a bodyguard already holding his car door open. "Welcome back, sir," the bodyguard says coldly. "Yeah." He respectfully hands over a phone. "You have a call," as the boss takes it. He then reports what he just learned. He tells intelligence that Zero, the man with a bounty from Germinal, has just entered West Capital. Meanwhile, at Division 13 Strategic Defense Headquarters, a voice echoes in an elevator. If Zero entered West Capital alone, he's looking for cover. His face is completely expressionless as he continues his analysis. The fact that Germinal has a 1 million bounty on him means two possibilities. First, he's holding critical intelligence. Second, he's incredibly powerful, making his threat level extremely hard to assess. A woman asks, "The higher-ups want a gentle approach?" He answered without hesitation. "Then we prepare for both. Enact protective protocols. Don't let Germinal's spies discover his existence." The two of them walk into the control room. Wang Lin wants a total information lockdown, so he orders a soldier. "Monitoring team, block all intelligence related to Zero. Do not let a single piece of info leak from our network." The immediate reply comes back, "Yes, sir." The sky is a deep blue, with a few wispy clouds. Over at the Grow scrapyard in District 7, sunlight bathes the entire lot. The boss of District 7's gray area leans back, suspicious of the guy opposite him. "Now, pay attention here. Talk. Who are you? What do you want?" Han Xiao skips the small talk, a pistol ready in his hand. "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, I believe you'll want to work with me." Seeing something familiar, a goon in the back blurts out, "Hey, that's my gun. When did you take it?" His hands move expertly, dismantling the pistol piece by piece to show off his skills. The profit margin on illegal firearms is, after all, extremely rich. As if he knew for a fact Li Miao wouldn't miss this opportunity, he states his price outright. "I can help you reduce costs, you just pay a small fee." But the display wasn't quite enough, as the boss asks, "You can manufacture guns?" Realizing the massive potential, he starts considering the offer. "How do you want to partner up?" Han Xiao doesn't make him wait, confidently laying out the details. "Later, I'll give you a list of materials. I handle manufacturing. I'll come in every morning to work for 2 hours." His voice is steady. "The fee is 1,500 per pistol. Also, I get to take any scrap machinery I see." The boss feels he's being pushed around, so he tries to negotiate. "All the materials are mine. I can only give you 1,000. And you and I both know Han Xiao isn't going to budge. He doesn't argue, he just turns and walks straight for the door. Seeing his golden goose about to vanish, Li Miao panics. "Wait, I'll accept your price." But Han Xiao doesn't even look back. "Then have the equipment and materials ready. I'll be back tomorrow. For now, I'm grabbing some scrap metal." Han Xiao rummages through the scrap piles, his mind constantly calculating. Right now, there's no chance to do any monster-killing quests, and building machinery requires cash a lot more than a simple salary. This deal solves the money problem, and Division 13 will easily track the connection between me and Li Miao. Thinking this, his gaze drifts off, a small smile on his lips. That way, they'll see my skills as a mechanic. They'll come looking for me eventually. Not long after, dusk begins to settle over the city. Lu Qian, holding a plate of food, shows her concern as Han Xiao walks in. Where have you been so late? Han Xiao still has a large sack over his shoulder. Oh, just grabbing some stuff from the scrapyard. Her expression immediately turns to worry. A place like the scrapyard isn't safe. You should stay away from there. Understanding her kindness, he heads to his room, but not without reassuring her. I know, she urges him before the food gets cold. Hurry, wash your hands and come eat. The faucet shuts off, but water droplets still cling to his hands. He walks down the stairs, lost deep in thought. The Level 20 advancement quest requires 5 basic knowledge classes. I'm still missing basic weaponry and basic materials. Old Man Lu has all those books. I have to get my hands on them. Han Xiao walks to the table, pulls out a chair, and looks hopefully at Old Man Lu. Brother Lu, could I possibly borrow your mechanic knowledge books? The old man rejects him flat out. In your dreams. It's like he's scared Han Xiao will steal them. You're absolutely not seeing my books. Han Xiao tries to be sincere, putting some food in his bowl. Sir, don't be so stingy. Think of it as helping train a worker. But the old man snatches his bowl back. You've got more nerve than I thought. But the answer is still no. I'm not letting you see them. Lu Qian, knowing her grandfather all too well, already has a stack of books ready. Grandpa is just teasing you. They're not top secret. Here, take a look. Taking the precious books from her, he's so grateful he can barely speak. Thanks. This makes Old Man Lu explode. Why do I have a granddaughter who always takes an outsider's side? Han Xiao carefully opens the books, and as he does, a notification screen appears right in front of him. Spend 1 potential point to learn basic weaponry? Spend 1 potential point to learn basic materials? His finger hits yes without a second of hesitation. Instantly, it feels like his body is absorbing an insane amount of knowledge. Relying on others to deal with Germinal is just a shortcut. True strength has to come from within, and he needs real power for Division 13 to take him seriously. After absorbing everything, Han Xiao closes the book, stealing his resolve. Time waits for no one. He has to get ready, and fast. And trust me, you're going to want to stick around for this. Outside, a mysterious figure watches the lit window and utters 2 chilling words. Target acquired. Lu Qian stretches. So hot, and no business today either. So boring. She sits on the sofa, watching Han Xiao, who's completely focused on his work. What are you doing? Not wanting her to know too much, he just says he's tinkering with a robot. She's instantly impressed. Wow, you work so hard. No wonder you're so amazing. Just then, a voice calls from the front. Hey boss, do you guys do repairs here? Luthien's face lights up at the sight of a person outside. Ah, speak of the devil, a customer, she rushes out, greeting the newcomer eagerly. Yes, we do. What can I help you with? The man clutches a briefcase tightly. My car won't start. It's parked just down the road. Not wanting to keep him waiting, she says confidently. That should be simple enough. But then, the customer's gaze shifts, though his deadpan expression doesn't change one bit. His attention lands squarely on Han Xiao. The engine bay's a bit dirty. Maybe it's better if that young man takes a look. This sudden request catches Han Xiao by surprise. His eyes flick over, his mind already running an analysis. The man's footsteps are steady, powerful, definitely trained, probably a detective from Division 13. But watch how Lu Thien fires back. Do I look like I'm afraid of dirt? That is total gender discrimination. Han Xiao gets up, playing peacemaker. I'll handle it. You go take a break. And just like that, Feng Quan leads him out to the car parked right in front. This is it. He suddenly changes the subject, forcing a smile, but his words are pure interrogation. So kid, you can't be all that old, can you? Han Xiao lifts the hood with one hand, his eyes focused on the engine. I'm 30. The unexpected answer leaves Feng Quan completely stumped. After a moment, he tries again. So, little brother, what's your name? While undoing a bolt, Han Xiao shoots back, annoyed. You should introduce yourself first before asking someone's name. The fake smile on the detective's face disappears, replaced with pure helplessness. After a long pause, he finally caves. My name is Feng Quan. In the quiet yard, Han Xiao's voice is casual. Nice name. He then turns back with a smirk. But you misunderstood me. I just wanted to borrow a cigarette. Feng Quan freezes, realizing he just got played. Not wanting to torture the guy, Han Xiao puts a cigarette in his mouth. You can call me Han Xiao. Feng Quan quickly recomposes himself, forcing a laugh. Ahem, Han Xiao. You don't look like you're from Zidu City. Before Han Xiao can even answer, he makes a guess. You're from. But Han Xiao cuts the interrogation short, closing the hood. It's fixed. He immediately gets down to business. The fluid line was severed. That'll be 60. Pay up. The agent, totally caught off guard, still tries to pry for more information. Right. Your skills are impressive. Where did you learn? Han Xiao shuts him down again. Self-taught. Feng Quan fumbles for his wallet, stalling for time. Incredible. So, where are you from? Seeing the awkward display, Han Xiao mocks him. Are you from some backwater village, trying to get a discount or something? At that, Feng Quan finally gives up. Han Xiao takes the money, adding one last jab. Never seen a wallet that deep. I thought it'd take you half an hour to pull it out. A moment later, the car drives off as Han Xiao watches, deep in thought. Inside the vehicle, a phone starts ringing off the hook. He answers. His expression now deadly serious. Initial observation. Target is a mechanic. No way to assess his danger level yet. We only know he calls himself Han Xiao. A voice crackles from the speaker. Target's personality? Remembering how he'd been completely outplayed, Feng Quan answers with just 3 simple words. Yeah, a total hard-ass. Meanwhile, back at the shop, a cheerful voice calls out, Have a nice day. Come again. Luthien is full of optimism. Business has been great. At this rate, a new branch isn't just a dream. And hey, this is where it gets a little funny. You know, a few customers have been asking about you lately. Hearing this, Han Xiao gets a little smug. My skills are good and I'm handsome. It's only normal for clients to be interested. She thinks for a second, then says awkwardly, But they were all men. Seeing his confusion, Luthien turns away. Don't worry, I won't judge you. He almost chokes at her assumption. It is not what you think. Han Xiao grabs his bag, totally exasperated. Seriously, what are young girls thinking about these days? He dumps a pile of components on the table, his heart racing with excitement. The final piece for the Ranger is finally done. He quickly assembles the parts. Now I just need to install the armor. Han Xiao is completely focused, carefully fixing a round head with 2 glowing eyes into place. The robot's modern form slowly takes shape. At the same time, a notification appears. You have successfully created Ranger, information gathering type. You gain 5,000 experience points. Han Xiao is extremely pleased with his creation. Not bad at all. I think I'll call you Ranger number 1. Suddenly, his attention snaps to the screen as he reads the new text. A new mission. This time it's escape assassination. Security in Jidu is tight, yet someone is coming after me? An idea flashes in his mind. Could it be Division 13 wanting to test my combat power? A prompt appears on the screen. Accept mission? Han Xiao hits yes without a second thought. Then bring it on. That afternoon, the city looked peaceful under the setting sun. Han Xiao pushes a supply cart out and tells Luthien, I need to take a day off to run an errand. Although she doesn't like it, she agrees. She looks at him with worry, but seeing the sheer determination in his eyes, she doesn't dare try to stop him. Knowing how stubborn he is, Luthien just offers her support. If you run into any trouble, I can help you figure something out. Han Xiao appreciates her kindness, but turns her down. It's nothing. You don't need to worry. At exactly 6:30, the streetlights flicker on, reflecting off the city buildings. The atmosphere is quiet, almost old-fashioned. Down the street, 2 young guys stand next to a Volkswagen van. One of them scoffs in disbelief. That kid is worth $1 million? He looks like a totally normal guy. After their van drives off, Feng Quan reports in. Swift Wind Squad is tailing the target. They're heading for the Kala scrapyard. And that brings us here, to the scrapyard, where Han Xiao is already waiting at the gate. Fighting in the city would cause too much of a scene. It's too easy to hurt innocent people. This place is much better. The area is a total ruin, surrounded by crumbling buildings and cracked walls. Arriving at the meeting point, Han Xiao gets straight to the point. I'm in your territory to find some materials. His contact doesn't reply, but instead politely invites him to eat. It's lunchtime? Want to eat together? Han Xiao replies with a casual, dismissive tone. The guy doesn't like that answer one bit, his face twisting into an irritated glare. Outside, it smells like a junkyard, but inside, the air is thick with the rich aroma of food. Li Mu picks up some meat with his chopsticks, puts it in a bowl, and scoffs. I paid a fortune for info on you, and I gotta say, I'm disappointed. Turns out you're just some nobody who recently arrived in the western capital. Han Xiao, about to take a bite of a rib, stops and mocks the guy's stupidity. Ever consider the possibility your intel is just plain wrong? Li Mu calmly pours a beer, looking totally relaxed. Now, hand over all the firearm manufacturing techniques you have. He sits down, crossing his legs like a CEO ordering around a subordinate. I hope you cooperate. It'll save you from a world of physical pain. Of course, our Han Xiao isn't about to listen and challenges him right back. Are you so sure you can take me? Li Mu raises his glass, clearly annoyed. A pathetic stray like you? You have no real power. Han Xiao, completely confident in his own abilities, just smirks. Looks like your intel on me is a little incomplete. Why don't you try checking the dark web for the latest bounty posting? The man crosses his arms, thinking he's bluffing. You talk too much. I've changed my mind. I won't be leaving your body intact. Out of options, Han Xiao reaches into his pocket for his gear. So, no room for negotiation? But Li Mio was prepared, ordering his men to point their guns straight at Han Xiao's head. Even so, he just calmly closes his eyes, completely unfazed by the gun barrel pressed against the back of his head. In a flash, he transforms his left arm into combat mode. And you know what comes next. He suddenly leaps up, spinning around so fast the enemies don't even have time to react. Han Xiao raises his arm, ready to serve up a fresh batch of pain. One by one, they all get a taste of his laser beams. Li Mu is stunned, sweating bullets, unable to believe his men were just taken down by this supposed amateur. "What the hell is this?" he screams, ordering his guards. "Everyone outside, get in here and finish him!" They all rush in together, shouting, "Yes, boss!" Each one is holding a submachine gun, and despite their grumbling, they follow the order. Isn't it just one guy? Why'd they call all of us in? Yeah, what are the guys inside even doing? Boom. A massive explosion sends them all flying. Li Mu is left standing there, dazed, with no idea what just happened. Knowing his allies have arrived, Han Xiao smiles to himself. Right on time. This is the Gale Squad, a civilian mercenary group. Ken gives the order. This is the Star Dragon capital. Keep it quiet. Make it fast. According to the plan, Han Xiao runs for cover, letting them handle the rest. He quickly ducks behind some barrels to dodge the incoming fire, frustrating Li Mio's men. Damn it, there's too much cover in here. The Gale Squad is a well-oiled machine. Team A provides suppressing fire while advancing. Roger that. In just a few short minutes, they've set up their formation. Team B, attack from the rear. Roger. They execute the plan flawlessly, spotting their target as Han Xiao meditates in a corner. Not good. The sounds of fierce combat echo through the scrapyard. Han Xiao has already found a new hiding spot. He carefully observes his surroundings, then slowly extends his robotic arm and opens fire. Using that opening, Han Xiao makes a run for it, dodging a hail of bullets. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Tran Hak are still in shock over the Gale Squad's sudden appearance. Where did these mercenaries come from? Li Mu snaps back angrily. They're obviously here for that kid. Han Xiao is still looking for cover, this time deciding to head for the roof to get a full view of the battle. Han Xiao pulls something from his pocket. It's a robot controller. He grips it tightly and yells a single word to activate it. Open! Then Han Xiao plops down, casually looking down at the chaos below. Good thing I came prepared. The moment he hits the switch, his robot activates. Rover 1, a massive machine, comes crashing towards the soldiers, sending them scrambling and falling over in pure panic. And trust me, it's not just them. Even a veteran captain like Ken is stunned by its sudden appearance. A robot? Not wanting things to get worse, he immediately orders his men to open fire. They unleash a constant stream of bullets on Rover 1, and the controller immediately sends a warning, ammunition at 27%. Warning, propulsion system damaged, repair required. While controlling Rover 1, Han Xiao thinks, it can't take much more of this. I need to lure them over here. Ken sees the robot retreating as they fire and shouts confidently, "It's working! Keep it up!" While the mercenaries are busy fighting, Li Mu's crew has been hiding. Seeing his chance, he gives an order to his men. You, draw the mercenaries' attention. The rest of you, use the opening to grab that kid. They quickly obey. Yes, boss. Han Xiao watches from a distance, a smirk on his face. The fish took the bait. He immediately starts adjusting the controls, and the screen displays a new message, initiating self-destruct sequence. Once it's activated, Han Xiao ducks down and covers his head. At that exact moment, the soldiers outside notice something's off with Rover 1. Wait a second. Something's not right with this robot. A wicked grin now flashes across its face, along with the word goodbye. Instantly, Rover 1 explodes, the blast so powerful the soldiers have no time to react as they're thrown into the air. Li Mu and the others who dodged the blast are terrified. Detonating a robot in the middle of the city? That kid is insane. After the explosion, the entire scrapyard is covered in smoke and fire. Just then, a car pulls up, and an angry voice shouts from inside, "What the devil?" Feng Quan steps out of the car to report. Upper management wanted us to keep a low profile. Now this is going to be front-page news tomorrow. A cold voice then gives a command. Clean this up, now. The people from the car slowly enter the scrapyard. Li Hui raises his gun, threatening everyone inside. Don't move. This is Division 13. Everyone immediately drops their weapons and surrenders. Li Mu's men, caught red-handed, drop to the ground in fear. Meanwhile, Li Mu and Tran Hak have already snuck out the back. He hears what Li Hui said and freezes in terror. D-Division 13? Only now does he remember what Han Xiao said earlier. Could what that kid said before actually be true? After being stunned for a moment, Li Mu angrily demands, "Get me a computer, now." He wants to look up Han Xiao's info, and you and I are about to see the moment he realizes just how badly he messed up. 0. Bounty, 1 million, issued by the Germinal Organization, Germinal Defector, Star Dragon Intelligence, Division 13. With that, the laptop crashes to the ground, the screen shattering into a web of white lines. But right now, he couldn't care less about any of that. Li Miao freezes. Alarms are screaming in his head. It's over. And you and I both know what comes next, the cold, hard click of handcuffs. Division 13's agents haul Li Miao and Chen He away. Just like that, the scrapyard is quiet again, as Kelly rushes to help her teammate injured in the blast. Meanwhile, a soldier spots another presence, shouting a warning. "Over there, don't move." Turns out, Han Xiao's hiding spot is blown. He watches, annoyed. The mission was to wipe out all the mercs, and he can't let Division 13 steal his credit. So, Han Xiao has to make a move, firing at the mercenaries. Instantly, the other soldiers raise their guns. "Who gave you permission to fire?" "Last warning, drop your weapon and surrender." Han Xiao, looking completely unfazed, holsters his weapon and raises his hands. At the same time, a system notification pops up. E-rank pursuit mission, complete. 10,000 experience gained. Hidden condition met. Killer dispatched. Base skill upgrade acquired. Claim reward? After a moment, he decides. Not yet. Now we're at the interrogation room of Star Dragon's Division 13, a place with absurdly tight security. First, guards armed to the teeth. Then, a hallway packed with sensors, all leading to a massive steel door. The interrogation room is sterile white, brightly lit, looking more like a laboratory. Pay attention, because this is where the mind games truly begin. Feng Jun, sharp in a tailored suit, starts the questioning. "I'm with Star Dragon's Strategic Defense. We've met before, remember?" Han Xiao, hands cuffed to the chair, just smirks. "I remember a man with a very deep wallet." Feng Jun is speechless, but Li Hui beside him barks, "Don't get smart." He stares Han Xiao down, demanding an explanation for his 1 million reward. "Why does the Germinal Organization want to deal with you? What intel are you holding? Spill it. Now." Han Xiao just tilts his head, unimpressed. "Wow, so intimidating. You want cooperation? Fine. Show some sincerity. Get someone with actual authority in here." His eyes drift between the two of them as he speaks slowly, straightening up with a hint of a smile. "You're not qualified." As if on cue, another voice echoes in the room. "Then I will negotiate with you." Behind a one-way mirror, Longwei leans into the mic. "I'm the Chief of Intelligence for Division 13. Am I qualified?" Han Xiao coolly replies with 2 words. "Barely." Taking that as a yes, he immediately asks, "You were a member of the Germinal Organization." Han Xiao's reply is short. "Was." The chief presses, "And what was your position?" Without even opening his eyes, he answers, "Logistics staff for the Mechanical Weapons Research Division." Seizing the opening, Longwei asks the million-dollar question. "Why would Germinal put a 1 million bounty on a logistics guy? Don't hide anything. We have ways of making you talk." Han Xiao looks down, lets out a smug little laugh, then meets his gaze, dropping an absolute bombshell. Information log. And what he says next? Trust me, it hits the intelligence chief like a lightning bolt. June 4th, year 688. Galaxy calendar. Signal origin. Planet Aquamarine. Target Dark Star. Content special level encryption. Longwei's face goes pale, a thin sheen of sweat forming. The 2 agents in the room just stare at each other, completely lost, their heads full of question marks. They both turn to look at the source of this chaos. The silence is deafening. Longwei recovers, grabbing the mic and demanding, "Are you sure?" Han Xiao's face is pure confidence. "If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how would I know about Darkstar?" Inside, he's celebrating. The bluff worked perfectly. Bluffing? Anyone can do that. According to the game's lore for Planet Aquamarine, galactic forces are still top-secret intel. He clenches his fist, mind racing. Only the highest echelons have had contact with off-world powers, Khadora. And Darkstar is a splinter faction. If the Germinal Organization is in touch with Darkstar, the 6 nations are in serious trouble. Spitting out a record of mixed, true, and false information is the fastest way to get Star Dragon to take him seriously. Under the glaring white lights, Han Xiao seizes control. "So, can we negotiate our cooperation now?" Longwei quickly agrees. Deal. Han Xiao's mind was made up. Whatever Germinal does about this, he doesn't care. He takes a pen and circles several locations on a map. These are 3 secret Germinal branch bases. Longwei, who had entered the room at some point, asks directly, "You only know these 3?" Han Xiao looks almost surprised by his naivety. "Of course not. Wait until you've verified my intel is legit. Then we'll talk about the others." The chief cuts to the chase. "What are your conditions?" Han Xiao looks up, his objective simple. "I just want to cooperate to take down Germinal." Longwei leaves the room with one last line. "I'll report this to my superiors. For now, you'll have to wait here." Han Xiao looks impatient. "Don't make me wait too long. I only took 1 day off." Soon after, the Star Dragon brass gather in a conference room. A large photo of Han Xiao is on the board, and the debate ignites. "I think we can initially trust him and cooperate. No way. What if he gives us fake intel?" "Unlikely. He's a fugitive from Germinal. He needs us to survive, so there's no reason to doubt his sincerity." Elder Xiao has a different idea. "I suggest we secretly imprison him and force all the intelligence out of him." Division 13 doesn't negotiate with anyone. Longwei snaps back. "Are you crazy? Han Xiao is sincere. We can't push away a potential ally." The elder shouts in his face. "That's a weak compromise." Longwei shouts right back. "And you are being a reckless fool." Director Gu finally ends the argument. "We need to both cooperate and control him. Why not just induct him into the Bureau?" Elder Xiao tries to protest. "Director," but before lowering his eyes in submission. "If the director insists, then assign him to the logistics department. He's a mechanic. He'll have tools. Logistics is restricted, so it's easy to monitor." Director Gu simply taps his head, saying, "Don't use those you doubt, and don't doubt those you use." And just like that, you and I saw him win the game. So, if Han Xiao can fight, why not just send him on a Black Ops mission against Germination? That's the only real way to figure out what his true motives are. In the lab, a desperate scream echoes. La Xuanman, fiddling with a robot arm, complains. "This thing has 4 layers of security. Was the person who made this completely insane?" Old Xiao shoots him a look. "You got this or not? Can you crack it?" The kid with the freckles looks up, completely bewildered. Technically, there's nothing special about it. The security is decent, but the creator is like some weirdo who thinks his garbage is treasure. What's there to even crack? Old Xiao gestures around mockingly. "Oh, so I suppose all the crap you invent is state-of-the-art, huh? Like those dual-arc machine guns with sticky rubber bombs that can't aim for squat?" Ignoring the kid's scowl, he keeps going. "Or that metal detector-proof bra with poison needles? 2 agents who wore those are still in the hospital after getting pricked by their own gear." The office falls silent. Feng Jun sits up straight, reporting over the phone. "I've placed Han Xiao in the Secret Action Department." In another room, Director Gao quickly replies. "You've done well." His voice still on the line, Feng Jun asks, "Is he really worth all this special attention, sir?" The director leans back, his tone profound. "Ha, his value isn't just about intel. I have a gut feeling. He's going to be a crucial piece for us when we finally confront Germination." Night falls over the ruined, desolate city. The broken windows in the dark look like the gaping mouths of pitch-black, hungry monsters. Not a single soul walks the streets, only rubble lying everywhere and dust and trash blowing in the wind. Tanks are lined up outside, firing non-stop in one direction. This is ridiculous. Germination really set up a base inside our Star Nova Nation's territory. The tank commander listens to the orders coming through his headset. "All tank units, listen up. Target the Germination base and show them exactly what we're made of." He responds with excitement. "Roger that." On the other side, a soldier pops his head over a barricade, firing his rifle wildly while screaming, "Damn it! How did Starnova find our base location?" Inside Germination's secret base number 45, the topside entrance is wide open. The control room is heavily fortified and packed with equipment. A 3-person Starnova special ops team appears at the door. While Lin Yao is plopped on the floor, glued to his computer, Yalin stands with her arms crossed, complaining. "We could have used our injuries as an excuse to take a few days off, but instead they rush us into another emergency mission. They really don't treat us agents like people." Suddenly, the door's electronic lock flashes a red triangle and blares a warning. "Unauthorized intrusion. System locked." And just like that, you and I know they've been made. The base system begins encrypting everything. Alarms wail everywhere as an announcement blasts through the speakers. "All units, control room is under hacker attack. All teams, move in now." Squads of fully armed soldiers come rushing down the halls. Ya Lin shouts impatiently, "Lin Yao, hurry up!" His eyes never leave the screen as he snaps back. "I'm trying. I need at least 3 minutes. The enemy will be here in 1, tops." Rambus ignores their bickering, heaving up a bag. "Didn't they give us some new gear before we left? Let's give it a shot." Lin Yao keeps muttering under his breath, "This thing better not actually explode." Those idiots in the R&D department are completely clueless. Yalin quickly pulls out the robot arm and puts it on, looking both nervous and hopeful. There's no other choice. If the data gets wiped, everything they've done will be for nothing. They have to bet on this gadget. She closes her eyes, takes a few deep breaths to build her courage, and then charges forward with an all-or-nothing mindset. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, this is gonna be wild. After a running start, Ya Lin swings her arm, slamming it into the reinforced door with a massive boom that echoes through the entire facility. The solid steel door just cracks wide open, leaving the two guys completely stunned. She can't believe her own eyes, stammering, This thing is that strong? Lin Yao snaps out of it first. He sprints into the room yelling, I've copied all the data. Cover me. Outside, Ya Lin and Rambus stand ready with their thunderous fists. Just like that, they take down group after group of soldiers. Leave them to us, you just go. The lights overhead flicker as the sound of brutal impacts fills the air. On the screen, lines of data scroll by endlessly. Lin Yao's fingers fly across the keyboard, trying to buy every possible second. A moment later, an alert rings out in the room. System purge complete. Initiating self-destruct sequence. He snaps the laptop shut and bolts into the hallway with the others. Ya Lin yells as they run. Did you get it? He answers without slowing down. Got it. Everything's backed up. A few seconds later, a massive explosion rips through the air. Fire and smoke billow out, a black column rising to the sky. Back at the main germination base, the lights are still on, a lonely glow in the night. A guard bows his head, reporting, Leader, Base 45 has been destroyed. Koi Lang immediately snarls, Who did it? The guard answers without hesitation, Star Nova. Hearing this, the leader demands, And where did they get their intelligence? The guard hesitates, uncertain, it's possible. It was 0. Koi Lang steeples his fingers, deep in thought. Intel like a base location. How could a mere test subject get access to that? Get out. The guard looks relieved. Yes, sir. The leader presses a white button on his desk. A mechanical voice chimes. Identity verified. Encrypted message sent. Koi Lang stares at the screen, issuing an order. Secretly investigate the high-ranking members who knew the base's location. Report any suspicious individuals to me directly. It's time to clean house. A voice on the other end quickly responds. Understood, leader. Meanwhile, at the logistics department, soldiers wander idly through the building. Kilter faces the 3 agents of the Starnova Special Ops team, praising them generously. Excellent work. You destroyed the base and secured a massive amount of intel. The higher-ups are extremely pleased. He then asks curiously, as they're required to return the prototype power arm. So, how was it? Did it work well? Ya Lin's eyes sparkle as she chirps. We probably wouldn't have escaped without it. Can I know who invented it? Kilter stands up, acting mysterious. I can't tell you that. She doesn't push it, instead asking about their future equipment. Will the department be supplying more of these power arms from now on? That depends on the people upstairs, he says before dismissing them. And back at Lou's repair shop, the sun bathes the sign in a warm glow. Trust me, you and I know this quiet moment won't last. Trust me on this one. A missing boyfriend, a worried girl, and a grandfather who couldn't care less. He just tells her to be optimistic. Maybe her boyfriend's already dead. With teary eyes, she begs him, Grandpa, can you please send someone to help find him? For your granddaughter's sake? But he just coldly hits her with 2 words. No way. Then he looks down, his voice dripping with sarcasm. When you stole my book, did you remember I was your grandpa then? Lu Qian nervously brushes her hair back before dropping an absolute bombshell. That vintage liquor you hid under the floorboards? I helped you sell it. Busted. Her grandpa's tone flips in an instant. Now why would you say that? Your grandpa's not a cheapskate. You just needed someone found, right? Leave it to me. Meanwhile, in a room with a sweeping view of the city, a phone rings off the hook. An old man picks up. But before he can even say hello, the voice on the other end barks. What crime did that kid commit for you to arrest him? The man calmly replies, No crime, we just requested his cooperation. His old friend on the other line sounds pleased with this. Good, then hurry up and release him. Otherwise, my granddaughter is going to smash my entire precious liquor collection. The official hesitates. That's not exactly protocol. I'm in a tough spot here. The grandpa, feet kicked up on his desk, scoffs. I don't have time for this nonsense. You make the rules. Besides, you still owe me one from last time. I don't care how you do it. Just send Han Xiao back, now. The official can only let out a defeated sigh. All right, fine, I get it. After his interrogation, the Stellaron Bureau gives Han Xiao a ride straight home. It's pitch black when he strolls up to the house, but Lu Qian bursts out the door to meet him. Where have you been? Do you have any idea how worried I was? And here's where it gets real. After the initial burst of anger, her emotions settle, and tears start to well up in her eyes. You're all alone out here. I thought something terrible happened to you. I was this close to calling the cops. Seeing his silence, she presses, Seriously, Where did you go? Han Xiao, seeing how worked up she is, just helplessly answers, for a walk. Instantly, Lu Qian grabs his ear and gives it a warning twist. Could you try for a more believable excuse? Han Xiao winces. I thought it was plenty believable. I'm not arguing with you. Lu Qian puts a hand on his shoulder and explains. I saw on the news yesterday there was a gunfight over in the Crow scrapyard. Her voice softens with genuine concern. I thought you might have gotten into trouble. Looking at her, Han Xiao feels a pang of guilt. So that's what this was all about. He should have called her. Just as they're talking, her grandpa walks over with a complaint. I thought you wouldn't make it back alive. What a disappointment. Grandpa, Lu Qian yells. Then after a moment of thought, she makes an offer to Han Xiao. I'm buying you a phone. Don't you dare go missing again. He immediately refuses, holding up a device to prove it. No need, I already have one. Her grandpa stares intently at the phone, a spark of recognition in his eyes. He instantly knows. That's an encrypted phone from Bureau 13. You joined Bureau 13? Since it's a secret, Han Xiao has to make up an excuse. They gave it to me for surveillance and contact purposes. I have to keep it on me 24/7. But you can't fool an old fox. The grandpa immediately spots the hole in his story. Bureau 13 wants to monitor you, but they'd let you know about it? You're not getting away from this one. You need to move out. He stops mid-sentence, turning to look at Lu Qian. Wait a second. You haven't fallen for my granddaughter, have you? Okay, you and I both know what's happening here. Put on the spot like that. She blushes bright red while Han Xiao quickly denies everything. You've misunderstood, sir. Grandpa just sighs, defeated. Before leaving, he claps Han Xiao on the shoulder with a playful warning. I can't control the feelings of you youngsters. Lu Qian isn't a little girl anymore. You'd better work hard, kid. I want to hold a great-grandchild soon. Hearing that, Lu Qian is too mortified to even see him off. After her grandpa leaves, it's just the two of them. After that whole exchange, both are too awkward to even look at each other. To break the deafening silence, Han Xiao hesitantly speaks up. He tries to explain. Your grandpa was just joking. He got the wrong idea back there. The second he finishes talking, the silence crashes back down on them. Lu Qian glances at him shyly, while Han Xiao is too embarrassed to even look up. Not wanting this to drag on, she finally answers. If you say so, then it must be so. Then she turns and walks away, leaving Han Xiao standing there alone. He awkwardly rubs his neck, cursing under his breath. That old geezer. Han Xiao heads back to his room. He plops down on a chair, thinking, old people who want grandkids are honestly terrifying. Suddenly, a system notification snaps him out of it. A system prompt. Looks like the intel he gave Bureau 13 paid off. The system displays an A-rank mission. Seeds of Catastrophe. Current progress. 1.6%. Han Xiao makes a decision. The intel he provided probably counts as indirect sabotage. It would be way better if he could get in on the action directly against the Sprout Organization. After a long and complicated day, the next morning, he opens up the shop as usual. Han Xiao stands in his workshop calculating. The Sprout Organization will definitely tighten security. He'll have to craft some new gear. After some work, the system announces, fusion successful. Congratulations on researching high-caliber incendiary rounds. A smile spreads across his face. Perfect. This new toy should be more than enough for now. He then looks down at the beginner weapon in his hands, worried it's already useless. Just then, the same black car from last night pulls up, honking to get his attention. Han Xiao recognizes the Bureau 13 vehicle instantly and walks over. What are you doing here? The agent gets straight to the point. The intel on the base has been confirmed. We believe in your sincerity to cooperate. The higher-ups have decided to accept him as a member of Bureau 13. For Han Xiao, it's like hitting the jackpot twice. He smirks, satisfied. It's exactly what he wanted. The agent continues. The organization has decided to let you join a covert operations unit. He's being assigned to an action squad. After the deal is done, they shake hands. A system notification pops up. You have activated a new faction's reputation. Stellaron Defense Strategic Bureau favorability increased by 300 points. He's shaking hands with an agent, but his mind is already somewhere else entirely. So what does this mean for you and I watching? It means he can now openly and legally destroy the Sprout Organization from the inside. With his mission complete, the agent prepares to leave. If there are no other issues, please come with me to the Bureau to report in. But inside the workshop, it turns out Han Xiao wasn't the only one left rattled by yesterday. Lu Qian was a nervous wreck, too. I'm just admiring his talent, okay? It's not a crush. Seriously, Grandpa, what if he actually confessed to me right now? Right as her brain is short-circuiting, Han Xiao walks up. Boss, I need to talk to you. And trust me, you are not ready for what she blurts out. Ah, you're a good person. Her bizarre reaction leaves him wondering, what is going on in this girl's head? After a moment, he stammers out his announcement. So your employee me is kinda too awesome, and the country wants me for government work. I can't really say no. He reassures her he'll come back to help at the shop so business doesn't suffer. But after hearing all that, Lu Qian doesn't look surprised at all. She just kindly tells him to be safe. Her calm expression completely throws him off. Seeing him just standing there frozen, Lu Qian teases him. Hey, you're the one who promised you'd still help. If you don't keep your word, I'm docking your pay. Just like that, the awkward vibe from yesterday is completely gone. Han Xiao can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Whew, looks like the misunderstanding is all cleared up. He just replies, yeah, I know. Meanwhile, over at the logistics department, everyone is busy at work. Ya Lin walks in, scanning the room for someone before speaking up. Excuse me, which one of you is Luo Xuan? A few employees turn to look at the unfamiliar woman. Hearing his name, a guy with the classic bookworm look stands up and answers, I'm Luo Xuan. And you are? She casually introduces herself as Li Ya Lin, then asks, I hear you're the ace of the logistics department. He just laughs humbly. Haha, no, not at all. She suddenly brings up a weapon. You're the one who invented the mechanical power arm, right? Hearing this, Luo Xuan asks a question, his tone dripping with disdain for someone else. Is there a problem with it? Heh, I knew it. That piece of junk, but pay attention here, because before he can finish, Ya Lin cuts him off. No, I think it's incredible. I want a custom order one. Her sudden praise makes him flush with embarrassment. Trying to save face, he coughs twice. Ahem, I wasn't the one who invented that. Instantly, her friendly demeanor vanishes. She turns to leave. Then you should have said so. You've wasted my time. His coworker barely holds back a laugh as Luo Xuan stands there, looking absolutely furious. He glares after Ya Lin, already plotting his revenge. What are you laughing at? 80% of new recruits get assigned to logistics. Just wait, I'll deal with him then. Over at the 13th Bureau's Secret Ops Division, a silent figure approaches. The Star Dragon Special Ops team is already waiting. Ya Lin speaks first. You're the logistics member the director approved to join our squad? Standing before them, he calmly introduces himself. I'm Han Xiao, a mechanic. Taking his lead, the others introduce themselves too. Hey, I'm Lin Yao, the team's hacker. The next guy just nods as a greeting. Rambus, sniper. When it's her turn, Ya Lin questions Han Xiao. What's with the mask? Hiding something? You don't trust us? He immediately explains. My identity is classified. She suddenly gets pensive, repeating his words under her breath. Mechanic. Classified identity. Then, Ya Lin hits him with a bombshell question. You're the one who made the lightweight power arm. Even with the mask, the shock in Han Xiao's eyes is unmistakable. How did you know? She lets out a sigh of relief, realizing she's found her guy. Ha, it really is you. She walks over, puts a hand on his shoulder with a confident smile. You helped me build that mechanical arm, and I'll protect you. Even with such a great offer, he stays cool. I'll have to charge a fee. Ya Lin pouts, calling him petty. Han Xiao just sighs and changes the subject. I still don't know your name. She strikes a fighting pose with a proud grin. Li Ya Lin, close combat specialist. He looks at the group and asks, so is it just the four of us on this team? He quickly gets his answer. No, we have a captain too. He's an all-rounder, but he's recovering from an injury. Han Xiao hesitates, thinking even the captain got hurt. So you and I are thinking this job is crazy dangerous, right? Wrong. The team captain is in the hospital because of food poisoning. That one statement leaves the whole squad speechless. Suddenly, the computer on the table beeps. It catches Han Xiao's attention and he looks over. Curious. Lin Yao checks the terminal and grins. Yo, the new guy just joined and we've already got a mission. Capture Black Spider in West Capital. Ya Lin chimes in with some info. Black Spider is supposedly a notorious bounty hunter. The last attempt to catch him failed, and he blew up 2 city blocks. I can't believe he's still in West Capital. Meanwhile, on his end, Han Xiao gets a new system quest. You have triggered a Grade E mission. Black Spider. Objective. Kill Black Spider. Reward. 5,000 experience points. Special reward. 40,000 experience points or 1 spirit stabilizer. He checks it out and scoffs internally. The EXP reward is kinda low. But hey, better than nothing. Rambus walks over. When do we move out? Ya Lin calmly suggests. No rush. Intel has his location pinned. A night operation is better. Later that night, on a deserted street, Lin Yao briefs Han Xiao in the van. Since this is your first mission, just stick to logistics for now. You're our eyes and ears, we're counting on you for intel gathering and processing. He gives his teammates a confident thumbs up. Right, leave it to me. But inside, he's a little disappointed. This is too easy, I want to fight mobs. A little later, on a painfully ordinary high-rise building, 3 members of the Star Dragon Special Ops team are lying in wait. Ya Lin relays the intel she was given. That small building up ahead is Black Spider's hideout. Looking at the opposite building, she guesses he's on the 3rd floor. The target is probably on high alert, so stay quiet. But right then, Han Xiao says something that shatters the silence. Forget being careful. Black Spider has already spotted us. She asks over the comms, bewildered. How do you know? While they're still doubting his words, a figure appears on the roof of the target building a sniper, silently waiting for his prey from above. Instantly, the sniper opens fire on Lin Ya's position, but she's fast enough to dodge. Now they believe him. They've really been spotted. Seconds later, dozens of masked thugs with modern rifles rush out to back up Black Spider. Lin Yao realizes the intel was dead wrong, a mix of dread and confusion on his face. How does he have this much backup? And that's where we leave them, folks, a bright moon shining down on the start of an absolute war zone. All right, let's jump right in. A man on a rooftop aims his gun at the Tin Long Special Ops team. Hey, dogs from Bureau 13? He scoffs. If you're going to bare your fangs at me, then I'll just have to cut them all off. And we finally meet Black Spider. A massive spider tattoo covers his rugged face as he flashes a sinister grin. With a wave of his hand, he orders his men forward. Get up there and kill them all. But our 3 heroes are ready for a fight, and Yan Lam looks completely unimpressed. Shameless. As she speaks, Rambus opens fire on a masked goon. Na Lam slowly draws her blade, telling her team, "You guys handle the small fry." She looks up, claiming the toughest target on the roof. "That one's mine." In a flash, she uses the walls to launch herself like an arrow straight at Black Spider. Diving down from above, blade first, Na Lam screams, "Die!" He just grins, ready to meet her attack head-on. But just as she lands, Black Spider anticipates it, flipping through the air to easily dodge her opening strike. Now, they're face-to-face. He seems incredibly confident. "I'll give you props for your courage, so I'll grant you a swift death." Na Lam just finds it bizarre, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "I really have no idea where you get this confidence." But before she can finish, he's already firing his gun right at her, a triumphant smirk on his face. "Goodbye, little girl." But she's no amateur, effortlessly dodging the hail of bullets flying her way. With another leap and a graceful flip, she evades every single shot. In just a few seconds, Na Lam has closed the distance between them, and it's only now that he realizes his opponent is no rookie. So fast, a close combat fighter got in range. This is going to be tricky. Seeing an opening, she lunges forward with what looks like a sloppy attack, forcing him to awkwardly block with his gun. Na Lam backs off, already realizing this guy sucks at close quarters combat. Knowing his weakness gives her all the confidence she needs. This is my chance. Instantly, she's on him, her blade aimed right at his neck with a victorious look in her eyes. "Goodbye, old man." Na Lam presses a small switch on her blade's hilt. The blade instantly extends, slicing deep into Black Spider's neck as she shouts, "Blade shift." He clutches his throat in pain, stunned by the strange weapon. "I can't believe this blade," extends. Even now, he's still running his mouth. Hey, not bad. You think that's enough to kill me? You can't kill me." Blood pours from the wound as his body starts to tremble. Black Spider keeps repeating those words, "You can't kill me." But a second later, he drops dead. Seeing the body, Nya Lam quickly reports in over her comms. "It's done. This new sword is pretty good." But Han Xiao's voice cuts in, grim. "Don't let your guard down. Black Spider is still alive." Staring at his lifeless white eyes, she immediately fires back. "Brother, he's completely dead. What are you talking about?" He just smirks, knowing it's hard to explain. "He's an ability user," he says, "and his power is a nightmare to deal with. Now pay attention, because here's the reveal. Go unmask the first body on the left. You'll see." By now, Na Lam has regrouped with her teammates. They all glance at the body he mentioned, but she puts on her experienced senior act, totally ignoring Han Xiao's warning. "Look, newbie," she says, "I get that you're eager to prove yourself, still acting like she's in charge. All right, that's enough." Being the careful type, Rambus decides to follow the order. "I'll go check it out." He reaches for the corpse's head, thinking it's nothing. But when he actually lifts the mask, he gasps in shock. This isn't a person." As if he knew this would happen, Han Tiu gives the calm command, "Destroy its brain." Without hesitating, Rambus opens fire. Then comes the next order, "Unmask all of them. Shoot every single one." Lin Yao looks like she's just seen a ghost, her pupils shrinking in absolute horror. Because as they follow his orders, they realize every single corpse they just shot is completely faceless. And yeah, let that sink in for a second, as a drone feed appears outside Han Tiu's vehicle. Inside, he's calmly watching on a monitor, issuing commands. "Corpse at your 3 o'clock. Destroy its head." The second he finishes, a loud shot rings out, The commands from Han Xiao keep coming, rapid fire, using the clock face as a guide. The one on your right, 4 o'clock. Gunshots follow each bitter command. 5 o'clock. The one in front, good, now behind. 6 o'clock. Lin Yao is getting exhausted. The moment she pauses, the comms crackle again. To your right. Luckily, her reflexes are sharp, and she successfully blows away the black spider clone's head. The whole Tin-Long squad silently stares at the body on the ground. Rambus, thinking it's finally over, asks, "There's one left. How should we handle it?" The voice on the radio immediately replies, "Don't kill him." But this black spider is annoyingly persistent. He staggers back to his feet like nothing happened and starts chuckling. Han Xiao's cold voice cuts in, "Break his limbs." The guy is still defiant. "You can't kill me. Stop wasting your energy." The words are barely out of his mouth before Rambus has him pinned to the ground. He sputters in disbelief. You. You know my ability." Over the comms, Han Xiao calmly begins his explanation. Parasitic doppelganger. Every so often, it can split off a faceless clone. The drone continues to broadcast his steady voice. Within a certain range, the clones will obey its commands. The main body can continuously revive inside the nearest clone. There are 10 bodies here, but you have other clones hidden all over the world. Those other clones are your ace in the hole. Realizing he's been completely exposed, the villain seethes. "Impossible. Who the hell are you?" Just then, a system notification pops up. "Mission, rank E, Black Spider, complete. You've received 5,000 experience points. Hidden objective, capture Black Spider, complete. Please select your special reward, 40,000 points or a mind stabilizer." Looking at the loot on screen, he can only let out a bored sigh. As expected, the experience for a support role is low, and a mind stabilizer? It's pretty useless against most mental attacks. Guess there's no other choice. He confirms his choice of 40,000 experience points, tapping the screen. The next morning at Han Xiao's home, Lu Qian greets him with some good news. "That extra workshop you wanted built? It's almost finished. You should be able to use it soon." He replies politely, "Thank you for your hard work." He's in such a good mood, he starts daydreaming. Heh, I've been getting a ton of orders for my folding combat blades from the special ops agents. At this rate, I'm gonna be rich in no time. Ha ha ha. Let's dive into some next-level corporate backstabbing, Manhwa style. Inside Division 13's logistics office, an old suit slams his fist on the table. They've gone rogue. Old man Xiao, sitting nearby, has a plan. Does he really think we can't get it without him? Go buy one of the knives from an agent. We'll reverse engineer the blueprint from it. Over at the busy Secret Service department, Lam Mao has her mission. "Upper management sent me to buy a folding combat knife," she announces. "Who's selling?" "Name your price, we can negotiate." But Yalin knows exactly what this is about, and she is furious. "Ha, don't even think about it. We know you want to steal the design, so stop bullying people." The agents turn to leave, with Lam Mao desperately begging them to stay. But one of them adds a parting shot. "If you can't create, you just steal others' work." So pathetic. "We're not selling." Her two teammates chime in, "Yeah, we're not selling." But Cluster sees things differently. Blinded by greed, he's not afraid of Han Xiao. Scared of one mechanic? Money's right here. Only a fool would say no. Lam Mao's face lights up. Yes, name your price." But a bystander offers a friendly warning. Han Xiao can design new weapons. Pissing him off isn't worth it. But Cluster doesn't care. 30,000, take it or leave it. To an outsider, that's 30 times the original price. But for Division 13, it's nothing. They shake on it. Deal done. Later, in a dim office, old Xiao hands the knife to Luo Xuan for inspection. "Are you confident you can get the blueprint from this?" He inspects the weapon for a moment. "The technique is crude, no security measures. Easy, leave it to me." The old man looks relieved and starts making promises. "Just get it done," he says. "No more suffering in logistics. Once you succeed, I'll move you to the research and development department." Luo Xuan just smirks, satisfied. And pay attention, because the very next morning, everything comes crashing down on our main character. What? All the agents canceled their orders? On the other end of the comms, Ya Lin confirms. That's right, the R&D department reverse-engineered the blueprint. They're mass-producing it now. He turns to his half-finished weapons, absolutely frustrated. Han Xiao's just been hit with a massive wave of cancellations. They really don't take me seriously at all, do they? And that's when he stares at the folding knives and gets an idea. Then don't blame me for being ruthless. A short while later, at the Underground Arms Company in District 9, inside the office, a deal is being discussed. Not bad. Can you provide a long-term supply? Han Xiao hesitates for a second, then makes his move. Interested in buying the blueprint? 100 knives for 5,000 each. The blueprint is 1 million. Hey, Lin doesn't answer. He just quietly sizes up the young man before him. Finally, he probes. Is the price negotiable? Han Xiao's reply is firm, non-negotiable. Seeing his resolve, the man accepts without another word. Deal. Back at the Division 13 office, a familiar voice rings out. The report from R&D was approved yesterday. The folding combat knife is now officially your invention. Feng Han bows respectfully to his superior. Thank you for your trust. But Longwei gives him a little warning. Don't celebrate too soon. And I know what you're thinking. Is our hero totally screwed? Well, Feng Han certainly thinks so. Worried about Han Xiao? We stole from him, so what? What can he do? Oh, you really think so? This reaction makes Feng Han hesitate for a second. Yes. The old man continues. Well then, that's good. But then he drops an ice-cold bomb right on his head. You've been implicated in arms dealing using your position of power. I'm truly disappointed in you. The next morning, back at the Division 13 office, life goes on as usual. Except now, Feng Han is the subject of some brutal office gossip. Hey, did you hear? The head of the R&D department was suspended for investigation. They say it's related to arms dealing. His buddy is completely floored by the news. Arms dealing. Han Xiao must have struck back. This proves the higher-ups are backing him. His friend sees something and quickly shuts him up. Shh, he's right there. Han Xiao is walking calmly alongside Gu Hui, who's treating him like an honored guest. Right this way, please. The two gossipers can only watch in awe. Oh my god, even the executive officer is being polite to him. Who the hell is this guy? Han Xiao is brought to an unfamiliar room. He looks up, his eyes wide with surprise, finally understanding. So, it was him who wanted to see me. His host is none other than Elder Gao, who's been waiting for him all afternoon. Surprise! Han Xiao, however, keeps his cool and thinks of a strategy. This old fox. He thinks I don't know who he is? Heh, time to show off my acting skills. He pulls down his mask, putting on a confused face. Who are you? Elder Gao is a crafty one. He doesn't reveal his identity directly. No need to be tense. You just need to know I can influence Division 13's decisions. He slowly puts out his cigarette, ready to get down to business. Tell me, how do you want to resolve this matter? Han Xiao doesn't waste time and gets straight to the point. I just want compensation. Elder Gao finds this almost laughable. You made money selling the blueprint, and I've already suspended the person responsible. Is that compensation not enough for you? Han Xiao loses his cool, slamming his hands on the table. If you hadn't stolen my blueprint, I would have earned that money anyway. It was rightfully mine. You call this compensation? Gu Hui, standing nearby, is completely frozen. He presses on, completely fired up. If you had tried to buy it from me, I might have sold it to the division. But did you even try to negotiate? Elder Gao is getting lectured by a kid and he's fuming. Gu Hui has to step in to mediate. All right, state your conditions. Han Xiao continues. I hope something like this never happens again. Elder Gao nods in agreement. That's reasonable, but it's not over yet. Han Xiao leans on his chin, thinking, then speaks. Han Xiao, like a lone dancer among wolves, confidently makes a high-level demand. I want to see the advanced knowledge for the mechanic class. Elder Gao goes completely silent. The tension in the room is insane. And as Han Xiao waits for the answer, well, you and I both know this is his one big shot. All right, listen up. The Six Nations advanced knowledge is top-tier secret stuff. You and I are about to see what happens when someone tries to access it. This is a Star Dragon state secret, for level 5 agents only. Han Xiao's hands clench. He's already planning his exit if this goes wrong. Everything hinges on this moment. Fail now, and it's a long grind to raise his clearance. The old man stares him down and finally agrees. All right, I agree. The words hit Han Xiao like a ton of bricks. But Feng Han, he flips out. Hold on! Level 5 clearance only! This breaks all the rules! But the old man saw this coming. He just wants to look, right? Fine. Give him 1 hour. Han Xiao finally got his wish. Decision made. Moments later, they head to Division 13's underground vault, a place packed with high-tech gear. The old man gazes at the massive server, his face filled with pure pride. This is the mainframe. I've had them unlock read-only access. Gu Hui, acting all superior, chimes in. We'll be monitoring the system. Don't try anything funny. Access shuts down in 1 hour. But this was all part of his plan. Time wasn't an issue. He only needed a minute to learn it. He steps up to the server to begin. The other two Division 13 agents hang back, watching his every move. After a quick scan, the server screen fills with all the advanced knowledge. Han Xiao's heart pounds. Found it! The advanced knowledge for the armament branch. Star Dragon has one for mechanics, and that's all he needs. A system notification pops up. The system confirms the knowledge is a match. Use 2 potential points to learn? This is the moment, and he doesn't hesitate for a second. He hits confirm. The screen flashes. Learning in progress. Please do not interrupt. He waits in silence. Success! He's mastered advanced material synthesis. Mission complete. And then, the system offers him his new class path. Class change conditions met. Please choose one of 3 paths: Mecha, Mage, Mechanic, or Martial Mechanist. He confirms his path, and the system displays his new stats. Class change successful. New profession. Mechanic Apprentice. Level 1. Strength plus 30, Agility and Endurance plus 1, Intellect plus 3. 3 free attribute points, 1 potential point. An electric surge shoots down his arm. Han Xiao can't help but grin. He's practically buzzing with power. The system keeps rolling, displaying the new mechanic skills. His strength attribute changes, unlocking aptitude geometric thinking. He's also learned energy refining method and intermediate machine affinity. He also gets continuous fire and platinum alloy. But Gu Hui, watching from the side, is completely baffled. What's he smiling about? Meanwhile, Han Xiao is lost in his own little world. Success. The system displays his new info, signaling a long road ahead. Tier. Level 3 Esper. He's finally broken past the limits of a normal human, but he's a long way from true superhuman status. Back in his apartment, the midday sun streams through the window. Han Xiao feels the change, watching blue sparks dance across his fingers. He thinks, after this class up, the biggest change is the magnetic force from the mechanic spec. This energy is the foundation of any superhuman. Now that he can train it, his growth rate is about to skyrocket. The system updates again. Energy refining method trained once. 81% completion. Strength plus 3. Han Xiao sits down to meditate, thinking it over. Too bad training eats up experience and stamina. I still need to build machines. I can probably only train twice a day at most. Suddenly his phone buzzes. A notification. He opens it to a message from Yalin. The captain's out of the hospital. He's calling a meeting. Meanwhile, over at Star Dragon's Secret Affairs office, Clutter is leaning back, arms crossed. So Han Xiao said he's done selling me gear. He got shot down hard but plays it cool with a smirk. Hey, whatever. He's just one mechanic. I want gear, I can get it. Just flash some cash. But when the Star Dragon agent ignores him, his face sours. What? Am I wrong? Then, Han Xiao walks in, cold as ice. And just like that, the room changes. All eyes lock onto him as he strides straight into the office. Ya Lin's already waiting inside. He scans the room. The guy in the corner, Zhang Wei, glares at him. You're Han Xiao? He asks. Seeing the tension, Lin Yao jumps in to smooth things over. This is our captain. Normally, he has to approve any new members. He leans in close to Han Xiao's ear and whispers, but you were approved by the department while he was recovering. So he's a little, annoyed with you. But don't worry, he's strict but a good guy. Zhang Wei grabs a tangerine, coughs twice, and starts peeling it. Let me introduce myself. I'm the squad captain, Zhang Wei. Hearing the name, Han Xiao's expression is blank as he thinks to himself, what a generic name. Zhang Wei's eyes are filled with suspicion, and his tone is brutally direct. You make 5. Your official role is logistics. But let's be blunt, your file is blank. I don't trust your skills. He pops a slice of tangerine into his mouth. His brow furrows, looking incredibly tense. I don't care what official orders came down from on high. My opinion stands. If I think you're useless. He tosses the peel aside, his voice dripping with warning. I don't care who approved you. I'll kick you out. Before leaving, he gives Han Xiao one last scrutinizing glare. Corrupt nepotism. Letting just anyone in through the back door. The guy clearly hates his guts. Han Xiao is just speechless. I mean, you and I both know the hoops he just jumped through, right? Looks like they think I got in through connections. Suddenly, a notification pings. Lin Yao moves in to check. Huh? A new message. A few taps on the keyboard and he gets the alert. We've got a mission. The higher-ups say to move out. Now. Hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately turns to get the details. Lin Yao reads the mission briefing straight from the monitor. Ma Qingyang's squad was ambushed attacking a sprout base. We're ordered to provide immediate support. Without another moment's hesitation, the Special Forces team starts moving. We'll talk about the other stuff on the plane, he says, packing his gear. But Zhang Wei cuts in. Lin Yao, you stay behind and cover logistics. Han Xiao, you're the new guy. Stay here and learn from him. Both of them freeze at his words. Zhang Wei continues, his face serious. This is a rare opportunity. Make yourselves useful to us quickly. Han Xiao doesn't argue, simply stepping forward and agreeing. Lin Yao is stunned by this, and suddenly puts a hand on Ya Lin's shoulder, trying to stop her. Wait a minute. Han Xiao pulls out his new toy to show the team. A little friendship sponsorship from me. The girl's eyes light up like she struck gold. Is this your new invention? He nods generously. Yep. Use it sparingly. After a brief pause, the team rushes off. All right, let's go. Back at base, The system updates with a new task for Han Xiao. Reinforcement mission activated. Objective: rescue the classified squad being hunted down. Your responsibility is to assist your teammates in completing this mission. Requirement: successfully rescue Ma Qingyang's squad. Reward: 8,000 experience points. Special rewards: none. Lin Yao, probably worried about his feelings, tries to comfort him. Hey Xiao, the captain isn't targeting you. Don't take it personally. Sitting in his chair, Han Xiao just listens and replies, yeah, I know. Meanwhile, a convoy of military vehicles races across the scorching desert, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. They're driving bumper to bumper, trying not to lose each other. Qingyang's face is etched with worry as he stares out at the chaos. The convoy behind them just keeps growing, and losing his patience, he roars into the comms, "Where are our reinforcements?" And just like that, a helicopter appears in the sky. Zhang Wei's team rappels down below. They hit the ground safely, and he shouts to Qingyang, "Hang in there, old ma!" After removing his helmet, Zhang Wei reports in a grim voice, "We're here." The whole squad raises their weapons, ready to engage the approaching enemy convoy. Over the comms link, Zhang Wei reports their arrival. His voice echoes back in the command office where the others are listening. Rescue team is 30 kilometers out. Enemy pursuit consists of 15 armored vehicles and 1 Black Vulture helicopter. Watching the surveillance feed, Lin Yao lays out the strategy. Temporary rendezvous is a hill 3 kilometers from your position. Your mission is to ambush the pursuers and back up our allies. I've sent them the coordinates. Everyone get ready. Standing beside him, Han Xiao is quietly stunned by what he's seeing on screen. The prototype steel-clad warframe, one of the foundational power armors from Aquamarine version 1.0. He didn't expect to see something this decent still in use. On the other side, Zhang Wei is satisfied with the plan and quickly responds, "Roger that." He gives the order for the entire squad to prepare as the enemy armored cars barrel toward them. After taking careful aim, Zhang Wei raises his hand, giving the signal to open fire. In an instant, the entire area is engulfed in smoke, explosions, and the sound of gunfire. One of the vehicles, caught in the ambush, becomes an easy target for long-range fire. Zhang Wei takes cover behind a rock, sniper rifle steady in his hands. A series of direct hits rock the vehicle, causing it to swerve out of control. Rambus begins to lock on to his own target. A single gunshot rings out, and the vehicle's tire explodes. It veers wildly, crashing into another car and causing a massive double explosion. But they've only taken out a few. The rest are still hot on Qingyang's tail. He glances in his rearview mirror, sees the support, and quickly swerves behind a giant boulder. Seeing that help has finally arrived, Qingyang lets out a relieved smile. "You guys finally made it." He even gives them a helpful warning. "Old Zhang, there are too many of them. You need to run." Just then, a helicopter carrying Hila appears in the sky. Zhang Wei looks up, startled, a sense of dread washing over him as he screams, "Get down!" The words barely leave his mouth before an attack slams into their position, sending him sliding across the ground. Once he's sure it's safe, he sits up, quickly scanning the chaotic battlefield around him. The soldiers hit by the attack are just screaming, eyes wide with terror. It's pure agony. And this is where a bad situation gets a whole lot worse. It's a mental attack. They have an Esper on their hands. Up in the helicopter, Hila is unleashing her psychic power. Back at base, both Lin Yao and Han Xiao are in a state of shock. Han Xiao can't just sit back anymore. He yanks off Lin Yao's headset and gets on the mic, warning the team that she's a budding Germination executive officer. His voice echoes on the battlefield. "Get away from her, now!" Caught off guard, Zhang Wei yells back, "Han Xiao, what are you doing?" But his confusion turns to panic. Ya Lin hears the warning and nods. Understood. At the same time, Hila lands right near their position. She and Ya Lin come face to face. Hila's brow furrows as she sizes up her opponent, then launches a powerful kick that Ya Lin struggles to block. Not wanting to stay on the defensive, Ya Lin retaliates with a high kick of her own. But Hila dodges it easily, making Ya Lin wonder, a pugilist? The two of them are locked in combat. Hila remains completely focused on the fight, and the second she sees an opening, she sends a punch straight to Ya Lin's face, making her spit up a mouthful of blood. Blood splatters on the ground. Wiping her mouth, Ya Lin knows the power gap is too big. She can't get close, can't gain an advantage. At this rate, she's going to lose. Ya Lin desperately tries to fight back, putting all her strength into a punch, but Hila counters instantly. The difference in power is just too much, and Ya Lin is quickly overwhelmed, her face bruised as she signals for help. "Han Xiao, you better have a plan." Back at the command center, everyone is staring intently at the signals on the monitor. Han Xiao quickly thinks up a strategy. Find a chance to use the power arm. The enemy will have a split-second opening. Rambus, get ready to flank. After receiving her orders, Yalin immediately activates the power arm, raising it high into the air. Alright, let's jump right into the action, where arcs of blue energy coil, ready to unleash a massive blast. Meanwhile, Rambus and his squad have found the perfect vantage point. He quickly shoulders his sniper rifle, preparing to fire. Hila, still gloating over her victory, has no idea she's walked right into his crosshairs. Suddenly, her jaw drops at the sight before her. Yalam has appeared out of nowhere, her power arm charged and ready to strike. Caught completely by surprise, Hila takes the full force of the punch. Furious, she glares at the girl, spotting the power arm. "What's your connection to number 0?" she snarls. But instead of an answer, Yalam just stares back blankly. Who's number 0? Taking advantage of the distraction, Rambus aims his rifle. Hila finally senses the danger, but it's too late. The bullet hits its mark, and the sheer force of the impact sends her flying backwards, carving a trench in the ground. Just as they're about to press their advantage, a surprising order comes in from Han Xiao. Zhang Wei, get Li Yalam and fall back. Don't get greedy. Zhang Wei doesn't question it. Roger that. He helps Yalam to her feet, saying, "Come on," before hoisting her onto his back to retreat. Their teammate in the truck screams, "Get in the truck now!" The squad behind them helps the two into the cargo bed, but Zhang Wei pauses, turning back to assess the situation. The pursuer's armor is slower than us. Their superhumans are dealing with their wounded, so they can't follow. He glances at the convoy ahead of them. All they have to do is get to the plane, and they're home free. Once everyone's safely in the truck, Zhang Wei takes off his helmet and breathes a sigh of relief. "We're good." But then, Han Xiao's voice crackles through the comms with a chilling warning that makes his blood run cold. "Careful, look up." On his end, Han Xiao urgently reports, "The enemy still has a helicopter." The truck floors it, but the enemy chopper is already on them, flying low and matching their speed. It unleashes a volley of missiles from above. The ground erupts in fire and smoke, and their truck nearly careens into a chasm. Zhang Wei immediately starts barking orders. "Rambus, shoot it down!" But the sniper reports back anxiously. "We're out of armor-piercing rounds. Standard bullets can't penetrate its armor." Zhang Wei is in despair. Is this really the end? Just as their truck is locked on, Han Xiao's voice cuts in. "And here's where it gets good. Did you forget the gift I gave you?" In this desperate moment, they scramble to find it. What does this thing even do, they wonder, holding up the high combustion round. Han Xiao encourages them, "Try it and see." With no other options, they load it. Rambus carefully calibrates his sights on the enemy helicopter. The second they fire, the enemy retaliates, aiming for their wheels. The tires pop instantly, shredding into pieces. Now both sides have their transport crippled, surrounded by smoke and fire. Zhang Wei scans the area and reports, the enemy helicopter's been scared off. Han Xiao coolly removes his earpiece and gives the order, "Our plane is arriving, retreat." On the other end, they're buzzing with questions. What kind of bullet was that? It burned right through the armor. Where'd you get something so good? After the mission, a system notification pops up. Rescue complete. You've received 8,000 experience points and a 100-point favorability increase with the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Bureau. From a distance, unnoticed by the team. Hila is observing the entire scene, reporting to her leader over the phone, "I've found a trace of number 0. After the battle, everyone returns to headquarters. Lin Yao can't stop praising Han Xiao's genius. "Brother Xiao, you're amazing," Han Xiao coolly replies. "You're only just realizing that today?" As they're talking, Zhang Wei's voice cuts in. Ahem. After witnessing Han Xiao's command skills firsthand, he feels a deep sense of remorse. "I apologize for doubting your abilities before. Without your new weapon and your leadership, we would have been wiped out for sure." Han Xiao just gives him a cold, silent stare. Then Zhang Wei extends a hand, declaring, "On behalf of the captain." Unlike before, his expression is now warm and welcoming. "Welcome to the squad." Han Xiao doesn't bother with pleasantries, replying coldly, "No need to apologize for something so small." But he shakes his hand anyway. "After all, I'm a generous person." Though the words sound normal, they're dripping with killing intent. Zhang Wei can't help but feel confused. Why does that sound like the exact opposite of what he means? Suddenly, a voice comes from the doorway. "Oh, everyone's here?" Zhang Wei sees who it is and teases, "Shouldn't you be with your own unit? What are you doing here?" Turns out, the man is Qing Yang. Flustered, he scratches his head and says, "I came to ask if you're selling those bullets you used earlier." Zhang Wei sees a golden opportunity and whispers to Han Xiao, "What do you think? Let's make a fortune off this guy." At that point, Han Xiao doesn't hold back, stating his price directly. "Of course, 50 apiece." After hearing the price, Qing Yang doesn't even hesitate and immediately places an order. "I'll take 200 rounds. 20 for small caliber pistols, 150 for submachine guns, and 30 for sniper rifles." Han Xiao confirms he has enough stock to fill the order. You can pick them up in a day. After the deal is done, Yalam playfully slaps him on the back. From now on, I'll be your business agent, so you have to give me a discount. He sighs, defeated. A 20% discount, not a penny more. After taking stock of everything, Han Xiao starts thinking about the value of his new invention. These bullets can make a ton of money, and crafting them also grants experience. Not bad. For now, he won't have to worry about cash. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the headquarters, Luo Xuan is hunched over his desk. In his hand is a bullet identical to Han Xiao's, which he examines with a smug look. The minister forbids anyone from researching the high combustion rounds. He scoffs. He's just scared of Han Xiao. Now, pay attention, because here comes our resident snake, gloating about how he's going to steal the design for himself. Once he reverse engineers it in the secret military workshop far from West Capital, Han Xiao will have no choice but to admit defeat. He begins to separate the bullet's tip from its casing to analyze it. Successfully disassembled the warhead. Next, to study its components. He places the warhead onto a cutting machine to begin the analysis. Luo Xuan is still giddy with excitement. If this works, the higher-ups will have to see him in a new light. Suddenly, he senses something is terribly wrong. He freezes, but he's too slow to react. The room he's in is instantly engulfed in a massive explosion. And that, my friends, is what we call instant, glorious karma. People outside hear the massive blast and start shouting, "Fire! There's a fire in the workshop!" After receiving the report, Feng Han and Gu Hui immediately rush to the scene. Stick with me here, because this whole mess starts with a literal bang. "What the hell are you doing?" Feng Han roars, as a pair of charred hands burst from the smoking ground. It's La Xuan. Once a pretty boy, the blast left him covered in soot, his hair completely burned away. La Xuan just sobs in terror, crying out, "Director!" As the smoke clears, the ground is littered with high incendiary shell casings. Gu Hui is furious. Your man dared to analyze high combustion rounds? While soldiers rush to douse the flames, Gu Hui just stands there coldly, demanding, "Explain." Feng Han, finally getting it, just stammers resentfully. "I didn't know he did it himself." La Xuan, looking pathetic with his grimy face and bald head, stares at them, but Gu Hui's voice is stern. "Have anything to say?" Then, his voice drops, cold as ice. "I believe you're with the logistics department. Go back." The room goes quiet, the only sound a shell casing hitting the floor. Moments later, in another room, a shocked voice yells out, "What?" Gi Tier, having just heard the news, rushes over in a panic. "They won't sell us the high combustion ammo." In the room, Ya Lin remembers Han Xiao's warning. Han Xiao made it clear, you're on his blacklist. No deals with you, period. And he's not accepting any apologies either. Realizing he can't deal with Han Xiao, the guy starts bugging the other buyers. Cluster tries bribing Silver Hair. "Buddy, sell me the ammo you just bought." 200 a round. Silver Hair nervously dodges his hand and shuts him down. "No way, not selling." He sighs, explaining, "Dude, just give it up. Selling to you means pissing off Han Xiao. Not worth it. Besides, who knows if Han Xiao has even better stuff." Called out like that, Getair is too embarrassed to say a word. A bit later, at the logistics department, everyone's gossiping. Turns out La Xuan is being transferred, packing his things to leave. He walks away, lost in thought. Han Xiao, after some thought, sighs with deep regret. "Man, I'm still too young." Night falls over the Germinal base. In a room, Golden Hair stands respectfully, awaiting orders. Across from him, Grey Wolf explains that the Star Dragon Special Agent gear is almost identical to Zero's power arm. Before this, their secret base was also wiped out by Star Dragon. The only person who could have leaked that is Zero, but he shouldn't have access to top-secret intel like this. The kid's earlier threat echoes in his mind. "I will destroy you." Just thinking about it makes him tremble with rage. Who is this guy? Then he starts barking orders. "Send my command. Recruit some outsiders. Have them investigate Zero's location in Star Dragon. If they find a clue, have Nosa deal with him." Now watch this, because the hunt is officially on. That night, Star Dragon drives Han Xiao back to his shop, where Feng Jun gives a friendly warning. Germinal spies in West Capital are on the move. They're looking for you, and it seems they know you're working for us. Han Xiao isn't surprised at all, simply replying, "I figured." To protect a talent like Han Xiao, every precaution has been taken. The man reassures him, "Don't worry, we've deployed a large number of personnel nearby. 24/7 surveillance." After getting in the car, Han Xiao adds a request. "Help me get 2 Berserk Eagle pistols from the Bureau's stock." The agent quickly agrees. "Got it." Watching the car drive off, Han Xiao sinks into his thoughts. What's coming is finally coming, and I'm ready. The afternoon sun beats down on the quiet residential area. Inside one house, Han Xiao is completely focused on his work at his desk. The machinery moves non-stop, following his every command. A moment later, a notification pops up on the system. You have successfully researched platinum alloy. Han Xiao looks at the product in his hand, extremely satisfied. Not bad quality. Looks like the money spent on raw ore materials wasn't a waste. With that thought, he reaches out and casually switches off the fabrication device. His eyes never leave the weapon in his hand. Suddenly, the system updates. Platinum folding combat blade. Green quality. Effect. Shock resistance from a small amount of platinum alloy. Increased durability. Note: this blade can double as a shield. Just then, his phone buzzes with a new notification. It's a message from the squad. The Berserk Eagle guns you wanted are here. Left them in your team's locker. In the training room, the moment Han Xiao brings out his new gear, a teammate gets hyped. You and I know this means it's test drive time. Is that your upgraded combat blade? Let me try it. Yalin grips the platinum combat blade tightly, and with one clean swing, she easily slices the metal pipe in front of her in two. Seeing the incredible results, she tilts her head and praises Han Xiao. Nice. Cuts like butter. Way better than before. Right now, though, he could care less about her praise. He's busy checking the power of his newly crafted guns. Not bad. The Berserk Eagles pack a serious punch. She suddenly gets close, seeming reluctant to give the blade back to its owner. I don't want to give it back. Make one for me next time, okay? He can only helplessly agree. All right, next time, for sure. After returning to his room, Han Xiao sits on his bed, thinking these new weapons should be enough to handle Germinal's assassins. While he's lost in thought, the system updates his current progress. After training, 90% perfection, plus 4 strength. Han Xiao's eyes fly open, unable to hide his complete shock. He can feel a clear change in his own inner strength the moment the system announces the level up. The info panel switches. Line by line, his new stats appear. Mechanic Apprentice level 4, total level 24, combat power 160. Han Xiao analyzes the surge of new energy he just received and calculates. At this rate, by the time the open beta starts, I'll be several times stronger than the first wave of players. The system suddenly changes again. It urgently reminds its owner to start the beta test. Acquiring data. Data acquisition complete. Beta test duration, 12 days. Han Xiao stares at the new objective, confused. A beta test? He tries to analyze the situation. It seems this beta test is aimed at a small number of players, and it's happening a week before the public open beta. One day in reality is 6 days in the game. By the game's clock, this should be over 40 days before the public beta. His hand unconsciously touches the virtual screen counting down, public beta in 134 days. As if sensing something is very wrong, Han Xiao gets so tense that sweat beads on his forehead. Could it be that before the players appeared, real-world time and game time were completely unrelated? Oh, that's it. And then, it all clicks. You and I just watched him figure out the game's biggest secret. For every real-world update that takes just 2 or 3 days, years pass inside the world of Galaxy. Thinking it over, it didn't seem like a big deal. Han Xiao calmed himself down. Yeah, this was good. It meant every time the game updated, he'd have way more time to grow than the players. The moon cast its light over the city. He walked to the window, looking up at the sky with a strange worry, thinking to himself, wait, should I be concerned about my lifespan? Suddenly, Han Xiao's attention was grabbed by a nearby screen. The system displayed new server alerts. NPC template function unlocked. Player forums unlocked. He stared at it, completely lost. An NPC function? With zero introduction? Honestly, you and I are probably just as confused as he is right now. Seeing a chance to gather intel, Han Xiao moved the cursor over to the forums. Maybe he could try to register an account. But as the system scanned for a neural link from a game pod and found nothing, the registration failed. He went back to analyzing the situation. Right. Only players physically in a game pod can post on the official forums. Looked like creating an account was a no-go for him. Han Xiao stretched, exhausted after a long session of exploring. He reminded himself that when the players appeared, he had to find a way to make contact. Before long, everything went quiet. The next day, in a high-end office building, a new player was intently getting ready for the game. He meticulously created his character, giving him the ID Frenzied Blade and choosing a standard starting build. Character creation complete. Species, carbon-based human. Based on your preferences, you have been assigned to the beginner planet Aquamarine. And just like that, the rookie named Frenzied Blade was ready for action. The system kept updating his profile as it randomly selected his spawn point. A giant beam of light suddenly descended upon the planet. The rookie's starting location was set. Starting point, Bighorn Residential Area. A lush, dense forest appeared at coordinates 24, 150, 2, 180, 2, 644. Frenzied Blade opened his eyes to a system message. Spawning. Please wait. In the middle of a strange forest, a virtual screen appeared as his body slowly formed. His new elf-like character took shape, with the name Frenzied Blade clearly floating over his head. But he wasn't alone, droves of other players were logging in too. Over at the Bighorn residential area on planet Aquamarine, groups of players were already scattered everywhere, chatting. Frenzied Blade quietly walked through the village, listening in on their conversations. I guess this is the starter village, what now? Suddenly, a man named Sandry appeared and cut them off. You outsiders. The old man leaned on his staff, looking over every single one of them, and gave a cold warning. If you want a full belly, let me find you some work. We don't welcome the idle here. Hearing those harsh words, Frenzied Blade discreetly observed him. A profile panel popped up in front of his eyes. The mysterious old man. At the same time, the system added a prompt. With your current level, this is all the information you can obtain. Village Chief of Bighorn Residential Area, Sandry. You can think of him as the starter village quest giver. Danger level, medium. The old man's voice echoed, guiding the newbies. The crops in this place need harvesting, and the tailor and weapon shops need skilled hands. A new shipment just arrived at the gate that needs unloading. Basically, if you're diligent, you won't starve. Frenzied Blade quickly left to explore the village. The resources you could get from the starter village were limited. His beta test time was precious. He had to get out quickly. After glancing around, an axe for sale caught his eye. He told himself he had to explore some places quickly to get an advantage. Frenzied Blade didn't hesitate for a second. He rushed to pay the shop owner, then headed back to the old man's place after the transaction was complete. After a bit of haggling, Sandry gave him a price for each item. The map costs 3,000 aquamarine coins. Confirm purchase. Frenzied Blade quickly received the item bag. After a moment of studying the different locations, he immediately absorbed the important information. This is a map of the aquamarine continent, and the nearest city is West Capital. He carefully scanned his surroundings as if searching for something, his eyes burning with ambition. All right, let's head to West Capital. At the West Capital border checkpoint, a long line of people were waiting for their turn. Han Xiao, who was nearby sipping a drink, had his attention drawn. He focused his gaze on Frenzied Blade, who was walking while checking the map in his hand. His stare was so intense it made the player himself start to feel uneasy. Ever since I entered the city, I feel like someone's watching me. A quick look around and he easily spotted Han Xiao on the opposite side. I think it's that guy over there. When he tried to open the system to check the guy's history, it only gave him one answer, the mysterious young man. And with your current level, you can only see the information below. Danger level, lethal. Frenzied Blade was floored, a deep sense of fear creeping into his heart. Lethal danger? Yeah. If I saw that pop up, I would be running for the hills. Aren't cities supposed to be safe? I gotta bail. I don't want to die. Just when he thought he'd escaped, he heard Han Xiao's voice call out, Hey, you! The guy's casual tone sent a shiver down Frenzied Blade's spine. Scanning someone right after you meet them isn't very polite, you know. He immediately fell into a defensive stance, still trying to defend himself. Is there a problem? Suddenly, Han Xiao's tone took on a murderous edge. Young man, I need help. Are you free? But inside his mind, he was racing. Is this a high-level NPC? Did an opportunity just fall into my lap? Did I just trigger a hidden quest? Am I the chosen one? This is awesome. Absolutely perfect. Han Xiao's voice then softened. I need a loaf of bread. Can you find one? He was expecting something epic, but the result was surprisingly simple. Frenzied Blade froze solid. Huh? A quest is here. He accepted it but couldn't help but scoff. A quest from a high-level NPC this easy? The reward is probably garbage too. The quest objective quickly updated. Requirement. Give Han Xiao 1 loaf of bread. Reward. 1 aquamarine coin. Something felt off. Frenzied Blade's heart skipped a beat. Hold on. He looked Han Xiao up and down, analyzing the situation from head to toe. If he's a high-level NPC, he definitely has high-level quests. This is probably a prerequisite mission, a test from him. If I satisfy him, I can trigger the follow-up quests. It has to be. Thinking about such a juicy opportunity, Frenzied Blade was so happy he could burst. I've been playing games for years. I'm way too familiar with this kind of setup. He respectfully offered up several loaves of bread, his sincerity shocking Han Xiao. This is all the bread I have on me. It's all yours. And then, a new notification appeared that left Frenzied Blade absolutely stunned. All right, you and I are about to witness the most ridiculous quests in gaming history. First up, kick 10 random strangers for 1 coin. You in? The quests were absolutely insane, but he did them anyway, even while getting screamed at for being a total psycho. Next mission? Yank down a patrolling cop's pants for another coin. He does it, but inside he's just screaming, what kind of messed up game is this? Even when forced to spin like a music box doll, he couldn't help but think this high-level NPC was a massive troll. But that all faded when he decided to blow Frenzied Sword's mind again, simply by opening his personal shop. And right on cue, Han Xiao opens for business, revealing a whole arsenal with a full price list. You can see the pure agony on Frenzied Sword's face. All of it, legendary gear. But the prices are insane. One bullet for 100 coins? He might as well go rob someone. Then he sees the updated list and freezes. Basic weaponology. That's specialized knowledge for the mechanic profession. His gut screams at him. He studies Han Xiao and it clicks. This guy has to be a hidden instructor. This is his big chance. Now pay attention, because this next decision is about to change his entire game. His hand clenches into a fist. The system prompt asks, "Switch to the mechanic class?" Without hesitation, he hits confirm, trying to convince himself it's the right move. If I don't take this chance, he thinks, I'll regret this for the rest of my life. And instantly, his entire body begins to feel strange. He gives Han Xiao a long, complicated look. The second Han Xiao turns to leave, Frenzied Sword panics and calls out, "Wait, where can I find you later?" he asks, rushing forward so he doesn't lose him. Han Xiao just coldly hands him a piece of paper. Frenzied Sword carefully opens it. Just a few words. Repair Shop 46, Na Street. He then watches Han Xiao's silhouette disappear into the distance. He silently clenches the small note in his hand as his own plans begin to form. If I keep this high-level NPC a secret, I can get way ahead of the other players in the beta. He glances at Han Xiao's back as he reaches the crosswalk. While crossing the street, Han Xiao thinks about the player he just met. Frenzied Sword. Interesting. With his perfect recall, he instantly remembers the guy's background. I remember him. He's a top-tier martial artist, one of the top 24 players in all of Waxia. He feels a little guilty for tricking the guy into switching classes. He's going to get absolutely crushed in the first few tournament seasons, but if he just sticks with it, in a few updates, he'll be thanking me. Han Xiao heads towards a construction site, where workers are ecstatic to get help from newbies. Great, are you guys really here to help? You bet, Gong Jiang confirms excitedly. Han Xiao, just passing by, is actually impressed by their attitude. Looks like a lot of players have already finished the starter village quests, but nearby, a bored level 2 player stands all alone. Seeing the two extremes, he gets an idea. You and I both know how it is most players don't care about sides, they just care about the rewards. Han Xiao knows the truth of this world. Give them a good enough prize, and they will work for you. Heh, his mind starts racing. Maybe he could use them against the Germinal Organization. No sooner said than done. He walks right onto the construction site. Han Xiao crosses his arms. Brave warriors, I need your help. A player named Lan Chao stops working. Huh? He looks like a high-level NPC. Gongjiang, standing nearby, asks nicely, "What's wrong? We're happy to help." Han Xiao pulls up the system's reward panel and thinks for a moment. The rewards I can offer are limited, he thinks to himself. I can't issue a quest that I can't afford. The screen then shows his main objective. Destroy the Germinal Organization. Mission creation failed. The problem? His current limit wasn't high enough to cover the absolute minimum reward for a quest that hard. Han Xiao's mood darkens. He can't even afford to fund his own objectives. He looks at the players in front of him and lets out a sigh. Looks like I'll have to find a way to raise my own limits before I can really put these players to work. Gongjiang gets tired of waiting. Hey man, spit it out already. We're busy. Han Xiao just keeps swiping on his screen, and suddenly, the three players get a quest notification. Gongjiang yells, "Whoa, a mission!" Moonlight leans over to look. What kind of quest is this? Find bread? The reward is 1 coin. The reward is insultingly cheap. They go back to what they were doing, muttering, "Some high-level NPC. That's so lame, hauling bricks pays better." Realizing his approach isn't working, Han Xiao quickly uses a game command to lower his reputation with a player called Sparkling Fried Rice. That player sees the bad review and freaks out. Are you serious? My reputation drops if I don't accept the quest? This NPC is so petty. After that little experiment, Han Xiao heads back to his repair shop. Lu Qian sees him with a new follower and teases him. Why is he following you every day? Is he in love with you or something? He seems so sincere. You should just go with him. Before she can finish, Han Xiao coldly orders Frenzied Sword to go act like a plant on the street for 10 minutes. He doesn't even argue, just obediently follows the command. Okay. After sending him away, Han Xiao quickly explains. See? I told you it's not what you think. Outside, Frenzied Sword waves his arms around while staring at his system screen. Man, the God Tribe Guild must be loaded. If only I could find 0. Han Xiao watches his every move, the kids on the player forums. Then, as if remembering something, Han Xiao's own face tenses up. Han Xiao quickly scrolls through the virtual screen, monitoring everything. In the world chat, tons of updates are flying by, but one thing stands out. A B-rank mission. He focuses on the updated content. His memory tries desperately to recall something important. The first B-rank quest wasn't supposed to appear until after the official release. So you and I both have to wonder, how did someone trigger it this early? Just then, a system notification pops up, shattering his doubt. The latest news, a B-rank mission to investigate Zero. Any valuable information will be rewarded. This is where Han Xiao gets seriously confused. Stick with me, because his very existence is screwing up the game's timeline. He clenches his fist, a reminder to stay sharp. Even though the current players are no threat to him, he can't let his guard down. As Han Xiao leaves, a curious Lu Qian asks, "Dinner's almost ready. Where are you going?" "To the workshop," he replies coldly. She just sighs at his dismissive attitude, grumbling to herself. Seriously, always in a rush, this guy. Being a workaholic is terrifying. Arriving at his desk, he dives right into his research, eyes glued to the bulletin board when a notification suddenly cuts through. The system announces he's activated an urgent assassination mission. An assassin is approaching the battlefield. Objective: survive. The reward is unknown. Han Xiao carefully considers the situation. This assassin somehow slipped past Division 13 surveillance. Luckily, the old man Lu isn't home, so he grabs his guns just in case. The tension is thick as he runs through his options. Looks like before dealing with the Germinal players, he has to handle this Germinal assassin first. Weighed down by his thoughts, Han Xiao strides down the street. Lu Qian is still at the restaurant, so he can't get her involved. He keeps his eyes focused ahead. After scouting for a bit, he decides this deserted harbor is the perfect spot for a fight. Suddenly, a shadow zips past. Just that tiny movement puts him on high alert. Then he sees a black bird diving right for him. What is this? He scans his surroundings. It's not just one bird, but a whole flock. And by the time he realizes the danger, he's already caught in their trap. The flock's wires wrap around his neck, and Han Xiao desperately tries to break free. And here's the reveal: the enemy's an Esper. He struggles, but it's no use. He's trapped. A giant cross materializes before him. Han Xiao's eyes widen in shock. Where are these blood-red waves coming from? He's bound tightly to the cross, planted right in the middle of a crimson sea. Realizing this isn't simple, Han Xiao uses his experience to analyze the situation. It's an illusion. The realism of this illusion means the opponent's power level is probably on par with Hila. He feels the ropes tightening, a knot of anxiety forming in his gut. The more he struggles, the tighter they get. This is bad. He feels helpless, knowing his resistance is futile. Damn it, is he really going to die here? Then, a flash of surprise crosses his eyes. The system chimes in, "You have entered an illusion. Your intelligence is being judged at 50 points. Judgment passed. You are immune to this illusion." The second Han Xiao realizes he can fight back, he shatters the illusion and returns to reality, but his relief is cut short by a gun pressed to his head. Nosa gives a gentle smile and softly says, "Goodbye now, Zero." His finger slowly squeezes the trigger. The moment the bullet fires, Han Xiao uses his sliding shot to dodge, quick as a flash. Facing such a tough target, Nosa grinds his teeth, clearly annoyed. How could he dodge a bullet at point-blank range? With his opponent distracted, Han Xiao whips out his two pistols. Without hesitation, he activates overload on both. He watches as his enemy throws up a shield to block the attack. Han Xiao carefully observes his opponent. It's a defensive force shield, just like Hila's. This guy is no joke. Meanwhile, Nosa isn't having a great time either, fending off the attack and feeling like he got played by his own organization. The intel said Zero was just some elite agent, so how is he this strong? He screams in shock. The intel is wrong. He decides to bolt, even with Han Xiao right on his tail. The plan is to retreat and regroup. He glances back in a panic, quickly using his powers to buy time. More black birds appear once again. Han Xiao is pulled into the illusion again in a flash. This time, though, he just smiles. The system updates his status. Illusion detected. Judgment in progress. Your intelligence is over 50. Judgment passed. You are immune to this illusion. He doesn't hesitate, shattering the blood-red illusion with a punch and charging out, guns in hand. He quickly swaps out his old magazine for a special one. High-heat incendiary rounds loaded and ready. Even while running, Nosa glances back, and that single moment of curiosity puts him right in the crosshairs. He roars in anger. Damn it, why? The bullet, like a mini-rocket, slams straight into Nosa. Han Xiao's voice carries a hint of regret. You really are strong. It's just a shame. He watches his opponent, once alive and kicking, now engulfed in brilliant flames. A smirk plays on his lips. The same trick never works twice. In a small alley, a secret meeting is taking place. Feng Jun gets out of his car and rushes over, apologizing. Are you all right? Sorry, I'm late. Han Xiao gestures to the bruise on his face with annoyance. Do I look all right to you? Feeling guilty, the agent can't even meet his gaze. My apologies, it was my failure. Han Xiao lets it go for now, his eyes turning to the raging fire in the distance. It's not your fault. This guy was a Germinal Organization executive officer, a top-tier assassin who had never failed a mission before. Hearing this vague description, only one name pops into Feng Jun's head: Nosa. Han Xiao answers calmly, his expression completely unreadable. Yep. He leaves the agent to process his complete and utter shock. Hold on. You can just see the gears grinding in this pro's head. He can't believe it. You got ambushed by Nosa, and you actually killed him? Am I that strong? While the agent panics, Han Xiao is totally calm. You just met me today or something? A comeback so smooth it left everyone stunned. Han Xiao leaves the stunned crew behind and gets in the car to rest. A notification panel immediately pops up. You have completed the assassination mission. You received a character summon card. Nosa. Ability. Illusion Esper. E rank. Target intelligence over 50 may grant immunity. Uses 0 out of 1. Now that's a reward worthy of all the effort he put in. I'll be taking this gift. Thanks, Germinal. After settling things, Feng Jun gets in the car to check with him. All right, let's head back to headquarters and file the report. A tired voice replies. Yeah. Suddenly, Han Xiao remembers something and quickly tells him, Nosa found my location, which means the Germinal Organization knows it too. While he's worrying, Feng Jun remains confident in his team's abilities. Not necessarily. The intelligence department's hackers have already locked down the network. They're running filtering and AI recognition programs. Any news mentioning you is completely locked down in West Capital. But you and I both know pretty words won't calm him down. Are you sure? He asks. Years of experience gave him some solid intel, but Nosa wasn't about to act alone. Trust me, he's already passed our boy's location to his spy in West Capital. Even with a network lockdown, they have their own ways of sending messages out. Han Xiao knew sitting in this car any longer would just slow him down. So he grabs the wheel, and as the situation shifts, he casually kicks the agent out. I'm going after him. This way Germinal won't know my exact position. Things were moving fast, so he could only leave a quick command without any explanation. Get the higher-ups to lock down the entire city. Now, the agent, totally confused, bangs on the glass and screams, Hey, don't do anything crazy. Nobody knows who the Germinal spy in West Capital is. Where are you even going? But Han Xiao couldn't care less, he just floors it. The car vanishes, leaving the intelligence agent sitting stunned on the ground. Heh, who's the spy? With his sharp eyes, Han Xiao's confidence was through the roof. Of course I know. The black car sped down the road, miraculously hitting zero traffic. But he wasn't just chilling in the car, he was already on the phone, ordering Ya Lin to meet him in Sector 8. I've sent you the coordinates. Take the fastest car. She was suddenly hit with a job from out of nowhere, completely lost. The slums? Why are we going there? With so much going on, her slow questions just ticked him off. He snapped back. Stop asking so many questions and get moving. The car tore down the street, leaving a trail of white smoke behind. In an abandoned church in Sector 8, the late afternoon sun cast a peaceful glow. Everyone was rushing, but Han Xiao was the last to arrive. Ya Lin, annoyed and impatient, stormed out to confront him. What was that all about? All that bluster, only to be completely ignored and ordered around like a subordinate. Follow me. The heavy iron church door creaked open. The locals all turned to the sound, their attention fixed on the young man walking in like a knight strolling through town. Now pay attention here. If I remember correctly, Germinal's contact in West Capital is here. His eyes quickly scanned the sanctuary, a hint of concern growing. Looks like he's not here. Han Xiao quickly grabbed a nearby guy named Roman to ask, Do you know where Lu Gaoen is? The answer was a bucket of ice water to the face. Him? Haven't seen him since noon. Han Xiao immediately pulled a pen from his pocket, quickly popping the cap off with his mouth. Working from memory, he sketched out a rough drawing. In just a few seconds, a portrait of Gaoen was ready for the man to see. Let me confirm. Does he look like this? Han Xiao emphasized, wanting to be sure. Look closely. A few details were off. Short hair, left the church. He handed the drawing to Ya Lin, who was running up behind him. Send this to the border patrol. See if he's left the city. I'll head to the nearest station myself. Maybe I can still catch him. Settled into her supercar, Ya Lin couldn't hide her total annoyance. Seriously, so secretive. The guys at the station say they haven't seen this person leave. Han Xiao quickly changed the subject to cut the tension. Hold on tight. I drive pretty fast. Not one to back down, she shot back arrogantly. You underestimate me. I'm a martial artist. No matter how fast you go, I'll be fine. He slammed his foot on the gas. In a flash, the golden car shot away from the church grounds. Han Xiao focused on driving while calculating his plan. Lu Gaoen left an hour ago. That means he got the intel not long ago. He'd probably choose the closest exit, which makes the northwest border station the most likely target. The grim situation made him shift gears and push the car even faster. The low-riding car shot forward like a hunting leopard. Suddenly, a slow-moving train appeared in their vision. Yalin's heart sank and she started to cry out. Hey, 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 stop the car! A train's coming! Channeling his inner Fast and Furious character, Han Xiao gunned it, steering the car past a death sentence in a split second. And I know what you're thinking, absolutely insane. The speedometer needle was trembling near 170. Yalin's heart was still pounding from the aftershock. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The engine's roar echoed from inside a tunnel. The car charged forward, fighting against the wind resistance. The farther they got from the city, the less traffic there was, so Han Xiao didn't hesitate to show off some slick drifting skills. Once they hit the suburbs, they finally caught up to two other cars ahead. Without waiting, Han Xiao expertly maneuvered past the two obstacles. The slower cars behind were forced to eat as dust. At the northwest border station in West Capital, the afternoon sun shone softly. A crowd was gathered, groaning and complaining. What's going on? Why can't we leave the city? Let us out. I have urgent business. Gao En, stuck at the gate, was more anxious than anyone. Why is the city locked down? Could Nosa have failed? A soldier on the watchtower scanned the crowd below. For a second, his eyes locked directly with Gao En's. That's him. The yellow car finally arrived at the crowded scene. Yalin's exhausted voice cut through the quiet air. Division 13, clear a path. The guard at the gate gave the order, then asked for ID. When he looked at her face to confirm, he noticed she looked like she'd seen a ghost. Ma'am, are you all right? Han Xiao glanced at her drained appearance, unable to resist a sarcastic jab. Aren't you a martial artist? How'd you get so carsick? Ya Lin was too miserable to even form a sentence. Get lost! Meanwhile, Gao En's situation was a bit more dire. Don't move. Come with us quietly. At the Star Dragon and Xixia border, inside the Germinal Organization's Dark Crow Valley base, a place armed to the teeth, ready for war, Aruba was checking the info board. Sir, the mission has been updated. A detailed map appeared on screen. The target, 0. Location, Star Dragon's West Capital. Jupiter was thrilled with this new development. The scope has narrowed. Once the beta test goes public, the guild members in West Capital will definitely find 0. Alex, quiet until now, also spoke up about the sudden event. The reward for this B-rank mission will absolutely put our pioneering progress leagues ahead of the other guilds. Kulang sat in his room, anxiously waiting for news. His subordinate delivered a new report. He stared intently at the suspect involved in the incident. It was 0, again. A simmering rage built behind his hidden face. 0? You think just because you found a backer, I can't do anything to you? He slammed his hand on the table and shot up. His authority was being threatened, and he was on edge. Find 0's exact location. I don't care if he's hiding in Division 13's headquarters. You will find him for me. All right, let's dive right in. 200 Night Owl soldiers are on standby. The moment you have his exact location, kill him. Short-range missiles are authorized. Spare no expense. Inside the Star Dragon Defense Satellite Command Center, the air is way clearer than at the other bases. Han Xiao, checking the mission progress, thinks to himself the beta test is over. A notification pops up. Beta test concluded. Public release countdown. 122 days. It takes him back to his old days of grinding through games. Just as he thought. The real-world time during the version update isn't the same as in-game. Gu Hui, annoyed at him, zoning out, snaps. Hey, where's your head at? Dropping the whole "I'll tell you when the time is right" act, he asks Han Xiao a simple question. How much intel on the Germinal Organization are you still hiding from us? The mask hides his true expression. Hey. A mysterious smile spreads across his face, deciding there's no point in hiding it anymore. Han Xiao speaks slowly. My position has been compromised. He quietly rubs his hands together, a subtle sign of his unease. While Germinal doesn't know my exact address, they know I'm in the Western capital. His eyes lock onto the group, his voice as solid as steel. They will definitely send people to kill me. Gu Hui presses him for his next move. So, what's your plan? Han Xiao pulls down his mask and chuckles, acting like it's no big deal. No more hiding. I'll face Germinal head on. Seeing his casual attitude, Gu Hui gets even more worried, like a father hearing his son's crazy startup pitch. No way. That's far too dangerous. He grabs a remote, turning on the holographic display. A red dot appears on the 2D map as Han Xiao's calm voice explains. Near the Haixia border, the Dark Crow Valley base, it's different from the other 3. Now pay attention, because this is where his plan gets absolutely insane. This is a major base, and I want to personally take part in the raid. Gu Hui whips around, his worry turning to pure panic. What did you just say? Isn't that just giving the Germinal Organization a golden opportunity to take you out? Han Xiao calmly places the remote down. Heh. Han Xiao's insane confidence only infuriates the man more. I can make something, he says, something that can change my appearance. Hearing that, Gu Hui grits his teeth, his eyes wide with disbelief. The decision was pretty much made. Gu Hui ends the meeting with one final condition: build it first, then we'll talk. Under a clear blue sky, at a hidden repair shop, Han Xiao reviews the enemy's territory in his head. Star Dragon's top brass will almost certainly attack the Dark Crow Valley base. This base is extremely close to the newbie starting area. If he destroys it, the number of players joining the Germinal faction after the public launch will drop significantly. He glances at the legs propped up on the sofa and smiles to himself. Good. The old man is home. Han Xiao hesitates a bit before asking for the favor. Uncle Lu. After a moment of reluctance, he finally steps inside. I want to borrow your machinery, knowledge books. But Lu doesn't just hand them over. What for? His drowsy eyes watch Han Xiao, waiting for an answer. Being stared at like that makes Han Xiao feel a little guilty. He knew it wouldn't be this easy. But then, unexpectedly, the old man staggers to his feet. Follow me. Inside the room are shelves packed with priceless knowledge, but opposite them is just a mess of empty bottles. Lu points ahead and says, all the books are here. His quiet, reserved demeanor makes him seem like a model of kindness. Read what you want, just don't damage them. Getting what he wanted so easily makes Han Xiao beam. Hey, thank you, uncle, he says, though his mind is still full of suspicion. Huh? Why's the old man so agreeable today? Just then, Han Xiao catches a mumbled confession from the old man for luring the assassins away. So Xiao Qian wouldn't be harmed. Thank you. The quiet room is now filled with the sound of flipping pages. Han Xiao blazes through the books at lightning speed, letting the system automatically absorb the information. He gently places one down on a tall stack, closing his sharp eyes to process all the new knowledge. A powerful, heroic aura radiates from him. He's mentally prepared for the fight to come. All his mechanic-type skills have been maxed out. Next up, synthesizing the most critical blueprint. A notification screen pops up, waiting for his choice. Do you wish to fuse Basic Biochemistry Level 1, Basic Optics Level 1, Basic Material Science Level 3, and Basic Analog Electronics Level 2? This synthesis will consume 20,000 experience points. Han Xiao's long fingers don't hesitate for a second. He hits confirm. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes, all that selective studying paid off, creating a masterpiece far beyond this era's tech. Congratulations, you have successfully designed the intelligent optical simulation mask. Looking at the advanced blueprint he just invented, he finally breathes a sigh of relief. It required 3 different basic knowledge trees, plus specific knowledge levels. On top of that, you have to be a mechanic to even have a chance of fusing this blueprint. This is, without a doubt, the best mask in the current version. Meanwhile, at the Star Dragon Strategic Defense Bureau, the sound of footsteps creates a tense atmosphere. Zhang Wei, a tech novice, stares at the screen and asks, has the report been sent upstairs yet? Lin Yao's hands fly across the keyboard as he casually replies, just sent it. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupts their conversation. Gu Hui isn't here for them today, he's here for Han Xiao. I told you before, your participation in this is too dangerous. Have you made that face-changing device? Han Xiao tries to hold it in but can't help a small laugh. He steps mysteriously towards the door. Of course. Give me a second. Han Xiao smiles, confidently pressing a glowing button on his temple. He walks slowly towards them so they can get a better look. From a distance, it's unclear, but as he gets closer, everyone in the room is completely stunned. Every single person's jaw drops. His face had changed so much that not a single original feature remained. So, can I join the operation now? Gu Hui, still in disbelief, has to get closer to inspect it. It's true, you couldn't see any trace of his original appearance. Realizing just how versatile this thing is, he scratches his chin, awkwardly probing. This thing's not bad. Interested in selling the blueprint to the Bureau? Han Xiao waves a hand, quickly changing the subject. It's just a mask. What blueprint? Can't you guys make one too? And the old fox Gu Hui naively falls right into the trap. A proud smirk secretly forms on his lips. Heh, got him. And you and I just witnessed a masterclass in his #1 rule. Always leave yourself a way out. My mask doesn't just create random faces. It can also scan and store someone else's. And trust me, that little feature is his ace in the hole. Gu Hui just waves him off, leaving one final order. You and your squad are on this mission. You deploy in half a month, so get ready. Yalin, intrigued, reaches out to get a closer look at the mask. Han Xiao intercepts her. What new piece of tech is this? Let me play with it. But he just coldly swats her hand away. Stop messing around, I have business to discuss. Ahem, Brother Wei. Han Xiao walks over, clapping him on the shoulder. Let me borrow your prototype combat armor later. He dangles the proposal like a juicy steak. I'm going to rebuild it for you. Zhang Wei's face lights up. He can't believe what he's hearing. For real? To prove he's serious, Han Xiao lays out the entire upgrade plan. Okay, boost the energy output, rework the power system, reduce the weight, and reinforce the internal frame for way more support. Then, add a new recon system to scout the area, plus a fire control system so your ranged weapons get auto-aim. If there's time, I'll even throw in a simple set of close combat weapons. The guy's eyes are practically sparkling, almost drooling at the thought. Oh yeah, this is great. But just like any good deal, once the handshake is done, it's time to pay up. If you're cool with all that, then let's talk fees. Zhang Wei is still on cloud 9, just nodding along. Uh-huh. So, how much? Han Xiao gives him the final calculated number, 360,208. But for you, I'll make it an even 360. The dream shatters as his eyes go wide. What? Why is it so expensive? And now get ready for this, because our boy is about to pull off the greatest sales pitch of all time. Hold on, don't say it's expensive. Let me ask you, are your parents doing well? Zhang Wei scratches his head. They're both off traveling. Han Xiao presses his advantage against the big guy. Any brothers or sisters? He's like a kid being led by the nose. I'm an only child. Even knowing the answer, Han Xiao goes in for the kill. Do you have a girlfriend? Or a wife? Zhang Wei's entire posture just wilts. He's crying on the inside. No. I'm forever alone. Han Xiao's deadpan face is the calm before the storm, like believing a Black Friday sale is actually a good deal. Then he drops the final line like a lightning bolt. Then, what are you saving all that money for? And boom. Comrade Zhang Wei collapses from the critical emotional damage. Don't say another word, I'll pay. The master negotiator, having won, makes a quick exit. All right then. I'm heading back to prep the gear. He walks out, his voice echoing behind him. Don't bother me. 10 days later, at the Liu family's workshop, a phone is buzzing nonstop. It's Yalin, totally stressed about their business. Stop ghosting me. When are you going to finish these backed up orders? My phone is blowing up. Are you even alive? Meanwhile, Zhang Wei's armor lies in pieces. Extended duration time grenades, self-propelled tracking grenades, an improved folding combat blade with way better performance, and a new stealth glider that folds up neatly. Han Xiao closes his eyes, sensing the newly completed masterpiece. And after 10 days of grinding, you and I get to see the absolutely insane results as his bare hand is encased in solid steel. The armor's stats have been massively boosted. The disguise-type lightweight power arm now has a vibration module that can release a concussive blast on contact. Plus, its shock resistance comes from a new titanium alloy shell, increasing its durability. The Raging Falcon mode enhances all its base stats. Attack power, 73 to 87. Firing speed, 1.5 rounds per second. An 8-round clip, effective up to 50 meters. Energy output is now at 45. The suit deploys a flexible magnetic metal layer that spreads via induction. Armor fragments can cover any part of his body instantly. Super flexible, heat-resistant, radiation-resistant, and penetration-proof. High-efficiency protection. He's thrilled to test out his new creation. This new gear is going to give the Sprouts a nasty surprise. Han Xiao's hand picks up the phone, his entire body now upgraded to a much stronger form. Time to move out. At West Capital's Star Dragon Station, the train waits for departure. Qingyang anxiously checks his phone. Why aren't Lao Zhang and the others here yet? Suddenly, a pitch-black truck comes roaring towards them like a beast. Rambus's jaw drops as it gets closer. Whoa, that truck is sick. The train speeds through the wilderness under the moonlight. Inside, Baijia gathers everyone, his expression stern as he introduces himself. All right, team meeting. Let's listen in because this is where the real mission begins. Allow me to introduce myself. I am your commander. My name is Chi Baijia. Next, I will explain the details of this operation. He uses a map, condensing a long lecture into just a few sentences. This is a joint operation with the Hila Intelligence Agency. Their army is stationed at the border, ready to move at a moment's notice. Our job is to infiltrate, scout their defensive layout, and provide that intel to the army. His finger points to a bright circle on the map. This is the map data Hila sent over. The terrain of Dark Crow Valley is easy to defend and hard to attack. It's deep in a forest, so we can't spot the base with drones. His deep, authoritative voice commands the room. The enemy's military strength is unknown, and so is the exact location. We can only go in on foot. From behind, a new person approaches. Who knows how much she overheard before commenting, sounds like a heavily fortified stronghold. This beautiful long-haired woman is Disusu, a special agent from Star Dragon's strategy department, drawing on her years of experience. She asks about a strange omission in the plan. Can't the Hila army attack from the ground? Baijia lets out a sigh as if the memory bothers him. They won't agree to it. Ya Lin, now blocked by the newcomer, loses her enthusiasm. Susu, you idiot. What kind of dumb question is that? So is there any way in? Baijia sticks a photo on the board. West of Dark Crow Valley, there's a small town called Black Crow Forest. This town is right on the edge of the Sprout base. It's possible they have spies hiding in the town. We might be able to get intel from them. He puts up several portraits, according to our intelligence. All right, let's break down the 3 key players on this base. First up, a real tough guy. His face just screams danger, radiating pure killer instinct. He's Fan Kwang, the E-Class martial arts supervisor whose weapon is a blade nicknamed the Blade Soul. Next, a blonde guy who looks like a wannabe rich kid, the vice manager, Li Jie, with very little intel on him. And last, a man with a chiseled jaw and rare masculine charm, Du Meng, the security captain, a super elite agent who's a master of all rifles. Baicha leans against the side of the train, his tone unreadable. For this joint operation, Han Xiao is also sending an elite squad from their intelligence bureau. They'll meet us at the location. Hearing this, Zhang Wei immediately furrows his brow in confusion. 2 nations' special forces working together? That's almost unheard of, and Ya Lin has to chime in. Won't that just create more chaos? But before she can finish, the train suddenly brakes hard, sending everyone flying forward. 2 nations? What? Ya Lin pushes herself up, looking around in a daze. Why'd we stop so suddenly? Suddenly, the frantic voice of the train guard crackles through, making her heart skip a beat. Beast attack. Prepare for battle. Her amber eyes widen in shock at the announcement. What appears in front of them is so grotesque, you'd think we just got dropped into a full 4D jump scare movie with no escape button. Ya Lin screams a warning to everyone. Black earthworms. Outside. Swarms of giant black earthworms surround the train. Level 48 black earthworms, high defense, masters of the dark attribute, tons of health, and they deal area of effect damage to metal machinery. Han Xiao scans the grim situation. This is bad. Why'd we have to run into these monsters? One soldier screams in terror as a worm clamps its jaws around him. Help me! The fully armed guards get the order and open fire. A merciless rain of bullets pours into the swarm of monsters. But it's useless. Their tough armor makes the bullets bounce off like rain on a coat. The soldier quickly realizes their weapons are worthless and sends out a desperate report. It's no good. Its armor is too thick. The bullets can't penetrate. Ya Lin doesn't hesitate, clearing a path to the front line. Move! She uses the window frame as a springboard and leaps outside. As the soldiers watch in awe, she expertly closes the distance. Ya Lin drives her knife into the giant worm's tough shell. The sudden pain makes it thrash violently, trying to throw her off. It didn't do much damage, but she realized that melee attacks could barely even scratch its armor. Think of something else. Below, 2020 suddenly remembers their biology. Burn it! Black earthworms are afraid of fire. Rambus loads a special magazine into his rifle. He finds a stable position and prepares to fire. Let me give it a shot. The moment is right, a small bullet flashes with a blinding light as it leaves the long barrel. Just as he predicted, the bullet embeds itself straight into the worm's softest tissue. A huge explosion of smoke and dust erupts from its head, scaring the other worms back underground. Its massive, long body unintentionally amplified the blast's power. The black earthworms that didn't burrow in time were all caught in the fire, their bodies smoldering. Ya Lin luckily escaped, getting back inside to catch her breath. Whew, that was close. Good thing you were here. Looking at the swaying, smoke-filled train and the giant hole in its side, her voice trembles like she just escaped hell. We're finally safe. It's a beautiful day at the Haixia train station. An old green train pulls into the platform as gorgeous men and women walk hand in hand down the main street. Han Xiao's 2-person team steps off the train. Lin Yao's jaw drops at the fresh sight. Bikinis on the street? Are the people of Haixia always this open? Ye Fan, wearing an unbuttoned Hawaiian shirt and a wide-brimmed hat, the total local look waves them over. Hey, you're finally here. I'm Ye Fan from the Haixia Intelligence Bureau. He leads the way while explaining the procedure. Our process isn't complicated. Just a quick report to the commander, and you're all set. Han Xiao and Lin Yao both turn their heads to the left. Over there, fully armed soldiers are staring them down with hostile, scrutinizing glares. The group quickly arrives at a bright, modern building. Ye Fan enters a room, stands at attention, and gives a military salute. Commander, the agents from Tin Long have arrived. The man stares at the fish tank, not even turning around as he gives a cold order. Find them a place to rest. Don't let them wander around. In another dorm-like room, Lin Yao leans back on a bed frame, totally bummed out. I know what you're thinking. After a fight like that, you'd expect a warm welcome, right? Well, think again. The commander was pretty cold to us, too. Qing Yang, sitting across from him, lets out a sigh. Didn't you know? He sits up straight and explains seriously. We used to be at war with Han Xiao, so their people don't exactly have a favorable opinion of us. After hearing that, he sighs again, his face full of reluctance. Sigh, we just have to focus on the mission and rest in this dump for now. Han Xiao, uninterested in the conversation, stands up and points to the door. I'm going out for a smoke. The other guy replies casually, as if he expected it. All right. White smoke curls into the air, carrying the taste of life. With his hands in his pockets, Han Xiao leans against a truck, lost in thought. Suddenly, the star system pops up with a new notification. It immediately grabs his full attention. Han Xiao is completely surprised. A faction quest quickly appears on the screen. You have activated the faction quest, Operation Dark Crow Valley. Mission brief. This is a small-scale military operation. As a member of Bureau 13, you are a participant. Let's see what you can do. Note, this is a faction quest. You can complete the requirements below during this mission. He scrolls up and down the information panel, whistling silently to himself. Nice, my first faction quest. Han Xiao's mind races. Faction quests usually divide rewards based on the completion rate. The rewards have always been generous. His finger stops on the specific mission objectives, his mind made up. I have to perform well and earn a big score. Suddenly, the sound of high heels approaches. Han Xiao quickly dismisses the system panel and focuses on the approaching person. It's tan skin, golden eyes, and a body straight out of a supermodel magazine. You're from Tinlong. Han Xiao doesn't move, hands still in his pockets, and replies coolly, You could say that. Winna is clearly all action, pulling a dagger from behind her back and pressing it right to his throat, radiating killing intent. And on that perfect cliffhanger, you and I are both left wondering, got a problem? Why didn't you dodge? All right, let's jump right into this tense standoff. Han Xiao looks up, completely confident. Why dodge? She presses the blade closer to his neck, a smug grin on her face. You think I won't do it? His Titan armor instantly creeps up to protect him. His voice is a pure challenge. You can try. Suddenly, Win breaks into a cold sweat, her eyes darting around in panic. Turns out, Han Xiao had already drawn his pistol and aimed it right at her. Under his mask, a smug little grin spreads. This little warm-up was all they needed to size each other up. She backs off, dropping the act for a formal introduction. Wind. Intelligence agent. He keeps it just as brief in return. Han Xiao. Wind turns and walks away with long strides, tossing one last line over her shoulder. I'll remember that. From a window high above, Baijia watches the whole thing unfold, narrowing his eyes and nodding in approval. He faced down an agent without losing his cool or escalating things. Not bad. His strength and judgment are both top tier. As Wind passes some military vehicles, a voice calls out, asking how the probe went. She keeps walking without a glance. She tells Yefan her cold assessment. That guy, Han Xiao, is not going to be easy. A long military convoy snakes its way along the winding mountain road, led by a sleek, black logistics truck. Yi Fan, still rocking his ridiculously loud Hawaiian shirt, kicks things off. Everyone's here, let's move out. We've got a base near Crow Valley. He glances at their truck, impressed. This is your logistics truck? Pretty cool. Baijia seizes the chance to brag a little. You think so? Not bad, right? We have plenty of these back at Star Dragon. Standing nearby, Susu is just speechless. So shameless. We don't have any logistics trucks. Qing Yang crosses his arms, agreeing sarcastically. Yeah, what a blatant lie. Having 2 mechanics on the team is good enough. One by one, the vehicles set off through the scenic mountain forest. This time, Ya Lin is riding with Han Xiao. Seeing him casually holding the wheel with a cigarette in his mouth, she's impressed. Wow, this is rare. You're driving so smoothly today. From the back seat, Lin Yao leans forward eagerly. Brother Xiao, we're falling behind. Let's catch up. Han Xiao just flicks his cigarette ash out the window, looking completely unbothered. What's the rush? They can speed ahead, but they'll just have to wait for us later. Just as he says that, Susu's shrill voice crackles over the radio. Lin, where'd you guys go? Hurry up and catch up. Is Han Xiao's driving really that bad? Hearing this, he quietly blows a smoke ring and explains with one word. Gas. Qing Yang thinks Han Xiao is being way too chill, and here's where it gets good. He yells, Old Zhang, Hesla keeps taunting us. We can't back down. Of course, Zhang Wei falls for the bait immediately. Makes sense. Let's go after them. Hearing this madness, Ya Lin just screams out in protest. We don't need to, Captain. He looks at her, confused. What are you afraid of? She goes pale, trying to look innocent. Can't we just drive normally? Han Xiao, ever the Democrat, listens carefully, his eyes on the road. So, I'm speeding up then? With that, he slams on the gas pedal. Chi-Ji tells everyone to hold on tight. The bulky truck shoots forward like a rocket as Ya Lin screams, You guys are gonna regret this. In a flash, The logistics truck blows past the military vehicles ahead, leaving them in a thick cloud of black smoke that completely ruins the scenery. Han Xiao's street racer mode makes soldiers in the other cars poke their heads out to watch. Unbelievable. Ya Lin is in total chaos, gripping the handle above her and screaming her lungs out. I want to get out. Lin Yao isn't doing much better, squeezing his eyes shut and begging, Brother Xiao, slow down! Ignoring the demonic howling inside his truck, he keeps weaving and drifting at insane speeds on the mountain pass. The heavy vehicle even gets some air, Fast and Furious style. Everyone inside is screaming for their lives. Finally, they reach the Hesla base. The logistics truck screeches to a halt, tires smoking on the pavement. Ya Lin, her face a pale green mess, stumbles out looking like she's about to be sick. I feel like I'm gonna die. She staggers out, blaming the others who look just as bad. I told you you'd regret it. Oh, and Han Xiao? He's the only one who's perfectly fine. I mean, you and I both know he was just having the time of his life. Zhang Wei, with a suspicious dribble at the corner of his mouth, looks up and demands, Did you used to drive bumper cars or something? Han Xiao just grins silently, gloating internally. Bumper cars? Heh, I used to be a racing god. Rambo, looking just as green, weakly warns him, If you ever touch that steering wheel again, I'm jumping out. The Star Dragon team quickly enters the base, which looks more like a 5-star hotel. As the host, Ye Fan welcomes them politely. It's a bit rough, but please make yourselves at home. Then he gathers everyone in a meeting room. We'll hold a brief pre-battle conference. He points to images on the board and lays out the plan. We have 2 missions. 1, pose as wanderers. Infiltrate Crow Forest Town and gather intel. 2, find lone guards near the Dark Crow Valley base. Interrogate them for info. Wind cuts in, picking her mission first. We'll handle the guards. You guys go to Crow Forest Town. Hearing her, Han Xiao thinks to himself. She snatched the better mission right at the start. We're not familiar with Crow Forest Town, so gathering intel will be tough, not to mention dangerous. He looks at his team's grim faces and knows they get it. Hunting guards is much easier and safer. No one says a word. They all understand the stakes. Yi Fan seems to be backing wind, so he doesn't ask any more questions and just finalizes it. If there are no objections, let's get moving. Both sides will leave someone behind for logistics support. The short meeting ends, and everyone heads to their rooms. In Crow Forest Town, rows of old-fashioned brick houses stand side by side. Susu takes in her surroundings and makes a suggestion. Asking around everywhere on our first day will look suspicious. Let's find a place to stay first. Han Xiao, focused on his screen, disagrees with that. It's normal for wanderers to ask about the local situation. Trying to hide is what's really suspicious. Baijia, leaning nearby, agrees and gives the order. You all better make your move tonight. Zhang Wei, always the man of action, nods firmly. Makes sense. Susu closes her eyes, totally done with these guys. But this place is huge. Where do we even start looking for a scout? He understands her frustration and offers a helpful tip. There's a casino in the southern part of town. Inside, there's probably a bald man who knows all about the Dark Crow Valley base. And with that, you and I are heading right into the lion's den. The lights inside the massive casino are dazzlingly bright, and the space within is every bit as grand and impressive. The lobby is buzzing, a total madhouse of noise and chatter. All right, place your bets and hands off. Yes, a winner. You and I are jumping right into the chaos, where Tutu is watching this whole scene unfold from the second floor. Suddenly, Nya Lam's eyes go wide, her jaw drops, locking onto one spot. Not too far away, a slick, bald-headed dude is chilling on a couch, enjoying the company of 2 bunny girls. She cheers with glee. Found him, a bald guy, just like they said. Without a second's hesitation, she gets a running start, vaults over the railing like a flash, and lands perfectly on the bald dude's back, pinning his arms behind him as she yells, "Don't move, just be good." The 2 girls see the table explode into chaos and jump up, trying to get away. Elsewhere, Han Xiao and Lam Diu are staring bored at a computer screen. Looks like everything's going according to plan. He takes off his headset, seems quiet. It's all yours. I'm going to bed. Tonight's a restless one for many, but not for Han Xiao. At a guard post by the lake, a creepy silence hangs in the air, straight out of a horror movie. And for good reason. A bloody corpse lies at the foot of the watchtower. A pair of combat boots slowly steps closer, like a predator stalking its prey. Once the situation is clear, Win charges in, rifle ready, shouting orders to end this fast. A moment later, the guard post is a graveyard. Bodies are strewn everywhere, blood staining the floor. She asks impatiently, "Well, is it done?" Deep Pham just crosses his legs, tapping away at his keyboard with a smirk. The Amnokok firewall didn't stand a chance. "Done," he announces, as the screen flashes data copy successful. The two make a quick exit, Deep Fam carrying someone over his shoulder while Win can't hide her grin. Heh, this time our haul is definitely gonna crush those Tin Long guys. Over at the Amnya Kok base, the entire area is quiet under the stars, with a few off-road vehicles parked around. Hoang Gyap bows deeply, reporting with urgency. Sir, the outer network was breached. Kwai Tayat just lifts his teacup, calmly asking, "Oh? And what data was taken?" Now, pay attention, because here's the twist. The man replies, sweating, base coordinates, structural maps, experiment log files, but the boss is calm, telling him, "Don't worry, the bait has been released. Now we just wait for the fish to bite." Kwai Tiat quickly meets with Fan Huang, tapping his fingers on the table as he explains the situation. A hacker just breached our decoy network, probably from Hai Ha. We can expect their military to make a move soon. The other guy just keeps polishing his sword, so what's the plan? He strokes his chin, calculating. Even though the enemy only got the bait, the base's existence is now exposed. I recommend the leader evacuates with all supplies and documents. Also, we should try to eliminate as many enemy forces as we can before we leave. The executive, Fan Huang, immediately tosses his cloth, slings the massive blade over his shoulder, and stands up, revealing his muscular frame. Humph, just tell me when it's time to fight. The system, ever diligent, chimes in with a notification first thing in the morning. Han Tu prees his eyes open to read the message. Scout 1 complete. You received 3,000 experience. Looks like the mission's moving forward. He sits up, scratches his messy hair, and asks, "What was last night's haul?" Lam Du leans on his hands and reports, "We found the specific location of the Amna Kok base, but they're all low-level members. They don't know any top-secret intel." He slumps over, bored, poking at the keyboard. "That's pretty much all we got." Han Tu gets it. Not surprising. If it was anything major, the second recon mission would have been marked complete. Tell them to pull back, he orders. The door suddenly flies open. Before anyone even sees who it is, a voice rings out. "Hey there, Thap Tam Kuk agents." Win strolls in, playfully spinning a USB drive. "We've obtained the top-secret intelligence from the Amna Kok base." Behind her, Diep Pham nods. Mission complete. Everyone else is just completely stunned, frozen in place. One of them asks in a dry voice, "You really got all of Amna Kok's intel?" Diep Pham takes off his hat, grinning. "Yup. And we nabbed a prisoner, too. Mission's done. Help your people get back, compile the intel, and then hand it over to the Hai Ha military. And this is where you and I know something is very wrong." Han Tu, mask on, gives them a suspicious look. "No, the system doesn't show Scout 2 as complete. There's definitely something wrong with this intel." He doesn't hesitate, turning to the two of them to confirm. "Are you sure the intel is real? Can you explain your operation in detail?" Without thinking, Win blurts it out. "Of course we can." But in the tiny room, her voice sounds a little hesitant. Han Tu strokes his smooth chin and voices his doubt. "Don't you think it was way too easy? You could have gotten fake intel." She's not having it, immediately firing back. "There was nothing suspicious. We were just that well prepared. The enemy had no way to counter our attack." Win covers her mouth with a taunting laugh. "This time, we won. You're just being paranoid. Got any proof?" He stares right into her eyes and says one word. "Instinct." She sticks her tongue out and makes a face at him. Diep Pham sees this is going too far and pulls her away. "All right, being cautious is good, but without proof, you're just being difficult. The recon mission is complete. Everyone pulls out tomorrow morning." Han Tu stays silent. No point arguing without evidence. "Okay, if you want something done right, you gotta do it yourself." He shoves his hands in his pockets, deciding he's going to check things out alone. Another clear, cool night in the forest, perfect weather for causing some trouble. And just as he suspected, bullets zip through the air, punching through a soldier's armor, sending him to join his buddies already dead on the ground. His long fingers keep squeezing the trigger, as if he's racking up a high score for every headshot. Han Tu holds his sniper rifle as a system notification pops up. "You killed an Amnya Lam patrol guard, plus 500 experience. Assassin of the Dark Forest complete." His mind is already 10 steps ahead. He's killed enough guards. The base should be sending people to investigate soon. He drops the rifle and crouches behind a rock, listening for approaching footsteps. Han Tu pulls out a thin wire, wrapping it around his hands and pulling it taut. He quickly identifies his target. Talamander, who seems to be on high alert. He dashes behind his opponent, flinging the wire. The man whirls around, completely shocked by the sudden ambush. He yanks the wire tight with all his strength. Talamander claws at his own neck in agony as a dark liquid dribbles from his mouth, only managing to make a gurgling sound. "Stick with me here. You're about to see how a pro gets the job done." In a flash, the guard is down, and Han Xiao immediately gets to work looting the body. He taps his forehead, activating his optical mask. A blue light scans Talaman's face, while a dropped walkie-talkie keeps squawking out reports. H103, northwest is clear. H14, southeast clear. H23, what's your status? H23, come in. Now, disguised as Talamander, Han Xiao coolly picks up the radio. H23, just a routine patrol. Inside, though, he's doing a victory dance. He didn't think the mask's face-copying feature would come in handy this fast. The rest of the soldiers gather by their all-terrain vehicles. See anything? Nope, nothing. With that, one of them orders the squad back to the Dark Crow Valley base. Inside the base, two figures cross a glass skywalk. The man in front speaks. 13 of our guards were attacked. After grabbing the intel, they're still scouting the perimeter. These guys are more careful than we expected. The woman behind him just smiles confidently. Careful or not, they're no match for your intel network, sir. They will walk right into your trap. He adjusts his glasses, giving a quiet command. The leader has set up our escape route. Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. Then, we can finally pull out of here. He keeps walking, adding one last thing. Until then, prepare a little gift for the Hesla army. Elsewhere, the patrol squad has returned. Han Xiao scans the area, his mind racing. Now, this is where you and I need to start paying attention. Something is definitely off about this place. He watches soldiers moving supplies like ants, a deep suspicion growing. The logistics staff are packing up, but the main fighting force is staying. This is wrong. The Hesla army infiltrated yesterday, enough time to evacuate. Why are we still here? A guy named Lin Yi asks, did you get withdrawal orders? I think they've found us. Li Bing glances up at him. Yep. Command said they lost contact with one of their top scouts. Looks like a full-blown war is about to start. He then turns to Han Xiao, who's just chilling with his hands in his pockets. Hey, Talamander, you guys find anything out there on patrol? Han Xiao's eyes narrow. So, Talaman was his name. He just shrugs helplessly. It's not looking good. We found the outer sentries, taken out by the enemy. This quick chat confirms it. The regular grunts know nothing. He has to switch targets and go after the big fish in charge. Playing the part, he lets out a sigh. Man, I'm jealous of those logistics guys. They get to pull out early. And just like that, the base's security captain, Dumun, appears with his arms crossed. Hey, you lot got nothing better to do? Get these supplies moved now. Han Xiao's instincts scream. He pulls his cap down, keeping an eye on the captain. If this base has secrets, he knows them. He raises a hand. Gotta use the restroom. Li Bing scoffs, thinking he's just slacking off. But Han Xiao darts off in the same direction Dumont went, ducking behind a corner to watch. The captain heads down a cold, narrow hallway. Han Xiao follows, silent as a shadow, navigating the twists and turns like a pro. But for just a second, he gets distracted, and just like that, he's lost him. Han Xiao finds himself standing in front of a painfully ordinary storage room. He's vanished. He slips inside, eyes scanning every inch of the room. There has to be a secret door. Where is it? Can't stay here too long. Okay, I love this part. He quickly deploys some tiny spider drones, silently patting himself on the back. To think these little gadgets he built on a whim would be so useful, he sits on the steps, glued to his tablet as the drones feed him a crystal-clear live stream. Suddenly, his eyes light up. A wicked grin spreads across his face. On the screen, a secret passage opens up in a blank wall. Two men in sharp suits step out. There it is, he whispers. A secret door. He ducks into the shadows, watching them walk right past him. These two came from the secret room. They have to know something. He adjusts his cap, a look of pure confidence on his face. This base's secret is about to get blown wide open. As night falls, only a handful of guards are posted outside. Han Xiao, now in another disguise, lurks near the gate. His two targets walk past without a second glance. Suddenly, a voice barks out, making his heart stop. Halt! It's another guard, Wen Ding. No one enters or leaves without authorization. Quick thinking, Han Xiao pulls out the ID card he swiped earlier. I just saw those two drop their ID. I'm just running it over to them. I'll be right back. The guard buys it completely. All right, be quick about it. He follows them deep into the woods before calling out. Hey, you two, wait up. They stop, turning as he holds up the card. You dropped this. And the classic trick works like a charm. They happily take the card back. No suspicion at all. Oh wow, thanks. When did we drop this? The second their guard is down, Han Xiao whips out a knife. Shen Yu is so shocked he can't even scream, just staring in pure terror. After a short struggle, Han Xiao has them both tied securely to a tree. Shen Yu, finally finding his voice, trembles. You're not one of us. His partner uselessly starts shouting, Guards, help, guards! Han Xiao just watches their little drama, already getting bored. We're in the middle of nowhere. No one's coming. He gets right to it. tell me everything. Shen Yu starts with the waterworks. We're low-level staff. We don't know anything. Ugh, more acting. He sighs, tired of this game. Not wasting another second, he lunges forward, pressing the blade right against the man's neck. I know about the secret door in the warehouse. The guy's face floods with tears. How? How did you know? Then a blood-curdling scream rips through the forest. A scream so loud it sends birds scattering from the trees. Then, that same voice, begging. Okay, I'll talk, just stop. We don't see what happened next, but now Shen Yu is out cold, and Han Xiao is casually checking his system interface. He touches his forehead, and a triangular mark glows to life. The system updates. Mission. Reconnaissance. 2 complete. You've gained 8,000 experience, and with that, you and I just watched a master at work. He observes intently, a slight look of satisfaction on his face. So that's how it is. The next morning, as the sun lights up the base, Lin Yao pounds on the truck, yelling, Hey Xiao, open up! It's time to move out! Ya Lin, looking bored, chimes in. I don't think he's in there. Who knows where he went? On the other side of the truck, Baijia is checking in with the members of Bureau 13. So, what's your plan? Zhang Wei wipes the sweat from his brow and hesitates. We're staying here to wait for him. Su, tired of waiting, starts to lose her cool. Do we really have to? He quickly makes an excuse. He has the car keys. After seeing the situation, Hai Lang rushes back to report. They're missing one person, so they're waiting. Ye Fan finds this strange. Weren't they all supposed to move together? No one was there. He rests his chin on his hand, trying to recall. It was that guy in the mask, named Han Xiao. Hearing that familiar name, Wen's intelligence instincts start firing off. Han Xiao. Yesterday's intel couldn't be denied, and now today he's suddenly missing. This whole thing stinks. You can already see where this is going. She hesitates, then finally spits out the painful word. A spy. In another scene, at the Han Xiao Tactical Operations Command Center, the place is swarming with heavily armed guards. Inside, a voice rings out. An agent from Bureau 13 was gone all night. The news is so shocking he has to ask again. Are you absolutely certain about this? Win stands with his arms crossed, speaking calmly. After we got the intel on Dark Crow Valley, he left without saying a word. Ye Fan, standing nearby, just adds fuel to the fire. This guy's actions are highly suspicious. S, however, sits calmly on the sofa, as if everything is well within his control. I'll have the Star Dragon team investigate this later. First, let's talk intel. She quickly replies. The prisoner passed a lie detector test. Everything can be proven true, and the data was hacked from the enemy network. Its authenticity is guaranteed. Hearing that, he can't pretend anymore. He immediately barks an order. Then we move out now. Any delay could create more problems. Ye Fan freezes up, his face going stiff. He pleads desperately. If we deploy the army now, the Bureau 13 agent at the secret point will be in grave danger. A wicked laugh echoes. So what if we sacrifice 1 or 2 Star Dragon agents for the sake of our strategic goal? Just like that, he utters the heartless words. He's not one of our people. He definitely has bad intentions. Meanwhile, back in the forest where Han Xiao is hiding, it seems controlling these 2 hostages took more time than he expected. He's starting to worry internally. This is bad. I'm way past the planned retreat time. The 2 guys behind him won't stop nagging. Are you the deserter number 0? He angrily shouts. Cut the crap and follow me. Then adjusts the antenna on his radio. After finding the right frequency, he says, Hello, Eagle calling Sparrow. Respond immediately. The person who answers is none other than Zhang Wei. He unleashes all his pent-up frustration from the morning, screaming into the radio, Sparrow my ass, where the hell have you been? You were gone all night. The others already left, and we're stuck waiting for you. And here it is, the moment that changes absolutely everything. Han Xiao's voice cuts through. I infiltrated the Dark Crow Valley base. I've discovered top-secret intelligence. Hearing this, Baijia rushes over and snatches the receiver. What? Inside the quiet forest, only Han Xiao's voice echoes from the radio. Dark Crow Valley is split into inner and outer bases. Han Xiao explains everything while resting on a stone platform. The inner base is the area for core members, hidden deep within the mountains. Intelligence on the inner base is kept secret from the members in the outer base. The passage to the inner base can be sealed at any time. Hearing Han Xiao's voice on the other end makes Baijia break out in a cold sweat. The inner base connects to multiple escape routes, allowing core members to leave without anyone knowing. A second later, he connects the call to the commander's office. Commander, news from Bureau 13. S speaks up, accepting the call. Connect him. He calmly raises the receiver to his ear. This is S. What is it? Baijia doesn't let the hot intel go cold and acts as the bridge. One of my agents has obtained classified intelligence and needs to speak with you. I'll let him tell you himself. After hearing this, S keeps his calm facade. Oh, I see. But on the inside, he's incredibly curious about what the agent found. More than that, I'm curious where you got your intelligence from. On the other end of the line, Han Xiao doesn't care and just calmly reports, I easily infiltrated Dark Crow Valley, and I captured 2 of their internal members. S immediately has a harsh reaction. You're lying. Hearing that, Han Xiao pauses for a moment, his thoughts racing. The Hai Xiao people must think it's impossible to get intel from the Sprout base, but it's clearly the truth because he has a cheat ability. They don't know I can change my appearance. This simulation mask is my ace in the hole. I can't let it be exposed. Baijia senses the tension and quickly interjects. Do you have any proof for this intelligence? Han Xiao replies curtly, I captured 2 prisoners. S, already tired of this, gives the order, just bring them back. Baijia sighs, looking completely defeated. On screen, we see S leaning over a table, a sinister expression on his face. Relay my order. Full advance. Target is the Dark Crow Valley base. The officer freezes up, then absolutely loses it, screaming into the comms. I disagree. My people are still near Dark Crow Valley. A sudden attack will put them in extreme danger. S just coldly replies, that's not your call to make, before slamming the receiver down on the desk, leaving Han Xiao with a deadline. Han Xiao thinks to himself, this commander is just desperate for glory. Can't waste any more precious time. He packs his gear, yanks the rope tied to his prisoners, and gets moving. I don't have much time left. I have to retreat from the war zone before the Hai Xia forces attack. The sun is finally starting to set, but Ya Lin and Lin Yao are still stubbornly waiting for his return. The moment they see his figure emerge, their faces relax and they chirp. Han Xiao, are you all right? Han Xiao takes heavy steps, dragging 2 hostages with him, looking completely exhausted. His face is drenched in sweat as he forces out the words, Lin Yao, Rambus, you 2, take these guys' identity cards and get inside the inner base. We still have to figure out Sprout's retreat plan. Li Ya Lin, you drive me closer to the base. I'm going to make a mask from the prisoner. Lin Yao immediately argues back. Brother Xiao, I have no experience as a spy. Can't someone else go? He claps him on the shoulder. You're our only hacker. If you don't go, who will? And as the sky darkens, you and I are left wondering if they can really pull this off. All right, let's sneak into the heart of the enemy's den. At the Sprout Organization's Dark Crow Valley base, guards are posted 24/7. Lamdu and Ram are disguised as the hostages from earlier, waiting by the gate. Lamdu whispers anxiously, you think they'll see through this? He reminds himself to stay cool. Getting tense is the fastest way to get caught. They approach the base and use a stolen ID card to open the door. The system confirms access, and the gate slides open. Once inside, Lamdu wipes a bead of sweat from his forehead. Phew, they made it in safely. Now, time to push deeper into the facility. Both of them scan their surroundings, on high alert. He confirms everything Han Xiao said was true. This is the secret entrance he mentioned, and just like he said, there's a whole base inside. Suddenly, alarms blare through the halls. The 2 of them jump. Lamdu panics. What's happening? Ram keeps a level head. Calm down, we didn't trigger it. Then, he spots someone approaching from down the hall. It's Gigi, walking down the corridor while broadcasting an update to the entire base. Listen up. The Hai Xia border army is mobilizing and heading for this base. He walks right past them without a second glance. Our external armed forces have moved to defensive positions. They can hold them for a while, but we need to prepare for evacuation. As his figure disappears, Lamdio whispers into his comms. Hai Xia and Sprout are about to go to war. Everyone, fall back. On the other end of the line, Jiang Wei hears the news and absolutely explodes. Unbelievable! Hai Xia dares to move on us first? We helped them get intel, and those bastards just left us out to dry. He knows this is a losing game. Best strategy? Run. They're way too close to Dark Crow Valley, and they're about to get caught in the crossfire. But before they can escape, another sound makes him jump. We didn't do anything. We didn't touch anything. And just like that, they're found. Ya Lin screams in terror. We've been spotted! He slams his foot on the gas, peeling out of there. The Sprout soldiers give chase immediately. Enemy vehicle ahead. Pursue! One of them just unloads a machine gun right at them. The sound of bullets hitting the car is like a string of firecrackers. The vehicle swerves wildly. Han Xiao's team is just trying to survive the hail of lead. Seeing how bad things are getting, Ya Lin shouts, it's no good, the enemy's too close. Han Xiao just calmly points at the dashboard. Don't worry, I installed a little something extra. His words make her eyes go wide with shock. You installed a speed booster? Right as he's about to hit the boost, Ya Lin stops him. She yells at him, furious. You're trying to use a booster on a mountain road? Are you trying to get us all killed? Ignoring the system, she wrenches the wheel, taking a sharp turn onto a mountain path. The bullets keep coming. Maybe running isn't the answer. Han Xiao pulls out a suitcase and gives his teammate an order. Zhang Wei, suit up, time to fight. As the car takes a sharp corner, Zhang Wei quickly dons the armor. He steps out, fully decked out in high-tech battle gear from head to toe. The guy looks like a one-man army, ready to take them all on himself. Zhang Wei raises his rifle and returns fire like a madman. A storm of bullets flies back, successfully shredding the Sprout convoy. Okay, let's be real, that armor is insane. He lifts his faceplate to admire the carnage, then speaks into his comms, satisfied. This upgraded suit is crazy strong, worth every bit of 360,000. The reply comes back instantly, of course. But the fight isn't over. A shout rings out, kicking off the next wave of chaos. Fire on the enemy mech first. A swarm of bullets zips right past Zhang Wei's head. He ducks behind his shield, waits for the danger to pass, and immediately returns fire. Their vehicles can't handle the assault and explode one after another, sending smoke and fire billowing into the sky. A moment later, as the smoke clears, another convoy of reinforcements is revealed, ready to join the fight. Han Xiao watches silently from the car, thinking to himself, how many reinforcements does Sprout even have? Might as well test out that new timed grenade I invented. He pulls one out. Each timed grenade is carefully fitted with its own mini propulsion engine, so when he activates them, they easily track and pursue their targets. When the timer on the grenades hits 0, it's game over. A series of earth-shattering explosions tears through the area, sending men and vehicles flying through the air. Han Xiao calmly observes his handiwork as the system updates his rewards. You have killed 8 Sprout soldiers, receiving 5,000 experience points. You destroyed a transport vehicle, receiving 2,000 experience points. He's more than satisfied. Not a bad haul. A moment later, the Han Xiao forces finally roll in. One of their soldiers sees the aftermath and shouts in disbelief. My God! One vehicle took on the firepower of an entire squad and wiped out half their pursuers. What kind of firepower is that? Ahead, explosions continue to erupt among the wreckage. S sits with his hands folded, watching a monitor as he gives the order. Give them full fire coverage. Annihilate them. A missile immediately launches at his command, followed by a whole barrage, setting the stage for the next round of chaos. Han Xiao looks up and his face pales. Not good. He yells at his team to get the hell out of there. Li Yalin floors it. Thankfully, with the speed booster system, they manage to escape by a hair's breadth. The missile slams into the ground, carving out a massive crater. The surrounding vehicles are instantly vaporized. Only Han Xiao's car makes it out unscathed. He looks back at the devastation, furious. Those damn Han Xiao bastards, they're firing on us too. Over on the monitor screen, a voice rings out, sounding overjoyed. Excellent. Susu watches and adds, they're still alive. Good. Baijia, seeing his own people nearly blown to bits, screams into the comms, you've gone too far. Just wait until Bureau 13 holds you accountable for this. S is completely unapologetic, even dismissive. I don't need the Xinglong people telling me how to do my job. Get them to a medic. The soldier beside him immediately replies, yes, sir. Meanwhile, at the Haisha logistics camp, Han Xiao is being treated by the medical team after that life-or-death battle. He suddenly stands up to leave, but a voice stops him. You can't go. The colonel ordered you to stay and recover. Han Xiao immediately figures it out. They're trying to put him on lockdown. He raises his voice at the soldier. The colonel? I don't take orders from him. The soldier can only follow his own orders, trying his best to reason with him. Sir, our commander also instructed us to watch over you, to make sure you rest. Hearing this, Han Xiao looks down, deep in thought. It seems old Qi doesn't dare let him risk his neck on the front lines. He has no choice but to stay put. He walks over to a radio and starts tuning the frequency. He picks up the receiver to check on his friend, and trust me, what he hears next is going to change everything. Hello? Lamdu, you still alive? Let me set the scene for you. Han Xiao gets the bad news. Outside, Haixia and Germinal are locked in a fight to the death. They're just unloading on each other with everything they've got. Rambus radios and a report for Lin Yao. The outer base is hitting Haixia. Everyone else is prepping to fall back, but the exact retreat route? Unknown. They'll just have to follow along. He keeps listening intently. That intel on the Haixia base defenses? Totally fake. If they follow it, they're walking straight into a slaughterhouse. He glances over at the Haixia soldiers. You told them yet? The guy replies instantly. No, you're the first person I've contacted. Han Xiao smirks. Everything's still under his control. Perfect. Don't tell Haixia. Lin Yao is baffled. Why is he being so blunt about this? Haixia tried to kill us. On purpose. His words hit them like a ton of bricks. Unbelievable. If they want us dead, we're not lifting a finger to help them. Meanwhile, the battle outside escalates. It's a total melee now, with bodies piling up absolutely everywhere. Han Xiao's tanks roll in, unleashing hell. Massive explosions rock the battlefield, and Germinal's front line starts to break. Seizing the moment, the Han Xiao soldiers charge forward. One of them screams, rallying the troops. The enemy base is right there. Others jeer, their defense is pathetic. Good thing we got that intel. Germinal's forces are getting torn apart. Soldiers drop one by one, falling beside their comrades as the smell of blood fills the air. After a brutal firefight, the first line of guards is wiped out. The Han Xiao troops push deeper inside. Outer defenses are down! Move in! But of course, it's never that easy. One of the soldiers steps on something. He turns back. And this is where it all goes wrong. A whole series of mines go off. Han Xiao soldiers get blown to bits, blood everywhere. It's an ambush. Han Xiao took the bait. Light 'em up. Another rain of bullets pours down on the attacking soldiers. They drop like harvested wheat, one body piling onto the next. A piercing scream rings out. Don't fall back. Charge! One last soldier roars, demanding revenge for his fallen brothers. Inside Germinal's observation room, a soldier reports while watching the monitors. The ambush is effective, but a ton of enemies have breached the base, and our people aren't all out yet. Fan Quan decides he's heard enough. I'll go hold them off. Deeper inside the base, Germinal's defenses get even tighter. The fighting is absolutely relentless. Suddenly, a black shadow zips past them. It's Fan Quan. This guy's a true martial arts master, moving with insane speed. The Han Xiao soldiers freeze up, recognizing him instantly. Still, the order is given. Fire! A sword against modern firearms seemed like a joke. They unleash a storm of bullets. They were dead wrong. Using his lightning-fast sword style, Fan Quan slices through them, one by one. He becomes a blur of death, and in a flash, the entire squad is down. Fan Quan cleans his blade, giving their bodies one last look of pure contempt. Too weak. Then he just turns and walks away, leaving nothing but corpses behind. He heads back outside, silently watching the chaos. Seeing Han Xiao's tanks pushing forward, he charges straight at them without a second's hesitation. His swordsmanship is the real deal. With a single slash, he cuts an incoming tank shell clean in two. Next second, he's in the middle of their ranks, a whirlwind of destruction. Before he can finish them off, a voice comes over his radio. All personnel from the inner base are out. Don't get cocky. Fall back and regroup now. Understood, he replies. A lone survivor, shaking on the ground, grabs his radio. Report, 3rd Company. We engaged Fan Quan. 3rd Company? A painful reply comes through. Annihilated. Wind, can't believe it. What? One man took out an entire company of over 200 soldiers? Now she gets it. The enemy's defenses were nothing like the intel. Ye Fan knows it's far too late. And man, that's gotta sting. Our intel was fake. Germinal used themselves as bait. S was too reckless. He really should have listened to Han Xiao's warning. In the command room, S gets the report. Serious casualties. The voice on the other end confirms, yeah, the intel was bogus. Maybe we should have considered Han Xiao's advice. But he's not giving up yet. He barks another order into the comms. These losses are nothing compared to the final prize. Have the soldiers search every inch of the base walls. If there's a real base in there, we're tearing it down. Inside, his men start their desperate search. Is there seriously a secret door in here? We've been looking for 2 hours, one soldier grumbles. We've practically torn the place apart. If it was here, we'd have found it. Hai Lang keeps giving updates. The front line reports no sign of a secret door. He's losing his patience and wants answers from Han Xiao. Get Han Xiao in here. I need to ask him some questions. Hai Lang pauses awkwardly. About that, Logistics just reported he injured 2 guards and vanished. Star Dragon says he never returned. S is absolutely furious. He slams his fist on the table. Useless. How could so many of you lose track of one man? Meanwhile, at the edge of the forest, Han Xiao has jacked a vehicle and is long gone. He coolly checks the GPS as he drives. Still salty? Wind? You think catching me is easy? A lone military truck drives down a quiet road. Inside is Gigi. After checking on his subordinates' activities, he thinks to himself, excellent, the core members have all pulled back safely. All right, stick with me, because this is where our guy decides it's time to give Han Xiao their parting gift. He moves his thumb over to the big red button on the controller. The moment he presses it, the entire base erupts in a chain of massive explosions. Computer monitors instantly display the absolute horrifying devastation of the entire scene. Witnessing the sheer scale of the destruction, S is completely stunned. He frantically tries to reach his men. Ye Fan, what just happened? But the other end of the line is silent, making S's blood run cold. Hello? Ye Fan, are you still alive? Luckily, the man survived, but he can only answer in ragged breaths. Cough. The base. It was rigged with a massive amount of explosives. They just detonated everything. The base is gone. After hearing the report, the commander's face turns pale with stress. The soldier's voice continues, spelling out every word. Our soldiers, buried alive. Losses are severe. The comms cut out. Inside the vehicle, his mind races. What a disaster. Hit by an enemy trap at the last second, causing pointless casualties. All the intel at the base is gone too. He knows as the commander, he's toast. But the word defeat simply isn't in this commander's dictionary. He starts barking orders at his subordinate to contact Division 13. A moment later, he's connected. What intel do you have for me? Jiang Wei glances at Li Yalan before answering. We have 2 agents who infiltrated the enemy's retreating forces. They'll report the route once confirmed. S can't wait a single second longer, demanding, the moment you have news, report to me. And yeah, this is all just a scheme to save his own skin. The losses were huge. Only a bigger victory can redeem him now. Wiping out the enemy's core unit is his last and only chance. With that, he makes a decisive call, ordering his troops to assemble and move towards the Dark Crow Valley base to await orders. The military vehicles begin to roll out, heading for their designated target. Watching the base get destroyed from a distance, Guiji scoffs at his enemies. Those idiots from Han Xiao thought they were so smart, and we played them like fools. But Pan Kuang isn't so sure. Don't let your guard down. Nearby, Lin Yao is carefully counting the enemy vehicles and soldiers, double-checking the numbers on his tablet. Suddenly, Xiao Xia's headset buzzes with a call from his superior. What's the status on the route intel? That suspicion makes him focus, and he sees the impossible. Right in front of them are blue military vehicles, unmistakably the Han Xiao army. Without a second's hesitation, Xiao Xia frantically reports to his boss. This is bad. We're being attacked by the Han Xiao army. But all he gets back is static. As he panics and asks his teammate what to do, De Chun calmly replies, Don't worry, wait for me to fire up the equipment. But before he can do anything, their vehicle is rocked by a sudden explosion from the enemy. The blast is devastating, and no one inside could have survived, not even the calm and collected Da Chun. Seeing the rising smoke, Guiji finally realizes, how did they know we were here? Who leaked the intel? Meanwhile, Pan Kuang is already in a firefight, a storm of bullets raining down on his position. Trying to end it quickly, the enemy lobs a grenade straight at them. He instantly sees their plan, to disable them both. In that split second, Pan Kuang yanks his partner out of the vehicle, just clear of the blast. Okay, can we just appreciate this? He lands as light as a feather, then immediately launches himself forward, slicing the grenade clean in half while Guiji just stares, completely stunned. But that's not all. Pan Kuang spots another threat closing in way too many enemies. He sees the convoy of vehicles approaching and knows if they get surrounded, they'll be worn down and killed. No more time to hesitate. He grabs Guiji's wrist. He quickly lays out the plan for Guiji. Run, the escape plane is already waiting. One after the other, they tear through the dense forest, running for their lives. But a strange sound from behind catches Pan Kuang's attention. The noise is coming from a single strange vehicle that appeared alone in the wilderness. It's Han Xiao. He's been tracking them the whole time, binoculars still in hand. Target acquired. But at the same time, he recognizes the threat to his own safety. There's a vehicle. Could be an enemy scout car. We might already be in their sights. But Pan Kuang is determined to find a way out, pulling his partner along while encouraging him. This huge forest can cover our tracks. Keep running. As they sprint for their lives, the pickup truck stays right on their tail. It stops in a hilly area, using the terrain for cover, perfectly positioned to hide from its prey. The driver steps out in military boots, clearly well prepared for this hunt. He then pulls out a map of the area and starts examining it. This is the path they have to take. With that, Han Xiao grabs his gear from the truck, ready to meet his targets at any moment. The case he pulls out is filled with strangely shaped bombs, all arranged in neat rows. He crouches down, digging with a small shovel in one hand and planting a mine with the other. Once the traps are all set, Han Xiao claps the dirt from his hands. Then, he picks up his sniper rifle with a confident tone. Almost time. Rifle in one hand, binoculars in the other. He scans for his targets. And now for the fun part. You and I both know the prey is about to walk right into the hunter's trap. Somewhere in that same forest, Guijie finally collapses, completely exhausted. I seriously can't run another step. But his partner tries to push him onward. Get up, we're almost there. He's just too tired, and weakly suggests to his teammate, how about, you carry me? But as he's speaking, a bullet suddenly rips through the air, right where they stop to rest. With the lightning-fast reflexes of a trained martial artist, Pan Kuang effortlessly dodges the surprise attack. But what was happening right before his eyes was a shock he simply couldn't believe. The wide-eyed, jaw-dropped expression says it all. Turns out the bullet Fan Kuang dodged slammed right into the teammate he was desperately trying to protect. Trust me, Han Xiao, watching from afar, he's damn satisfied with his one-shot masterpiece. Double kill complete. 100% damage. You have received 40,000 experience points. Gritting his teeth, Fan Huang cradles the bloody body of Kuai Tiet, glaring with pure hatred towards the source of the gunfire. He stares at the peaceful mountain ahead, a serene landscape now hiding a deadly threat. Another shot rings out from the other side. Fan Kuang leaves Kuai Tiet's body on the ground, turns, and dashes off with his sword. On the other side of that mountain, the area is still serene and quiet, with a few rock formations perfect for a natural hiding spot. All right, stick with me here. We're jumping into a high-speed chase where Pan Kuang is hunting with pure rage. He swears his target won't escape, and even the grass seems to bend in fear of the death he brings. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is tucked away behind a rock with his sniper rifle, listening to those thundering footsteps get closer and closer. Pan Kuang's catching up way too fast. He fires a shot. The bullet rips through the forest, the air itself vibrating in its wake. But Pan Kuang is on high alert, dodging the shot with an expert move. His eyes, now blood red, lock onto the sniper's position. Han Xiao fires again, aiming for a kill from a distance, this time grazing his shoulder. But this guy is no newbie. He dodges a whole barrage of bullets, even deflecting one with his blade. Han Xiao can't help but be impressed. The guy's got moves. Even while defending, Pan Kuang pinpoints his exact location and glares up with pure killing intent. His cover blown, Han Xiao instantly tosses the sniper rifle. He makes a break for it, but keeps an eye on Pan Kuang, who's hot on his tail. Seeing his prey run, Pan Kuang flashes a triumphant smile. He thinks he can run now? Too late. But this is exactly what Han Xiao wanted. He's being led right into a trap. He ducks behind a massive boulder, breaking the line of sight just long enough to pull out a tablet and start tapping furiously. Now watch this. Pan Kuang stops dead, sensing danger. A split second later, hidden grenades detonate at his feet, blasting him into the air like a rag doll. From a safe distance, Han Xiao coolly observes his handiwork. The time delay grenades dealt 34 points of damage to Pan Kuang. After damage reduction was calculated, the grenades dealt 37 points of damage. Pan Kuang is now in a lightly injured state. Han Xiao checks his stats, but the level gap is too massive to get much info. He keeps swiping through the data. The system then prompts him. Use 520,000 experience to level up to 28? Without a moment's hesitation, he hits yes. The level up is instant. Han Xiao cracks his knuckles as he feels his stats skyrocket. He sizes up the situation. Pan Kuang is 10 levels higher, but he's injured now. This is his chance to take him down. The smoke from the explosion clears to reveal nothing. Suddenly, a bloodied Pan Kuang charges out from the dust, appearing right in front of him. He launches himself into the air, bringing his sword down in a two-handed slash, a powerful arc that seems like it could cut space itself. Han Xiao drops low, executing a perfect slide to evade the deadly attack. Pan Kuang's attack misses. He's stunned. So fast. How did he dodge that? Han Xiao calmly stands up, reaching into his jacket. He whips out a pistol and starts unloading. Pan Kuang reacts instantly, raising his blade with both hands to form a protective barrier. Han Xiao didn't see that coming. A bead of sweat drips down his face as his mind races. His physical resistance is too damn high. Normal weapons won't do enough damage. He quickly ejects the clip, slams in a new one, and switches to high-heat rounds. Pan Kuang is surprised by the move and scoffs. "You dare reload in front of me?" His biggest mistake was underestimating his opponent. He leaps high for another attack. Han Xiao looks up, seemingly caught off guard. This time, the blade hits its mark, the force of the impact making him hunch over slightly. But victory doesn't make Pan Kuang happy. In fact, he's breaking out in a cold sweat just looking at the result. I mean, can you blame him? His sword hit Han Xiao, but it might as well have been a mosquito hitting steel, not a single scratch. "Where did that armor come from?" he blurts out. Now it's Han Xiao's turn. He leaps into the air, guns in both hands, while Pan Kuang is still frozen in his attack pose. From above, he crosses his arms and unleashes a hailstorm of bullets, his eyes locked on his target. Pan Kuang smirks behind his barrier, stroking his blade. Useless. But karma hits fast. This new round of bullets smashes right through his shield. Pan Kuang's face twists in pure, wide-eyed disbelief. What? He tries to scramble out of the way, but it's too late. He can only watch as flames begin to engulf his shoulder. He drops to one knee, sword planted in the ground, and roars. Impressive. Han Xiao scoffs at his pathetic attempt to force out the high-heat rounds with pure energy. Your level isn't high enough for that. Sweat pours down Pan Kuang's face. He's terrified. What kind of bullets are these? He rips off his burning shirt. His mind is racing. He's used too much energy on defense. He has to end this. Now. He launches himself forward in a blur. With his shoulder still ablaze, he brings his sword down on Han Xiao's head with everything he's got. Han Xiao raises his pistol, but click, it's empty. That tiny opening is all Pan Kuang needs. The blade connects once again. This time, his entire body hits the ground like a fallen leaf. Han Xiao lies on the grass, covered in blood, his mask shattered and gone. A system warning flashes. Simulation mask has expired. Armor durability critical. He decides to go all in, reaching behind his back for the hilt of his blade. Time to fight him head on. Han Xiao pushes himself up, his face now fully exposed, his eyes filled with pure killing intent as he grips his sword. And trust me, this is the moment everything changes. Pan Kuang's eyes go wide. So it was you, he stammers, then swings his blade wildly, screaming, "Zero!" Han Xiao raises his platinum blade to block the strike, gritting his teeth. As the sun sets, casting long shadows, their battle continues. The two stand locked in the middle of the forest. Han Xiao decides to strike first, swinging his combat blade with fierce intensity. Despite his injuries, Pan Kuang easily leans back to dodge. He glares at Han Xiao and grins. "You want to fight me up close? Are you in a hurry to die?" Sweat streams down Han Xiao's face as he gasps for air, calculating his next move. The grenades and high-heat rounds have already chewed through half of his health. He switches tactics, darting in to grab the guy's bicep. If he keeps attacking like this, an opportunity is bound to show up. Lightning fast, Han Xiao throws him into a rear chokehold, pinning him, one leg planted, the other wrapped tight, both hands yanking his head back. Fan Kuang freezes for a second, but he's no pushover. He snaps out of it, grabbing the titanium arm on his neck with a disdainful look. "You think this little bit of strength can hold me?" he yells, hilarious. Then he throws Han Xiao off his back. Han Xiao flies into the woods behind him, his back slamming painfully into a tree trunk. Fan Huang presses his advantage, charging forward with his blade. He puts all his strength into a downward strike at Han Xiao's head. Han Xiao bends his knees, blocking with his own battle blade. Using his experience, Fan Kuang dangerously twists his blade, slashing a clean line across Han Xiao's arm. No blood, but the impact makes his arm tremble violently. He clutches his arm, wincing. So painful. If this wasn't a second-gen mechanical arm with titanium alloy, it would have been useless. He quickly jumps back up, battle blade at the ready, watching his opponent. While the enemy hesitates, he secretly shakes his numb arm. Then he channels power to his legs, stomps down hard, and leaps. Han Xiao brings his blade down with all his might, and Fan Huang instinctively raises his to block. The two metal weapons clash, sparking, and the ground beneath Fan Kuang trembles. Of course, Han Xiao notices that little detail. Inside, he's celebrating. His opponent's strength clearly isn't what it was before. Looks like he's burned too much stamina, his stats are dropping. His own attacks are working. The durability on those leg guards won't last much longer. Keep attacking. His body moves with his thoughts, relentlessly slashing. The two of them go at it, blow for blow. Fan Kuang is exhausted, hunched over panting, sweat pouring down. Han Xiao cracks a smile. He's tired. This is the chance. He quickly brings up a screen, selecting a card in front of him. Stick with me, because this is where it gets crazy. A card appears between his fingers. He looks up full of confidence, activating the No Sakano character card. Instantly, a glowing red eye opens at the center of a cross. Fan Kuang stands frozen, watching the flock of crows fly everywhere. He yells in confusion. This is Nosa's ability. Golden tendrils, as if with a mind of their own, wrap around his neck while he's still asking questions. Isn't he dead? How? Soon, Fan Kuang is wrapped up tight, bound to the glowing cross. He closes his eyes and opens his mouth, maybe in pain, maybe in humiliation. Han Xiao coolly controls the card. He's calculating fast. A martial artist of this level can't have more than 50 willpower. The system confirms his thoughts, judging the opponent's willpower is below 50. With that confirmation, he clenches his tightened fist. Powerful energy swirls in his hand as waves of pale gold light radiate out. Supergravity activated. Han Xiao swings hard, a thunderous punch aimed straight for Fan Kuang's face. The guy squeezes his eyes shut and takes it, blood spraying from his mouth. The force of the blow is so explosive it knocks him right out of the protective barrier, sending his body sliding across the ground. Battered and bruised, he stumbles back up, grinding his teeth. The raw hatred in his eyes is practically visible as it shoots toward Han Xiao. A wise man knows when to retreat. Han Xiao doesn't stop. He grabs his battle blade and charges. From behind, he thrusts the blade straight through Fan Kuang's back, the sharp edge tearing through his chest and into the ground. The man's mouth is open, but no sound comes out. Han Xiao pulls the blade out, rests his hands on his knees, and lets out a long breath. The system quickly displays his victory. You have killed Fan Huang, level 38, receiving 21,000 experience. 10-level gap kill bonus, 280% experience increase. Suddenly, he presses his lips together, his eyes fixed in one direction. From the dead body's communicator, Grey Wolf's face appears, urgently asking, Fan Kuang, have you guys withdrawn yet? In a bright, sunlit room, a computer sits open on a desk. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Grey Wolf is about to lose his mind. He stares at Han Xiao and yells, Why is it you? You killed Fan Huang and Li Ji. Through the high-def screen, Han Xiao sends him a sincere greeting with a bright smile. Yo, long time no see. The guy grips his chair, demanding, Where did you get the Dark Crow Valley intelligence? Han Xiao crosses his arms and answers casually. Take a guess. Grey Wolf tries to stay calm as he threatens him. You think these little tricks can weaken us? How naive. Han Xiao ignores him and holds up 4 fingers, taunting. Including this one, I've wiped out 4 of your bases. Grey Wolf grips the edge of his desk, about to explode. A grasshopper trying to stop a chariot. I could kill you with a flick of my wrist. We have countless executives. You won't be free for long. Han Xiao just repeats slowly. I've wiped out 4 of your bases. The veins on Grey Wolf's hands bulge. He's so angry he starts to laugh. What's coming is coming. Grey Wolf furiously leaps up, throwing the computer in front of him. The machine lies broken on the floor amid scattered papers. He shouts, Guards! Soldiers immediately appear. He orders venomously, each word ground out between his teeth. My command. Issue a global kill order on number 0. Raise the bounty to 5 million. By the edge of a large forest, the wind rustles the trees. A notification informs Han Xiao he's perfectly completed the Dark Crow Valley mission, even gaining an extra 12% contribution. The result is 360,000 experience. The mission to cripple Dark Crow Valley's operations was also a success, allowing him to claim his rewards immediately. A few seconds later, Han Xiao is frozen in place, with the same look as a main character who discovers his lover is the final boss. Turns out his beyond expectations performance triggered a reward so ridiculously good, most people could only dream of it. An extra 50% experience and a random talent reward based on his specialties, with 3 different choices: Mighty Vigor, Nimble Fingers, Agile Body, and Resilient Mind. As an experienced player, he analyzes the stats. This excellent rating triggered a random reward. So lucky, Mighty Vigor affects health, while Resilient Mind is for magic or psychic classes. He doesn't need those 2. So in the end, with a 1 in 3 chance, Han Xiao decides on the agility boost for its close-range combat benefits. You and I just saw a masterclass in min-maxing. He picks Nimble Fingers, Agile Body, takes a drag from a cigarette, and quickly confirms his choice. With the attributes selected, the mission progress bar updates instantly. Main quest progress is up 1.8%. Han Xiao exhales, his mood heavier than before. It seems Dark Crow Valley was a critical link for future players to join the Germinal Organization. Taking this base out will slow Germinal's growth. And you can bet the convoy is leaving before sunset, because they know the real drama is about to start. C sits in the vehicle, deep in thought. His command led to heavy losses, and he knows the higher-ups are going to crucify him for it. His gaze shifts to the next vehicle, a sly idea forming. What if he just said Star Dragon's operative was working under his orders all along? A nasty smile spreads across his face. After all, the Star Dragon Nation would never see his version of the report. Suddenly, the comms crackle to life. Report! 2 bodies spotted ahead. Everyone scrambles out of their vehicles to investigate. The bloody scene makes C freeze for 5 solid seconds. 2 bodies, stacked one on top of the other, just lying there on the ground. His voice, usually calm, now holds a hint of panic. It's Fan Kuang and Li Jie. Lin Yao takes in the grim scene, asking Ramos, did Han Xiao do this? Before he can even answer, Dia jumps right in. Of course he did. Who else could possibly pull this off? Taking on a Germinal executive solo? Classic Han Xiao. Still, she couldn't figure out his strategy. Why just leave the bodies in the middle of the road? This is a major military achievement, and the Haxia team is about to claim it. The reward is so huge, Sei can already picture his future promotions. Perfect. Gifting me the bodies of 2 Germinal leaders. He coldly gestures to his men. I'll take it. Move them out. Load the bodies onto the truck. The Haxia soldiers move immediately. Yes, sir. They carefully pull the 2 corpses apart, and that's when Hila freezes in shock. Now, don't blink. A landmine, buried right under Fan Kuang's body, is suddenly revealed with a terrified scream. It's a bomb! The grunts all panic, scrambling for cover. Fall back! But giving up this prize? Not C's style. He shoves Hila forward. Go check it out. The blood-soaked mine is now completely exposed for everyone to see. Reluctantly, Hila obeys. His entire body trembles as he reaches for the mine with no protective gear, lifting it with both hands to get a closer look. But that's when he realizes something's wrong. Huh? It's way too light. He lifts it with one hand, stunned. This landmine. It's hollow. Yi Fan lets out a massive sigh of relief. Who would pull a stunt like this? It's outrageous. The comment hits Sei right where it hurts. Ahem. The Star Dragon Special Forces team standing nearby can't hold it in any longer and bursts out laughing. Dia, on the other hand, is laughing her head off. Haha, this has Han Xiao written all over it. In an instant, all of Sei's authority just evaporates. A childish prank. All right, let's cut back to our guy, alone in the mountains, meticulously prepping his sniper rifle. He calmly finds the perfect spot and takes aim with perfect form. A few seconds pass, then he pulls the trigger. The bullet tears through the grass, faster than the eye can see. Having been in the military for so long, Sei has developed a sixth sense, an instinct that tells him to turn his head. And that unconscious action is the last thing he'll ever do before that bullet sends him straight to the afterlife. Ah! His lifeless body collapses in an instant. For everyone there, the moment is absolutely burned into their minds. As the sun finally sets, the mood turns grim. Smoke still drifts from Han Xiao's sniper rifle, a final reminder of what just happened. He takes a drag from his cigarette, feeling zero pity for his enemy. You reap what you sow. With the job done, Han Xiao thinks about his next move. He'd joined Star Dragon to escape Germinal's hit squads, and now he had the advanced knowledge he needed. He snaps the device they gave him in half, spotting the tracking chip inside. On the surface, Star Dragon pretended to trust him completely. But the phone they gave him had a GPS tracker hidden inside. He casually removes it. Now, Germinal's full attention is on the Star Dragon Empire. He crushes the tracker under his boot, cutting his last tie. No need to go back to Star Dragon now. He pulls up a system panel. The public beta countdown. 94 days. Time is short, and that's all the motivation he needs. 3 months until the public beta hits. This whole planet is a goldmine of missions. He has to level up fast and stack as much cash as he can. From his steel pack, Han Xiao pulls out a device. An artificial wing unfurls. He's got what he came for. It's time to go. And with that, you and I watch as he leaps from the cliff without a second thought. The world is huge, and for a guy with his skills, there's always a place to call home. Back in a Star Dragon conference room, the tension is thick enough to cut. Gu Hui can hardly believe the report in front of him. Han Xiao is a loose cannon. Good thing he left no evidence, or Haxia would be all over us. But Long Wei, beside him, is thrilled. I think what he did was brilliant. The department head quickly brings the meeting back to order. He turns to a subordinate. So, Han Xiao's whereabouts are still unknown, correct? The agent is too scared to even make eye contact. Correct. We were tracking him, but the signal cut out 24 hours ago. He probably found the device. The man pulls out his phone. I'll call his old teammates. Under the boss's intense stare, the agent makes the call. Hello, Lin Yao. Have you had any contact with Han Xiao? Confused, Lin Yao still answers. Huh? Yeah, he contacted me this morning. This news is a lifeline for the agent. And what did he say? Lin Yao tries to remember. The entire room holds its breath, listening intently. He said he was going to lay low for a while. Trust me, this is where it gets crazy. Elder Xiao can't wrap his head around it. He's just killing some official. Is he really afraid we can't protect him? And he's not the only one. Even Feng Han is suspicious. Is he just trying to find an excuse to run for the hills? The secretary pulls up Han Xiao's profile on the system, and his updated bounty pops up. He spins the monitor around in a panic, needing someone else to confirm what he's seeing. The bounty has shot up to 5 million, a 5-fold increase. Gu Hui leaps to his feet in complete shock. What? Raising the bounty now? It has to be connected to the Germinal Organization's recent moves. Is there a mole? The tense silence in the room finally shatters as Lu Wang gets up to leave. The meeting's chairman tries to spin it, to rationalize Han Xiao's actions. If he was afraid of retaliation from Germination, then running away would make perfect sense. A low voice cuts through the chatter, giving a direct order. Freeze his agent status. Cut off all outside contact. Send a team to find him, now. Meanwhile, in the dreamy, sun-drenched coastal metropolis of Shenfeng City, a paradise for the rich, the waves crash gently against the shore. Han Xiao sits on a balcony, staring out at the horizon. He knows there's a ton of work to do before the 3-month beta test goes public. While grabbing a bite to eat, his mind is already 10 steps ahead. First order of business. Hijack all the special quests before the players can get to them. These missions offer rewards like rare skills and unique talents. He pours himself a glass of wine, savoring a taste of the good life. And here's the thing you and I need to remember. He still knows the sequence for most of these quests. After that, he needs to secure a steady cash flow while on the move. He'll craft machinery for experience points, and thanks to the black card he got from selling that combat blade map, short-term supplies won't be an issue. As the aroma of the wine fills his senses, he makes another note to himself. He needs to find time to sabotage the Germination Organization too. On the outside, he looks totally relaxed, but inside, his mind is a whirlwind of complex calculations. The most important goal is raising the limit for mission rewards and penalties. That's how he'll get the players to work for him once the beta opens to everyone. And the most effective way to raise that limit is by increasing his legend rating. Right now, his legend score is a big fat 0, but he's confident. With his knowledge, 3 months is more than enough time. The Pharrell Group's branch in Shenfeng City is a modern tower designed with a classic, almost ancient European style. Han Xiao calmly walks up to the main reception desk in the grand lobby. He puts a bank card on the counter along with a list. I need you to prepare these materials for me. Yeah, when you've got money, you don't sweat the price tag. He made a fortune back in Star Dragon, and now he can finally stop worrying about material costs. Anton, the clerk, puts on a standard customer service smile. Welcome, sir. The total comes to 100,000. With your black card discount of 20%, that'll be 80,000. The materials will be delivered to your room shortly. Han Xiao is practically floating. Man, having money is awesome. But he's not just here for parts. I also need a certificate for the Blood Pack Society from the dark web. For those who don't know, think of it as the underworld's neutral intelligence hub, a place where secrets are bought and sold. That request is a rare one, and it makes Anton look at Han Xiao in a whole new light. A rare item, of course, comes with a hefty price tag, 200,000. But to Han Xiao, that's just pocket change. The whole underground business seems like it was ripped straight out of John Wick. The Blood Pack Society is a hitman organization run by the dark web. Getting the certificate means he can become a contract killer. Back in the day, players just called it the Assassin's League. The system immediately updates with new info. You have unlocked a new faction, Blood Pack Society. Reputation, indifferent. 0 out of 300. Rank, reserve assassin. Location, Vitalia Hotel. All of Han Xiao's strange behavior before, it was all leading to this. Of all the ways to earn legend points, the easiest is to get your name on a ranking board. He watches the hotel staff bow and scrape before the wealthy guests, his mind already churning on the next step. For example, the assassin leaderboard of the Assassin's League. As he steps inside, he feels a strange sense of excitement. This grand hotel hides a dangerous world behind its beautiful facade. The Vitalia Hotel has branches in every major city across the 6 nations, and the owner behind it all is the Dark Web Organization. Bai Hong, at the reception desk, eyes the young man walking in. So sorry, we're fully booked. The hotel operates by its own rules. Normal people without the right credentials can never stay here. Of course, Han Xiao knows exactly how this place works. Oh, is that so? He slides the certification coin onto the counter, telling Bai Hong to take a closer look. Perhaps you should double check. After years on the job, the old man knows exactly what it is. He looks up at Han Xiao, a mix of disbelief and awe in his eyes. But the hotel's rules are absolute, not something he can question or refuse. Your room is this way. Please, follow me. The elevator stops, opening to a massive suite. Bai Hong respectfully leads the way. Please come this way to register your information. He goes to a desk, rummages around for a moment, and pulls out a form. He places it on the table. Please fill in your details. Han Xiao quickly scans the application while Bai Hong continues. You will need to choose a code name for yourself. Without a moment's hesitation, he replies. Crimson Empire, Kunsa Star Cluster, Apostle Grade Observer and Evaluator, serial number 9527. The old man is completely baffled. Could you perhaps shorten that a bit? Han Xiao just gives a mysterious smile and mutters a single word, black. But Bai Hong shakes his head. I'm sorry, that code name is already registered. Would Mr. Black be acceptable instead? Okay, now let's see what happens next. Han Xiao agrees, and with the paperwork finally settled, the old man speaks. All right, Mr. Black, you are now a reserve assassin with a blank slate. You'll need to complete missions to be promoted to Scorpion rank. Bai Hong explains the system while pulling up some info. You can accept contracts commissioned by our clients. You can take public bounties, reward missions, or private jobs. We take a 5% cut of the reward as a brokerage fee. With that, he hands a datapad over. Feel free to browse the list of available bounties and see if anything catches your eye. Han Xiao takes it, his face serious as he scrolls through the intel, until his eyes suddenly lock onto something. All right, you and I are about to meet a guy checking the bounty board, and his own face is staring right back at him. Target 1, Wang Defu. Capture alive. Reward 2 million. He can't help but feel a little impressed with himself. His own bounty is way higher. A quick smirk flashes across his face. They're still looking for him in West Capital. Let them waste their time. But his little moment of self-appreciation gets cut short by Bai Hong. Mr. Black, you have a commission. Estimated fee, 100,000 N. That number makes him pause, must be some broke dude rolling the dice on a newbie assassin. Still, Han Xiao quickly agrees. A cheap mission probably means less hassle anyway. He crosses his arms, oozing confidence. All right, I'll take it. The old man gets right to business. Good. I'll arrange a meeting with the client. The scene shifts to a much classier building, looking seriously upscale and important. Inside, Han Xiao scans the brief. Target: Yue Yuju. Location: Godwind City. 10 to 20 bodyguards. This price is way too low. Across from him, the client, Cheng Shan Shui, squirms in his seat. My finances are a bit tight, he explains, nervously pouring tea for him. The guy looks so pathetic, Han Xiao just stands up and cuts him off. I'm in, you wait here, and right on cue, the system confirms the mission. You have accepted an E-rank mission, assassination contract from Cheng Shan Shui. Reward: 25,000 experience. Cheng Shan Shui's face finally relaxes, letting out a sigh of relief. That's wonderful. About how many days will it take? But Han Xiao just shoots him a cold, indifferent look. By the time you finish your meal, he'll be dead. He turns and walks out, completely unaware of the client's doubtful eyes following him. Now you and I both know that kind of doubt is a huge mistake. Just then, a hand clamps down hard on the client's shoulder. Yo, boss Cheng. Cheng Shanshui whips his head around, totally shocked. Before him stands Leon, a mountain of a man covered in scars. I was thinking, Leon says. I'll take that last commission you offered. The request makes the client flustered as he unconsciously rubs his mouth. Someone literally just took it. But the big guy doesn't even get mad, just waves a dismissive hand. Well, that's a shame. Just call me for the next one. Cheng Shanshui just stands there, nodding behind him. Yeah, of course. Suddenly, Leon's phone rings. He picks it up. Hello? This is he. Oh, Boss Yue. The voice on the other end immediately gets to the point. Are you free for a job? He replies smoothly. Yeah, I'm bored to death over here. The voice on the phone continues. Target info sent. Same rules as always. Leon quickly pulls up the target file, and his eyes go wide with surprise. The target? It's Cheng Shanshui. No way, it's him. He instinctively glances back at the man behind him. What a coincidence. His commission must be to kill Boss Yue. The voice on the line asks, So, what do you say? While Cheng Shanshui stares off into the distance worrying, Lan just grins wickedly, malice clear on his face. Not a problem at all. And that Boss Yue is none other than Yuzu, still chatting on his phone, totally unaware he's in an assassin's crosshairs. All right, I'm sending the deposit now. And just like that, a gunshot rings out, so loud that even Leon can hear it. His smug confidence vanishes, replaced by pure, stunned confusion. He screams into the phone, Boss Yue, Boss Yue. But the man is already motionless on the ground in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, completely lifeless. The horrifying scene sends Melissa, Henry, and Gren into a total panic. Hey! Where are the guards? Where is everybody? Boss Yue has been assassinated. The line on Leon's phone goes dead. Nothing but silence. His whole body goes rigid. Someone just swooped in and stole his kill. Yue Yuzu had a ton of guards, and that tiny bit of money Cheng Shanshui was offering? At best, that could only get him a total rookie. Leon's face darkens, a wave of disbelief washing over him. I gotta say, I'm thinking the same thing he is. What kind of so-called newbie can take out a guarded target so cleanly, without a trace? Who the hell is this guy? Before long, police cars swarm the building where Yuzu lived, drawing a huge crowd of onlookers. Hey, looks like there was a murder, they murmur, pushing to get a better look. Some people are even shamelessly snapping photos, which makes a nearby cop furious. Stop pushing. Please don't interfere with the police investigation. Hey you, no pictures. The crowd starts gossiping that in broad daylight, the killer couldn't have gotten far. Just then, Han Xiao casually strolls by, smirking to himself. I've got my simulation mask after all. Of course I can disappear without a trace. You guys have fun with your search. A moment later, back at Cheng Shanshui's place, Han Xiao walks in and drops his gear. He sits at the table triumphantly. It's done. The old man, who is sitting across from him, jumps to his feet, absolutely ecstatic. You really finished it that fast? Incredible! Immediately, Cheng Shanshui slides a large briefcase to Han Xiao. No need to guess what's inside. This is your payment. Please confirm it. At the same time, the system dings. Assassination contract for Cheng Shanshui complete. You have received 25,000 experience, but he ignores the case and rushes out, leaving his meal untouched. No need, I have to go report back. The old man just smiles warmly. All right, take it easy. Suddenly, Han Xiao stops. A gut feeling tells him something's wrong. He's being watched. He glances at a nearby table. It's Leon, pretending to hide behind a newspaper. It's that guy. Han Xiao's handsome face twists into a terrifying glare. What are you looking at? That single, vicious look sends a chill down his spine. Leon's entire body starts to tremble, his breath catching in his throat, unable to stay calm. That killing intent. It's overwhelming. This rookie is dangerous. The scene cuts back to the office where he first got the mission. Inside the room, Bai Hong's voice rings out. We've received confirmation of completion from the client. The old man smiles as he types away at his computer. You are now officially a Scorpion rank assassin. Your limit has increased. From now on, you'll receive preliminary VIP treatment at all branches of the Vitalia Hotel worldwide. Trust me, Bai Hong can't stop heaping on the praise. This is the first time I've ever seen a rookie become a full-fledged member this fast. I look forward to seeing your future performance. All that praise goes straight to Han Xiao's head. He puffs out his chest. So, what's my ranking on the dark web's assassin list? Hearing that, the handler just raises an eyebrow and starts to explain. Only top-tier assassins make this list. You're ranked somewhere past 1,000, kid, so don't get too ambitious. The smile vanishes from his face as he sinks into thought. I remember. Back then, the top 10 assassins were around level 40. Not exactly gods. Only the top 3 were seriously terrifying. Their levels were practically maxed out for the 1.0 version. Every time Han Xiao thinks about it, his expression hardens, checking his mission history and achievements. It's so intense that Bai Hong starts to worry. Did I just crush this kid's confidence? He tries to cheer him up. Hey, don't look so down. Based on your first mission, you've got a bright future ahead. That little push is all he needed. He decides right then and there. I'll grind mission achievements, climb the ranks. Let's see what jobs I can actually take right now. This sudden cheerfulness impresses Bai Hong. Now that's more like it. That's the spirit. Without hesitation, the old man hands over the mission list. They're all here. Take your pick. He grabs the tablet and starts scrolling, while Bai Hong gives some advice. For newbies, I suggest starting with simple missions and working your way up. Ignoring him, Han Xiao hands it back, totally calm. I want this one. Bai Hong just keeps rambling, thinking he picked an easy one. Right, start simple, take it slow. Then his eyes land on the mission details and practically pop out of his head. On the screen, dense text describes Rose Armed, a full-on military organization. The objective: eliminate all targets. The client: the Chest-Rot family. Location: Somalian Desert. Posted November 17th, year 685. Reward: 3 million aquamarine coins. Difficulty rating: hard. Mission log: Agent Horde dead. Agent Bloodhand dead. Agent Flower Lover, Freeman also dead. The old man leaps up, screaming right in his face, spit flying everywhere. Let me stop you right there. Do you even understand what a simple mission is? All those experienced assassins died, so what makes a rookie like you so damn confident? Han Xiao winces, wiping his face while talking back, totally ignoring the warning. Forget the enemy. I think I'm gonna drown in your spit first. Just set it up for me. I have my own plans. Bai Hong says nothing more. He's clearly speechless. Furious, he slaps an old coin on the table, and a piece of paper prints out. He stamps the form, rolls it up, and shoves it into a tube, still fuming. I've said all I need to say. With that, he sends the tube down a pneumatic pipe. The paper travels down the mission distribution system, landing in the hands of a staffer in the information control room. The guy immediately starts typing until a notification pops up, data entry complete. At the same time, a TV in the room announces, mission information for Rose Armed has been updated. The data instantly beams to the computer upstairs. Bai Hong gets the confirmation. All right, you're registered. The system then confirms the mission for Han Xiao. You have accepted the class bounty hunter quest, Rose Armed. Mission hint: the Somalian desert is home to many factions and nomads, armed mercenary groups. But why are there so many factions in this wasteland? It might be connected to something else. Perhaps you should investigate. His eyes widen in surprise as the system screen continues. Mission requirement: annihilate Rose Armed. Time limit: 15 days. Reward: 150,000 experience. Special reward: 250,000 experience, plus an unknown reward. Hearing this, Han Xiao turns and walks away without a word, looking dead serious. Okay, I know what you're thinking. A special reward? Yeah. This mission is way more complex than it looks. Dealing with desert mercenaries means no mistakes. To be safe, I should upgrade my gear before I head out. The scene shifts to the Farian group's base, where Han Xiao is muttering to himself. My main class is maxed out. The conditions for the next class change are simple this time. No need to waste experience on useless blueprints just for a promotion. Experience isn't easy to come by. Delaying my class change a little is fine. Meanwhile, the system displays the requirements for Apprentice Mechanic. Learn 20 different blueprints. Next to him are boxes of successfully developed ammo. My next mission is solo, no teammates. I need to diversify my ammunition types, get ready to handle different situations all by myself. Nearby, a strange machine hums, and on the desk is a pile of intel on Rose Armed. He murmurs to himself, Rose Armed, a mercenary group composed entirely of women. Their base is deep in the Somalian desert. Han Xiao picks up the papers, reading and calculating. The enemy is fully armed, and they even have a mechanic. Looks like I'll need to craft some counterweapons. He immediately gets to work. On-screen text flashes, commencing knowledge fusion, basic electromagnetism level 4, basic energy theory level 3, basic field induction level 3, cost, 15,000 experience. He hits confirm without hesitation. Not what I wanted, but this will be useful against snipers. Instantly, a pair of goggles appears. Fusion successful. You have successfully developed electronic scanning goggles. But that's still not enough. Han Xiao keeps using the system to create more gear. Next, another machine is quickly fused into existence, an electronic jammer. He can't hold back his excitement anymore. Success, the legendary EMP. Dealing with desert enemies will be a piece of cake with this. But the excitement fades as he returns to his thoughts. For desert warfare, having some landmines wouldn't be a bad idea. Let's try creating a custom blueprint. A custom blueprint fuses existing knowledge and blueprints, using your own understanding to add details and create something new. He gets right to it. This time he's hands-on, drilling the components himself. Then Han Xiao moves on to designing poison bullets, sweat beading on his forehead from intense concentration. But the system screen keeps flashing an error message. Blueprint analysis in progress. Analysis failed. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes snap open. He looks over at the poison bullets and smirks. Finally, it worked. He admires his new creation with satisfaction. Nice. The custom blueprint function really suits my situation. He grabs a suitcase. I can create blueprints based on my needs, the huge potential to exploit. He then opens it. And trust me, you and I are about to see this plan in action. Inside is a seriously awesome-looking sniper rifle. Preparations are solid. Time to move out. Han Xiao pulls out his phone and dials Antonov Faria. The other end picks up quickly. He gets straight to the point. Hello, it's me. I need to use your weapon transport planes. On the other end of the line, Antonov sounds smug. We only use our planes for transport during major deals. Even as a Black Gold VIP client, you still have to pay up. Han Xiao's willingness to spend gets an instant reply, forcing the guy to grab a pen. Okay, how many people are you transporting, and when? Just me, right now. Anton raises an eyebrow, his face a mask of confusion. A waste. One trip is 50,000 N. You sure about that? He confirms it without a second thought. I'm sure, he says, still rubbing the stack of cash he just earned. We cut to a desolate desert, where Han Xiao's helicopter is flying over the territory of the Rose Armed Forces. He leans out the window with his binoculars to scout the area. Han Xiao looks down at the massive enemy base, just as formidable as the reports claimed. Rose Armed Forces' security is tight, easy to defend, hard to attack. A direct assault is a no-go, so an ambush is the better play. With that, Han Xiao gives his order. Now watch this. Land somewhere nearby, and get an all-terrain vehicle ready for me. Anton eagerly agrees. You got it. I'll have someone prep it. There's a Faria base not far west. I'll go handle my own business. Just then, the helicopter lands a short distance from the base. He even offers a little encouragement. Good luck to you. Down below, a convoy of vehicles kicks up a massive dust cloud. A voice from the lead car calls out, Doroth, still no luck this time? The person inside reports immediately. We search sectors E4, E5, and D4. Still no news on Feronia. We also clashed with Gordon's men during the search. That's Doroth, an instructor for the Rose Armed Forces. Van Lee and Sis are dead. Misa sobs uncontrollably behind her. Cece. We've already sacrificed so many people on this mission. What in the world is Feronia? Is it really worth all these lives? Sitting beside her, Seon's heart aches as well. She places a wrinkled hand on her shoulder and asks sternly, Are you an outsider? A prosperous nation once stood here before war destroyed it. An old legend says deep in this desert lies a million-year-old ruin, holding a treasure that can control this entire desert. Seon tells the story with deep sorrow. As their convoy pushes forward, she mentions countless factions have come searching for that ruin, Feronia. We are the outcasts who lost our families in the war. We're mercenaries. They're agents, she continues. This wasteland looks even bleaker as the sun sets. We risk our lives searching for Feronia on their behalf. They provide us with resources, they protect our families. This is the Feronia trade, our only hope for survival. They have no idea Han Xiao's ambush is already in place. He casually dusts his hands off, looking like he owns the place. Han Xiao raises his binoculars, and the Rose Armed Forces convoy comes right into view. They're almost home. The prey has appeared. He quickly grabs his sniper rifle and waits behind a large boulder. At the same time, The women's convoy drives right past him. Okay, you and I are about to see this trap get sprung. The moment they cross the EMP, it activates. An energy net erupts, swallowing the convoy and trapping them inside. It happens so fast that everyone is stunned. It's an EMP! We're under attack! Doroth is just as shocked, sweat dripping down her face. Could it be Gordon's men? Strange, they've never been this aggressive before. Realizing the danger, she pulls out her massive hammer, ready for a fight. All units, dismount and prepare for combat. A familiar hand expertly loads a round. Han Xiao takes aim and fires. Dozens of poison rounds lay on the ground, and his precise shot hits one. A bright flash, and then toxic gas billows out everywhere. The other poison rounds are triggered in a chain reaction. The toxic gas fills the air, spreading rapidly. Members of the Rose Armed Forces are choking. Someone screams, "It's poison gas, you cruel bastard." Having inhaled too much, Nina starts to look pale. "I can't. I'm so dizzy." She stumbles, unable to walk, and collapses unconscious on the hard ground. A teammate screams, "Nina, stay awake!" But it's too late. Soon, almost everyone has collapsed in the toxic smoke. Doroth is filled with pure rage for her fallen comrades. But it's not over. Another gunshot rings out, striking a point in the distance. And in that instant, she realizes something. By watching the bullet's path, she's pinpointed the sniper's location. "The shots are from over there," Doroth yells. "Don't wait here to die. Charge him." Without a moment's hesitation, another shot flies from that exact same spot. Then comes a hail of bullets raining from the sky. Only a few lucky ones manage to dodge. Gritting her teeth, Doroth grips her weapon and charges the sniper's position. "I'll end you." Han Xiao ducks behind the rock, watching her charge. He quietly draws a pistol. Doroth raises her weapon and leaps high into the air. But then, she sees something that completely shocks her. She swings her axe hard, but Han Xiao dodges effortlessly. It's a move he's clearly planned 100 times. His pistol is already aimed at her. The bullet should have been a heart shot, but Doroth is no pushover. She twists her body and blocks the shot with her own hand. She takes damage, but smirks triumphantly. Because now, she has her own gun pointed right at the man who killed her comrades. Staring down the dark barrel of her gun, Han Xiao breaks a sweat. Doroth, sure of her victory, begins to mock him. "At this range, I don't care who you are, you're dead." She pulls the trigger, and a storm of bullets flies right at Han Xiao. And you and I both know this is far from over. But something's off. Even with every bullet hitting its mark, the guy doesn't even flinch. You and I are about to see why. Doroth just stares, completely floored, after seeing his target eat a face full of lead. How is that possible? Turns out his magnetic armor blocked every single bullet, leaving Han Xiao completely unscathed. He just smirks, mocking his enemy's stupidity. The tables have turned. He's the hunter now, aiming his gun at his new prey, a plan already taking shape. Most martial artists can easily take down a sniper up close, no question about it. A shot rings out, sparks flying through the air. Dorothy goes down hard, blood spraying out like vibrant red rose petals. Yeah, it's true, most snipers are pretty useless in a close-quarters fight. The system notification pops up. You have killed the level 25 Dorothy, receiving 7,500 experience. His thoughts trail off for a second. What a waste. Han Xiao glances into the distance, his pride on full display. But I'm no ordinary sniper. A crowd begins to gather in the clearing in front of the building. Before them lie the bodies, all laid out on white sheets. After a quick inspection, someone reports that most of them have a single fatal bullet wound. La Qing, the leader of the Rose-armed unit, gives her analysis the attacker is likely a single person, a sniper. Based on her own experience, she suspects it's another bounty hunter. She quickly pulls up a familiar number on her comms. The call connects, and La Qing makes her demand. "The assassin hit us again. We've lost over 20 people. Send reinforcements to take care of this." After that, she smirks, thinking of the poor soul who crossed them. "You have no idea what you've gotten into, you fool. You're the prey now." Now, at a desolate factory, a helicopter suddenly descends, and a few figures slowly step out. And trust me, these aren't your average grunts. 3 men emerge from the chopper. The assassin known as Ace 3 leads the way, demanding, "What's the situation?" The other 2, Ace 8 and Ace 9, listen grimly. La Qing bows respectfully and reports that the enemy is a sniper, and a very well-prepared one at that. Based on tire tracks in the sand, another agent adds that the assassin headed southeast. There are 3 major powers in that direction, the closest being an outpost for the Farian Corporation. A petite girl, the rose-armed mechanic named Suli, also chimes in. "We found landmine fragments at the scene. The enemy clearly knows our patrol routes. He set up an ambush ahead of time. The landmines he used are a new model, and their shell is made of materials from the Farian Corporation. It seems they've analyzed the weapon fragments pretty thoroughly. Ace 8 hears this and weighs their options. The Farian Corporation is trouble. We can't make a move on their territory. Then, he offers up a suggestion that no one is going to like. His target is you women, so we'll use you as bait. The ladies are obviously pissed, but they wouldn't dare say a word. He just ignores the angry looks on their faces and lays out his plan. You'll go out on patrol like usual, and we will set up a hidden ambush. The second he makes a move, we kill him. With no other choice, La Qing accepts the plan and gives the order to her subordinate. Ghost Fox, you'll do as he says. She immediately complies. Yes, sir. That night, back at the Farian Corporation's outpost, Han Xiao is reading through some files when he uncovers a shocking truth. It turns out the Rose-armed unit has powerful backers. No wonder so many assassins have died going after them. Anton explains that pretty much every armed faction in the Somali desert has some kind of support. Their backers are political and financial powers, secretly running assassin training businesses. The client who hired our boy is actually the Rothschild family. Han Xiao keeps reading the documents, but one question keeps popping into his head. So many different factions are looking for this Feronia thing. What is it exactly? The moment he asks, Anton freezes, just for a second. But then he quickly raises his coffee cup as if trying to swallow the truth. I don't know. But Han Xiao is sharp enough to know the man is lying. Don't know, my foot. Feronia must be tied to some massive secret. Maybe the hidden reward for this mission has something to do with it. Now our boy knows the enemy has serious backup and they'll definitely be sending in heavy hitters. This job just got way harder, so what's the plan? He looks up at Anton with a proposal. I need to focus on shooting, so I can't drive. How about you be my chauffeur? Anton gives him a deadpan stare and asks the million-dollar question. What does your mission have to do with me? Why should I help? This is where Han Xiao's silver tongue gets to work. He launches into full-on sales pitch mode. It's not every day you get to travel, so why stay cooped up inside? Wouldn't it be better to get out and see the sights? Anton just looks at him, completely bewildered by this tourist brochure nonsense. He keeps pushing his fantasy vacation package. Don't look at me like that. Who knows? You might even see a mirage out there. Mountains and lakes. The desert is huge, but if you're sincere, it will reveal its secrets. Anton is just speechless. I don't think we know each other that well. Still trying to be funny, Han Xiao crosses his arms and drops the ultimate line. I'm giving you a chance to be my friend. Anton says nothing, just expertly stirs his coffee. He smirks and finally states his terms. If you want me on this mission, then by the rules, I want a cut of the pay. That's fair. Han Xiao agrees instantly. Done. You can have 5% of the reward, how's that? But that offer doesn't quite do it for him, too low. The driver is always the enemy's first target. I want 20%. The second money gets involved. Han Xiao's mood turns serious. Why don't you just rob me instead? You're a total shark. Anton just smiles. I am robbing you. But Han Xiao knows there are very few people he can trust. He has no choice but to agree. Deal. Meanwhile, back at the Rose-armed mercenary base, a girl in the observation room spins around and yells, Target spotted in Sector X. Ace 3 rushes over to the monitor. He grins, full of confidence. He took the bait, just as I predicted. On the screen, Han Xiao is busy digging in the dirt. The guy scoffs at the sight. Playing the same old trick again? What a moron. Then, Ace 3 barks out an order. Bait team, move out. Ghost Fox bows her head. Understood. On the other side, Han Xiao is watching their every move through his binoculars. The enemy team is on the move. Han Xiao tells his newly hired driver to head southwest and give chase, completely unaware that they're being watched. The second Ace 3 sees his target moving, he lets out a laugh and gives the final order. The prey has appeared. Kill him. Han Xiao's jeep barrels down the dirt road, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He seems to spot something, then whips his rifle around and fires behind them. The bullet sparks as it screams toward the lead vehicle. It smashes through the windshield, leaving a spiderweb of cracks. Ghost Fox frowns and shouts into her radio, He's in a single car, chasing us. Right after she speaks, several more cars appear, closing in from 3 different directions. Han Xiao just calmly watches them approach. They're trying to surround him. Let's kick things off with our boy almost getting sent to the afterlife. A bullet nearly ended his story right here, but lucky for us, his armor barely held up. Still, the armor was thin, and a nasty gash opened up on his forehead. Gritting through the pain, he yells, It's an ambush! Fall back to the rendezvous point! Anton slams on the gas, the car rocketing forward, leaving the others in the dust. But his eyes go wide in shock. 2 more cars are blocking their path. They're boxed in. Ace 5 sees Han Xiao caught in the trap and lets out a victorious smirk. Time to die. He fires the first shot, and a storm of bullets rains down on their car. Seeing that insane amount of firepower, Anton tenses up, gritting his teeth. He cranks the wheel, pulling a sharp turn, but the car still takes multiple hits. Suddenly, an explosion erupts, sending the back of the car flying into the air. Both of them are thrown around, desperately grabbing onto anything to stay upright. Thinking fast, Anton yanks a lever. The car stabilizes in an instant and peels out, leaving a stunned Ace 5 staring after them. Still trying to run? But there's nowhere to go. They're completely surrounded by dozens of vehicles. His voice drips with arrogance. There's no escape for you now. Anton breaks out in a cold sweat. We're screwed. Enemies on all sides. But Han Xiao isn't giving up. He scans the area, desperately searching for a way out. And it seems fate hasn't abandoned them just yet. He spots it to the south. There's only one car, the weakest point in their formation. He instantly gets it. And here's the genius part you and I get to see. They're avoiding the area where his traps are laid. This is their only shot, but one wrong move could be fatal. Then, out of nowhere, a vehicle appears, armed with massive spikes on the front. Han Xiao's eyes widen in absolute surprise. It's a cis-brand armored car with a gunner already perched on top. Anton is just as shocked, urging, "What is that thing? We have to run." It's come to this. Han Xiao frowns, making a split-second decision. We're going all in. Head south. Anton must be regretting teaming up with this maniac, hoping he has a plan. With that, he spins the wheel, changing direction and aiming straight for the car in the south. Seeing them move, the enemy vehicles immediately start to close in. Ace readies his heavy machine gun, confidently declaring, "You're not getting away." But Han Xiao isn't one to back down. He returns fire, shot for shot. The bullet rips through the air toward the enemy. Ace 9 can only stare as it closes in. Suddenly, it explodes, unleashing a blinding flash of light. He clutches his searing eyes, tears streaming uncontrollably. A flashbang, my eyes. Trying to force them open, his hatred for that despicable bastard Han Xiao grows. Without a second thought, Ace 9 starts firing like a madman. Die! Their car is once again pummeled by a massive assault. But Anton has already reached the southern gap. Ace 3 opens fire while ordering his men to pursue. An epic, high-octane chase begins. Han Xiao gives the command Nitro Boost. Understanding immediately, Anton slams the red button on the dashboard. A massive energy blast shoots from the exhaust, and the car launches forward like a missile. Anton cheers triumphantly, "We broke through!" But it's not over yet. That cis-brand armored car suddenly appears right on their tail. A voice rings out, "Your struggles are useless." We see the vast desert under a clear, starry night sky. In the distance, huge plumes of yellow sand are kicking up. Turns out, it's a fleet of off-road vehicles in a high-speed chase. From inside the black car, Han Xiao yells, "You can't escape!" He raises a remote and with a smirk presses the button. Let's pause for a second, because this wasn't a bomb. A giant sphere of pure electricity comes crashing down, trapping the entire enemy fleet. I know, right? Absolutely wild. Every single vehicle moving down the road sputters and dies instantly. Ace 5, lying on the roof, gets zapped by static, grimacing as he grips the car's body. Ace 9 pops his head out, confused, asking his comrades what just happened. Ghost Fox, sitting in a stalled, smoking vehicle, replies angrily, "All of our cars are dead." The communicator in her hand crackles with static. She screams in frustration. The comms are fried too. This is the effect of an electromagnetic pulse. Seeing his team starting to panic, one of them tries to reassure everyone. "Don't worry, they only have one vehicle. Prepare your weapons." La has already jumped out and popped the hood to check. She sees the black smoke billowing out and sighs. All the parts in Dora's car are fried. Ghost Fox watches this through the window, breaking into a sweat. She knows something is wrong. A trap! She squeezes her eyes shut, forcing herself to make a decision. Then she leaps out of the car. As she's sprinting away, she spots a strange object half buried in the sand just ahead. Ghost Fox instantly feels the Grim Reaper breathing down her neck. Her face twists in horror. She picks up the pace, screaming as she runs. "Run! We're in big trouble!" La freezes, mouth agape, as her comrade sprints past her. From a distance, Han Xiao aims his sniper rifle at them and fires a single shot. The bullet seems programmed, streaking toward that green object Ghost Fox just saw. She looks back, sees the glowing trajectory closing in, and yells, "This is bad!" With no time to hesitate, she bites down hard and dives forward. The bullet slams into its target, shattering the glass panel on top. The impact creates a perfect chemical reaction of speed and fire. Sparks fly, black smoke pours out, and in the blink of an eye, a small explosion turns into a massive one. The fireball expands rapidly, as if someone just pumped it full of air. At the same moment, Ghost Fox manages to dive headfirst into the sand. But the power of the blast didn't stop there. The shockwave sends columns of sand shooting into the sky, with rolling flames at the top, forming a giant, fiery mushroom cloud. The off-road vehicles are tossed high into the air, thrown across the sea of sand like cheap toys. Han Xiao stands above, observing his handiwork. He holds his rifle, watching the pillar of fire grow. The heat wave makes his hair flutter. Taking a drag from a cigarette, he asks without turning around, "Surprised?" Anton, still looking sharp in his suit, replies, "It's been a while since I've seen such a beautiful sight." Han Xiao tucks his rifle under his arm, tapping a screen. "Then enjoy the show." He glances at his system notifications, and trust me, what you and I are about to see is pure gamer satisfaction. So, much. EXP. You have received 5,600 experience. You have received another 5,600 experience. You killed 3 level 31s for 11,000 experience and 5 level 30s for 10,000. You killed 9 level 29s for 9,800 experience. He does a little tango in his head, looking at their names with contempt. 3, 5, 9. What kind of weirdo names are these? He leans closer, eyes darting across the screen. Wait a second. You and I need to see this. There's a name missing from the kill feed. Han Xiao's guard shoots up. He places a hand on his chest pocket, whipping his head around to stare at a single point in the distance. Under the yellow sand, something is tunneling towards him at an incredible speed. He puts a hand on his pistol's grip, ready to pounce. Suddenly, an arm holding a short blade erupts from the ground, followed by the ghost fox's figure, launching into the air like a zombie from a grave. She soars behind Anton, who's still stroking his chin, and swings her dual blades for a killing blow. But as they near his neck, he leans aside like he has eyes in the back of his head. Anton scowls, glancing back with a razor-sharp look. He purses his lips and snatches the ghost fox's arm mid-strike. She's in total shock, her mouth hanging open in disbelief. He gives her no time to process. He grabs her with both hands, squeezing so hard the ghost fox drops her weapons to the sand. This whole sequence ends with a loud shout as he swings her around and hurls her far away. The form is flawless, like an Olympic shot putter. The ghost fox is so terrified her ears stand on end, her pupils shrinking. Han Xiao just gives a cold smile, raises his pistol, and aims right for her. A single sharp crack rings out, a direct hit to the heart. And just like that, her story ends in midair. Her body thuds onto the sand beside the vehicle as the system announces the kill. Ghost Fox level 29 defeated, 9,400 experience gained. Han Xiao looks at his still-smoking gun, completely satisfied. Heh, caught the one that slipped the net. Han Xiao faces Anton beside his monstrous vehicle, surrounded by smoldering wreckage. Now, let's see what the master plan is really about. Anton takes the cigarette from his mouth, looking at Han Xiao, who's already busy with repair tools. "What's the plan now?" he asks. Han Xiao keeps his eyes on his work, his voice steady. "We press the advantage. Head straight for the Rose-armed base. They're seriously weakened now, so their rivals will definitely use this chance to attack them. I just get to be the fisherman who profits." Anton looks surprised by his answer, studying him with a deep, calculating gaze. He needs to confirm, "This was all part of your plan?" Only then does Han Xiao turn to face him with a relaxed smile. "How could I have predicted all this? They just assumed I'd only prepare one trap. I, on the other hand, prefer to have many." Anton throws his cigarette to the ground. He nods a farewell. "Ha, an excellent fight. This deal is looking good. I'm heading back. Good luck. If you need anything, the Farian group is at your service." With both of them getting what they wanted, they part ways happily. Han Xiao continues his journey across the vast desert at night. He sits in his vehicle, smoking a cigarette, and lets out an interested "oh" as he looks ahead. At another battle not far from there, an intense firefight is going down. Han Xiao watches and comments, "They're already at it." He raises a fist. "All right, boys, let's go." He clutches his heavy machine gun and charges, but glances back to shout at his crew, "Let's chase them out of the Somali desert for good." Fei Na, raising her gun, screams, "Not a chance, you cornered bastards." But unfortunately for them, the enemy has long-range cannons mounted on their trucks. An artillery shell slams right into their trench, launching Fei Na's team into the air. In less than a minute, it's game over for all of them. The rain of enemy fire never stops. Bullets and shells smash into the command room, and flames begin to rage. Inside the room, Su Li frantically warns Leching. "We're out of troops. The defensive line is about to collapse. They're almost here." Leching squeezes her eyes shut, her mind racing. This is the Rose Arm's weakest moment. Other factions will use them as a diversion to save themselves. She snaps her eyes open, giving a new order. "Take 5 people with you. We're retreating through the secret passage." Looking through the window as her defenses finally break, La Qing makes the tough call to abandon the base. Moments later, the entire compound is reduced to rubble. Bodies lie scattered in the smoke and dust. Only then does Han Xiao casually appear. He observes from a distance, his face serious. No mission completion notice. The key members must have escaped. He takes a drone from his vehicle, and it hovers in the air, waiting for a command. Han Xiao lights another cigarette, holding the control panel and blowing smoke towards the drone. He sends it flying through the low desert mountains, following the trail below. In just a moment, his eyes light up. He stares at the screen in his hand, a look of satisfaction on his face. Found you. The drone's camera feed is sharp. A car speeds along a winding mountain road. The yellow vehicle blends in perfectly with the sand for a desert escape. La Qing sits in the car, looking out anxiously. We'll be at the central area soon. After that, we just need to... She doesn't finish her sentence. The car suddenly lurches as a cannon shell hits nearby. She sticks her head out the window, shouting through gritted teeth. The enemy caught up? Then she sees it, and her eyes go wide with fear. From behind, a massive off-road vehicle is thundering towards them, the cannon on its roof still flashing from the last shot. She lets out a terrified scream. Lao Xiao. La Qing is both furious and afraid, slamming her fist on the car. This is too much. She can't help but look back again. It's really him, that assassin. While she's in a state of total shock, the yellow car keeps getting hit. The cannon shells just keep coming, a seemingly endless attack. La Qing collapses to the floor, coughing. Go faster, she weakly urges. We can't fight against Lao Xiao's firepower. Knowing your enemy is one thing, but this guy is determined to kill her. The yellow car struggles to escape the storm of bombs and bullets, and you can't tell if it's unlucky to be targeted or lucky to still be alive. A boy and an old woman are walking over a sand dune not far away. The boy sees the chase and cheers excitedly. Whoa, they're fighting over there. The old woman, Sion, grabs the boy's head and turns him away, warning him quietly, don't watch the chaos. Guns and bullets don't have eyes. How many times have I told you? We just need to focus on finding Feronia. Meanwhile, Han Xiao smirks while driving. Heh, you're good at running. As he says this, he fires another volley of high-angle shots. The shells land, kicking up sand, but the yellow car stubbornly keeps going like a cockroach. Now, get ready, because you and I are about to see this plan really kick into high gear. That last shell must have been powerful. The blast left a deep crater in the desert, with sand sliding down its sides. Suddenly, the pit roars to life, sucking in sand and forming a giant vortex. You gotta watch this from its center. A blinding golden light erupts. Seda grabs by the shoulder as everyone stares down at the incredible sight, their mouths hanging wide open in shock. This is... inside the vehicle? The guy behind it all, Han Xiao, is just as stunned, reading a system pop-up. You have discovered the hidden location Feronia 0 to 8. You receive 1,000 exploration experience points. The hidden request for the Rose-Armed Hunt mission has been completed. He's practically bursting with joy at this insane luck. Seriously? A random shot just uncovered something like this? But he can't explore yet. His bullet storm has to keep going. Han Xiao shoves the gear stick, calculating his next move. The bounty from this mission is what matters most. The car launches over a deep trench as the pursuers continue their hunt. This old rust bucket flies through the night. Watching the dust cloud and the car fade into the distance, Han Xiao gets pissed. Damn it, they're getting away. This thing is way too slow. He thinks for a split second, then makes his decision. If you're going to be cowards. He pulls out a cylindrical device, hits the button without a second thought, and a massive electrical pulse erupts from his car, frying the tires of the vehicle ahead. Sui whips her head around in shock. An EMP? He's insane. He's willing to wreck the cargo just to stop us. Han Xiao pulls out his gun, quickly reloading. Let's go. He stands tall on the roof of the car, arcs of electricity crackling around him like a true warrior. Time to end this. Lathan sees his arrogant, challenging posture and grinds her teeth in fury. She makes her move, launching herself into the air, a magnetic field forming under her feet with every step. She rockets towards Han Xiao like a bullet fired from a gun. A death wish. Han Xiao coldly fires off several shots at Lathan. The bullets tear through the air, giving her no time to react, but she has no intention of dodging anyway, throwing up a hand to create a shield. The bullets smack uselessly against her barrier. In fact, the shield is so tough, the rounds themselves are flattened and deformed on impact. Lathan casually flicks the mangled bullets into the sand and continues her charge toward Han Xiao. Okay, so her power is some kind of force field. You and I both know this is going to be a tough fight. That barrier can easily block his shots. Han Xiao leaps into the air, using the brief moment to switch magazines. Normal rounds are useless against her. He grits his teeth and fires again. This new blue-tinted bullet is also stopped by Lathan's shield, but she immediately senses that something's wrong. Suddenly, the bullet explodes right in her face. A thick green smoke spreads through the air, stunning her. What the hell? Poison rounds? Han Xiao quickly backs away, creating distance. He glances at his system notification. Your Heim bullet has hit Lathan, level 30. You have inflicted 12 points of damage. Damage reduction calculated. He analyzes the info in seconds and spots her weakness. Her power can't control gas. he can wear her down. Lathan doesn't hesitate. She pushes through the toxic cloud, using her shield to block what she can, and charges forward. But her body is already weakening, sweat pouring down her face. Need to close the distance. Seeing her approach, Han Xiao fires another shot and leaps back. Damn it. She channels all her remaining strength into her palm, then unleashes a powerful beam of energy straight at him. A force field pulse. Han Xiao raises his combat knife, struggling to block it, but the force still sends him flying backward. Lathan is furious, wanting to end this now. If you're looking for death, she uses the field to launch herself up again, concentrating power into her arm, forming a blade of pure energy. Then I'll grant your wish. She brings it down on Han Xiao. Force field slash. With lightning reflexes, he barely dodges. Han Xiao counters, firing a blast from his palm that cracks the very ground. Active targeting shot. The fight gets even more intense. Han Xiao is getting tired, no choice but to go head-to-head. He channels more power into his titan arm, clenches his fist, and punches Lathan's shield directly. It still doesn't break. She even laughs at him. Your close combat is too weak. Lathan curls her fingers and throws a punch of her own, striking Han Xiao dead on. Thinking she's won, she smirks. It's over. No one survives a direct hit from my force field impact. Now, I know what you're thinking. Fight's done, right? Not even close. She's exhausted too, panting, with a bleeding cut on her face. She seethes his name through clenched teeth. Gasping for air, she wipes the blood from her cheek, a little shaken. Not so easy. Sui rushes over to help. Lathan, I'm here. She throws a wind-slicing punch at Han Xiao, but he quickly leaps back and dodges. Sui immediately moves to Lathan's side. The two of them team up, ready to take him down together. Han Xiao recognizes something in Sui's attack pattern. Seeing the electricity surrounding her, he figures it out. She's a pugilist, a subclass of the Mechanic system specializing in close-quarters combat with custom weapons. His eyes lock onto her special gauntlets, still sparking with electricity. Those must be her weapons. Lathan barks out a command, pin him down. In an instant, they both leap forward. They move so fast, Han Xiao is almost caught off guard. Lathan channels power into her hands, creating layer after layer of force fields. She unleashes a dangerous spinning vortex of force right at him. The attack moves unnaturally, like a tornado, kicking up rocks and dust as it barrels toward Han Xiao. The powerful whirlwind, sharp as a spinning blade, sends Han Xiao flying. He flails, struggling to find his balance in midair. At the exact same moment, Sui charges in, slamming a ball of pure electricity down right where Han Xiao used to be. He uses every last bit of strength to dodge, barely cheating death. He's sweating, glancing back at the scene. His heart skips a beat when he sees nothing but a massive crater behind him. In the center of the crater is the clear imprint of Sui's hand. This girl is dangerous. Warning bells scream in his head. He turns and runs, trying to get out of her attack range. He can't fight them head on, but before he gets far, Lathan dive bombs him from above. Where do you think you're going? He throws up his arms to block her kick, protecting his chest, a plan already flashing in his mind. Han Xiao leans and dodges to the side, a move that confuses Lathan. He had a chance to attack, but didn't take it. Why is he suddenly playing defense? She glances over at her partner, Sui, who's already preparing her next move, and it clicks. A strange smile spreads across her face. Oh, she's figured him out. Trust me, we need to see how he gets out of this one. Sui, you pin him down, he's afraid of you. You draw his attention. I'll find an opening to land the finishing blow. Though Sui doesn't fully understand, she trusts her commander. Got it. All right, let's dive in. The duo presses their attack, moving as one, coming right for Han Xiao with zero hesitation. Suli lunges first, electricity crackling from her hands. Han Xiao dodges, but that's the point of a 2-on-1. Lathan uses the opening to land the next blow. Take this. He can't dodge this one, and her shield slams him square in the chest. The force sends him flying, crashing hard into the dirt. He struggles back to his feet, already sweating. Man, this is tough, he thinks. To beat these two, I've got to go all out. Determined to win, he finally decides to play his trump card. Powerful energy erupts around him, forming his force control armor. Full defense activated. No more playing passive. Now, Han Xiao goes on the offensive. He charges right at them, targeting Suli first. The sudden shift in momentum leaves her completely stunned. He's coming for me? That wasn't the plan. But her combat instincts kick in, letting her dodge Han Xiao's slash just in time. She focuses energy into her gauntlet and lands a solid punch right to his gut. She thinks it's a critical hit, but as the dust settles, he's standing there without a scratch and with a cocky smile. The energy from Suli's punch was absorbed by something in Han Xiao's chest. Hit by level 29 Suli, taking 79 damage after reduction. Armor durability -1, 206 out of 348. Suri stares in disbelief. What is that thing? She goes for another attack, but this time he blocks it, countering with a strike to her weak point. He shows no mercy, unleashing a series of critical hits that make her cough up blood. Seeing her partner in danger, Lathan rushes in, kicking Han Xiao's back. Let her go! She must have put everything into that kick, because it makes Han Xiao spit out blood. Blood drips from his lips, but he just grins. And here's where it gets ruthless, you gotta watch this. He raises his blade and plunges it straight into Suli's back. She collapses, motionless, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. You have killed level 29 Suli. You have received 11,906 experience. It all happened so fast, Lathan can only stare in horror. When reality hits, she screams in agony. Suli! Han Xiao slowly turns to face her. He flicks the blood from his blade, his voice low and confident. Don't worry, you're next. After Suli's death, the battlefield falls into a terrifying silence. After a moment, the grief turns to pure rage. Lathan lunges forward. I'll kill you! Han Xiao ducks under her punch. She forms a shield in her hand and smashes it into the ground. The force is enough to slice a body in two, but he leaps back just in time. She looks up and sees Han Xiao airborne, charging at her like a madman. Die! He fires a shot to his side, using the recoil to change his trajectory. He narrowly evades Lathan's blade as it slices past his body, but she's a battle-hardened veteran. She instantly pivots, channeling all her power and grief into a devastating kick that connects. He's slammed into the ground, his spine about to crack. She's not holding anything back. The rage on both sides has hit its peak. They both want nothing less than to kill each other. So yeah, this has become a war of attrition. Lathan charges recklessly, letting bullets hammer uselessly against her magnetic shield. She launches into the air, firing an energy beam from her palm. It transforms into a vortex that splits the earth, but Han Xiao manages to leap away again. Her fury grows as her attacks fail to touch Suli's killer. Don't you run! But as she tries to attack again, she realizes her energy is fading fast. Watching her shield flicker and die, she panics. She can't maintain it. Seizing the moment, Han Xiao breaks into a triumphant smile. There's my chance. He quickly fires a beam from his palm. Exhausted, Lathan can't dodge. The beam pierces her leg. Helpless, her eyes widen in despair. I'm sorry, Suli. I couldn't avenge you. A volley of shots rings out, piercing vital points on her body. Finally, she collapses. The system screen flashes. You have killed level 30 Lathan. You receive 12,000 experience. Han Xiao's Titan hand is smoking from overuse. After that brutal fight, he finally has a moment to catch his breath. Finally handled them. Suddenly, Han Xiao notices something Suli's gauntlets. He walks over and pries them off her. These gloves aren't half bad. He saw just how powerful they were during the fight. I'll take them. The system displays the item info. You have obtained thermoelectric cutter gauntlets ×2. With that solved, Han Xiao remembers something else. He needs to check on Feronia. Following tracks in the sand, he comes to a huge sinkhole that looks like an abandoned mine. Carefully, he heads down. Looks like the others went this way. Han Xiao scans his surroundings as he descends. The rock walls show signs of excavation, leading deep into the darkness. He has to turn on his flashlight to see. He spots something unusual in a tunnel entrance. What's over there? His flashlight cuts through the darkness of the forgotten mine. Han Xiao proceeds with caution, staring intently ahead. The cave is filled with huge blue crystals. He pauses at a fork in the road in this strange place. He hesitates, unsure which path to take. Suddenly, a sound echoes from the darkness, screams, and the pounding of hurried footsteps. A group of people runs out in a panic, screaming as they flee. Mei shouts, "Run! There's a monster!" Bibi is so scared she cries for her grandma. The group scrambles down the winding cave path as rocks above crack from some immense power, a monster's aura. And you and I both know this is far from over. Han Xiao runs with them, covering his ears. He grits his teeth, a worried look on his face. Finally, the group stops, and Mei turns to her breathless companion. The monster isn't following. He looks back at them, his voice filled with doubt. This evil place, it can't possibly be Feronia. Hearing this, Mei grows anxious. What if this is the desert treasure everyone's been looking for? But before he can finish, the old man quickly shuts him down. Impossible! The desert treasure is magic, not some monster. All right, let's dive in. The others are running for their lives, but an old man warns Han Xiao to leave, says Feronia isn't here. But he just frowns, remembering a system hint that told him otherwise. The prompt was clear. The remains of Feronia were right here. Han Xiao pictures old equipment and ancient conduits. On a planet with no magic, the desert treasure had to be some kind of technology. He glances back at the two tunnels behind him. The ground is covered in footprints and fresh bloodstains. From his experience, these guys were basically dungeon guides, and the path on the right likely held the monster. He pulls on his gloves, starting to piece it together. A warning about a monster on the right. But was it to scare him away, or to trick him into going left? He gears up, determination on his face. The unknown is always scarier than any monster. Now, pay attention. He decides to take the path on the right. Inside, it's a decaying warehouse with rusted iron walls riddled with cracks. Han Xiao steps in alone. The floor is littered with human remains, and the grim scene makes him shudder. A thick metallic smell hangs in the air. Pinching his nose, he pushes deeper, finally stopping in front of a massive animal footprint. Han Xiao is stunned by the size of it. That is one giant footprint. Suddenly, a pair of huge, terrifying red eyes glow in the darkness. Han Xiao immediately senses the danger. He spins around, his jaw dropping at the massive thing in front of him. A colossal beast, all muscle and rage, is staring him down. He draws his blade, quickly moving to engage the creature known as Number 2 in combat. But the monster is just looking around, as if searching for something. Han Xiao covers his face, confused, then carefully slips behind its back. I get it. This monster's eyesight is weak. Using this advantage, Han Xiao ducks behind a wall, finally letting out a sigh of relief. Good thing I brought night vision goggles. But then, a sharp claw appears from below. He looks down, shocked. Underneath the grating, countless red eyes are staring straight at him. Han Xiao leans over carefully. More monsters. He immediately bolts. This place is way too dangerous. He runs into a lab filled with chemical vats. Below, the glowing red eyes of the creatures follow his every move. Han Xiao stops, stepping cautiously, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. And then, he finds another surprise. Ahead of him, a skeleton in rotted clothes is slumped over a desk. At its feet are a few scattered papers and a notebook. Han Xiao walks over and picks it up. It looks like a research journal, detailing some doctor's experiments with a new drug. One entry contains vital information about Feronia. His eyes light up when he sees it. So Feronia is a serum. He tears the page with the information out of the book. Han Xiao keeps reading. An entry dated on the 14th mentions the doctor was leaving, and all Feronia documents had been archived. The original formula was destroyed, and every last sample of the finished serum was taken away. Reading this, Han Xiao feels a wave of disappointment. Damn it, the doctor took the serum. He sighs, putting the journal down. Looks like this whole trip was a bust. But then his eyes go wide. He spots something, a small box, glowing faintly. Han Xiao walks over and touches it. There are a few items inside. He decisively grabs it, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Sometimes you search forever and find nothing, and sometimes the prize just falls in your lap. He opens the box, staring skeptically at the vials inside. Is this really the serum? Instantly, a detailed information panel pops up. It displays the basic data on the Feronia serum, along with a crucial note. These are likely the last 3 samples in existence. But his victory is short-lived. Behind him, heavy, savage footsteps echo through the room. Han Xiao whips around. Not good. Number 2 has found him. It glares at him, ready to devour him whole, baring its terrifying fangs. Number 2 lets out a roar, trying to intimidate Han Xiao. It opens its gruesome mouth and swings its arm to attack. Han Xiao watches its move, then swiftly dodges, activating his slide-and-shoot maneuver and landing a shot on its body. Gritting his teeth, Han Xiao unloads a hail of bullets into Number 2. The monster takes several hits, unable to counterattack. Mid-fight, a notification appears. You have dealt 57 damage to Experiment 002. You have entered combat. Based on your current level, you can access the following information. A detailed stat sheet for Number 2 appears on screen. After reviewing the intel, he figures its level is higher, but it's in bad shape. He can win this fight. Number 2 breaks free from the barrage and turns on him with a murderous look. It crouches, then leaps forward, slamming its elbow directly into Han Xiao. A single hit sends him flying backwards. His back smacks against the wall, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. That hurt. He wipes his mouth, glaring at Number 2 with a thirst for revenge. He launches himself into the air, aiming straight for its weak spot. This is my chance. He twists behind Number 2, leaving it completely confused. Then he brings his sword down hard on the back of its head, making it roar in pain. The deep wound only seems to make Number 2 angrier. It reaches out and grabs Han Xiao's jacket, but he's too fast, dodging the attack while staring at the beast's wounded but still moving head. Han Xiao is shocked. A slash to the head, and it's still moving? He realizes the blade isn't enough and switches to his electrothermal cutting gauntlets. Sparks fly from the gloves. Let's see you block this. Han Xiao, his gauntlets crackling with power, rushes forward. However, the beast counters so fast he has to dodge again. Now he's just pissed. He gets up, charges, and shoves his hand straight through its chest. The attack seems to drain the monster's energy, and it collapses. But somehow, number 2 forces itself back up, like it's on some kind of combat drug. Han Xiao glares at it. He's furious, but he has to admit, its resilience is impressive. Still not dead. So, he decides to pull out his gun one more time. Han Xiao is determined to finish number 2, unloading every last bullet as he gasps for breath. Finally, the monster drops dead. The system confirms the kill on test subject number 2, along with a nice boost to his EXP, and you and I can practically feel his relief that was way too close. But the celebration is cut short. Another surprise comes out of nowhere, and Han Xiao's eyes go wide with shock. A massive claw smashes through the grating below. Huge, vicious desert corpse worms boil out, and Han Xiao immediately turns to run for his life. The monsters are out. Retreat. Outside, night has fallen as survey teams and explorers wait. A man radios the team inside. What's the situation in there? The reply crackles back footprints and bloodstains upstairs. His partner scans the area and reports back. Someone's been here, and there was a fight. He sweeps his light around, but the place is empty now. Suddenly, pure terror washes over Hui Hong's face because a giant corpse worm is staring them down with predatory eyes. Hui Hong screams an order to his men. Monster, open fire. He and his team unload their weapons into the creature. But it doesn't even flinch. After firing so many rounds with no effect, Hui Hong just screams in fear. Our guns can't kill them. Run, he yells, glancing back as he flees. But he stumbles and the corpse worm snatches him up. He can only scream for help. The others are quickly surrounded and attacked by the swarm. One hopeless, piercing scream after another fills the air. The radio on the ground is still on, and the team outside hears the horrifying screams. After finishing off the men, the corpse worms begin to emerge. Outside the cave, the remaining members head inside to see what's happening. Hurry up! Janua urges everyone forward. Now pay close attention, because this is where everything goes completely sideways. Janua freezes, stammering. A hideous swarm of monsters is pouring out from below, desert corpse worms. Janua screams. This thing is afraid of fire. Burn them! The FBI agent beside him immediately replies. Roger. They unleash their flamethrowers to destroy them. A few get torched, but the rest start to pull back. Janua sees his chance and yells to his team. They're scared! Keep advancing! The corpse worms are quickly surrounded as the team continues their assault. With the threat eliminated, FBI finally speaks. There's a room up ahead. Suddenly, some kind of slime drips onto Janua's shoulder. He frowns, looks up, and sees number 2 is back. It's staring down at them with pure hunger, drool dripping constantly, terrifying the men below. FBI screams out, "What kind of monster is this?" It gives them no time to prepare, swinging a massive fist that sends everyone flying. FBI takes the worst of it, his head smashing into a wall and knocking him out. The others immediately open fire on it, laying down suppressing fire. Silver bullets slam into number 2's body. Janua seizes the opportunity, leaping up to get close. He grabs one of its horns, then smugly fires a round point blank. Go to hell. The direct hit brings it down. With the obstacle gone, Janua gives the order to keep moving. They move back to back, cautiously checking their surroundings. There's a rotten smell. Spotting a skeleton, he tells his subordinates to search this room thoroughly. One of them finds a notebook while searching ahead. Found a research journal. The thing we need is here. Then, the entire place begins to shake violently. Janua's group feels a deep sense of dread. And yeah, you and I both know what's coming. They realize they're now surrounded by 2 giant number 2s. A few soldiers go down instantly. The rest just panic and flee. Janua, having learned his lesson, yells out new orders. Don't fight them head on, cripple their limbs first. Just then, Fei wakes up. He forces his battered body to stand, gripping his battle axe, and charges straight at one of the monsters. Caught off guard, it gets an arm cleanly chopped off by Fei. After that move, he glares at his opponent with pure confidence. This sends the other number 2 into a rage, and it rushes in for revenge. Someone suddenly screams, "Watch out!" Thanks to his quick reflexes, Fei dodges the deadly attack. Damn it, that shout rings out again, making the monster whip its head around. Jun appears from behind, raises his sword, and brings it down, severing one of the creature's legs. From behind, Janua unloads his gun into it. Go back to hell. The bullets shred the head of the armless number 2, which shocks the other one. But it quickly recovers and lunges toward Janua. He's screaming internally, "This is bad." Thankfully, a timely sword slash cuts across the second monster's body, leaving a deep, bleeding wound. That blow drains the last of its strength. It lets out a final roar and dies. Jun stands there, panting, completely exhausted from the battle. The 2 men stand stunned, staring at the carnage before them, the bodies of monsters and their own comrades. Jun starts to look terrified. "Boss, there's only 2 of us left. Should we report to the big boss first?" The losses are devastating, but Janua refuses to give up the search. At this point, only finding that thing can make up for our losses. Moving deeper, they find a small room ahead. Let's check it out. They stop dead in their tracks. The scene leaves Janua both shocked and furious. The number 2 that Han Xiao killed is lying on the floor. Someone was here first. Janua walks over to a box on the table. After opening it, he clenches his fist and slams it down in pure rage. Staring at the empty box, Janua is furious. Damn it, the medicine has been taken. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a calm voice speaks. A man's hand toys with a cigar. So? Someone else beat you to it? On the phone, Janua is trembling, begging. We'll get to the bottom of this. Please, give us one more chance. But the mysterious man cuts him off. No need. And trust me, you and I both know who he thinks it is. With a cigar in hand, he stares into the distance. Let us handle it, he warns. You guys are no match for him. The next morning at the lavish Vitalia Hotel, a scream completely unfit for the luxurious scenery echoes down the hall. What? Bai Hong is in total shock. A 15-day mission, and he finished it in just 6. Unbelievable. Han Xiao just crosses his arms casually, like it was nothing. Yeah, lucky for you I picked an easy one. The old man starts seeing him in a whole new light. Ahem. Your strength is extraordinary, I'm impressed. He then updates Mr. Black's mission status on his computer. At the same time, a notification grabs his attention. You've completed the Rose-Armed Bounty Hunter mission. System analysis reveals hidden objective. Project Veronica. Also completed. You have received an intermediate gene harmonizer potion. Han Xiao freezes for a second, surprised. A special reward? He studies his prize. The Veronica serum is a biochemical potion that boosts stats, but it comes with the risk of stat reduction, or worse, malignant mutation. The gene harmonizer potion can reduce those risks. He holds it, thinking hard. Should I really use this serum to boost my stats? He remembers that grotesque monster he saw in the past and gets goosebumps. I'm not going to turn into some muscle-bound freak I saw at that base, am I? But everything happens for a reason. The system gave him the harmonizer, probably to push him to try it. And because he's a man of action, Han Xiao decides to go for it. All right, you and I are about to see if this gamble pays off. Let's do this. He injects it straight into his left forearm. The second the liquid enters his system, his face lights up. This feeling. He's not sure if it's a drug or something else, but he's floating. So comfortable, like eating ice cream on a hot summer day, even his mind feels at peace. After a moment, he returns to his normal state. Next up, he injects the Veronica serum into his right wrist. A piercing scream echoes as the system announces, Veronica serum used, fusion 100% complete, elite compatibility achieved. After that heart-stoppingly painful transformation, Han Xiao gets exactly what he was hoping for. You've gained 3 points of strength and 5 points of stamina. Plus, the talent low-level Vigorous Life, which converts stamina to HP at a 1:15 ratio. He's drenched in sweat, his eyes dazed. A talent like this is incredibly rare. Looks like this was the right call. After cleaning up, he hits the shower. Thoughts race through his mind. With 66 stamina, I can get 990 extra health points, nearly doubling my HP. He looks in the mirror, totally satisfied with his ripped physique. Level 30 with over 2,000 health. Even Pan Kuang, a level 38 pugilist, doesn't have as much HP as me now, and thankfully, I didn't turn into a muscle freak. He tests out his newfound strength. This new talent is insane. Add my magnetic armor and future mech suits, I can crush any enemy. Then, his phone starts ringing. He picks up. Hello, this is he. The voice on the other end is urgent. Mr. Black, an emissary from the Sarlot family, wishes to see you. Han Xiao dries his hair, a small smirk playing on his lips as he agrees. Oh? All right. The next morning, a man casually smoking a cigar introduces himself. I am Ueno. He gazes at the flickering flame in his hand, adding proudly, It was my family who issued the Rose-Armed mission. Han Xiao plays dumb. You're not looking for me because of the reward, are you? Uno pauses, a clear look of annoyance on his face, his eyebrows practically kissing. He impatiently gets straight to the point, indeed. So let me ask you directly, while in the Somalian desert, did you visit an abandoned base? The question hangs in the air, leaving only silence in the luxurious room. Now pay attention to how he plays this. It's a masterclass in negotiation. Ueno says, the Rose-Armed mission has been active for 3 years. Countless assassins failed. Yet you, Mr. Black, finished it alone. I'm very impressed. Han Xiao gives a faint smile. You're too kind. He pulls a cigarette from a pack and lights it with smooth confidence. Our relationship is just assassin and client. Once the mission is done, we have nothing to do with each other. He exhales a cloud of smoke, then gives the man what he wants. I did visit the abandoned base. Han Xiao reaches into his pocket and pulls out a serum vial, placing it on the table. Name your price. Ueno is stunned by his directness, completely thrown off guard. Han Xiao takes another drag from his cigarette. If you want it, you'll have to buy it. What? Money is something the Sarlot family has plenty of. He confidently throws out a price, 1 million. Han Xiao just stares at him. That price doesn't sound very sincere. Ueno starts sweating, quickly explaining, this serum is decades old. We don't know if it's still effective, so the price is lower. Han Xiao immediately cuts him off. I agree. He touches the vial, his mind racing. Without another harmonizer, it's too risky to use. Might as well sell it. Ueno is baffled, not expecting this turn of events. He gapes, confirming again. Huh, you agree? Han Xiao gives a casual reply. Just making a new friend. Ueno smiles, pleased with the quick deal. He reaches across the table and grabs the serum. A smooth transaction. The money will be in your account immediately. He stands to shake hands, generously adding, you'll also gain the friendship of the Sarlot family, and my own. The system diligently pops up a notification. You have unlocked a new faction. Your favorability with the Sarlot family has increased to 1,800 out of 3,000. Before leaving, Han Xiao asks one last thing. What is Veronica? Ueno doesn't hide it. A research project from the old war era. They had established numerous bases to conduct various scientific research projects. The serum you had was one of the results. As they walk to the car, Han Xiao nods, having heard what he needed. So that's what it was. And here I thought it was some kind of magic relic. The man beside him finds this amusing. How could magic possibly exist in this world? Ueno hands him a business card. This is my number. Call me if you need anything. Han Xiao grins like a cat that got the cream, taking the card and making a proposal. And just like that, you and I just watched him turn one mission into a major power play. I want to upgrade my authority in the Blood Pact Union. Any missions for me? He grabbed the tablet from the back seat and held it up. So, you asked at the perfect time. Let's see what you think of this. His eyes widened at the notification top secret, unauthorized access forbidden. But with Ueno handing it over, how could he resist? His fingers flew across the screen, revealing an internal recruitment order for Blood Pact contract members ranked dark and above, and 2-star mercenaries. The mission: guard the Ha Valley Villa and protect classified data. He spoke bluntly. Your current level isn't high enough, but I can get you in the back door. Complete this mission, and you can get promoted to dark rank. Han Xiao quickly returned to his lab, a room packed with high-tech machinery. He sat, chin in hand, staring thoughtfully at the screen. Nearly 300 participants meant this mission's difficulty was no joke. He had to avoid close combat and upgrade his high-speed mobility gear, and lucky for him, he was just one blueprint away from a class change. He tapped the screen, scrolling through his options. Fusing knowledge, basic electromagnetism level 4, basic energy theory level 3, and mechanical engineering level 4. And with basic biology level 2, it cost him 20,000 experience. Then, with a tight lip, he opened the multitasking screen. Not this one either. Finally, his face relaxed into a satisfied grin. The screen showed a pair of stylish boots. Fusion successful. You have created electromagnetic hover shoes, gaining 12,306 experience. Exactly what he needed. This was it. Han Xiao was so happy he could fly, grinning from ear to ear as he looked up. Amidst the system's level-up chimes, a new message appeared. Class change mission complete. You have successfully changed your class. You have gained the new class Trainee Mechanic. Strength plus 50, Agility plus 1, Stamina plus 1, and Intellect plus 4. You receive 3 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have learned Delicate Maintenance and Advanced Reinforcement Disguise. Your level has increased from 30 to 34. He channeled his excitement into action, immediately sitting back down and tapping away at the screen. He poured the new attribute points into Intellect, using the remaining experience to level up his skills. Then, his strafe ability jumped from level 1 to 4. Can't play favorites with the kids, so Han Xiao stood and moved over to his crafting table. Focusing all his energy on the screw in front of him, his gear had to be upgraded too. He worked non-stop, losing all track of time until the moon was high in the sky. He wiped his forehead and let out a long breath. Phew, finally done. A badass combat robot stood towering on the table. Ranger Model 2, humanoid combat type, base stats. Armor 2,200, defense 37, power level 168. And those shoes from earlier quickly materialized on the ground. Electromagnetic hover shoes. The field underneath them reduces friction with the ground, letting the user run at high speeds on any terrain. He let out a carefree laugh. Heh, I think I'll call you guys skates. Han Xiao pulled out his phone to call Anton, coolly tucking one hand in his pocket as he made his request. Get an attack helicopter, ready for me. I'm heading to White Gull City. Inside, he couldn't help but feel a little sentimental. Never thought I'd be back in Star Dragon so soon. At Star Dragon's White Gull City, sunlight bathed a long, straight road as a blue car stopped before an iron gate. From the car, a pair of legs slowly stepped out. Han Xiao took in the scene. In the sunlight, the sheer size of the distant villa was even more impressive. In a small window, a rifle barrel that had been lying still suddenly let out a flash of fire. And now, the real mission begins. Stick with me here. A bullet landed right at his feet. His eyes narrowed with vigilance. As a sniper himself, Han Xiao's mind raced. That was a warning shot. He suddenly remembered and started digging through his pockets. That's right, my friendly identification. On the other side, the sniper remained motionless, watching his every move. Through the scope, they saw Han Xiao hold up a round coin bearing a special symbol. He looked forward, waiting patiently. Feeling the other side had seen it, he cautiously stepped forward. Seeing that things were going smoothly, he let out a sigh of relief. Just as he thought, they didn't fire again. It looked like he could pass. The wooden fence of the compound stood silent in the sunlight. Han Xiao was now inside the perimeter. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, new guy!" He turned, his face unreadable. A man named Guang Ming held a gun, pointing. "Go over there. A guy named Chen Li will brief you." Immediately, Chen Li stood up and waved him over, giving him a quick once-over. "What kind of assassin are you?" Han Xiao's reply was short. "Sniper." A huge grin spread across Chen Li's face. "Awesome. We were just missing a long-range attacker." He ignored the guy's excitement and got straight to the point. "I'm missing some mission intel. Who are we protecting, and how long are we stationed here?" Han Xiao's questions seemed to confuse Chen Li a bit. Command didn't specify how long we're here. The enemy's gonna attack sooner or later anyway. The target's been hiding inside the villa, hasn't shown their face once. Who the hell knows if anyone's even in there? If we can't hold the line, we bail. Then he flashed Han Xiao a grin. "Right. What's your assassin rank? Dark grade? Or ghost grade?" Not wanting to reveal too much, Han Xiao answered coolly, "Mr. Black, grain grade." Chen Li was floored by the words that just left his mouth. "Huh? Then how'd you get the recruitment order? You don't even qualify to be here." Han Xiao just shrugged. "Well, I'm here now, so rank doesn't really matter anymore." Chen Li was at a loss for words. "Fine, whatever. Just make sure you can hit your targets." He pointed toward a cluster of bunkers not far away. "See those 3 bunkers? Head to the middle one. The poisonous Wind Brothers will get you set up." A few moments later at the bunkers, Han Xiao slowly walked up the steps toward a rusty door. Inside, Wei Ting and Yu Shuo sat with their eyes closed, leaning against the wall. Wei Ting heard the noise and cracked an eye open, his gaze locking onto the newcomer. New guy, nickname, rank, ability. He didn't hesitate. "Mr. Black, grain grade, sniper." Seeing the new guy's rank was so low, he spat on the ground, then closed his eyes again, his disdain crystal clear. "And you know what that means, right? He's about to prove every single one of them wrong. Grain grade? Are you here for fun or something? Go to the left bunker. You can handle any fish that slip through the net." The crumbling bunker stood ominously among the trees. Han Xiao slowly walked inside and saw someone standing by the window. He quickly announced himself, "New guy. Grain grade, sniper." The man, Hu Zi, was still focused on something in the distance, not even bothering to turn around. "Grain grade? Huh. You take the left, I'll take the right." He stared at the small patches of land between the crumbled walls. This side had the narrowest view, the easiest mission clearly. They didn't trust his skills. Han Xiao didn't hesitate, setting down the gun bag he always carried. At the same time, a system screen appeared. "You've activated the recruitment order defense quest." Looking at the dense lines of new text, a surge of excitement welled up inside him. Soon after, his sniper rifle was set, lying silently under the sun. Han Xiao continued scanning forward, but his mind was already running 1,000 different calculations. "Let's just finish this first wave and see the reward. If it's bad, I'm out." Before long, night fell, and 3 helicopters approached in formation. The noise grabbed Han Xiao's attention, and he peeked out to check the situation. Down below, 2 powerful tanks had appeared out of nowhere. A loud blast rang out as sparks flew from their cannons. The shot slammed into the fence in front, twisting it out of shape as the explosion lit up the area. Hearing the noise, a swarm of soldiers rushed toward the sound. Chen Li's face was tense as he stared forward, yelling commands at the top of his lungs. "Enemy attack! Get ready to fight!" A rain of bullets from a machine gun tore through the darkness. The brave soldiers on this side shouted, "Brothers, hold them back!" But one took a bullet to the gut and collapsed. And you know where that shot came from? A small window in the nearby pillbox. As if he refused to let a single enemy escape, Han Xiao focused through his scope, his rifle spitting out round after round. Unsurprisingly, another bullet found its mark right in an enemy's head. The soldier next to him quickly spotted the danger, screaming, Sniper in the tower! He's picking us off! At his shout, the hail of bullets instantly redirected toward the pillbox tower. But the soldiers here weren't about to let them succeed, and they cranked up their suppressive fire. Bullets flew, slamming into armored vehicles and causing them to explode. Seeing their side falling apart, they worried aloud. The assault failed. Their sniper is too accurate. The armored vehicles began to retreat as the order was shouted, "Withdraw!" But he had no intention of letting them escape. "You think you can run?" Another shot fired out, perfectly hitting 2 soldiers with a single bullet. Hu Zi, watching this unfold, couldn't help but exclaim, "Nice shot!" A notification popped up. First wave complete. Han Xiao looked at his reward with disappointment. The experience is way too low, but this growth rate isn't bad. He thoughtfully calculated. The first wave was 20,000. The second is 80,000. At this rate, the next might be 320,000. He then calmly walked down the stairs. Since I'm free anyway, I'll go check the logistics department and see if I can farm some experience. Over at the logistics department, the scene was peaceful, as if no battle had ever happened. Deming held a rifle with both hands, pleading, "Wang Shi, please help me fix this gun." But the old man showed no signs of getting up. "Just put it there. I'll fix it after my nap." Suddenly, a voice cut into their conversation. If you need it urgently." Han Xiao stepped through the doorway, his gaze still locked on the gun in Da Ming's hands. "Let me fix it for you. I'm very fast." Looking at the unfamiliar Han Xiao, his eyes filled with doubt. For real? Wang Shi still hadn't moved or even turned his head. "Just leave it there. This kid can't do it." Han Xiao didn't let the chance slip by, taking the gun from Da Ming. "We'll see about that." He turned to the nearby machinery, focusing intently as he began the repairs. Da Ming watched Han Xiao's every move, his mouth hanging open. "Okay, I know you were thinking it too. This guy's movements are so smooth, he might actually be the real deal." With a swift motion, he snapped the final pin into place, signaling the repair was complete. He turned back smugly. Done. At the same time, a notification appeared. "You have completed 1 machinery repair and received 233 experience." Da Ming couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Whoa, it's finished already? When? Where did he come from?" Wen praised Han Xiao's performance. "Are you a mechanic, too? Amazing." He glanced at a pile of weapons in a wooden crate, a hint of exhaustion on his face. "There's way too much to fix. We're totally swamped." Han Xiao understood what he meant, and without hesitating, he reached for another weapon. "Leave it to me." His expert movements left Wen completely awestruck. Han Xiao's hands flew over the weapon's casing, effortlessly disassembling each part as the drill hummed continuously. The series of fluid motions left the other man's eyes wide with disbelief. In just a moment, he's already fixed half of them. Not just weapons, but ammo boxes were also repaired in a flash. Watching him, Huang, he couldn't hide his admiration. Just watching him work, "I think I'm actually learning something." Wen on the side agreed. "Me too." Suddenly, an urgent voice shouted from the doorway, "The enemy's here! Prepare for battle!" But the response was just hesitation and groans. Let me just watch a little longer." The alarm blared out a piercing sound, signaling that danger was close. At the pillbox tower, figures were visible in the small windows. Hu Zi saw Han Xiao return and urged him on. "What took you so long? You take the left side." He snatched up the sniper rifle, immediately getting into a combat stance and saying confidently, "Don't worry about it." Soon enough, armored vehicles rolled in one after another, this time with helicopter support from the sky. Soldiers were hit, staggering and falling in the trenches as their uniforms turned crimson with blood. The enemy pressed their advantage, with tanks firing non-stop, laying down even more suppressive fire. Refusing to be overwhelmed, bullets from the pillbox once again tore through the night, coldly burying themselves in an enemy soldier's chest. Seeing this, the Allied soldiers' spirits soared. What an amazing sniper! The battlefield was a chaotic hellscape as another storm of bombs and bullets erupted. Han Xiao calmly observed the situation, a single thought running through his mind. This wave is definitely stronger. His shots were still incredibly precise, but he thought, still, for me, these enemies are way too easy. As dawn began to break on the horizon, the soldiers were still holding their ground. The armored vehicles retreated one by one as the order was shouted, "We're pulling back for today!" A notification filled the screen with dense text. "Second wave complete." Han Xiao looked at the numbers on the screen, a little surprised. 150,000 experience. The numbers made him cautious in his assessment. It seems the next wave of enemies will be extremely powerful. Han Xiao looked at the grim scene below. Bodies of soldiers were scattered all over the ground. He worried about the mercenaries' casualty rate, a cold sweat running down his back. "Trust me. You and I both know what he's thinking. There's an 80% chance they can't stop the next attack." The sky opens up, rain pouring down with flashes of lightning. A mercenary shouts orders, "Get the ammo inside! Don't let it get wet!" The downpour is intense, like it wants to wash everything away. Inside a bunker, Han Xiao silently watches the curtain of rain. He turns to chat with the guy next to him. "This weather is perfect for a raid. If I were the enemy, I'd attack tonight." Housie grunts back, annoyed, "Don't jinx us." Suddenly, the broadcast speaker screeches in alarm. The guy jumps up, cursing under his breath. The enemy is really here. Sure enough, a ton of military vehicles are pushing through the storm towards them. A friendly sniper shouts, "Open fire!" But Chen Li spots something through his binoculars and yells, "Get down!" It was too late. The enemy had already opened up with their machine guns. The mercenaries caught in the line of fire are thrown into the air by the explosions. Chen Li, safe behind some sandbags, gets on the radio. "Squad 1, report casualties." Then he hears something and glances up. Trust me, what he sees next changes the entire battlefield. The enemy is playing for keeps this time. He screams in fury. "Damn it, an attack helicopter!" Without hesitation, Chen Li gives the order. "Snipers, take it down, now!" From the sniper bunker, a sharp voice snaps back. "Don't rush me." Wei Ding takes aim while talking to his teammate. "We'll handle the helicopter." But Han Xiao is studying those choppers, thinking to himself, the cockpit window is bulletproof glass. 7 or 8 shots from a normal rifle won't even penetrate it. And just as he predicted, the bullets only manage to put a few cracks in the glass. Worse, it reveals their position. "Snipers are hiding in those houses! Blow them to bits!" With that, rockets launch from the helicopter's wings, slamming into the bunker and tearing chunks out of the walls. Han Xiao frowns at the scene. Our position's exposed. Without a word, he sprints for a new spot, making Hao Zi scream in frustration. "The hell? Where are you going?" Now that they know where the snipers are, the helicopters press their attack. Han Xiao expertly weaves through the explosions, successfully escaping the bunker. The rain keeps falling, and the enemy's firepower shows no signs of letting up. Inside a mansion, 2 old men are watching the battle unfold. Wang Yuan says grimly, "The men outside can't hold them." Benet cracks his knuckles and volunteers, "Looks like I'll have to step in." The other man just laughs, like, "This is nothing new. I'm counting on you." But then, something outside catches his eye. Turns out, someone just managed to shoot clean through the helicopter's bulletproof glass. Seeing the shooter land gracefully, Benet is a little surprised. "Interesting. Looks like my help won't be needed after all." From a helicopter's radio, a sharp voice rings out. "There are still some tough ones left alive. Check the abandoned area carefully." Because he couldn't get out of the bunker in time, Hao Zi is now trapped under a pile of rubble. He looks up at something horrifying, pure despair in his eyes. A helicopter has its guns aimed right at him, like the Grim Reaper closing in. But suddenly, someone grabs the back of Hao Zi's pants. Han Xiao yanks him out of the way just in time, saving his life. Terrified, the guy gasps for air like he just escaped death itself. The helicopter's firepower is too strong. That we're screwed this time. The bunker is now completely engulfed in flames and smoke. Han Xiao turns to Hao Zi and snaps, "Get it together, find a sniping position and keep attacking." He braces his feet, getting ready for his next move. And then he's off, shooting through the rain like an arrow thanks to his electromagnetic hover shoes, shouting back to his team, "Leave the choppers to me!" Through the endless rain, helicopters drop mini-bombs, trying to destroy everything. Any unlucky mercenary caught in the blast radius is sent flying. 2 riflemen hiding behind a wall watch the chaos. One says angrily, "Damn it, we're just target practice for those helicopters." Enemy. The enemy has broken through the second line of defense, and sure enough, dozens of military vehicles are rolling in, guns blazing. Then, a familiar pair of hover shoes appears. Han Xiao glides like the wind, trying to dodge enemy fire. He quickly pulls out his rifle, finds the right spot, and aims at the first target. Immediately, a loud explosion rips through the sky. A helicopter takes a direct hit, sparks flying everywhere. Chen Li seizes the moment and orders, "We have a chance. Open fire." The guy next to him shouts in praise, "Nice shot. Now's our time to fight back." All the mercenaries begin a fierce counterattack. Han Xiao raises his rifle again, targets another helicopter, and blows it out of the sky while counting to himself. 2. Just then, a system notification pops up. "You have performed sniping while moving. You have grasped some techniques of mobile sniping. You have learned mobile sniping." Another notification appears. "Mobile sniping level 1 of 5. 4,500 reduces accuracy loss while moving. Critical hit chance plus 2%. Sniping system machinery equipped. Rate of fire plus 1%. These 2 alerts are a welcome surprise for Han Xiao. He never expected to learn a new skill. You and I both know what that means. It's time for a major power-up. He taps agree to upgrade while thinking, perfect. This is exactly what I need right now. Let's max it out. The enemy's armored tanks keep firing. Han Xiao has to dodge explosions while simultaneously shooting down helicopters. The last one, a perfect bullseye. Another chopper falls from the sky and crashes right into an enemy tank, taking them both out in a massive fireball. All right, let's watch our boy admire his handiwork. Ignoring the flames, he smirks and walks away. Job's done. Tran Lai, being the leader, shouts the command. Time for the counterattack. Energized by the win, everyone's morale is through the roof. They unleash hell, a continuous stream of bullets accurately tearing into the enemy. One guy gets a clean headshot, dead instantly. Enemy vehicles explode one after another, a chain reaction of pure destruction. An enemy commander slams his fist on the steering wheel, grinding his teeth in pure rage. Damn it, fall back, avoid more casualties, retreat. Our side watches them pull back and finally breathes a sigh of relief. That was too close. Our defensive line almost collapsed. Thank God for our ridiculously overpowered sniper. Tran Lai quickly pieces it together. He must be new, still unranked. Based on this performance, he'll hit Ghost rank right after this mission. Alright, stick with me, because Han Xiao's chilling when a sudden notification pops up, mission complete. You've received 150,000 experience points. Fourth wave attack repelled. He groans internally. Another defense mission? Can't he get something new? But then he reads the next part. 40,000 XP for each wave repelled. Even on failure, he gets the accumulated XP, plus a special reward of 100,000. Suddenly, he's interested. A special reward, huh? This isn't so simple after all. Just then, Chen Li's voice crackles through his earpiece. Guys, the client is here. Let's move. Han Xiao quickly responds. The surviving mercenaries gather at the magnificent villa, all curious about their employer. Wang Yuan looks at the young mercs before him and offers a sincere smile. Thank you all for your protection these past few days. I'd like to speak with a few of you personally. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes go wide, as if he's just seen a ghost. And this is where things get interesting. The man standing next to Wang Yuan snags his attention. Bennett Anderson? What is he doing here? Han Xiao remembers him from the game. He's a key figure on this planet, central to the main storyline. Not only that, he's also a hidden universal skill trainer. While Han Xiao is lost in thought, the roll call is almost finished. Huh? They called my name. A friendly merc jokes. Don't forget us when you make it big. Wang Yuan's voice rings out. And finally, Mr. Black. He's not surprised, but still, a small smile creeps onto his face. Nice. Han Xiao immediately calls Ueno, who answers with surprise. Huh? Why are you calling me? Aren't you on a recruitment mission? Han Xiao gets straight to the point. I need to exchange for some items. Hidden bread, silver watcher, and a certain sniper rifle. Ueno agrees easily. Sure, I'll have someone gather them for you. It should take about 2 days, but when the notification appears, his favorability has dropped by 500 points for the 2 items. He doesn't really care. Yeah, thanks. Han Xiao stares at Bennett, a plan already forming. He never thought he'd meet the planet's main character this early. He has to seize this chance. Those who were called are now seated in the villa's living room. Wang Yuan politely invites them to sit. Then, he begins his introduction. I am Wang Yuan. I'll need your protection for a while longer. This villa is open to all of you. Feel free to rest here. He adds carefully. You are the core strength protecting this estate. When the mission is complete, I'll give you each a personal bonus. Hearing that, the whole group's eyes light up with anticipation. Huang Shi, feeling that's all, gets up to leave. Well, we'll go rest up then. Wang Yuan chuckles at the eager young mercs. Noticing one person stayed behind, he asks, curious, Mr. Black, is there something you need? Han Xiao points towards Bennett and says boldly, I'd like to speak with him privately. A steady hand lifts a teacup as Bennett looks at the young man across from him. Have we met before? Han Xiao ignores the question and instead starts listing off his life story. Bennett Anderson, a legendary figure from the old era. Ace agent, captain of the elite team, Demon, codename Yama. He rattles off his milestones without hesitation. Left the Autophon squad. Your bounty reached 15 million decades ago. Han Xiao's eyes show nothing but serious respect and admiration. Then you disappeared for 2 years. When you resurfaced, you began helping war refugees, forming a massive organization, the precursor to the dark web. Bennett is frozen for a full 5 seconds, absolutely stunned into silence. After a moment, he asks a truly shocking question. You're not one of my fans, are you? And yeah, that leaves Han Xiao speechless. He quickly schools his expression, reminding himself he needs something from this guy and can't afford to offend him. Thinking this, he clears his throat to cover his embarrassment. Ahem. Then he puts on the eager face of a kid who just got candy. Yes, I've heard all about your feats. I've always wanted to meet you. Bennett gives him a helpless smile. That's all in the past. What can I do for you? You didn't track me down for an autograph, did you? Han Xiao is at a loss for words, but tries to stay polite. No. But inside he's screaming, "Somebody call the cops! This old man is flexing on me!" He can only scratch his head awkwardly and explain, "I heard you're the strongest human on this planet." Bennett's gaze suddenly sharpens. As if he's already guessed the reason, he smirks. "Oh? So you're another one who wants to challenge me?" Han Xiao is getting tired of this. No, that's not it. I want to learn some combat skills from you. Hearing this, Bennett lets out a laugh. Interesting. You're the first person to ever ask to learn from me. But you're a sniper. You can't learn my fighting style. Han Xiao understands this is a rejection, so he doesn't press the issue. He simply stands up to leave. Is that so? Then I won't disturb you any longer. In truth, Han Xiao expected this. Just as he thought, you get rejected if you don't meet the requirements. The condition to learn the skill is to give him a special gift. Good thing he came prepared. Just then, a new wave of attacks begins, kicking up clouds of dust. Guangming calls to the people behind him, "Newbies, with me." A beautiful mercenary named Kim Fox walks over to ask, "What's the situation now?" He's clearly a bit smitten by her beauty, answering gently, "The enemy attacks are getting more frequent, but our defensive line is holding strong. The southeast and northeast flanks are covered by Mr. Black. There won't be any problems there." She's a little curious about the name. Who's Mr. Black? Guangming immediately sings his praises. Mr. Black is an E-class assassin. His sniping skills are god tier, but hearing he was a low-level merc, Kim Fox frowns, asking with dissatisfaction, "Just E-class? Isn't it a bit reckless to let an E-class merc lead the defense?" Suddenly, his demeanor turns cold. This is a battlefield. Strength is what matters. Young people shouldn't be so arrogant. She's a bit stunned, thinking to herself, I was just a little skeptical. Why such an over-the-top reaction? Is this Mr. Black's reputation really that great? At the back of the Valley Manor, even late at night, the snipers are working at full capacity. Kim Fox looks at the bunker next to her, thinking about the enemy armored tanks approaching. Through her scope, she sees an enemy get picked off with a perfect headshot from an impossible distance. And you and I are about to see the legend of Mr. Black firsthand. Looking toward Han Xiao's hiding spot, a woman gasps, "So fast. He's the best sniper I've ever seen." He fires again, sparks flying from the muzzle. As a helicopter gets hit, someone cheers. Yes, the last chopper is down. Mr. Black is on a completely different level. Han Xiao checks the system prompt. You have repelled 3 of 5 attack waves. The 3rd wave already, he notes to himself. The intensity keeps ramping up. He can handle it. But what's this hidden requirement for 100,000 experience points? A voice suddenly comes through his headset. Mr. Black, an envoy from the Sarlot family is here to see you. He smiles. Oh? That was fast. A moment later, a man appears, bringing Han Xiao a rather large suitcase. He accepts it with a satisfied nod. Thank you. With the case now in hand, a new confidence shines in his eyes. In the game's lore, Bennett collects rare, out-of-production antique weapons. Different gifts allow you to learn different skills from him. These gifts are limited in number, meaning only a handful of players can ever actually learn skills from Bennett. And here's where you and I see the real perk of being reincarnated. As Han Xiao walks to the mansion, he thinks how players bled for this skill. He's getting it for a few favor points. What a steal. Bennett, in his room, sips his tea. Sit. Why are you here? The unexpected guest is none other than Han Xiao. As he opens the suitcase, he makes his offer. I want to learn your combat skills. Bennett just smiles politely. Didn't I already ref? His eyes suddenly go wide with shock. Huh? Before him lies a magnificent short sword, the silver guardian known as Hidden Break. He can't help but assume. You want to give this to me? You know I collect old weapons. Clearly you're a fan. Needing the skill, Han Xiao just plays along? Yeah, totally. They both hold the case, locked in a stare down, neither one giving an inch. Then Bennett suddenly blurts out, I agree. This completely confuses Han Xiao, who backs away. What are you talking about? Bennett snatches the case, hugging it close. I said I agree to teach you my skills. He yells back, flustered. Can you finish your sentences? Getting the solid answer, Han Xiao just smiles. Heh, mission complete. In a bright, sparse room, Bennett recounts his life. As a youth, I was weak, so I developed many of my own combat skills. One move saved me from danger countless times. I call it Burning Will. Hearing this, Han Xiao leans in, listening with full attention. This is it, Han Xiao thinks. Bennett begins to explain potential. The human body has limitless power, but the brain restricts it for self-preservation. But here's the thing, and this is where it gets crazy if you can break that mental limit. Even a normal person can unleash immense power. The catch? The after effects are severe. Bennett recalls this with pride. After much research, I found a way to temporarily break those limits during a fight without damaging the body. Just then, a notification pops up. Bennett Anderson, level 60, is teaching you the skill Burning Will. Your intelligence exceeds 100, meeting the learning requirement. He begins his instructions. Close your eyes, regulate your breathing. The sun is still high in the sky. And just like that, it's dusk. The sun has almost completely vanished from view. A new notification appears. Burning Will learning progress. 100%. Skill acquired. Burning Will level 1. Then, a detailed info panel for the new skill pops up. The skill has both active and passive effects. Bennett breaks the silence. What are you smiling about? Did you learn it? Han Xiao nods cheerfully. Yeah, pretty much. Bennett doesn't believe him. Punch me. Let's see if you really learned it. Han Xiao just gives a confident smirk, completely unfazed. He activates the skill in his fist and lunges, going for a knockout. System prompt. You have used Burning Will. Judgment complete. Your next attack will deal 136% base damage, but Bennett catches it effortlessly. Hey, not the face. Simultaneously, Bennett's info panel appears. You have entered a combat state. Based on your level, you can see the following. A flood of data about his skills and hidden stats appears. Han Xiao is impressed. As expected of the planet's protagonist, his stats are completely broken, and he's internally injured right now. Even so, they're double my own stats with full buff gear on. After the spar, Bennett is impressed. Not bad, you actually learned it. Han Xiao bows respectfully to his new teacher. Thank you. Later, at the sniper team's bunker, Han Xiao hears his name, Mr. Black. Jin Hu approaches with a request. Are you free? Could you teach me your sniping skills? She asks, leaning forward with a seductive tone. I'm a huge fan. He completely ignores her. Miss, please have some self-respect. Jin Hu persists, placing a hand on his shoulder, her voice sultry. I just want to learn from you, nothing else. Annoyed, Han Xiao drops a bomb. Lady, save your breath. I'm not into women. She recoils awkwardly. Before she can even think, he cuts her off. No, I'm not into men either. Then comes the final line. Frankly, I'm not interested in human beings. Basically, he's not into anything alive, and just like that, we get to see a girl run away crying, sorry for bothering you. Han Xiao just watches her leave with total contempt. Yeah, trying to pull a honey trap on him? Way too amateur. It's late, but a few lights in the mansion are still on. Lying in bed, Han Xiao wonders if the enemy will attack tomorrow when something catches his eye. He sits up, peering down through the glass window. That car looks way too familiar, and then it hits him like a slap across the face. Han Xiao freezes, completely stunned. A pair of long, slender legs step out from the car below. Turns out it's someone he knows. He wonders to himself, Disusu? Why is someone from Division 13 here? At the gate, a greeting is exchanged. Wang Yuan, it's been a long time. The two shake hands warmly as the man returns the greeting. Mo Ran Wang Yuan gets nostalgic, saying it's been at least a dozen years. You were one of the aces of Division 13, and I'm the leader of the dark web. If not for this, we might never have met again. But Mo Ran is a practical man. He gets right to the point. The constant fighting in Star Dragon territory for over 10 days has had a terrible impact. What exactly are you people doing? Since they've known each other for ages, the man explains everything. Our dark web elders have always maintained a neutral stance, but some ambitious fools want to replace us. We old guys are in their way, so they sent people to kill me. While they're still discussing strategy down there, he adds, I've already sent Sina to deal with them. She's taken out quite a few. These two traitors will probably launch one final counterattack. From his room, Han Xiao pulls the curtain slightly, observing and analyzing. Looks like Division 13 isn't here for him after all. But instinctively, Su feels a pair of eyes on her. She glances up and sees a dark figure hiding behind the second-floor curtains. After a moment's thought, Han Xiao heads back to bed. Disusu knows she'd better be careful. Mo Ran turns and gets into his car, not forgetting to give orders to his subordinate. Disusu, take your people and monitor the battle here. Report the situation as it develops. She nods in agreement. Yes, the battle between the two sides is brutal, with helicopters dropping powerful explosives from above and modern armored vehicles below. But today, things are a little different with the appearance of several espers, led by a man named David. And yeah, this is where you need to pay attention. They are mercilessly cutting down our side without hesitation. The mercenaries see this and get furious. Damn it, the enemy is using superhumans. A sniper rifle inside the blockhouse suddenly fires a shot. Instantly, an esper takes the bullet head-on, blood spraying everywhere. Han Xiao looks at his handiwork and smirks arrogantly. Just a superhuman. A little while later, today's battle concludes with heavy casualties on the enemy side. A system notification appears. Round 4, complete, 200,000 experience points awarded. The hidden requirement to prevent Division 13's appearance has failed. Activating off-cycle mission, Round 5. After reading it, Han Xiao gets it. So the hidden goal was to stop the agency. If he'd won each fight quickly and quietly, maybe Division 13 never would have shown up. He isn't too bothered by it, though. What's done is done. Suddenly, someone calls out to him, Mr. Black. Wang Yuan is summoning everyone. He heard the call, but his mind was on something else. The mission originally only had 4 rounds, so what is this 5th round that got triggered by the failure? After a few minutes, everyone has gathered in front of the mansion. Wang Yuan states his proposal directly. I need a few guards to accompany me and Bennett to Division 13 in Bayou City. Moonlight, Volcano, Hunter, Golden Fox, Mr. Black. I invite the 5 of you to protect me, and I will increase your pay. If you don't agree, I won't force you. Hunter quickly raises his hand, accepting the offer. No problem. Han Xiao has no way to refuse. I'll go. Because refusing means the mission fails. Of course he has to go. As soon as he speaks, the system chimes with a mission update for Round 5. Accompany Wang Yuan and respond to dangers. Failure condition, death. Seeing that last line, he frowns. The failure condition is death? This time, the enemy is going to be tough. In the dark of night, a bus speeds along the road. Inside are the group traveling with Wang Yuan and Bennett. Han Xiao glances over at the next seat, only to see Golden Fox jump as their eyes meet. Seeing this, he finds his own mean little joke quite amusing. Are you kidding me? A shadow that big? At Star Dragon's Bayou City, the bus finally arrives at the Division 13 branch. Wang Yuan leads the way and gives instructions. I'm very safe at Division 13. You all wait in Bayou City for one night, and we'll gather here tomorrow. Looks like they have some free time. Hunter turns to the others to discuss it. What are your plans? One man immediately turns his eyes towards Golden Fox and tries to hit on her. I'm going to a bar for some fun. Want to come along? She arrogantly shoots him down. Forget it. I'm more interested in handsome men. Hunter continues trying to rally the others. Are you guys coming? Moonlight politely replies, I'll patrol nearby. And Han Xiao just shakes his head, declining. Elsewhere, in a small house near the mountains, a man lights a cigarette with a lighter. He reads the mission notification on his screen and scoffs with cold disdain. 2 million to hire me? Ridiculous. Suddenly, his phone rings. That man is none other than the super criminal, Bai Qin. As soon as he picks up, his voice is dripping with arrogance. Didn't I already refuse? The person on the other end seems very desperate. Mr. Bai Qin, the target has Bennett with him. Only you can fight him. Without hesitation, the person on the other end raises the price. 6 million. And you'll do it. Hearing a number he likes, Bai Qin smiles, satisfied. You should have just said so from the start. Leave it to me. On the bustling street, Han Xiao walks around while analyzing the situation. The 5th round mission gives us free time to act, which probably means danger could strike at any moment. He's lost in his own thoughts. This time can't be wasted. He might as well handle some missions in Bayou City, but he still subtly notices that someone seems to be following him. Sure enough, a strange man is trying to tail him. He vaguely guesses the man's identity. An enemy, or someone from Division 13. Needing a private place, Han Xiao decides to enter a restroom to get out of sight. He quickly activates a disguise device and simultaneously fires a projectile, shattering the camera on the ceiling. And just like that, he's transformed into a handsome man with short hair, without a soul knowing. Trying to tail me? Too naive. In the division's surveillance room, a security officer frowns at the screen and reports. The agent tailing Mr. Black said he entered a restroom and then disappeared. The camera was also destroyed. We've used all the city's cameras and found no one matching his description. The words hit Su like a thunderclap, and a bold guess flashes in her mind. Could it be Han Xiao? And you and I both know she immediately dismisses it. No way. Could Han Xiao be connected to all the disappearances? Nah, I'm just stressed. At a shop in White Gull Old Town, Li Xin is closing up when she suddenly freezes. Turns out, staring right back at her through the glass, is Han Xiao. Seeing this top-tier, ridiculously handsome guy, her inner fangirl is screaming, but she plays it cool and just asks, "Can I help you with something?" He doesn't answer, just asks to come in and look at some antiques. But you and I both know he's not here for pottery. Inside, he turns to her and asks, "You the owner here?" Li Xin gets all shy and flustered. "Yes, I am." He gives her a weird look. What's with her strange reaction? Is he looking weird today or something? She quickly snaps back to professional mode, leading the way. "Please, have a look over here." Han Xiao cuts right to the chase. "Where is Tang Shu?" That one sentence makes Li Xin's heart stop, and her panicked look makes him frown as he slowly pulls a pistol from his coat, aiming it right at her with cold, sharp eyes. "Take me to him." With no other choice, Li Xin leads Han Xiao to a small house out back, her hand trembling as she reluctantly knocks on the door. The door swings open, revealing a guy with a wild top-knot hairstyle who completely freaks out at the sight of a stranger because he's the master thief, Tang Shou. Now Han Xiao is positive. Yep, this is the one who deals in strange artifacts and whose movements are a complete mystery. The only way to guarantee a meeting was through this very mission, but suddenly, the thief makes a break for it. A gunshot zips past Tang Shou's leg as a warning. Han Xiao's voice is ice. Stop running. The next bullet won't hit the dirt. The thief immediately drops to the ground in terror. Are you one of Jack's men? I'll pay you after this job, I swear. Han Xiao sits him down to clear up the misunderstanding. I'm here for something else. The guy just stares blankly. What is it? Han Xiao smiles, making a bizarre offer. I want in on this business of yours. The thief looks down, clearly terrified. He has no idea why this guy is helping, but one look at the gun makes him reluctantly agree, though he tries his best to look sincere. Tang Shou has no choice but to announce, all right, welcome to the team. The second he says it, a notification panel flashes in front of Han Xiao. You've spent 2,000 experience points to activate the mission. Return 10 antiques to Li Rui. Li Xin breathes a sigh of relief. I'm counting on you both. But she still looks worried. She explains that the museum asked her dad to loan them 10 antiques for an exhibit. After he passed, she wanted them back, but the museum turned on her, trying to keep them. Han Xiao throws an arm around Tang Shou and laughs confidently. Don't you worry, we'll definitely get your stuff back. Then, a second later, he's all business. When do we move? The thief scrambles after him, trying to suck up. We can go whenever you're ready, but even dealing with a tough guy, he has to talk about the money. He cautiously asks how the payment will be split. Han Xiao boldly declares, I don't need a reward. Let's get moving. My time is limited. But inside, he's plotting something much bigger. In his past life, a major guild earned an astronomical sum from this quest's reward, changing their entire fate. Tang Shou is completely stunned when Han Xiao says he can keep all the rewards. Huh? Little does he know, Han Xiao is aiming for a much bigger prize. This time, I'm taking the entire grand prize for myself. And with that, we're at the city museum under the cover of darkness as a black car pulls up. Han Xiao and Tang Shou jump out of the car, and the thief starts drawing up a plan. The museum has 3 floors. This is the layout for our infiltration. But before he can finish, Han Xiao just bolts. The thief's eyes bulge out of his head. He panics. Wait, not yet. But it's too late. Han Xiao has already shattered the glass door and charged right in. Tang Shou is speechless watching this maniac ruin the plan. What are you doing? I said we were supposed to be stealthy. But Han Xiao just smirks. That's too slow. Get in here. Alarms start blaring, red lights flashing everywhere. Instantly, a dozen guards swarm out with clubs yelling, Thieves, get them! The piercing sound of the alarm echoes everywhere, the flashing lights illuminating the thousands of glass shards scattered all over the floor. Han Xiao and Tang Xiao are running for their lives, one in front of the other, when something up ahead makes Han Xiao's day. It's a whole other team of security guards charging right at them. Where do you think you're going? Okay, check this out. Han Xiao turns to Tang Shou with a wicked, scheming smile. It's your time to shine. The guy can only point to himself in total disbelief. Do I look like I know how to fight? The security guards are getting closer, so Han Xiao, without any hesitation, kicks him square in the butt. He watches Tang Shou go flying forward and lets out a perfectly evil smirk. Go on, you've been buffed. The guards yell to each other, Get him! The thief is completely freaking out. A guard swings his club, bopping him on the head like a drum. Then another guard rushes in to attack. He grabs onto Han Xiao's leg, crying and begging. No way, I can't fight them. Han Xiao just gives him a mysterious look. I'll teach you a secret chant that will double your combat power. The thief tearfully asks. For real? He's so easy to fool. Han Xiao smirks as he gives instructions. Repeat after me. And once again, Tang Shou gets booted by the troll Han Xiao, sent flying straight into the security guards to get wailed on. But even a cornered worm will turn. He snatches a club from one of them and screams, I'll take you all on. And what follows is Tang Shou's brutal, all-out revenge. Die! Another blow lands on a guard's stomach. But his cool guy moment lasts about 3 seconds before another guard whacks him from behind. And just like that, he's back to crying and begging. I really can't do this. Big bro, I'm begging you. You have a gun, you're a good fighter, can't you just handle them? But Han Xiao just cruelly kicks his butt again and declares, begging me is useless. He casually cleans his ear and adds with a smirk, I'll support you morally. If you need it, I can even set you up with a girl. Realizing he can't count on this guy, Tang Shou's eyes fill with pure hatred. Without a word, he grabs an ancient vase from a broken display case and smashes it over the head of his attacker. Seeing this, A security guard panics and tries to stop him. What the hell are you doing? That's an artifact. But Tang Xiao couldn't care less. He chucks the vase at another guard. Not my problem. Finally, they escape, Tang Xiao panting and completely exhausted. Just then, a police car screeches to a halt nearby. The thief's jaw drops in shock. But Han Xiao saw it coming and had already activated his roller shoes. Cops are here, let's go. Tang Xiao tries to keep up from behind. Wait for me. The two of them take off running, with police cars hot on their heels. Suddenly, two more cars cut them off, leaving Han Xiao and Tang Xiao in a panic. A cop aims his gun at them and yells, "Don't move!" When someone suddenly grabs Tang Xiao's shirt, and trust me, you are not ready for this next move. Han Xiao suddenly puts a knife to the thief's throat and goes full gangster. Drop your weapons, I have a hostage. The head cop just freezes for a second, totally stunned. What? Then he gets furious, his intelligence clearly insulted. He's your accomplice, who are you trying to fool? Han Xiao just pouts with disappointment. What? It failed. Tang Xiao, now free from his grip, screams right in his face. Did you seriously think that would actually work? Han Xiao calmly replies. Just giving it a shot didn't cost anything. The thief is still panicking. So what do we do now? But Han Xiao has already grabbed his hand tightly, fired up his roller shoes, and started pulling him forward. Mission accomplished. Time to bounce. And you and I are about to see how they pull this off. But the speed is too much for Tang Xi, who promptly passes out. So Han Xiao ends up dragging this dead weight to a tiny bar. Quoshan is so drunk Hector has to hold him up. Gotta be at Division 13 tomorrow. So sleepy. Then, a noise. He looks back. Hey, you feel like we're being followed? Hector doesn't feel a thing and just dismisses it. Nah, you're drunk. But he's dead wrong. A pair of eyes is locked right on them. Over at the Division 13 branch, Su drops a bombshell on two men. Your 3 bodyguards were murdered. She lays out photos of the bodies, all with the same wounds slashed at high speed, stabbed through the heart, throat slit. She analyzes it coldly, the victims never even fought back. The killer's power is absolutely terrifying. Moran grabs the report. Is there video? Su explains there were no cameras at the scene, which means the killer chose the location deliberately. Someone's hand trembles with pure rage. Wang Yuan already has a suspect, someone with insane speed and stealth. The Hidden Demon. Moran knows that name, the assassin with the invisibility power. Benet warns him that the Hidden Demon might be hunting his guards next. Wang Yuan immediately gives the order, Moran, tell everyone trailing them to assemble right now. He has a rough idea where they all are. Golden Fox is at her hotel, and that Mr. Black has already slipped their surveillance. Ben mutters, the Hidden Demon is a sniper's natural enemy. He might not make it. Wang Yuan closes his eyes, thinking for a moment, then makes his decision. Send someone to find him, now. The other guy sighs, clearly not hopeful. Right, we'll do our best. Meanwhile, in a small cabin, Han Xiao checks out his completed mission and hefty reward. Not a bad haul. Tang Xi finally sees his partner's demonic side and trembles with fear. I never want to see you again. Han Xiao wanders the streets, smiling as he tallies his new assets. Not bad. He's already racked up 700,000 experience points. Suddenly, his danger sense goes wild. 2 blades slash at his back, but his thin armor manages to block the attack. He instantly drops low, leaps backward, and scans his surroundings, but there's no one there. Han Xiao gets it instantly invisible enemy. He whips out a handgun and fires off a few rounds, but every single one misses. The guy moves like a ghost. He grits his teeth. Insanely fast and invisible, it has to be the Hidden Demon. He attacks again, but Han Xiao's reflexes are just good enough to dodge. Still, this is getting real annoying. Damn it. No more backing down, he has to force this guy out of the shadows. Now, you're gonna want to see this. He unleashes a swarm of mechanical bees, creating an electric field that outlines the Hidden Demon's form. Realizing he's been spotted, the assassin speeds up. Han Xiao tracks the bee swarm and opens fire, but not a single bullet connects. He scowls in frustration. Damn, his reaction time is insane. Then, the Hidden Demon turns his attention to the electric bees. With the annoying swarm gone, he uses his stealth to go after Han Xiao again. Our boy is officially pissed off. This is getting old. He uses the opening to load a special kind of ammo. Han Xiao fires it into the air, and instantly, a strange green smoke fills the entire area. A notification pops up. You are now mildly poisoned, losing 3 health points per second for the next 60 seconds. To take this guy down, he had to pay a heavy price. Think you're good at dodging? Let's see who has more health. He keeps firing, but his opponent is just too fast. Han Xiao thinks to himself, my health is high, my defense is solid, and this environment favors me. He holds his gun steady, the Hidden Demon can't touch him now. The assassin's figure starts to appear. A bullet zips towards him, but phases right through empty air. He still can't land a single hit. Han Xiao thinks hard. If this drags on, the hidden demon will definitely escape. He can't let that happen. He gets an idea. If he pretends the poison is getting to him and makes a run for it, maybe the assassin will give chase. He immediately starts stumbling, acting wounded. And it works perfectly. He took the bait. The blurry figure closes in fast, launching another brutal attack at his back, which his armor just barely blocks. But it still did some damage. Han Xiao checks the notification. Attacked by a level 44 hidden demon, you lose 39 health points. High damage, high speed. Without this armor, he'd be dead in 10 seconds. Time for plan B. He activates his hover shoes to make a break for it. He sees the hidden demon fall behind and smiles. Good, he can't match this speed. He just has to maintain a speed that lets the assassin keep up, but not easily. Keeping his distance, Han Xiao makes a call. Anton, bring my machine over. He glances back at the blurry figure and smirks. Heh, keep chasing. You're a dead man. He suddenly ducks into an alley with a parked car. Han Xiao frowns, looking back, a bit confused. The hidden demon's oppressive aura is gone. He powers down the shoes. He's not totally sure, but he tells himself, looks like he gave up the chase. Guess I was being too paranoid. It's late now, and a car pulls up. Anton has arrived, giving him a skeptical look. So where's this enemy you were talking about? Han Xiao just casually cleans his ear. He ran. Let's get on the plane. I need to fix my gear. Anton explodes. You think I'm your personal chauffeur? But Han Xiao calms him down. Nah, you're overthinking it. In another room, someone is shouting. A sniper who isn't afraid of the hidden demon, and even forced him to retreat? Benet demands, where is he now? Susu reports he's connected to the Farian group waiting at the airfield. And let me tell you, this is just getting started. All right, stick with me on this one. Wang Yuan lays out a request about some gear repairs, telling them, Mo Ran, get a message to Mr. Black he needs to be at the Higu Manor before sunrise tomorrow. Mo Ran immediately agrees. The car from earlier is now parked next to a massive plane, where Han Xiao is tinkering with his equipment inside the cabin. He's deep in thought. Against opponents level 40 and up, he knows his machines just aren't cutting it anymore. Electromagnetic weapons are the answer, but he can't build them until he masters advanced electromagnetics. He checks his potential points, only 7 left. His next move? Combine a self-created blueprint with an incomplete one. As a notification pops up, Han Xiao immediately hits confirm. Upgrading basic energy theory to level 5 costs 1 potential point and 37,000 experience. He crunches the numbers, deciding to upgrade his existing knowledge first. A mysterious cube appears with new info. Basic energy theory is now level 5, unlocking a new blueprint, the basic energy storage cube. Han Xiao is ecstatic seeing this. A power cube? Perfect. He desperately needs a high-performance portable energy source. All the skills he needs are now maxed out. He gets serious, his preparations complete. Suddenly, someone approaches. It's Anton, reporting on the earlier meeting. People from Division 13 came by. His boss moved up the meeting time. He just has to be back at the Higu Manor before morning. Han Xiao smirks. Perfect. He pulls up a few more system menus, determined to finish all his equipment upgrades tonight. But of course, life loves to throw a wrench in things. Mistake after mistake. Creation failed. Han Xiao rests his chin on his hand, staring at the data. Looks like it's going to be an all-nighter. Meanwhile, in a grand villa filled with antiques, Wang Yuan is in a serious discussion with the man sitting across from him. Senna has already identified every traitor. The latest operation was a massive success. Once they're purged, the organization can finally move forward with his vision. But Bennett thinks differently. He has a bad feeling that war is going to break out again soon. They need to build a sanctuary. He's worried. The Darknet organization's power alone isn't nearly enough. He hopes more factions will be willing to cooperate. Wang Yuan isn't convinced. This plan has 100 upsides and no downside. The 6 nations will agree. I'm just worried some scavengers will target our resources. Now pay attention here. His brows furrow with intensity. This plan will save countless lives. Anyone who dares touch it, I'll kill them myself. Just then, lightning rips through the sky outside. Wang Yuan and Bennett are both stunned as a massive bolt strikes down, and from it emerges Bai Qin, crackling with raw power. He flashes an arrogant grin, surveying the scene. Heh. The quiet night is shattered by the storm and flashes of lightning. Bai Qin's chest begins to glow as he channels energy into his hands, unleashing a blast that obliterates the iron gate. He slowly steps onto their turf. A mercenary opens fire, cursing him out. Just gonna waltz right in, huh? Don't get cocky. But every bullet harmlessly deflects off Bai Qin's armor. He counters instantly. A massive arc of electricity sends the mercenaries flying. Watching from a bunker, Qi Lang is completely terrified. Mr. Black isn't here. We can't handle an Esper at this level. You'd think he'd give up, right? Wrong. He takes the lead, screaming, "But we can't just sit here and die. Open fire!" At his command, a storm of bullets erupts. A few get close to Bai Qin, but he just scoffs. "You're trying to fight me with these?" Because in an instant, the bullets are melted by the sheer heat of his lightning. Chulong's eyes go wide in disbelief. He melted them! Then, Bai Qin raises his hand high, concentrating the lightning into a small, deadly sphere of energy. While his comrades are already running for their lives, this guy is still frozen, unable to process what's happening until a bolt of lightning zips right past his face. But it's too late. Everyone inside the room is instantly incinerated by the blast. Outside, the storm rages on. Wang Yuan watches from the window and makes the call. Lightning control, that's lightning flash Qin. Bennett crosses his arms. So the traitors hired a super criminal. He scoffs at the man outside. Just a kid wasting his gifts. Then he leaps up, gracefully flying out the window. The men outside are about to fall. I'll handle this. In a flash, Bennett lands right in front of Bai Qin, who looks at the newcomer with a spark of interest. Finally decided to show your face, Bennett? The screen shows him landing lightly. Elsewhere, Susu watches the feed, her expression grim. This is bad. She frantically gives an order. Bai Qin's destructive power is off the charts. We have to warn White Gull City right now. The agent snaps to attention. I'll inform Director Mo. Back on the battlefield, Bai Qin's face twists into a grotesque smile as he loses control. Haha, killing weaklings is boring. Killing someone strong. Now that's a thrill. He laughs like a maniac and charges straight for Bennett. Ha ha ha. This is getting exciting. Susu makes a desperate call for help. Bai Qin is here. Bennett is fighting him. But then, something happens that makes her eyes go wide with absolute shock. Out of nowhere, Bai Qin has been shot straight through the chest. Bennett stares, completely baffled, then looks in the direction the shot came from. A sniper? From the other end of the line, a voice asks, "Hello? What was that noise?" Susu is still reeling. Bai Qin. He's been shot. The person on the phone can only say one word. What? The rifle that just fired is still smoking, and the man holding it is Han Xiao. Made it. A notification pops up. You landed a 200% sneak attack critical hit, dealing 1,268 damage. Han Xiao admires his new toy. This rifle is insane. Uling Gus Sniper Rifle. Incomplete version. The stats show low recoil. Turns out electromagnetic kinetic weapons barely have any kick. But with 3 incomplete parts, it has a chance to fail. Bai Qin clutches the gushing wound in his chest. How? How can I die here? He struggles to his feet. The sniper's location is a mystery, and Bennett is still behind him. He makes a run for it. Retreat is the only option. And that's where we leave him. You and I both know this is far from over as strange lightning tears the sky apart, Bai Qin using his last ounce of strength to escape. Even badly wounded, he pushes forward. Bai Qin has no idea he's in the crosshairs, and by the time the shot rings out, the bullet has already torn through his skull. Han Xiao's finger still rests on the trigger. He gives his downed target a smug smile, then fires again, sending a spray of red across the ground. No last words, no final breath, he just collapses. Benet stares, mouth wide open, stunned by how fast it all happened. Susu and her team are frozen, completely shocked by what they just saw, her hand mechanically clutching her phone as a frantic voice calls from the other end. Hello, report. What's the situation? Susu, still shaken, struggles to speak. Bai Qin. He's been shot and killed. Bai Qin's face is a mess, blood just pouring out. Susu reports the grisly scene. Terrified, the shooter only needed 3 shots. Outside the manor, a crowd gathers, whispering as they watch the body being carried away. Mr. Black killed Bai Qin? Can that even be real? Han Xiao strides confidently toward the group. Everyone sitting nearby looks up in awe. Seeing their hero has returned, their faces light up with joy. Mr. Black! They all cheer. Mr. Black is basically a superhuman. Benet praises him, his eyes filled with pure admiration. Amazing. Han Xiao just smirks, playing it cool. Just another day at the office. From a distance, Wang Yuan starts clapping, smiling as he remembers the impressive shot. The next generation is truly terrifying. 3 perfect shots. You even gave this old man a scare. Han Xiao gestures behind him, humbly sharing the credit. With his help, there was never any real danger. Wang Yuan is deeply grateful and quickly makes arrangements. You've worked hard. Go rest up. His skilled hands begin preparing tea for his guests. I've checked the files, he says as warm, fragrant tea is poured. The Sclot family recommended you. Your power has already surpassed the particle grade level. I'm promoting you directly to demon grade. Now watch this. A flicker of something unreadable crosses Han Xiao's eyes, but his expression quickly returns to normal. Thank you. A mission screen pops up. Batch 5 complete. Reward, 30,000 FB. Hidden requirement, keeping Bennett out of the fight accomplished. You receive 300,000 experience points. Han Xiao sips his tea, thinking. No new batch looks like this mission chain is finally over. His eyes are sharp, mind racing. Add the 300,000 FB for killing Bai Qin, and he's now got over 1 million. It's time to choose his second gift. As the sun rises over the mountains, a door creaks open. A sleepy voice calls out, "It's you? Why so early?" Han Xiao appears, full of energy and carrying a box. "I want to learn combat skills." Benet, now wide awake, just furrows his brow. "This again? Is that the only reason you ever visit me?" Han Xiao opens the box, revealing a very persuasive bribe. Benet's sleepiness vanishes, he can't believe his eyes. This is a Mockingbird sniper rifle. Benet quickly shuts the box and pulls it toward himself. Clearly pleased, he hugs it and grins. "All right, follow me." Inside a room with Japanese-style wood paneling, Benet sits across from Han Xiao and begins the lesson. "I was once an assassin who specialized in the shadows of the night. Perhaps my skills will be useful to you." A system notification immediately pops up. Class S mission, the man who hides in the shadows. All he has to do is learn special techniques from Benet and then perfect them through practice. The screen also displays the mission requirements and rewards. I know what you're thinking. A rare class this early? Absolutely. With this, he can perfect his night-style combat build. Before they start, Benet offers a friendly warning. "I can only teach you the theory. True mastery will depend on your own daily practice." He slides a piece of paper forward. "This is my number. Call me anytime you have questions." Benet clarifies a few more things, then asks a question of his own. "Of course, I might need your help in the future. What do you say?" Han Xiao hears this, his brain instantly processing the possibilities. Could this be about Benet's main storyline? He keeps his face neutral, taking the paper confidently. "Of course. Now, while our boy is leveling up, you and I are about to see the chaos he's caused elsewhere." A soldier rushes in, holding a stack of documents. "Minister, we've received the dispatch report." The letter is filled with info on Mr. Black. Origins, unknown. Background, unknown. An assassin from the Blood Pact Society. Along with that are his achievements, so detailed they even include his personality, his abilities, and the fact that he's a mechanic. His boots have a high mobility sliding function. His sniper rifle is custom made with terrifying damage handle with extreme caution. Longway stamps a red seal without hesitation. The bold print a clear warning. Approved. He lets out a long, tired sigh. Another monster has appeared on the board. H11, searching at a computer, suddenly looks over. "A monster? You mean this guy?" A question appears on the screen. Mr. Black is ranked 23rd. Killed Ember in 3 shots. Who the hell is this guy? H11 watches the still-loading search bar, suspicious. The search traffic for him on the dark web is completely overloaded. Some people think it's a fake. Longway studies the screen with a serious expression. The dark web rankings have always been fair. This is not a prank. His quick mind is already calculating the future. The veteran assassins of the Blood Pact will never accept being ranked equally with some random newcomer. Longway turns and gives a sharp command. "Find all available information on Mr. Black, now." H11 responds with a strange, machine-like obedience. "Understood." An off-road vehicle tears down a dry, winding road, leaving a massive cloud of dust in its wake. Han Xiao grips the steering wheel, lost in thought. Farian is trustworthy for now, but things change, especially when it comes to people. A look of pure determination crosses his face. "I need my own secret base." Soon, he arrives at a familiar, abandoned zone, crushing a small creature underfoot without a second thought. He scans his surroundings, a flood of memories rushing back. In his past life, a major guild stole this very base from him. The ruins before him are exactly as expected. The power generator is completely shot. Han Xiao returns to his truck with a robot to unload crates. "Good thing I came prepared." He looks at the pile of supplies and smiles. The materials he got from Farian will be more than enough to fix this place up. "All right, stick with me. We're about to see our boy Han Xiao build his brand new base from the ground up, dusting his hands off like a true pro. And just like that, it's done. He inspects the place a bit old. A few cobwebs here and there, but solid. His army of robots is already inside, cleaning everything up. Han Xiao sits at the control panel, running diagnostics. Most of the equipment is still usable. It won't take long to get everything fully operational. He carefully inspects every single item. Hours fly by, and the sun begins to set. With a tired stretch, Han Xiao finally calls it a day. Job done. But then, a flicker of pride hits him. Looking around his new base, Han Xiao can't help but think he's finally a man with his own enterprise. His genius brain instantly starts calculating the next steps. He's a ghost-level assassin now, with priority access to intel and commissions. The path is now laid out. If he keeps this up, he can build his legend and finally achieve his ultimate goal. And get this, he's about to make the boldest phone call of his life. At Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Department, a phone rings off the hook, getting Feng Jun's attention. He snatches it up, annoyed. "Hello, who is this?" A familiar, arrogant voice replies from the other end. Take a guess. Feng Jun isn't forgetting that voice. He freezes. "Han Xiao." He slams the desk and shoots to his feet. "You actually have the nerve to call back?" Feng Jun frantically waves at his team, whispering into the phone. "It's Han Xiao." Gu Hui immediately orders the tech agent. "Trace his location, now." Shi Yi's hands fly across the keyboard, but it's no use. The screen flashes a bright red warning. Location failed. A cold sweat runs down his back. He can't break the anti-tracking program. The guy on the other end is a top-tier hacker. Seeing things go south, Gu Hui grabs the phone. "Han Xiao, you abandoned the department and violated major security protocols. The consequences are huge." Han Xiao just scoffs, lighting a cigarette. "Are you trying to ask when I'm coming back?" The guy on the other end is about to lose it. But Han Xiao's plan is already in motion. His voice is calm and cold. "I'm not coming back." Gu Hui is stunned. Half joking, half serious, Han Xiao just keeps pushing all his buttons. "You misunderstand. I still want to cooperate, just in a different way." Gu Hui shouts into the receiver, "What is that supposed to mean?" Before he can even finish, Han Xiao hangs up. Gu Hui is so enraged he throws the phone. Unbelievable. That little brat is way too arrogant. Feng Jun dives to the floor to save his property. "Hey, that's my phone." Just then, Shi announces, "The chief received an email from Han Xiao." On the screen is a detailed map of all the Germination Organization's hidden bases, complete with serial numbers, coordinates, and extra attachments. After a closer look, Gu Hui is floored. So, this is the cooperation he was talking about. In the briefing room, Gu Hui gives his orders. Stop the search for Han Xiao, maintain his official agent status, and move his file to the external agent archives. Hearing this, Feng Jun lets out a quiet sigh of relief. A huge weight lifts off his shoulders. Good, we don't have to be his enemy. Suddenly, the main screen lights up with notifications. Okay, let that sink in. Gu Hui is staring at the screen, shocked. Why are 5 countries trying to connect at once? Put them through. 5 screens appear, each showing a grim-faced official. The head of Division 13 speaks first. "Do you know the top wanted criminal from Germination, codename Zero?" That question hits Gu Hui like a truck, leaving him completely speechless. Before he can even answer, another voice comes from a screen. "We received intelligence from someone called Zero. It includes a map of Germination's secret bases in the southern, western, and northern continents. We're always careful with anonymous tips, but at the end of this one, he added a very interesting sentence." He pauses for dramatic effect. "Star Dragon's Strategic Defense Department can verify my intel." Gu Hui's forehead breaks out in a cold sweat. His hands clench into fists. He's seething. He sent the intel to every major power, and wants US to vouch for him? His furious shout echoes through the building. "Han Xiao, you bastard!" Meanwhile, back at the base, a robot brings Han Xiao an evening snack. Han Xiao is relaxing in a tub, casually scrolling through the news. Huh. Seems like I'm the topic of a lot of conversations lately. All this news about him makes him thoughtful for a moment, until a notification cuts through his thoughts. Planet Aquamarine Legend status unlocked. The Black Phantom of the Assassin list. Legend says he is a ghost from the Dark Night, a man of 1,000 faces. He comes and goes without a trace. But by the time you see his shadow turn to leave, the kiss of death has already left its mark on your forehead. 1 bullet, 1 life. Reading all this makes Han Xiao raise an eyebrow in surprise. So, Darknet gave him a legendary title. He's not exactly thrilled with the name, though. Black Phantom? What a weird nickname. Why not just call me White Asura? Over in Hesla, in a settlement for rogues, a lone wolf sleeps in the quiet night. Suddenly, its ears twitch, sensing something. And here we go. The wolf crouches, looking up at the sky, letting out a low growl just as fighter jets scream overhead, tearing through the darkness. At the same time, at Germination Base 22, a soldier stares through binoculars, sweat dripping down his face. All of a sudden, a fighter jet appears in his sights. He immediately turns to his comrades. "Trouble! Those are Hesla's jets! Sound the alarm!" The other soldier is completely shocked. "What? How could they possibly know our base is here?" Before he can finish, a rain of bombs engulfs their watchtower in a massive explosion. The buildings behind them erupt in smoke and fire as tanks roll in for the attack. All right, let's dive right into a world teetering on the brink of war. Bennett and Wang Yuan sit across from each other, both staring off into the distance. It's Wang Yuan who speaks first, his voice heavy. The war has started again. For days now, the 6 nations have launched simultaneous attacks, wiping out the Germination Organization's secret bases. And as he speaks, images of the suffering people flash before our eyes. This sudden war has created tens of thousands of refugees, all flooding the borders. Down below, a terrified girl named Olivia clutches her mother's hand, sobbing, "Mommy, how much longer do we have to run? I want to go home." Seeing her daughter's tear-filled eyes, the mother can only give a gentle, heartbreaking reply. "We can't go home. If we do, your father and brother will be drafted, and they might not come back." But the little girl is too young to get it, still crying that she doesn't want to. This tragic scene catches Bennett's eye, making him pause and think. After a moment, he finally asks the question on his mind, why are the Six Nations being so decisive this time? Before this, they couldn't even find a shadow of the Germination Organization. Wang Yuan, still looking into the distance, answers. "We had an inside source, intel from Germination's own traitor. Number 0. As he says this, his expression gets incredibly complicated. It seems their own evacuation plan has to be moved up. Hearing this, Bennett can't hide his own frustration so much, is still unprepared. He throws back his drink in one go, his mind already racing with new calculations. After a moment, Bennett makes a firm decision. Forget it. Nothing can ever be perfectly prepared anyway. Let's launch the plan ahead of schedule. Gather all possible allies, call upon every wandering master. We have to assemble all of our strength." As night falls, a quiet stillness settles over the enemy base. But inside, the air is thick with tension broken by the sound of a fist slamming against a wall. It's Grey Wolf. He's seething with pure rage, growling one name, 0. Just the thought of him is maddening. How much of our intel does he have? How could he possibly know all of this? Suddenly, a chilling thought flashes through Grey Wolf's mind. Could he possibly have awakened a precognitive ability? The horrifying realization sinks in, and he punches the wall again. No wonder he got the intel, escaped the lab, and has been avoiding the organization's pursuit this whole time. He's trembling with rage, and trust me, you can feel the absolute panic setting in for the bad guys here. 0 is too dangerous. He must be eliminated. If he's left alive, every single one of their operations will be exposed. Grey Wolf snatches the microphone and barks out orders. "Evacuate all tri-continent bases. Forget the losses. Just pull out as many as you can." The personnel working inside hear the blaring announcement, their attention snapping to the emergency protocol activation. The hibernation plan. All operations are moving underground. Intel Division, find 0's whereabouts. Do not miss a single clue. Fear coils in Grey Wolf's stomach. It doesn't matter how much he knows, he thinks. We can't take any more risks. He issues one last command. Until we find 0, all plans to declare war are postponed indefinitely. Elsewhere, dawn breaks over a different base. Inside, Han Xiao is casually reading a progress report, resting dust seed, current progress, 13.8%. He thinks to himself, the chaos I created was a success. Now I can go hunt down their retreating troops myself. Just then, his system screen floods with news notifications all about him. Han Xiao pauses, letting it all sink in. This new legendary status is from leaking Germination's intel, which not only caused them massive losses, but also threw the entire planet of Aquamarine into chaos. After reading, he can't help but crack a smirk. Han Xiao stretches after sitting for so long, causing trouble. I'm the best at it. After a moment's thought, he decides to leave the room. Meanwhile on Earth, at UTC 2359, an announcement breaks the city's silence. Now, hold on, you and I are about to see this whole story from a completely new angle. Planet Aquamarine launch countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Instantly, colorful beams of light rain down. Location, the old Dark Crow Valley base. At last, Jupiter teleports in. He's already level 10, and he's not alone. Tons of other members from the God Tribe Guild are teleporting into the area with him. He scans his surroundings. But then, Aruba's confused voice cuts through. Hey boss, where is the base? He's already hit level 9. Jupiter frowns, equally confused, and looks ahead. Maybe. We're already inside it? The others nod, agreeing. But suddenly, another player's panicked voice gets their attention. My faction affinity with Dark Crow Valley is completely gone. Aruba quickly checks his own panel. It's true. Shocked, Jupiter pulls up his quest log. Luckily, the quest itself is still there. He breathes a sigh of relief. But the calm doesn't last. The system issues a new mission. Find 0. Reading the details leaves him completely stunned. It jumped from B rank to A rank. Aruba runs over, having seen the update too. This 0 guy, he's a pretty big deal. The game developers said every planet's main storyline has a protagonist. He starts to speculate. I have a feeling he might be the main character of Aquamarine. After searching for a bit, the group finds a single wooden house in the area. They call out to some NPCs who are busy harvesting their crops. Excuse me, it's Jupiter. He asks one of them, That abandoned area over there. Do you have any idea what happened to it? An NPC sees a potential customer and immediately tries to make a sale. Want to buy a tangerine first? 20 bucks. Super sweet. The message is clear. No cash, no info. Jupiter painfully pulls out the money. Fine, I'll take one. After the sale, the NPC finally talks. That place was a germination base. Star Dragon and Theseus wiped it out a few months ago. I know what you're thinking. All that work for nothing, right? Well, maybe not. Jupiter is completely stunned, while Aruba groans. So all our prep from the beta was a total waste? As the guild leader, Jupiter has to rally his members. It's not a waste. We have the server's only A-rank quest. We'll find another base, and we will get back in with germination. As they leave, Aruba just can't help himself. Hey boss, can I try that $20 tangerine? But Jupiter is way too stressed to deal with him. Get lost. Meanwhile, in Zidu, Mika happily jogs down the street. Humming cheerfully, she makes her way to Han Xiao's repair shop. Arriving at the door, Mika excitedly calls out his name. Han Xiao, I'm here. But inside, the only person she finds is Old Man Lu. He tells her bluntly, he left a long time ago. Disappeared without a word. Who knows where he went? With that, the guy pulls out a bottle and starts chugging like thunder just struck. Mika is stunned, stammering out a question. Her backup just bailed. Unbelievable. Mika screams bloody murder in the garage. So what am I supposed to do? Meanwhile, on the continent of Ondia, inside the germination experimental lab. Now pay attention. This is where the real chaos begins. Inside the lab, young men are floating in nutrient-filled tubes. A staff member holds a syringe, injecting a gene-modifying solution. The system updates instantly. Gene improvement solution successfully injected. All attributes increased by 3. New specialty gained. Gene regulation. Increasing awakening probability and power by 10%. Han Xiao reads the log and can't help but grin. Heh, this random start is absolutely perfect. At that exact moment, Electrolux awakens, immediately activating his skills. This is great. This time, I'll definitely give the entire Huaxia region a huge surprise. The staff, checking the parameters, are stunned by what they see. He's awakened! We have a successful test subject. Electrolux ignores their curious stares, casually opening the tube and stepping out like he owns the place. But suddenly, something catches him completely off guard. The second he steps out, his hands are met with a nice, shiny pair of handcuffs. Mon Trung and his guards grab him and start dragging him away. Electrolux protests loudly. What do you think you're doing? I'm an awakened. The guard quickly shuts him down. Cut the crap. Every awakened test subject has to go through 5 brainwashing sessions and a month of observation before they get any freedom. Hearing this, the guy's eyes well up with despair. A whole month? If he can't level up, the other players will leave him in the dust. Just then, in the middle of nowhere, a truck is barreling across a bridge. Turns out, Han Xiao is inside. He's driving along, calmly smoking a cigarette. The game just officially launched. Perfect time to go trick some players. On the navigation screen, the GPS is still pointing the way. The truck is now entering the Big Dipper novice village. He hops out and walks into the village. Tintin and his friend, who are gathering tangerines, hear the noise and turn to look. Han Xiao gives them an arrogant stare. The villagers see the stranger and his huge truck and curiously gather around. And trust me, you and I know exactly what's coming next. A brand new NPC just appeared. One of the players immediately pulls up the system to check him out. Let's see what we've got here. Instantly, a flood of information about Han Xiao pops up. Codename: 0. Level: unknown. Attributes: unknown. Danger level: fatal. Seeing this, the villagers erupt in chatter. Fatal danger. This is a high-level NPC. They all swarm him. Why is an NPC of this level in the novice village? Could he be a boss? I don't think so. With my experience, a badass NPC like this can definitely trigger a high-reward quest. Seeing their reaction, Han Xiao smirks. Heh, they took the bait. At the same time, everyone gets a system notification. You have encountered a mysterious passerby. It seems he has a job for you. Try to get on his good side, and you might receive a pleasant surprise. The players keep discussing it. 1,000 experience for finding toxin grass? Not bad. Han Xiao looks at his info panel and thinks, my quest reward cap is way higher than before. The system displays a long list of reward information. Han Xiao is lost in thought. His legend score has really boosted his quest limits. Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of it. A player points to the item in his hand and says, Toxin grass. We found it. Han Xiao is genuinely touched that they all helped him. Thank you, brave warriors. And here's the part you've been waiting for. To repay them, he makes an incredible offer. If you need them, I can provide some weapons. The villagers are shocked. A mysterious merchant. True to his word, Han Xiao brings up the info for a power arm. The crowd buzzes. It's way too expensive. 20,000 Halon coins? Who could afford that? Plus, it requires 25 strength, which means you have to be at least level 10. That's a lightweight power arm. Man, that thing is a god-tier early game item. Seeing the good stuff, someone complains, but the mechanical parts are super cheap, like market trash. A handgun is only 1,500. One guy immediately calls out, "I'll take a handgun." After that, everyone else starts shouting their orders too. "I'll take one too." Xiao Lang gets his new pistol and can't help but admire it. Whoa, the quality on this is great. Way better than the last NPC's stuff. His friend Huo Lu urges him on. Hurry up and test it out. Listening to his buddy, Xiao Lang takes a shot, but having never used one, he fires wildly, scaring everyone half to death. "What are you doing? Don't just shoot randomly." Xiao Lang gets embarrassed. "Ah, sorry." He sadly strokes the gun. Without any shooting skills, this thing really is a waste. Seeing this, Han Xiao strokes his chin and makes another offer. "Need skills? I can teach you." The other players get excited. "Whoa, we can learn skills from zero too, but you need 5 favorability points. It costs 500 Halen coins, and your rep with 0 only goes up by 1. So expensive." Han Xiao's eyes light up like he just struck gold. "Hehe, I'm a business genius." Feng Yue steps up to register. "My favorability is high enough. I want to learn a skill." As he selects from the system, he replies, "All right, take your pick." She asks if she can learn basic knowledge for a class change. The other players go wild again. "What?" The forum said class change skills are super hard to get. My favorability is high enough too. I want in. They swarm him like ants, fighting for a spot. "I'll take one." "Don't push, I was here first." After a while, things finally quiet down. Now, only Han Xiao remains. He lets out a soft sigh. Finally dealt with that wave of players. Now for some free time. Han Xiao opens up the forums for a read. Right now, they're buzzing about him. Looks like my appearance is causing quite a stir. The more he thinks about it, the more excited Han Xiao gets. Perfect. The Germination retreat team will be here soon. A good chance to get my hands dirty. Just then, a system notification pops up. Your item, lightweight power arm, has been sold. He smiles, pleased. Du was the one who bought it. The moment he tries it on, he exclaims, "Damn, this is good stuff. Totally worth the money." From inside the truck, Han Xiao takes a drag from his cigarette, satisfied. They've got a lot of cash, and their gear is better than other players. These guys are probably from a major guild. I can use them. He opens the system to check something. Then, Han Xiao calls out to the people outside. "A germination team is passing through here in a few days. I need a group to help me set up traps in the forest. Are you guys free?" Each player gets a system notification and the chaos starts all over again. Huh? A new quest. Only 2 guys are sighing. This quest only gives 300 experience. But you gain 3 favorability points. And you and I both know that grinding a few more quests like this will unlock the rep needed for all that sweet high-end gear. And just like that, Feng Yun is all in. "We can help you set up the traps," he says. You and I are watching the other players immediately start hauling gear. This stuff's heavy. Han Xiao smirks to himself. With favorability as bait, these players will work for him even without any other rewards. Out in the vast green forest, the air is crisp and clean. Everyone follows his command, competing to set traps everywhere. But deep down, they can't hide their skepticism. Can these simple traps really do any damage to the Germinal Organization's soldiers? He hears them from a distance and thinks, damage? No way, but they'll definitely scare them. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes widen in complete surprise. A broadcast notification pops up on his system screen. The Temple of God Esports Club is live. Han Xiao instantly clicks it, and Li Ji's face appears. He's sitting across from a sea of reporters, all raising their hands, firing off a ton of tough questions. "Li Ji, will your focus shift to Galaxy in the future? Why did you choose to go public with testing before joining?" The questions just keep coming. But Li Gei answers patiently, "Galaxy is a game ahead of its time, with massive potential. I believe it's going to be a huge hit. The world of esports is already prepping for the first global pro tournament for Galaxy. It's not just me. Every pro player from China will join to fight for our country's honor." Another reporter jumps in. "Li Ge, the French player, Fallen Angel, said he's going to defeat you in Galaxy. What's your response?" His voice suddenly drops, his expression hardening with resolve. "I'm not afraid of anyone. I will reach the top of Galaxy and lead the Chinese players to crush all foreign rivals." And watch this, below the stream. News tickers announce that multiple esports clubs are forming Galaxy divisions. Galaxy's popularity is skyrocketing, and the second beta wave is about to begin pre-sales. Han Xiao scrolls a bit, then smirks. More players are coming. At the same time, new players start popping in, checking out their virtual bodies in amazement. "Whoa, this game feels so real. One guy, freezing blade, notices someone in front of him. Whoa, a day one player already has a gun? I thought the forum said weapons were hard to buy. Overcome with curiosity, he runs up to ask, "Hey bro, where'd you get that gun?" Getting all this attention, the other guy gets a little cocky. "You guys are newbies, huh? You came to the right person. Don't go to Bighorn Mountain for guns. Head west instead. There's a high-level NPC named Black Phantom selling cheap, high-quality gear. Plus, you can even change your class there." Hearing this, everyone immediately bolts for the truck depot where Han Xiao is waiting. "Boss, give me 30 bullets. You got a quest for me?" Seeing the players so eager, he can't hide his happiness. Word of mouth is bringing him a ton of new business. Soon, afternoon arrives. The sun begins to set, painting the peaceful scene in shades of orange. Han Xiao sits alone in the depot. Seeing no one around, he lets out a sigh of relief, thinking the work is done. But a voice from nowhere breaks his focus. "Excuse me, Black Phantom?" He turns around and, it's Feng Yue, currently level 3, walking towards him. "Why are you trying to fight the Germinal Organization?" This question actually interests Han Xiao, so he studies her for a moment. "Okay, I see her game Feng Yue seems to love digging for hidden scenarios." Feng Yue waits for an answer, her expression innocent and cute, but all she gets is his back, which leaves her a bit flustered. "Huh?" She starts to regret it, her voice dropping. "Shouldn't I have asked? I'm sorry." Before she can finish, he cuts her off, casually lighting a cigarette. The Germinal Organization is an evil entity. Han Xiao then sits down to explain. They prey on the pain of refugees, controlling them to fight for their own ambitions, plotting to ignite wars, and bring more suffering to this world. Hearing this, Feng Yue is furious. That organization is just too evil. He sees her sense of justice isn't bad and smiles, giving her an intensely mysterious look. "Do you want to fight them?" Without hesitation, she nods, determination clear on her face. "Yes." At that exact moment, a system notification pops up. Black Phantom's favorability has increased by 5 points. Feng Yue is completely surprised. "Oh, so there really is a story here." Suddenly, Han Xiao holds out a phone and offers some praise. "Very good. I see your courage." He adds a final instruction. "When you've grown stronger, use this phone to contact me." The system updates again, and the news makes Feng Yue happy as a kid. "You have received the quest, Black Phantom's Invitation. Reach level 20 and contact Black Phantom." Night is falling fast. The time on Han Xiao's phone reads 6 p.m. sharp. He raises an eyebrow, staring into the distance, worried. The Germinal Organization's retreat team should be here soon. Meanwhile, players are chattering, breaking the evening calm. "Hurry, Black Phantom has a new quest." The system displays the job details for them. Prize pool quest. Hunt the Germinal Organization. Follow Black Phantom and ambush one of their squads. This is a prize pool quest. The final reward is 35,000 experience. Each player accepting the quest must contribute 500 experience. This goes into the prize pool, which is awarded after completion. The entire pool will be divided among the top 5 contributing players or squads based on performance. The Slaughtering the Heavens Guild is absolutely stunned after reading this. 35,000 experience? That's insane. Right now, quests only give a few hundred. Blinded by the reward, their leader lowers his voice. "We can't let other players get this quest." This bold decision startles the guy next to him. "Why?" Zhang Shen explains it simply. This quest only rewards 5 squads, and there are over 10,000 players in Bighorn Mountain. Instead of competing with them, why not just take all 35,000 experience for ourselves? If only our people take the quest, we can manipulate the rankings. If even one of us ranks, we're golden. Ba Luo has to agree with his boss. The leader is right. He immediately puts the plan into action, ordering everyone. For the next 2 hours, no one gets near him. Meanwhile, Han Xiao senses something is off. In front of him, players are yelling because their path is being blocked. "This is ridiculous. I just want to restock on ammo." But Ba Luo couldn't care less, holding the line. "Nope, all contact with Black Phantom is forbidden. You and I know this is about to get ugly." This whole scene ticks Han Xiao off. This guild's got guts, trying to hog his price pool reward. So, without a second thought, he drops their reputation level into the red. The system notification pops up, and the guild members just stare in disbelief. Black Ghost's favorability towards you has dropped by 10 points. Current level, 5. Relationship, cold. Seeing this, Batla turns to his boss, whining, "Chief, all that reputation we worked so hard to build is gone." John Cheng can only facepalm, completely fed up with his crew. Suddenly, a player screams out, "Black Ghost just launched the Price 1 mission." A massive crowd immediately swarms Han Xiao's truck, shouting over each other. 500 XP? Easy, let me in. I want in too. Their greed just makes him smirk. trying to monopolize a mission I started? And get ready, because all around them, players are shouting nonstop. Level 3, Esper, looking for a team. Esper over here, I'll join your team. Need a close-range fighter. Hearing that, Feng Yue approaches to ask, "Hey, do you guys still need one more?" But all she gets is a polite rejection. "Ah, sorry about that. Our team just filled up." Getting turned down leaves her feeling a little dejected. Suddenly, a hand rests on her shoulder as someone calls her name. Feng Yue. It's Han Xiao, looking at her with a reassuring gaze. "Come with me." With that, he pulls out a sniper rifle and hands it to her. "You can borrow this." The moment she takes it, the system interface appears. On the screen are the weapon stats. Type 4 sniper rifle. Requirement: basic sniping, level 1. After reading it, Feng Yue sighs, her disappointment obvious. "Even if you give it to me, I don't know how to use it." Han Xiao doesn't hesitate, transferring the power directly to her. The system dings again. Black Ghost is transferring the sniping skill to you. Consume 2,000 experience to learn? This move makes Feng Yue practically scream with joy. "Oh my gosh, you're going to teach me the skill? This is amazing." Elsewhere, Du is hiding behind a rock, giving orders to his men. "Our biggest competition is the Slaying the Heavens Guild, the one that monopolized Black Ghost. Keep a close eye on them." Meanwhile, Batla is still crying over his lost reputation points. "All that rep I farmed, gone." Seeing his teammate so down, John Chung tries to motivate him. "Don't overthink it. Let's just finish the mission first. The mission EXP is enough to cover our losses. We just can't let Bai Kongyu and his Sky Domain Guild snatch first place." Night falls, and the landscape sinks into an eerie silence. Feng Yue and Han Xiao are hiding behind a rock, waiting to ambush. The system displays their status. You have entered stealth mode. Agility +8. Your next attack will be a sneak attack. You have entered focused aim mode. Your next shot's power is increased by 15%. He's so skilled, the girl beside him is in awe, she can't even sense his presence. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. That's a pro gamer move. A master is a master, she thinks. But Han Xiao isn't paying attention, lost in his own thoughts. Just wait. They had Li's flying dagger, now they have Han's single shot. At that moment, a convoy of vehicles enters his line of sight. The prey has arrived. Meng Jia, driving the lead vehicle, is suddenly surprised. What is that? Ahead of them, the road is littered with traps, so many it's just ridiculous. Why are there so many animal traps on the road? He quickly radios back to report the situation to his boss. "If we try to drive through, our tires will pop." Frey chimes in with a warning. "Be careful, this is probably an ambush. Minesweeper team, move out." Immediately, a group of men with mine detectors rushes out of the vehicles. Phil, one of the sweepers, carefully scans the terrain. Suddenly, his detector picks something up. Phil whips his head around and yells a warning to his team. "Watch out! There's a landmine up ahead!" But his shout attracts a bunch of players who pop out from the tall grass. So these are the grunts from the opposing guild. Realizing they're facing enemies, Fei Dao raises his gun at the minesweeper team and yells, "It's them! Fire!" Phil panics, screaming a warning to his squad. "Enemy contact! Get down!" The minesweepers immediately follow his order. Thanks to that, they dodge most of the bullets as Phil hits the dirt for cover, but the player's aim is so bad, the enemy actually starts mocking them. "Where are you even shooting? Is your crosshair in outer space?" From inside the vehicle, Frey gives another order. Minesweeper team, counterattack. At his word, the soldiers raise their guns towards the players. "Kill them." They all unleash a merciless hail of bullets. The players get hit and fall back, not forgetting to curse out their teammates. "Damn it, what kind of damage is that?" The pain makes his hand tremble. Just when you think the three are out of the game, they get revived. Fei Dao, right next to him, just grins. "The death penalty is too high. All my previous experience points are gone." Ula, back on his feet, rallies his companions with renewed spirit. The mission objective is what matters most. As long as we deal damage, it's okay to die. With that, the whole group charges forward, completely ignoring the danger. He leads the charge, his fighting spirit burning hot. "Don't be scared. Charge." Their recklessness even surprises the soldiers. Are these guys just running in to die? Frey, absolutely furious, glares and gives the order. They don't know their own limits. If they're looking for death, then give it to them. The second he finishes speaking, the soldiers unload on them again. Every time Ula gets shot, he screams, "Damn it, I died again." Fei Dao beside him looks just as frustrated. "If I knew this would happen, I would have trained as a ranged character." At the same time, Ser, sitting next to Frey, looks out the window and scoffs. These idiots are pretty amusing. Without waiting, he grabs a knife and leaps out of the vehicle. Looking for a fight, he says, "I'll go give them a little surprise." The calmer Frey calls out a warning to his friend. Don't get too crazy, we're in a hurry. The mountain forest at night, with its fog and stars, creates a strangely peaceful scene. A foot swiftly pushes off the ground, shattering the silence with a powerful leap. Ser shows no mercy, bringing his blade down on the back of the player in front of him. His target goes down instantly. Game over. Then the system pops up. Ser's level and stats are a total mystery, and you and I both know what that means. A new monster just entered the field. A player sees this and panics another lethally dangerous opponent. But just as quickly, the guy gets taken out right in front of him. Hiding behind a rock, Dulang is thinking, this guy's insane. And right about now, you and I are holding our breath with him. His buddy shushes him, but it's too late. Ser's eyes lock right onto their position. In an instant, he charges their hiding spot, blade raised and ready to strike. The ninja knows he's outmatched and starts begging for his life. Don't! I've already died twice today. Just as he finishes speaking, a bullet flies out of nowhere and pierces the guy's head. Ser collapses, blood pooling around him, leaving the two players completely stunned. One shot, one kill. They instinctively look up the mountain, wondering, was that black ghost? Dulang breathes a huge sigh of relief, having just dodged a bullet. So strong. Okay, I feel safe now. Elsewhere, inside the Sprouts truck, the driver hears his radio and freaks out. What did you say? He can't believe his ears. S was taken out with a single shot. In the back, Frey starts trembling, muttering about a sniper who can one-shot espers. Then it clicks. Could it be that black ghost? Frey's face darkens as he screams frantically, "Retreat! Retreat!" The convoy immediately pulls back, abandoning their teammates, but they don't get far before something strange happens. A barrier materializes, surrounding them and cutting off their escape. This ambush stuns the driver, who can only guess. An electronic pulse? Up above, Han Xiao smirks, sniper in hand, watching his prey. Trying to run? He flips a switch, and from the ground, a series of machines rise up. Now get ready, because what happens next is pure chaos. These are automated artillery turrets, all set up in advance. They simultaneously lock on and open fire. In moments, the vehicles are ripped to shreds by gunfire, blasting the occupants out onto the ground. In the distance, a group of players witnesses the massive explosion. One of them can't help but shout in awe. Automated artillery. The mechanic class is that powerful? Flames erupt, engulfing the armored car completely. The ambushed soldiers scramble, running for their lives to find a way out. Seizing the opportunity, other players charge into the fray. This is our chance, let's go! At the same time, a pair of small hands loads a gun. Feng Yue clutches the weapon tightly, looking a little scared. The confusion is written all over her face. A soldier spots her aiming at him, but before he can even react, a bullet tears through his leg. The others meet the same fate, falling one by one on the battlefield. Two more soldiers look even worse, hit by bullets right near the heart. Han Xiao and Feng Yue turn to each other and smile, a silent nod of approval. He leaves that front to his teammate to handle more important business. Frey is on the ground, shaking like a leaf. Black Ghost, he stammers, but still tries to act tough. Sprout will not forgive you for this. Han Xiao just scoffs at the threat. You've got that backwards. He aims his gun straight at Frey, shouting his final words to his enemy. I'm the one who won't be forgiving Sprout. A single gunshot echoes, startling the birds into flight. Hiding behind a tree, Kudamo's group can only watch in awe. One guy just wiped out an entire squad. The mechanic class is just too overpowered. Suddenly, his eyes widen at what he sees. A system notification pops up in front of him. The Sprout Hunt mission has been completed. The total reward is 520,000 experience points. Kudamo mutters, the mission's over. Other players receive the same message and start buzzing. The two biggest guilds were just outdone by a single person. Someone exclaims, Feng Yue gets 30% of that 520,000 experience. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Dang, that girl just hit the jackpot. Du overhears this and immediately orders his men. Find this Feng Yue for me. Now. The person of the hour is still completely dazed by the good news. Congratulations, you are ranked #1 in the Sprout Hunt mission. More and more players start gathering around Han Xiao's truck. The ninja and Yula are practically bouncing with excitement. Black Ghost is back. Let's go turn in the quest. Suddenly, Yula's eyes fix on something. In the distance, Feng Yue is handing the sniper rifle back to Han Xiao. Every player who sees her is stunned. All attention is now fixed on them. That's her. That's Feng Yue, the #1 ranker. And Black Ghost is giving her special treatment. He mutters to himself, his gaze sharpening. It's a hidden scenario. Yula suddenly rushes forward, yelling excitedly. The others follow, their eyes shining like stars. Feng Yue, be my friend. Feng Yue is totally overwhelmed by the scene and looks to Han Xiao for help. Why are they all coming over here? Han Xiao jumps onto the truck, playing the hero. Get in, quick. I'll take you back to the hub. She is incredibly grateful for the save. Ah, thank you. Their truck tears down the mountain road, successfully shaking off the crowd of 81 players. He drives while checking the system info, a small smile on his face. On the screen are comments about the battle with Sprout. Most of them are in total disbelief. That's high-level player combat power. An enemy as strong as Saber got one-shotted? Isn't Black Ghost a high-level NPC? Seriously, what's his level? The mechanic class is so strong it looks like it has a ton of potential. I'm on a fantasy-themed planet, we don't even have mechanics. Han Xiao feels satisfied, thinking, looks like players are finally getting interested. Elsewhere, at the Great Horn Mountain player hub, one of the players hears a noise. He immediately shouts to everyone, Black Ghost is back! The other players see his truck and rush over, yelling all sorts of strange things. I want to change to the mechanic class. Me first, let me change first. But Han Xiao just calmly adjusts his system, ignoring all the curious eyes on him. He searches and thinks to himself, once they understand the mechanic class, they'll realize the only way to power up fast is to buy machines from me. Feng Yue uses the commotion to try and slip away from the crowd. She almost makes a clean getaway, but she can't escape being noticed. Hey girl, wait up! It's due. A whole mob of players follows him, staring at Feng Yue with curiosity. You got a minute? She screams in terror, holding her hands up defensively. What do you people want from me? I'm warning you, this game has an anti-harassment function. Seeing her reaction, his face scrunches up. He's speechless. Huh? I just want to ask how you triggered Black Ghost's hidden scenario. Don't worry, we'll make it worth your while. Despite the offers, Feng Yue just keeps backing away. I don't know. Du misses his chance, ordering his men. Go find anyone who saw her talking to Black Ghost, and you and I are left hanging, just as desperate to know the secret. Outside the main buildings, a lone wooden watchtower stands in the forest. The silence of the night only deepens the mystery. Du is just chilling up there when his subordinate dashes over with news. Boss, I got the intel. He whispers it right into Du's ear, so low no one else can hear a thing. After hearing it, he's a little shocked. Oh, so that's how it is. We cut to Han Xiao's car, parked near some houses. Du runs up, calling out his name Black Ghost. And here he is, the man of the hour. Han Xiao instantly recognizes the voice. Isn't that Du? Even as a guild leader, Du is a total lightweight. He scratches his head, asking Han Xiao why he's going up against the Germinal Organization. But all he gets back is a stone-cold glare and a sharp voice. What's it to you? Getting blown off like that, Du starts bawling his eyes out. This is nothing like what the intel said. Meanwhile, his buddy next to him is trying hard not to crack up. Han Xiao steps out of the car, cool as ever. I'm leaving soon. We'll meet again if fate allows. This sudden announcement has other players scrambling to get over there. Black Phantom is leaving? No, I'm only 2 levels away from my mechanic class change. Han Xiao muses, already driving down that same mountain pass, calculating his next big move. The player market at Bighorn Mountain is pretty much tapped out for now. It's early game and the players are all noobs. I'll wait for them to level up before I farm them for more benefits. The main Sprouts forces in the southern continent are pulling back. And you know what a war this big means? Tons of A-rank quests. Time to get in on that action. Back with the other players, it's total chaos. And suddenly Mad Blade appears, desperately searching for someone. The forum said Black Phantom was here. He rushes up to another player. Excuse me, where's Black Phantom? The guy's face just drops as he mumbles, he already left. That answer hits him like a ton of bricks, and Mad Blade starts to cry. What? He sobs, running off to curse Han Xiao's name all by himself. Black Phantom, I worked so hard to find you. How could you just leave? The scene shifts to a vast, dark forest at night, with Mad Blade still whining to himself. Where in the world is Black Phantom? But after searching forever with no sign of Han Xiao, he starts to feel hopeless. Can I really even find him? Just as he says it, a voice calls out. Mad Blade jumps, whipping around to see who it is, and there's Han Xiao looking at him with a cool expression like, "You were looking for me?" The cool guy act doesn't last long, because Mad Blade rushes over and grabs his leg, tears streaming down his face. It's really you. I finally found you. Han Xiao just sighs at this over-the-top reaction. If you're this sincere about it, then you can come with me. Snot dripping from his nose, Mad Blade looks up and asks, "Come with you? To do what?" Han Xiao just holds up a tablet showing a map of the forest, to make some trouble. He finally gets serious, raising an eyebrow at the screen. Hochin Derme, what is that place? In response, Han Xiao gives a terrifyingly sinister smile. Pay attention now, the battlefield. At the main base of the Star Dragon forces, Xia Long is giving orders to his soldiers. The troops are deployed according to the plan. He glances down at the ground, where landmines have already been set. The Sprouts' ground forces want to link up with their navy. We've set up a minefield to hold them back. In the sky, a squadron of Y-5 jets flies in formation. Below, machine cannons are ready for battle. Can our helicopter gunships attack the enemy's artillery from above? Our armored rocket launchers can even hit them through the dense jungle. We have to make sure the Sprouts never make it back home. Over at the Sprouts' ground reinforcement camp, Lin Yu is also briefing his troops. Scouts have spotted the Allied forces' movements. They're planning to ambush us in Cloud Gorge. He looks at the men in front of him with a dead serious gaze. Cloud Gorge is the only path forward for us. We can't avoid it. Then, a wicked, battle-hungry grin spreads across his face. So let's fight. Lin Yu glances triumphantly towards some strange rectangular blocks. Time to give the enemy a taste of what we can do. Meanwhile, Han Xiao's vehicle is speeding down the road. He keeps one hand on the wheel and an eye on the map, thinking, this is probably where they'll fight. I should hide first, wait for them to start, then make my move. Suddenly, his phone rings. Han Xiao sees who it is and picks up immediately. Hello, the voice on the other end gets straight to the point. Black Phantom, you're planning on joining the fun? It's a worried Bennett, warning his friend. I've always maintained neutrality on the dark web. Don't take this too far. But Han Xiao just scoffs back. Relax, I've never screwed over a teammate. Left speechless, Bennett just changes the subject. Forget it. In a little while, I'll have a few things I need your help with. The mountain forest scenery is beautiful, with fresh air and lush green trees. He pulls over and gets out, leaving Mad Blade inside the car. Poor guy's so carsick he's drooling, his face a total mess. Ugh, hold on. A system notification pops up. You have entered a severe motion sicknesses state. All attributes -30. I mean, can you believe this debuff? Unable to take it anymore, Mad Blade stumbles out of the car after Han Xiao. Boss, where are we going? Are we going to fight the Sprouts? Won't we get spotted on the way? And won't Star Dragon mistake us for enemies? But Han Xiao just calmly replies like it's no big deal. You worry too much. I've already applied a counter-reconnaissance layer to the car. Their recon won't see us. Anyway, you wouldn't get it. Here's a mission for you. The system window pops up again. Whatever it says leaves him looking completely baffled. Huh? This mission again? Seeing his expression, Han Xiao just laughs. We'll wait here. You just go ahead and dance. The second he says it, Mad Blade starts dancing pathetically, crying his eyes out. Back at the Star Dragon Command Center, Lan Ning rushes in with an urgent report. The radar has been crippled by an electronic pulse. Even in a hurry, he maintains his military posture. The direction of the attack is along the Sprouts' advance route. Upon hearing the news, Thu Min gives an order. Activate the backup radar, conduct electronic countermeasures, randomly activate it for 5 to 20 seconds at a time. He'd barely gotten the words out when 2 enemy fighter jets suddenly dive towards the camp. He grits his teeth, his face a mask of fury. The Sprouts Air Force! They're attacking! Wherever the jets fly, they unload a hail of bullets, tearing up the ground in moments. Thu Min rushes inside, grabbing a radio to give his next command. Launch the ballistic missile vehicles. At his word, rows of missile launchers emerge from the ground, pointing skyward and firing. Several jets are hit and explode into clouds of smoke and fire. Lin Yu gets the update on the situation and issues orders to his squads. The Allied forces will restart their radar soon. We need to break through immediately. Minesweeper vehicles, move up. Instantly, the convoy surges forward, the ground shaking with every movement. On another channel, the Sprouts troops are coordinating. Mihawk is casually listening to his commander's orders. Once we break out of the jungle, you will lead the charge. You must pin down the enemy. In the Star Dragon logistics area, the fighting hasn't reached here yet. Gong, Jiang, and Moonlight are hauling supplies, talking nervously. That missile just flew right over us. I thought I was a goner. Just keep moving. We can't handle combat missions anyway. Beside them, Wu Luo pleads with a cute expression. I want to go try, but the 2 guys firmly shut her down. We only have these little pistols. What can we do? We'd just be cannon fodder over there. Wu Luo's eyes well up with tears, looking so fragile it could melt anyone's heart. But I really want to try. Gong, Jiang, and Moonlight can only look at each other, totally powerless against her charm. Fine, we're here anyway. Let's just go check it out. With that, she takes the lead as the 2 guys hurry to follow. And you and I both know this is probably a terrible idea. Hey, wait up for us. At the same time, a whole fleet of ships is cutting through the water, heading straight for the bridge, ready for a fight. A soldier checks his radar and reports, the fleet's position has been spotted. Hearing this, Lin Yu rallies his troops. Brothers, prepare for battle. From his high perch, he shouts down his orders. The Star Dragon and Hesla navies plan to sink us at the mouth of the sea. His voice booms, firing up the fighting spirit in his soldiers. If you want to live, we have to break their blockade and carve out a path of blood. Pay attention here. This is the speech that kicks everything into high gear. Show the enemy no mercy. Never forget your homelands were destroyed by the guns of the Six Nations. He finishes, raising a hand and yelling, "We have no other choice but to fight to the death." The soldiers roar back, ready to die for the cause. Seeing their morale sky high, Lin Yu can't help but smile. He looks down at his army with absolute pride. Hila, standing behind him, sees that look and gets suspicious. How could he have planned all this so perfectly? She furrows her brow, not really buying into this plan. With just our handful of armed ships, breaking the Star Dragon and Hela blockade is basically a suicide mission. She can already see the outcome. A lot of people are going to die, and only a few will make it out alive. Hila grits her teeth, a smiling image of Aurora flashing in her mind. For my sister, no matter what, I have to survive. We cut to the Tarami River estuary, at the naval blockade. A soldier runs up to report to Qi Ming, "Sir, the sea mines have all been deployed." The officer's face is tense, deadly serious. The trap is set. Germinal is nothing but a cornered beast with no escape. The scene shifts to another camp by a lake, where Hong Biao is frantically looking for someone. I got intel that Li Yalan is part of this operation. Everyone, search carefully. Shu Fa, standing nearby, chimes in irritably. She still hasn't paid me for those high thermal bullets. At the same time, Zhang Wei is lecturing his subordinate. Hao Yue, this mission is critical. Don't you dare screw it up. But the guy just grins, reassuring him, "Captain, you worry too much. I've been on the squad a month. Which mission haven't I aced?" Just then, Yalan pops up from behind some tall grass, letting out a sigh like she just got back from a war zone. Phew, lucky they didn't spot me. Hao Yue sees her and rushes over. "Hey, Miss Li, what are you thinking about?" But all he gets is a look of pure disgust. "None of your business." Shot down again. He just scratches his head. "Come on, we're teammates, don't be so harsh." But Yalan isn't having it, waving him off. "Get lost, don't bother me." Hao Yue shamelessly keeps following her. "Don't go, let's just talk." Her killing intent flares as she spins around to threaten him. "You really like to talk, huh?" He freaks out and hides behind Lin Yao, who just scoffs. "Little Hu, you're still such a coward. When it comes to guts, I only respect Brother Xiao. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Who is this legendary Brother Xiao?" Hao Yue is just as curious. "Who's that? Why haven't I ever seen him? Shouldn't he have been kicked out by now?" The question makes Lin Yao pause and fall into deep thought. Him? Zhang Wei jumps in, explaining, "Han Xiao was part of our team, but he had to leave for some special reasons." Yalan scoffs, adding, He's probably dead for all we know." Hao Yue, completely clueless, says the one thing that lights her fuse. "Who are you kidding? If he was really dead, why would you still be saving a spot for him? You all act like you hate him, but it sounds to me like you miss him a lot." That's it. She snaps and unleashes her attack, cursing him out. "I think you have a death wish." Her insane reaction forces him to backpedal. "Whoa, my lady, let's just talk this out." Yalan's screaming gets the attention of Hong Biao and Zifa. I just heard Li Yalan's voice, she couldn't have gone far. But right now, she doesn't care who hears her as she screams at the sky. "Han Xiao dumped this huge mess on me and just ran off. I'm going to kill him." She's so loud that Lin Yao winces. "Shh, don't let the debt collectors find us." Back with the Star Dragon army, a soldier stands on a crate, barking orders. "You guys, hurry it up. No slacking." Gongjiang, exhausted from the manual labor, complains. "So this is the Star Dragon Empire's faction quest? This is brutal." Wu Luo next to him agrees. "Yeah, the only quests we can get are for hard labor." Yue Ying looks at the quest requirements with a grim face. Transport ammo crates, kill Germinal soldiers, assassinate a Germinal officer, and destroy a Germinal warship. He agrees with his two friends. This main quest was just released, and the difficulty is way beyond our current level. The design of this game is insane. They're working non-stop, moving a mountain of supplies, and everyone is fed up. Well, for now, grunt work is all we can do. Just then, two helicopters fly over the mountain peak. Han Xiao sits inside, leaning against the doorframe, calculating out loud. The conflict between Germinal and the Six Nations was supposed to happen 3 months after the game's launch. By then, players would have some combat power. But I went and messed with the main storyline and triggered the conflict early, so players are too weak to even participate. Not long after, his helicopter lands in a wide-open area. "Old Black, we're here." Like a true boss, Han Xiao calmly puts a cigarette in his mouth and pulls out his phone to make a call. The person on the other end picks up instantly. "Mr. Black Ghost, what can I do for you?" Han Xiao doesn't beat around the bush. "I need the latest intel on Hela, Star Dragon, and Germinal's retreating army. And with that move, you and I just watched a master puppeteer pull the strings from the shadows." "Understood. Accessing files now. They'll be sent to your terminal shortly." He lets out a smirk, his grand plan falling into place. "Yeah, and I need a helicopter on standby near the Tarami estuary. The other side agrees to his demands without a single hesitation. Meanwhile, a reconnaissance drone is feeding him live updates on the battle. Han Xiao uses the intel to predict the Germinal squad's path out of the jungle. He pulls out his binoculars to scout the terrain ahead. The fight over at the Tedamira River has already started. Columns of smoke rise from the ships, a perfect opening for the massive surprise he's cooking up for Germinal. Han Xiao then pulls out 2 bombs. "Go plant these in the jungle over there," he instructs. Frenzied Blade's face lights up as he takes them. Whoa, the rewards for this quest are insane. He starts singing to himself while carrying the bombs. La la la, I'm the little boy who plants the bombs. His childish glee makes Han Xiao chuckle. Of course, he'd let a player handle the dirty work of setting traps under heavy fire. Han Xiao then grabs a strange device, an electronic pulse controller. He slings it over his shoulder, leans back against a tree, and decides to take a quick nap. In just a few moments, his eyes droop shut and he's out cold. Elsewhere, another tank is blown to bits as the battle escalates. Other tanks are taking heavy fire, making it almost impossible for them to advance. "Commander, Star Dragon's missile artillery is too strong. We can't break through." Lin Yu, his face cold, snaps back with an order. "X-Squad, form a defensive line with the war chariots." The words barely leave his mouth when small missiles rain from the sky. A defensive shield activates as dozens of turrets pop out of the ground, firing directly at the tank column. The two sides exchange fire relentlessly, the battlefield echoing with constant explosions. Sweat is now pouring down Schumann's face. Looking at this formation, he knows Germinal will break through their line any second. A soldier rushes over to report. Intel has pinpointed several locations where Germinal's Marines might land. And right here is where everything flips. Schumann's eyes harden. Change of plans. Open a hole in the blockade. Let them in. The scene shifts to Star Dragon's frontline logistics camp, where a few soldiers are standing guard. Wu Luo hides behind a crate listening to the battle. "Man, just watching NPCs fight is so boring. I want to get in on the action." But Gongjiang isn't listening. He spotted something more important. "Hey, look over there. Someone's breaking through." A group of young men on motorcycles are speeding right toward them. It's one of Germinal's top executives. Mihawk twists the throttle like a god of war, his motorcycle surging forward. He kicks up a cloud of dust, drawing the attention of every soldier. A Germinal ambush. Suddenly, a bullet slams right into Mihawk's tire. Knowing he's a target, he leaps off the bike. The sudden move completely stuns the soldiers aiming at him. "What the hell?" Mihawk instantly launches himself forward, taking out 2 soldiers at once. He then uses some kind of strange power, finishing off the rest in a heartbeat. The leader screams into his radio while retreating. A Germinal executive has breached the perimeter, requesting backup. Suddenly, Mihawk's eyes go wide. He's sensed something. In the next instant, a bullet tears through his arm, moving so fast he couldn't even react. The sheer shock of it sends Mihawk stumbling to the ground. He struggles back to his feet, muttering something no one can understand. Far away, Han Xiao lowers his rifle with a smug grin. The prey has taken the bait. Schumann witnessed the whole thing from his vehicle, his mind racing. A monster-class sniper just took down a high-level Esper in one shot. Then, a look of pure shock crosses his face as he realizes who it is. That's the Black Ghost. What's he doing here? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? Even we don't know whose side he's truly on, but he quickly regains his composure. He's not hostile to us. Ignore him. Focus all firepower on Germinal. The news quickly reaches Lin Yu, who is absolutely stunned. What? Mihawk was critically injured? His hand starts to tremble with uncontrollable rage, and he immediately barks out a new command. "Team 3, go eliminate that sniper." The soldier immediately responds, "Yes, sir." At the same time, several shadowy figures emerge, bringing a few test subjects with them. Back in the desolate mountains, Han Xiao is lining up his next shot when a system notification pops up. The Battle of Tedamira River. You've entered the war between Germinal and Star Dragon. You chose your side. So let's see what you've got. Han Xiao gets back into position, smiling to himself. Completing this mission should net him at least 300,000 EXP. This is going to be a huge payday. His scope lands on Germinal's armored tank division. Seeing the enemy closing in, Han Xiao grins and yells, "Frenzied Blade, get back here." The player stops planting bombs and sprints back toward him. "I'm coming." Just as he does, the tank squadron rolls right into the prepared kill zone. Han Xiao hits the switch. The autocannons he set up earlier emerge from the ground and unleash hell on the tanks below. One by one, the tanks are hit. Not a single one escapes. Frenzied Blade is completely floored by the scene. Those armored tanks were destroyed just like that? This stuff is insanely powerful. From the fiery wreckage, something new emerges. A swarm of bald, half-machine super soldiers charges forward. Their appearance leaves Frenzied Blade baffled. What are those monsters? Their power is off the charts, Han Xiao calmly explains. Germinal super soldier test subjects. A tense look appears on his face as his mind races. Could it be? The prototype power arm he dropped while escaping the lab. Did a Germinal find it? Accelerating the super soldier program ahead of schedule? Han Xiao aims his scope at one of them. But they still look incomplete. The autocannons keep firing, but the soldiers easily bat the shells aside. Then, they leap forward in unison, tearing the automated turrets to scrap metal. Seeing the situation turn, Han Xiao starts moving. Their defense is too strong. He taps an icon on his screen. Let's try this. A cloud of smoke erupts from a nearby truck. A squad of Ranger version 2 mechs emerges, looking ready for war. They fire a volley at the super soldiers, who dodge the blasts with inhuman agility. But while they might be fast, the Rangers keep firing relentlessly. And trust me, that's where we see the first crack appear in their shields. The bullet rips right through the shield, sending the guy flying backward. At the same time, the others get knocked down too. But strangely, these warriors just get right back up. This makes Han Xiao raise an eyebrow. They're still not dead. You and I can see that their exoskeletons are seriously reducing the damage they're taking. With that, he quickly reassembles his gun, his eyes locking onto one of the super soldiers. He can't believe it that shield shot only took out 1/5 of their health. Time for the tool user to step up. Instantly, Han Xiao finishes inputting the data. Triumphantly, he turns and gives an order. Get the portable zither with the red triangle from the crate. I have a job for you. Frenzied Blade also pulls up his system, amazed by the quest rewards. Wait a second. Something feels off. So he rereads the mission details carefully. So get this. He bravely sacrifices himself with a car bomb, turning his friend's dream into a glorious firework display. And Wild Blade screams, "Is it too late to back out now?" The war between super soldiers and automated turrets rages on. Suddenly, Number 5 spots something and lunges for it. Down below, Wild Blade sees him coming and starts shaking, clutching a briefcase for dear life. In a moment of pure panic, he just charges head-on, screaming, "I'll take you with me," and slams his back right into Number 5's stomach. This one move activates the briefcase, and it instantly detonates. Boom. Number 5 never saw it coming. The soldier's body explodes into pieces, raining down from the sky. Hearing the blast, his squad mates rush over. It's 04 and 044, sprinting at full speed. From a distance, Han Xiao watches them and thinks, 2 more left. Time for me to clean up. He takes his chance, raises his rifle, and activates his Burning Will ability, locking onto his targets. Without any hesitation, Han Xiao fires a round straight into 04's head. 044 doesn't even care that his partner is dead. He just charges forward, wide open. He leaps toward Han Xiao, screaming, "Go to hell!" Just as he says it, Han Xiao fires again. 044 gets hit and loses his balance, tumbling right off the cliff. He's dead on the spot. At the same time, the system menu pops up. You have killed Super Soldier Test Subject 04, receiving 24,388 experience. After wiping out the targets, Han Xiao lights up a cigarette to celebrate. He casually looks down at the chaos below with a victorious smile. Not bad luck. These mass-produced soldiers are way too easy. Just 2 more elite kills and the second phase of this questline is complete. Just then, Wild Blade respawns. The first thing he does is check his rewards. Whoa, look at all this loot. Dying was totally worth it this time. His eyes light up as he throws his arms around Han Xiao. Boss, please give me more suicide missions like this from now on. But Han Xiao immediately kicks him away without mercy. Get off me, you crazy masochist. Stay away. From afar, Kung Jiang watches them through binoculars. That's Wild Blade, and next to him, that must be the NPC from the Dark Ghost forums. Sitting beside him, Vulok and Ontrang are listening in too. They're heading for the Tedamira River. We should get over there, fast. Elsewhere, a fleet of warships is under constant missile fire. On deck, Lin Yu stands tall and gives the order, intercept their ballistic missiles. Every time the two sides clash, deafening explosions rock the area. Inside the CIC, Huang He monitors the entire situation. This is the Hai Xia command ship. Xianglu, Hong Yu, Duanwei Prime torpedoes first. Fire the second the Sprout fleet enters the sector. The main fleet will form a sonar sweep formation. We might spot the Sprout commander. His counterpart looks just as confident. Where are our fighter jets? Concentrate your fire and sink their dreadnought. Instantly, the sky fills with fighter jets flying in formation. Alongside them streak ballistic missiles, their smoke blotting out the sky. Sprout fleet detected. Preparing warheads. He gives the word, and they open fire on the warships below. Many take direct hits and sink beneath the waves. They think the enemy is taking heavy losses. You and I know it's never that simple. The commander, Tien Toi, grins into his comms. Excellent, press the attack. Then his expression completely changes. He looks down at his feet and sees something is horribly wrong. What the hell is this black mist? But it's already too late to do anything. Renit has appeared right behind him. In a flash, his weapon stabs Tien Toi right through the neck as he lets out a smug laugh. You started celebrating a little too early. And it wasn't just Renit. Elsewhere, Hila uses her powers to completely obliterate the fighter jets. Aircraft carriers are shot down one after another, exploding into massive fireballs that light up the sky. From within the fiery chaos, Rennet emerges, glowing slightly and without a single scratch on him. Humph. Can't even take one hit. He lands lightly on the deck, surrounded by smoke from the battle. Renit walks past Hila, tapping her on the shoulder. My job's finished. The rest is all yours now. But his partner is clearly not happy with the gesture. She violently shoves his hand away, her eyes looking like they could kill. Get your hand off me if you want to live. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yes, she is just that terrifying. Hila uses her magic to leap into the air as a stream of red smoke pours from her mouth. Suddenly, she lets out a horrifying scream, her eyes turning pure white as a massive wave of magic explodes from her body. Her shriek forces the enemy soldiers to clutch their heads in agony. Some of them even start bleeding from their eyes. Soon they all collapse, unable to handle the pain, covering the deck in fresh blood. Then, the warships themselves begin to explode, one by one, sinking into the river. Only then does Hila finally stop. Nearby, even Rennet is stumbling from the aftershock. Hila, what about your own people? He stares at her, completely confused. Were you trying to kill me too? Hila just turns and glares back at him with furious eyes, an answer in itself. Rennet immediately goes silent, not daring to argue anymore. Right, he's not messing with this crazy woman again. At that moment, a voice rings out from the Sprout flagship. Our executives have suppressed the enemy fleet. This is our chance. A battalion of soldiers armed with rifles charges forward. They look absolutely pumped, storming the boarding ramps as they open up. The soldiers just pour onto the enemy ship without an ounce of fear. Every single one of them is burning with the will to fight, their morale through the roof. Get on the ship, faster! From another part of the Sprout fleet, Lin Yu sees his forces gaining the advantage, a hint of joy in his voice. The Sprout ground troops have broken through the blockade and boarded their ship. They have no way to fight back now. This is our moment. Huang. He sees the situation is dire and turns to Luis with new orders. Notify the destroyer fleet. Prepare the branch-class patrol missile boats. Fire immediately. He gets a roger that. In response, the scene cuts to missiles being armed. System check complete for the branch-class patrol missile boats. The metallic voice echoes through the ship, warning the others. But suddenly, the operator's face turns serious as he delivers an update. This is bad. Radar is picking up dozens of high-speed targets approaching from under the water. The information makes him turn pale. Sprout submarines! Huang He panics and runs to check the console, but he barely gets a few words out. Why didn't the sonar pick them up? Suddenly, an explosion rips through the ship from behind. His entire ship erupts in a massive fireball, failure after failure. Now all that's left on the surface is scrap metal. The Sprout forces watch this and laugh victoriously. Heh, those Han Xiao idiots thought they were so smart. They never expected we'd already laid a submarine ambush, did they? Just then, a soldier enters and gives a sharp salute with a situation update. Ground troops have boarded successfully. We estimate full connection in 30 minutes. The Han Xiao forces are now on the defensive, with no choice but to fall back. Full speed! We are retreating. The scene cuts to the Tin Long command camp. A soldier enters, looking a bit worried as he reports to Thu Min. The Han Xiao Navy is sitting on their hands. If we wait, the Sprouts get away. So what's the move? The answer comes back firm. We can't wait anymore. His eyes are dead serious. Assemble the elites and Bureau 13 special agents. Form a strike team. We attack the Sprouts now. Cut to Jiang Wei, suited up in his prototype battle armor, soaring through the sky ahead of a Star Dragon warship as his commander's voice crackles over the comms. Strike team, your mission is to create absolute chaos on the Sprouts' barges and pin down their retreat. Special ops, find a chance to take out their executive officer. Meanwhile, the Sprouts are still swarming their new prize. Move it! No lagging behind. Suddenly, a soldier yells out, sweating bullets, enemy spotted ahead, targeting our fleet. In moments, the two sides clash. The battle is on. All hands, prepare to engage. Hao Yue, Yalin, and Jiang Wei lead the charge. Her landing? Absolutely badass, with an attitude to match. The Sprout soldiers open fire, but Yalin dodges every single shot. She forms a fist and slams it into a guy's gut, hitting him hard enough to make him spit blood. Over here, Jiang Wei unleashes his own move. A massive force erupts from his palm, sending everyone flying in a thunderous blast. Hao Yue appears, twin pistols blazing. The soldiers he hits stumble back and fall right into the ocean. In no time, the trio cleans house. barely breaking a sweat. Jiang Wei nods to his team. Not bad, you've got skills. Hao Yu just smirks. You even have to ask? Suddenly, Yalin's eyes go wide in utter shock. In the distance, Hila's red magic flares, and trust me, this is where things get serious. And just like that, she charges from out of nowhere. Her expression is completely blank, which just unnerves everyone. Hila immediately raises her war blade and lunges in to attack. A direct strike, but it's blocked by a red shield. Hila finally looks up, unimpressed. A special operative connected to Zero. She immediately casts a spell, muttering a threat. Let's see you run now. The attack comes too fast for even the nimble Yalin to dodge. Ugh. Seeing his teammate get blasted, Hao Yue opens fire on Hila. Of course, she blocks it without a scratch. Annoyed, Hila points at Hao Yue. You don't know your place. Instantly, he loses his balance and collapses, blood streaming from his mouth. Gah! Just then, Yalin screams her name, drawing Hila's attention. Ha! She uses every last bit of strength to get back on her feet, staring Hila down. But she's clearly still weak from that last hit. Yalin lunges, blade swinging. Hila catches it with one hand, contempt clear on her face. Then she gathers her power, her body suddenly igniting. Hila's power is so overwhelming that Yalin's determination shatters into pure despair. She just stands there, frozen, as the magic rushes toward her. It's too fast. She starts to give up. It's over. I'm gonna die here. Hearing this, Hila fires her magic right at Yalin. But suddenly, a sniper shot hits Hila, throwing her off balance. Yalin narrowly escapes death. Even though she's been beaten so badly she can barely open her eyes, Yalin sizes up the situation. Hila's been hit. Since when did we have a sniper this good? Seizing the moment, she grabs her war blade and leaps at her enemy. Can't waste this chance. Keep the pressure on Hila. Far off, the culprit is still aiming. A system notification pops up with a reward. You have successfully hit Hila, level 40. Information acquired. Power of the Undead, Death Lord. Potential rating, S. Specialty, high-speed healing. Life recovery plus 500, recovery speed plus 1000%. And the owner of that perfect shot? Yep, it's our boy Han Xiao, checking the system from inside his vehicle. No wonder he's a future raid boss. Almost as many specialties as Bennett. All he's missing is the protagonist's plot armor. Then he readies his gun again. Han Xiao aims his rifle again. They are colleagues, after all. Guess I'll help. Through his scope, he sees Yalin leap up, war blade in hand. She slashes Hila's arm, sending blood flying, but Hila instantly backs off to create distance. Damn, she's tough. She instantly uses magic to heal the wound. It vanishes without a trace. Hila grits her teeth. That sniper is dead. Suddenly, a robotic arm lunges at her. Jiang Wei charges onto the deck, forming an energy ball and blasting it at Hila. Where are you looking? Catch! Though surprised, she still blocks it with her red shield. She sneers at the uninvited guest. Party tricks. But then, her eyes suddenly widen. Her pupils shrink in panic. In that instant, another bullet hits Hila right in the chest. She stumbles backward. Seizing the opening, Jiang Wei shouts, "Now's our chance!" Yalin hears the call and charges. Got it. Her blade slices down. Hila's defense goes up, but this time she's clearly flustered. From another side, someone pulls out a rotary cannon. Jiang Wei immediately opens fire on her. But the bullets? Hila dodges every bullet with practiced ease. After all that, you think you can stop me with this? Then, Hila charges straight ahead. Behind them, Yalin screams out, "Captain, watch out!" But Han Xiao sees everything. He calmly raises his rifle. Another shot through Hila's chest. Her face twists in agony. Jiang Wei, saved by the shot, lets out a breath. Saved. It's then that Yalin realizes something isn't right. This sniper. It's like they know our combat rhythm. Yalin thinks, watching Jiang Wei counter Hila. Keep her busy. Create an opening for the others. He fires again, but this time Hila dodges the shot. Too bad for her. Yalin appears right behind her, landing a deep slash on her back. Did you forget about me? Hila is furious, her face caked in dirt. Who the hell is that sniper? Cut to the main Sprout fleet. Lin Yu watches the whole battle from the bridge, making his own assessment. Hila is being suppressed. That level of skill. 80% chance it's the Black Phantom. He's already thinking of another plan. The sea is nearby. We need to attack Hila's group and free her. And just like that, Lin Yu sends a man named Uga to deal with the Black Ghost. Uga takes the order with a wicked smile, knowing his target is already a dead man. Uga bends his knees and then launches himself into the sky, his entire body glowing with a bright green aura. He quickly reaches Han Xiao's location, that terrifying smile still on his face. So, this is where you were hiding. But just as he's about to land, a voice calls out, "Uga!" Startled, he whips his head around to see Heisey charging at him, casually tossing a car in his direction. "You're not getting past me." But Uga manages to block it with one hand. Now, rage starts to bubble up inside him. "You!" He glares up at the fighter, who's already in a battle stance. A dog from Division 13. Heisey fires back a warning. "Uga, don't you dare take another step." But Uga just laughs mockingly. "You think you alone can stop me?" And instantly, the two of them clash in brutal hand-to-hand combat. The fight is on. Back on the ship, Lin Yu senses that something has gone wrong. Uga's being held up. "Go take care of the Black Ghost. Renit." The man named Renit hears the order and steps forward. Easy. He transforms into a black mist and flies towards Han Xiao's truck, materializing with a knife and a look of pure murder on his face. He slashes without hesitation, but Blade moves faster, shielding Han Xiao with his own body and getting sliced open. "Boss, be careful." Han Xiao's eyes turn ice cold as he glares at the attacker. "A teleporter? No problem." Han Xiao summons magic, his fist crackling with electricity. He drives it straight into Renit's stomach as the assassin lunges forward. The force of the blow is so strong, Renit coughs up blood, his mind reeling in shock. "Aren't you supposed to be a sniper? How are you this strong in close combat?" Seeing things are going south, Renit turns back into black smoke, trying to escape. This guy's not easy. Better retreat. But Han Xiao isn't that simple. He grabs him just before he disappears. Suddenly, they both vanish into thin air, teleporting together onto Lin Yu's ship. Renit stumbles and falls hard on the deck, with Han Xiao still gripping his arm. The assassin is in total shock, screaming in his head. "How did the Black Ghost teleport here with me? I'm so dead." Just then, Han Xiao's eyes widen as he raises a fist, crackling with lightning, bringing it down on Renit. But he doesn't just stop there. Han Xiao brutally smashes his opponent's head straight into the steel floor. You have to wonder if Renit's gonna have brain damage after this. When he sees no more movement, he lets up, and smoke begins to rise from the guy's head. Renit is out cold, his eyes rolled back, with a bright red handprint seared onto his face. That must have hurt. Han Xiao stands up and checks his system panel. The information immediately appears, teleported right beside me. Looks like he was another one who thought I wasn't a close-range fighter. "You have killed Renit, level 46. You receive 60,000 experience for killing a higher-level target. Your personal contribution rate is 82%. You receive an additional 49,200 experience." Suddenly, something else grabs Han Xiao's attention. Germinal soldiers, hearing the noise, come swarming in. They surround him with their guns raised. The Black Ghost? He walked right into a trap. Without a second thought, the soldiers all open fire. They unload round after round into Han Xiao, trying to take him down. But they have no idea the guy they're facing is a total maniac who just stands there with a smirk. Now, pay attention, because this is where it gets crazy. He throws open his coat, revealing a strange piece of armor underneath. It instantly projects a shield that stops the hail of bullets in mid-air. Then, all those frozen bullets get shot right back. One of the soldiers stares in horror, screaming in disbelief. What? He can reflect bullets? In a flash, every single soldier there is killed by their own ammo. Not one of them survives the bullet storm. Blood pools everywhere as he casually walks through the battlefield. Han Xiao looks down at his defensive gear, unable to hide a smile. The system then displays information about the awesome armor. It's a special magnetic-type driver with an equally awesome nickname. Get out of here. Even he has to admit, this thing is super useful. Afterwards, Han Xiao pulls a pistol from his pocket, gets ready, and leaps into the air, a look of pure excitement on his face. Since I'm already here, I might as well start a massacre. Han Xiao raises his gun and executes the other squads without mercy. He single-handedly takes down every enemy on the ship, causing huge losses for Germinal. From a distance, Lin Yu can't help but scream, "Damn it!" He grinds his teeth, cursing the subordinate who just died. That idiot Renit not only got himself killed, but he also brought this monster onto my ship. His eyes dart back to Han Xiao, who is single-handedly wiping out his men. Lin Yu has no choice but to use an even stronger card. "Hila, Renit is dead. You go deal with the Black Ghost." Meanwhile, our guy is just having the time of his life, dodging every bullet that comes his way. Suddenly, Han Xiao's eyes dart to the side, sensing something. It's Hila, charging in while complaining about how annoying this all is. "Die." As she gets closer, she opens her mouth and unleashes a sonic shockwave. Even someone as strong as Han Xiao has to clutch his head and scream in pain. He covers his ears, his face twisted in agony. A system notification pops up. You have received 21 damage. Your mind has entered a stunned state. In this critical moment, Han Xiao pulls out a strange round object. It's a sonic grenade that uses high-frequency noise to stun. It has a 15-meter blast radius, and its stun effect is based on the endurance stat. Let's try this out. He throws it with all his strength. The grenade rolls right up to Hila's feet. She stops it with her boot and taunts him. Trying to use a grenade on me? You're too naive. As soon as she says that, Hila begins to regret it. The grenade explodes, creating its own sonic shockwave. This time, it's her turn to clutch her head and cover her ears. Hila can only let out a scream before dropping to her knees in pain. Han Xiao gets his payback, rubbing his chin and spitting. You know how to be someone else's dog. I know how, too. Without hesitation, he pulls out his gun and starts firing at her relentlessly. With her defenses gone, Hila takes several hits, and blood flies everywhere. But Han Xiao's not done. He activates his power boots, flies behind her, and kicks the severely injured Hila right off the ship. You and I just saw a boss get knocked off the map. He watches her fall into the sea and disappear beneath the waves, thinking to himself that a tough enemy like Hila is too hard to kill, so just pushing her off the battlefield is the way to go. Suddenly, someone calls out Han Xiao's name. He instinctively turns, only to see the fiery Ya Lin pointing right in his face. Well, you actually dared to show your face. Ya Lin stands with hands on her hips, shouting. Han Xiao tries to play dumb, completely denying it. Han Xiao? Who's that? You've got the wrong person, he says, while internally screaming. Damn it, why did I have to run into Li Yalin? But that goofy act doesn't fool her for a second. Still pretending? Don't think that mask you wore before can save you. Hao Yao, completely lost, whispers to his captain. What's the situation? Jiang Wei in his full combat armor finally shows his face. So this is what you look like? Meanwhile, Ya Lin is still yelling her head off. Han Xiao, you can run to the dark web, but you can't hide. Give me back my deposit money. But Jiang Wei, the more rational one, is analyzing the situation. Hold on. Han Xiao joined the dark web, but the Division 13 higher-ups are calm about it. Could he be on some kind of special assignment? With that thought, he steps forward to stop her. Don't cause a scene. He might be on a secret mission. Suddenly, a shadow appears from above, grabbing Han Xiao's attention. And right as the drama heats up, watch what crashes this party. A werewolf executive officer plummets from the sky, landing with a massive thud. He opens his mouth, staring down the crowd with piercing purple eyes. The werewolf then lunges forward, attacking everyone in sight. Seeing her chance, Ya Lin leaps up to draw its attention, yelling, "Hey, over here, you idiot!" Jiang Wei gets the signal, taking advantage of the distraction to slam the werewolf in the head. Did you forget about me? It spins around and lets out a furious roar as Han Xiao pulls out 2 pistols. Opportunity. 2 bullets slam into the werewolf, sending blood flying. Even Ya Lin, annoyed as she is, has to admit, his skills are still as good as ever. With that, she leaps into the air, bringing her battle dao down for a clean slash across its back. They keep up the assault, one after another, giving the beast no room to breathe. Hao Yi watches from the sidelines, completely stunned. So strong. The 3 of them can coordinate this perfectly without even speaking a word. He just stands there as his teammates relentlessly attack the enemy. The werewolf has absolutely no chance to fight back. Now covered in wounds and trembling, the werewolf lets out a grunt. It makes a decision, turn tail and run, abandoning its target. But Han Xiao isn't letting it go that easy. He pulls out a sniper rifle. You think you can run? Without hesitation, he puts a round straight through its head. The creature coughs up blood, whimpering in absolute despair. Jiang Wei seizes the opportunity, flying in to attack, stabbing the werewolf with a weapon from his combat suit. Its power completely drained, it reverts to its original form and collapses. Han Xiao high-fives Jiang Wei, praising him. Nice one. Suddenly, a call comes over the comms. The Germinal fleet has reached the coast. All teams, retreat now. Jiang Wei immediately responds. Roger that. Before leaving, he turns to Han Xiao. Black Phantom, are you coming back with us? But Han Xiao just flashes a bright smile and waves goodbye. No need. Go on ahead. Suddenly, a dark figure leaps onto the Germinal ship. And just when the fight seems won, you and I are about to meet the angriest person in this story. It's Hila, soaking wet and furious. Black Phantom, I will remember you. The scene shifts. 2 fleets are locked in a relentless firefight. Missiles that miss slam into the water, creating massive waves that crash against the ships. Cannons roar non-stop. The heat and density of the fire painting streaks across the sky. Several warships are hit and burst into massive fireballs. A soldier grits his teeth. Damn it. Germinal still got away. A slender hand rests on his shoulder. Let it go. It's Huang He, walking over with a smug look. This time, Germinal lost 70% of its forces. Our losses weren't even a third of theirs. He confidently declares, this victory still belongs to us. Time flashes forward to the evening. The sun is setting as a car speeds down the road. Han Xiao is driving while also operating a system panel. Stop staring at me and do something useful. Frenzied Sword excitedly looks at the data, exclaiming, "Wow, I got so much experience for just being bait. The boss is too generous." His excited reaction makes Han Xiao crack a smile. That's your reward for being a human shield. He glances at his own system panel with a feeling of deep satisfaction. Time to cash in. Suddenly, a strange windy sound from the roof gets their attention. Han Xiao urges him on. "Our air support is here. Let's go." A moment later, he and Frenzied Sword are safely aboard a helicopter as the door closes and it soars away. On board, he thinks to himself, seed germination progress increased by 2%, for a total of 21%. Actively causing destruction really does pay off better. These past few days, other continents have been ambushing Germinal's retreating forces. That should probably increase his mission progress a bit more. He casually picks up a detonator. After Germinal's retreat is complete, he'll have to go to their main base on the Andia continent to make real progress. With a soft click, the car they just left explodes into a massive fireball. Frenzied Sword turns in shock. "Did you just blow up your own car?" Han Xiao calmly explains. "This way, we don't leave any tracks for them to follow." The guy's mind is blown. Man, it must be nice to have money. The sun finally sets, replaced by the quiet night, with only a crescent moon illuminating the base. The Germinal leader sits grimly before a screen. Breaking through the blockade was costly. They lost 17 executive officers alone. An aide, Ejin, hesitantly asks for orders. Black Phantom killed 3 of them by himself. Should we make him pay? The leader scowls, displeased. A small-time assassin like Black Phantom isn't worth that much of our effort. Put him on the watch list for now. Then he gets serious. Our priority right now is deciding the next step of our plan. On the table sits a continental map with several locations marked in red. Ejin reports nervously, "We've lost all our bases on 3 continents. The 6 nations could launch an expedition to Andia at any time." Then, his entire demeanor flips as he grins confidently. "But we still have nuclear weapons. Worst case, we activate the dead man switch and take them all down with us." The leader scowls, clearly disagreeing. "It's not time for that. You see, the real mission now is to distract the 6 nations, to stop them from ever starting a war." This fiery debriefing is suddenly cut short by the sound of a door swinging open. Roki rushes in with an urgent report. "Chief, Base 13 just sent an emergency dispatch. The gene improvement observation for a test subject was a success." Kulong pushes his work aside, taking the files he brought in. A test subject? So many things to deal with. He was already stressed, but then he read something that made him jump in shock. Roki immediately gave him a quick rundown. This condition wasn't just in one person, it was spreading on a massive scale, almost like an infectious disease. Setting the file down, he murmured. A strange phenomenon. For the first time, the wrinkles on Kulong's face relaxed a little. Looks like Lady Luck is still on our side. The 6 nations are about to be very busy. Meanwhile, out in the bay, battleships are constantly on the move. Water drips down the tiled floor, trickling towards a drain. Next to it, spent shells and bodies lie cold. Hila stares at her reflection, her eyes scanning over every healing wound. She hugs herself, her heart a mess. No matter how many times she gets hurt, she always recovers. She looks up at the starry sky, her heart filled with sorrow. But when will days like these ever end? From her vantage point, the warships move in a line under the moonlight. It all looks so grand. So why does she only feel pain? When can I finally leave this place with my sister? In a forest not far away, a few helicopters cut through the night. Lin Yao suddenly screams out, "What? Han Xiao is Black Ghost?" The news is so shocking he has to ask again. "Are you guys sure you didn't get it wrong?" Ya Lin, sitting in the front, turns around and snaps. I'd recognize him even if he was turned to ash. Afraid of getting yelled at again, he nervously turns to Zhang Wei next to him. "So, are we not going to bring him back?" To avoid a pointless argument, Zhang Wei just offers some reassurance. His leaving alone was strange from the start. It must be a secret mission. I'll report this to the higher-ups and ask them directly. Ya Lin's small hands clench into fists. She cuts in right after Zhang Wei, and while you're at it, ask for me too. Ya Lin frowns, not hiding her annoyance in the slightest. When does he plan on paying me back? The helicopter lands, and the Star Dragon Special Ops team immediately heads to Susu. She happily rushes over to hug Ya Lin like a mother seeing her child after a long time. "Little Lin, you don't look hurt," but Ya Lin just seems annoyed and pushes back. "Get away from me." But Susu knows exactly what will get her attention. "I heard Black Ghost fought alongside you. Isn't that a coincidence?" "I ran into him once before, too." Annoyed, Ya Lin turns back to ask for more details. "What was he doing then?" She tilts her head, pretending to remember. His codename was Mr. Black, a core-level assassin in White Gull City. He was on a defense mission involving the Dark Web's leader. Ya Lin rushes forward to question her. "Did you hear any other intel?" This childish behavior makes Susu pause. "Why do you care so much?" That simple question makes Yalin blush. I'm just curious. Susu can't help but tease her a little. All right, I'll let you in on a little secret. The two beauties step aside to gossip, making Zhang Wei and Lin Yao extremely curious. I heard some information about Black Ghost from a female assassin. Stick with me, because this rumor hits like a bolt of lightning, leaving all three of them completely speechless. What? Black Ghost likes guys? Susu is very pleased with their reaction. Be careful next time you see him. Over here, Lin Ya is still frozen solid. Zhang Wei can only awkwardly try to calm them down. He's our teammate, after all. Don't be prejudiced against him. The scene shifts to the Star Dragon Logistics Department. A voice announces, Minister Zhang Wei is requesting a secure line. Once connected, he immediately reports, we have encountered Han Xiao. Clutter frowns and orders, continue. The man on the other end seriously recounts everything. The Dark Web's Black Ghost participated in the battle, fighting alongside us. Our coordination was flawless. Based on our judgment, Black Ghost is Han Xiao. But these confident words don't convince Clutter. Black Ghost is a top-tier assassin for the Dark Web. Although Han Xiao has shown his strength before, he's nowhere near Black Ghost's level. He forces a laugh. You've got the wrong person. That dismissive attitude makes Zhang Wei pause, wanting to explain more. But Clutter taps the receiver, cutting him off. Say no more. He pulls Zhang Wei back to reality. Han Xiao cannot be Black Ghost. Hearing this, you can just tell Zhang Wei has to accept it. I understand. He thinks to himself, chewing on Clutter's words. The minister is hinting that this topic is completely off limits. Han Xiao was likely sent by the top brass on a special mission, and his identity must be kept secret. In the Star Dragon conference room, several men in sharp suits walk into the meeting. Everyone listens intently as Gao makes an announcement. According to Zhang Wei's report, Black Ghost helped us a lot, but we can't confirm if this was the Dark Web's intention or his own personal action. He continues his analysis while thinking out loud. The Dark Web Organization was recently preparing to launch their shelter plan and even requested material support from us. This was probably a show of goodwill from them, delivered through Black Ghost. The moment he finishes, Longwei chimes in with his agreement. The Dark Web has always been neutral. Now they're leaning towards our 6 nations. This is a good thing. Gao's eyes burn with determination as he quickly lays out the next steps. Help the Dark Web's shelter plan. Approve the material support. We must seize this chance to build a good relationship with them. In the quiet night, hidden behind the trees, sits a luxurious villa. Inside, Wang Yuan happily answers the phone. Is that so? Excellent. Ending the call, he turns to announce, Star Dragon has agreed to provide material support. Bennett eagerly asks, what did they say? Though he doesn't quite get it, he reveals, they're very grateful for our help. Bennett's jaw drops in confusion. Our help? What did we do? He thinks for a moment, then realizes Star Dragon must have misunderstood, thinking they were the ones who sent Black Ghost. He sighs, exasperated. I guess we owe him one. Wang Yuan puts down his phone and adds, the other 5 nations are all making excuses, but we can still negotiate. He stands up to leave, not forgetting to urge him on. We have Star Dragon's help, so we have enough resources for the first phase. Let's try to start the shelter plan as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on a cliff at the edge of the forest, a helicopter pilot reports, Mr. Black has arrived. Mad Blade is gone. Boss, if there's nothing else, I'm taking off. Han Xiao glances at him, then nods. The soldier in front turns back, panicking when he can't see anyone. Where'd he suddenly disappear to? Seeing the guy's stress, Han Xiao kindly explains, that's his special ability. Afterward, he says to himself, the most important thing now is to class advance. It's time to become a peak-level powerhouse on planet Aquamarine. Cut to a new scene. In a secluded cave surrounded by dense trees, Han Xiao is studying his internal system panel. From his recent experiences, he's tallied up 2 months of accumulated EXP. After skill upgrades and blueprint fusions, he has 6.1 million experience points left. Preparations complete. Time to level up. And here it is, the on-screen prompt asks, do you want to advance to Apprentice Mechanic? Without hesitation, he hits confirm. Instantly, Han Xiao's body is enveloped in light and data streams as he levels up. A notification immediately pops up. Apprentice Mechanic advanced to level 5. Strength, dexterity, endurance, and intellect have all been significantly boosted. Received 3 free attribute points and 1 potential point. You have completed the 2nd class advancement. Endurance and health now scale at a 1:20 ratio. His abilities have clearly changed. This advancement feels like a physical upgrade. He can feel his body growing stronger, power surging through him. After finishing up, he finally steps out of the cave. Han Xiao takes a deep breath of the fresh air. His emerald eyes seem even more brilliant as he takes in his surroundings. His senses are sharper, the world appearing more vibrant. Now, even just standing still, An aura seems to flow around Han Xiao, as if he's merging with nature. Every one of his senses feels magnified. His current character info: Night Stalker is max level, Apprentice Mechanic is level 10, Health is 2970, and Energy is 1230 at level 6. Skill level 1213, Strength 69, Dexterity 94, Endurance 82, Intellect 200, Mystery 11, Charm 3, Luck 1, overall level 50. His gear can just barely dominate this planet. With these numbers, he can gauge his own strength. His current combat power, combined with his gear, can handle an average super-powered individual without breaking a sweat. But compared to a planet's main character type like Benit, he's still far behind. And so, Han Xiao immediately starts planning his next move. His experience is all used up. Next, he needs to upgrade his equipment. Time to go harvest some resources from the players. In the town of Green Valley, with small houses nestled against the cliffs, Aprot makes a new discovery from the ramparts. Wait. He definitely recognizes the figure coming into view. The Black Phantom of the Dark Net. You can bet the person in charge here, Basat, isn't just sitting still. He signals his subordinate, go make contact, find out his purpose. Meanwhile, in a forest clearing packed with simple huts, a young man carrying a basket of potatoes suddenly freezes. The one who just appeared so boldly, without any warning, is Han Xiao. The moment people recognize him, all work stops. Everyone swarms toward him. It's the Black Phantom, we're saved. Aprot is stunned by the cheering crowd. How do these refugees know the Black Phantom? Amid the roaring cheers, Han Xiao notices a voice that stands out. Hey everyone, I'm Gone with the Wind. Welcome to the latest episode of my interstellar exploration diary. He vaguely recognizes that username, Gone with the Wind. He seems to recall the guy as a pretty famous video game content creator. Meatbun is holding his familiar camera, still recording. He doesn't have time to celebrate Han Xiao's arrival though. He's busy with his own dilemma. Why doesn't the Black Phantom sell items? He only teaches skills, and it requires a certain affinity level. How are we supposed to raise affinity? The kid's question leaves the other guy stumped. Do we have to give him money? Their confused expressions catch Han Xiao's eye, but he has no intention of speaking up. 2,500 aquamarine coins for a chance to change to the mechanic class. It's up to you if you want it. Just then, a hesitant voice speaks up nearby. Ah, Mr. Black Phantom. Aprot scratches his head, bowing respectfully to Han Xiao. I'm General Basat's aide. May I ask what brings you here? Just from the aide's timid demeanor, Han Xiao already gathers a ton of information. This guy is shy, stutters, probably an effect of his legendary status. Interacting with different factions triggers different reactions. So Han Xiao is understanding and acts relaxed. I'm just passing through. Relax. I'm not here to cause trouble. Aprot immediately sighs in relief. Phew, is that so? Well, that's good. After clarifying he wasn't an enemy, the aide's attitude became much more natural. Then welcome. General Basat invites you into town to welcome you properly. But Han Xiao quickly refuses the offer. No need, I'll wait here. When the old general gets the report, he's even more surprised. Just passing through? A seasoned veteran like him definitely wouldn't just take his word for it. Keep a close eye on him. Send people to listen in. I have a feeling the Black Phantom is here for these refugees. Back at the huts, an equally shocked voice pipes up. Huh? His friend is completely confused by a contradiction he just noticed. We're players, so we can see the Black Phantom's name. But how does that NPC know it? Meatbun suddenly has an idea that sounds crazy but also makes sense. Maybe the Black Phantom is just super famous on this planet, a big shot everyone knows about. The kid even starts convincing himself, adding more details. I get it. It's gotta be a hidden plot point. And if you ask me, Black Phantom's identity could be the key to unlocking this whole world's secrets. Alright, let's dive into the massive Dragon's Horn Tower, inside a top-secret conference room where a major decision is about to go down. So, have you all decided? Feng Han cuts to the chase. Trius, Aquamarine, and Star Dragon all vote to deploy their forces, but Andrea and Red Maple are against it, while Odafina abstains. He immediately moves the meeting to the next big problem, the expedition to planet Antina. Gu Hui just sits there, silently processing the vote. 3-for-2 against 1 abstention. The 6 nations are finally moving against the Germinal Organization. In that instant, he knew one thing for certain. War was coming. Meanwhile, in a quiet, desolate part of West Continent, a small group is huddled together. Radiant Glory stares at Linland's system panel, a question forming in his mind. Big Horn Mountain, Green Valley Town. Those are both newbie zones where Black Phantom appeared. Token, standing nearby, has his own theory. Could his appearance be a setup by the developers? Combining his teammates' doubts with forum rumors, the kid offers a wild idea. Hey, you think he could be the main character of the planet like the website says? The group leader immediately shoots that simple idea down without a second thought. Not a chance. The planet's main character would be tied to the main storyline. They wouldn't interact with us this early. He's probably a mysterious Easter egg type, but he's offering mechanic class advancements. Could it be that the chance to become a mechanic is super rare later on? So the developers put him in the starter zones on purpose. Hearing this super logical and well-reasoned theory, Radiant Glory starts sweating. Crap, so if I want to be a mechanic, I have to wait for Black Phantom to show up? The whole group lets out a collective sigh. The life of a background character, man. When is it ever going to be our turn? Now, here's the best part. In Green Valley Town, the very subject of their debate, Han Xiao is casually scrolling through the forums, laughing his head off at their theories. These players have some wild imaginations. They think I'm some mysterious merchant, a newbie welfare package, and a mechanic class tutor all in one. He keeps scrolling through the system as usual when suddenly, something catches his eye. Oh? This post is up already. The moment he taps the screen, a program host's voice rings out. Welcome everyone, this is Galaxy Times, sharing the fastest game news to protect your gaming life. Han Xiao was still super curious. After he completely derailed the original plot, he wondered if the content of this show had changed at all. Spring opens with some hot news. The beta test has been out for 10 days now, and the players' hype hasn't died down one bit. So first, let's recap the major events of these past 10 days. He sits quietly on a rock in the forest, listening intently, not wanting to miss a single word. After taking in the news report, he finally understood everyone's weird attitude. Turns out he's the character used to trigger a super important storyline. No wonder so many players have been hostile to him and the Germinal Organization. Some even tried to seduce him. Does nobody think I'm just a normal, talented merchant? The broadcast shows a clip of a player screaming, "Help me," while being chomped by a dragon. This scene just proves that Planet Paladin is a high-level magic civilization. Players are reporting that this world is incredibly hard to survive in, and it's easy to use up all your death tokens. On another planet, players are in just as much danger. The Somar star system is the territory of the Void Demon Legion. Basically, the hardest starting zone you could imagine. Right after, the image switches to a place that looks like a candy-coated dreamland from every kid's fantasy. This is a welfare starting planet, as introduced by Spring. But there are plenty of resource-rich starter planets, so who knows what surprises await you all. Okay, you and I both know the juiciest news is yet to come. The hottest topic is still Planet Aquamarine, where an NPC named Black Phantom has created a ton of buzz. So, Choo Choo, what role do you think he plays in Planet Aquamarine's storyline? She gives the latest theory. The current intel suggests Black Phantom has a pretty high status, a mysterious identity, and is opposing the Germinal Organization. The host seems surprised by this. Oh, so you're saying he's with the Six Nations? But she just gives a vague answer. I'm not sure. Perhaps only the developers could answer that. The man at the center of it all just waits, only to be disappointed. What? The result is this boring-ass discussion? But the topic of Han Xiao wasn't over yet. Right after the server opened, players were fiercely debating their main class choices. Apparently, a lot of players who chose the mechanic class ended up regretting it. Choo Choo acts surprised. Is that so? The story immediately sparks a wave of heated debate among the online viewers. She's forced to calm the audience down. Players, please watch your language. This downward trend was something he had predicted from the very beginning. Sooner or later, players would discover that the mechanic class sucks at early game combat. The negative comments will just keep growing, which is really bad for my business. But soon after, Spring steers the conversation in a new direction. Players who chose the mechanic class, don't worry, please watch this combat video of Black Phantom. The explosive clip of the battle at sea plays, stunning everyone who sees it. Planet Aquamarine already has fights this epic? So jealous. We're still out here mining and chopping wood, crying my eyes out. Is it too late for me to delete my character and go to Planet Aquamarine? The next scene shows a group of mercenaries charging a complex, sophisticated war machine firing down on them. Then there's Han Xiao, heroically sending an enemy flying with his unbeatable shield. Even he was surprised watching it again. I didn't expect the mechanic class to get so much screen time. Next, a clip of him fighting from a distance gets a ton of attention. Is that frenzied sword and raging blade next to Black Phantom? Is he the one who triggered the hidden scenario? Getting to fight alongside Black Phantom is so awesome. At this point, a genuinely satisfied smile finally spreads across his face. Trust me, that's the moment you and I know he's won. Free publicity that will build player confidence in the mechanic class and boost his own reputation. Perfect. Meanwhile, in a nearby fortress, Bennett enjoys his pipe and reconfirms with his assistant. You're saying those drifters can really be revived? His subordinate replies with absolute certainty. Yes, sir. It's true. He's also adding other intel he's gathered. Those refugees were killed by beasts, then resurrected. Sir, I saw it with my own eyes. The old man is furious because Han Xiao's actions accidentally ruined the plan he had in mind. Look, if I'd gotten my hands on those refugees, with their ability to revive, I'd be unbeatable. But just as I was about to recruit them, Black Phantom shows up, and they welcome him with open arms. The moment the words left his mouth, he felt like he'd been one-upped. Could Black Phantom have come specifically for them? In the quiet morning, a ferocious roar shatters the peace. A player spins around in shock, but it's too late. The beast's claws are already swinging for his face. And just like that, he's sent back to the respawn point. Amid the chaos of gray wolves hunting through the camp, panic shouts and alarms echo everywhere. We're dropping right into a beast ambush, Beppa and Sonha bolt, screaming at the other players, "Run! Too many wolves!" But a moment's hesitation is all it takes for him to get caught in their fangs. Basat finally drops his lazy act and grabs his binoculars. The beasts are here. Sound the alarm. But when the old man turns, he gets another shock. Right where April should be stands Han Xiao. Black Ghost? What are you doing here? Han Xiao's so casual, like a friend crashing at his place to hide from wolves. The old man knows when to play it cool. Then make yourself at home. Han Xiao couldn't care less about this small-time event. He's just here to watch the show. A few thousand EXP? Too lazy. Let the players handle it. Down in the chaos, the players are actually coordinating perfectly. I'll draw the wolves, you guys attack. Yet there isn't a single beast near him. The immortal cameraman really lives up to his name. This live footage isn't bad. From his high vantage point, Han Xiao notices something different. Oh, that kid is recording. To give the kid a good shot, he decides to help the players out. All right, I guess I'll handle this. With just a few leaps, he lands gracefully right in the middle of the wolf pack. Of course, this charity has a motive. Free advertising. Why not take it? Han Xiao's eyes scan the area. The entire mountain range is completely swarmed by gray wolves. With his experience, he quickly assesses the situation. His Gus gun has limited ammo, not ideal against a massive crowd. After his class advancement, his body can probably crush these beasts. Perfect time to test his skills. And here's the thing, he immediately finds the weak point, the Wolf King. The idea sparks, and his legs move without a second of hesitation. First, take out the king. You're my target. The gray wolves behind can only watch as their prey speeds off. Anyone in his path is just blown away by his lightning speed. He even throws in a kick, using one wolf as a springboard to launch himself even further. Get out of my way! Han Xiao masterfully uses his movement skills, closing in on his target among thousands of hungry, watching eyes. The Wolf King and its pack sense the danger, immediately getting into battle-ready stances. It can't wait, lunging forward to teach this arrogant prey a lesson. He doesn't even dodge, choosing to meet the impact head-on. A bold test to confirm his suspicions. Completely painless. My body really is stronger now. This makes Han Xiao even more confident, facing the Wolf King and its pack without a hint of fear. Just as they're a few meters away, he activates a protective shield, blasting the surrounding wolves into the air. Get lost! But their sheer numbers and density are still a huge problem. These wolves are annoying. Han Xiao activates Thunder Leap once more. He's done wasting time on grunts and cuts a path right through them. Soon, he's face to face with the Alpha again. Die! Before it can react, he lunges, grabbing its fur with a lightning-charged hand. Then, Han Xiao slams a fist right into its face, pinning it to the ground. This brutal punch completely dazes the beast, forcing it to shake its head to clear it. It immediately howls, launching a fierce sonic attack. But this trick barely tickles him, just making him more determined. You still want a piece of me? Han Xiao's hand charges with even more power. This punch makes the wolf cough up blood. Eat my fist! His assault doesn't stop, only getting more brutal. The wolf can only take the punishment. A moment later, the ground itself is cratered. It has officially entered its eternal slumber, a tattered and pathetic mess. Han Xiao even grabs its fur and straddles the Wolf King. Powerful, relentless punches rain down as if he'll never tire. He's not entirely convinced it's dead, so he's making absolutely sure. Still not dead? At that moment, the pack below howls in pure rage. He has to stop and see what's happening. And here's the twist that wrecks Han Xiao's perfect plan. The Wolf King's death actually makes the pack even more ferocious. Not wanting to waste more time, he pulls out a bomb. Try this. While they're all bunched up, he lobs it right into the enemy lines to trap them all. Weapons alone aren't enough. He has to get his hands dirty. He starts taking them all down by himself. The onlookers witnessing his heroic display are just staring, jaws dropped. Oh my god! He killed 100 wolves in a flash! Meanwhile, Frenzied Sword becomes a devout follower, so mechanics aren't just a ranged class, they're monsters up close too. It's obvious the fight is ending. The field is cleared, thanks to Han Xiao's solo act. His overwhelming power makes one person suspicious. Now that's the fighting style I like. But he quickly speaks up, crushing the player's doubts. The mechanic class is the best. This is a patron worth sticking with. In the dense forest, bathed in dawn light, Han Xiao casually scrolls through the system screen. These players are fast. The Wolf Slayer video is already on the forums. As he's watching, he comes across some loudmouth. Why is this Luo Z-Men here again? Spams the forums every day trashing the mechanic class. So jobless. This player, Luo Z-Men, level 12, really hates this class. Pathetic mechanics comforting themselves with videos of an NPC fighting. How ridiculous. You think you can play like Black Ghost? Go back to sleep. Players are players, and NPCs are NPCs. They're not the same. To all you mechanics, take my advice, delete your account and start over. Any other class is stronger. Pin this post, you'll thank me later. And that's where we see the next big problem he's got to deal with. If it's a post about mechanics, he's in there trashing it. This will definitely hurt business later on. He can't just reveal he's a player with an NPC interface model. Just as he was lost in thought, Frenzied Sword pops up uninvited, looking way too excited. Stick with me on this one. Boss, haven't seen you in days and you're already stronger. You're a beast. Han Xiao's focus shatters as he tries to wave the guy away. You're so annoying, get lost. If you're that bored, go collect some rat tail grass. That mission is his personal kryptonite, he hears it and immediately tries to bail. Collecting sucks. I'd rather just dance. Back in the common area, another player calls out to him. The player with Frenzied Sword seems confused. Blade Laughs looks familiar. His buddy fills him in. That's a top 3 pro from Swordsman, a 2-time champ. But yeah, that game's been dead for ages. He stops for a friendly chat with this dude. Oh, it's you? You're playing Star Sea too? Why'd you quit Swordsman? Blade Laughs' reason is painfully simple. Haha, Swordsman just wasn't a challenge for me anymore. Then, he suddenly throws down an invitation. Our levels are pretty much the same. How about a quick spar? I'm an Esper. What class are you? Sounds friendly, right? Nah. Inside, he's dripping with arrogance. My rep as a champ plus beating Black Phantom's sidekick? I'll be trending by tomorrow for sure. Unlike Blade Laughs' confident vibe, Frenzied Sword just mumbles, mechanic. I've got other stuff to do. Too bad. This guy has him targeted and he's not letting go. Come on, we've known each other for years. Just a friendly duel. You won't refuse a small request, right? Or, are you looking down on me? Now he's finally realizing what this guy is really after. Why is this dude so annoying? Luckily, Han Xiao shows up like a savior. Frenzied Sword. Over here. Turns out he came to give him some gloves. Here, use these. His eyes sparkle as he carefully takes the new gear. Oh man, the boss is too good to me. His joy lasts 2 seconds before Han Xiao hits him with the reality check. They're alone. You have to return them. Han Xiao puts a hand on his shoulder, his face full of trust. Go on. If you don't win, don't even think about coming back. He's speechless, trying to dodge one problem only to run into another. And Blade Laughs? Yeah, he's losing his patience fast. Yo, are we fighting or what? The gauntlets give him a shot of pure confidence. Let's do this. The tense pre-fight stare-down immediately draws a crowd. Quick, look, it's Frenzied Sword from the Star Sea Times, about to fight a pro player. Frenzied Sword makes the first move. He raises his pistol and fires a quick shot to get the upper hand, but it does 0 damage to Blade Laughs. The guy even has time to casually strategize. That gun has 5 shots. My rock shield can take it. Once he's out of ammo, he's dead. Suddenly, his opponent launches off the ground. He's shocked a guy with a gun is actually going for close combat. While he was busy hiding behind his shield, Frenzied Sword was already right above him. Why'd he rush in? In midair, he gathered lightning in his palm. Then he just waited for the right moment to get close and unleash one deadly strike, piercing right through his defense and slamming into his chest. The duel ends in a flash with a system notification. You have killed Blade Laughs, level 20. Gained 632 experience. The second he hits the ground, players swarm in, buzzing. That was an instant kill. So strong, no wonder he made the Star Sea Times. And you and I both know that was just epic. Could the hidden scenario really give him that much of a boost? Then, a sharp-eyed player spots the gauntlets he's wearing. That's definitely high-level gear. This is the moment that shatters all their old stereotypes. A mechanic can make something like that? I thought they could only make guns. The guy next to him looks on with envy. I want one too. After Blade Laughs respawns, he immediately blames Frenzied Sword. We said it was a friendly spar. Why did you? He's been fed up with this guy's fake attitude for a while now, so he fires back. Sorry, I didn't realize you were so trash. The verbal smackdown leaves him speechless, scrambling for an excuse. Damn it, lost so much EXP, and my pride in front of everyone. Next time I'll definitely show you. That little drama passes, and he turns back to Han Xiao. Boss? Frenzied Sword holds up the gear, looking pathetic. Are these gauntlets for sale? He thinks it over. I do have the blueprint for these. Yeah, I can sell them. So, being generous, he agrees without hesitation. But his mood completely flips after hearing the price. 800,000 N. So expensive. The poor guy can only weep. How long would it take to save that much? Just then, another voice cuts in. Black Phantom. It's Blade laughs, eagerly volunteering himself. I heard you're fighting the Germinal Organization. I want to join. He doesn't pull any punches, shooting him down instantly. Fighting them requires brains and brawn. You need more practice. Frenzied Sword rubs it in Blade laughs' face. You hear that? The boss says you're not good enough. Shoo. I'm the chosen one. Han Xiao's attention snaps back to his system screen. Oh, the video of the duel is already up. He's thrilled to see public opinion already starting to shift. Ha ha, that guy got shut down. He was just bad and blamed the mechanic class serves him right. The forums are exploding. Reply to Luo Z Men. A mechanic one. Shot an Esper. Explain that. That frenzied sword dude just can't play. You lose all your duels, how do you expect to win? Simple, you just suck. Reply to Luo Z Men. Frenzied Sword had a hidden quest. It was a gear and level check, nothing more. So gear from an NPC doesn't count as skill? Then why do quests? Why get rewards? If you suck, just admit it. Just then, a sudden noise sends a flock of birds scattering from the trees. He whips his head around, sensing something. A convoy of off-road vehicles is heading straight for them, unannounced, leaving Han Xiao confused. The vehicles bear the Overmela symbol. What are they doing here? As the group's leader gets out, he's greeted enthusiastically. Young Master Xiao Rui, what brings you all the way out here? The man is Overmela's envoy, Xiao Rui. He crosses his arms, annoyed. Isn't it obvious? It's about that useless Xiao Han who went missing. The family thought he was dead. Then, a Germinal Organization bounty pops up for a guy who looks exactly like him. And you and I both know exactly who that is. I've wasted half a year looking for that idiot Han Xiao. If he wasn't the leader's son, who'd even care if he was alive or dead? Basa has to bow respectfully to his family's status. Since you're in Lugu Town, make yourself at home. Anything you need, just let me know. Soon, they're welcomed into a massive estate. Over food, Xiao Dui vents all his frustrations. Seriously, on what grounds does he get this treatment? All of us adopted sons had to fight and scheme against each other just to climb the ladder. Basa can only play along and offer some comfort. Don't worry, the family can't make you search forever. Half a year, tops, and the leader will give up. Besides, we all know Han Xiao can't be a nobody. This wasn't a fun topic, so he quickly changes the subject. Anything interesting happening in town lately? Basa casually pours more wine while giving his report. The nomads outside. It seems they can all resurrect, but their combat power is extremely weak. This news really opens Xiao Dui's eyes. What kind of bizarre people are these? He quickly responds, make sure you report this to the family. We already have. And there's one more thing. He couldn't wait any longer to drop the important news. The dark web assassin, Black Ghost, has appeared in Lugu Town. He's currently resting just outside. The moment he hears that name, his brow furrows with caution. Now this is where it gets interesting. Black Ghost is here? Could he be here to kill someone? Basa quickly cuts in to explain and calm him down. He says he's just passing through, but it's best we don't provoke him. Xiao Dui's bodyguard, Lu Cheng, suddenly speaks with total confidence. Young master, no need to worry. I will protect you. Black Ghost is no match for me. At that exact moment, a loud sneeze echoes from outside the city. Han Xiao looks thoughtfully towards the mansion. The Overmia family is just a minor faction in a side scenario, not really part of the main plot. No need to care about them. So, he quickly pushes the issue aside and starts messing with his system. Once he's done harvesting this batch of newbies, he'll find the next starter village. But as he opens the screen, a notification pops up. You have triggered the random mission, Lugu Town Invasion. Mission briefing. Lugu Town, controlled by Overmia, is right next to the Black Pine Camp, Lu Cheng's territory. The two have been fighting non-stop. Now, Lu Cheng is leading his army to invade the town again. You can either help Overmia defend the town or help Lu Cheng attack. Please choose your side. Your objective, inform Basa and defend the town, or join Lu Cheng's forces and attack the town. Note, once you pick a side, you can't change it. Rewards. 1. Choose the town and get 12,000 experience and 3,000 aquamarine coins. 2. Choose Lu Cheng and finish the attack. This came so suddenly, Han Xiao couldn't help but be stunned. What the hell? I got the mission too? Okay, wait, I know what you're thinking. If I remember correctly, Lu Cheng is Old Man Lu's son. Connecting the dots, he instantly has a brilliant idea. Old Man Lu's blueprint quest has to be picked up from his son, so I might as well join the fun. Just then, a scout in a watchtower shouts an urgent warning. The Black Pine Army is approaching, sound the alarm. Meanwhile, player group 3, including Kiki, Fei Fei, and Lin Wei, all get the same notification. I triggered a random mission. Me too, I got it too. Back at the mansion, the peaceful facade is shattered. The people inside are just as furious when they get the news. Damn it, those Black Pine bastards are here again. But unlike Basa's anxiety, Xiao Dui doesn't seem worried at all. Relax, don't we have meat shields? His idea instantly calms the old man's nerves. Right, those weird, immortal nomads can neutralize Liu Cheng's armed advantage. He immediately orders April, who's standing by, to inform the nomads outside. I need them to block Liu Cheng's army, complete the mission, and everyone gets paid. He even adds a suggestion with the true soul of a capitalist. Don't pay them too much. Their lives aren't worth it. Huge all-terrain vehicles now charge straight into the forest. The man leading the charge is the southern warlord, Liu Cheng. He's determined. This time, he will take the town. But in that moment, the sight before him is something he can hardly believe. Liu Cheng never expected his first obstacle would be weak, innocent civilians. These scumbags are using nomads as human shields. Still, he has a moral line, so instead of opening fire, he grabs a megaphone. Basa, you're making these defenseless nomads throw their lives away again? At this point, pride and reputation mean nothing to the old man. That's right, if you've got the guts, then open fire. Even a seasoned battlefield veteran is helpless against this level of shamelessness. Damn it. Liu Cheng still has some conscience left, so he tries to reason with the nomads. I'm giving you a chance to get out of the way. You don't need to die for them. But he doesn't know most of the people standing there are battle-hungry players. Is this NPC crazy? If we move, how are we supposed to do the mission? Does he not realize he's just a walking bag of experience points? Seeing the crowd stand perfectly still, he finds it strange. Are these people not afraid of death? This drawn-out stalemate makes Liu Cheng hesitate. Our conflict has nothing to do with these people. How can I open fire on innocents? But this is just enabling a scoundrel like Basa to push his luck even further, missing his chance by worrying about the nomads' lives. Back in the mansion, Basa gives the order. Army, prepare to attack. April immediately complies. Yes, sir. His subordinate just follows orders blindly, preparing to open fire without a second thought for the nomads' lives. Just then, a figure appears, cutting through the tense atmosphere. Hold on. Han Xiao calmly walks toward Liu Cheng's vehicle. Give me some face. His goal is to temporarily defuse the situation. If you want to fight, we can talk about it tomorrow. The biggest wild card showing up catches Basa completely off guard. Wait, why is he getting involved? Liu Cheng is just as surprised. Black Ghost, why is he here? He gives the order. Lower your weapons, now. His army immediately obeys, returning to a state of high alert. After this, Lin Wei finds his identity even more mysterious. He really stopped them. Who exactly is this Black Ghost? And that's where we'll leave it. You and I just saw a single name halt an entire battle. The power this guy holds is absolutely insane. Even the dude filming everything had to pause. Trust me, you and I are about to see why this guy is the real main character. The Black Ghost's reputation was rock solid, the main attraction at Liu Cheng's camp, where tents hidden in the forest were still glowing. Suddenly, feet pound through the darkness. A gun barrel shoves right into Han Xiao's face, forcing him to stop. The guard trembles, yelling, "Stop! What do you want?" Even holding a gun, the guy is terrified, backing towards the entrance. Han Xiao almost feels sorry for him. Calm down. I'm here to talk to your leader. Someone inside the tent hears the commotion and calls out, "Let him in." Liu Cheng stands there in a crisp uniform, hands in his pockets, looking our guy up and down. So it is you. Why would the legendary Black Ghost want to get involved in my fight with Basha? Han Xiao just smiles. No reason. I just want to help you. The man raises an eyebrow, skeptical. Help me? We've never even met before, have we? The truth won't work on a suspicious mind, so he just jokes, let's just say you're easier on the eyes than Basha, and the flattery seems to work. He nods in agreement. True. Basha is a despicable bastard, using refugees as human shields. And those refugees are strange, none of them fear death. I offer them a way out, but they won't take it. Han Xiao waves his hand, full of confidence. A small matter. I can solve your refugee problem. Liu Cheng knows nothing in this world comes for free, so he cuts right to it. And yeah, this is the million-dollar question, so what do you want from me? Han Xiao just leaves a cool silhouette behind him, waving a hand. I don't need any payment. Hearing that, of course, just makes the man more nervous. No payment means a bigger agenda, a favor he'll owe down the line. A million thoughts are racing through Liu Cheng's mind as he strokes his chin, thinking so hard you can almost see the wrinkles forming. He finally gives up, trying to figure it out. All right then, I'm counting on you. The night is still long. The sky is dotted with a few clouds and sparkling stars. Han Xiao taps Frenzied Sword on the shoulder. I've got a job for you. He checks his interface. Mission activated, spread the news. Announce that Black Ghost has joined Liu Cheng's side, with the reward based on the buzz it generates. The more people know, the more experience he gets. And players count too. He taps the screen excitedly. Just spreading a rumor? This is way too easy. He smiles, completely satisfied. Now all he has to do is let his reputation do the heavy lifting. In a small town nearby, the nightlife is in full swing. People are still out and about, lights still on. One player sees Frenzied Sword zip by and has to ask, "The Black Ghost is getting involved? For real?" He glances back and confirms. It's true, he joined Liu Cheng's side. An older player looks worried. If we pick the town, does that mean we fight the Black Ghost? His friend agrees. I think so. This must be a quest hint. Another guy slumps over his screen, groaning. We're screwed. We chose the wrong side. How can we fight the Black Ghost? Watching all this, Fatty praises himself 1,000 times. Good thing I held off on choosing a side. The kid makes a decision and takes off running. If I get on Black Ghost's good side, I can get way more footage of him. It's a huge win. He sprints marathon style and finally reaches Liu Cheng's camp. Drenched in sweat, Fatty screams at the top of his lungs, "Black Ghost, I want to join your side." Han Xiao turns his head at the ear-splitting yell. Oh, it's this kid again. He opens his arms and starts his recruitment pitch. A very wise choice. I can see you have great potential. Then he asks the one fatal question that makes the kid's eyes go wide in disbelief. You're about to see a gamer's dream come true. Want to be my temporary assistant? This is the Black Ghost's hidden scenario, he stammers, before roaring for everyone to hear. I accept. Maple Moon just gapes in admiration. He triggered the Black Ghost's hidden quest, but Li Yao still hasn't processed it. How did he do that? He suddenly rushes forward. I get it. This quest is the trigger for the hidden scenario. You just have to join his side. Han Xiao closes his eyes and wags a finger, crushing his hopes. Huh? I don't need another assistant. Li Yao's eyes go empty as he asks, defeated, why not? His buddy behind him guesses, maybe only the first person to join can activate the hidden quest? Han Xiao ignores his frustrated yells. A step too late means a missed opportunity. He just leans back, hands behind his head, and checks his screen. Bringing Fatty on board is like having a personal reporter. Controlling public opinion is a weapon itself, not bad at all. Swiping across his new recruit's profile, Han Xiao starts to calculate. Right now, the only players that interest him are Frenzied Sword, Maple Moon, and Fatty. The numbers are a bit low. He needs to expand the team. He gazes into the distance. But for now, he's only hit 2 starter villages. There are dozens more waiting for him. What he has is opportunity. Over in Green Valley, a massive castle stands coldly in the night. Basha grinds his teeth, peering through binoculars. Why did those refugees leave my town? How did Liu Cheng win them over? He watches soldiers direct the people, knowing the refugees will be staying there now, and his heart sinks. The refugees were my trump card against Liu Cheng. It's over. Basha lowers his head, cursing Han Xiao. That damn Black Ghost said he was just passing through but ended up helping Liu Cheng. His fists clench, trembling with rage. If I take my armed men and leave now, there's a good chance Liu Cheng won't even chase us. Another hand suddenly grabs his arm. Running before the fight even starts? Xiao Rui yanks Basha back, reminding him, have you forgotten the Overm family motto? Basha retorts frantically, half the refugees are gone, and we're up against the Black Ghost. The man just stares him down and gives a cold order. Overmia never loses without a fight. Tell your men to prepare for battle. My bodyguard will handle the Black Ghost. From out of nowhere, Liu Cheng leaps onto the city wall. Xiao Rui turns to his bodyguard. Liu Cheng, the Black Ghost is all yours. The old man grits his teeth, hoping he can actually hold off that monster. He turns to reassure the man. Don't be afraid. Not all the refugees betrayed us. Rally them. We still have a fighting chance. Finally, Xiao Rui lowers his head, a dangerous look in his eyes. Prepare the vehicles. The moment we start losing, we retreat immediately. Back at Liu Cheng's camp, soldiers are armed to the teeth, lined up behind trenches, ready to fight. Liu Cheng raises his binoculars. They've decided to make a last stand. And you and I both know this battle is unavoidable. With the order given for a full-scale attack in 20 minutes, the officer turns to Han Xiao, looking incredibly grateful. Thankful that he handled the refugee problem, Han Xiao just grins and gives a lazy, it's nothing. But Liu Cheng is still wary of this too-good-to-be-true situation. Do these refugees really follow his orders? And why is a big shot like you even looking at us? Baoru, playing hero behind a tree, is stunned by the old man's words. Big shot, another clue to Black Phantom's real identity. Han Xiao just laughs and claps the old man on the shoulder like a buddy. Just go move the refugees, no pressure. Through the binoculars, Liu Cheng's army is overwhelming the enemy with explosive firepower. Han Xiao lowers his binoculars, letting out a yawn so big it brings tears to his eyes. Just as I thought, Liu Cheng can win this easily, so I'll just chill. Suddenly, a dark figure flies over the soldiers, shouting, "It's Liu Cheng!" Aura blazing, charging right for him. "I'm here to be your opponent." Han Xiao, annoyed, yanks a gun from his pocket. "Who is this guy? Can a man get a break? Stick with me." This is where a chill day goes completely off the rails. He doesn't hesitate, firing several shots straight at the guy. But Liu Cheng just strolls through the bullet storm like he's walking through a light drizzle. His body crackles with electricity, and every bullet that hits him might as well be bouncing off solid steel. A warning screams in Han Xiao's head. Kinetic energy absorption. This is gonna be a problem. Okay, let me break this down for you. Han Xiao is unloading on this dude, and he's just standing there, happily taking every single hit. Kinetic energy absorption lets him soak up all kinds of physical force and make it his own. After eating a few clips, he'll be glowing with energy like a superhero. If the attack isn't strong enough to break his power's limit, the energy gets absorbed and converted into his own strength. Feeling like this little practical lesson has made its point, Liu Cheng steps closer with a warning. "Black Phantom, this battle has nothing to do with you. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." Han Xiao scoffs, throwing the problem right back. "You tell me not to worry, so I don't? Wouldn't that be a little embarrassing for me?" The guy flexes his credentials, trying to kill Han Xiao's morale. His title, a top assassin from Am Vong, the ace of the Blood Pact Federation. Scared yet? I'm warning you, stay off this battlefield. Nearby, Bao Ru is hiding with a camera, a truly dedicated gossip hound, not letting the tension stop him from getting the scoop. Am Vong? The Blood Pact Federation? What powers are those? Looks like we're finally getting a piece of the puzzle behind the mysterious Black Phantom's identity. While the guy is monologuing, Han Xiao quickly swaps to a different magazine. To deal with ability users like this, you can't use normal bullets. He loads the high-am rounds, then decides to strike first. Leaping high into the air, he fires off several shots in quick succession. Liu Cheng slides to the side, dodging with his long legs, but the high-am rounds explode, creating a cloud of eerie green smoke, a poison gas that makes him sweat. He springs back up, charges energy into his fist until it glows, and bursts out of the smoke completely unharmed. Heh, child's play. Liu Cheng launches himself into the air, rocketing straight toward Han Xiao. A fist fully loaded with energy slams right into Han Xiao's chest. The force of the blow sends him flying for meters, smashing clean through a massive tree trunk. He finally stops when his back hits a boulder, coughing up a mouthful of blood, looking 100% wrecked. Han Xiao stumbles to his feet, wipes his mouth, his mind racing. This guy can use that kinetic energy for a massive speed burst. The poison rounds don't work. I know what you're thinking. Is he done for? Nah. This is where he gets smart, realizing he has to end this fast. He slips on his thermoelectric cutting gauntlets, electricity crackling across his hand. Just then, Liu Cheng rushes in for another punch, but this time, Han Xiao dodges backward. Then he flips through the air, lands on the guy's shoulders, his lightning fist hovering over his head. "Let's see you absorb heat energy, tough guy." Han Xiao puts all his strength into it, slamming his electric hand right into the guy's face, sending him crashing to the ground. Liu Cheng feels the fresh, sizzling hot tattoo on his face and screams in agony, "High temperature!" Enraged, he kicks Han Xiao's knee with his supermodel leg, then uses the distance to turn and run, while Han Xiao is still stunned. He's speechless. This dude takes one hit and runs, but Liu Cheng is definitely smarter than he looks. He's running straight for the trenches, where countless soldiers are holding their guns. Seeing him approach, a soldier yells, "Enemy spotted over here! Fire!" Han Xiao pauses, his jaw dropping as he realizes the plan. Oh no. He wants to absorb the kinetic energy. Liu Cheng spreads his arms wide, welcoming the rain of bullets. Shell casings pile up at his feet as his entire body sparks with electricity, smoke swirling around him. The soldiers just stare, mouths wide open. Is he a monster? Bullets don't even hurt him. From a distance, Han Xiao screams at them. Bullets are useless against him. Stop firing. Liu Cheng grinds his teeth and shoots Han Xiao a death glare. This energy is more than enough to kill you. He crouches and leaps into the air, then launches himself at Han Xiao like a human cannonball, wrapped in a vortex of blue energy. He raises his arm over his head and brings it down with devastating force. His elbow lands right on Han Xiao's jaw, making him spit blood again. Han Xiao is caught in the massive energy blast, a world-ending explosion. The ground shatters, sending dirt and rock flying everywhere, leaving a crater. Rings of energy blast upwards into the sky. As the dust settles, he's lying sprawled in the middle of the hole. If it weren't for the broken trees everywhere, you'd think he was just taking a nap. Pissed, Han Xiao reads the new notification. Magnetic armor durability down 132 points. You took 241 points of damage. Meanwhile, Liu Cheng is posing like a superhero, arms out, with the fiery background completing the look. Pressing his advantage, he leaps high into the air, taking aim at Han Xiao, who's just staggering to his feet. But Han Xiao doesn't hesitate. He turns and runs. You think he's stupid enough to be a punching bag? As he runs, the gears in his head are turning. On this battlefield, he can absorb power any time. I'll lure him to my camp, where my soldiers won't shoot. Let's see where he gets his energy then. And you and I both know this is a classic big brain move. The two of them begin a dramatic chase scene, heading straight for the Green Valley Castle. Han Xiao quickly slaps in a fresh clip, then launches himself onto the fortress wall. He flips in a spectacular mid-air volley, raining down bullets on the soldiers inside the city. Soldiers dropped like flies, but one still screamed with his dying breath. The Black Ghost broke through. Go warn the general. Liu Cheng was hot on his trail, getting pissed watching his target zip around like a bird. Black Ghost, don't even think about running. But Han Xiao just ignored him, flashing a confident smile. He took the bait. A soldier who was unloading his clip suddenly stopped and yelled, "Hold your fire! Don't hit Lord Liu Cheng!" They finally got the picture. Liu Cheng scowled, cursing under his breath. Damn it, I have to take him down before all my kinetic energy runs out. He decisively threw a palm strike, but Han Xiao was as slippery as an eel now, swerving his hover scooter to the side. Our boy did a flip, pulling off a sliding shot right at the ground, using the recoil to dodge an attack that cracked the pavement. Liu Cheng just got more furious, missing wildly but still wrecking public property with every swing. Han Xiao wasn't just standing there. He kept circling, his eyes darting around, calculating everything. His speed is slowing down, the energy he built up is almost gone. Han Xiao leaped to a tower's peak with Liu Cheng right behind him. The tower top instantly shattered under his rival's fist, while Han Xiao just sailed through the air like nothing happened. While diving headfirst toward the ground, he grinned. The smoke and dust completely blinded him. Perfect. Now pay attention, because this is where the whole fight turns around. In the dust cloud he created, Liu Cheng was coughing his lungs out. Han Xiao saw his opening electricity crackled around his hand as he unleashed an overload will burning strike. This time it landed right on Liu Cheng's cheek. The impact was so strong his head snapped clean to the side. His back slammed hard into the city wall, leaving a bright red mark on his face. Liu Cheng could barely open one eye, but he quickly realized how bad things were. Damn. He's too strong. It's only a matter of time before this town falls. He struggled to his feet, blood dripping from his mouth, determined to warn his commander before escaping with his life. Liu Cheng grabbed his radio, reporting frantically, "Commander, I can't hold on any longer." Seeing Han Xiao closing in fast behind him, he rushed out his last words, "I'll try to lure the Black Ghost away. You need to leave now." He could feel death's scythe on his neck. "If I don't make it back." Liu Cheng closed his eyes, sending one final message. "Please, take care of my family." In the deep, cold night, a convoy of military vehicles sped down a deserted, winding road. Ba Sat was sweating bullets inside one of the cars, nervously asking the guy next to him, "What? Liu Cheng couldn't stop the Black Ghost?" "The Black Ghost is an absolute monster. I told you we shouldn't have provoked him." Xiao Rui was regretting everything, growling in frustration. "Stop whining. At least we made it out." Not convinced, the old man stuck his head out the window, looking around nervously. "He's not going to follow us, right?" He was literally just saying Liu Cheng was busy attacking the town when a bullet zipped past the car window. He saw a figure flying through the air towards them and stammered in pure terror. "B, Black Ghost." Han Xiao aimed his gun, firing non-stop as he yelled, "Trying to run?" A single precise bullet, glowing with heat, slammed right into the tire. The vehicle immediately spun out of control, crashing straight into the car behind it. The impact caused a massive explosion, swallowing both cars in fire and smoke, and taking out the drivers instantly. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Total badass move, right? But believe me, the craziest part is just getting started. Ba Sat coughed, clinging to the ruined doorframe, his face a mess of cuts and grime, staring at Han Xiao. Ba Sat screamed with all his remaining strength, "You're a liar! You weren't just passing through! You were working with Liu Cheng from the start!" Han Xiao couldn't be bothered with this drama and just shrugged. Nah, it was really just a coincidence. Knowing it was over, the old man hung his head in defeat. "Don't waste your breath. I know I won't survive this. Just kill me." Han Xiao, always happy to help, raised his gun and pulled the trigger. Fine. Wish granted. A single gunshot echoed through the night, startling a flock of birds from the trees. Han Xiao turned his back on the body slumped against the window, thinking the guy had some guts at the end. Then, his eyes narrowed, catching movement. So it was Xiao Rui, trying to sneak away behind a tree. He yelled freeze, making the guy stop in such a weird pose he looked like a zombie from a video game. With a cold gun barrel pointed at his face, the man threw his hands up, begging for his life. "Please, don't kill me." Han Xiao deadpanned. "Give me a reason." Xiao Rui bowed his head and screamed, "I can give you a ton of money. I can recommend you to the Overmia family." Something in that last part caught Han Xiao's interest. His eyes flicked to the man's pocket. What's in your pocket? Hand it over. Xiao Rui scrambled to offer it with both hands, trying to explain. Ah, it's just some useless papers. Han Xiao stared at his own ridiculously handsome face on a wanted poster with a 5 million bounty, and his fingers tightened. He glared at him, demanding, "Why are you carrying around a rookie's wanted poster?" By now, Xiao Rui was a pathetic mess, kneeling and sobbing on the ground. Wanted fugitive. Number 0 is Xiao Han, son of Overmia's second-in-command. He was supposed to be dead, but now he's suddenly wanted. The family sent me to find him. Han Xiao looked like he'd just discovered a new continent, mouthing the information. Xiao Han, number 0, the Overmia family. He pressed the gun closer, his voice low. Are you telling the truth? In this pathetic state, how could Xiao Rui possibly lie? It's true. I wouldn't dare lie to you. Han Xiao was speechless, so he had a father, and a bunch of siblings, too. He looked over this newfound relative who'd basically fallen out of the sky. This guy is family to this body. Han Xiao went quiet, lost in thought. He could use this identity, maybe get help from the massive Overmia army in the northern continent. Then, he suddenly raised his hand and gifted Xiao Rui a bullet right between the eyes. He had a look of pure arrogance. My status doesn't need backing from a power like Overmia anymore. Besides, my real family isn't in this world. Inside the Lugu base, 2 men stood on the city wall, looking down as Lu Cheng shouted out to the crowd. Everyone, relax, the fighting is over. I promise that from this day forward, your lives and your property will be protected. The kid behind Lin Ran groaned. Great, the protection mission failed, so we get nothing. The other guy agreed. We shouldn't have picked a side so fast. This was a total loss. A player named Bao Ru ran up to Quang Dao. Quang Dao Nu Jian, I'm Bao de Gubu Hui, a video game content creator. I wanted to ask about the Black Ghost background. And that's where we leave it for now. You and I just witnessed one hell of a story, and something tells me this is just getting started. He glanced over at Han Xiao lighting a cigarette nearby and answered quietly. His real name is Han Xiao. The big boss doesn't react, seemingly unfazed that he's spilling his secrets. He rubs his chin and continues. He used to work for Star Dragon, though the details are hazy. I just know he's connected to someone in their strategic defense department. Bunhead's face lights up. What a scoop. Asking this guy was the right move. Inside a massive building, a man with a wide smile calls out to Black Phantom, introducing himself as Lu Cheng and walking to his side. Thank you for your help. I couldn't have taken this town without you. He then pretends to ponder, the fighting's over, but what should we do with these refugees? They're just too weird. Able to revive. No wonder they aren't afraid. Han Xiao blows out a puff of smoke with a faint smile. You can treat them like a labor force or mercenaries. Offer them rewards, and they'll work for you. Lu Cheng thinks that's not a bad idea at all. All right, I'll give it a shot. He then gets to his real purpose. I have to return to Black Pine tomorrow. I was wondering if I could invite you to my territory to rest? It'd be a chance to repay you. The offer is a little surprising, but he agrees. Huh? Sure, why not? He then points a thumb back at Frenzied Sword and Bunhead, and I'm bringing my 2 lackeys with me. At the Black Pine settlement, 3 vehicles roll through the gates. Lu Cheng's voice booms out. Black Phantom, welcome to Black Pine. Standing on a high platform, he points in one direction. Over there is our weapons factory, where we make guns and ammo. Frenzied Sword looks like a country boy in the big city, his jaw on the floor. It's huge. This isn't a scene a newbie should be seeing. Bunhead's professional instincts kick in as he whips out his camera. Following Black Phantom is seriously leveling up his content. Frenzied Sword suddenly lets out a gasp, staring straight ahead. He grips the railing, peering at a group of people inside a fenced-off area. What's that place? Why are they locked up? And here's where the happy little tour takes a very dark turn. That's the quarantine for the seriously ill, Lu Cheng says, his head bowed. Residents with the stone plaque plague have to be locked up to prevent infection. Even Han Xiao is taken aback. The stone plaque? That highly contagious gene mutation? Below, an infected man claws desperately at the fence. A guard in a full hazmat suit immediately raises his rifle and unloads on him. 2 bullets tear through the man's body, sending blood flying. Another man watches his comrade succumb to the disease and collapse, his face a mask of apathy. Lu Cheng continues to explain. Yes, the disease is nearly impossible to cure. To control the outbreak, we can only contain the infected. Down below, a team in protective gear quickly carries the corpse away before carefully spraying disinfectant everywhere. Bunhead stares at the scene, completely stunned. That's so cold-blooded. Lu Cheng just sighs, saying he has no other choice. It started with only a dozen people, but one of them, knowing he couldn't be cured, escaped the quarantine. Now, the number of infected is over 300. Suddenly, a quest notification pops up in front of Han Xiao. You have triggered the quest. Source of the stone plaque. Mission briefing. The Black Pine settlement is plagued by an epidemic. You feel you can do something. Requirements. 1. Find the source of the disease. 2. Reduce its spread. 3. Cure all infected people. He sighs, swiping through the screen. I'm too lazy for these newbie quests, and I'd have to find other newbies. Wait, no, he needs to recruit more players to the mechanic class. He looks over at his 2 followers who are cheering about the new mission. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Classic high-level player move, right? He starts scheming. If players complete this quest for me, can I get the rewards? Worth a try, he thinks to himself. Liu Cheng raises a hand, cutting them off. My men have prepared a banquet. At the Lord's castle, the golden sun hides behind the clouds, casting a lonely mood over the scene. Han Xiao's group and Liu Cheng sit opposite each other at a luxurious dining table. Frenzied Sword and Bunhead are demolishing the food, praising it non-stop. Whoa, this is amazing. The taste mechanics in this game are so realistic. Liu Cheng begins politely. Ah, Black Phantom. Even though you said you don't need payment, I still feel indebted. He then pushes a business card across the table. This is my number. If you ever need help with anything in the future, just give me a call. Han Xiao, operating on the principle that only a fool refuses a free advantage, scratches his chin and makes a reasonable proposal. Actually, I was hoping to borrow your workshop and some materials to build something. Liu Cheng sees helping him as a pleasure, so he agrees instantly. No problem, I'll have my people arrange it for you. Han Xiao gives Frenzied Sword a hard slap on the back, causing him to spit out his wine. He then casually announces, the stone plaque will become a disaster, but I have to leave as soon as my project is done. However, my friends will stay behind to help you all. Frenzied Sword's eyes go wide with a pitiful look. Are you abandoning me? Han Xiao, the ultimate deadbeat dad, just casually taps his screen and replies with a dismissive jab. Don't say such cringy things. I'll be back, and I won't forget your cut of the profits. Stunned, he accepts his fate and turns to his buddy. Black Phantom gave us a new quest. We just need to stay here and solve the plague problem. To raise our favorability with the Black Pine faction, Bunhead throws an arm over his shoulder, naively sealing the deal. That's a ton of experience. Okay, let's stay. Han Xiao clenches his fist, rubbing his forehead like a fed-up father. These 2 are killing my efficiency, so they might as well stay here. At the armory workshop, the rising sun signals a new, bustling day. Well, bustling for everyone else. Han Xiao is busy crafting his new toy. In just a moment, he cheers out loud. Success! The system quickly scans the information on this hot piece of hardware. It's called the Sunworm, a handheld flamethrower, a small-type flame weapon. He skims the cheesy official name, Dancing Blaze. That's the warmth of its love, he scoffs internally. What a ridiculous nickname. Han Xiao quickly straps it to his arm to test it out. Very flexible. With 69 points in strength now, I can totally ignore this weight. Suddenly, a voice from out of nowhere catches his attention. Not bad at all. Zhen steps out of nowhere, holding a rifle and asking, an electromagnetic kinetic weapon? Which master crafted this? Are you selling it? I'll give you 500,000 N for it. 1 million, Han Xiao replies, deadpan at the guy's sheer randomness, then asks dryly, and who are you? The old man immediately introduces himself. I'm Lei Zhenyu, the new chief mechanical advisor for Liu Cheng. Han Xiao racks his brain. Bored. Oh right, this old guy is a master from old Liu's generation. After Liu Cheng abandoned his daughter for the military, old Liu specifically invited his old friend Lei Zhenyu to help out. Zhenyu, still fixated, points at the gun again. I want this electromagnetic rifle. Name your price. Han Xiao flashes a handful of rare schematics, raising an eyebrow in challenge. Do I look like I need the money? If money doesn't work, we'll try connections. The old man points to himself, trying to sell his own value. Okay, listen up, cause you're about to see our boy get a pretty shady offer. The old man says, if you're not broke, I can mentor you myself. I see that hunger in your eyes to learn from a master. Han Xiao shoots him a sarcastic look. The guy looks more like a wandering con artist than any kind of master. But then again, this guy is the key to that hidden quest with 4 rare blueprints. It might be worth befriending him. He stares at the old man like a walking pile of gold, making him ask, why are you looking at me like that? Han Xiao strokes his chin, calculating. If he remembers right, this guy knows advanced knowledge, something players can't normally learn. Time for a test. He grins slyly. I can make a trade, but what I want is your advanced knowledge. Zhenyu strokes his goatee, thinking it over. The electromagnetic gun is fascinating, but it's not valuable enough for that kind of trade. After a moment, he closes his eyes and waves a hand. I can't teach you advanced knowledge, but I can trade you something I created with it. Han Xiao sighs. A little disappointed. Knew it. Advanced knowledge isn't that easy to get. He reluctantly takes the other option. Deal. I'll make you a new one. Zhen Yu's jaw drops. You made this gun? Han Xiao just picks his nose and asks, yeah, what about it? The old man forces a fake smile. So this kid's mechanic skills were already that high? Zi Xin, who'd been standing by, leans in and whispers some world-shattering intel. Now watch this. Not just his mechanic skills. He's the Black Ghost, the legendary assassin from the dark web. Zhen Yu's entire attitude flips, and he immediately gives a deep, respectful bow. So you're the Black Ghost. My apologies. Please, follow me. Han Xiao smirks and wipes his nose, feeling smug. With real power, you get respect everywhere you go. They head to the high-level researchers' quarters, a place with extremely tight security and armed guards at the gate. Zhen Yu lifts a wine bottle, revealing a hidden button underneath. He presses it without a second thought. The wine rack splits open, revealing a secret chamber. He gestures proudly. Right ahead is my secret room. They quickly step inside. I have 4 items created with advanced knowledge. You can choose one. First up is a canister of green, Type 1 microbial nanites. These nanites can rapidly clear negative statuses, neutralize toxins, and stop bleeding instantly. Next is a glass orb containing a Fermi condensate, used to rapidly cool down machinery. Next is a thin, square box with several glass plates on top, a Yunin rubberizing projectile launcher. Anything it hits temporarily turns to rubber to absorb kinetic energy, then instantly hardens, trapping the object. And finally, a long rectangular box filled with green threads, PEO artificial nanofibers. They're incredibly durable and have an elasticity far beyond their size. Han Xiao quickly runs the numbers. They're all good items, but the first 2 are consumables, a bad deal, and his own titanium alloy can handle bullets just fine. He quickly shakes the man's hand to seal the deal. I'll take the PE artificial nanofibers. Zhen Yu can't help but praise him. A good eye. I also believe the artificial fibers are the most valuable item here. He hands over the entire protective case. This is everything I have. It's all yours. Okay, let that sink in for a second. Our boy just hit the absolute jackpot. That's enough artificial fiber to build the muscle system for a light mech suit. He's one huge step closer to his goal. Leaving the room, he asks for another favor. I need one more thing, but I have no way to acquire it. I hope you can help me buy a Wildfire-class mini-reactor. Zhen Yu seems troubled. That's the power core for a light mech suit. I can't get that easily either. I can ask around for you, but it could take months, and the price will be extremely high. Han Xiao puts on his rich guy persona again. Money is not an issue. Han Xiao heads back to the armory. He yawns and scratches his head, waving to his followers. You two, over here. They come running over, and he gets straight to the point. I'm leaving today. You guys stay here. I'll contact you if anything comes up. Baozi's eyes widen sadly. You're leaving so soon? Han Xiao just smiles to reassure them. You two can try to solve the Black Pine Plague. And as for you, Kuang Dao, I've been impressed by your potential lately. He holds out 2 guns. Perhaps you have the talent to use weapons more effectively. Kuang Dao's eyes light up, absolutely stunned. This is, for me? Baozi watches him with pure jealousy. Is this also a benefit of the hidden scenario? If you perform well, Black Ghost gives you perks. Han Xiao doesn't hold back his praise. Kuang Dao, Raging Blade, you have great potential in direct combat. You could also learn close combat skills and become a pugilist mechanic. He nods eagerly. Really? I was actually thinking the same thing. Han Xiao turns to leave, waving over his shoulder. All right, I expect you both to be much stronger the next time we meet. And with that, the helicopter takes off without a second glance. Even while flying, Han Xiao is hard at work. He stares intently at the screen, deep in thought. The Viper light mech suit is a rare, advanced-tier piece of equipment. Normally, the requirements to get this blueprint are incredibly strict. For now, his only option is to try and invent the mech suit from scratch. Building it in separate modules might be safer, and the success rate should be much higher. He stares blankly at the fusion failed text on all his screens and accepts the truth. All right, so maybe the success rate isn't that high. Burned out, he slumps onto the table. His experience points are almost gone. He needs to get to a starter village, fast. 11 days later, at Bighorn Village, the sky is blue and the sun is shining. Players rush past, greeting each other. Black Ghost is here. Aren't you going to learn a skill or buy gear? I'm short on experience. I'll go right after I finish this quest. Han Xiao, the master merchant, sits in his truck beside his stash of hoarded goods, focused on his monitor. He sees his level tick over from 54 to 55 and clenches his fist in triumph. 3 starter villages, a grand total of 923,000 experience points. The player market definitely has the most potential. But after the excitement comes the worry. His total level is 55, and you and I both know he'll need a class advancement to level up any further. Hope I get a simple quest this time. The system asks, do you want to use 894,000 experience to level up Apprentice Mechanic? This upgrade will trigger a class advancement quest. He agrees without a second's hesitation. The screen immediately flashes the class, change quest, craft 5 rare quality machines, each with a power level rating of at least 60. Han Xiao freezes, his eyes wide as headlights, his jaw practically hitting the floor. You've got to be kidding me, he screams, absolutely petrified by his own big mouth. Damn, what kind of rotten luck is this? Am I that cursed? He randomly gets one of the absolute hardest advancement conditions. A power rating of 60 means he can't just cheese it with low-level gear. He has to craft high-level purple-grade machinery that actually matches. Defeated, Han Xiao pokes at the screen, completely giving up on the quest for now. All he can do is max out his skills. The class change seems hopeless. The system coldly replies, intermediate machinery affinity upgraded. No further skill upgrades possible. He has 1,022 experience points left. He could weep at how broke he is. Not enough experience. Easy come, easy go. His eyes now burn with a single-minded goal. Get rich, no matter what. He's milked the southern continent starter village dry. Time for the next zone. It seems the West Continent has a hidden quest. So, West Continent it is. At the Farian Group airport, several private jets are lined up, ready for takeoff. Han Xiao turns to remind the baggage handler to be careful. Those are rare and expensive materials inside. Anton curiously asks, where are you headed? Before he can answer, Anton launches into a warning, telling him an assassin of his caliber heading to the West Continent is big news. Agents from Hong Feng and Ifan will definitely be looking for you. Our influence in the West Continent is limited, so I'm warning you, keep a low profile. He just waves a hand, turning away and tossing back. Don't worry, I won't cause any trouble. At the dark web's southern base, the city gleams with modern wealth. Everyone is buzzing with the news. What? Black Phantom is on his way to the West Continent? Bennett lounges in his chair, staring at his phone as a robotic voice announces the number he's calling is unavailable. Please try again later, it says, and he scowls in annoyance. I was just about to invite him to protect the new pilot sanctuary in the south. Man, that guy moves fast, but an idea quickly sparks in Bennett's mind. Wait a second. Those stubborn bureaucrats in Hongfeng are refusing to send supplies. This is perfect. I'll just let Black Phantom make a statement for me. Aboard the speeding jet, a loud sneeze suddenly echoes through the cabin. Han Xiao glances up from the player forums, confused. The plane has air conditioning. How could he catch a cold? Someone must be thinking about him. The comments are an absolute flood of praise. Ah, I love Black Phantom so much. I have a disease where I'll die if I don't see Black Phantom. Why doesn't my continent have a character like him? He leans back, hands behind his head, calculating. The way things are developing, the NPCs have probably noticed that the players are something special. The Inhuman event must be starting soon. Meanwhile, at the Germinal Organization's research base, inside the same imposing grand building as before. Now, let's cut to a much darker scene. Electrolux is strapped to a cold surgical bed, his mind racing. The other players are already level 8 on average. When will I finally level up? Why am I locked in here being dissected by NPCs? The germinal biologist, Cebus, sits with his legs crossed, reading over the data. The charts detail the entire experiment like a twisted journal. A notification for a mandatory quest flashes on the screen in front of Electrolux. Accept surgical experiment. The old man quickly picks up a scalpel and gets to work. First, Cebus makes an incision across his abdomen, and blood begins to trickle out. He observes intently, dictating his findings to an assistant. Normal body structure. No special organs found that could trigger resurrection. Severing respiratory organs causes vital signs to decline normally. The wound bleeds continuously. A system notification pops up. You are undergoing a fatal surgery. Due to the special circumstances, experience points will be deducted. Cebus removes his mask and steps back. Electrolux sits up, his body's self-healing activating as the two scientists watch. The old man cries out in joy. He revived in 10 seconds. Just like normal, Cebus touches the blood on the bed, holding it up to the light with a twisted expression. The blood on the operating table is still fresh. How fascinating. You. No, what exactly are all of you? Electrolux opens his eyes, a cunning plan forming. Fools. Let me see how you react to this. He points to his own face and declares, the world you live in is just a game. I am a player. Cebus watches him ranting in what sounds like complete gibberish and sighs in disappointment. It's the same nonsense answer he gave under hypnosis. But suddenly, Electrolux realizes something. As soon as he tries to reveal real-world information, the system alters his speech. The developers want players to become true residents, immersed in this other reality, so they restrict them from leaking info. Hila's voice suddenly crackles over the communicator. Sebus, what's the status of the experiment? He reports professionally. We still can't determine the origin of the inhuman phenomenon. I suspect they are projections from a higher civilization, giving birth to a new race. Can you provide more test subjects? She gives him a cold ultimatum. If your judgment is correct, the 6 nations will act according to the in absentia Cosmic Civilization Contact Treaty. Contacting other starfaring civilizations to investigate the source of the inhuman phenomenon will become our top priority. This is our only window. I'll send more Inhumans for you to capture. You'd better find an answer, and fast. The plane glides over a peaceful farm. And just like that, we're back with Han Xiao. He rests his chin on his hand, enjoying the calm, thinking he's just heading to the next starter village. Then a new message pops up, and his eyes go wide. A mission from D? The sender is cautious, giving specific instructions. Black Phantom. This is a high-level bounty from D's upper echelon. Your mission is to infiltrate the residences of several Hongfeng officials and plant some documents. A contact will meet you in the West Continent and give you the files. Below is the intel on the officials and the meeting point. Not quite understanding the situation, Han Xiao immediately makes a call. Hello, Bennett, what is this mission? Bennett, on the other end, quickly explains everything. A few of Hongfeng's financial managers are blocking supply shipments for the dark web. These corrupt officials are afraid of losing money from their own little treasuries, so they're vehemently opposing it. Hearing this, a question pops into Han Xiao's mind. Are these supplies for Bennett's sanctuary plan? Out loud, however, he carefully pretends he has no idea what supplies Bennett is talking about. The old man doesn't hide a thing, telling him everything he knows. The organization is preparing a plan called the Sanctuary. We were supposed to have a year to prepare, but with war about to break out, we have to request aid from the nations. Only Hongfeng refused. You and I just saw his heart skip a beat. It really is the Sanctuary plan. This is a critical main storyline. If he can get in on this, it'll be huge. All right, let's dive in. Han Xiao spots an opportunity and jumps right on it. That Sanctuary plan. You guys need a hand? Hearing the enthusiasm, Bennett can't really refuse. After all, Han Xiao helped them in Somar, and Star Dragon sent aid first. We owe you one. I could really use your help. When you get to the southern continent, I'll fill you in on the details. Han Xiao cheerfully agrees, adding a casual reminder. No problem. Just make sure I get something out of it. Bennett just sighs, knowing he has no choice. Yeah, that's your style. We'll talk when you get here. And just like that, the call ends. The system menu opens up. Han Xiao glances at the mission summary, no special rewards. Looks like a standard quest. Something he can finish with a snap of his fingers. That afternoon in the southern continent's starter village, Jupiter of the Godly Guild finds his guildmate Paul Sidon moping. What are you so bummed out about all day? The guy puts on a tragic face and whines. The A-rank mission to find Zero was already taken by the pro club players. All I can do are these lame odd jobs. It's so boring. Jupiter rolls his eyes at the pathetic display. Dude, stop faking it. The club is loaded with rewards. You bought tons of skills and gear from Black Phantom. Your level is way higher than anyone else's right now. Annoyed by his teammate, Boss Sidon just breaks into a smug grin. Well, that's what you get when the southern continent has the Black Phantom, right? You see the players on other continents complaining? Feels good, man. Suddenly, Jupiter's expression freezes. His voice turns urgent. Wait, check the forums, now. The two huddle around the updated info feed, and Sidon's eyes go wide. What? Black Phantom is in the western continent. After reading, Sidon's face falls, a mix of disappointment and worry. Is he going to visit every starter village? Our guild's advantage is gone. Jupiter, though worried himself, tries to calm his teammate down. We learn the skills first, so we can complete more missions. But just as they start to feel better, pay attention. The world chat absolutely explodes with news that Black Phantom is teaching a new skill. Sidon is in total shock. What? A skill that can increase my power limit? He didn't have that skill when he was in the southern continent. It hits Jupiter like a bolt of lightning. He suddenly understands a horrible truth. Wait, does this mean the later you meet Black Phantom, the better stuff he gives out? He slumps over, all energy gone. Southern continent players got screwed. Our advantage is gone, and we got stabbed in the back. Boss Sidon is literally on the ground, crying his eyes out. This is so unfair. Meanwhile, that evening in the Western Continent starter village, Han Xiao faces a mob of players. All right, brave warriors, I need to rest. Come back tomorrow. Hearing this, the crowd erupts in despair. What? I've been in line for 2 hours. I've been here 4 hours. What are you complaining about? When is it ever going to be my turn? I need to learn that power refinement method. The door slams shut, but the chaotic noise from outside only gets louder. Nobody stop me. I'm waiting right here all night. Han Xiao just smirks, completely satisfied with the chaos. He thinks to himself that every player can learn power refinement at their first-class advancement, but of course they don't know that. He yawns and stretches out on the bed, reassuring himself. He's earning EXP while helping Chinese players get a level 20 skill at level 10. It's not ripping them off, it's a win-win. Suddenly, a new notification catches his eye. Looks like Bun Hit Dog has a new video out. The title is simple: Activity. It's called Galactic Exploration Diary. He opens it and whistles, impressed by the high view count. The host starts speculating that Black Phantom might be Han Xiao from Star Dragon Intelligence. And let's be honest, you and I can see he's getting dangerously close to the truth. Han Xiao runs through his various identities. Germinal knows him as Zero, and maybe his original name, Xiao Han, but not as Black Phantom or Han Xiao. Star Dragon knows he's Han Xiao and Zero, but doesn't know he's Black Phantom. The players know he's Han Xiao and Black Phantom, and that he worked for Star Dragon. They don't know he's Zero. The players haven't encountered any intel about Zero yet. And the dark web, they only know he's Black Phantom, nothing else. Thinking about it, he can't hide a satisfied grin and lets out a devious chuckle. When you have this many identities, things are bound to get messy. Back on the video, Bun Hit Dog is narrating footage of Black Phantom's tour through all the starter villages. I believe this is decisive evidence, the streamer says. Black Phantom is the official guide for new players. Han Xiao watches, silently impressed by the guy's delivery. Choosing this Bun Hit Dog guy was definitely the right move. After this video goes viral, his own fame is going to skyrocket. But he realizes that just being a vendor isn't enough. He needs to get involved in the main storyline to make players actively seek him out. He switches off the video and quickly falls asleep. Soon, the morning sun is shining all over the village, and an impatient player is already banging on his door. Black Phantom, I'm here to buy skills. Inside, the system notifies him that the reactor is finished and ready for sale. A grin spreads across Han Xiao's face. Good news, first thing in the morning. He immediately places a call. Hello, how do we handle delivery? The other side explains quickly. The coordinates will be sent in 3 days. Cash on delivery. The mob outside gets even more restless, screaming, Black Phantom, the sun is up! Are you going to sleep all day? Just after placing the order, Han Xiao's phone buzzes. It's an unknown number, and the display simply reads, Autofan Border City, Severus. His expression turns grim as he processes everything. 3 days from now, huh? Still have some time. First, he'll deal with the crowd outside. Autofan Border City. Rain is pouring down, making the already gloomy streets feel completely deserted. Inside the command building, and trust me, the tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Agents peer through binoculars while others give orders. Snipers in position. Wait for the target to meet the buyer, then move in. Higher-ups suspect the target's contact is a major political slush fund. We need to catch them red-handed with the goods. The target is slippery, so stay sharp. A supervisor turns to their ace agent, Autofan. You're our final safety net. Be ready to deploy at a moment's notice. The man calmly looks through his rifle scope and gives a cold reply. Understood. Meanwhile, at the SOS coastal outpost, soldiers are on high alert, guarding every post. A truck pulls up and a guard steps over to inspect it, asking for their friend's death certificate. The driver hands over the papers along with a bit of cash. The guard pockets it all and pretends he saw nothing. No problem. You can pass. Han Xiao walks through the rain, blending in with the crowd outside. He lights a cigarette, eyes scanning the area, and thinks to himself, this damn weather is horrible. I need to get this meeting over with and find a place to shower. At the meeting spot, the coffee shop seems more crowded than usual. As Han Xiao sips his drink, his brow furrows. Something about this cafe feels off. The man across from him seems suspicious, and it's obvious his attention isn't on the newspaper. Han Xiao's gaze quickly darts to a woman in a pink dress pretending to work. The girl at the counter is incredibly tense, holding a coffee she isn't drinking. His mind is racing with questions. Is the cafe being watched by the seller or a third party? And just like that, a system notification pops up. You and I are about to see this simple trade go completely sideways. The mission states the mysterious merchant he's meeting is a wanted criminal from Autofan. News of their transaction has been leaked. Unfortunately, that means he's now being watched, too. Dragged into a storm that has nothing to do with him, his objective is to escape Autofan's pursuit for an unknown special reward. Realizing the danger, Han Xiao is annoyed by his constant bad luck, but he thinks about the bigger picture and calms himself. The reaction furnace is a crucial energy core for the mechanic class, so a little risk is worth it. He'll just have to adapt. Just then, a new customer enters the cafe. Allah, with his face covered, walks to Han Xiao's table and places a suitcase on it. The guy silently scans the room as Han Xiao quickly unlocks the case, picking up the item inside to inspect it. Han Xiao smiles, satisfied, thinking, it's the real deal, and the quality is good. Looks like I didn't get ripped off. He starts tapping on his screen and confirms, the item is good, payment sent, and even includes a helpful tip. The moment the transaction is complete, every single customer in the cafe turns to look their way. Pay attention, because this is the exact moment the trap springs. Han Xiao slams the case shut and gives a friendly warning. We're being watched. A second later, he screams. Legs already pumping. Run. Ula jumps up, startled, and sees no clear exit. He insanely dives straight through the glass window, his feet moving like rockets. However, the police were already positioned outside. Seeing their target, the captain immediately gives the order. Damn it, they split up. Go. After them. The sound of gunfire makes countless people scream in terror. What the hell? Why are NPCs firing in the street? Han Xiao's running feet suddenly skid to a halt. He pulls a ready-made gun from his pocket and, without a moment's hesitation, engages the police head-on. In just a few seconds, one of them is hit. Han Xiao sneers with a voice full of contempt. You're out of your league. From the street below, a hand made of water shoots up and grabs his ankle. This makes Han Xiao jump and look down, but by the time he realizes what's happening, it's too late. Both his legs are trapped. He doesn't understand what's happening and his mind races in panic. An Esper? They even sent out a superpowered agent? All he did was buy a reactor. Gripping his gun tightly, Han Xiao fires ruthlessly downwards. Get your creepy leg-hugging hands off me! After a long shootout, the attacker finally reveals himself. But he's out of the frying pan and into the fire. The police are right on his tail, and he's clearly annoyed. He's so sick of this chase. Another one? This is so damn annoying. He tries to focus ahead, just as a police car suddenly speeds toward him. Han Xiao quickly uses the car to launch himself upwards, jumping from one level to the next, professionally dodging bullets while cursing internally. First, special agents. Now special forces? When is this gonna end? In the pouring rain, everything falls silent. The supervisor in the main building looks on anxiously, as a report comes in that they've lost the cellar. Seeing the plan fail miserably, Nikon gets so mad he slams the table. Damn it! He quickly contacts the sniper team, refusing to let the buyer escape. As soon as he connects with Mike, Nikon growls out the order. Mike, get him! Hearing the command, he focuses his scope, observing every street corner. Suddenly, bolts of lightning appear, arcing between the two buildings. Han Xiao is using tech to run at the speed of light, like the Flash, already calculating his next move. If I can just lose these guys, I can find a place to change and shake them for good. In the middle of his mad dash, a sudden danger warning makes him stop in his tracks. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets flies toward Han Xiao. They have a wide-area explosive function, meant to hit Han Xiao right in midair. The force of the powerful blast slams his body into a wall. That's some serious firepower, he thinks, trying to stay conscious and assess the situation. A detailed info panel on his attacker pops up. Special Agent Mike Leslie, level 56, with an impressive stat sheet that sends a wave of shock through Han Xiao's mind. A level 56 cannon master? Why am I running into a high-level master of the same class out here? The figure is on the roof of the building, observing the situation. A cold voice comes through the comms. Mike, remember to take him alive. He seems very confident in his abilities. Relax, I know my limits. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is clinging to a hole in the wall, trying to save himself from this ridiculous situation. Mike continues to fire at the figure dangling in the wind. Han Xiao desperately activates the last bit of energy left in his boot jets. It's not often you and I get to see him forced to run for his actual life like this. He's got the high ground and high burst damage. I have to get out of his line of sight, now. Mai scoffs at the scurrying mouse below, thinking those weird boots can save him. Stick with me, because our boy is about to get a reality check. Let's shred those boots first and see how you run, he sneers. Han Xiao hits the ground, activating his speed boost, sprinting for his dear life. Seeing his target still moving is seriously ticking Mai off. Armored boots? Against this much firepower, that armor is basically paper. He whips out a freaking bazooka to take down one guy. Talk about overkill. A rocket slams down right beside Han Xiao, erupting in a massive blast. The shockwave sends him flying into a wall like a rag doll, the impact knocking the wind right out of him. But Mai is just annoyed he's not dead yet. Stubborn cockroach. He pulls out 2 more heavy hitters from his back. Mike finds his angle and just unloads, sending a storm of bullets at the wall where our guy landed, a hail of lead with no mercy. After enjoying the light show, he remembers his boss's orders. Crap, I was supposed to keep him alive. Ah well, a corpse will do. But in that cloud of black smoke, a robotic voice cuts through the chaos. Magnetic repulsion driver. Activated. Mechanical energy kicks in, saving his life and launching him clear of the scene. Even a veteran agent like Mai is shocked by this kid's insane will to live. The enemy isn't dead. Now watch closely. Han Xiao whips out a custom pistol, overriding the magnetic field on his weapon. The time is right. Condensed energy forms a single, ethereal bullet that punches right through Mike. The damage report flashes. Mike's lung is pierced, his heavy armor shattered. But Han Xiao? He's not exactly thrilled. Didn't finish him. What a shame. Still, he's not about to stick around for round 2. With the other Audion agents still gone, it's time for a tactical retreat. His boots power up and he is gone. Silence. Just the whoosh of the wind. He's gone. Mai clutches his wound, watching his target just disappear. He calls for backup. Report. Target has escaped. Requesting support. Meanwhile, at Autofan Intelligence, Nikken is absolutely losing his mind. What? Reinforcements can't find him? What about the street cameras? Jackie checks the footage and reports back. He entered a camera blind spot and vanished. We've compared the combat video with our database. The enemy's combat style is a perfect match for the Black Ghost, but his appearance is different. Could be the Black Ghost in a mask. No wonder Mike got smoked. Vanishing into thin air like that? Only the Black Ghost can pull that off. Nick presses. Any new intel? Jackie rechecks the file. Nope, just the previous phone recording and messages. The audio file plays. Hello, how's the delivery? 3 days. I'll send coordinates, have the money ready. Got it, I'll send my man to get it. Nick's face goes cold, realizing the truth too late. The subordinate was the Black Ghost, which means the seller had to be from the dark web. Meanwhile, Bennett is sipping tea when he suddenly sneezes. Elsewhere, the mood is just as gloomy as the endless rain. Han Xiao is practically screaming about the price gouging. Yesterday it was 30,000, today it's 100,000? You're totally ripping me off. The driver calmly explains. Look, there was an incident, the city checkpoints are on lockdown. I'm risking my neck for you, so a little extra fee is fair, right? Defeated, Han Xiao just hands over a stack of cash. Fine, you win. Okay, I know what you're thinking. He got away clean, right? Well, his phone is about to prove that theory very, very wrong. It's Bennett, and he explodes like a volcano. Why did Autofan Intelligence just complain to the higher-ups, and why are they demanding compensation? What the hell did you do in West Continent? Han Xiao plays dumb. Huh? I didn't do anything. You think that's gonna work on him? Don't even try it. The voice on the recording is clearly yours. Facing the old lion's roar, Han Xiao doesn't dare talk back. That was just for identity protection. I guess it didn't work, but don't worry. It's really no big deal. Just a little fight with some Audion guys, killed a few agents, smashed a couple of buildings, everything else is fine. Audion was super hospitable. Bennett is left completely speechless by this masterclass in downplaying disaster. Han Xiao just says, man, the weather here sucks, always raining. Not like the South. I like the South better. Great weather, flowers blooming, birds chirping in the spring. Bennett just loses it. How can you change the subject so naturally? Could that transition be any more awkward? You punk. It was an accident. I've got stuff to do, gotta go. And he hangs up. He starts to worry. Crap. I miscalculated. Didn't think Audion would be this furious. What do I do? Just then, a notification panel pops up in his face. And you and I are about to see just how much all that chaos was worth. Mission complete. Intercept Mike and help the mysterious merchant escape. Reward, 65,000 EXP. So that was the hidden objective. Good thing he didn't ditch that seller. Then, the reward screen flips to a new page. You've received a special reward, a character summon card. It's for a special level 30 dungeon, the Olena Infiltration Plan. The name on the card doesn't ring a bell. Then Han Xiao vaguely remembers the face. It's that mysterious NPC who buys and sells rare materials. This guy's shop is supposedly underwater. There's barely any info on him. He's a super rare encounter. Han Xiao realizes he's seriously lucked out. The guy from the deal was him. Absolute jackpot. Just then, his phone rings again. A familiar voice comes through. Our deal was exposed because my phone was hacked. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Autofan came fully prepared, without your warning. Alright, let's watch our guy try to escape his problems by building an insane mech suit. The first step? Sweet-talking a black market dealer for some rare parts. He lowered his voice, keeping up his mysterious persona. The name's Din. Normally, I don't take new clients, but for you I'll make an exception. 20% off. Han Xiao's shamelessness was legendary. Only 20%? A little more. Din began questioning his new client's identity. Is this guy really the Black Ghost? A legendary assassin haggling like this? But hey, a deal's a deal, so he kept his mouth shut. 20% is still a solid discount. The haggle failed, but the deal went smoothly. List sent. Hit me up if you need anything. Han Xiao scrolled through the new files and his heart soared. Just as he hoped it had all the advanced knowledge for the mech parts he couldn't build yet. His fingers flew across the holographic screen. Okay, I'm done. How do we do this? Din's instructions were simple, a face-to-face meeting. Somewhere more remote this time. Send the location in 3 days, and my guy will make the drop. Han Xiao saw no issues and immediately agreed. Done. The call ended, leaving him free to check out a new instance. A level 30 special crystal dungeon. Infiltrate Olena and steal intelligence. No one's ever cleared it. All data fields were blank. His adventurous spirit immediately plummeted. Yeah, that crystal dungeon was way too dangerous for now. He went back to browsing Din's wares, spotting an ability that dampens his presence for 3 minutes. It had 2 major drawbacks, though. The effect breaks if he attacks or gets hit, and it's useless against anyone with an intelligence stat over 180. Now, this little gadget's interesting. He realized it wasn't a simple mental power or basic invisibility, it was an adaptive ability, changing based on the environment. This thing is good. Meanwhile, over the mountains near Otafend, a helicopter lay hidden among the rugged peaks. Han Xiao popped open the cases to inspect the goods. All the rare components were in perfect condition, and he couldn't be happier. It's all here. Finally, time to start building. He dove headfirst into the project, completely losing track of the time. By nightfall, he leaned back in the chopper, finished at last. A notification popped up. He just unlocked the blueprint for a light mech suit, the Viper. Viper! He liked it. The name had a nice ring to it. His fingers tapped to accept the system's trial, and his body floated in a digital space. Synthetic muscle fibers wrapped around him, a bio-nano frame syncing with his skeleton, enhancing his every move. A sleek gray armor plating formed over the inner layer for protection. Titanium alloy boosted his defense without draining power, while a shimmering energy field provided optical camouflage, giving him a semi-invisibility cloak. A green visor snapped into place, complete with an advanced electronic scanning function. It integrated night vision, infrared, and a holographic tactical display. His hands were covered in flexible electro gloves that dealt continuous shock damage without giving off heat. Energy sparked as new functions activated. The right hand was fitted with a compact solar flamethrower for ranged attacks. The left hand? It got a force field driver, capable of blasting back anything within 20 meters. You and I can both agree this suit is stacked. The entire process took just seconds, completed by a special helmet materializing around his head. The badass mech suit was complete. Han Xiao touched the armor, just to make sure it was real. He finally built his own mech. Sharpshooter for range, mech for close quarters, his combat power just hit a whole new tier. Meanwhile, in the Gobi-like La district, here, rhinos with mutated horns sprouting from their spines still roamed the desolate landscape. Winged, dragon-like beasts screeched overhead as the necrovirus infection worsened. A man frowned, discussing the grim situation. If we don't find a cure soon, the entire Lorder ecosystem is done for. Nier checked his map, comparing it to the terrain. The team investigating the virus lost contact in the valley ahead. They quickly moved out, crossing the arid wasteland. Time's wasting. We have to move. Elsewhere, Han Xiao stood on the sun-bleached skeleton of some unlucky beast. A thick, disgusting stench hit him like a wall. It reeks. The air here has to be toxic. Better suit up. He tapped the watch on his wrist, activating his salvation. Inside the Viper's cockpit, he took a deep breath of clean, filtered air. Much better. That filtration system was a smart move. He activated the boot thrusters, launching high into the air, the suit giving him a massive boost. Mid-air, something caught his eye. His visor zoomed in on a herd of bizarre, mutated giraffes moving in the distance. The sight confirmed it. The mutations were getting more extreme. The boss I'm looking for must be close. He angled his descent to investigate. His landing was loud, instantly drawing their attention, so alert. His suit's analysis showed no reason to engage them. These things are way too weak. I'm not wasting my suit's energy on them. Thanks to his stealth ability, he casually strolled right past them, already forming a plan. Stronger enemies could probably see through this cloak. These beasts were small fry. He decided to go deeper, find a real monster to test the suit on. As night fell, his path was marked by cold bodies. Even level 42 monsters were a piece of cake. To him, this was just a field test. Not bad. The suit's performance is exactly what I expected. Suddenly, the ground beneath him began to shake violently. His mind raced. An earthquake. The beasts were spooked. He released a swarm of spider drones from his leg armor to scout ahead, capturing every detail. You and I both know whatever's coming is going to be huge. Let's dive right in. In the Forbidden Zone, you're either ready for a fight or you're dead. And our boy? He's always ready. Suddenly, the sky erupts in chaos. Birds scatter. A herd of deer bolts in pure panic. A bad omen? You bet. A tiny spider bot latches onto a fleeing deer, becoming a perfect mobile camera, streaming every last detail directly to Han Xiao's helmet. He analyzes the live feed. The beasts are all stampeding in one direction. And there's the cause of it all, a massive lion with a blazing mane roaring over its fresh kill. This isn't just any monster, it's the Beast King. Nearby, a guy named Yang Dian is losing his cool, blaming his partner. It's your damn power! The sound is drawing them all to us. Near, busy fighting off wolves, isn't having it. Shut up! We could have slipped past them if you were careful. Now what do we do? Their shouting immediately pings on Han Xiao's radar. Looks like he's not the only one out here. Things are looking bad. More beasts are coming. We need to hide. But their frantic escape catches the Beast King's eye, and it lets out a thunderous roar. It commands its horde to run down the two poor guys trying to escape. Yang Dian can only scream in disbelief. Crap, they're so fast. Near fires an energy blast at the king. There's a crevice ahead. You go, I'll hold it back. But a single swipe of its claws shatters the attack instantly. Yang Dian, already in cover, grabs Near. Get in here now. He yanks him down into the small ravine. Suddenly, the Beast King's face appears right above them. They're cornered. It's not letting them get away. Yang Dian panics. It's over. This hole can't stop it. Near, bloodied, makes a decision. Time for a final sacrifice. He coughs. I'm just slowing you down. I'll be the decoy. You run. Get out of here. Then, out of nowhere, a single, powerful shot pierces the Beast King's eye. Yang Dian is overjoyed. A gunshot. We've got help. The beast roars, turning towards its new attacker. And trust me, the cavalry has arrived. Han Xiao stands under the moonlight, completely unfazed. Beast King. So this is where you've been hiding. A status window pops up. Mutated White Lion King, level 56. It's lost almost 200 health and is now blind in one eye, blood pouring from the socket. Han Xiao had just provoked it. But now he pulls back, getting serious. A Beast King is basically a raid boss, meant for a full party. Even with his mech suit, soloing this is risky. The plan? Wear it down first. He backflips, creating distance. He moonwalks backward, laying down a constant stream of fire. The massive beast can't dodge, eating a storm of bullets. Feeling cornered, it lunges straight at him. His agile armor jets him backward, always keeping the perfect range for his assault. The lion's white fur is now stained crimson, but its warrior spirit is far from broken. It just keeps coming. Now, I know what you're thinking. He's insane. But our boy's got a plan. At a certain health threshold, it'll enter a weakened state. That's his window. Seeing their chance, Yang Dian helps Near out of the ditch. He's keeping it busy. Let's move now. But he's stunned by what happens next. From his point of view, Han Xiao looks like a total lunatic. What is he doing? Why is he charging straight at it? Afraid the stranger doesn't get it, he screams, "Stay back! Don't fight it hand to hand!" Wounded but furious, the king lunges to crush its tormentor. Yang Dian covers his eyes. He's a goner, but Han Xiao's shield flares to life, blocking the razor-sharp claws. Yang Dian peeks through his fingers, and he can't believe what he's seeing. No way, he blocked the White Lion's attack. The second the shield drops, Han Xiao dashes forward to buy more time. In its weakened state, the king's power is fading fast. It crouches, ready to strike back. But his timing is perfect. He lands a massive kick square on its jaw. Take this. The powerful blow sends the beast sprawling. Han Xiao lands, watching it fall. Yang Dian is in absolute awe. Incredible. He sent it flying with one kick. Who is this guy? Even the exhausted Near is speechless. He has never seen armor like that before. Han Xiao doesn't let up. He rushes back in, his gauntlets crackling with electricity. The beast's injuries have made it dangerously slow. Through his visor, Han Xiao spots an opening. He slams an electrified palm right on the lion's head, and it howls in pure agony. He follows up with a flamethrower, setting its majestic mane ablaze. It thrashes wildly in a fiery panic and sends him flying with a stray swipe. Han Xiao slams hard into the ground, but his visor's analysis is clear. This thing is on its last legs. It's in a death frenzy now. Han Xiao decides to end it. No more close combat. Time to pull back and finish this for good. He activates the force field in his boots, launching himself over the king's head just as it lunges for him. His boots engage, boosting his speed to incredible levels. He parkours up the cliffside, reaching the summit in just a few seconds. Han Xiao pulls out his sniper rifle, taking careful aim at its weak spot. One upgraded bullet, straight through the temple. It's over. Watching from below, Yang Dian is floored. Incredible. A one-shot kill. Han Xiao approaches the beast's now still body. His helmet retracts, revealing a confident smirk. Turns out his latent abilities just landed a 4 times critical hit. Talk about a lucky break. Han Xiao stands over the fallen king, its massive, still warm heart in his hand. And with that, you and I just witnessed a legend in the making. A new notification pops up before him. Special item acquired. Mutated heart. Virus research mission. Activated. 7 days to deliver a heart to the Louis Research Institute. The reward? A death virus potion. A tiny smirk crosses his face, mission accomplished. That's right, this is the one. Deliver the heart, get a permanent stat-boosting potion, with a chance to unlock a rare skill. He carefully seals the heart in a cryo case. Just then, young Dion stumbles forward to thank his mysterious savior. Nier is helped over, desperate for help. "We came to the restricted zone to save our scout team," he says. "They went deep to solve the virus problem, and now they've gone dark. We were hoping you could help us." His partner pleads, hoping for a shred of pity. "Please, we need your help." And just like that, a system notification pops up right in front of Han Xiao. "You have triggered the mission. Rescue the expedition team. Do you accept?" He scoffs internally. Dragging these ordinary people through a restricted zone? Far too dangerous. He rejects it. Coldly. Without a second thought, "Don't bother me. He's got his own goals to worry about." His objective is complete. No time to waste on some random side quest. But Yang Dian won't give up, shouting and trying to guilt trip him into it. "They're in danger because they tried to solve this disaster. How can you just watch them die?" Han Xiao doesn't even care, blurring past them like a ghost. "Do whatever you want," he calls back. "Just leave me out of it." Staring at his back, Yang Dian is just baffled. Why? He arrives at the Lis Hongfeng Research Institute, a busy, bustling place. Trust me, this is the part where our hero walks straight into the lion's den. He activates a face-swapping device, and a new man walks toward the gate. A receptionist greets him politely. "Hello, how can I help you?" Han Xiao opens his case, revealing the precious cargo inside. "I have the heart of a death virus-infected creature." He's immediately escorted to a surprisingly lavish room. "Please wait a moment, sir. I'll inform my superior." Han Xiao smirks, watching her hurry away. Suddenly, the door opens again, and he turns to look. Huh? It's Yang, Dian, and Nier, both covered in fresh wounds. At the same time, an elevator opens as if on cue, and a man named Roger welcomes the two survivors with open arms. "My heroes, you've returned!" Roger exclaims. Yang Dian just shakes his head. "Mr. Roger, I'm sorry, we failed." The old man's voice trembles with fake concern. "Don't tell me. The expedition team met with disaster?" Nier, gritting his teeth through the pain, reports, "I'm sorry. They were infected. We couldn't do anything." He carefully holds up an old leather satchel. These are their last belongings. Inside is a vital sample that could solve the origin of the virus. Tears stream down Roger's face, splashing onto the bag as he chokes back sobs. "The Louis research will never forget their sacrifice, I promise. The antidote will be named in their honor." Even the two soldiers look on, heartbroken for their fallen comrades. Yang Dian's voice is thick with guilt. They were heroes. Failing to save them is a regret I'll carry for life. Roger places a hand on his shoulder, comforting him. "Don't blame yourselves. Without you, their sacrifice would have been for nothing. You did your best. We have therapeutic equipment to help you heal." But Yang Dian politely refuses the kind offer. "No, thank you. We couldn't possibly trouble you anymore." The second the two heroes stagger away, Roger's face twists into a look of pure contempt. You and I both saw that coming, right?" He quickly walks over to where Han Xiao is sitting. That arrogant posture immediately vanishes as he bows to the mysterious merchant. "Greetings, sir. Am I correct that you brought the mutated heart?" Han Xiao just taps the side of the case in response. "Yeah, it's in here." Faced with that arrogance, Roger doesn't even bother to check. "Please, follow me." As he leads him down a long corridor, he starts making small talk. "The death virus is one of my most important research projects, but the lack of a live specimen has made progress exceptionally difficult." A look of deep satisfaction finally settles on his face. "With this heart, we may finally be able to create the potion. Once it's complete, you'll receive a sample. Of course, if you'd prefer other payment, that's no problem." Han Xiao shuts that down immediately. "No need. I want the potion." Still, something about the way the guy talks puts him on edge. "You lacked a live sample, so what was in their bag?" Roger just chuckles, his answer vague. "Oh, that? That sample has another purpose." He leads Han Xiao to a heavy steel door. "Unauthorized personnel are not allowed in the laboratory. If you would please wait out here for a moment." Han Xiao sits silently on a bench in the hall, but the transparent glass gives him a perfect view of everything happening inside the lab. The room is sheathed in layers of thick, reinforced glass. Han Xiao scoffs. The soundproofing in this lab is strong, but for a level 55 player like him, it might as well not exist. Another researcher's voice cuts through, cold and detached. "So where's the expedition team? Are they all dead?" Roger keeps that same sickening smile plastered on his face. "That's right. Our two heroes couldn't save anyone." The old fox's eyes dart between the two items on the table. "Dead is dead. At least we got what we needed." Roger says matter-of-factly, his words dripping with deceit. "And to think, those two felt so ashamed for failing us. It's not like we paid them anything." The two of them laugh freely, shamelessly mocking the others. So stupid and naive. A few empty words and they were moved to tears. They actually think they accomplished something great. "Ha, Well, next time we need someone for a suicide mission, we know who to call. Han Xiao hears every last word, and a new plan begins to form in his mind. So that's how it is. This research institute is way more dangerous than he thought. The way they're talking, they'll probably try to screw me over on the potion too. Might as well beat them to the punch. The scene shifts as an elevator door opens. Roger approaches Han Xiao, his voice smooth as silk. Synthesizing the potion will take a day. We have prepared a guest room for you to rest. You will be the first to receive the finished potion. Since the accommodations aren't bad, Han Xiao has no reason to refuse. The VIP rest area is huge and strangely quiet. Han Xiao sits in his private room, working on a terminal. Minghe, hack their database. Let's see if this antidote really exists. A list annotated with different colors appears on the screen. And there it is, just as you and I figured. The antidote is just a cover story. This whole operation is about enhancement potions. You can just see the smirk on his face, like he's got this all figured out. And trust me, you're going to want to see what he's planning. These potions are incredibly rare, and he barely got one before. This time around, failure is not an option. A day goes by, quiet on the surface, but filled with silent schemes. Inside a briefcase, Rocket holds the newly crafted potion. The second he sees it, the item info pops up, low concentration. Just as he figured, they gave him the cheap stuff. Still, Han Xiao plays it cool, saying, "I'm very satisfied." With the deal done, Rocket tries to show him the door. "Gotta protect those company secrets. Hope we can work together again," he says. But our boy isn't about to be pushed around. "That's great," he says, "because I want to buy more. You got any more in stock?" He starts playing hard to get, trying to create a false sense of scarcity. We can only provide large quantities to clients with long-term purchasing power. It's very difficult for us. Han Xiao finds his acting absolutely hilarious. Is that so? His words hit the man like a hammer, sharp and direct. Time for the official intro. I'm an executive of the Germinal Organization, and you and I both know that name alone is enough to make Rhett's face go pale as a ghost. Germinal? Didn't they leave the Western continent? He quickly backs up, trying to keep a safe distance. Forgive my bluntness, but your identity is highly suspicious. To get deeper inside their operation, Han Xiao decides to play his trump card. Fine, I'll show you a secret organizational project. That should prove who I am. The armor deploys around his body, revealing tech that not even the Six Nations labs have. In a flash, a badass armored suit stands right in front of Rocket. Consider yourself lucky I'm showing you this. Don't push it. The sight is enough to seriously shake the man's tough guy composure. I'll consult the higher-ups immediately. On screen, Philip looks skeptical. That armor doesn't prove he's one of ours. Han Xiao lies with a perfectly straight face. The organization is operating covertly here. Do you want me to run out into the street shouting, "I'm with Germinal"? The excuse is so logical that there's nothing left for him to argue. Fair enough. Now, pay attention, because here's where our boy decides to set a trap these greedy old foxes just can't resist. But cooperating with Germinal seems dangerous. Rhett protests. All our deals are confidential. I can even help you set up a branch on the continent of Andia. Hunga is the first one to take the bait, whispering to Philip. The Andia continent, teeming with mutated life, plus a generous offer? It's too good to be true. He gives Han Xiao the green light on behalf of the top brass. Ahem. Take him to the exhibition room. Roger gets his orders and leads Han Xiao to a high-security room, smiling like he's greeting a VIP. This is our product showcase. Which potions does your organization need? Han Xiao casually checks out the products, unbothered by the cameras and Rocket staring him down. The same display items they used to scam people are now being used against them. I'll take everything. The only question is how much you've got in stock. Hunga is practically beaming at the size of the order. So generous. This is a massive deal. Philip orders Rhett through his earpiece to finalize the deal quickly. He turns to Han Xiao. We have enough stock. Once you pay, it's all yours. Han Xiao starts probing, hinting at something more. These are just the display items. How can I confirm the potions in the warehouse are just as good? Rhett obviously knows what he's getting at. You can rest assured, sir. The quality of our research is guaranteed. He grabs a random test tube from the cabinet as a sample. You can inspect every potion yourself. We would never trick you. But I really can't take you to the warehouse. Checking the item stats, endurance buff, +1, duration 3 minutes. He offers some praise. Not bad quality. He's a little bummed his main plan didn't work out, since they clearly won't take him to the warehouse. Still, grabbing all these potions is a pretty good haul. Red is sweating bullets, desperate to close the deal. It seems you're quite satisfied. So, shall we proceed? Han Xiao just smirks at the guy's greed. Very satisfied. His hand secretly activates his armor, and the Viper suit encases his body as he aims a gun right at Rhett. I'm planning on using this for payment, and there it is. The moment you and I have been waiting for. The penny finally drops and the guy realizes he's walked into a trap. You're a fake? Han Xiao fires a warning shot right past his ear. The powerful bullet cracks the reinforced glass behind him. I'm a fake, but this gun is real. Now open the cabinet if you want to live. Philip watches the chaos unfold in the security room, absolutely furious. Rock, what are you standing there for? Activate the security system now. Right. Still stunned, Rhett fumbles under the cabinet for the button. He slams the red button without a second thought. Alarms blare through the entire facility. Hunga's voice booms over the intercom, declaring Han Xiao's final judgment. You have no escape route. Your life is in my hands now. Rock finally gets his courage back. Drop your weapon and surrender if you don't want to die. And tell us who you really are. Dangerous gun barrels emerge from hidden panels in the walls as his arrogant threats echo through the room. Or I'll shoot you to pieces. Han Xiao stands firm against the enemy, showing zero fear. Oh, really? He raises his hands with a cold voice. Execute program. Just like that, the heavy-duty guns retract back into the walls. The control room erupts in chaos. What's going on? We've suddenly lost control of the system. The bulletproof glass cases slide open. Han Xiao casually grabs a vial of medicine. He calmly starts clearing out the shelves as if he were just tidying up his house. Philip watches the blatant robbery, screaming at his staff. Get the permissions back now. But the programmer can only throw his hands up in defeat. The virus is too fast. I can't do anything. He must have planted it yesterday. With his backup gone, Rhett goes right back to being a sniveling coward. Don't kill me. Han Xiao isn't trying to make a huge scene, so he gives the guy an out. Stay out of my way, and I'll spare your life. He then takes a moment to lecture the villain on the floor. I'm not some bloodthirsty maniac. I can even do business with you, but this time you just really got on my nerves. Han Xiao even brings up the events of the day before, and those two heroes, sure, they were dumb and weak, but at least they were brave and had good hearts. It's a simple lesson on how to be a person, but one he doesn't mind sharing. There are too many villains and fewer good people every day. Society is getting tough, but bad guys always get what's coming to them. This is your karma. Philip is screaming his head off in the control room. Why are you just removing the virus now? He's getting away. Seal the exits, send the guards to stall him, and call Red Maple for backup. A heavy armored door slams shut in front of him. Han Xiao scoffs at the pathetic attempt. You think this little thing can stop me? The jet thrusters in his boots ignite. In a flash, he smashes right through the ceiling and flies out with his quality bag of loot. Han Xiao lands on the rooftop without a single scratch, where a squad of armed guards is already waiting. And you just know, the next chapter is going to be absolutely insane. Don't move. You're surrounded. Think these small fry could slow him down? You and I are about to watch them get absolutely wrecked. They barely hit the scene before getting tossed. What a joke. Philip watches, totally speechless at these failures. When is the Red Wind Army going to get here? The programmer reports in real time at least 10 minutes. Cold sweat drips down his cheek. 10 minutes is too long. He grabs the mic and calls Redis. Ritez, those two superclass heroes are probably still in the city. Contact them now. Elsewhere, in a small city building, Yang Dian screams, What? The news from the call has him shooting bolt upright. A high-level thief stole their research data, including the antidote for the petrification virus. Nito just rips out his IV without a second thought. Yang Dian smashes the cast around his hand, absolutely furious. Damn it. Our investigation team died to get that research back. The two young men race off, and he speaks for his fallen comrades, saying, We absolutely have to help. Reet scoffs as his prey walks right into the trap, sweet words hiding a gut full of daggers. That's great. You two are our only hope. I'm sending you the coordinates right now. Somewhere in the city, a cool breeze rustles the leaves of a tall tree. Han Xiao is just chilling on a roof, enjoying the wind. He happily pats the sack next to him. Heh, so many serums enough to replace my daily water intake. Suddenly, his support system detects a dangerous target, warning him of two pursuers closing in fast. Level 30. Young Dion points his gun at him, yelling not to move. Meanwhile, Nito tries a softer approach, asking, Why is it you? He'd been blindly fighting for a completely fake version of justice. Even though you saved us, we can't let you take that antidote. But Han Xiao isn't even paying attention to them. Now, watch this part closely, because a surprise quest just appeared. Hero Trial. Defeat Yang Dian and Nito. Expose the Lucis Research Institute's true face for a random reward. This new mission seems to have sparked a new interest for him. The antidote. A classic case of being sold out while still making money for the enemy. Still, that random reward makes this whole thing worthwhile. Yang Dian charges energy into his hands, his body unleashing waves that start shattering the building's foundation. Han Xiao leaps back to escape the cracking floor. Then he launches himself straight down at his opponent. Yang Dian's tired eyes are suddenly filled with absolute terror. A single swing of his arm unleashes a massive wave of energy, slamming right into Yang Dian. The powerful force sends him flying into the hard wall by the emergency exit. The impact sends blood gushing from his nose and mouth. He clutches the wound on his stomach, his mind completely short-circuiting. His power is just monstrous. He can't attack now. He has to sit still and watch this ridiculously one-sided fight. Nito blindly lunges at Han Xiao without any real plan. Take this. He's wide open, so Han Xiao just lazily lifts a leg. A single kick to the ribs sends Nito flying. Yang Dian anxiously watches his partner slam into the wall. Han Xiao just looks bored by these two righteous heroes and their little soap opera. Are you okay? Forget me. Stop him. Don't let him get away. Knowing brute force is like hitting a brick wall, Yang Dian decides to negotiate. If you take the petrification virus antidote, you'll kill countless people. His heroic aura seems to swell with every passing second. Today, even if I have to die, even through the pain, he forces himself to stand and protect everyone. I have to stop you. Han Xiao simply cannot understand what they're fighting for. Die a hero? You get some flowers that will wilt, some empty praise, and a few meaningless tears. What else could you possibly get? His head still spinning, he pushes aside the irrelevant words. I don't care what others do, as long as I'm satisfied. Han Xiao aims his gun at Yang Dian, challenging his heroism. Is that so? In this moment, you and I can both feel it. Yang Dian closes his eyes, waiting for the final sentence. 2 tears stream down, carrying a lifetime of memories. The kind faces of his parents waiting for dinner, his warm and gentle wife. His daughter's smile under the clear sun, it all melts into a pool of beautiful memories he never wants to forget. The cold click of the trigger is like a morning alarm clock, shattering all the beautiful memories and yanking him back to a brutal reality. Yang Dian's voice trembles as 1,000 different questions explode in his mind. I'm not dead. Was the gun empty? Han Xiao cuts him off, brutally snapping the dreamer awake. Why I spared you doesn't matter. What matters is, what were you just thinking? Yang Dian can't answer. He just sobs quietly. Han Xiao mercifully tosses him a USB. Take it and go. The memory card lies there, stark against the dusty ground. He picks it up, an indescribable feeling welling up inside him. A single USB stick. Back at their apartment, Yang Dian lies on the bed, thinking. In that moment when he faced death, I thought my strong beliefs were unshakable. But they wavered. I'm not nearly as noble as I claim to be. His hands tremble from the complex thoughts. All this time, striving to be a super-class hero. It feels like a joke. Nito discovers new information and calls him over. Old Yang, you have to see this. His serious tone makes Yang Dian jump up and run. The main screen shows details that Yang Dian can't believe. An enhanced petrification virus. He suppresses his anger so hard a vein pops on his forehead. The Lucis Research Institute is developing body enhancers and biochemical weapons. That bastard Rites was playing us from the start. In another corner of the city, Han Xiao casually strolls down the street with his suitcase. A notification pops up, the hero trial mission is complete. The mysterious reward is revealed. Yang Dian favorability plus 40, Nito favorability plus 40. But he's not impressed. This is it? What the hell do I need their favorability for? The quiet street echoes with Han Xiao's weary sigh. Whatever. He got a ton of serums and helped those 2 guys see the truth about the Institute. You and I can call that a good deed for the day. The scene shifts back to the trashed building, which looks like something out of an apocalypse. Dust flies everywhere, with people lying near the holes in the walls. Philip cautiously speaks to his superior before hanging up the call. Yes, we will definitely find out the robber's identity and give you an explanation. He lights a cigarette, stressed by the sudden crisis. This is a huge mess. That kid stole a lot of important serums. The financial group urgently needs those serums, and they're putting pressure on us. Our business is on the line. Philip orders his men to pressure Germinal, while the dark web puts out a bounty. They want the bastard's head, no matter the cost. Let's see how this plays out. Meanwhile, the guy who started all this is setting up test tubes like a street stall. He's hyped to try his new toys, and it's time to test his luck. He grabs a random blue test tube, confidently declaring, "You're the one." But the system's analysis of the item isn't exactly promising. Blue Lizard Potion, 23.3% concentration. Made from blue lizard genes, a lazy creature, it just makes the user calmer. Han Xiao is furious at how useless his prize is. Freaking blue. What's the point of this potion? He's speechless at his terrible fate. Is his luck stat really this low? He picks another vial, chugging it like a convenience store smoothie. Peregrine Falcon Potion, for a permanent +3 to agility. This one's decent, but sadly the effect doesn't stack. On the bed are 4 identical red vials holding his highest hopes, 4 high-concentration corpse transformation virus potions with a chance to awaken a specialty. This is the good stuff, the kind of loot players would kill for later. He holds his breath and downs the sinister-looking liquid. Damn, that tastes awful. Guess the saying bitter medicine works best really applies here. You have used the corpse transformation virus potion, permanent strength plus B. Every time he absorbs one, a notification pops up confirming his inhuman power upgrade. You have used the corpse transformation virus potion, permanent strength plus B, and another, permanent strength plus 4. He forces himself to drink every last drop. Ugh, none of the potions activated a rare specialty. All his hopes are riding on this final vial. The changes in his body make Han Xiao happy. He can feel a subtle shift deep inside, which boosts his morale. What's this? Did it finally awaken? He sees a new info panel. You have awakened superhuman physique. Health plus 10%, recovery plus 180%, and status resistance plus 8%. His heart shatters from the sheer bad luck, a rare specialty. For tanking? He thought he'd hit the jackpot but got trash. He's a mechanic. What's he gonna do with this? Darkness falls over the Germinal base. Lin Kong is reporting to his superior. The leader of the Lucis Research Institute claims one of their executors, Sea Cucumber, stole a large batch of their potions. Being suddenly framed makes Grey Wolf's blood boil. Damn it. Ever since our troops gathered on the Andia continent, do all these small fry think they can just push us around? He squints, looking closer at the image from the security footage. He scrutinizes photos of Han Xiao's armor from every angle. The performance of this mech suit is insanely powerful. Now, this is where the plot thickens. If they could get their hands on this tech, the organization's individual combat power would skyrocket. His hand trembles, shaking with a mix of anger and excitement. What power developed this new type of mech? The Six Nations? His voice comes out slow. He orders the Darknet to keep tabs on the guy in the video. I want to know his every move. Li Qin memorizes everything, respectfully complying. He's sweating, trying to find the words for another urgent report. Leader, there's one more thing. Recently, the Inhumans have been actively avoiding capture. Many of them have started to fight back. Our operations have been affected. We've only caught 2,103. The leader changes the subject. Any progress with Cerberus's research? Lin flips through his report, picking out the key points. The Inhumans act with clear purpose, but they lack a lot of common knowledge. They speak strange languages, and it seems they have some special way to communicate with each other. Cerberus says these Inhumans are like ancient people who time traveled. Grey Wolf thinks he misheard. Ancient people? What's the Six Nations' reaction to them? He answers with a grim, serious tone. Intel says the Six Nations have sent out teams to make contact with the Inhumans, using various different approaches. Grey Wolf thinks for a moment, then gives an order that fires up his subordinate. The Six Nations' ambitions won't stop just because of the Inhumans. Step up the capture of Inhumans. I have a feeling they'll be our chance to win this war. We cut to a beautiful, old mansion in Maple Leaf City, the capital of Hongfeng. Haynes is actively reporting intel. He's seen the estate's main gate, which requires a special system to open. The huge garden is crawling with tense armed guards. 2 squads of special agents patrol outside the estate, with 1 more team inside. That makes a total of 18 agents. Darasi enters a car surrounded by guards. The target leaves at 8 a.m. sharp every morning in a bulletproof car, with 2 escort squads. The old man watches from a shabby bench, muttering. Between 6 and 7 p.m. is the security shift change. Luden walks over to the strange man. Who are you? Show me some ID. Haynes pulls out his papers and activates his master-level acting skills, just a poor homeless man. After confirming he's harmless, the guard dismisses him. You can't stay here. Move along. The old man has no desire to stick around anyway. Yes, sir. I'm going. He steps off the private property and melts back into the crowded street. Haynes mutters in frustration. I must be insane, still having to work with you people after retirement. Niena, on the other end of the line, is annoyed and doesn't hold back. Hearing you complain so much, maybe we should have just left you back home with your mother. He may be old, but his hearing is sharp enough to catch that jab. Then why did you ask for my help? Ryan takes the phone, his voice flat. Bennett and I don't get along. I'd rather not involve him. Making a move during the day is too obvious. We're better off hitting the target at night. Haynes, come on back so we can figure out our plan of attack. I hope nothing else goes wrong. At the dark web safe house in Hongfeng, the sky is unusually dark. Ghostblade lights a cigarette to calm his nerves and starts probing Golden Fox. So tell me, how did that black ghost guy become a dark web ace so fast? She flashes back to the moment she locked eyes with him. Ugh. He might have some weird tastes, but his skills are the real deal. Ghostblade takes a long drag from his cigarette, then switches the topic to praising himself. I don't believe some self-taught assassin could be stronger than me. A professionally trained agent. The main door opens and the manager respectfully welcomes Han Xiao inside. Mr. Black Ghost, your 2 guests have been waiting. He spots a familiar face and greets Golden Fox politely. So you're my contact? You're looking prettier, by the way. She gets goosebumps. Don't get any ideas about me, please. Ghostblade steps forward to haze the new guy. Oh, you're gonna want to see this. So you're the legend I've been hearing about. He's all muscle and attitude, but he acts like he sees nothing special. Golden Fox quickly tries to de-escalate the situation. All right, check this out. We've got 5 files, 5 targets, all opposing Hongfeng officials. But trust me, this mission is about to go completely off the rails. Their homes are swarming with patrols, and they've always got bodyguards when they're out. She gives a no-nonsense summary of the key intel. They have everything. Topographical maps of the target's mansions, guard strength estimates, and even nearby police patrol routes. Ghostblade won't stop talking, acting like some all-knowing veteran. I've planned out our every move. Just listen to me, and I guarantee we won't fail. He drapes an arm over Han Xiao's shoulder, all smug. The map uses some special ops symbols, so if you don't get it, just ask me. Han Xiao just ignores the psycho and asks Kim Hu for the actual mission. She's got it all memorized, replying instantly. Plant incriminating evidence somewhere obvious inside the target's house. Once they find those documents, they'll know their lives are on the line. The perfect tool for blackmail. His genius brain is already crunching the numbers. Why am I even here with you guys? Ghostblade, still lost in his own little world, says, I just provide the intel. Ace Ying handles the action. Kim Hu shyly mumbles that she can provide support if needed. Yeah, right. Realizing these two are totally useless, he waves them off and cuts them loose. Forget it. This mission is way too simple. I can handle it myself. Ghostblade's tiny brain thinks this is Han Xiao finally giving in. See? Just listen to me. He has no idea his idiotic plan is about to get shot down. Your plan is trash. I'll do it my own way. Unable to accept reality, the idiot tries to defend himself. This is a detailed plan I slaved over. You don't know anything about the target. Han Xiao isn't listening to a single word. This mission is a cakewalk. The door slams shut, cutting off the moron's voice from outside. If you don't follow my plan, something will definitely go wrong. On his own now, he silently tracks Darashi's movements. The target has just left the government building. Seeing his prey surrounded by elite guards makes his hands itch. But with security everywhere, a direct assault would be too loud. Annoyed, Han Xiao changes his plan on the fly. Time to infiltrate the escort team, and that driver looks like the perfect target. Too bad for some guy named Ann Gaston. Caught slacking off in an alley? Yep, you're the one. He pulls a classic move, jabbing a tranquilizer into the back of the guy's neck. He drags the heavy body across the concrete, then leaves the poor dude stripped on the rooftop with a sigh of relief. A heavy dose of tranquilizer, he'll be out for hours. Dusting off his hands, he starts putting on the new uniform just as the captain calls for assembly from below. And Gaston, assemble! The timing is perfect, right as he finishes his transformation. Coming! The black motorcade speeds down the street, Han Xiao's eyes locked on Darashi in the next car. Once the target gets home, he'll have a chance to plant the documents. But suddenly, his sixth sense screams danger, forcing him to look toward the threat. And here's where it all goes sideways. 3 bazooka rounds slam into the convoy from a nearby high-rise. The scene is total chaos, with only Darashi's car left somewhat intact. A lone surviving guard struggles to his feet, only to be taken out by a single gunshot. Darashi trembles inside his car. What do you want? Nienna looks at him, her voice pure ice. Cut the crap, get out here. That's when he realizes he's completely surrounded. Snipers, you've really gone to a lot of trouble for me. He reluctantly steps out of the car. Seems I don't have a choice. Han Xiao was in one of the cheaper cars, so he's pretty banged up, covered in wounds and dust. He looks up, searching for the attacker. Damn it, what terrible luck. Why does someone else want to take this guy out too? Nienna senses a strange gaze on her. Still have one alive? Nienna walks step by step toward Han Xiao. The system displays her stats. Target, Nienna, a level 60 mechanic. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. He is so screwed. Crap, why is there a top-tier player here on the same level as Bennett? He secretly activates the shockwave under his feet, looking for an escape route. Someone this powerful attacking a Hongfeng official? There's a deeper plot here, time to run. His body twists out of the smoking wreck. Nienna raises her gun at him, a confused look on her face. Where are you going? Thunderous explosions erupt on both sides of Han Xiao, cutting off any place to land. His lungs are burning, but he can't hide his ragged breath. Damn, you want a piece of me that bad? He extends a hand, activating his weapon to fight back. He chooses his platinum saber to deal with this annoying fly. Don't force my hand. The blade grazes her arm as he attacks from above. His left fist isn't idle either, clenched so tight the veins pop as it slams into Nienna's temple, making her spit blood. The two evenly matched opponents leap back, giving each other a moment to breathe. Niena stares intently at the kid, shocked by his unusual skill. After just a few basic exchanges, Han Xiao already understands the situation. He has the upper hand. Her level is high, but in terms of pure power, he has the advantage. The second Niena sees that winning smile on his face, she absolutely loses it. You dare smile at me? She channels her inner power and charges straight for Han Xiao. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Her fist, glowing with energy, slams right into his chest. Go to hell! Han Xiao takes the full force of the punch, coughing up blood. A grim look of admiration crosses his dirt-stained face. Luckily, his magnetic armor can take her hits. As long as he doesn't let her create distance, he can slowly wear down her HP. The system's mechanical voice chimes in. At the same time, you received 68 damage. Magnetic armor durability lost 21 points. Niena gives him zero room to breathe, preparing to deliver a loving kick. Han Xiao reacts instantly, using both arms to block the blow. Even so, the sheer force of the kick sends him flying, showing just how much power she's packing. Darashi stares blankly as the two warriors fight without mercy. One of my own guards is a superpowered being like that? Do the higher-ups really value me this much? While he's lost in his own little world, the battle across the street reaches its peak. Niena leaps into the air just in time, dodging a dangerous slash from Han Xiao. She can feel herself being suppressed, so she finally calls for support. This guy is abnormally strong. Haynes, stop playing around and help me kill him. The sniper watches everything from above through his scope. You're too close to him. He's moving too fast. There's a 50% chance I'll hit you. Suddenly, Haynes spots some strange movement down the road. An entire convoy of armored military vehicles is speeding their way. Damn it, Hongfeng reinforcements! A grim voice orders over the comms, retreat. And you and I both know this isn't the end. All right, let's jump right in as Niena leaps up high, making a tactical retreat. Han Xiao's eyes track both of these masterclass fighters as they pull back. Two peak-level version 1.0 characters appearing at once? Yeah, something is definitely up. He snags a discarded gun. This could trigger a hidden quest, and he's not about to let her get away. No way is he letting that woman escape. He channels energy into the gun, his will burning hot. The empowered bullet rips right through her shoulder. But it's not enough to stop Niena from escaping behind a brick wall. I'll remember you, kid. Cindy, the guard commander, points. The enemy is heading northeast. He barks out orders for the pursuit. Second platoon, go get her! As Han Xiao grits his teeth, annoyed he missed her leg, Doriasi approaches. Having just dodged a death sentence, the old man is practically giddy with relief. Thank you for saving me. And while Doriasi has his guard down, Han Xiao stealthily slips a USB into his coat pocket. The system instantly confirms the mission. Intimidation, 1 of 5. Delivering the blackmail material to Doriasi complete. A huge grin spreads across his face. Just doing my job. Doriasi shakes his hand warmly. How about becoming my personal bodyguard? I'll double your salary. But Han Xiao smoothly turns him down with a perfect excuse. He's not looking for a career change. His playful tone is just a mask for the serious thoughts racing through his mind. What kind of secrets is this old guy hiding to be targeted by 2 level 60 characters? Dorasi turns to his man. Lieutenant, did you identify the attacker? Even though I arrived late, I have the details. She's Hannes, a former special agent from the old war, a living legend from that era. That old woman vanished for decades. Why show up now? Hearing that familiar name, Han Xiao freezes. Wait a second. It was her. Old memories flood back to him. Bennett's mournful voice carried on the wind. My friends are buried here. My comrades, they were all worthy of respect. A storm of thoughts hits our young man. In his past life, Bennett's biggest sanctuary had a small mountain with 3 graves and one had her name on it. That's right. When the players met them, they were already dead. But right now, they're still alive. There has to be a hidden scenario here. Darashi's voice pulls him back to reality. Augustin. As a show of gratitude, the old man personally arranges things for Han Xiao. Go home and rest for today. Leave the rest to Lieutenant Daniel. Han Xiao strolls away, completely unaware of the eyes watching him from behind. Daniel narrows his eyes, a dangerous glint in them. Why is the Secret Service hiding someone this powerful? I need to investigate this. In front of the Crimson Maple residence, guards are on high alert even at night. Han Xiao observes the heavily armed patrols through binoculars. Now here's where the real fun begins. Luckily, his other targets go home at night, unlike that unpredictable old geezer Darashi. Hit hard, hit fast, complete the intimidation mission, then investigate Niena's background. Han Xiao silently vaults over the guardhouse roof to get one guard's attention. The moment the guy even thinks about raising the alarm, he's silenced with a non-lethal takedown. Han Xiao slips on the uniform and uses a face changer for a quick disguise. He finds the office he's looking for in no time at all. The second USB is successfully tossed into the room, landing in the study where the officials will find it first thing in the morning. Han Xiao feels his confidence surging. Done. Next target. Crimson Maple Residence, Miller Senning. The mansion is completely empty, and just like that, a USB now sits on the master's desk. Han Xiao moves like a phantom, in and out without breaking a sweat. His last stop, Crimson Maple, 1 Finetti. Stealing identities is starting to become a fun little hobby. He slips into the high-floor study, leaves the last USB, and breathes a sigh of relief. This mission was way easier than he thought. This is the last one. Suddenly, the door creaks open unexpectedly. Han Xiao's eyes lock onto the doorway, bracing for whatever comes next. Turns out it's just the old man, his aging body forcing him awake in the middle of the night. Woke up twice tonight. Can't fight old age. But he senses someone watching him. He glances into the study, confused. And from his perspective, Han Xiao looks like the Grim Reaper, here to collect his soul. The old man's fragile heart pounds in his chest until he can't breathe. His throat tightens, letting out a few final words. His body collapses, a look of pure terror frozen on his face. System notification. Successfully sent off Dark 1 Finetti. Experience awarded. Intimidation mission complete. Reward. 120,000 XP. And yeah, I know what you're thinking that really just happened. Blood Pact Federation affinity increased to 4450 out of 6,000. Han Xiao is just standing there, completely baffled. Huh? How did he just die? I didn't even do anything. Meanwhile, back at Darashi's mansion, the lights are still on. He's examining the documents from the USB Han Xiao planted on him. His body trembles with rage at the sheer arrogance of whoever sent this. So reckless. This is blackmail from a band of thugs. The situation is so serious, Darashi has to act immediately. Contact all the officials who oppose the dark web investment. I need intel now. His subordinate waits for him to finish. Sir, I was just about to report. All of them received the same threatening documents. And Mr. Finetti, he was scared to death on the spot. Han Xiao's accidental kill sends shockwaves through Darasi's mind. What? It seems I have no choice but to agree to those scumbags' demands. In an ordinary building hidden in the city, Ryan is digging the bullet out of Niena's shoulder. He expertly treats the pretty nasty wound. Niena is still fuming over the morning's failure. Such a simple mission, and I failed. It's humiliating. Ryan immediately blames his teammate. Haynes's intel was bad. It's all his fault. The old man snaps back. Nonsense. Augustus's file says he's a normal person. The one we fought was an imposter, not one of the Crimson Maple people. Getting to the point, he demands just one thing. Who was he? Haynes frantically searches on his computer. Looks like he's with the dark web. His target was also Dorothy. Hearing this, Niena jumps to her feet, worried. As far as I know, only Bennett and those old-timers from the dark web are that strong. Looks like the dark web finally has some new blood. Haynes, annoyed, picks up his phone. If you want to know who it is, just ask Bennett. And you and I both know that call is about to change everything. A phone rings in a pristine white mansion, and honestly, you and I are about to listen in on a call that changes everything. Benet is shocked anyone's calling this late. Han, I didn't expect to hear from you. Aren't you retired? Haynes' voice cuts through, sharp and direct. Ryan said there's an important matter that needs your help. And since I owe the guy a favor, I'm getting involved. But enough about that, I've got a question for you. Did you send people to Hong Feng? Benet just sits there, watching the news report, speechless. I don't know if your boy is unlucky or if my guys are. Inside Rand's base, Haynes just wants to know one thing. Who is he? Benet offers a chilling piece of advice. You want to cause trouble for him? I suggest you don't. If you mess up, he'll take you out too. Niena remembers their little showdown and confirms. Yesterday was a misunderstanding. We won't be seeking revenge. Hearing this, Bennett finally tells them his name, Black Phantom. Remember it. And do not start a fight with him. Ryan jumps into the conversation, figuring they've broken the ice. Then tell him to come work for me. But all he got back was a very polite, very firm rejection. Black Phantom and I don't exactly have a boss-employee relationship. I can ask, but who knows if he'll help. Meanwhile, at the dark web safe house, Kim Hu is stunned to see Han Xiao back so soon. What? You've already completed the mission? Even Ghostblade is jaw-droppingly shocked for the same reason. Impossible according to my plan. It should have taken at least a week. His words were light as air, a blatant challenge. I told you, I don't need your plans. Your plan was like a child's game with zero practical strategy. That unfiltered comeback was like a mute spell on the arrogant punk. Child's play? The phone in his pocket suddenly vibrates. Han Xiao calmly reports his results. The matter you assigned me has been resolved. Though a bit surprised, Bennett cuts him off to change the subject. Now, I knew you wouldn't fail, but you and I need to talk about something else. Seems you ran into some enemies on the job. They're actually my friends. Han Xiao feigns surprise. Oh, what a coincidence. But the old man knows his personality too well and plays along. You didn't lose, did you? When I first met you, you weren't this strong. Your progress is insane. Just a little praise is enough to make the guy puff up his chest like he's been knighted. Did you call just to praise me? Keep going. Don't stop. I can take it. It was the first time Benet had dealt with someone so shameless, and he was genuinely embarrassed. Haynes asked me to pass on a message. He wants to invite you to help him out. The previous conflict was just a misunderstanding. He might be saying one thing, but inside he's found a fun new opportunity. No way. A hidden quest is just dropping right into my lap? He forced himself to stay calm, not wanting Benet to notice how eager he was. Han Xiao cleverly opens a back door for his client. It's not impossible, but I want to be clear. If they're your friends, then they're my friends. We can just forget this whole conflict ever happened. Having been around the block, Benet knew exactly what he meant. This time, I'll owe you one. Ha, I feel like I owe you way too much. Han Xiao plays along, strengthening their connection. Pay me back slowly, just don't forget. The second that call ends, another one comes in. Haynes's gruff voice echoes in his ear. I'm Haynes. We met once before, yesterday. He calmly lights a cigarette, ready to talk business. Benet already told me. You need my help with something, right? What is it? But instead of a straight answer, the old man starts with a mystery. It's related to a secret from history. The moment he says it, a notification pops up. And this is the moment you and I have been waiting for. You have triggered a hidden main quest, C Blue Star, en A-class mission. An A-class hidden main quest. That very night, Han Xiao arrived at Rand's base. Haynes was thrilled to be working with an expert. Even though we only just met, I appreciate your help. I'll owe you a favor. Han Xiao mentally smiled, adding a new name to his list of debtors. You're joining a long line. Congratulations. But out loud, he just plays it cool. Don't worry about it. Just tell me the mission details. Haynes then explains why they desperately need his help. This is all about capturing Darasi. Yesterday, he was part of a top-secret plan. Back when monarchy still ruled, the king's word was the absolute, unbreakable law. This year, the East is in a drought. Lower their taxes a bit. Haynes described it in a few simple words. This was before the war broke out in the old era. Hongfeng was known as a peaceful mid-tier government. It wasn't a superpower, but holding on to the old system was no longer working for its people. The war of the old era broke out, and the government raised taxes. Most people understood, and even actively contributed to the cause. The hardworking people made up for what they lacked with diligence. I already have this year's taxes prepared. Protecting the country is our duty in exchange for the government's protection. But the transition between eras is always filled with dark loopholes created by chaos. After the war, the Hongfeng officials got a taste of that sweet power, abandoning their lenient policies and beginning to oppress the people. Citizens lost their homes and were forced into exile. People couldn't survive. Tensions in the country skyrocketed. That once peaceful society was gone, history was forced to write a new chapter, a rebellion for survival. After Prime Minister Unrik passed a new, even higher tax policy, the people's resentment boiled over. Most of them took up arms and began to fight back. For once, the entire community was united. The rebels stormed Unrik's mansion. Roaring cheers fueled the thousand-strong crowd. Get that dog, charge! The city was engulfed in flames, a true hell on earth, and Unrik's priceless estate was burned to the ground by the people's rage. The three most important people in this revolution all shared the same fate. Unrik, his wife, and his 10-year-old son were executed by the rebellion's leader. The entire process was recorded and broadcast online, shocking the nation and even the world. The bloody event was famous, even in Han Xiao's time. And here's the part of the story you and I were never supposed to know. I know this. The Unrik assault case from years ago. Haynes closed his eyes, his words bitter. 31 minutes after Unrik was attacked, special forces were ordered to eliminate all civilians involved. The king, who had miraculously survived, regained his power. Within 2 days, the Hongfeng government passed 24 draconian policies. A tense atmosphere gripped the nation as they segregated the population. The lower class was periodically expelled from major cities. People of all ages were forced behind barriers, their rights as citizens completely stripped away. Meanwhile, the government used fighting rebels as an excuse to capture, imprison, and execute anyone they deemed a threat. Hannes stares at the ground, his voice raw. Worse, Darashi was one of the architects behind those policies. But Han Xiao cuts to the chase. How does any of this relate to the secret you mentioned? The old man explains why their group exists. Those dark years, he says, were quickly buried and erased from history. As survivors, we have to expose the filthy truth. But Han Xiao is pragmatic. He just doesn't get their righteous crusade. So what's in it for you guys, he asks. The old man just shakes his head. Nothing at all. Sometimes people like Hans appear, fighting for justice in the shadows, believing people deserve to know their own history. Han Xiao? He isn't really interested in all that. He couldn't care less about their sob story, but you and I both know a rare hidden quest when we see one. He accepts instantly. All right, I'm in. Ryan gives him a long list of warnings before he can even open the file. Han Xiao just casually feeds the documents to his system for a summary. This kicks off a massive quest line. First, find a guy named Lao Diwen and get document 485. Then, find a lost research project from the fallen Western Mountain Country. He also needs to find clues in the Western continent by following Wiener and track down his intel or legacy up in the north. Next up, befriend a mysterious wanderer holding priceless documents. Intel says he was last spotted near Memorial Valley. He only needs to complete one of these objectives to clear the first stage of the mission. His performance will determine the next stage's objectives, with a reward of 350,000 plus bonuses. This long list of tasks gets his inner gamer absolutely hyped. Completing more objectives means a higher rating and can even unlock different endings. 350,000 for just part 1? This is definitely a main storyline quest. Han Xiao hides his excitement behind an ice-cold mask. All right, I'll give it a shot. Seeing his confidence, Ryan happily passes the hot potato over. Then it's all yours. Meanwhile, in the Western Continent starter village, a rare moment of peace. Two players, Feng Shui and Sun Tit, are just kicking back and chatting. The forums are blowing up about how NPCs react to players. On the ancient planet, they're treated like divine messengers. Pretty sweet deal. Sun Tit geeks out over the lore. On the magic planet, players are treated like research advisors, and all the top-tier mages join the magic academies. But here on planet Aquamarine, NPCs have no reaction to us. Isn't that weird? Feng Shui's gaze turns distant, remembering something awful. Well, it's better than getting dissected by NPCs every day. I barely managed to escape that research facility, he mutters. Who knows where Sun Tit gets his info, but he says it with total confidence. I know a top-tier player who told me a secret, and this is a good one. Because our lives suck here, the devs sent Black Phantom as compensation. Feng Shui is skeptical. For real? Sun Tit swears on his life. Cross my heart, hope to die. But Feng Shui remains pessimistic. Black Phantom's been gone for ages. Why would he show up now? Just then, a helicopter starts to descend nearby. Sun Tit gawks as the chopper lands, and Han Xiao steps out like he's on a runway. The main quest can wait. It's been a while since he came to farm. Heh, this bunch must have really missed me. Cheers erupt. Black Phantom. A huge crowd rushes towards him like he's a rock star. Black Phantom's here. We missed you. I need a strength refiner. I want to switch to the mechanic class. Get out of my way. He surveys the absolute chaos, speechless. Is it just me, he thinks, or are these players even more hyped up than last time? Sun Tit, looking for trouble, gets an idea. Hey, Black Phantom's just an NPC. You said he wouldn't have a special reaction, right? I'm gonna go mess with him. Feng Shui tries to warn him. Dude, don't. If you piss him off, he'll one-shot you for sure, but his friend just waves it off. What's there to be scared of? Worst case, I die. I've got plenty of respawns. Sun Tit then yells out, grabbing Han Xiao's attention, filled with a baffling amount of courage. You're Han Xiao, formerly of Star Dragon, now a member of the Dark Web. Am I right? The idiot is so pleased with himself, thinking he must be terrified. Meanwhile, the other players are already praying for Sun Tit. Oh man, what a brave soul. Hope the blood doesn't spatter. Han Xiao just gives a bored reply. A thought crosses his mind. Didn't I leak this info myself? So boring. Another player is baffled by his calm reaction, and Sun Tit himself absolutely can't stand being ignored like that. A calm reaction? Fine. Watch this. With an IQ lower than a field mouse, he provokes him. I want to join the Germination Organization. Know how? Han Xiao just presses a button, putting the little punk in his place. A system notification sends Sun Tit into a panic. No way. My favorability just dropped by 3 points. Black Phantom is so petty. The other players mock the idiot's stupidity. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. Suddenly, a thought strikes Han Xiao. If he already has this much influence over the players, maybe he can start guiding their faction choices too. He clears his throat, getting everyone's attention. Every word that follows hits the players like a nuke. War is coming. And you and I both know this changes everything. All right, strap in, because you and I are about to watch one guy's master plan for the Six Kingdoms expedition. Do something stupid. Join them. Need an intro letter? I got you. Want to join the Sprouts? Get lost. Fetty's voice cut through the forest. Everyone, get on the forums and check this out. A new item from the Black Phantom. A blood-packed Federation recommendation letter. Li Xiao's eyes scanned the post. I see it. 250,000 for one letter? Who can even afford that? He turned to the other players. Blood Pact Federation? What faction is that? Never heard of them. But Fetty was focused on something else entirely. I think the real point here is Black Phantom just told us that in the war between the Sprouts and the Six Kingdoms, the Sprouts are gonna lose. He's the newbie guide, so he's gotta be legit. I'm thinking about joining the Six Kingdoms now. Jing Feng, however, had his own concerns. The Blood Pact Federation. I've heard of it. I activated the quest to join them. It's super tedious and crazy difficult. The description calls them an assassin's guild, but who knows what the perks are? Shui Yu jumped back in, pulling the topic back to the start. Look, spending 250,000 to skip that quest? Not worth it. In a small house tucked away in the forest, Han Xiao was just lying in bed, waiting to see how much cash his little recommendation letters would rake in. The sales number was a big fat 0, absolutely crushing our guy's entrepreneurial spirit. His brilliant plan was a total flop, forcing him to rethink everything. 250,000 is just way too steep for the average player. I need a new marketing angle, something to tempt the major guilds. And just like that, a new system alert popped up. Turns out it was good news from his earlier experiment. Mission completed. Origin of the Plague Rock. You receive 60,000 FB. Favorability with the Black Pine settlement went up by 400. He was instantly hyped. The quest I gave to Crazy Blade and Meat Bun is already done. It was fast, just like he predicted. And right here, this is the moment you and I need to see when he realizes giving players his quests still gets him the rewards. A genius idea starts to form. I've got it. Han Xiao casually strolls out in front of everyone. The players see him and light up like they've just hit the jackpot. Whoa, Black Phantom's out. I'm getting my class change today. Don't even try to stop me. But Han Xiao was in full-on classic NPC mode. The tides of time pull everyone forward. The truth of Chen Feng will eventually fade, forgotten by humanity's relentless march. I have a few matters that require some reliable people. In a flash, the system updated the forums. A new quest is active, and the rewards are insane. They all stared at the biggest news of the day. It's a main storyline quest. He really is a key character. Accept it, now. But when they tried to accept, the system blocked every single one of them. What? I can't accept it. Says I don't meet the conditions. Me neither. Jing Feng was the first one to connect the dots. The quest has a condition. You have to buy the recommendation letter. The crowd erupted, screaming about corporate greed. Are you kidding me? You have to pay to do the main story quest? Who can afford that? I want in so bad. Can someone loan me the money? Han Xiao was silently laughing, his sales quota about to be met. I've split the 5 main quests from the new era's first phase among all of you. Of course, not just anyone can accept them. Only the major guilds who can pony up 250,000 are what I'd call reliable. Over at the Nine Gates Club, a calm exterior hid the absolute panic brewing inside. Brother Ann got the news. Black Phantom's recommendation letter unlocks the main story quest. I'm thinking this is our big chance. A stressed-out Wei Wei tried to be the voice of reason. With so many options, what if we fail? It's way too risky. Teaming up with other clubs might be safer. Brother Ann agreed, and immediately made the call. All right, let's try calling the Mad Blade Club. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is just chilling, like he doesn't have a care in the world. Okay, let's just pause and appreciate this. The whole server is losing its mind, and our guy is just kicking back. Shui Feng's voice snapped him out of it. Black Phantom. He was the guild's representative. We want to buy your recommendation letter. Han Xiao shot upright, pure joy on his face. He remembered these two were pro players. Finally, a fish was on the hook. The crisp white letter was handed directly to Meng Long. Take my letter to that location, and you can join the Blood Pact Federation. But since they were his first customers, he decided to play them a little. He tossed out a juicy offer, waiting for them to bite. I believe I can trust you. I have a few jobs here. Would you be willing to help me out? Without a second thought, they both said yes. Of course! We've been waiting for this. 1 second they were thrilled. The next they looked at each other like they'd just failed a final exam. Wait, one letter only unlocks one mission? I thought we'd get access to all of them. Han Xiao cleared his throat. Ahem. Well, if you can complete this mission, perhaps I'll have more work for you in the future. But his inner monologue was pure business. I still need to recruit other strong players. Can't just give everything to you two. His vague words sent the two pros into a spiral of speculation. Did we just trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline? I think we did. Meng Long was all business. Then let's move. We have to finish this quest before the other guilds do. 2 other players watched them go, full of admiration. Wow, pro players have so much money, I'm so jealous. Yeah, well, they've got a whole guild backing them. We can't compete with that. Han Xiao leaned back, already planning his next moves. The first round of quests are within my reward limits, but I'll have to raise them soon. After this, I've got to level up my quest reward cap to handle what's coming next. Suddenly, a news alert popped up in his vision. The Star Sea Times just updated. Xiaochun kicked off the report. Recently, one NPC has sparked a massive debate among players, performing miracles in-game. Every starting planet has its own local legends, the Chosen One phenomenon, the Mutant phenomenon, the Genius phenomenon, things like that. And this is what you and I need to remember. This NPC not only shocks players, he seems to have his own independent mind, unlike the programmed bots in other games. Choo Choo continued the thought on machine self-awareness. What if all the other NPCs were designed with their own independent logical thinking? Let me show you a game so advanced, its processing power is a total mystery. Xiaochun passes it over. Let's see what our special guest thinks. La, what are your thoughts on this? Laika's gentle voice shifts the entire mood. I feel this really boosts the player's sense of immersion. When I play, I often get this illusion that I'm in a real world. I think that's the feeling the devs wanted, a strange, thrilling sense of being a special individual dropping into a real world. I have huge respect for Galaxy. Xiaochun, ever the professional, immediately pivots to a new hot topic. Speaking of the game, the World Esports Federation is hosting Galaxy's first pro season. Are you going to participate? Elle smiles at the camera. Of course. I hope everyone will support me then. Han Xiao finishes watching the broadcast, already thinking about the chaos to come. The major clubs will definitely be preparing. That means more clients for me. A calculated look crosses his face. He can pick a trustworthy team from among them. Star Dragon Strategic Bureau Headquarters. Gu Hui waits impatiently inside an elevator, then hurries down a long factory corridor. He presses his hand on the scanner for verification. Access granted. With a heavy expression, he commands the system. Open the channel from planet Aquamarine to the Dora civilization in the 9th star zone. The screen lights up with lines of bizarre, alien text. Now pay attention, because this changes everything. The mysterious AI asks, people of planet Aquamarine, why request contact? His hands fly across the keyboard, desperately trying to convey his panic. My Dora friends, I'm calling to ask about a strange phenomenon on our planet. We call them Inhumans, and the details are below. He pauses, as if choosing his next words carefully before hitting send. His desperation becomes a typed-out plea. Our technology can't find the cause. We hope you can provide an explanation. If you can lend a hand, we would be eternally grateful. Our planet and Star Dragon will forever be your closest partners. A new response quickly appears. Many technologies could achieve this effect. It could also be a natural cosmic phenomenon. We've seen stranger things. No need to worry. Every second, tens of thousands of new species are born and disappear. If you want a specific cause, we must investigate it ourselves. With this new backing, Gu Hui feels a wave of relief. This is exactly what we were hoping for. We hope you can send a team for a field survey. The AI ends the chat with a simple confirmation. Request processed. Current date, August 10th, year 688 of the Galaxy calendar. The mission is scheduled for departure on January 15th, 689, arriving in July. The tension leaves his body in a long sigh. A whole year from now? Looks like we have to keep using the Inhumans as mercenaries for now. At the Sprout Organization headquarters, faint yellow light spills from a doorway, casting a silent, eerie glow down the corridor. Hila walks quickly down the long hallway, her stomach churning. In front of a locked door, a guard reminds her, "You only have 1 hour." Okay, let this sink in for a moment. Multiple automated doors open after she clears security. Hila walks past bleak isolation rooms, her eyes darting around, searching for a familiar face. She gets emotional, sobbing as she leans against a thick glass barrier. "Sis, you came to visit me," Aurora says cheerfully. Overwhelmed with pity for her little sister, she can't answer right away. Choking back a sob, Hila finally asks, "How have you been?" "Those people in white coats are coming less often," Aurora reports innocently. The last shot was 30 days ago. Hila's hand clenches into a fist. Aurora's recovery is getting slower. After each blood and marrow extraction, the kid needs more time to heal, so they're drawing blood less frequently. In stark contrast to her sister's despair, Aurora is surprisingly optimistic. "Sis, tell me a story. I want to hear the rest of the one from last time." Knowing her despair won't help, Hila plays along. "Right. Where did we leave off?" She sits by the window, talking a mile a minute. "That guy named Zero escaped the base. What happened after? Did you fight him, sis?" This brings back old memories. "Oh, after that?" Meanwhile, elsewhere in the base, Huilong complains to a subordinate. Zero is like a sewer rat, hiding too well. His deep voice is laced with pure venom. If he can really predict the future, we have to eliminate him before the war starts, or our entire strategy is blown. He stands alone before a chamber holding his only hope. His bare hand is scanned multiple times for authentication. The gate slides open, releasing the cold, stale air from within. Inside is a space tangled with wires. The smell of antiseptic and the hum of life support creates a desolate, apocalyptic scene. Huilang is here to seek help from the Son of Destiny. The boy is submerged in a nutrient solution, his entire body slowly rotated by machines to face him. Wake up. Clear, soulless eyes open without hesitation. Huilang holds up a photo of Han Xiao from his lab days and makes his request. Use your ability to influence the future. Make Zero show himself. The silence in the room makes time seem to slow to a crawl. Using his power, the Son of Destiny sees a hazy figure of Han Xiao looking into the distance. A raspy voice comes from behind his mask. He will walk right into the trap here. Huilang's face is a stone mask as he asks another question. Sensing the urgency, the Son of Destiny coolly replies, "It won't be long." That short conversation was all Huilang needed for his next move. Cerberus, activate the super soldiers. 4 black pods rise from underground. Huilang personally chooses his champion for the coming battle. It's time for revenge. The blast door slides open, revealing the muscular legs of the person inside. Test subject Van Super Soldier 1. He storms out with an impressive roar, and trust me, we're about to see some action. A snarling face, twisted like a monkey eating a chili pepper. Number 0, I'll kill you. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is just chilling in a helicopter high above. He cluelessly rubs his nose. Someone must be thinking about me again. Han Xiao glances at his experience bar, a cool 140 million points remaining. His brain just short-circuits at the number. He's been racking up tons of experience by teaching skills to players. Now, it's time to handle his class and rank advancement before leveling up again. His hands are a blur, dancing across 4 different stat screens as he expertly maxes out his existing skills. Han Xiao hovers over the final choice, then bets on the high-grade purple equipment blueprint required for his advancement quest. He takes a deep breath to steady his nerves. He looks like a 6-armed god, frantically mashing buttons like he's casting a world-ending spell. And after all that drama, the system just coldly dings. 120 million experience points spent. Han Xiao collapses on the table, totally gassed. Who knew spending XP was so tiring? But looking at the results, a modular blade, iron gauntlets, and a compact mobility shooter makes the sacrifice worth it. These 3 pieces of gear seem perfect for the advancement quest's equipment requirement. They'll also add new combat modes to his armor, syncing up perfectly with his marksman style. He gazes into a brilliant future, but he's low on materials. Good thing he's heading to the North Continent to resupply. In a North Continent village, snow blankets everything. Hao Tian coldly leaves behind a pack of dead wolves and walks away. He stops mid-stride to answer a call. His emotionless voice cuts through the wind and snow. Yeah? On the other end, it's Laika with some news. Did you hear? The main esports association just confirmed a professional Galaxy League. The dry conversation between the 2 pros echoes in the wasteland after Hao Tian replies. Yeah, what class did you pick? Pugilist. I'm an Esper. Level up faster. Whatever, man. A whirring sound from above makes him look up. Players come pouring out when they see a black helicopter landing. Someone even shouts, "Is that NPC the Black Phantom?" The moment it touches down, the crowd surges forward, fighting for the front spot. But Han Xiao chose this location for a very specific reason. There are already level 18 players. I need to hit all the starter villages before they reach level 20 and discover that power refining is a huge trap. The moment he steps out, the players go wild. It's Black Phantom! Happy New Year, bros! I want to switch to the mechanic class. Someone spots Hao Tian in the back of the crowd and yells, "Whoa, it's the god-tier player Hao Tian." Everyone parts like the sea, giving him a clear path. Pro player, you go first. Hao Tian holds out a heavy black bag full of cash. I'm buying a recommendation letter. The second Han Xiao sees him, his mind starts racing. Hao Tian, a seriously strong pro player. Perfect. I can use this chance to gauge his true strength. Elsewhere, a group of players are getting nervous mid-mission. The plan is clear. Don't screw this up. But his warning is immediately shot down by a teammate. Relax, they're just a bunch of espers. We'll grab them. If they resist, we kill them. Zimba warns them from the back. Be careful, they look just like normal people. Don't grab the wrong person. Then they spot Han Xiao walking slowly from a distance and mistake him for their target. Look, a passerby over there. Think he's an esper? He has to be. This area is full of beasts. Only an esper would travel alone. The whole squad charges after someone shouts. Now, pay attention, this is where these guys learn a hard lesson. Zimba, with his perfect vision, sees the man's face first and tries to stop everyone. Wait, stop! His teammate behind him gets annoyed. Why? Suddenly, a shiver runs down the man's spine for no reason. That's no esper. Han Xiao's cold, emotionless face fills his vision like a nightmare. Black. Phantom. Han Xiao unleashes his electric flying blades, a clear warning to the flies buzzing around him. Who are you? What do you want? He directs the blades to float right in front of Zimba. Are you going to talk, or should I help you open your mouths? The cowards immediately drop to their knees, pushing Zimba forward to talk to the master. We are vassals of the Overmia family, on a mission to capture espers. We mean you no harm, sir. Please, spare us. Han Xiao digs through his massive memory banks. Overmia. I helped that heiress beat them last time. No wonder they're so scared of me. His words are spoken softly, but they hit the grunts like a sledgehammer. Go back and tell your leader. I'll be stopping by to say hello. In the Overmia family's snow-covered castle on the North Continent, the leader's furious voice echoes. Damn it! Black Phantom kills my men and then has the nerve to say hello? It's only because of the blood pact that I haven't hunted him down already. He clearly has no respect for us. The third in command tries to calm him down. Chief, calm down. He's not someone to mess with. If he's coming here alone, he must have some serious backing. The second in command, Overmia Xiaojin, chimes in like a strategist. If he wanted to fight us, he wouldn't have sent a warning. Let's just meet with him first and see what he wants. The chief's anger subsides, his mind clearing. Fine, I want to see how he explains killing Xiao Dui. From a distance, Han Xiao looks at the solid fortress, still standing strong against the freezing weather. The cold wind on his face does nothing to cool the fire building inside him. Overmia is one of the top 2 warlords in the North Continent. They have a lot of pride, an official Tyrus backing. His footsteps feel heavy in the snow, weighed down by his thoughts. He won that last encounter by a fluke, yet Overmia never retaliated. You and I both know what he's thinking since he's on their turf anyway. Might as well see what's up. Zindi, the gate guard, spots the stranger and alerts his team. Someone's coming. He can't believe Han Xiao would just walk all the way here only to have nobodies yell his name, Black Phantom. The armed guards block his path. Mr. Black Phantom, you can't enter. But their polite words are met with an arrogance that could pierce the heavens. What if I insist? The guard trembles, not knowing what to do. Sir, you're making this very difficult for us. Uman arrives a few seconds late but immediately sizes up the situation. Let him in. He leads a squad of heavily armed soldiers over, a skeptical look on his face. Our leader was quite surprised to hear you were coming to say hello, especially after our previous conflict. As the family's representative leads him inside, Uman's booming voice continues, as if he's trying to lecture someone. But since you've come, I trust it's in the spirit of friendship, and trust me, as Han Xiao steps onto enemy turf, completely alone, he doesn't have a single drop of fear. Intel says this family is always at war with other sects. A small smile plays on his lips, unable to contain his curiosity. He just has to ask, so, what school are you from? All right, stick with me here. You can practically see the question marks popping up over Uman's head as he looks at Han Xiao. I'm just with the Overmia family, nothing more. Han Xiao's eyes screamed disbelief, but he just played it cool. Haha, is that right? He's led across a bridge towards the main hall. Piao Xiang whispers to her teammate, looks like they're rolling out the red carpet for someone. What's the event? Xiao Fei drops everything, rushing over to get the scoop. Let's check it out. This could totally trigger a quest. A crowd of nosy players pushes and shoves, trying to get a look at the procession. Xiao Fei's sharp eyes spot the cause of all the chaos. It's Black Phantom. Piao Xiang is totally lost. Why is Black Phantom here? Wasn't he just in the newbie village a few days ago? And man, people here really seem to hate him, and you could cut the tension with a knife. The guards are glaring daggers at him, but Xuan, standing behind her, is grinning like she just hit the jackpot. Lucky us. This is an event. There's got to be a hidden quest. Her eyes are glued to Han Xiao's every move until he completely disappears. He went into the leader's hall. It's a restricted area, we can't follow. But a little disappointment can't kill Xuan's hype. It's a rare chance to see Black Phantom. Let's just wait out here. Inside, Vu tries to flex on Han Xiao, barking at an attendant. Get Black Phantom a seat. Han Xiao sits down like he owns the place. Aren't you going to introduce yourselves? That arrogance finally gets to Vu, who slams his hand on the chair. He roars, finally letting out his pent-up frustration. Enough games. You attacked our territory in Green Valley Town. You murdered our men. How do you explain that? Now pay attention, because despite the crushing tension in the room, Han Xiao just coolly ignores it and fires back. You think I killed them for no reason? Then how do you explain the Germinal Organization? Vu's brain just blue screens. This is the first he's hearing about this. What are you talking about? We've never worked with Germinal. Han Xiao stares the clan leader down, completely unfazed. The bounties Germinal posted were all on your own family members. Even though he's completely lost, the leader still defends his family. Are you out of your mind? Why would we ever side with the Germinal Organization? Germinal has a bounty on Xiao Han. Seeing his prey walk right into the trap, Han Xiao presses his advantage. You really think I'll believe that? Or that the Six Nations intelligence will? Funny, it feels more like you found the wanted man before Germinal did. Or maybe you sent Xiao Han to work with them yourselves. Vu scrambles, switching tactics from aggression to pleading. It's not what you think. There's more to the story. Seeing his opening, Han Xiao twists the knife even deeper. Oh? I'm all ears. Tell me this other side of the story. Vu's mind races. Politically, they have to draw a clear line between themselves and Germinal. With the Six Nations and Germinal on the brink of war, this is the worst possible time for a misunderstanding. The leader backs down, ordering Xiao Jin to explain everything they know. Fine, Leader Xiao, tell us the details. But even with a direct order, Xiao Jin hesitates to speak up. He passes the hot potato to his eldest son. Xiao Hai, you explain it to Black Phantom. His voice is completely flat, devoid of any emotion. Over a year ago, I was escorting a military supply unit. We were ambushed on the road. His face is a cold, emotionless mask. The attackers were after me, so I had a decoy disguise himself as me to create a diversion. That's how I escaped. Afterwards, I led a search party, but we never found a trace of him. Han Xiao instantly puts it all together, cutting straight to the cold, hard truth of Xiao Hai's story. So, you sent your own brother to die in your place. And was he willing? I mean, let that sink in. Getting exposed like this in front of everyone doesn't even make this guy flinch. You tell me. The crowd from the other factions erupts in whispers. I can't believe he used his own brother as a sacrificial lamb. The Xiao family really has no soul. That's beyond cruel. Vu roars over the chaos, grinding his teeth. All of you, silence. His eyes, sharp as blades, lock onto Han Xiao. That is the truth. We can provide more proof. Believe it or not, we have never had any relationship with the Germinal Organization. Han Xiao stands at the center of the storm, but inside, he feels a quiet, sinking emptiness. So that's how it was. This Xiao Han, what a tragic fate. Xiao Jin, silent until now, finally speaks. Your Excellency, Black Phantom, he's just digging up the past to leverage a deal. My adopted son died at your hands. We can't just let that go. Understanding the angle, Han Xiao just nods along. This isn't a conversation for a crowd. We can settle this privately. Getting that public agreement, a look of satisfaction crosses Xiao Jin's face. Agreed. Vu watches this suddenly peaceful scene, and he is not happy about it. Han Xiao chooses his words carefully, aiming for a long-term partnership. It's getting late. I assume you won't mind if I stay the night? Vu gets up to leave, giving one last order. Xiao Jin, you'll host him. Meeting adjourned. The whole vibe of the room shifts, and Han Xiao smirks to himself. This is getting interesting. Xiao Ming steps forward respectfully. I'm Xiao Ming, the leader's adopted son. I'll handle your lodgings. Please, follow me. He gestures politely. This way, please. Han Xiao's mind is already somewhere else. Vu's faction is gone. So now he's being hosted by Xiao Jin's people. Looks like the internal conflicts in Overmia run deep. The second he steps out, he's hit by a wall of shouting players. It's Black Phantom! He's out! Piao Xiang takes the lead for the crowd. We want to learn skills. Xiao Ming glances at Han Xiao, totally bewildered. Do you know them? The reply he gets is colder than ice. Nope. Xiao Fei watches him walk away, sighing. It was clearly a random event, so why wasn't there a quest? Night falls. The lights in Xiao Jin's mansion burn later than usual, all for a special guest. Han Xiao decides to cut the small talk and get straight to business. Leader Xiao, about Xiao Rui's death. What kind of compensation are we talking about? But this wasn't the vengeful father. Here, on his home turf, Xiao Jin showed his true colors. He was just an adopted son. If he died, that's on him. The excitement of the situation fading, Han Xiao's tone becomes much more nonchalant. Then why did you invite me here? Xiao Jin replies. His intention's impossible to read. You're a legendary assassin. There's no harm in getting to know you. But Han Xiao wasn't about to get played. He takes back control of the conversation. Actually, I'm way more interested in Xiao Han. So what do you and I say we talk about him instead? All right, let's jump right into the family drama. Xiao Jin sighs, realizing his scheme is a total bust. My son used to be useless. Now he's some newbie's most wanted criminal. Standing nearby, Xiao Hai chimes in. I honestly thought he was dead. Instead, he just shows up to cause problems for us. Han Xiao, completely annoyed, shoots him a look. You're calling me a problem? Xiao Hai snaps right back. Well, aren't you? Stuck in the middle, Xiao Jin feels like he's being attacked from both sides and tries to save himself. Ahem, it's getting late. Just take him to his room to rest. Finally, late that night, Han Xiao gets a warm, private room. Xiao Ming bows respectfully. These are the documents on Xiao Han. My father asked me to give them to you. He skims the papers, but his mind is already elsewhere. The conflict with Overmia is resolved, and his own situation is mostly sorted out. Overmia doesn't want to fight, and neither does he, so he'll just leave tomorrow. A dark, mischievous smile creeps across his face. I wonder what their reaction would be if they knew I was Xiao Han. Meanwhile, at the Dello estate, the tension is thick as Lagos gives his father a worried report. Father. Black Phantom left Xiao Jin's mansion. They met for 1 minute and 37 seconds. Ray, on his throne, is visibly annoyed. Humph, that's longer than my meeting with him. Xiao Jin is getting bolder. Lagos asks quietly, his voice laced with suggestion. Should we teach Black Phantom a lesson? Ray immediately shuts him down. Don't provoke him. But the young man stubbornly pushes his point. But he's acting so arrogant right here on our turf. Dealing with a son who uses his brain for decoration, Ray absolutely explodes. I told you not to touch him. His scream echoes far beyond the fortress walls. The next morning, the sun slowly rises, spreading its warmth everywhere. Han Xiao stretches comfortably, ready to greet a peaceful day. Hearing a sudden rush of footsteps, he turns around, confused. Whoa. A whole squad of guards storms out like it's a cosplay convention, their leader roaring like a dragon. And here's the moment the whole situation just explodes. Black Phantom, don't move. The great leader has been assassinated, and you're the prime suspect. Ru's body is seen, cold and stiff as a board in his chair. Han Xiao remembers the accusation they hurled at him, a bullet through the eye, straight through the brainstem. Instant death. The leader shows no sign of a struggle, meaning the killer was incredibly fast. The only person capable of that? Black Phantom. Now, everyone in the room except the dead man is staring right at him. Damn, looks like this whole crowd is pinning it on me. Lagos loses it, screaming at the soldiers, "What are you standing there for? Arrest him!" Xiao Jin holds up a hand, stopping the frantic soldiers. Wait. After years of playing politics, he can smell when something is seriously wrong. This is just too weird. Black Phantom showed up openly. He had absolutely no reason to do this. But with Ru dead, Lagos's brain has disconnected from all logic. He used the greeting as a cover to avoid suspicion. Xiao Jin is forced to raise his voice. Then why would he need to greet us at all? A silent assassination would have been way easier to hide. By now, any shred of reason in Lagos's head has completely vanished. Xiao Jin, are you still making excuses for the killer? Whose side are you even on? CA has to jump in and pull Lagos back. Calm down, Black Phantom didn't have a chance. But Lagos is just losing it, demanding justice in the dumbest way possible. Motive? My father's dead. The top spot is now open. Xiao Jin just shakes his head, dismissing the baseless accusation. You're overthinking this. Seeing things escalate, CA whispers to Lagos. Listen, we can't be sure. We should just restrain Black Phantom for now. Questioning him is the better move, but Lagos's trust has evaporated. He instantly rejects the idea. No way, I can't trust a single word Black Phantom says. Han Xiao lights a cigarette, an amused smirk on his face. Aren't you all a little old for this much drama? In that same instant, he feels something that makes his eyes go wide with surprise. And okay, I know what you're thinking, things are about to get real. Hidden in the crowd are several unknown figures. The moment he lit that cigarette, multiple powerful auras locked right onto him. Han Xiao slowly and secretly raises his defenses. The real killer could be right here. He sees the armed guards just waiting for the signal to pounce, and his unease grows stronger. If I fight back now, it'll be even harder to clear my name. The situation is a total mess, making his brows furrow together. I still have to find evidence to prove my innocence. Han Xiao's eyes drift back to Ru's body, still slumped in the chair. Dilo's body was only just discovered. Overmia's people haven't even fully investigated the scene yet. The real killer might have left clues behind. Lagos's sharp voice cuts through his thoughts. Black Phantom, just drop your weapons and surrender now. As the tension stretches thin, Xiao Jin steps forward with a calming voice. If you didn't do it, we will find the truth. But as if Han Xiao would ever just obey these guys. You want me to hand over my weapons? How about you taste them instead? His arrogance makes the young soldiers snap, aiming their guns on Lagos's command. Damn you! You think we're afraid to kill you? Suddenly, a hidden attacker in the crowd opens fire from behind. Han Xiao is the first to react, whipping his head around to look. The bullet slams into a guard's armor before he can dodge. Thinking Han Xiao attacked, someone else gives the order to fire. Luckily, he instantly throws up a protective energy field, saving himself in the middle of the chaos. And then it clicks. Someone is trying to force his hand. He silently activates the magnetic blades in his grip. Before anyone even notices, Han Xiao swings them out, creating a safe distance. The rapidly spinning blades make everyone flinch back, not daring to press the attack. Seeing his chance, he moves toward the spot the shot came from. The shooter was over there, Fury rising, he dashes into the corner. If he can grab him, he'll get answers. But instead of his target, he finds a shocking and confusing sight. The shooter is already down, lying in a pool of his own blood. He's dead. At that exact moment, Alpha arrives, screaming. Trying to run? He roars as he brings his fist down. Die, Black Phantom! Han Xiao sizes up the three masters all over level 40. His mind races for an escape. They're probably Overmia's best. They must have known he didn't want to fight, so they fired a shot to cause chaos on purpose. And you and I just figured it out. The person framing him is hidden deep inside Overmia. All right, let's dive right into this chaos. Guns are blazing, laying down cover fire for 4 super-powered big shots. Bullets rip through the air, but Han Xiao just dodges, sighing, "This is such a pain." He whips out a handful of fake electric boomerangs. The second they're thrown, the soldiers are zapped, collapsing and screaming in total shock. Their guns are sliced in half. Suddenly, Alpha lunges in for an attack, screaming, "Die, Black Ghost!" After dodging the surprise attack, his eyes go cold. Han Xiao thinks it through. He could kill these enhanced goons easily, but that would just make him look even guiltier. Damn, he has to hold back. With that thought, powerful lightning crackles in Han Xiao's hand. Alpha sees this and his face pales. He's screwed. Han Xiao moves like a flash of lightning and slams him with one single hit, sending him crashing into the cold floor. Alpha spits up a mouthful of blood. But even after seeing their teammate get wrecked, the other 3 haven't learned their lesson and charge in together. The result? Delta gets a heavy punch to the gut. Beta takes a solid kick straight to the chest, and the last guy gets thrown across the room for good measure. All of them are seriously injured, collapsing to the ground, coughing hard. The remaining soldiers, seeing Han Xiao's power, drop their weapons in fear. We surrender. From a distance, a group of 3 players has been watching the whole fight. Fei Xiang's eyes are wide with amazement. So strong. He took them all down in an instant. Xiao Fei is just as stunned, adding, "That's the legendary Han Xiao for you." Meanwhile, Lagos is hiding behind a cabinet, trembling. His 4 bodyguards were no match at all. And pay attention here, because this is where things get personal. A boomerang zips right past Lagos's head. Han Xiao walks up, his presence a clear warning. "I didn't kill Dello, but I'll find out the truth for you lowlifes. If you dare push your luck again, then I'll just have to kill every last one of you." Lagos chokes on his words, about to talk back. "You!" But suddenly, an arm reaches out, stopping him. "We agree to your terms." With tension thick enough to cut with a knife, Xiao Jin steps forward. "Personally, I believe this assassination has nothing to do with you. This is a plot to create conflict between us." He then turns and orders his soldiers, "Everyone, lower your weapons." Han Xiao, hearing this, retracts his own weapon with a satisfied smirk. "All right then, we'll do it your way." With the incident over, he calmly walks away from the whole mess. The crowd behind him can't take their eyes off his retreating figure, their minds racing. Lagos still can't help but grind his teeth in anger. Damn it, we can't just let him walk away like that. A subordinate tries to calm him down. Black Ghost spared us and agreed to stay. He's probably not the killer, but Lagos just calls him naive. Black Ghost doesn't dare kill us. If he did, it would mean all-out war with his faction. He's just trying to clear his name. By now, Han Xiao is already outside the castle. He opens his system panel. A new notification pops up. You've triggered the emergency quest, The Real Culprit. The objective is to identify the real killer for a random skill or talent reward. After reading it, he wonders, a mystery-solving type of quest, huh? Not long after, in another location, the same system panel appears. Xiao Fei looks over the quest and gasps, "The quest triggered, and the reward is huge." Fei Xiang speaks up, asking, "We can choose our own faction? Which side are you guys picking?" They review the quest info. Black Ghost is the main suspect, but there are hidden details. They can choose one of 5 sides and get rewarded based on their contribution. Xiao Fei doesn't hesitate. "Of course, I'm choosing Black Ghost." So the 3 of them chase after Han Xiao, yelling, "Black Ghost, please let us help you." He turns, suspicious. So the players triggered the quest too. He thinks it over. The one who killed Dilo is after power. Their ambition isn't satisfied yet, so they're bound to slip up. These players could be useful for keeping an eye on them. With that, he turns and continues walking, giving them permission to help. "Fine, then follow me for now." In a dark corner, 2 mysterious figures appear. It seems they also witnessed the entire fight. The brown-haired one speaks first, so there was no direct conflict. That guy died for nothing. The other one curses angrily. Damn it. Didn't the intel say Black Ghost was bloodthirsty? Why did he hold back? The brown-haired man shoves his hands in his pockets and walks off, leaving a few words behind. Good thing the clues were destroyed. As long as they can't find the truth, Black Ghost will remain the prime suspect. Meanwhile, at Dilo's mansion, nestled in the icy mountains, a tense meeting is underway. Zun is the first to break the heavy silence. The big boss is dead. So, who's in charge now? Lagos lifts his head, confidently nominating himself. I am. But the other man immediately shoots down the idea. Lagos, you are not suitable. This cold rejection makes Lagos scowl. What do you mean by that? Zun's face is grim as he corrects him, a clear warning in his voice. You should call me uncle. My brother is dead. We are all family here. According to duty, I should be the one to take charge for now. But Lagos doesn't back down, retorting sharply. My father has only been dead a few days, and you're already making a power grab. Aren't you a little too eager? His sharp gaze is fixed on Zun. My father's death was sudden. Xiao Jin and those guys are probably celebrating. I bet they're already plotting how to seize power. And here you are, trying to start a fight among us. As the elder, Zun coldly reminds Lagos, watch your tone. You're young and inexperienced. I'm just worried you'll make a mistake. He then pretends to give in. But if you want to be in charge, then I'll let you. Lagos, getting the answer he wanted, smiles smugly and arrogantly crosses his arms. Very good, and trust me, you're not ready for what he says next. The urgent task now is to find the killer. Black Ghost is the strongest and most suspicious, so I've already hired assassins to deal with him. He then loudly announces his new order. When they arrive, we don't need to act weak anymore. We'll just capture Black Ghost and interrogate him directly. Meanwhile, Omega, sitting nearby, asks nervously, but what if Black Ghost didn't do it? Lagos replies instantly with a confident tone. Then it must be Xiao Jin. That bastard is ambitious. He served under my father for years. He was never content with his position. Zun slowly adds a crucial detail. On the night of the incident, Black Ghost was at Xiao Jin's place for over an hour. Hearing this, Lagos becomes even more certain. Maybe Xiao Jin paid Black Ghost to kill my father, and then they put on a show to cover for each other. Beneath this majestic castle, a sinister plot is brewing, but you and I are about to see it all unfold. Inside, Xiao Jin asks his son about the main family's movements. Xiao Hai reports everything he knows. Lagos is in control. They're investigating Delo's death, but with zero progress. With no clues found in his mansion, the answer makes him frown. Who ordered the Black Ghost to the scene? He explains that the captain of the Black Ghost control squad, Muriel, was killed by a stray bullet in the chaos that day. Xiao Jin's fingers tap the table as he mutters suspiciously. A stray bullet, huh? He then asks slowly, what's Black Ghost doing? Xiao Hai hesitates for a moment, but answers honestly, nothing at all. But then Xiao Jin cracks this mysterious smile, and you and I both know something's up. It's a smart move before the truth about the assassination gets out. No one's dumb enough to get close to him, or they'll become a public target. We cut to Kay's office, where he's on the phone with Philip. General, what do we do now? But the guy on the other end just throws the question right back at him. What do you think? Tay replies, all business. Dolo's dead, and the leadership spot is empty. We need a successor, and the Chisha faction has already agreed to back me. He pauses for a beat, then makes his pitch. I'm hoping you'll support me as well. Philip thinks it over for a moment, and then agrees. All right, I'll use my connections to pull some votes from the top brass, but once you have Overmella, don't forget our deal. And just like that, they've got an agreement. He hangs up the phone, a smug, calculating grin spreading across his face. Heh. Meanwhile, back at the Dolo estate, Xiao Fei and the others rush in with an update. Black Phantom, our investigation is done. After the funeral, all of them went straight back to their own homes. Han Xiao listens, deep in thought. They don't suspect him, which means he can't show them his hand yet. Good thing these players can act as his eyes and ears on the inside. He's standing on the city wall looking down, piecing it all together. The real killer's goal was probably to seize power and frame him for the whole thing. With the clues he has now, he knows he's the #1 suspect. Overmella is definitely coming for him. Then, heavy footsteps echo from a distance. A whole squad storms in, led by Lagos, who's screaming at the top of his lungs. Black Phantom, I suspect you conspired with Xiao Jin to assassinate my father. You're coming with me, and trust me, Han Xiao doesn't even bother to hide his disgust. You again? Guess that last beatdown scrambled your brain. Lagos just cracks this sinister, confident smile. Hey, come on out. 2 figures step forward. They're the legendary mercenaries he hired, Vanessa and Run. Han Xiao takes one look and gets the whole picture. He scoffs, his voice dripping with contempt. So that's it. Must have cost you a fortune. Yin Yao, who was cloaked in stealth, flickers into view. Long time no see, Mr. Black. Han Xiao greets him casually. Oh, so Yin Yao's here too? Lagos ramps up the threats. Once I have you, you'll spill everything you know. But Han Xiao? Zero fear. He even starts casually cleaning out his ear. You got a death wish or something? Seeing the hostile crew Lagos brought with him, Piao Xiang nervously grabs Xiao Fei's arm. 3 super high-level opponents. He watches with worry. Is Black Phantom gonna be okay? Lagos sees their fear and gets even cockier. Scared now? Then drop your weapons and surrender. Han Xiao doesn't hold back. Quit barking. He calmly draws his weapon, totally composed. You want to fight? Bring it. Suddenly, a whirlwind tears toward him at insane speed. Han Xiao senses the danger and is instantly on high alert. He dodges low, and at the same time, flicks a throwing knife that nails Yin Yao mid-ambush. A deep gash opens up, blood flies, and he hits the ground. Even knowing he landed a hit, Han Xiao stays on guard. Letting Yin Yao escape back in White Gull City was a fluke. He can't believe the guy came looking for him. Seeing his partner's ambush fail, Run jumps into the fight. Black Phantom, don't get ahead of yourself. He unleashes a massive punch aimed right at Han Xiao. Our guy blocks it, and sparks fly from the impact. The force sends Han Xiao flying back, coughing up blood. This power is insane. Okay, I know what you're thinking, he can't fight a level 60 martial artist head-on. Suddenly, his instincts scream at him, extreme danger. Han Xiao whips his head around just as Run unleashes another attack, a vicious fire dragon. Still alive? Then eat this. The dragon slams into Han Xiao, and the fiery blast sends him flying. He smashes hard against a wall, leaving a massive crack. These back-to-back attacks are giving Han Xiao no room to breathe. Damn it, this Run guy actually knows advanced martial artist techniques. He instantly calculates a new plan. Take out the woman first, then focus on Run. He powers up his energy and fires a shot straight at Vanessa. She just scoffs, calling it child's play, then swats the bullets away, sending them flying right back at him. He's forced to duck, caught in a pincer attack, another one with advanced skills. I can't let them trap me out in the open like this. The situation is critical. Han Xiao makes a split-second decision, activates his armor, and leaps high. He becomes a streak of blue light, flying straight into the tower. Run is furious that his target is getting away. He ran inside, but Vanessa keeps her cool, warning her partner, don't be reckless. He's a mechanic. It could be a trap. They decide to attack from a distance to avoid walking into anything. Run gathers his power into a massive fireball and hurls it at the tower, causing a huge explosion that rips the building to shreds. Nowhere to run now, but as the smoke and dust finally settle, a lone figure appears in the wreckage. Run can't believe his eyes. What? He's still not dead? Han Xiao had activated his armor just in time, completely unharmed. He even gives them a little wave. He grinds his teeth in rage, throwing another fire punch. You think that armor scares me? The flaming fist slams into Han Xiao's suit and does absolutely nothing. Stunning Run. What the hell is this armor made of? It can block my attacks? Suddenly he freezes, his eyes widening in pure shock. By the time he snaps out of it, Han Xiao's iron fist is already in his face. He's equipped a mechanical arm. A brutal punch connects, and Run spits out a mouthful of blood. Run collapses to the ground, coughing violently. Cough, cough. Han Xiao's mechanical hand grabs him by the head. You thought the tiger was a sick kitten, huh? Seeing her partner completely overpowered, Vanessa panics and charges in to save him. She lunges at Han Xiao, screaming, I'll never forgive you for this. Vanessa's attack shatters the very ground around them, but Han Xiao has already leaped clear of the blow. She's blinded by rage, chasing him relentlessly. Nowhere to run. Then she throws a punch, meeting his iron fist head-on. Han Xiao just scoffs at the reckless move. Are you an idiot? Your punches can't even scratch this armor. He raises his own fist to counterattack. Now try one of mine. The blow hits like thunder, sending Vanessa flying. Before she can even recover, he's on her again, and you and I both know it's way too late to run now. All right, you and I are jumping right into the action, as Han Xiao sends her flying with one kick, her body hitting the ground like a broken doll. Suddenly, an enraged roar stops him cold. Get away from her! Another fly starts buzzing, and Han Xiao is getting seriously annoyed. This guy again? What a pain. He pulls out a long rifle, aims the barrel squarely at Jun, and prepares the finishing blow. Igniting his lethal critical hit skill, he pulls the trigger without a moment's hesitation, and the cold bullet rips right through his target's chest. Still, Han Xiao wasn't satisfied. Just as he figured, the guy's not dead. The damage wasn't high enough. He channels power into his fist and lunges forward. Let's see you block this. The punch smashes into his face, erupting in a brilliant shower of electric sparks. Taking the full force of the blow, his opponent collapses into the snow. A system notification pops up. You have eliminated Jun's. Level 58, 175,000 experience gained. Vanessa can't hold back her tears watching her teammate fall. But instead of revenge, she decides to save her own skin. A mech this powerful. How have I never even heard of it? I'm no match for him. Seeing her flee in terror, Yin Yin grits his teeth and curses. Damn it, Vanessa, you're just gonna run? With the alliance shattered, Yin Yin isn't stupid enough to stay and fight. I can't take on Black Phantom alone. I have to retreat. But did they really think Han Xiao would let them escape? He hurls a handful of mini-bombs right at them. Trying to run? Vanessa's face fills with terror as she tries to get away from the explosives. Now watch this. Yin Yin hasn't even processed the danger yet. What are these things? In the next instant, the bombs detonate. Vanessa covers her ears while Yin Yin is sent flying by the shockwave. He slams hard into the ground and is knocked out cold. The system displays, you have dealt 3,680 damage, inflicting stun status on Yin Yin. Han Xiao breathes a quiet sigh of relief. With Yin Yin taken care of, that's one less burden to worry about. Vanessa, however, is still conscious, but badly wounded. Her body trembles as she tries to stand. No more holding back. Han Xiao decides to land the final blow, firing up his thermal electric cutting gauntlets. He slams a heavy punch into his opponent, sending a violent electric current through her body. When the smoke clears, Vanessa is on the ground, alongside a notification. You have killed Vanessa, level 58. 175,000 experience gained. Hiding on the walls, Xiao Fei is completely stunned. He's that powerful. Beside him, Piao Xiang cheers happily. Looks like we bet on the right horse siding with Black Phantom. After finishing off the 3 mercenaries, Han Xiao slowly walks forward. It's time to settle the debt between us. Lagos. He scrambles back in fear but still tries to talk tough. You can't kill me. Han Xiao calmly pulls out a dagger, reminding him, I already spared you once. Lagos stubbornly makes excuses. I'm the acting head of the Bonjia faction. If you kill me, the faction will. Before he can finish, the dagger flies through the air and slices his throat. A thick liquid sprays out as his body collapses onto the white snow. The brutal scene leaves Epsilon in shock. You killed the Grandmaster's son! Han Xiao's expression is calm, almost defiant. That's right, I killed Delo's son. You got a problem with that? He stands there coolly amidst the blood, like a god of death. A man musters his courage and steps forward to introduce himself. I am Delo's younger brother, Tun. From now on, I will lead the Bonjia faction. And yep, I know what you're thinking. He immediately throws his own nephew under the bus. The attack on you was all Lagos's idea. It has nothing to do with our faction. Standing in the back, Gamma glares at Han Xiao with pure hatred. No matter what, Black Phantom must pay for what he did to Lagos. Hearing his nephew's outburst, the man spins around and yells, Shut your mouth! He brought this on himself. Our faction will not hold a grudge. Then he turns back, his voice sickeningly sweet. Black Phantom, please. This way. I'll arrange a new place for you to stay. Gamma is not happy with this decision. We're just letting him go? Standing beside him, Xiao Jin tries to calm him down. He only wants to clear his name. He'll leave once the truth is revealed, so don't provoke him. The orange sunset casts a deep brown hue over the ancient castle in the snow. Meanwhile, Han Xiao crosses his arms, looking down at Yin Yin tied up in the corner. The captive asks nervously, What do you want? Han Xiao's lips curl into a smirk, his words laced with a terrifying threat. I heard your invisibility power came from some freak experimental mutation. It would be a real shame if I had to peel it off you. Yin Yin, already on edge, completely loses his cool. Don't you dare. That response only seems to make Han Xiao even angrier. You're my prisoner. Do you really think you're in a position to make demands? Seeing Han Xiao approach with a syringe, Yin Yin finally feels true fear. Spare me, please. Han Xiao, however, ignores his pleas and injects the liquid from the syringe straight into his neck. The fluid works instantly, paralyzing Yin Yin, who collapses to the floor. Han Xiao walks away without looking back, already understanding the real reason for this whole mess. This whole frame-up was meant to drive a wedge between him and Overmel. But after his show of force, Overmel is too scared to make a move. The mastermind will either give up or try a new angle. Back in his room, Han Xiao searches the forums for information. The player intel network and the dark web have nothing of value. For now, he'll just have to wait and see. The sun begins to set, casting long shadows across the castle. Xiao Jin walks quickly down a winding hallway. He stops at Han Xiao's door and knocks lightly. The moment the door opens, Xiao Jin announces, We've found a major lead. He hands the new intel to Han Xiao while explaining the situation. Our investigation revealed a high-ranking aide from the northern faction snuck out that night. He was gone for 27 minutes. According to Xiao Jin, the aide is a tall, slender man with a cunning look in his eyes. His name is Su Dinghua, a northern continent native who has always kept a low profile. My inside man in the northern faction discovered that Su Dinghua has been secretly colluding with Rui Lan. Hearing this, Han Xiao still couldn't figure out his motive. You guys already investigated everything, so why not just go arrest him yourselves? What do you need me for? Xiao Jin calmly sips his tea before making his offer. I was hoping you could lend us a hand in capturing Su Dinghua and his accomplices. Rui Lan has likely surrounded him with elite guards for protection. Besides, this is a chance for you to clear your name. I think you should handle it. As the two discussed the matter, Han Xiao considered his request. If you need payment, that's not an issue. Satisfied, Xiao Jin sets down his teacup. They had finally reached an agreement. A confident smile spreads across Han Xiao's face. Market price, and I'll help you out. And so, late that night, you and I watch as Han Xiao, fully suited in his mech, sneaks into Su Dinghua's residence. All right, let's watch how a pro gets the job done. Crouched by the window, his first move is taking down the cameras and security. A few taps, and the system confirms, breach successful. With that problem solved, he quietly opens the door and slips inside, using his helmet to scan the entire room. Han Xiao spots something suspicious behind a painting. A safe. Nothing escapes his notice. Another quick scan reveals something else hidden in a locked desk drawer. He heads over to the drawer and puts his masterful lockpicking skills to work. A lock like this is going to stop a mechanic like him? Please. Inside are two sealed stacks of files, but something feels off. Why would they leave classified documents so out in the open? He checks one, it's just internal. Overmella reports, nothing useful. Suddenly, Han Xiao notices an item hidden beneath the stack of documents. He guesses it's the code and key for the safe. But the more he looks, the more suspicious it seems. This is way too obvious. High chance the safe is a trap or bait to trigger an alarm. This whole investigation feels way too easy. Han Xiao gets wary and decides to leave the room to gather more intel. Better to grab a person first. Let them deal with the safe themselves. He activates a feature on his helmet and starts scanning for life signs. Instantly, everyone present in the building appears before his eyes. A group is gathered in the conference room. Everyone inside is over level 20, and the strongest one has already hit level 25. Han Xiao observes them, noting they're not regular guards. These guys are elite, and there's probably a super among them. He cautiously inches closer to the room. If an assistant's guards are this strong, something weird is definitely going on. He decides on a surprise attack, leaping forward, smashing through the door, and roaring, "Nobody move!" The men quickly form a protective line around Dinghua, opening fire on the intruder. But every bullet just bounces off Han Xiao's advanced metal armor. The guy stares in disbelief, his eyes wide with horror. The bullets are useless. Now, pay attention, because this is where our guy goes to work. He steps forward and smacks the guy across the face, then kicks away another attacker. His intuition screams danger. Not far away, Shui Lan is gathering power, about to silence a witness. Spotting the suspect here confirms Han Xiao's theory. So Su Dinghua really was colluding with Shui Lan. The guy's attack does absolutely nothing to him. Han Xiao charges forward. A level 40 piece of trash dares to act so arrogant in front of me? Han Xiao's thunderous punch slams into Shui Lan's chest, sending him crashing into the wall behind him, leaving a huge dent. A system notification pops up. You have killed Agent Shui Lan, level 40, gained 24,330 experience. Someone screams. Old Lu, Dinghua's man, is terrified, but he still tries to act tough, shouting, "You're an outsider, you barge into my home, and kill all my men. What do you want?" Han Xiao scoffs at his pathetic acting. "Ha, cut the crap. Your little plan has been exposed." Just then, the thundering sound of footsteps approaches. Xiao Jin appears with his men. Seeing him, Dinghua's face fills with utter shock. Xiao Jin. So he knew everything had been revealed. The guy's body goes limp and he collapses. Dinghua kneels on the ground, head bowed, not daring to look up. "How did you find out?" Xiao Jin coldly lays out the entire conspiracy. "You were secretly in contact with Shui Lan behind our backs, weren't you? Over the years, you conveniently replaced all of Overmella's men with Shui Lan's agents." He glances at Han Xiao's face and continues, "You saw Black Phantom arrive and thought he'd be the perfect scapegoat. So you killed the boss, bribed the guards, and led Black Phantom to the scene, trying to frame him and start a war." Every word Xiao Jin says is the truth. Dinghua has nothing left to say, no excuses. He just closes his eyes and accepts his fate. "That's right, I did it." But then he tries to pin the blame on someone else. "It was all Shui Lan's idea. He sent people to watch me." But by now, nobody believes a word he says. Xiao Hai pulls out a pair of handcuffs, his voice stern. You can tell that story in prison. With the mission complete, everything is resolved. Han Xiao's job is done, so he turns to leave. "Now that you've caught the culprit, the rest has nothing to do with me." Night falls, and the entire estate sinks into silence. Back in his room, he checks his system interface. Reviewing the mission rewards now would be a total waste. This whole frame-up was really just an internal power struggle at Overmella. Until a new boss is chosen, this fight isn't over. Footsteps echo from the hallway. Han Xiao seems to have expected it, just smiling as he glances back. Heh heh, right on schedule. He opens the door and pretends to be clueless about their intentions. What can I do for you, gentlemen? The deal was done, but Han Xiao still hasn't left, which makes Xiao Jin curious. I've already proven your innocence. Why are you still here? Han Xiao casually lights a cigarette and replies, I came here as a guest with good intentions, only to get framed. Your people even tried to kill me. Shouldn't I get some compensation for that? Xiao Hai thinks he's being absurd and fires back. This was all Shui Lan's plan. You killed our men, and now you have the nerve to demand compensation from us? Han Xiao isn't the least bit intimidated by them. He just calmly replies, Shui Lan is far away. I'll collect from you first. His attitude makes Xiao Hai grit his teeth. You're robbing us. Unexpectedly, Han Xiao shamelessly admits it. That's right. What are you going to do about it? Seeing his son about to lunge at the guy, Xiao Jin sternly stops him. Xiao Hai, stand down. He quickly writes a number on a piece of paper and hands it to Han Xiao, his tone much softer now. This is my personal compensation to you. Is this number acceptable? Seeing that Xiao Jin has humbled himself, he doesn't push it. Fine, I guess. Han Xiao instantly figures out Xiao Jin's real motive. You're throwing money at me this easily? You must need something else from me, right? He knows Han Xiao is smart, so he doesn't hide it. The family head position is empty. Overmella is a huge family. It can't be without a leader. In 2 days, we'll hold an internal succession vote. My rivals are secretly winning over the other high-ranking members, putting me at a major disadvantage. Finally, Xiao Jin gets to the main point. I hope to get your support. Name your price. Han Xiao just shrugs. I'm not part of Overmella. Xiao Jin expected this refusal and immediately offers a solution. Join my family as an in-law. We'll be on equal footing. From this day on, my son will be your adopted son. Xiao Hai is stunned by his father's decision. And Han Xiao? He's just as shocked. You and I are both thinking the same thing right now. Are you for real? He asks, still not believing it. You think a childish trick like that will actually work? Xiao Jin gives a short reply. Politics are childish. Then he drags his wide-eyed, jaw-dropped son right in front of Han Xiao. Xiao Hai, pay your respects. From now on, Black Phantom will be your godfather. Han Xiao just leans back, looking completely unimpressed by this little family proposal. What? And here's where he lays it out for us. Join the Xiao sect? What's in it for me? Xiao Jin looks him dead in the eye, his voice as firm as an oath. When I become the family head, the full power of Overmell will be at your disposal. Han Xiao just scoffs, but his voice is dangerously calm. Seems you'll do anything to get that position. Fine, I'll join. I suppose I can be your son's godfather. Xiao Hai hears the pure condescension in that voice. Well, go on, call me godfather. He clenches his fists, gritting his teeth in humiliation, before bowing his head, the words stuck in his throat. Godfather. Han Xiao casually cleans out his ear, just to provoke him. Didn't hear you. Xiao Hai yells, his voice tight with rage. Godfather. Our boy is secretly loving every second of this. Ha ha. The original body was Xiao Hai's little brother. Imagine what he'd think if he knew the truth. But for now, Han Xiao accepts his new son. Ah, good boy. Xiao Jin shakes his hand, sealing the pact. Pleasure doing business with you. Later, at the family estate, Xiao Hai is furious. Father, why would you do that? But Xiao Jin is calm, admitting, Black Phantom is far more ambitious than I ever imagined. He sighs, his gaze distant. I thought clearing his name would make him owe me, but it's fine, as long as he secures the head position. Xiao Hai immediately gets the idea. Right. Once you're the family head, we won't have to deal with Black Phantom anymore. Xiao Jin's eyes narrow, correcting him instantly. You're wrong. He speaks slowly, carefully. After I become head, we must try even harder to keep our promise to him. Burning a bridge like that is suicide. Now pay attention, because here's the master plan. Black Phantom's power terrifies everyone here. Just having him under our banner makes him a shield. I know you're upset, but don't let your feelings ruin the game I've set up. Hearing this, Xiao Hai can only grit his teeth and take it. He has to swallow his pride. I understand. Meanwhile, the assembly hall is filling up for the election. Every seat is taken. And of course, Han Xiao is there to watch the vote for Dello's replacement. The factions aren't even hiding their power struggle anymore. This is going to be good. A gavel strikes, and the voting begins. Su steps up to announce the candidates. Let the meeting begin. We have a total of 4 candidates for the position of family head. I am Xiao Er, the second head. Lord Angaton, you may cast your vote. One by one, they all line up to choose their candidate. Xiao Er is smug, certain he's already won. Heh, I've already bribed the higher-ups. This result is a done deal. Time passes, and the final vote is cast. Angaton looks so defeated he can't even look up. I knew I couldn't win, but having the fewest votes is just pathetic. Xiao Jin is having a full-blown crisis, panicking internally. But they all said they were going to vote for me? Xiao Air crosses his arms, smiling as he announces his own victory. Haha, thank you all for your support. I will not let you down. But suddenly, a voice cuts through the entire room. Hold on. Every single head turns toward the speaker. It's Han Xiao, and you and I both knew this was coming. I have an objection. A rival leader is shocked. Black Phantom. Han Xiao speaks slowly, his gaze calm but firm. I believe Xiao Jin is more suitable for the position. Xiao is absolutely livid. Xiao Jin, how dare you let an outsider interfere in our family's affairs? Xiao Jin is quick with a reply. Black Phantom is no outsider. He's an elder of the Xiao sect, and I have taken him as my godfather. At his word, his children all bow to Han Xiao, godfather. Xiao Air can't believe it. Shameless. Han Xiao simply glances around the room, speaking softly. Does anyone wish to change their vote? The room explodes into chaos. I made a mistake. Me too. I'm changing my vote. My vote is for Leader Xiao. And just like that, everyone congratulates Xiao Jin on becoming the new head. From a distance, Xiao Air can only watch, seething with rage. Damn it. Later, at the victory celebration, a grateful Xiao Jin raises his glass to Han Xiao. Thank you for your help. If you ever need anything from Overmel, just ask. Han Xiao just swirls his drink, his tone changing. You know, I've been thinking, and I've come up with a rather interesting theory. He lowers his gaze, ready to expose everything. Truth is, you knew Su Dinghua was going to assassinate Delo, but you let it happen, because with Delo gone, you finally had a shot at the top spot. When they all blamed me, you sided with me, just to earn my favor. He moves closer, laying out the final moves. Then you used my power and my reputation to crush the other factions and become the family head. Every single word from Han Xiao is like a needle, piercing right through Xiao Jin's composure. You weren't the real killer, but you fanned the flames and used the chaos. He raises his glass, trying to hide his guilt, trying to dodge the truth. An interesting theory. But that's just your speculation. Han Xiao's expression hardens, leaving zero room for denial. I don't need proof. What I feel is the truth. Xiao Jin breaks out in a cold sweat as Han Xiao stands up to remind him who's in charge. Remember this. He points a finger right at Xiao Jin's chest. Everything you borrowed from me, I can take back whenever I want. He lowers his head, too terrified to speak. Then Han Xiao brings up revenge. Since Tui Lam and Su Dinghua killed the old head, shouldn't you do something about it? Xiao Jin flinches, realizing he's being tested. Seeing the unspoken demand, he quickly lays out his revenge plan. I will make Tui Lam pay in blood. Overmel will hunt down their agents and attack the forces they support. Han Xiao gives a slight nod of approval. Very good. He gives Xiao Jin his blessing before leaving him to stew in his own anxiety. Enjoy your new seat. And trust me, you and I both know Xiao Jin is clenching his fists, absolutely furious. Xiao Hai enters, confused. Father, you summoned me? But he's met with a calm command to launch an all-out attack on the Thui Lam forces. Shocked, he argues against the rash decision. Father, you just took over. We need to stabilize our own ranks first. Declaring war now is enough. Xiao Jin snaps. Just do as I say. As night falls over Xiao Jin's castle, the die has been cast. In his room, Han Xiao reviews his status with the Overmela faction. Their initial favor has grown to respected. Looks like Xiao Jin kept his end of the bargain, which means it's time to close out the mission. The system asks him to name the true culprit. He types in the name without hesitation. Su Dinghua of Tui Lam. Identity confirmed. As a reward, the system grants Han Xiao a random draw for a new skill or talent. He strokes his chin, weighing his options. Talents are better, he might luck out and get a rare or even a class-specific one. The system registers his choice. Talent. 3 different options pop up on the screen, each with its own specific use. Han Xiao glances over them, but one of them is completely useless to him. Kuka Reprint is a magic talent, which he can't even use. The third option is effective, but honestly, he's way more interested in the second. Frost resistance is decent, but beast summoning? Now pay attention, because in version 2.0, that could be an absolute game changer. The main storyline for 2.0 is called the Beast Calamity. It's a mutation virus from space that's about to infect countless planets, and Hila is one of them. In a world overrun by wild beasts, being able to summon them could be insanely useful. He's thinking ahead about the antidote from a high-level civilization. Maybe, just maybe, he could create the cure himself, end the 2.0 scenario early, and fast-track everyone to the 3.0 era. Rise of the Mechs. Han Xiao shakes his head, pulling himself out of his daydream. Future plans are for the future. Right now, he needs to focus on the present. He smiles, satisfied. He spent a few extra days in Overmel, but the benefits were huge. Totally worth it. Time to get moving. Snow blankets the ground as Han Xiao is escorted to his vehicle. As the car pulls away, everyone bows in respect. The scene shifts to the bustling and luxurious dark web stronghold in North Continent. A staff member greets him with the usual question. Sir, are you here to turn in the hidden demon bounty mission? Not seeing the target at Han Xiao's feet, he asks again. Apologies for asking, sir, but where is the hidden demon? Han Xiao gives the hidden demon a solid kick, making it roar in fury. He then says, coldly, right here. The staff member, terrified, scrambles to finish the paperwork. Yes, sir, I'll process the payment for you immediately. Han Xiao checks his system notifications with a grin. Not bad. An unexpected but very welcome bonus. Another employee politely opens the door for him. As he walks, he thinks, time for one last score, then it's back to the South Continent. Suddenly, his expression shifts. Outside, a massive crowd surrounds him, shouting questions. Black Phantom, what's your mech's name? Are you selling it? I know what you're thinking, and yep, this is his new reality. He calmly announces, the mech's not for sale. For class changes, form a single line. Han Xiao's words are like a command. Instantly, the chaotic mob organizes itself into a perfect queue. Near the front, one player is ecstatic. I finally got my mechanic class change. I've been holding off on leveling up, just waiting for Black Phantom to show up. Another guy chimes in, haha, same here. And so, Han Xiao spends the entire day, from sunrise to sunset, processing class changes as the last rays of light fade over the city. After finally getting through everyone, Han Xiao lets out an exhausted sigh. Why is this batch of players so insane? Taking a moment to himself, he pulls up the system interface to check the forums. His eyes widen. He just figured it out. A video of his previous battle is playing on the screen. It was released by Galaxy Times. He casually lights a cigarette. No wonder this wave of players was so much more eager to switch to the mechanic class. As he's lost in thought, his phone buzzes. It's a message from Hao Thien. Mission complete. Suli, file 485. Han Xiao is seriously impressed with the guy's efficiency. To finish that mission so quickly? Damn. A top-tier pro for sure. He immediately forwards the info. The screen confirms the message has been sent to his contact, Haynes. At the same time, a system notification pops up. The lingering end quest, complete. A flood of information fills the screen. You have obtained Suli document 485. From this file, you have uncovered a buried past. The document records an old project plan, but huge chunks of it are missing. It mentions that in the old era, a nation called Diet Fong sent out a field team. They were sent to a small town on the Andia continent for a secret mission. The details are unknown, but the result was clear. Every single resident of that town was killed. After reading it all, Han Xiao is even more impressed with Hao Thien. There was barely anything to go on in that file, but he pulled it off. Yeah, I'm definitely recruiting this guy. Just then, another message comes in. Meet me at the Tui-Lam border, coordinates 156842. I'll pick you up when I leave the North Continent. He replies immediately. Got it. Before long, Han Xiao arrives at the Great Northern Ice Field as planned. The entire place is a vast, freezing expanse of white snow. He pulls out his rifle, scouting the area while thinking to himself. The Dark Web's plane won't be here for a few hours. I can use the beasts here to farm some fatal shot mastery. In the next instant, he fires at his chosen target. A snow bear takes a bullet straight to the head, blood spraying onto the snow. Han Xiao's gunshots echo across the plains as the number of dead bears rapidly increases. A system notification dings. You have killed a level 52, Sharp Claw Ice Bear. The effect is no longer stacking. After reading the info, Han Xiao looks around with a serious expression, thinking it over. It seems his Call of the Wild talent has no effect on these level 50 bears. They're already as ferocious as they can possibly be. Suddenly, a small, white, furry paw taps his leg. He looks down to see a tiny bear cub clinging to his leg, and he can't help but feel annoyed. And well, it seems you and I just found out the talent does have one unexpected side effect. Okay, get this. Our guy's trying to be a badass, but he's being followed by a level 12 Ice Claw Bear cub. He kicks it away, shouting, Leo? I'm not a vine. It faceplants hard. But the little fuzzball isn't scared at all. It just shakes the snow off its head, looking ridiculously cute, and latches right back onto his leg, refusing to let go. Han Xiao just gives it a helpless, judgmental stare. Looks like his insane charm stat and massive level gap are having some unintended side effects on the local wildlife. Animal instincts probably play a part too. He sighs, changes his mind, and just scoops the little guy up, whose eyes go wide with surprise. Han Xiao plops it on his shoulder. Whatever, Guess having a pet isn't so bad. Meanwhile, over on the North Continent, a plane is touching down. As the plane lands, he makes an offer. I'm heading back to the South Continent. You should come with me. Hao Tian doesn't hesitate for a second. Done. Once on board, Leo gets tossed onto the floor to play. With some downtime, Han Xiao pulls up his interface. Hey, since you're not busy, you can help me with something. A quest notification pops up for Hao Tian, care for the baby bear, with a 23,000 experience reward. Leo just naturally starts climbing all over a very surprised Hao Tian. A second later, it leaves Hao Tian a little secret gift with a very distinct aroma. His jaw just drops in pure shock. And just like that, Hao Tian becomes the reluctant babysitter. Don't make a mess. Put this diaper on. Han Xiao sees the whole thing and cracks up. Watching a pro player on diaper duty is priceless. After a while, their plane touches down at Farian Airport in the South Continent. The moment he steps off, a man pulls Han Xiao into a huge hug. My friend, welcome back from the dead. Anton slings an arm over his shoulder, half joking, half scolding. You haven't even been gone a month, and look at the trouble you've caused. He can only laugh it off with a strained smile. Ha, I wasn't fooling around at all. Just then, a call pops up on his interface. Han Xiao politely steps aside to take the call. Hello? Oh yeah, I'm back. That sanctuary plan we talked about. You need my help with it? After that call, Han Xiao arrives at the meeting point. Now, watch this. A helicopter is landing on top of a massive skyscraper. Benet starts with a simple introduction. This is Sanctuary Number 1, currently under construction. Han Xiao glances at the sign and can't resist a jab. Naming a sanctuary after yourself? Didn't take you for a glory hound. Hearing the jab, the guy gets a little awkward. All right, come on. You're joining me for a high-level meeting. Han Xiao gives him a confused look. A dark web high-level meeting? What's that got to do with me? But Benet insists, leading him to an upper floor. He places his hand on a security scanner. I'm vouching for you as a high-level manager. You're not going to let me down, are you? In an instant, the verification machine chimes. Verification confirmed. Han Xiao just smirks back. When have I ever let you down? They quickly head inside, to a spot with a commanding view of everything down below. Benet speaks up from beside him. Sanctuary Number 1 is our pilot project. Progress is good. We expect it to be operational in about a year. Its facilities can produce their own food, meeting all the basic needs of its residents. It's a completely self-sustaining ecosystem. Even if a war breaks out, everyone inside can survive on their own. And if anyone dares attack the sanctuary, our walls and defensive systems are more than enough to hold off any enemy. He turns to Han Xiao, his face filled with absolute confidence. My plan is to build at least 3 to 5 of these sanctuaries on every continent. Okay, I know what you're thinking. One of these must have cost a fortune. You want to build how many? But Benet's expression remains dead serious. If we can protect the seeds of civilization, then money is no object. Hearing that, Han Xiao feels a wave of secondhand embarrassment. Oh man, I think I'm starting to see a halo floating right over your head. They move to another location. As they enter the conference room, Benet makes an announcement. Black Phantom is here. We can begin. He kicks off the meeting himself. We need to build these sanctuaries as fast as possible. Therefore, I've decided we will begin construction immediately, on Sanctuary Number 3. One of the members hesitates. Mr. Benet, isn't that a bit rushed? Why not wait until the first one is complete? But Benet cuts him off immediately. War is on the horizon. We don't have time. Construction has to move fast. The guy isn't happy, but he backs down. Each sanctuary needs someone in charge. So, who's heading up Number 2? He confidently assigns the task to the person beside him. Senna will be responsible for Sanctuary 2. The other shareholders all seem to agree. Senna's the top manager of the dark web right now. She's more than capable. I think it's a perfect fit. I agree as well. Benet then turns, gesturing towards Han Xiao. And as for Sanctuary Number 3, Black Phantom will be in charge. The announcement catches our guy completely off guard. What? He's just gonna dump an entire sanctuary project on me? The other members immediately start to object. Black Phantom's record is too short. He's not qualified. But Benet stays perfectly calm. The sanctuaries require overwhelming combat power to defend them. If any of you here think you're stronger than Black Phantom, feel free to step up and object. The entire room goes dead silent. Not a single person dares to speak. Then, a system notification pops up. You have activated the Grade A main story quest, Sanctuary Number 3. By joining the shelter plan, you've unlocked the new dark web faction. Your standing is now revered. Initial relationship with the dark web organization. Friendly. Title unlocked. High-level manager. Armed with this new information, Han Xiao already has a hunch. The location for Sanctuary 3 has to be the gray metal wasteland. And right on cue, Benet announces just that. He hears this and can't help but smile to himself. Perfect. Isn't his own secret base already located in the gray metal wasteland? What a coincidence. Benet then scratches his head, looking a little awkward. There is one small problem, though. The budget is stretched pretty thin, so the number of people assigned to you will be limited. Though he's clearly annoyed, Han Xiao just asks, how limited? Benet won't even look him in the eye. About 1,000 people. The room erupts in whispers. With so few people, they can't get anything done. Give the impossible job to the new guy. Classic. But completely opposite to their expectations, Han Xiao looks incredibly confident. Don't worry, I can have a prototype of your sanctuary up and running in 1 month, but I have one condition. Benet's eyes light up, and you and I both know this is where it really begins. A cunning look flashes across his face. Shelter number 3 will be named after me. He agreed immediately, without any hesitation. No problem. Benet looks at the people in the meeting room. Black Ghost doesn't have much experience, while all of you have built shelters before. So, I want to find someone to accompany Black Ghost as his advisor and assistant. Huang Yu, you go. His expression turns sour. Okay. Seeing his reaction, everyone starts wondering. Why does Huang Yu look so terrible? They all start whispering behind his back. Don't you know? The shelter plan is a huge moneymaker, but going to Zone 3 is basically being exiled to the frontier. What can one guy even do? And here's where it gets good. The credit for being an assistant is tiny, practically useless. Finally, Huang Yu snaps and yells at them. Stop gloating over my misfortune. I'll just deal with Black Ghost for a bit. Surviving a month will be like a vacation. Sometime later, a plane once again takes to the skies. Kuang Dao is beyond excited. That's the great god, Hao Tian. He musters up the courage to talk to Hao Tian sitting next to him. Wow, great god. Did you trigger a hidden scenario too? Meanwhile, Han Xiao is reviewing the plan. My team is stretched thin, and Benet sent me a useless guy. Still, he hasn't given up hope. They have no idea I have countless workers I can use. And right on cue, a system notification pops up. Mission issued. Shelter number 3, Black Ghost. The scene shifts to a place that looks like a military barracks. A group of people are chatting. Someone tells everyone to check the forums. Oit doesn't seem too happy. Saw it. Advancement automatically unlocks power refinement methods. Black Ghost is such a trap for players. But DJ disagrees. I wouldn't say that. This is a growth type skill. Getting it early means you grow faster. No matter how you look at it, it's a win for us. Suddenly someone sighs, endlessly lamenting. I'm wondering when Black Ghost will finally come to the Andia continent. I'm still waiting to switch to the Mechanic class. Nitro also chimes in. I think it's unlikely. The Andia continent is Germination's territory, and Black Ghost has a beef with them. I don't think he'll ever go there. In the latest video from Meatbun, Black Ghost has already made an appearance. He pulls up his system for everyone to see. In the video, he's already back in the southern continent. On the screen is an image of Meatbun making his introduction. Black Ghost has brought us to a special construction site. The kid gives everyone some more info. I've triggered a new main quest here. Shelter number 3, Black Ghost. Hearing this, everyone is absolutely shocked. It's city building again. Oh my god, a large-scale main quest. The scale is no less than the Expeditionary War. This is the main storyline of Planet Aquamarine. On screen, Han Xiao stands happily atop a tall building. The thick, dark clouds of war stretch to the horizon of Aquamarine, like the wings of death spread across the sky. Meatbun smiles and tells the viewers, next, let's hear Black Ghost's motivational speech. Now, this is the part you and I really need to hear. His eyes are resolute, the old wounds of war torn open once again by fresh blood. The tragic scenes caused by the war reappear. Their impact still felt today on every inch of land beneath our feet and the sky above our heads. Radiation, dust, dead lands, extinction. Han Xiao's voice grows more powerful. For absurd reasons, they massacred unarmed civilians. Countless lives were taken by the war. The world they ravaged is now a wasteland, with blades and suffering everywhere you go. Perhaps a world-ending catastrophe will arrive one day. Building this shelter is to preserve civilization. Even if the world ends tomorrow, I want to fight for civilization. Han Xiao continues, his voice rising. I am not great, just one of many small people. He confidently declares, if no one is willing to put in the effort, then fine, I'll be the pioneer. After hearing his speech, everyone starts shouting, I agree, let's go. Me too, I'm going too. Keep it down, you'll give us away. On the screen, he proudly yells, I know I won't be the last one. Hearing this, even Oit's group is stirred with emotion. So moving, Black Ghost is so cool. After some thought, Nitro makes a decision. So I have a suggestion. Instead of wasting time with Germination, let's just join Black Ghost. The scene cuts to a helicopter carrying him, still flying high in the sky. Han Xiao is intently checking his system status. Meatbun's latest video is attracting a lot of people to join my side. Over here, Han Xiao thinks of Benet and feels touched. Sob, your speech spoke right from my heart. The kindred spirit in his heart is now very satisfied. Of course, those were your lines, I just said them first. Heh. Players love a character with a story and a distinct personality. At the same time, the system displays an updated mission brief for Shelter Number 3. A sense of unease creeps into his heart. You and I both know that a mission popping up this suddenly means the road ahead won't be peaceful. The current objective: protect the convoy to the scrapyard. While thinking, Han Xiao makes a phone call. My armed forces aren't strong enough. I need to reinforce the team. The scene now shifts to the temporary Antonio Farian camp. Everyone is gathered inside to discuss the plan. Confronts seriously presents a map for the initial city renovation. It was originally planned for 3 months. Huang Yu, sitting with his legs crossed, commands the crowd like a leader. Clear the wild plants, drive away the beasts. All right, let me show you an impossible task. They need to clear a junkyard and build a shelter, a job for 30,000 workers. The problem? They only have 1,000, and the map is already conveniently marked for them. Han Xiao glares at Huang Yu, asking, "You got a problem with that?" The man's icy reply, "No." Seeing that attitude, Han Xiao just sighs in frustration. Fine, don't cooperate. It's not like I was expecting anything from him anyway. Han Xiao forces himself to calm down. Manpower's not an issue. Give me 1 month, and I'll have the shelter's basic infrastructure up and running. But Confrey couldn't hide his annoyance. That would require at least 100,000 people. Even the first shelter didn't have that many. Han Xiao stays calm. Relax, I have a plan. Suddenly, the radio on the desk crackles to life. Liu Zhao snatches it up. What? An all-personnel alert? I'm on my way. He urgently warns Han Xiao. Sir, there's an aircraft approaching. Han Xiao already saw this coming. Don't worry, that's my ride. Outside, tons of cargo containers rain down from the sky. Huang Yu watched this unfold, completely stunned. The fact he can just call in ferry and military group helicopters? You and I both know Black Ghost's connections run deeper than he imagined. Han Xiao immediately started assembling everything. Defensive mechs were now online, ammo reloaded. But then, a strange sound from outside as the ground began to crack. The tremors even knocked him over inside the tent. A crowd ran past in a panic. Beast attack. One poor guy was already caught by a giant beetle, struggling desperately for his life. A fierce battle erupted between both sides, the sound of gunfire tearing through the air. A desperate shout gave the order to the entire squadron. Start firing! What's happening? The shouting got Han Xiao's attention, and he rushed out to investigate. What's going on? Reuben looked at him, pure panic in his eyes. Kui, we're completely surrounded by insects. With things this bad, the best plan was to bail. Wang Yu immediately boarded the helicopter to escape the battlefield. He was decent enough to offer his teammate, Black Ghost, a way out. The guards won't hold them, get on the chopper. But Han Xiao was determined to stay. No, I have to defend this place. Huang Yu couldn't do anything but swallow his anger. Fine, be an idiot, he said, leaving Han Xiao behind. The helicopter took off, abandoning the other players, who just stared in disbelief. He really just ditched us. Han Xiao's voice cut in, reassuring them. While he worked on a screen, a confirmation tone sounded. Activation successful, and trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next. The cargo doors burst open, revealing an entire army of combat mechs. The VA mechs were all equipped with modern combat systems, signaling a massive firefight was about to break out. Reuben could only stare at the incredible scene, absolutely astonished. These mechs looked seriously powerful. Han Xiao didn't waste a second and immediately began planning their strategy. Go. Get the golden round tables from the truck. Set them up in all directions. They scrambled to obey. Okay. The turrets were placed around their defensive perimeter. A moment after they finished, the insects arrived. He called out the plan. Let the turrets handle the insects. If any get through the net, you open fire. The beetles began their charge. They swarmed forward in a massive wave, ready to kill anything in their path. Too bad for them, the turrets and mechs opened fire at once, filling the air with bullets that tore through every last one. Their bodies piled up across the ground. Liu Zhao was sweating bullets. That firepower is insane. The fight raged on, with the beetles getting relentlessly torn to shreds. The battlefield officially became a beetle graveyard. The other players were actually bummed that the fight was over before they could even join in. Seriously, the whole battle was finished in 15 minutes. Han Xiao casually lit a cigarette and took a drag. The players were totally awestruck by this badass image. Black Ghost is way too strong. In another scene, a player had his arm around his buddy, pointing at the system panel. Mission summaries up. Holy crap, that's a ton of experience. Main quests are seriously the best, Frenzied Sword answered, his voice buzzing with excitement. The mechanic class is so broken. Switching to it was definitely the right move. Then the kid pulled out a video camera, a satisfied smirk on his face. More awesome footage for my channel. Meanwhile, Han Xiao's convoy continued driving through the wasteland. A voice crackled over his radio. "Sir, we've captured a drifter." He was snooping around near the camp. Han Xiao, curious about who it could be, simply replied, "Bring him here." A mysterious man with his hands tied was brought before him. The guy immediately started talking. "I was just out hunting. I saw you guys and I just wanted to get a closer look." He turned to Liu Zhao to confirm the story. "Are there any residential areas nearby?" Pointing at the screen, Liu Zhao replied, "There are a few small settlements." Then Han Xiao said, "Liu Zhao, get him some food." This sudden act of kindness toward a total stranger left Liu Zhao completely bewildered. But here's the thing, this was all part of his master plan. We're building a base in the scrapyard, so we need a large labor force with paid jobs and a place to settle down. Help me spread the word to your village chief. The wanderer happily accepted the food box. "Thank you." Liu Zhao, standing nearby, looked concerned. "Sir Black Ghost, our own supplies are running low." "Why?" After the man left, Han Xiao explained, "We're short on people, aren't we? And drifters are people too." Huang Yu watched the whole exchange, thinking to himself, "It's not a bad idea, but even including drifters, it's still way too few people. This whole project is guaranteed to fail. I'll just wait out the month and then head straight back to headquarters. I refuse to waste my time here." Suddenly, Han Xiao gave a serious command. "Liu Zhao, take a few people and supplies, and spread the news that we're building a new sanctuary." He hesitated for a second, wanting to object, but if we split our guards, our defenses will be too weak. Han Xiao just confidently pointed at the VA mechs, giving him a chance to rethink his answer. Looking at the seriously intimidating mechs, he made up his mind. "I guarantee the mission will be completed." A moment later, the scrapyard was buzzing with the sounds of vehicles and helicopters. Han Xiao focused on his system info. Current population, 1,034. Casualties, 0%. Objective complete. You received 250,000 experience. The mission rating increased to D. While he was busy scrolling through the long list of mission data, a sudden shout echoed out. "I see the convoy. Is that them? They're finally here." The shouting startled Han Xiao, forcing him to stop everything. Ruben ran up in a total panic to report. "Sir Black Ghost, there's a situation." A massive crowd, like an army, was flooding into the scrapyard. They looked ecstatic to see him. "Black Ghost, we're here for the quest. We heard you're building a sanctuary, so we came to help. We waited for so long, I almost thought it was just some stupid rumor." The other players immediately raised their guns at the civilians. What the hell are they doing? A familiar voice cut through the tension, stopping them cold. "Lower your weapons." Han Xiao walked forward slowly, finally making his appearance, and then calmly addressed the massive crowd. "I appreciate you all coming to help. Please, make way for us. Once we finish planning the city's layout, there will be plenty of job opportunities for everyone." They immediately obeyed, parting to the sides without a single complaint. Huang Yu was shocked by this scene. "You and I both know these Inhumans are a headache for every nation, yet they respect this guy so much." He knew he had to report this to Bennett. As a quiet night fell over the scrapyard, Huang Yu entered Han Xiao's tent to report on the situation. "Sir, we need to clear a campsite, but we're short on people." He just points outside and says calmly, "Those mutants are free. Go ask them." His words make the guy hesitate for a sec. Okay. But he listens anyway. Huang Yu steps out and waves the players over. Black Phantom needs to clear a nearby area to set up a safe camp for everyone. "Are you guys willing to help out?" Two guys nearby immediately open their system to check the rewards. "Huh? A quest popped up. And it's a main quest. Look at all that XP." Sure enough, the benefits were too good to pass up. Without a word, they all start cleaning up. "Let's go, everyone." Huang Yu watches this, feeling a little weird and slightly concerned. Is this really working? They're actually listening to my commands? No, wait. This is all because of Black Phantom's reputation. A while later, the night sky clears up a bit. Moonlight shines over the scrapyard, but there's still noise coming from the artillery zone. Turns out, players are setting up shop to sell items and make some extra cash. In another part of the yard, a crowd of fans is chasing Meatbun, yelling like crazy. "You damn author! Meatbun who beat a dog, you still haven't updated. I'll break your legs!" The kid keeps running and taunting them. "Haha, your levels are too low. You'll never catch me." Unlike Meatbun, Frenzied Sword is just chilling, deep in thought. Mechanics are so strong, but I like pugilists more. Which class should I choose? Now, this is where Han Xiao's master plan starts to unfold. This is my livelihood. I have to think carefully. Han Xiao's been watching everyone silently, his mind racing. Looks like things are getting lively. This abandoned area is finally buzzing with activity. A city built by the players themselves will give them a powerful sense of belonging. This place could very well become the first main player city on planet Aquamarine. He then opens up his system interface, staring intently at the numbers on the screen. The situation doesn't look great. His own quest reward limit is way too low compared to a major city construction quest. But that doesn't mean there isn't a way around it. Han Xiao rests his chin on his hand, thinking. If he lets other NPCs issue the quests, he can bypass his own limits. After all, he's in charge of this shelter. He just needs to plan the direction and let the players and NPCs do the heavy lifting. He turns to a guard. Get all the supervisors over here. I want to hold a meeting. The guard replies instantly. Yes, sir. A little later, inside Han Xiao's tent, he's discussing building the shelter from scratch with 2 other supervisors. This is going to be a massive project, he says, placing a blueprint on the table. I've divided the construction plan into 10 departments, including construction and scavenging. Han Xiao continues, his eyes filled with determination. Each department will have 1 person in charge. My goal is to finish construction quickly, specifically to shorten the time to within 1 month. But in his mind, he's already paved a golden path for himself. This way, he just needs to manage the supervisors to control the entire situation. After explaining the plan, he casually tells everyone to leave. All right, get to work. But before they can leave, his voice rings out again. Oh right, one more thing. They thought it was something important, but Han Xiao just wanted to claim the naming rights. Register the shelter's name first, and remember, it has to be my name. Their faces just completely froze. A moment later, his phone suddenly vibrates. It's a message from Maple Moon. I'm level 20. I've arrived at the scrapyard. As he reads it, he can't help but feel impressed. Maple Moon already hit level 20? He sits there thinking, remembering his time as a power leveler. She was a mechanic player, and when he kept failing his advancement, he felt so discouraged. Luckily, watching her matches cheered him up. But she only performed exceptionally well in the 3rd and 4th divisions, and then it seemed like she quit the pro scene. Thinking about it, a smile forms on his face. I wonder if meeting me this time will cause some kind of butterfly effect? As the night goes on, while everyone is gathered in a tent, a familiar figure appears at the door, humming a clear tune. La la la. Maple Moon is finally back. The moment she steps inside, her eyes light up. Oh my god. Her attention is immediately snagged by the pet polar bear, Leo. So cute. Maple Moon gets closer, touching its soft, white fur. So soft. Unable to resist, she turns to Han Xiao with pleading eyes. Great God, can I hug him for a bit? She finally gets her wish, while Hao Tian looks completely heartbroken. Next time, be more specific, okay? Turns out he thought all those sweet words were for him, which gave his teammates a good laugh. While Maple Moon and Meat Bun are having fun playing with Leo, they tease him. Look, he's drooling. Yeah, what a cute idiot. Han Xiao just watches quietly. Then, he makes an annoyed face on behalf of Leo. All right, stop playing with my bear. He sits down, opens the notice board, and says, I'm building a shelter. You all should go help. They immediately check the info, and Meat Bun can't help but exclaim. Complete a certain number of quests from the department heads, and you can get rewards. After reading it, Frenzied Sword adds, The Great Master is so generous. A second later, the whole group rushes outside. Everyone is eager to do quests. I have to get the first reward. Han Xiao watches from inside as their figures disappear, a small smile on his face. He felt a little excited. Fostering them is well within his limits. I can look forward to their professional performance later on. A few days pass, and the scrapyard looks completely different. High-rise buildings have been erected, and the roads are much wider. 2 construction workers look at the scene in awe. My god, the work efficiency of these mutants is insane. They don't even need to rest. They can really build the basic shelter in a month. We're definitely going to get a lot of credit for this. Huang Yu stands nearby, watching, but he looks pretty annoyed. He sees the results, and even if he doesn't want to admit it, once this succeeds, even just as an assistant, he could get some merit points. And trust me, the more he thinks about it, the more worried he gets. With his previous attitude, he probably already offended Black Phantom. Now he's not getting any assignments. I have to find a way to fix this. No sooner said than done, he walks up and knocks on Han Xiao's door. Han Xiao lets him in, a little confused. What's up? Huang Yu scratches his head, putting on an innocent face. Sir, I was hoping I could take on some work for you. I am your assistant, after all. But Han Xiao saw right through his little act. Then, calmly lighting a smoke, Han Xiao says, You didn't want to work, right? I'm a compassionate boss, so I'm giving you time off. Any complaints? The man quickly tries to defend himself. Of course not. I'm your assistant. I can contribute my skills too. Han Xiao was getting bored of his little performance. He just went silent. That terrified Huang Yu, who started sweating bullets, thinking he'd really blown it this time. His chance for glory was gone. A moment later, he holds out a datapad. This is the shelter's construction progress. From now on, you organize it. Report any issues directly to me. Finally, the guy could breathe again. Huang Yu happily accepts. Don't worry, I'll handle everything perfectly. Han Xiao just says, go. Meanwhile, in the clock tower area west of shelter number 3, the sounds of footsteps and laughter echo through a sewer pipeline. No wonder nobody takes this mission. It absolutely stinks. Turns out Lu Li and his squad are on the job, plugging their noses as they walk. We just need to scout the pipeline, so hold your breath. But the deeper they go, the thicker the stench gets. And you know that smell means something nasty is waiting up ahead. He screams a warning to the team behind him. We've got company. His voice turns urgent. Run, it's dangerous. But his legs freeze solid, he can't move an inch. The system panel immediately pops up. You are affected by a high-level beast aura, entering fear state. The words are barely out of his mouth when a wave of sewage rushes down the pipe. One of them screams in total panic, "We're so dead!" In a flash, they're all swept away by the current. Liu Li gets it even worse, slammed against a wall and coughing up blood. Then, dozens of dark shadows shoot out from inside the pipe. They fly at lightning speed toward the clock tower. Everyone outside is terrified by the sight. What are those things? A second later, the shadows hunt them down. A player screams, "Ah, I'm out of weekly respawns, damn it." A sharp yell then erupts from Han Xiao's tent. What? He says urgently into his comms. I'm on my way. A moment later, he arrives at the scene to investigate. Did anyone get a clear look at what happened? Another player answers, no, it was too fast. I was dead before I could even react. What are the damages? Han Xiao asks worriedly. Huang Yu arrives, reporting back with a look of pure horror on his face. Monsters from the power grid pipeline destroyed the new station. Han Xiao snaps back. What kind of beasts? Huang Yu points toward the sealed-off pipe. The monsters are hiding in the river pipeline. We have no idea what's going on in there. Without hesitating, Han Xiao goes in to investigate himself. Following the cracks in the wall, he's on high alert. You and I can see the signs here. Massive destruction, insane speed. This thing's level is definitely not low. To be safe, he deploys a recon spider to investigate further. Then he turns to Huang Yu. Are there any other strong beasts in other areas? He replies, no, just this place. The cleanup everywhere else is going smoothly. Han Xiao then turns his gaze to the recon spider's monitor. On screen, tracks of a Nakara shadow beast, deep inside a cave. He studies them and thinks, so it's one of these. Average level 40. No wonder the players were all one-shotted. The system displays full info on the Nakara shadow beast, commonly known as the shadow hunting snake. It's an egg-laying animal. An adult can grow up to 4 meters tall. It secretes a corrosive, sticky substance to dig its nests and prefers hot, humid areas. It usually lives near underground volcanic zones. He reads this and wonders, it's cool down here, so why would this snake be attracted to this spot? Could there be an abandoned nuclear reactor below, or some high-energy scrap? Huang Yu has a bright idea. We can just plant explosives above the den and collapse the whole nest. Hearing that, Han Xiao thinks to himself, the corpses and eggs of a shadow-hunting snake are valuable potion ingredients. Destroying them would be a huge waste. So naturally, he shuts that idea down. No need for such a destructive method just yet. We'll lure them out of the cave, then capture them all. The plan kicks off. Everyone agrees to capture the beasts. First, station my Mecha Guard unit at the cave entrance. Get the espers over here too. Next, find someone to toss flares into their nest. Wherever the flares land, the cave walls crack. It's just as Han Xiao said, leave the monsters to me when they come out. An unusual green mist starts seeping from the entrance. The beast's heavy footsteps echo on the stone floor as it emerges. They open their maws and start attacking the players. Someone panics. Man, the level on this monster is way too high. He tries to land a punch but misses completely. Another player, about to get eaten, can only scream for help. In the distance, a massive gun appears. Han Xiao gives the command, fire. The second they get the signal, hundreds of guns open fire, tearing the beasts to shreds. He crosses his arms, admiring his work as the monsters flee without hesitation. The other gamers look at their fallen teammates. A gray-haired guy pinches his nose in disgust. So nauseating. This is what killed me earlier. The girl standing nearby, however, is full of admiration. Black Phantom's mechanical legion is so strong, they wiped out all those monsters in seconds. And honestly, you and I can't disagree. Han Xiao doesn't waste any time. He turns to his crew. Take the bodies to cold storage. He starts putting all the pieces together. After taking a hit like that, the Nakara Shadow Beast definitely won't leave its nest so easily. He gives a cunning smile. A grueling task like this? I'll just leave it to the players. Han Xiao wasted no time, barking out orders to the crowd. I need a few people to clear this den. Best if you clean it out in 3 days, and there are benefits for everyone. The players' faces lit up. Hell yeah! A reward stacking mission. As the crowd surged forward, Erica suddenly made her own announcement. Members of the Dawn Guild, over here, listen to my command. Our team needs a healer, a support class level 18 or higher. Han Xiao watched everyone jump in enthusiastically, feeling a wave of relief. The pooled experience was already climbing past 1 million. Reward stacking quests were definitely the easiest way to fire up the players. He handed a small scanner to Frenzied Swords group, giving them specific instructions. Take this detector and measure the radiation levels in the den. If you find anything unusual, report back to me immediately. Meanwhile, many players were still fuming over the power of the phantom beasts. Damn, this monster's strong, but let me show you how a real schemer operates. Han Xiao strokes his chin, a greedy, calculating look on his face. For the current players, the obsidian beast Nakara is way too tough. But for that sweet quest reward, they'll definitely buy the gear he's lovingly prepared. Back in his workshop, he rummages through his tools. Where did he toss that armor he built before? Ah, found it. Then his eyes land on a junk box in the corner. He'd crafted a ton of equipment just to get 5 purple items for a job change, but only managed to make 3. Still, anything that makes money makes Han Xiao happy. Looks like he can finally make use of this scrap. Suddenly, 3 figures walk in. Their leader steps forward with a request. Black Ghost, we want to buy some gear. In a flash, Han Xiao pulls up the system menu and coldly tells them to choose. The whole group immediately crowds around to look at the screen. The lowest tier is green gear. Some of it is even blue. I've never seen stuff like this. I want it all. A reset mechanical arm is the first item up, for 120,000 aquamarine coins. Du's eyes light up. It's perfect for him. But man, that price is steep. You can practically see the intense mental battle raging inside his head. The major guilds are here too, you know. If we want to pull ahead of them, we have to crush this bonus quest and get a good score. He makes his decision in a heartbeat. I'll take it. Feng Shen and Xue Jing quickly follow his lead. Sell me that gun. Guild leader. I want this. Seeing his customers this fired up, Han Xiao is ecstatic inside. Ka-ching! This is a huge score. He quotes the price bluntly, a total of 300,000. After a long grind, Crazy Blade and his group burst in excitedly. Boss, we're back! Once everyone's gathered, Feng Yue is the first to speak up. We detected insanely high radiation levels, so high it nearly maxed out our scanners. And right here, folks, is where the mystery really deepens. Han Xiao figures that living in this radiation must have caused mutations, creating elite-tier monsters. Crazy Blade quietly adds, we also found the source. A box is presented, holding an unknown crystal. It's some kind of weird formation, putting out intense radiation. He warns them, this is the thing. Han Xiao's expression completely shifts. He freezes, then gets dead serious. Where did you find this? Hao Tian is vague, so Crazy Blade explains in more detail. These crystals were embedded in the walls. The deeper we went, the thicker they got. There weren't many monsters around, so we decided to head back first. He curiously examines the object in his hand. The crystal is radiating heat. It clicks this must be what's providing warmth for the obsidian beast, Nakara. Then, a brilliant, terrible idea sparks. He gestures for Crazy Blade to come closer, barely hiding his excitement. Let's see what this thing does. The second he's in range, Han Xiao shoves the crystal right into Crazy Blade's mouth. Swallow it. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, he totally just did that. Poor guy doesn't stand a chance. That unstable look on his face gets Han Xiao's attention. Any reaction? With a defeated look, he reports the debuffs. Radiation damage state. Max health and stamina down 33%, all stats down 50% for 2 hours. The research seems successful, as Han Xiao taps away on his virtual screen, perfectly satisfied. Worth it. Seeing his own stats skyrocket, Crazy Blade is thrilled. Whoa, that's a ton of experience. If I eat the rest, will I get even more? But the answer is a cold, hard, in your dreams. Han Xiao's mind is already working on how to refine these crystals into a power source. He strokes his chin, lost in thought. The crystal density must be a marker leading straight to the center of the lair. A 90% chance this is the central zone time to make a move. Night falls over the abandoned factory. Players clutch beast eggs, urged on from behind. Egg runners, move it! Du sees the beast struggling and barks orders to Denny's group. Hurry! Main tanks, hold the monster. Off tanks, protect the egg snatchers. The rest of the team attacks on his command. Martial artists, get in close. Don't waste a single second. Du expertly coordinates the groups. Psychers, give us some support. Stall it, and when you're spent, fall back and recover on the side. Finally, he turns to the ranged weapons squad. Mechanics, don't get close. Stay back and attack from a distance. Hit from all sides, the beast roars. In the heat of battle, Du screams at the top of his lungs. The boss is enraged. Everyone, give it all you've got. A storm of attacks rains down on the beast. Du launches himself up, then slams a powerful blow into its lower jaw, yelling, "Dynamic Iron Fist." The beast reels back from the hit, drool flying from its mouth. Du pants heavily, admiring his new purchase. These gauntlets are insane, worth every penny. The system announces their success in defeating the level 40 obsidian beast Nikara. With a personal contribution of 15%, he gets 2,470 experience. The other players erupt in cheers, celebrating their top spot on the contribution board. But Du still can't quite relax. Don't celebrate just yet. The other guilds are still fighting. If we're not careful, they'll catch right up. Stay focused for the next one. Suddenly, a black shadow zips past them. They whip around, startled. What was that? It vanished in a flash. Overcome by curiosity, the group rushes to follow. That has to be a pro. Let's go check it out. When they get to the location, Du just stares, completely stunned by the scene. A freshly killed beast lies on the ground. Someone asks in disbelief, "Did that black shadow just do this?" The other players buzz. "The monster that took us all day was killed in a second?" Another guy nearby immediately has a theory. It has to be Black Ghost, only he's strong enough to do that. Du points deeper into the cave and suggests, "He's already cleared a path for us. Let's follow and see." The further they go, the more dead beasts they find. There's Han Xiao, decked out in his mech suit, absolutely wrecking monsters. He finishes them off with a thunderous punch, and then cautiously scans his surroundings. More and more of them are showing up. The ambient temperature hits 43 degrees, which only makes Han Xiao smile. It's getting hotter. And trust me, that means he's getting close to the obsidian beast Nikara King. He pushes forward down the path, which now glows a brilliant orange from the intense heat. But then, he stops. A single drop of water splashes onto a glowing crystal. A deep rumbling grows closer and closer as a massive monster's foot slams into view. A level 53 Nikara phantom beast let out a deafening roar that shook the entire cave. But to Han Xiao, that sound was music to his ears. "Found you." The massive monster then leaped down from above. It shot out its long green tongue, trying to snatch its prey. Han Xiao immediately whipped out his weapon, gripping his sniper rifle tightly and activating his skill. Overload, will combustion, critical hit, one shot, one kill. Under the rifle's immense power, the phantom beast could only scream in agony as Han Xiao stared in shock. Whoa, one shot took out 10% of its health? This boss is way too weak. The monster looked around frantically before lunging towards some crystals and devouring them. And as it ate, its health bar shot right back up. Seeing the beast almost fully healed, Han Xiao's heart sank. This is bad, it can eat scrap to heal itself. And this whole place is a scrap heap. I need to get it out of here, change the battlefield. Han Xiao slammed his fist directly into the phantom beast's hide, activating his electric shock ability. He used its own body as a battering ram to smash through the nearby rock wall. "No more hiding in your den. Get out here and fight me." The cave began to shake violently from the impact. Seeing rocks fall faster and faster, a player frantically warned the others behind him, "Run, we're going to be buried alive." Is the Black Phantom trying to collapse the whole cave? The shockwave was so strong it blew the earth and rock apart. Han Xiao stood before the phantom beast, completely unafraid. "No more snacks for you this time. Let's see how you heal now." He quickly charged in for an attack. A direct punch to the gut made the monster roar in pain. However, the beast immediately coiled its body for a counterattack. Han Xiao jumped back to dodge, winding up his right fist as energy surged around it. Another powerful blow landed squarely on the phantom beast's face. Seeing its back fin change from blue to red, Han Xiao grinned. Without scrap metal to heal, you're just a tank with a massive health pool. He then pulled out a new weapon for his next assault. Before the beast could recover, another strike smashed into its head. Han Xiao silently declared, "One final explosive blow to send you off." Not wanting to miss his chance, he activated Overload again. Will combustion. His entire body radiated with immense power. He yelled, "Die," as he ended it quickly, leaving the beast to bleed out with one final, agonizing scream. After sending the monster to the afterlife, a system notification popped up. You have killed the level 53 Nikara Phantom Beast, receiving 132,000 experience. Han Xiao walked back into the smoky, dusty cave to find a whole swarm of smaller beasts gathering, and he immediately knew why. The Beast King is dead, so now all the minions are coming for me. Without a moment's hesitation, he gathered a small sphere of energy in his palm. In a flash, the tiny ball expanded into a massive orb, wiping them all out. A huge explosion rocked the entire area. Du and his team struggled against the shockwave, and he yelled out in terror, "Damn, Black Phantom destroyed the entire zone." You and I both know that combat power has to belong to a max-level NPC. From within the thick smoke, Han Xiao stepped out and removed his mask. Seeing him, Huang Yu quickly ran over and anxiously asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Han Xiao didn't celebrate just yet, instead giving out calm instructions. Wait for the Inhumans to clear out the rest of the Nikara beasts. Then, have your men dig up the scrap piles. Bring the radiation crystals and beast corpses to the warehouse, especially the body of the Beast King. It's rare material. Even though I smashed it up pretty good, it should still be useful. Huang Yu's face lit up with joy. Yes, sir. Inside, he was ecstatic. It had only been half an hour, and the Black Phantom had already solved the entire problem. That level of speed was almost unbelievable. Soon, they were all back at the workshop. Huang Yu read from a datapad, reporting nonstop. 864 Nikara Phantom Beast corpses have been moved to the cold storage, and about 2 tons of crystals have been sealed and stored. Among them, we found 300 pounds of high-concentration blue crystals at the center of the den. He kept scanning the data, but didn't stop talking. Oh, and Conver figured out the origin of the crystals. The Nikara beasts eat high-energy waste, which has a special reaction with the mucus their bodies secrete, hardening to form these crystals. This piqued Han Xiao's interest. So you're telling me these radiation crystals are the Nikara Phantom beasts' waste? Huang Yu immediately confirmed. You could say that. Holding the datapad, Han Xiao remembered shoving a crystal into Frenzied Sword's mouth and felt a sudden wave of guilt. Yeah, it's probably better not to tell Frenzied Sword the truth. After their discussion, Han Xiao headed to the empty cold storage warehouse number 3. Looking at the crates filled with crystals, he thought to himself, this haul is seriously impressive. Glancing at the small robot working diligently, he pondered, the crystals can be refined into energy materials, and the corpses and eggs can be used to make medicine. Now I just need a pharmacist. He rubbed his chin, a calculating look in his eyes. Meanwhile, at Star Dragon headquarters, a top-secret conference about the Six-Nation Far Expedition was underway in a sealed room. In the middle of the tense atmosphere, a phone suddenly rang. Gu Hui quickly grabbed it and rushed for the door. One of the members chided him. Why is your phone on in a serious meeting like this? He replied grimly. It's an emergency call. The meeting is on pause. As soon as he was out of the room, Gu Hui answered with a cold tone. What do you want this time? On the other end, Han Xiao sat leisurely, not bothering to beat around the bush. I need a person. Hearing this, Gu Hui asked curiously. Who? Han Xiao answered slowly. One Leaf Green. She's a pharmacist. This made Gu Hui's attitude immediately harden. She's a high-priority criminal. Even I can't transfer someone from the Morning Island. It's against regulations. Seeing the blunt refusal, Han Xiao started playing his mind games. I heard you guys are about to start the Far Expedition. Tesk, a six-nation joint operation, attacking the Ania continent from a dozen directions. And trust me, Han Xiao's voice was dripping with a mix of mockery and pure threat. Think Germination is just going to roll over and die? Gu Hui is absolutely stunned by this urgent news. How in the world do you know this? Han Xiao just laughs, brushing off the other man's panic. Haha, I have my sources. I know Germination's base, their defenses, all of it. Realizing the game has changed, Gu Hui thinks it over. After a painful internal struggle, he grits his teeth and accepts the deal. Ye Qing is his. Han Xiao is thrilled, sealing the deal, happy to cooperate. I'll feed you intel on Germination. Meanwhile, the crystals are quickly loaded into the funnel. He watches the confirmation from Gu Hui, then sends over the intel on Germination without a second thought, already plotting his next move. Ye Qing isn't just for making potions, she's crucial for developing a cure when the version 2.0 of the virus hits. If his sanctuary is the first to develop a cure, the Black Phantom's reputation will skyrocket. But thinking long-term, he starts to worry. Wait a second. If Star Dragon finds out Ye Qing is working here, they'll know Han Xiao is Ling Hao and also the Black Phantom. But if his cover is blown, the influence of both identities would merge into one. Han Xiao's eyes turn serious. Besides, with the dark net backing him, his personal power is already at the planet's peak. He doesn't need to hide his identity anymore. Then, Ya Lin's fierce, threatening face flashes in his mind. Han Xiao, pay up! The memory makes him break out in a cold sweat. Better to keep a disguise for any face-to-face negotiations, just in case. That same night, over at Star Dragon's border, an officer reports after escorting Ye Qing. Sir, the package has arrived. Feng Jun gives a quick warning. She's a dangerous criminal from Tangjong Island. Be careful, don't let her pull anything. The medical team chimes in. Don't worry, I gave her a heavy sedative. She's out cold. A strange sound makes Feng Jun look up, startled. A helicopter is hovering right above them. Now pay attention to how this exchange goes down. Han Xiao appears, completely covered and wearing a mask. I'm here for Ye Qing. Star Dragon's side quickly pushes her forward. She's all yours. He immediately compares her to the image on his device to confirm her identity, then quickly gets her on board. The helicopter lifts off without a word. Once they're clear of Star Dragon, he whispers in Ye Qing's ear, "Wake up, stop pretending. You're a pharmacist. You think I believe you haven't built up a resistance to drugs? A simple sedative isn't taking you down." Seeing her cover blown, Ye Qing drops the act and fires back with a sarcastic tone. Anyone who could see through that must be bad news themselves. She uses a fingernail to slice open her skin, digging a small chip out of her own flesh. Without hesitating, Ye Qing crushes it, then scoffs. "Star Dragon really thought I wouldn't know they planted a tracker and a listening device on me. Looks like Star Dragon is very curious about who you are. What did you trade for me?" Hearing this, Han Xiao just leans back and coolly replies, "A little bit of intel." With her sharp intuition, she lets out a sigh. "I can feel that you're very strong. Looks like there's no escaping now that I'm in your hands." He takes off his mask, smiling at her. "You're a rational one." Seeing his smug attitude, Ye Qing bluntly asks, "What do you want from me?" But all she gets is a vague answer. "I'll tell you when we get there." Han Xiao rubs his chin, already thinking of a long-term plan for a criminal like her. "Okay, so he's got her. But I know what you're thinking. How does he keep her? She'll definitely look for a chance to escape. He can't watch her 247. He needs to make her want to stay." Soon, the helicopter lands on a skyscraper. Ye Qing is completely bewildered. "Where is this?" He casually leads the way, explaining, "You've been locked up for a long time. Take your time catching up with the state of the world." Just then, Huang Yu appears to report, "Sir, you've returned. Sector 1 is finished. The West Wing is under repair, expected to be done in 3 days." He points the way, continuing his report. "The beast eggs and corpses we collected are all in cold storage." Han Xiao nods, impressed. "Good work." Though Ye Qing only heard bits and pieces, she got the gist. "So this guy is in charge of this whole sanctuary. No wonder he needs me." They quickly head towards the cold storage, Han Xiao explaining as they walk. "Your job is to turn all these materials into valuable potions." She looks around, then gasps in amazement. "Shadow Nakara beasts! So many of them!" Ye Qing immediately starts geeking out over what she knows. The corpses of Shadow Nakara beasts are perfect for producing steroids and hormonal drugs, and their eggs contain Kalinatra chotin, a compound that boosts bone growth and metabolism. We can make a highly effective healing agent from it. Since you have so many eggs, I can try to cultivate a whole clan of Shadow Nakara beasts. But his only response is a completely blank stare. A what now? Realizing it's useless to explain, she just sighs in defeat. "You wouldn't get it. Just leave it to me." Suddenly, Han Xiao points outside. "Oh, right. If you need to test your drugs, just find any of those Inhumans out there. They can't die and they'll be happy to help." This makes Ye Qing's face light up. For real? Thinking about this amazing perk, she realizes this place offers immortal test subjects, plus freedom and safety. Staying here long-term might not be a bad idea. Besides, she needs time to process how much the world has changed. Night falls on Ye Qing's new workshop. On the screen, dense blocks of text provide information, her thoughts running wild. So that Black Phantom is this legendary. In a room filled with chemicals, Ye Qing stares at the screen. The Germination Organization was cornered by a single traitor. Just who in the world is this Zero? After what happened in the Farina Nation, she can't seem to process the information, her face a mask of pure shock. My God, while I was in prison, the world outside was turned completely upside down? Lost in thought, Ye Qing stares into space, completely unaware that her every move is being watched on a small monitor. On the other side, Han Xiao leans back in his chair, observing her carefully. Ye Qing is a true libertarian, unpredictable, eccentric, and refuses to be controlled by anyone. And that's where we leave him, a calculating look on his face. Trust me, until he's 100% sure she'll work for him willingly, he's not letting her out of his sight. "Sir, I've got her all settled in," Huang Yu reports as the door swings open. His words die in his throat. His face freezes in disbelief. On the screen ahead, Ye Qing is changing clothes, and Han Xiao is just leaning back, calmly watching. His mind starts racing with wild theories. Is the commander secretly watching One Leaf Blue change? Could this be his secret, unknown hobby? Han Xiao turns, and Huang Yu's flustered expression says it all. This guy is definitely getting the wrong idea. He breaks the awkward silence, his gaze shifting slightly. "If you dare breathe a word of this." Han Xiao doesn't even have to finish the sentence. The guy starts bowing like a wind-up toy. "Yes, sir, yes, sir." Soon, sunlight replaces the night. Ye Qing opens her door, smiling warmly. "I need a volunteer to test a potion." The second she says it, a massive crowd rushes forward, scrambling over each other. Me, I'll do it, move it, I was here first." This whole scene has her a little baffled. These mutants are something else. Why are they fighting to be a test subject? But on the outside, she just looks conflicted. "All right then, you can follow me." Watching the Chosen One eagerly trail behind her, she can't help but feel that Sanctuary 3 is a pretty good place. The door closes behind them. Outside, a newcomer named Chi-Chi shows up looking confused. Huh? I thought this was where you could buy high-quality potions? How come she's already gone? Hearing this, a guy who was about to leave turns back to explain. Are you new here? She only opens her shop at night. During the day, you can sign up for her potion testing missions. The rewards are insane. Suddenly, a shout makes Chi-Chi look over. Yilan storms over, his face twisted in anger. If you hadn't pushed me, I would have been the first one to get that mission. How are you going to compensate me for my loss? But Chi-Chi doesn't back down an inch, firing right back. What are you talking about? You're the one who ran into me. When words fail, he raises his fists, ready to fight. Still talking back? Fine, let's PK. I'm gonna beat you till you call me daddy. And you and I know how this usually ends in a game world. Fight me then. Who's afraid of who? But right as things escalate, a voice cuts through the tension. Wait. Han Xiao steps in, his eyes serious. You two are trying to kill each other in my sanctuary? We can't have you destroying what everyone worked so hard to build. From now on, fighting is forbidden in the city. He then points towards some collapsed buildings in the distance. If you want to fight, go over to the ruined city. Yilan is disappointed, his voice sulky. Ah, really? In complete contrast, Chi-Chi is totally thrilled. All right. The two of them immediately sprint towards the city, with Yilan shouting threats behind him. The crowd of onlookers rushes to follow. Let's go watch. This whole thing gives Han Xiao an idea. He needs to set the sanctuary as a safe zone, a no-combat area to guarantee player safety in the main city. But just ensuring safety isn't enough. He'll need to hire more NPCs like Ye Qing to complete the city's functions. Night falls quickly. The base lies quiet amongst the cliffs, behind a tightly sealed door. All right, let's switch gears to the Germinal Organization's secret headquarters, where a map is projected in the middle of the room. Kui Lang leans back and starts his report. All of our ports on the Andia continent have fallen. 6 nations have set up a complete blockade of the surrounding sea. Red arrows pop up all over the map. Their ground troops are preparing to land on the coast and push inland. Rian and Tios have even sent elite units to attack our missile base in the east. For some reason, his aide looks uneasy. Sweat drips down his forehead as he listens in dead silence. Our base locations were leaked. The leadership has definitely discovered the traitor who sold us out to the 6 nations. Kui Lang calmly reassures everyone. Don't panic. The one who leaked it was Zero. As he speaks, an image of Han Xiao appears, a smug smile on his face, a strange puppet in his hand. He drums his fingers on the armrest, his voice filled with confidence as if it was all part of the plan. Relax. Zero will walk right into our trap. Kui Lang remains still, a hint of excitement in his eyes. Eliminate Zero, and victory will be ours. Back at the Black Ghost Sanctuary 3, buildings are being constructed at a frantic pace. A phone starts ringing. Han Xiao takes a glass of water from a mini robot and casually picks up. The voice on the other end is full of shock. The first phase of construction for Sanctuary 3 is already done? A proud look spreads across his face. Praise me. Bennett smiles, radiating genuine joy. Keep it up. Your progress has far surpassed the other sanctuaries. I have very high hopes for you guys. The reply from the phone comes without a moment's hesitation. Don't you worry. The man watches as fighter jets fly in formation across the sky. The 6 nations have begun their expedition. Dark Web is a neutral organization, so stay out of it. Looking at the arrows on the map, all pointing to one territory, Han Xiao answers clearly, Don't worry, I'll be sure to listen. With that, the call ends. He rests his chin in his hand and can't help but sigh. A notification suddenly pops up. Sanctuary 3, Phase 1, complete. Dark Web faction relations, respected. The wall of text gives Han Xiao an idea. The sanctuary's construction is on track. It can proceed smoothly even if he's not around. The screen updates again with more information. Sleeping Seed Dust, current progress, 27.1%. This definitely piques his interest. Next, I can focus all my energy on dealing with you. Thinking this, Han Xiao gazes into the distance, a faint smile unconsciously appearing on his face. With a war breaking out, the Germinal Organization will be too busy to fend for themselves. It's time to pay a visit to their old home. Inside the workshop at Sanctuary 3, a sphere emits a constant blue light. Han Xiao looks at the item in his hands, completely satisfied. Excellent, the final purple equipment is finished. The system immediately flashes a notification. Class change requirement complete. 5 level 60 or higher purple items. Progress. 5 out of 5. And this is it, the moment we've been waiting for. The class change is about to begin. His entire body is shrouded in a wave of power. Bolts of electricity wrap around him. Class change successful. His eyes are squeezed shut as notifications keep flooding in. You have learned the skill Advanced Mechanical Affinity. You have learned the skill Surging Mechanical Force. Every bit of power is completely absorbed, and the look on Han Xiao's face finally relaxes. You have learned the skill Electronic System Refining Method. You have learned the talent Energy Modification. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. A total transformation. His gaze turns razor sharp. He's unlocked a new class from the mechanical branch now at level 60. Han Xiao lights a cigarette, lost in thought. Level 60. He's finally hit the max level for version 1. Just then, a screen flashes to life, shattering his focus. Lines of text fill the screen. It's the level 60 promotion quest, the ultimate trial. Push yourself to the absolute limit in combat and feel the ascension of life itself. Han Xiao saw this coming. He knew it. He wasn't a normal player, so version caps meant nothing to him. He could surpass the level 60 cap of version 1. And the Germination Organization's hideout was crawling with powerful enemies, the perfect place to see if he could clear this quest. Then, an image of Hila flashes in his mind, with a naive, smiling Aurora beside her. He'd save Hila and her sister, and maybe change a little history while he was at it. Over at the Star Dragon's Rock Harbor base, aircraft sit idle on the tarmac. All around, squads of soldiers are deep in conversation. Man, not only are the big mercenary crews here, but even a demon-class assassin from Blood Pact has joined the fight. Fang Yun spots some newbies and asks, "You guys new here?" Seeing their surprised looks, he knows he's right and puts on an expert's air. The front lines aren't a playground. Don't earn money you won't live to spend. That one line makes them look at him with total respect. "Senior, please carry us." Fang Yun smirks, totally full of himself. "No problem, just listen to what I say." While they're chatting, a pair of boots approaches from a distance. The soldiers nearby seem to recognize something, their faces showing pure shock. Han Xiao walks forward with an ice-cold expression. Someone recognizes him and yells out, "It's the Black Phantom!" The soldiers quickly make way for him, incredibly respectful. "This way, sir." Another soldier can't hide his admiration. "It's a true honor to be on the same mission as you." This whole scene makes the guy next to them sneer. Why would a big shot like him be here? Boarding the aircraft, Han Xiao casually picks a seat. Once settled, he sinks back into his own strategic calculations. The Six Nations had already sealed off the Andia battlefield. Any third party would be shot on sight. Joining the Star Dragon mercenaries was the smartest, most legitimate way to get there. Suddenly, a ringing phone shatters his train of thought. Han Xiao answers, and a voice immediately starts shouting on the other end. "You get back here right now." The voice is so loud he has to pull the phone away from his ear. "Lower your voice." On the other end, Bennett is furious at Han Xiao's reckless decision. "Why didn't you discuss this with me? You represent the Dark Web's position. Joining the war throws away our neutral status." Real anger starts creeping into his voice. "You are not to get involved in this." Han Xiao couldn't care less about what he's hearing. "This is my own private business." Bennett has lost all patience. "Nonsense. What about your duties?" And here, Han Xiao finally reveals his long-held thoughts. The Germination Organization can't even take care of itself anyway. Kicking them while they're down sounds fun. Besides, neutrality doesn't matter at this point, so relax. His stubbornness leaves Bennett powerless. "So you didn't listen to a single thing I just said, did you?" Han Xiao, done with the conversation, just starts waving the phone around. "Hello? Hello? I'm on a plane. The signal's bad." But seeing right through the act, the voice yells back, "Don't you play games with me!" Before he can finish, Han Xiao hangs up without a second of hesitation. No longer bothered, he returns to his thoughts, watching scenes of war on the screen as version 1 nears its end. After the Six Nations leveled Germination, they went after the Dark Web next. The Dark Web was a tangled mess, and even with a neutral stance, the Six Nations would never accept them. Han Xiao is so focused he doesn't even notice Lambda walking in. "We'll arrive in Andia in 8 hours. I'll now brief you on the Southern War Zone and our mission." Wanting more info, Han Xiao quickly cuts him off. "Can I get a panoramic map of the entire Germination battlefield?" Without making him wait, Lambda quickly hands one over. "Here you go." His efficiency makes Han Xiao a bit suspicious. Star Dragon is being so cooperative. It's probably because of word of mouth. Map in hand, Han Xiao puts his brain into overdrive. The Germination headquarters is surrounded by a massive network of defensive positions. His mind races, but there have to be small gaps between them. He could sneak in and land a direct hit. But something feels off. This seems too easy. Aren't these openings a little too obvious? This feels strange. Not long after, the plane lands on the Andia continent's border battlefield, a place left desolate by war. Civilians walk in a long, single-file line, moving silently as a soldier barks orders. "Refugees, get to the other side! Don't push!" Just as he gets off the plane, Mi approaches Han Xiao with hopeful eyes. "Lord Black Phantom, We were hoping you would lead us. Completely uninterested, he just turns and walks away. Seeing Han Xiao leaving, the guy calls out, confused. Where are you going? Our mission is not wanting to waste any more time. Han Xiao glances back. I'm not interested in that mission. I'm used to working alone. Ruined buildings lean precariously in the dark night. A soldier named C holds his gun, asking the guy next to him, how many contribution points you got? The other guy answers honestly, 127. Hearing that, the first guy whines like he's been working his tail off. Man, I've been finishing off refugees too, so why do I only have 95? Unable to listen to any more, Luca kicks the door open, snarling through his teeth. Killing refugees doesn't increase contribution points, moron. Killing Star Dragon soldiers hiding among the refugees does. Did you even read the mission briefing? A moment later, he gasps. Huh? In front of them stands Han Xiao, the cigarette in his hand still smoking. Luca immediately tenses up, aiming his rifle at the stranger. This must be a Star Dragon scout. Time to meet your maker. Suddenly, his face changes. Cold sweat starts to pour down his back. A boomerang cuts through the Germination soldiers like a bolt of lightning. Now pay attention, because this is just brutal. Immediately, back at the Germination army's respawn point, the soldiers he just wiped out reappear one by one, a system message on everyone's screen. Damage taken, 250 points. You have been eliminated. The soldiers are baffled, still clueless about what just happened. Luca can't stop wondering, what the hell just one-shotted us? Who was that guy with the question marks for a name? Elsewhere, behind the fortifications, you and I can see that the real storm of bullets has only just begun, and we are dropping right into the action. A soldier spots a target falling from the sky and screams, it's a Germinal Esper, fire! But Omicron just charges his power, staring down at them like they're nothing but trash. Then he unleashes a devastating blow, sending soldiers and sandbags flying everywhere. A direct hit. Bodies now litter the ground. Struck with fear, Fong Yun is absolutely terrified, hiding behind a huge rock. Don't see me, don't see me. But suddenly, Omicron steps out right next to him, that look of fear making him even more excited. Aha! So Star Dragon's little rat was hiding here. Trapped, Fang Yun can only brace for the inevitable. It's over. But then, a spray of warm blood hits his face, and he cracks open his eyes. Before him, Omicron is grimacing in pain from a clean slash by Han Xiao. In total shock, Fang Yun just stares at the man now lying defeated in a pool of his own blood. All right, let's jump right into the chaos. One of the Bud Espers just got taken out by a supposed refugee, and nobody has a clue who this guy is as the battle rages on. Bai hunkered down behind a boulder, shouting into his radio. Star Dragon Empire reinforcements are almost here. Prepare to pull out. Han Xiao watched the brutal firefight with a grin. Finally, he'd found the Bud Organization's main forces. His form began to shift. I can just become that Esper and slip right in. Pee-Pee spotted him, yelling, Can, where have you been? Get over here and help! But another soldier charged in, 5 swords flashing as he cut down the Bud grunts, swinging with everything he had. Han Xiao moved fast, easily dodging the blade. A boomerang materialized in his hand, crackling with intense electricity. Not giving him a chance to recover, Han Xiao flung the boomerang. It slammed right into the guy's side, throwing him against the cliff wall before he crumbled. Pee-Pee stared, confused. Since when can this strong? Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed as tanks rolled onto the battlefield. A Bud soldier saw them and yelled, Crap! Reinforcements! Retreat now! Pee-Pee immediately ran, calling for his squad to follow. And just like that, Han Xiao is in. You and I know this is his chance in a chaotic retreat like this. No one's gonna notice an extra body. Under the cover of darkness, Bud soldiers rushed to load mysterious wooden crates, one of them barking orders to hurry. We need to be back at HQ in 10 minutes. From behind a nearby tree, Han Xiao took in the entire scene. To clear his path, Han Xiao swiftly took out the driver. After the clean takedown, he dumped the body nearby and then issued a brand new mission. Soon after, a player pushed through the bushes. Found it, he said. As they started hauling the body away, Absalon was completely confused. This mysterious person's mission is so weird. Disposing of a body? Who the hell is this guy? His partner couldn't care less. Who cares? The EXP for this is huge, and it's easy. I hope we get more like this. Back in the driver's seat, Han Xiao shifted his appearance again, feeling pretty damn proud. Haha, making players do my dirty work for me? I'm a genius. The convoy rolled on through the night, carrying his plan forward. The Bud leader would never imagine he could infiltrate HQ so easily. Inside the Bud base, it was just another quiet day. Business as usual. A hand clicked a mouse, its owner completely baffled. I beefed up reconnaissance at the defensive breach. Hila looked suspiciously at the screen, but saw no sign of him. An image of Han Xiao surfaced in his mind, playing with chess pieces like they were Bud soldiers. He grew wary. Zero. Why come to headquarters? What's his goal? Then it hit him. Hila's hand clenched into a fist, a dreadful thought flashing through his mind. Could the prophecy of the Child of Destiny have failed? Meanwhile, Han Xiao strolled casually through the enemy base. Straight ahead lay the underground headquarters. All of the Bud organization's key personnel and departments were down there. He skillfully swiped an ID card. Okay, so here's the plan we're watching unfold. To save Aurora, he has to shut down the main server. That means taking a high-level hostage with full access. I remember a top researcher for Bud named Cerberus. He's obsessed with his work, and he's in charge of Aurora's experiments. Cerberus became his target, a man with zero loyalty who would betray anyone to save his own skin without a second thought. The perfect mark. But he stopped. He was missing one detail. Where is Cerberus's lab? His eyes then focused on someone up ahead. It was Electrolux, clumsily walking towards him. Han Xiao saw his chance. There are players in the HQ. I have to take advantage of this. With a few quick taps, Han Xiao worked his magic. A quest instantly popped up. Find Cerberus's location. Staring at the reward, he gasped. Whoa, that's a ton of EXP. Not wanting to miss out, Electrolux sprinted off. Okay, I'll be right back. Soon after, he arrived at a heavy sealed door. The lack of security was strange. This is Cerberus's lab? Why aren't there any guards? This oversight made him smile. Looks like staying in HQ all year has made them soft. Works for me. This just got a whole lot easier. Inside, Cerberus was ecstatic over his results. Excellent. The reaction was a success, he mumbled, admiring the purple liquid in a test tube. All right, next up is... Before he could finish his thought, Cerberus froze in pure terror. A cold blade was pressed right against his throat. Han Xiao moved in closer, his voice low and threatening. Don't move. Don't make a sound, or this knife goes straight through your heart. Now, you're going to pretend everything is normal and do exactly as I say. Trigger an alarm, and you won't like what happens next. Cerberus was shaking. Don't do anything crazy. What do you want? That was the signal. Look natural, Han Xiao ordered, leading the terrified scientist out of the lab. Okay. Just don't do anything rash. A moment later, they were both out in the hallway. Still terrified, he whispered. What else do you want? Han Xiao replied instantly. Take me to the main server room. Remember, he said, sparks of lightning crackling around his hand. If you try anything funny, I can turn you into a corpse in .01 seconds. Staring at the sharp blade, there was no way he'd dare resist. No, of course not. After that, they walked on in complete silence. Then, as if realizing something, Cerberus found his courage. It's you, isn't it? Zero. Han Xiao was stunned. He couldn't believe it. How does this guy know who I am? The scanner in front of them read Cerberus's palm print. A synthetic voice chimed, identity confirmed. Access granted. The door slides open, and Cerberus confirms his worst fear. And this is where you and I find out the truth. The leader set an inescapable trap all over headquarters, and our boy just walked right into it. Every word he spoke makes Han Xiao realize it was all a trap. No wonder Germinal left an opening. It was bait just for him. A sudden thought hits him, but no one knew his plan of action. Could there be an Esper in the headquarters who can see the future? But he immediately dismisses that theory. No, if the leader knew his plan, he would have made his move on him a long time ago. Han Xiao doesn't hesitate and lays his cards on the table. Who told you I was Zero? Tell me everything you know. Now, Cerberus still won't turn around, just slowly walks on and replies, this was all foretold by the Child of Fate. And pay attention here, because that name changes everything. Child of Fate? Is that someone inside Germinal? The old man's voice is flat. The Child of Fate's power can influence the future, or maybe even sever it. We aren't sure. Bottom line, he predicted you would come. Han Xiao processes this new information fast and starts putting the pieces together. Could this person's ability have changed his own mind, forcing him to come here? An image of his first meeting with Hila flashes in his mind, and he rejects the idea. No, he decided to save her over a year ago. Completely unaware of Han Xiao's racing thoughts, Cerberus continues to spill everything without holding back. Right now, many of the organization's executives are hiding in the headquarters, just waiting to deal with him. Hearing Cerberus's honest confession, Han Xiao's gaze drifts off, already forming a new plan. Right, the leader only knows he's coming, but not when, and he definitely doesn't know his real objective. Every next step has to be calculated. He can't drag this out. The leader is on alert and could notice Cerberus is missing at any moment. The plan is simple. Rescue Aurora, then get out immediately. Han Xiao and Cerberus have now entered Germinal's main server room, the fear still visible on the old man's face. What do you want to see? This is what he was waiting for. A complete map of the headquarters, he says instantly. Cerberus gets to work, hands flying across the keyboard. his fingerprint quickly confirmed. The final step, a retinal scan, is also done with practiced ease. A screen full of data immediately pops up after the system grants access. Verification successful. Seeing his chance, Han Xiao reveals a small robot head in his palm. He places it on the console, and a notification sound plays. Beginning data copy. The process is over in a flash. Another notification. Copy complete. But that's not nearly enough. He issues another command. Open your classified intelligence vault. Beside him, Cerberus quickly complies. Ah, of course. A familiar file appears on screen, the Super Soldier Project. Looking at the screen, Han Xiao feels nothing but contempt. They actually used his own mechanical arm as a basis for their exoskeleton research. They really do treat his trash like treasure. His attention quickly shifts to the other files. The Dead Man's switch system, locations of atomic bombs, technical details. He's incredibly satisfied. Ha, you and I both know what this is. This is Germinal's ultimate trump card. Just leak this to the Six Nations, and Germinal's only escape route is gone for good. Open the knowledge vault for me too. With this once-in-a-lifetime chance, Han Xiao is determined to drain them of every last drop of information. Germinal has advanced knowledge stored here, so obviously, he's taking that too. A sinister look crosses his face as he thinks, even if I can't use it, I can always sell it to the players. Heh. A notification pops up. Scanning advanced mechanic class knowledge. Neural link. Requires 2 potential points. Spend 2 potential points to learn? He makes his choice without a shred of hesitation. Yes. A flood of information flows into his mind, and Han Xiao closes his eyes to absorb it. A moment later, a new notification appears. Learning successful. You have mastered neural link. He immediately opens his eyes. This display leaves Cerberus completely stunned. That's a rapid learning ability. You're an inhuman. Not wanting to reveal too much, Han Xiao just shrugs. You tell me. But that was basically an answer in itself. Our organization's mortal enemy is an unkillable inhuman? Then what's the point in even fighting him? His face darkens. Crap, what the hell are we supposed to do? We're so screwed. But then, the old man remembers something and turns to Han Xiao. But you appeared long before the Inhumans did. He neither confirms nor denies it, which sparks a new theory in Cerberus's mind. Could he be the very first Inhuman? That the entire phenomenon is actually just his own personal ability? The robot head suddenly interrupts the old man's chain of questions. Data transfer complete. Seeing there's nothing left to take, Han Xiao starts planning his next move. Does your main server have some kind of self-destruct program? Cerberus nervously scratches his head. No, it doesn't. He's totally confused. Who would be stupid enough to install a self-destruct system inside their own headquarters? Are they insane? The unexpected answer kind of bums Han Xiao out. What? What a shame. Disable the defenses in Area A4 and shut down all surveillance cameras. Cerberus scrambles to obey. Ah, right. He looks focused on the control panel, but his mind is racing with questions. Isn't Area A4 the place where they're holding that little girl with the life force ability? As if reading his mind, Han Xiao speaks without even turning his head. I'm taking the girl. This statement leaves the old man completely shocked. How does Zero know about Aurora? Let that sink in. She's a top-level secret, and he just got our intel 5 minutes ago, not enough time to see the details. His mind is a mess. Choosing me as a hostage, he knew I would cooperate. How can he possibly know everything so perfectly? A short while later, the two are moving down a quiet, empty hallway. Seeing them approach, a guard looks surprised. Sir Cerberus, what brings you here? The old man doesn't miss a beat, answering smoothly. The guy drawing blood over there is new. I'm just going in to supervise. With zero suspicion, the door swings right open. Inside, doctors prep their tools, one asking with a sick grin, should we try this marrow extraction without anesthesia? The other creep replies, you're a sicko, but I like how you think. Their laughter echoes. Aurora shrinks into a corner, terrified. But then, her expression shifts to pure shock. A flash of light blasts through the room, sending those vile researchers to the afterlife. A figure calmly walks up to Aurora, offering a hand. I'm here to save you. Come with me. Still on guard, Aurora asks, who are you? Understanding her fear, he doesn't hesitate. You can call me Zero. At that one word, Aurora's eyes light up like she's seen her savior. So he was the Mr. Zero from the stories. She takes his hand without a second thought. Okay, I'll go with you. Meanwhile, in another room, Drywolf stares grimly at a computer screen. The server room data has been copied. The operator, Bruce, realizes something's wrong and barks into his radio, find the vehicle's location and patch all camera feeds to my computer. Looking at the unfamiliar figure on screen, Drywolf puzzles. That's not one of our researchers. Suddenly, a name hits him, sending a chill down his spine. The only person who could sneak in undetected. is Zero. But this was all part of his plan, so Drywolf is brimming with confidence. Zero? Since you're here, don't even think about leaving. The scene in the room is now a total bloodbath. Cerberus and Han Xiao have finally rescued Aurora. After dealing with the trash, Han Xiao pulls out a large bag for her to get inside. Lie down in here. The old man frowns, a little worried. Saving Aurora now only solves the immediate problem. The Sprout organization can still control her. Han Xiao doesn't get the hidden meaning and asks him to be direct, explain, in detail. Cerberus spills everything. We tried to brainwash Aurora, but her powers were too strong, so we used a gentler method. She maintains her normal personality. But if a specific trigger word is spoken, the brainwashed personality takes over, making her completely obedient. Han Xiao hears this and feels relieved, already knowing the solution. He scoffs. That's it? A little psychological trigger? If her brainwashed persona activates, one good slap to knock her out will solve it. Elsewhere, at the Sprout headquarters, an executive lounge is on high alert after the intrusion alarm. Hila feels a sudden sense of crisis. The life imprint she placed on Aurora has been triggered. She's out of time. She shoves two people aside to get ahead. Get out of my way. The executive officer shows pure disgust on his face. Damn, what's her problem? The others also get ready to move out. The leader has summoned all executive officers to Area of 4. At the same time, Han Xiao and Cerberus reach the control room. He senses something is off. The atmosphere is wrong. There's nobody on the path. Did you trigger the alarm? The cowardly Cerberus would never dare. It must be the traces I left in the server room. They were too obvious, and the leader got suspicious. Not far away, a squad armed to the teeth hides behind a wall. Their commander raises a hand. Team X, wait for my signal. At the same time, another group rushes forward. Okay, get ready, because the trap is about to be sprung. All their movements are being monitored by Drywolf. Don't fire. Wait for Zero to walk straight into the ambush. However, something unexpected happens. Trouble. Hila made her move first. But Drywolf isn't concerned in the slightest. He just lets it happen. Nobody move. Let Hila wear down Zero first. Don't let your attacks interfere. But in his mind, a grudge is already forming. That Hila girl is getting more and more disobedient. With a single kick, she shatters the entire wall. Han Xiao sees his opponent and is a little surprised. Hila. He quickly tosses the bag containing Aurora to Cerberus. Protect her. Hila flies forward, throwing a punch right at her enemy's face, but Han Xiao dodges just in time. Let her go. Han Xiao feels his opponent's power and gets worried. Damn, she's gotten stronger. Hila rushes in, landing a heavy blow that sends him crashing into a wall. Seeing things are bad, Han Xiao tries to negotiate. Hila, I'm here to save your sister. But she's not buying it, clenching her fist as she lunges. You bold-faced liar! Just then, Aurora climbs out of the bag. Hila! Hila rushes to embrace her little sister. Are you okay? Are you hurt? Aurora has been waiting for this reunion forever, smiling brightly. I'm fine. She nuzzles into her sister's chest. You always told me stories about Zero, and today he really came to get me. Hila freezes, not believing what she's hearing. Zero? Seeing that the cat's out of the bag, Han Xiao has no choice but to admit it. Well, since it's come to this, there's no need to hide my identity anymore. Red warning lights flash, adding to the drama as he touches his forehead, his suit instantly transforming back to its original state. That's right, it's me. No time to explain. I rescued your sister, and I'm here to help you. Believe it or not, Hila doesn't let her guard down, holding Aurora tight. You're an enemy the organization is hunting down. Han Xiao's brow furrows as he gets straight to the point. Do you want your sister to keep being controlled by the organization? This is the best chance to escape. And those words genuinely start to sway Hila. Aurora hugs her sister's arm, eyes filled with tears, begging her. Sis, take me away from here. Painful old memories pierce through Hila's heart. Finally, she gently strokes Aurora's head, her mind made up. Looking at the little sister she loves so much, Hila makes her choice. All right, she braces for the worst, thinking, if we fail, I'll die with you. Hila firmly grabs Aurora's hand and strides forward. Follow me. Han Xiao and Hila race down the corridor as he shoots out every single surveillance camera. Cerberus can't possibly keep up with their speed. Slow down. Wait for me. Hila glances back at the old man with an ice-cold stare. He's been exposed. His authority's been frozen. Keeping him around will only slow us down. But Han Xiao thinks Cerberus still has his uses. Don't kill him. He's more useful alive. But his actions say something completely different, terrifying Cerberus even more. You. Don't do anything rash. Han Xiao suddenly swings, chopping him on the neck and knocking him out cold. Leaving Cerberus behind, the two continue their escape. Hila shares a critical piece of intel. I know an underground route out of the headquarters on the 4th floor. To get there, we have to break through their main blockade. Han Xiao immediately starts calculating their next move. The leader probably doesn't know you've betrayed him yet, and you and I both know that's our biggest advantage. I run ahead while she fakes an attack on me, making sure to add, "Remember, I'm the one who truly wants to save your sister." Back in the control room, every single monitor cuts to gray. Now stick with me, because this is where the chaos begins. Having lost our team, Drybone slams his fist on the table. Damn it! If Zero and Hila keep fighting like this, they'll tear the entire base apart. He immediately barks orders into his comms for all executive officers. His last known location was Area A3. Red Devil gets the command and sprints toward the designated zone. In moments, he spots two figures dashing through the corridor. Target acquired. On the other end, Drybone gives a simple order. Forget taking him alive, kill him on sight. Hila keeps using her powers to destroy the remaining cameras. Spotting Red Devil, she warns me. Careful. He's an executive officer. His power is strength enhancement. I speed up, ready for a fight. Don't engage. Protect your sister. I'll handle this guy. All right, watch this. He whips out two mini-bombs and chucks them right at the enemy. The blast sends Red Demon flying as Han Xiao's energy core lights up, crackling with power. He channels it, dashes in, and slams a thunder punch right into his chest. The power gap is just too massive. Red Demon is down in a flash as Grey Wolf's voice crackles over the comms. Well, is he taken care of yet? Not wasting a single second, Han Xiao blitzes toward the area where the other executives are gathered. He drops them one by one with pinpoint-accurate strikes. Not a single one of them even has time to react or try to dodge. His movements are like the wind, every attack a killing blow. In just minutes, a final kick takes out the last guy, and Han Xiao lands softly on the ground. The place is now a battlefield, with bodies littered everywhere. The system dings. You have killed a Germinal executive, ×5. You receive 5 trial points. Extreme trial, current progress, 5 out of 2,000. Meanwhile, Grey Wolf is back on the radio, demanding a report, his voice dripping with impatience. Executives, report in, talk to me. Han Xiao had wiped them all out in minutes, but he looks a little disappointed with his point total. Level 40+ executives are only worth 1 point each. Are there even enough of them in this base for me to farm what I need? Hila can't hide her absolute shock at the scene before her. How is Zero this strong? The comms are flooded with calls for backup and panicked screams. And just like that, the entire plan is in shambles. You can practically hear Grey Wolf losing his mind. I underestimated you. I guess I'll have to handle this myself. Inside the base, faint light filters through thick glass, casting shadows on the gloomy corridor. Han Xiao and Hila's footsteps echo through the halls. Suddenly, a squad of armed soldiers appears, blocking their path. The captain of the Moonlight Squad points his weapon and yells, "Stop him!" His vice captain, Shishun, seems way more cautious, adding, "His threat level is rated as extremely fatal. Can we actually stop this guy?" But with such a massive reward on the line, the captain decides to gamble. Even if we can't, we have to try. This mission came straight from the Germinal leader. If we just keep him from leaving the base, the experience reward alone is 200,000. But while they're still busy talking strategy, Han Xiao suddenly breaks right through their formation. You guys aren't even worthy of my time. Less than a few minutes later, 2 more high-level executives charge in to attack. There's Zero. Ho throws a fist wrapped in blue flames straight at his head, but Han Xiao blocks it easily. He counters with a heavy punch to the gut that makes the guy cough up blood. Die. Han Xiao glances back, then spins and kicks away Kuro, who is trying a sneak attack. Realizing a one-on-one fight is impossible, Ho yells out a new plan. Let's pin him down. Attack together. They both pour all their strength into one final blow, but can't even break through his defense. Han Xiao just smirks, thinking, this close and that's it? Did you guys even eat breakfast? You can't even get through my energy shield. Done wasting time, he throws 2 daggers that hit their weak spots perfectly. They both collapse, dead on the spot. The system chimes in again. You have killed Germinal executives, ×2. Receive 24,333 experience. Receive 10 trial points. Extreme trial, current progress, 15 out of 2,000. Han Xiao is pretty pleased with this. Killing higher-level enemies gets him way more points. Soldiers start swarming in from every direction to surround them. Without even hesitating, Han Xiao tosses a dagger, taking care of 2 guys blocking their path. Brianner blocks the attack with his shield and yells an order, Hila, I'll get Zero's attention. You just keep attacking him. She just smirks, thinking to herself, what an idiot. He still has no idea I'm already working with Zero. Han Xiao charges forward and slams a kick right into Brian. Can't win so you call for backup? You're a disgrace to all executives. Together, they easily mop up the rest of the nuisance soldiers. As they run, Han Xiao says casually, all done. Besides you, those other executives were a joke. Hila stays on guard. Don't relax. Those were vanguards. The last 2 floors will have major ambushes, and then she drops some key intel. Okay, this is where the strategy kicks in. She tells him, there's a secret path we can use to escape. Han Xiao thinks for a moment, then immediately proposes a plan. Then let's split up. They're going to figure out you betrayed them eventually. Since you haven't been exposed yet, you should take Aurora and go on ahead. I'll draw their attention. This selfless offer leaves her completely stunned. Seeing Hila hesitate, Han Xiao pushes her again. Don't worry about me. Just tell me the location of the secret path. I'll meet you there after I've drawn their attention away. She thinks if she gives him a fake location, he'll be trapped. It would buy more time for her sister. She's willing to do anything to reduce the danger. Hila bites her lip and finally speaks up. The room number is H418. In the end, she decides not to lie about the escape route. The 4th brick from the left is a hidden door. The path I mentioned is inside. Han Xiao gives a cold reply. Got it. You 2 go first. And now, he's all alone in this cold, massive base. Han Xiao moves forward, checking every corner and setting traps. The walls are now lined with bombs, all ready to detonate. And trust me, you're gonna want to see this. If I want to draw their attention, I need to make a really big scene. With a snap of his fingers, all the bombs detonate simultaneously, shaking the entire base. The massive shockwave immediately gets the attention of nearby soldiers. What's happening over there? That explosion was huge. One of them signals the nearest team. Zero is right ahead of us. A grotesquely modified cyborg charges forward, shouting as if to claim his prize. Don't anyone touch him. Zero is mine. I'm going to tear him to pieces myself. He winds up and smashes a punch into Han Xiao's chest, his eyes burning with pure hatred. Zero, do you have any idea how long I've waited for this day? Everything you did to me, I'm going to pay you back 100-fold. A normal person would have been crushed by that, but Han Xiao easily catches the guy's wrist, pulls him in close, and delivers a brutal strike right to his stomach. Han Xiao activates his ability. Blue electricity shoots from his hand, instantly severing the cyborg's metal arm. The once aggressive guy is now pathetic, letting out a single scream. Han Xiao casually cleans out his ear. And you are? More guards begin swarming in from every direction. Zero's over here! Don't let him get away! He glances at the swarm of soldiers with total disdain. Reinforcements just keep coming. Time to stop messing around. He then summons his entire skill set and activates it. Activating skill. You can't see me. My body begins to fade. The system details pop up. It drastically reduces my presence. Effective against all things, even non-living objects. There's a catch, though. The effect cancels the moment I attack or get attacked. Thanks to this insane skill, I stroll right past the soldiers, scrambling to hunt me down. Heh, they heard the fight from here, but can't see a thing. My body is completely gone from their vision and any tracking devices. This ability is just broken. It's like I don't even exist to these guys. Meanwhile, at a secret exit deep in the basement, Aurora peeks out from a bag, asking her sister, "Are we out yet?" Hila gently reassures her. Almost, Aurora looks around, confused. Where's Uncle Zero? Hila can't hide her worry, but all they can do is wait. 5 minutes max. He should be here soon. Leaning against her sister, Aurora asks innocently, "Sis, why did that uncle come to save us?" It's the same question Hila's been wrestling with. An unbelievable theory forms in her mind. How could Zero have known about Aurora? Could his predictive abilities have shown him something in the future? Out loud, though, she just pretends not to know. How would I know? Aurora tries to ask again, "Sis, Uncle Zero." But Hila quickly cuts her off. "Stop praising another man in front of me." The little girl goes quiet for a moment, then tilts her head curiously. "But sis, when you told me about him, you sounded like you totally worshipped him." Hila immediately denies it. "Nonsense." Just then, a voice rings out, making them both jump. "I know what you're thinking, and you're not wrong." I step out with a teasing eyebrow raise. "I didn't mishear that, did I? You worship me?" The hallway is now just a wreck from the explosion. Back in the control room, a soldier nervously reports to Drybone, "Sir, we've lost Zero's trail. Despite a full mobilization, my team managed to escape, and he is furious." "Useless! His last known location was right here. How could you not find him?" The soldier keeps his voice steady to deliver even more shocking news. A check revealed that Area A4's defense system was shut down from the main server. The guards are dead, and the little girl is gone. This news makes Drybone's rage absolutely explode. Aurora is gone? Does that mean Hila was helping Zero? He thinks back to their battle and finally realizes something's off. Hila and Zero fought all that way, but neither of them had a single scratch. He finally gets it. He's been played. "Hila, that traitor. Forget Zero. Track Hila's movements. Zero must be with her." Another soldier struggles forward, supporting someone. "Sir, we found Lord Cerberus. He's unconscious." Failure after failure pushes Drybone over the edge. You You're the one who led Zero to the server room, aren't you? You let him take Aurora. The old man's face is pale, his voice trembling with fear. Sir, I got a lot of intel from Zero's mouth. In the dusty, chaotic scene, only the old, hoarse voice can be heard. Cerberus desperately spills everything he knows, hoping to save his own skin. Zero could get into the base undetected because he might be an Esper. Drybone is stunned by that word. An Esper. He clenches his fist so tight his knuckles crack. He grinds his teeth, his voice filled with venom. We'll see if he's an Esper after I kill him again. No more delays. He immediately orders all forces to expand the outer perimeter. He may have escaped the base, but he won't escape this continent. At the same time, my group is walking through the secret tunnel to leave the base. To break the silence, I speak up. I'm surprised you actually told me the real location of the secret path. You trust me that much? Hila turns away without answering, changing the subject. This is an old tunnel. It was abandoned after the main headquarters was built. The exit is at the edge of the base complex. The whole trip takes about 4 hours. I offer a small smile, trying to ease the tension between us. Your introduction is pretty professional. Ever thought of becoming a tour guide? She just frowns but can't really argue. Suddenly, Aurora's clear voice chimes in. Uncle, what's your name? I answer gently while planting a bomb on the wall. My name is Han Xiao. Aurora's eyes light up like she's met her hero. I just think you're amazing. You escaped even after they brainwashed you. I nod proudly. Heh, it was all fate. Then I glance over at Hila. I'm confused when I see her face stiffen, her eyes avoiding mine. Is your sister going to do all the talking? Don't you have anything to say to me? Busted by her little sister, Hila stays quiet for a second before letting out 2 short words. Thank you. I raise an eyebrow, not satisfied with that flat response. That tone has zero sincerity. I crossed the world and walked into a tiger's den to save your sister. A simple thank you isn't enough. You should at least be a little more polite. Hila takes a deep breath to keep from getting angry. After a few moments, she asks what's been on her mind. And trust me, you've probably been wondering this too. How did you know about my sister? What do you really want? I casually light a cigarette. Why, you think I'm like Germination? That I'd use your sister against you? Maybe I'll give it a try. My dark joke just makes Hila more frustrated. Even now, he's still in the mood to joke around. What do you want? I blow out a cloud of white smoke and answer slowly. World peace. Of course, she doesn't believe that for a second. Don't you have a serious answer? This time I stop joking. The path ends here. At the end of the tunnel is a vertical cliff face. I look up and say, climb up. That's the way out. One by one, we climb up into a warehouse hidden inside the cliff. I carefully lift Aurora and pull her inside. Let's dive right into this insane escape. Han Xiao is certain this abandoned warehouse is clear. The main base perimeter is south of here, he says. We just need to break their line of sight, and we're home free. But just then, a system notification pops up. Your Thunderburst has killed a Germinal soldier. You've gained 1 experience point. Han Xiao knows what this means. Damn it, the tunnel traps went off, he tells Hila. Germinal's troops will be on us any second. We have to move faster. Back at the Germinal headquarters, the entire southern front is in chaos. Soldiers rush to transport weapons. Get to the southern perimeter, now, a commander barks over the comms. It's possible Subject Zero is headed your way. If you see any suspicious individuals, you are cleared to open fire. Do not, under any circumstances, let him escape the headquarters. An executive officer declares confidently, if he dares come to my front line, he's a dead man. It's just Hila and her sister. The commander cuts him off. They betrayed the organization, no holding back. If they get in the way, eliminate them. Not far from there, Hila and Han Xiao watch from behind a huge rock. This is bad. They've tightened the blockade. Ahead of them is a wide-open field, bristling with weapons and brightly lit tents. No gaps. Their numbers have tripled, but this is the only way out of the base. We can't go around. A huge fire erupts, sending a thick column of black smoke into the night sky. Han Xiao's group stays hidden, observing the enemy. After a moment, he concludes, their scout teams are shrinking the encirclement. The longer we wait, the more dangerous it gets. Hila knows he's right. Do you have a plan? And you're gonna want to hear this. Han Xiao's answer is simple. We charge. She frowns, protesting his reckless plan. There are too many of them. Even if we take out a few hundred, we'll be swamped by their sheer numbers. A direct assault is suicide, and I have to protect my sister. Han Xiao barely listens, already activating his gear. I'll handle them. Just be ready to follow me. Her eyes go wide, her jaw dropping in utter shock. Han Xiao is suddenly encased in a powerful suit of armor, crackling with raw electricity. She whispers in disbelief, "This mech suit, your Black Phantom." In an instant, he launches himself toward the enemy camp like a bullet fired from a cannon. The executive officer panics. It's Black Phantom. Why is he here? Looking closer, he sees Hila carrying Aurora, following right behind Han Xiao. Hila is with him. Subject Zero is Black Phantom. But years of experience kick in. He instantly regains his composure and rallies his troops. With me, pin them down. Reinforcements are on the way. Han Xiao leaps high into the air, channeling energy into his fist, blue lightning flashing in the darkness. He then smashes it down into the densest group of soldiers. The force is insane. The ground cracks open, sending everything flying. You think you people can stop me? The remaining soldiers open fire on him. Shoot! Shoot him down! But their bullets are useless against his armor, bouncing off or flattening on impact. He decides to counterattack, kicking over the soldier on a heavy machine gun. Then he picks up the weapon himself. Here, take this. Han Xiao turns the barrel on the enemy. The sound of continuous gunfire shatters the night. No one survives the hail of bullets. They're practically all wiped out in seconds. Through the smoke and flames, a column of tanks rolls in. A soldier inside gets his orders over the radio. Tanks, open fire! Don't let them break the encirclement, he replies with cold resolve. Roger that. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. This is where it gets crazy. Back on the chaotic battlefield, a barrage of missiles rains down from above. The massive explosions nearly bring down a nearby high-rise building. Knowing he can't just keep defending, he focuses energy into his palms. Just as the next volley is about to hit, a blue energy shield appears, enveloping him completely. It blocks some of the devastation, but the heat from the nearby explosions is still intense. Han Xiao stomps the ground for momentum and launches himself upward. That entire barrage didn't even scratch him. Just an empty tin can. Han Xiao dives from the sky like a lightning bolt, his strike slicing straight through the tank's steel armor. Unable to handle the sheer force, the vehicle explodes instantly, sending shrapnel flying everywhere. He lands gracefully, leaving a blazing wreck behind him, only to hear the roar of engines approaching from the distance. Fighter jets? They're really pulling out all the stops for me. The engines scream as a squadron of jets opens fire, launching 3 deadly missiles straight at him. But this all-out attack only fuels Han Xiao's fighting spirit. He unleashes a powerful kick that sends a wave of blue energy right back at them. Returning this to you. The missiles detonate in mid-air, taking out even more of their own soldiers. The enemy has used a whole arsenal of heavy weapons to try and stop him. So Han Xiao stops holding back and pulls out his own gear. A state-of-the-art long-range sniper rifle appears in his hands. He shoulders the rifle, takes aim, and whispers in an icy tone, "Let's see how I shoot you guys down." Fire. Each bullet streaks across the sky like a shooting star. One by one, the enemy fighter jets are shot down like falling leaves. From above, the battlefield is a scene of total devastation. The ground is scarred with deep craters, buildings have collapsed, and enemy soldiers lie everywhere, with a few survivors staggering through the wreckage. Hila is stunned as she witnesses the entire massacre. No wonder he dared to go in alone. He used to be so weak. What has he been through this past year? Before she can even process it, Han Xiao snaps her out of her thoughts. What are you spacing out for? Let's go. The scene is a wasteland, thick with the smell of death after his brutal counterattack. A group of soldiers who hid behind some rubble survived. One whispers, "Subject Zero is Black Phantom. He's clearly one of Earth's main characters." Another player, En Yang, is recording the whole thing. Go. I'm filming your heroic moment. This battle between us is going to be a hot topic on the forums for sure. Han Xiao totally expected this and puts on a show for the camera. The players will definitely post this video on the forums. You and I both know what happens next. When they realize he's both Zero and Black Phantom, he's going to become an absolute legend. Oh my god, my rep with Black Phantom is -30. How long is it going to take to grind that back? This whole thing is a total disaster. Alright, stick with me, because this is where the real escape begins. Han Xiao clears a path while Hila carries Aurora, making their getaway look like child's play. Suddenly, a warning flashes across his visor. His armor's energy is dropping fast. A long fight is not an option. He's got to hijack a vehicle. Just then, another squad of armored trucks roars toward them. Their commander steps out, slams his foot down, and orders them to kill him. Needed a ride, and they delivered. Han Xiao looks pretty damn pleased. Perfect timing. The two sides instantly clash, gold and blue energy exploding as a world-shaking battle kicks off. Han Xiao immediately gets the upper hand, grabbing the commander's arm and smashing him into the ground. He presses the advantage, ramming a fiery fist right into the guy's face. The commander gets absolutely pummeled, completely unable to fight back. Seeing their leader getting wrecked, the soldiers rush in to help. They unleash a flashy barrage of different abilities, ready to swarm him. But it's not nearly enough. Han Xiao channels power into his fist and unleashes a wave of deadly purple lightning, wiping out every enemy in his path. After clearing the grunts, he summons his sniper rifle, locks on, pulls the trigger. The bullet hits the commander's temple, finishing him on the spot. Han Xiao nods, intrigued by the points on his screen. A level 55 character gives this much experience? He keeps firing, each shot perfectly, taking out another enemy without a single miss. With all obstacles gone, Han Xiao sprints for the still-running armored vehicle. A few quick moves and it's unlocked. He yells to the others, "Get in, now!" Once they're set, he slams the gas and the truck tears through the brutal battlefield. Hila, riding inside, can't believe how smoothly that went. They actually managed to break through the blockade just like that. Elsewhere, Accident sighs at the system notification. The mission to stop Zero had failed. Gossip, on the other hand, seems more optimistic. And here's where the enemy realizes they've been played. Big time. Grey Wolf watches the vehicle vanish on his monitor, muttering two names. Zero, Black Phantom. He's furious, knowing Han Xiao tricked him this entire time. The Germinal Organization had been searching for him everywhere. He never even tried to hide. An underling cautiously asks, Do we still pursue them? Grey Wolf's voice is ice cold, full of killing intent. Pursue. Recall all field executives. Deploy troops and lock down the entire wilderness. Meanwhile, Han Xiao's team reaches the edge of a forest. He stops and lays out a new plan. Switch places. You drive. I need to modify this thing and add anti-missile plating. I am not getting blown out of the sky. Hila gets out, her face pale with dark circles under her eyes. At least his escape driving skills made her feel secure. Aurora, meanwhile, is sleeping soundly in the back. Han Xiao praises her. Your little sister's gonna be way tougher than you are. After swapping, Hila takes the wheel and analyzes their situation. We're still in Germinal territory. Can't use main roads. We have to stick to the forest. It'll take at least 8 or 9 days to cross enemy lines. And the whole time, Germinal will be hunting us. Han Xiao just focuses on his upgrades, letting her navigate. You know this area better, so find us a hidden route. Even so, Hila is still worried about a lot of things. Our fuel only lasts for 8 hours. Plus, we have no food or water. We can't just run. We need to find supplies. He stays completely calm, connecting wires inside the vehicle. The truck rumbles down a dangerous mountain path, 3 enemy cars hot on their tail. Now get ready, because this is the power move that changes the entire game. Don't worry, he says calmly. Our enemies will deliver our supplies. I'm a mechanic. If I don't have guns, they'll bring me parts to build them. In a high-tech briefing room, top officials have gathered to watch the events unfold. An officer points to the main screen. Countless Germinal troops are sweeping their territory. Air and ground forces deployed simultaneously. This is a massive operation. Our initial assessment is that Germinal is hunting someone specific. Suddenly, Gu Hui's voice cuts in. Hold on, everyone. My department just received some critical intelligence. The person being hunted has contacted our intelligence agency directly. Let me connect him to the main screen. A familiar face appears on the projector. Recognizing him, the man shouts in shock. Zero? The one being hunted by Germinal is you? Han Xiao calmly explains everything. I infiltrated Germinal's headquarters and downloaded a massive amount of intel from their servers. Their strategies, their action plans. I have all of it. Even facing all these world leaders, he doesn't flinch. In fact, he's the one about to propose a deal. That's why Germinal is hunting me at any cost. Now, I want to make a transaction with you. Gu Hui, though intensely interested, says only one word. Speak. He states his demands clearly. Send reinforcements to hold back Germinal's troops and protect me. Once I'm out of danger, I'll hand over the intel. But of course, everyone wants the upper hand. One leader tries to pressure him. How about this? You give us all the intel first, then we'll consider your request. Han Xiao is completely unfazed by their posturing. This intelligence can completely destroy the Germinal Organization. If you don't agree to my terms, this intel dies with me. No, not just with me. Your own troops will die along with it. He even adds a provocative smirk. When Germinal is cornered, they'll detonate all their nukes and destroy the planet. Then you'll understand. They need this intel badly, but they still hesitate. But how can we trust that you actually have the intel? Arguing is pointless, so Han Xiao decides to throw them a bone to prove he's for real. I just sent the first part of the data details on their doomsday defense system to Stardragon. Stardragon can vouch for me. Gu Hui checks the data, then reluctantly confirms. It's true. Another official leans in with a question. Germinal's headquarters is heavily fortified. Even our best agents couldn't get inside. How did you get in? Han Xiao just laughs, like it's the funniest question he's ever heard. Then he slowly puts on his mask and calmly gives his reply. That's because your people are just that bad. Staring at that familiar face, Gu Hui was so stunned he could barely stand. You're the Black Ghost. Han Xiao saw this coming, but screw it. Yeah, things have gone this far. No point hiding it anymore. and just like that, you and I are watching the entire hall explode into chaos. Finally, Gu Hui agrees on everyone's behalf. We'll apply pressure on the main battlefield and try to pin down germination for you, to ease the heat. Reinforcements will be deployed as soon as possible. With the deal sealed, Han Xiao cuts the feed, fiddling with his mask as he lets out a long sigh. Hila is still in shock. I can't believe your connections run that deep. With their help, we might actually be safe now. But even with allies, he stays cautious. Don't relax yet. Even with backup coming, we still have to survive until they get here. All right, stick with me here, because a massive secret is about to blow wide open. We start with Benet, staring out his window with a heavy sigh. War, huh? Just then, Kira rushes in with a report. Things on the Andia battlefield have changed. Sir, you need to see this. He takes the tablet and reads. Germinal flipped from defense to offense. The 6 nations are pushing forward, and both are pressuring all fronts while sending out kill squads. And it's all connected to Han Xiao. Our investigation suggests Germinal and the 6 nations are targeting the same person. Zero? Benet mutters the legendary name. Zero. I know him. A man who could summon storms even in the old era. Suddenly, his eyes fly open. He's seen something that changes everything. Now pay attention. This is the part that blows the whole story wide open. On the screen is Han Xiao's disguised face, with a caption, Zero's real name is Han Xiao. He has a mask that can change his appearance. Black Phantom is one of his identities. Benet slams the device down in fury, remembering Han Xiao's distant, troubled look. Everyone has a past they don't want to face. I've done wrong things before. Back then, I wore a mask. I couldn't see my own face. Only after taking it off did I recognize myself. The more Benet thinks, the angrier he gets. That rotten kid. He played me. He then chucks the tablet straight out the window, cursing. Han Xiao, you little. Meanwhile, in Star Dragon's Section 13 headquarters, the Special Ops team just got the news about our boy. Ya Lin bursts out laughing. Ha! I knew it! I knew he was the Black Phantom. She reads the report, her shock growing. Wait, he's also on Germinal's most wanted list? Lin Yao quietly reads along, finally understanding. No wonder the higher-ups hid his identity. Turns out, he was a top priority target for Germinal. The story about Han Xiao quickly becomes the hottest topic around. Hao Yi says with admiration, his past is just unimaginable. A true legend. As the team gossips, Gitter walks in, clearing his throat to get their attention. Ahem. You all have too much time on your hands. Have you filed your reports? Seeing the man who knows everything, Ya Lin rushes over to ask, Sir, is Han Xiao in a lot of danger right now? He answers bluntly, HQ has formed a special response team to enter the battlefield, extract Han Xiao, and get him out safely. Hearing his teammate is in danger, Zhang Wei immediately volunteers. He's our comrade. Protecting him is our duty. But Gitter just picks his nose and gives them a look. Your skills don't even meet the minimum requirements. Over in Darknet, a castle stands tall in a blizzard. Xiao Hai rushes to tell Xiao Jin, Father, I just saw the higher-ups from our faction and the red-faced faction arrive together, which completely stunned him. What are they doing here? A few minutes later, a group walks in. Sun greets them with a warm smile, acting like there was never any bad blood. Leader, long time no see. We came to discuss the plan you proposed before. He's being all humble, but his real target is Han Xiao, so it turns out your second son is the Black Phantom. I was so rude before. Please, put in a good word for me with him. Those words make Xiao Jin jump to his feet, quickly denying it. Don't talk nonsense, but the man just keeps smiling, bowing as he presents the evidence. I wouldn't dare. The dark web has already confirmed the intel. We will absolutely follow your arrangements. We'll provide whatever men and resources you need. Behind Xiao Jin, Xiao Hai is frozen solid, his mind a total mess. Han Xiao is Black Phantom? I see. So him telling me to call him Godfather was on purpose. He feels a chill remembering all the times he caused trouble for him. I'm screwed. Is he going to come settle the score for what I did? The sun rises, casting a shadow from their speeding vehicle. Aurora holds out a small can of juice to Hila. Sister, want some juice? Han Xiao glances back, explaining its real purpose. That's not juice. It's God's synthesis fluid. It relieves fatigue. It's a military ration. You can't drink too much. His voice trails off as he sees a huge pile of empty cans behind them and Aurora's pouting face, but it's really tasty. The roar of engines from behind cuts him off. Damn it. More pursuers. He makes a quick decision. I'll handle them. Then he tells Aurora, Kid, get down on the floor and keep your head down. She quickly obeys, hiding under the seat. Okay. The car screeches to a halt. Han Xiao steps out, his clothes transforming into the Viper-modified remote-type combat suit. The system displays enemy numbers on his helmet, 4 executive officers, 30 Night Owl squad members, and 10 players. 10 vehicles in total. This familiar setup makes Han Xiao scoff. This formation again? So uncreative. Without letting them react, Han Xiao unleashes a hail of bullets from his arm-mounted guns, instantly wrecking the first armored car. Seeing that carnage, the remaining vehicles immediately scatter in different directions, trying to evade his firepower. On the roof of one of the cars, Black Bear opens fire with a machine gun. Die, traitor, die! A powerful barrage slams into the blue energy shield surrounding Han Xiao's vehicle. He yells to his soldiers, "Keep up the pressure, let's see how long his shield lasts." But Han Xiao's team isn't just defending. Hila rushes out to unleash her own power. "I'm here too." Her attack hits the once cocky Black Bear, and his eyes roll back as his body goes numb. Han Xiao immediately seizes the opening. Perfect chance. He unleashes another volley of bullets. This time, he infuses them with psychic energy, massively boosting their power. Every bullet hits like a mini-bomb. The armored convoy gets blasted into the air and explodes in a massive fireball. The battlefield is a brutal mess of corpses and wrecked vehicles. The enemy team was utterly wiped out. Han Xiao doesn't even bother checking for survivors. His focus is on the system notification. Extreme trial. Current progress. 123 out of 2,000. Mission complete. Based on the numerical disparity, you receive 15 trial points. He nods, satisfied. I didn't notice this before. Turns out there's a bonus reward. Nice. But suddenly, Hila coughs and spits up blood. She staggers, weakened, and has to lean on the car to keep from falling. Han Xiao immediately steadies her, insisting she's been driving for days and dealing with their pursuers. He tells her, "You're exhausted. Let me take over." But Hila just pushes through it, saying, "I'm fine." The car pulls away from the silent battlefield. As they drive, Han Xiao logs onto the player forums and spots a new, very interesting post. Germinal just dropped a new pursuit mission. A squad's looking for 2 more members, ready to roll out in 20 minutes. The target? Han Xiao's current coordinates. His secret location, blasted out there like a classified ad. Han Xiao just sips his water with a little smirk. Heh, with these forums, he can see Germinal's every move. Too easy. But then, his eyes go wide, and trust me, you're not ready for what he just found. The title is huge, impossible to miss. A fanfiction, the love story of Zero. The plot is basically some cringy romance starring him and, well, her. I was a test subject, living in pain, but she was my only light. Even without a smile, she shook my soul. I swore that if I ever got out and became strong, I'd stand before her and say, "I love you." Han Xiao reads this and just spits out his water. Puffed. What is this garbage? These players have way too much imagination. Can't believe I'm reading a fanfic about myself. Hila glances over, sees his weird reaction, and asks, "What's wrong?" He definitely can't let her see this. Han Xiao fakes a cough to cover it up. It's nothing. Good thing Hila doesn't know about the player forums. Just then, another urgent post pops up. A player needs backup for a massive mission, and he's begging for a team. He clicks for the details. A picture of the Germinal army amassing fills the screen with the caption, "Guys, new mission. It's a massive encirclement. Need a squad. Need a pilot." Meanwhile, back at Germinal HQ, Clara reports to the leader Drybone. The encirclement of the New Rock Wasteland is complete. They calculate they'll make contact with Zero in 16 hours. Drybone, in his command chair, looks at the monitor and asks, "Give me the numbers." Now listen to this army they're sending. 80 executive officers, 600 elite soldiers, thousands of armed troops, over 300 tanks and ground vehicles, plus 30 attack helicopters. Then, she adds a worrying update. The 6 nations are increasing pressure on the main front, tying up too many of our forces. Drybone slams his fist on the table, grinding his teeth in pure hatred. If the 6 nations hadn't gotten involved, this encirclement would have closed ages ago. Zero must have cut a deal with them. The 4 atomic bombs fired at them were all intercepted mid-air by the 6 nations. He takes a deep breath, trying to stay calm, then orders Clara, "Shrink the encirclement. Force Zero out. I want to see if he dares to face my army head-on. And one more thing. Pull our elite officers from the front lines and send them in." His subordinate immediately hands him a datapad. 5 have been recalled. Here's their intel. Drybone scans the files, 5 individuals, all assessed as insanely powerful. Excellent. With these 5 together, even I'd have a tough time. The thought of his greatest rival begging for mercy makes Drybone burst out laughing like a maniac. "Ha ha! Zero, your time is up." As the night gets colder, the SUV drives on in silence, until Han Xiao suddenly speaks up. "Stop the car." Hila gives him a questioning look. "We just lost them. If we stop now, they'll be right back on our tail. Normally, you'd be right. But thanks to the player updates, I know what's happening. Germinal has surrounded the wasteland. There's nowhere left to run. The news is so sudden she's completely stunned." How do you know that? In her mind, she's thinking, is this his prediction ability at work? He ignores her thoughts as they keep moving through a deep ravine. He's totally calm, already outlining a new strategy. We've got two choices, he says. Break through the encirclement before it shrinks, or we wait for the perfect opportunity. Hila, however, points out the flaw. But the longer we wait, the smaller our room to move becomes. Our chances get slimmer. Do we even have a shot at breaking through? Han Xiao just lights a cigarette, thinking hard. Looking at the intel from the forums, he knows Germinal is coming in full force. A breakout would be incredibly difficult, so he doesn't make any promises. There's a chance, but it's way too risky. I can't guarantee your sister's safety. But you're right, waiting is not to our advantage. The second he mentions Aurora's safety, she goes quiet, looking down with a flicker of despair. Finally, she looks up and asks, "Do you have a plan?" And then Han Xiao makes a move so bold it's absolutely insane. He taps the comms button. "I'm going to pay the Germinal leader a visit, probe this encirclement myself." Meanwhile, in his office, Drybone waits. Suddenly, the comms unit next to him buzzes to life. Instantly on alert, he barks into the receiver. "Who is it?" The reply comes in a casual, taunting voice we know all too well. "Long time no see." Drybone, overflowing with confidence, just scoffs. A little late to be begging for mercy, isn't it? A hologram of Han Xiao appears, a cold smile on his face. "Remember our little bet? I told you I'd destroy your organization. You probably dismissed it as trash talk from a nobody, right? Well, guess what? I did it." Drybone's mask and glasses hide his reaction completely. "So what if you can predict the future? If you're so great, then escape. Why bother calling me?" Han Xiao just shoots back with contempt. "Tease, you really think your little encirclement can stop me?" Drybone thinks to himself. "So he did predict it, just as I thought. But even knowing that, Drybone isn't scared. You've used your predictions to backstab me time and again. This time, that power won't save you. Let's see if you're still smiling when my army finally crushes you." The first part of his plan complete, Han Xiao just gives a smug grin. "You're just a coward hiding behind his soldiers. If you've got the guts, come get me yourself." And that's where we see Drybone's pride. "Fight me? You're not even worthy." The comms line cuts with a sharp beep, and the hologram vanishes. Han Xiao immediately turns to Hila to explain his theory. He's overconfident. That means the trap is set. To be safe, let's contact our backup from the Six Nations first. She focuses on the road, replying flatly, "Right. Understood." After a long moment of silence, she finally asks, "So? What's the verdict?" Han Xiao slowly turns to her and lays out the entire situation. The Six Nations army is moving undetected. He explains that they'll reach the perimeter tomorrow, and in the afternoon, they will officially break through the encirclement. "We can't afford to protect your sister. Leaving her here is the only way we can focus." Now, here's the part that just guts you. Hila knew this was coming all along. "Huh?" A naive Aurora asks. "Sister, do I have to stay here?" Hila gently takes her hand, trying to calm her down. "It's only for a little while. It's safer for you this way." Hardened by her past, the little girl just nods. "I'll be good." Their SUV pulls over to set up a safe spot for Aurora. After throwing together a mini bunker, Han Xiao finally breathes a sigh of relief. "Phew, this should hold." He then gives her careful instructions. "The supplies I left you should last about 5 days. Just make sure to ration them. If you hear any germination patrols, do not make a sound, just like all the other times." She then looks at Hila and whispers, "Sister, I'll wait for you to come get me." Hila freezes, squeezing her eyes shut as that familiar pain twists inside her. Without another word, she silently walks back to their vehicle. Once inside, she can't hold it in. "Are you absolutely sure about this?" "Taking the wheel," he replies. "I never gamble with my life." Before hitting the gas, he lights a cigarette to take the edge off. She, on the other hand, seems to be stealing her resolve. The usually cold and stoic Hila suddenly makes a heavy request. "If I die, my sister is your responsibility. You have a better chance of escaping alone." But you know what? Han Xiao just blows smoke and turns her down flat. "Keep talking like that and you might actually jinx yourself." His tone is incredibly calm, and somehow, his words put her mind at ease. "Don't worry. If we run into trouble, we have backup. But if my plan goes smoothly, we won't even need them." With everything on the line, he quickly lays it all out. "Remember, we move in 10 hours. Here's the plan." He then hands Hila a watch with a spatial button. "You'll use this mech suit. You need to master its weapon systems, and fast." The moment she takes it, the suit forms around her, changing authorization. Hila looks worried. "What about you? They'll be watching for your disguises." But Han Xiao's plan isn't exactly honorable. "I'll use my stealth ability to detonate their armory. That'll throw germination into chaos." Her eyes widen as she connects the dots. "So I use the mech to disguise myself as you, drawing all their fire. Since you're the one they really want." "Yep," is all he says. Out on the barren plains, the Germination forces have already set up camp, fully prepared for a fight. Their commander, a level 55 powerhouse named Derwin, can only sit there and pray. Please don't let Black Ghost attack from my direction. I can't beat him. Talk about bad luck. Before he can finish that thought, a guard screams from the watchtower. Unusual activity spotted to the northwest. He squints and sees a single vehicle speeding right toward them. Derwin immediately barks out orders. Prepare for battle. Eliminate Zero for me. No one knows he's screaming, damn it, on the inside for jinxing himself. The battlesuit Han Xiao provided is immediately put to use as Hila bursts out, charging the enemy camp. Hila gives it everything she's got, creating the perfect diversion for Han Xiao to sneak in. On command, every anti-air gun swivels and opens fire on her position, but thanks to her regeneration and reflexes, she doesn't flinch. In seconds, Hila completely shatters their outer defense line. The Germination commander watches on his monitors, easily redirecting his forces to intercept her. Black Ghost has appeared. Quick response team, move out to support now. Meanwhile, every soldier who charges forward just becomes another body on the pile. Derwin watches, realizing the grim truth. Normal soldiers can't stop him. Looks like I have to go myself. Despite his massive frame, all he's really thinking is, I'll put on a little show and then get out of here. But while he's daydreaming, Hila closes in at terrifying speed. Derwin braces himself like he's already dead, throwing up an arm for a half-hearted block. But suddenly, something feels off. Did I just block the Black Ghost's attack? Not only that, he easily slams his opponent to the ground. His troops who were hiding suddenly start cheering. Go, Captain! Finish him! That block plants an unbelievable theory in Derwin's mind. He thinks the Black Ghost has gotten weaker. The idea sounds insane, so he tries to rationalize it. I get it now. He's been on the run for so long. He's finally out of gas. The second he realizes his opponent is a sitting duck, Derwin's confidence skyrockets. Everyone, charge. Take his life while he's weak. With Hila drawing all the fire, Han Xiao is finally able to use his character summon card. The catch is, this is his very last use. As he zips past the fiery front lines using his stealth ability, he sends her one last message of faith. Hila, you have to hold on. And that's where you and I watch him start the next phase. One by one, bombs are planted in critical, hard-to-see locations. Han Xiao zips around the base like he owns the place, leaping from one spot to the next. Meanwhile, Hila, still new to the mech suit, plays cat and mouse with Derwin. He throws a heavy punch, but she's agile enough to roll out of the way. Thing is, this world doesn't play fair. Alright, stick with me, because this escape is absolutely insane. Hila dodges, but an Esper zaps her with electricity. She stumbles, but then Han Xiao's voice comes through her earpiece. Got the jeep. Bomb is set. 10 seconds till it blows. Use the chaos to get out of there and meet me. Hila scrambles up, catching her breath to reply. Got it. But that split second of distraction is all the enemy needs. He grins, swinging his weapon. Die, Black Ghost. But just as he's about to land the final blow, wham! A monstrous force intercepts his attack, sending dust flying everywhere. The guy has no idea what just happened. What was that? The sudden chaos gives Hila the perfect cover to vanish. The Black Ghost is gone, after her. She uses the explosion smokescreen to escape and finally meets up with Han Xiao, quickly tossing him a space watch and his mechanical suit. Hila's ready for a quick getaway, yelling, "Get in the car!" But Han Xiao just stands there, unmoving, as his suit transforms around him. Just then, the Germinal soldiers catch up, shouting with glee. Found them! Their leader, Derwin, gets cocky. Think you can run from me? He thinks his opponent is finished and launches a decisive attack. I'm gonna shatter that pathetic little arm of yours. And now for the moment you've been waiting for. That arrogant joy in his eyes instantly turns to sheer terror. His unbeatable bone armor cracks, and blood starts pouring out. Before Derwin can even breathe, Han Xiao charges up another attack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, aiming straight for his heart. The voice coming from Han Xiao is colder than the grave itself. You messed with Hila, and now you want to mess with me? Derwin can't comprehend how he suddenly got this strong. Death is staring him in the face, and he starts to panic. Stay away from me. But Han Xiao calmly closes the distance and slams a thunderous, energy-filled punch right into him. Derwin is literally driven into the ground, his face completely deformed. A notification pops up. You have killed Derwin. 115,000 experience points and 1 trial point gained. The Germinal grunts who witnessed it all are in total shock. Our captain, killed in a single punch. Do they fight to the death? Nope. It's every man for himself as they scatter and run for their lives. This is insane. I don't want to die. Meanwhile, Hila and Han Xiao speed away in the jeep. She can finally breathe a sigh of relief. We made it. But Han Xiao's expression says otherwise. Turns out, Helicopters were already closing in from above. A man named Jaros calmly reports from the cockpit, "Target acquired." Han Xiao, ever the charmer, just yells back, "Oh, thanks for the update, Captain Obvious." The words barely leave his mouth before he grabs his ghost pistol and fires. But his opponent is an Esper who summons a shield, blocking the shot. He blocked my bullet? A force field Esper. He's got to be at least level 55. This is a pain. And after defending, Jaros immediately goes on the offensive with his magnetic fields. In a split second, the ground beneath them erupts, stone and dirt flying everywhere. Hila swerves hard, trying to dodge, but it's just too late. Their path is completely blocked. Damn it, they're destroying the road. We have to ditch the car. Before they can even react, the Jeep starts to spin out of control. The enemy choppers are actually dropping bombs now. Luckily, Han Xiao and Hila manage to leap out of the vehicle just moments before it explodes. You and I both know this isn't over, not by a long shot. They hit the ground running. "Go," Han Xiao yells, as Hila looks back to give him intel. 5 of them, the organization's elite enforcers, 2 espers, 3 martial artists. Just then, Han Xiao, now in his battlesuit, grabs her hand tight. His electromagnetic boots activate and he yells, "Less talking, more running." But with their aerial advantage, an enemy easily swoops in to block their escape route. The rest of Germinal's 5 generals land around them. Jaros makes a not-so-friendly entrance, adding, "There's nowhere left for you two to run." But Han Xiao isn't the type to back down. He immediately launches several drone blades towards the enemy, trying to break through their formation. Jaros dodges with ease, so dangerous. While he's airborne, Han Xiao shouts again, "Run! Man, these Germinal elites are no joke." Inris, the one who blocked the road, strikes again. "You're not getting past me." But Hila uses her power to help Han Xiao change direction. However, she's clearly unstable. Cough, cough. She's overused her powers. She starts pleading with him to leave her behind. "Just leave me. My condition will only drag you down. Go on your own. I'll hold them off." But Han Xiao just grips her hand even tighter, his expression resolute. "Stop with the self-sacrificing act." She's stunned, silent as he continues. "Besides, how long could you really hold them off? 3 seconds? 5? But logic isn't enough to convince her. She glares and yells right in his face, "Can't you see what's happening? If you leave me, your chances of escaping are much higher. What part of that don't you get?" Well, she did it. She successfully activated Han Xiao's dark mode. "Let me tell you something. You're not that valuable. If it really comes down to it, I will ditch you. So for now, do me a favor and shut up. I don't need you trying to repay some debt." And with that, he grabs her arm and forcibly pulls her along. The martial artist, Nikita, rushes in with a flying knee. "Take this." But Han Xiao smoothly stops and steps back, dodging the blow. Thanks to his upgraded arm module, Han Xiao counters with a powerful punch, right back at you. But then Katia lands a kick on his back. Now it's 1 versus 5. "Hila, you two traitors aren't taking another step." Inris and Garros combine their powers, summoning a gigantic fist made of rock. Hila immediately throws up a shield to block the attack. Suddenly, a voice shouts, "Forget Hila. To catch the snake, you crush its head. Take out Black Ghost first." The 3 remaining generals power up and charge in together. From inside the shield, Han Xiao throws out 3 strange-looking boomerangs. They effortlessly dodge the weapons. Nikita looks amused. "Heh, those things are pretty fast. And trust me, you're going to want to see what happens next." Nikita leaps up, rocketing towards Han Xiao with a punch. But against absolute power, your little toys are just trash. The punch was powerful, but he caught it. Han Xiao fires back with a shockwave to the chest. And you and I are about to see this get complicated. He dodges a heavy blow from Katia, but even she gets thrown back, stunned by the counter. Nikita's brow furrows. "Enough solo plays. Coordinate. Both of you. Support me." He aims a kick at Han Xiao's legs as Jaros rushes in to help. And just like that, he falls right into their trap. Nikita cracks a smile. He's got an opening. Seizing the moment, he leaps up and slams a kick into Han Xiao, sending him crashing down. Katia and Lub Bob immediately charge in, not about to miss the party. Han Xiao knows he's in deep and tries to run for it. Taking that hit would wreck his mech's durability. He needs distance, now, but then his whole body locks up, pure panic on his face. Big trouble. And right out of the gate, we can see why a giant stone hand just appeared out of nowhere. Han Xiao is instantly snatched up. Not only that, Katia and Lub Bob team up to deliver 2 solid punches. Getting absolutely pummeled, all he can do is cough and throw up a green shield to block them. While defending, Han Xiao searches for an opening. That Earth user, Inris, keeps restricting his movements. He's got to take her out. If I use will combustion, I could probably kill her. But if Jaros spots me using my rifle, he'll definitely use his force field to protect her. His eyes are locked on Inris. Remembering his teammate, he quickly contacts Hila for help. Jaros's force field only slightly weakens her psionic attacks. I need you to pin down Jaros so he can't use his powers. Just for a moment. Though exhausted from the battle, she manages to reply, "Give me 2 seconds." Closing her eyes, her entire body is suddenly wrapped in a blood-red aura. The Sprout gang is stunned. Lubbob shouts a warning to his team. I think Hila's about to unleash something big. Stay on defense. Her eyes snap open as she releases energy for her next attack. Jaros looks over in panic and screams a warning. Inris, be careful. Hila's eyes suddenly turn solid crimson, and in that instant, a terrifying realization hits him. Wait, no, her target is me. Hila's power slams into Jaros, making him howl in pain as his body feels like it's being burned alive. Terrified, Inris immediately drops the stone hand. Seeing the plan worked perfectly, Han Xiao emerges from the smoke, aims his sniper rifle with the will combustion skill, and taunts, "Where do you think you're looking?" One shot shatters the giant stone hand and punches straight through her chest. And check this out, the system immediately announces a massive crit, boosting weak point damage to 250%. The critical hit was super effective. This attack dealt true damage. You have dealt 43-46 critical damage to Inris. It doesn't stop there. Another reward notification pops up. You have killed Inris, level 58, receiving 175,000 experience points. You have received 32 trial points. The result is even better than he expected. He's ecstatic. Oh my god, I've had this skill for almost a year, and I finally hit the highest possible critical rate. The remaining 4 Sprout members stare at their fallen comrade. Katia is so devastated he can barely speak. No, that's impossible. He still can't believe what just happened. There were 5 of us surrounding him, and Black Phantom still one-shotted Inris. What kind of monster is he? Han Xiao and Hila quickly retreat from the fight. Get to the vehicle! But a loud noise makes her whip her head around. A swarm of fighter jets is closing in fast, and Han Xiao panics. This is bad, enemy reinforcements are here. They all launch missiles at their target. The two have no time to dodge and are sent flying by the massive explosion. Jaros seizes the chance to use his powers and lock them down. Where do you think you're going? Seeing his legs magically pinned, he curses internally. Crap, I can't move. This force field is a huge pain. He looks up and sees another volley of missiles heading straight for them. Completely trapped, Han Xiao is forced to take the full barrage of fire. He's slammed into the ground, his armor shattering and exposing his pained face. Lubbob leads the charge. He's injured. Attack now while we have the chance. The 3 of them combine their power again. Katia roars in anguish. Don't hold back. Finish him now and avenge Inris. His teammate agrees through gritted teeth. You don't have to tell me twice. Seeing the danger, Hila desperately tries to warn him. Careful. In that split second, with zero hesitation, she leaps in front of Han Xiao, taking the full force of the attack and getting blown backward. Seeing their combined attack completely nullified, Nikita is furious. Damn it, she blocked the whole thing. At the same time, Han Xiao screams out her name, Hila. Though injured, he uses his remaining strength to catch her, activating his armor's flash step to get them out. He tries to heal his teammate, comforting her. Hang in there. An adrenaline shot is immediately injected into Hila's body. After it's administered, he keeps calling out to her, Hey, wake up! Hila's brow furrows in pain as her body begins to react. The Sprout gang continues their pursuit. Katia thinks back to the last exchange, annoyed. That damn Hila just wasted one of our best attacks. Nikita, however, seems pleased. It's fine. Now Black Phantom has no one left to help him. Han Xiao quickly spots movement in the distance, grinding his teeth in frustration. Damn it, they're catching up. He looks at Hila, who's in this mess because of him, and feels torn. Do I really have to leave her behind? His expression turns grim. This is bad. But then pay close attention here. Red energy suddenly starts rising from the nearby corpses. Not only that, the bodies seem to be controlled, gathering at a single point, shocking Han Xiao. The energy from every corpse on the battlefield is converging here. Suddenly, Hila's body is engulfed in that strange light. The wound on her stomach begins to change, and in moments, her flesh has regenerated as if she was never hurt. Hila even starts to regain consciousness. Nikita sees it with his own eyes but still can't believe it. She's not dead? That's impossible. Seeing this incredible turn of events, Han Xiao breaks into a goofy grin. That's right. She has a skill called Disdain for Death. When her health drops below 1%, it activates for a short time, preventing death and restoring her life. She's the future death goddess for a reason. This has to be her ultimate move. As soon as she wakes up from her near-death experience, Hila struggles to speak. Go, just leave me. My condition is too unstable. Realizing he celebrated too soon, his face goes blank and his heart sinks. Crap, all that commotion. And she's not going berserk? I got my hopes up for nothing. In the distance, more of the Sprout gang's fighter jets and tanks rumble toward them. Sensing his stubbornness, Hila pushes again. Didn't you say you'd leave me behind if you had to? Just go. I'm entrusting my sister to you. Suddenly, Han Xiao's communicator crackles with static. Hello? The person on the line is leading a convoy of armed vehicles. Are you Black Phantom? Danina looks out the window and happily announces, We're here for extraction. Let's get out of here. Han Xiao supports Hila, encouraging her to hold on. Reinforcements are here. The other side lays down suppressive fire to protect them. Get in the car. Thinking fast, he pulls out a poison grenade and throws it behind them to buy some time. The Sprout soldiers get hit and start choking violently. It's tear gas. And with that, you and I are left watching this absolute chaotic firefight as they try to make their escape. Finally safe in the rescue vehicle, Hila breathes a rare sigh of relief. We made it. Han Xiao, right next to her, slaps a hand over her mouth. Dude, don't jinx us. She nods, getting the message. Seeing the two legends in the back, Tang Tang can't contain her excitement. I've admired you for so long. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Tang Tang, from Star Dragon's Bureau 13. The director talks about you all the time. She then smartly points to their driver. That's Arrow of Theseus. Next, she introduces the other girl. And this is Danina from Red Maple. But Danina is still on edge, her eyes scanning the horizon. They haven't totally shaken their pursuers. So, what's the plan? Tang Tang, sweating bullets, tries to sound reassuring. Don't worry, they can't catch us. Just stick to the escape route. While everyone's debating, Han Xiao is already rummaging for tools. Perfect chance to check his mech status and get some repairs done. He puts his helmet back on and breathes a sigh of relief. He got lucky. The damage is just minor. Scrapes, the core is solid. Just then, a strange connection request pops up. Drywolf's face appears, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Well done. You broke through the encirclement. Now pay attention, because this is where the mind games truly begin. Feeling safe now that you're up in the sky? He mocks, before casually dropping a bombshell. Your reinforcements? Yeah, we spotted them days ago, the second they set foot in my territory. Drywolf's voice becomes a chilling echo in Han Xiao's comms. I let them go on purpose, all to lure you into this perfect little trap. Your escape route? I predicted it from the start. Han Xiao is dead silent. Drywolf just chuckles. Something wrong, Zero? You're not all-knowing, are you? A mountain range appears on the display. His voice drops. Open your eyes. Take a good look at the gift I prepared for you. Dead ahead, a massive arsenal of heavy weapons comes into view. Drywolf's voice turns giddy. Your tomb. This battlefield only fuels Tang Tang's fiery resolve. Everyone, get ready to fight for your lives. The enemy unleashes a storm of fire. Danina immediately counters with her own power. A massive fire dragon slams into the enemy, incinerating the grunts who couldn't get out of the way. Drywolf gives his next command. Executives, forward. Luda instantly obeys. Yes, sir. Their side unleashes their power. He transforms into a giant Sanu warrior, effortlessly snatching an enemy. Pathetic ant, he sneers. The poor guy is totally stunned, then gets launched like a sandbag before he can even process what happened. Galena uses the opening, instantly appearing behind the giant's back. Jonia sees it coming and just laughs. Haha, a sneak attack from behind? What kind of man are you? Startled, Galena forces Jania to take a hammer to the gut. Pissed off, Jania charges in with pure rage. Don't get cocky, you Germinal rookies. With a single punch to the ground, Drywolf sends them all flying. Yeah, I know what you're thinking. This dude is on another level. Even Han Xiao can't hold his ground and gets blasted backward. With an overwhelming aura, Drywolf strolls forward. He pulls down his hood, his voice like ice. You wanted a piece of me, right? Well, I'm right here. You dare? A system notification pops up. Grade C special mission activated. The objective, defeat the leader of the Germinal Organization. And the kicker? Deal no less than 60% of the total damage. The reward, draw 2 of the leader's skills or talents. Han Xiao is floored. The leader himself showed up on the battlefield. Just to kill him. He glances at his own stats, a knot forming in his stomach. He's not in top shape for this. The leader is a main character of the Aquamarine scenario, meaning he's absurdly strong, and Han Xiao's condition is terrible. He takes a deep breath, gets into a fighting stance. No other choice. Time to go all out. Suddenly, the roar of engines cuts through the chaos. He looks over, another convoy is speeding toward them. A figure casually steps out. Han Xiao, oh Han Xiao, it's Bennett, cracking his knuckles. Kid, you've really made a mess of things. Han Xiao just scratches his head, completely stunned. Why are you here? Bennett turns away, radiating pure arrogance. You caused this much trouble. How could I not show up? His eyes gleam with a challenge. They say the Germinal leader's power is off the charts, that he almost never fights at full strength. Looks like it's my lucky day. Trying to touch my people. Did you ask for my permission? Power erupts from his hand as he unleashes an attack. Bennett aims straight for Drywolf, throwing his signature will combustion punch. The leader activates his own power, sidesteps, and calls out, "Bennett, mind your own business." But Bennett's attack is completely blocked. The two of them clash, shaking the very earth as debris flies everywhere. Han Xiao shields his face, totally in awe. So strong. You and I are literally watching a battle between the main characters of this planet, but seeing Bennett's ultimate move get stopped fills him with dread. Bennett's will combustion was stopped cold. The leader has to have some insane defensive skill. He analyzes the fight, his mind racing. His own attacks are weaker than Bennett's. Hitting the leader would be like throwing pebbles at a mountain. How in the world is he supposed to deal 60% damage and claim those rewards? More reinforcements arrive, tanks and all. An order rings out to fire on the Six Nations army, while Thanos desperately uses his powers to shield his comrades. All right, you and I are about to watch our main character play everyone like a fiddle. But first, a problem. The Sprout leader is too strong, and only Bennett can stop him. Thanos calms him down and lays out a battle plan. Their fight is on another level, so we can't interfere. While the leader is distracted, let's wipe out his soldiers and break this stalemate. Han Xiao scans the battlefield, calculating. Perfect chance. These Sprout officers are all elites and easy trial points. If he farms enough, he can complete his advancement quest and topple the leader himself. He spots two soldiers fighting hard, and an enemy on the side is almost dead. Han Xiao pulls out his sniper. This one's mine. A clean, decisive headshot. And just like that, a system notification. You killed a level 48 Sprout officer, receiving 18 trial points. All right, let's watch our boy play this battlefield like a fiddle. He figures in this chaos, no one will notice if he poaches a few high-value targets. But Danina's not stupid. Why is he aiming way over there? She turns and shouts, "Black Phantom, leave the supers to us. Get back to the vehicle and help with the grunts." But Han Xiao just pretends he can't hear. What? Too much sand. Can't hear a thing. He keeps repositioning for the perfect shot, totally ignoring her. She sees what he's doing and just sighs. Telling him to fight the small fry was for his own safety. We don't have the energy to babysit you, so stop acting like you're the VIP here. Han Xiao just keeps racking up kills as the system notifications roll in. You've defeated a level 40 Germinal executive, earning 12 trial points. Another one down, shot through the heart. A level 48 executive, 18 more points. The one shot in the back of the head, a level 50 executive, netting him 20 trial points, and the guy he just put down gets him 15 more points. Han Xiao leans back behind a rock, totally satisfied. He's finally got enough points. Now he just needs to find one more nearly dead executive. Suddenly, his eyes lock onto a nearby fight. A Germinal grunt has Bennett pinned. "Ares! I've got him! Finish him now!" Han Xiao lends a helping hand, tossing a giant energy orb their way. Bennett breaks free, totally relieved. "Thanks for the save." Han Xiao just nods. "No problem," but his eyes are already scanning the area for something else. "Come on, where's that low-health executive?" After a bit of searching, he finally spots his target, already getting pummeled. Han Xiao quickly raises his sniper, ready to fire. A single beam of light pierces the target's head. System confirms. 964 damage to the level 54 Chojo. Target killed. 136,000 EXP and 23 trial points gained. Han Xiao is ecstatic. He finally has enough trial points. He's practically buzzing with joy as soon as he's out of combat. He can finally class up. He crouches down low, whispering to himself, "Time to bounce." Danina just stares in disbelief as he bolts from the battlefield. "Hey, you're not going to believe this, but he just ditched us." The enemy commander just scoffs. Thinking of running now? A little too late for that. While fighting Bennett, he barks orders at his men. "You lot, go after him. I want him dead." Meanwhile, Han Xiao is booking it as fast as he can. He even pulls off a sick-looking flip over a huge river, landing perfectly on the other side and giving himself a mental high five. Out of combat state. Extreme trial complete. Progress 2000 out of 2000. Level 60 advancement mission. Unlocked. Stamina increased, granting 30 health and 40 stamina. Han Xiao reaps his well-deserved system rewards. Without hesitation, he selects Type 1 Cosmic Human. The racial evolution process immediately begins. His body is instantly encased in a pillar of blue light. A strange sensation runs through his bones, his joints cracking and shifting. Every part of him is undergoing a total transformation. A look of pure agony crosses his face. The pain. It's unbearable. He lets out a scream. "Arg!" And then you and I get to see it. A massive blue explosion rocks the forest. When the energy finally subsides, the evolution is complete. He did it. He actually broke past the game's limits. By evolving his race, he gets a ton of new perks, from insane adaptability to a natural talent for all things mechanical. The Germinal squad chasing him stops dead in their tracks, terrified by the display of power. What in the world was that? Jaros isn't impressed, just annoyed. Who cares what it is? He was already at his limit. Finish him, quick and clean. The massive pillar of light shrinks down. Han Xiao looks at his constantly updating stats, absolutely buzzing with excitement. All I have to do is dump my saved experience and attribute points into my skills, and I'll be the strongest being on this entire planet. 7980 health, 9580 stamina, his total level is now 70. He's now officially a solid C-class powerhouse. Right on cue, the Germinal grunts finally find him. Jaros takes the lead and gives the order. Zero is right ahead. Let's get him. But before they can even move, Han Xiao whips out his favorite weapon. Jaros gets diced up before he can even react, and a final fatal blow sends him to the afterlife. The entire squad freezes. Their leader just got one-shotted. One of the soldiers stammers in fear. Jaros-sama was killed. In a single hit. Redmir looks at the man before him, shaking as he begs for his life. Spare me, please. Spare my life. In response, his trip to the great beyond gets decisively fast-tracked. Han Xiao walks away, leaving a field of scattered bodies behind him. Energy crackles around his fists, giving him a terrifying aura. Are you ready? Germinal. Back at the main battle, explosions are going off everywhere. In the middle of the chaos, a streak of light flashes past. Bennett pauses, shocked. He recognizes the figure sprinting towards them and shouts in disbelief. Black Phantom? Why is he back? Danina, still fighting, can't resist a sarcastic comment. He probably ran into an enemy he couldn't handle and got chased back. Now pay attention, because only Hila notices the truth. His life signature, it feels completely different. Han Xiao slams back into the fight, throwing a punch so powerful it sends a whole squad of Germinal soldiers flying. Seeing the impossible, Danina, who was just mocking him, can only yell in shock. How did he suddenly get so strong? He moves like a ghost, ending enemies in a literal flash. The commander, Withered Wolf, sees his troops getting annihilated and roars in fury. Zero, you actually dared to come back here to die? He turns his head, bellowing at the troops behind him to focus all their fire on Zero and put him down for good. The order is given, and a storm of bullets and bombs heads straight for Han Xiao. He easily dodges through it all, takes a deep breath, and unleashes a massive shout. A huge blue energy shield erupts, deflecting every single attack. Han Xiao emerges from the fiery explosion, cool as ever, and hovers in midair right in front of the Germinal gun line. He raises his right hand, creating a colossal energy ball pulsating with raw power. With a single blast, he obliterates every single enemy tank and armored vehicle. All that's left is a smoking, bloody ruin. Hoinas can only back away in terror. We can't stop him. Han Xiao glances at the remaining grunts and gives them a cold warning. If you don't want to die, get out of my way. The battle between Bennett and Grey Wolf isn't over. Han Xiao steps up, telling his boss, "You've worked hard, leave the rest to me." Hearing this, the old man gives a slight smile and turns away. Bennett pats Han Xiao on the shoulder, giving him a quiet word of encouragement. Go. With that, Han Xiao enters the fray. Electricity crackles around him, a clear declaration of war. But Grey Wolf isn't intimidated. Bennett's protecting you, yet you're actively seeking death? You think you can handle me just because he wore me down a little? The guy thrusts his fist forward, energy exploding from his body. I can still crush you. Han Xiao doesn't care, quickly drawing 2 prepared pistols. The barrels ignite, flashing with a brilliant golden light. In response, Grey Wolf contemptuously crushes the incoming bullets with his magic. It's a joke to him. He even dodges the powerful shots aimed at his feet, planting one leg to launch an attack. He throws a magic-infused punch. Han Xiao struggles, barely getting his arm up to block the hit. The impact sends him sliding back, but he quickly regains his footing to attack again. Han Xiao leaps from above, bringing a powerful kick down on his enemy. The sheer force of the blow sends the braced Grey Wolf tumbling backward. He slams into the mountainside, the aftershock kicking up rocks and dust. This puts Han Xiao into combat mode, finally revealing his enemy's info. Seeing Grey Wolf's health bar has dropped, he feels a sense of relief. 81% HP left, enough to complete 60% of his objective. After a few more physical exchanges, Grey Wolf is forced to admit it. You're pretty good. I underestimated you. Now here's where things get real. Everything before was just a test. Now, he's actually joining the fight. Time to show you my true power. He stomps his foot so hard the ground around him cracks. In the next second, he's airborne, a dark, ominous energy shrouding his hand. Grey Wolf isn't holding back. He unleashes a direct blow toward Han Xiao with insane speed. The punch is so powerful it cracks a part of our hero's face mask. Before he can recover, Grey Wolf is already coiled for his next move. Han Xiao's back doesn't even hit the ground before a thunderous kick sends him flying up again. A single combo sends him crashing into the rocky mountain like a meteor. No matter how confident Han Xiao was, he's coughing up blood now, forced to rethink his strategy. His close-range damage is terrifying. I should wear him down with my machinery first. The moment he thinks it, his hands are already grabbing a new weapon. He then aims and fires a blast of green energy at his opponent. Beams of light shoot forward like lightning. But to Grey Wolf, it's just child's play. You think that little bit of firepower can suppress me? While accelerating towards Han Xiao, his hands are continuously gathering energy. How naive. With a single punch, the man goes flying one way, and the gun another. The impact causes a few more pieces to flake off his damaged armor. The sniper rifle flies out of Han Xiao's reach, tumbling through the air. In the end, a useful tool is now just a pile of useless scrap in his enemy's hand. A mechanic without weapons is like a stray dog without teeth. What can you do now? Though his armor and mask are shattered, his spirit never wavers. I have plenty of weapons. He immediately launches 3 boomerangs at Grey Wolf. Haha, try this on for size. Sure enough, the attack catches his opponent off guard, forcing him to take the damage. His full health bar instantly drops by more than a third. Grey Wolf is forced to retreat temporarily. The unpredictable turn of events only makes him more furious. Cough. Just how many of these annoying tricks are you hiding? Unlike his retreating opponent, Han Xiao's face is covered in scratches, but his eyes remain fiercely determined. I'm level 70, my HP is way higher than his, and the armor boosts my defense. Even if I get hit 3 or 4 times, one clean hit on him means I'll win. So, Han Xiao decides to throw more boomerangs his way. Unfortunately, his opponent was prepared this time, anticipating the move without flinching. He channels dense, dark power into his hand, then confidently shatters the incoming projectiles with a single punch. The same trick won't work on me twice. But Han Xiao's next move leaves Grey Wolf stunned, frozen in place. It turns out the boomerangs were just a distraction for the real gift he had waiting behind them. Then let's try something new. His power suit ignites. Immense firepower erupts from Han Xiao's fist, knocking his opponent back again. Grey Wolf is now in the same sorry state Han Xiao was in at the beginning, stunned from the impact, a perfect chance. He rushes forward to land another punch, taking the opportunity to press his advantage, even leaping on top of his enemy to prepare the next blow. But his opponent is no pushover. Even heavily injured, he easily controls Han Xiao's arm. A mechanic dares to fight me up close? You don't think you're dying fast enough? The tables turn once again. Grey Wolf now has the upper hand in this solo fight. He then kicks Han Xiao away like a soccer ball. Han Xiao flies back, unable to retaliate. It seems Grey Wolf doesn't want to drag this out any longer. He lets his power envelop his entire body and coils his leg. This next move is a full power strike, his revenge for the humiliation he just suffered. Han Xiao closes his eyes, bracing for the pain. His armor is barely recognizable as its stats flash. Viper, durability 450, current durability 2%, equipment critical. Han Xiao gets beaten so badly his entire body is scraped raw, not a shred of armor left. His weak and exhausted state only makes Grey Wolf more smug. Without that turtle shell, aren't you just mine to torture? Then, with a manic, delighted laugh, he unleashes a field of dark energy. In a flash, he disappears, launching himself like an arrow at his rival. Amidst the thick dust and flying debris, 2 figures collide violently. After that barrage, he's sure it's enough to finish the job. This is the end. But who would have thought? The situation flips in an instant. Han Xiao's body begins to transform. Continue the mechanism. Activated. And let me tell you, this transformation brings with it an even more immense lightning power than before. A brand new suit of armor forms just as the old one shattered. The fight's not over yet. When a mech's durability drops below 10%, he can burn 500 energy to restore up to 80% of it, keeping him in the fight for a while longer. This impossible sight puts Grey Wolf on high alert, and trust me, you're about to see why. Our guy doesn't wait, he charges up and blitzes forward. It's time Han Xiao showed this guy what a real knockout punch feels like. The impact is so insane it sends the guy flying, carving a huge arc in the ground. Grey Wolf is completely reeling from that massive blow, but he's not done yet. He signals to Fenia not far away. Hey! Even in the middle of his own fight, the guy has to stop and look. Let me borrow your weapon. Since they're all in this together, there's no reason to hesitate. Take it. Go get him, Black Phantom. Finish him off. Han Xiao snags the massive hammer with perfect timing. The second it's in his grip, he starts channeling raw energy straight into the weapon. If Grey Wolf doesn't get a bad feeling about this, then all his years on the battlefield were an absolute waste. Facing power that looks like it came straight from Thor's hammer, the guy is just frozen, unable to react. Every bit of strength goes into this one epic swing. His visor and mask shatter completely as another clean sweep sends Grey Wolf flying once again. His equipment box goes tumbling across the ground, even taking out an unlucky Sprout member who got in the way. The device finally stops, just lying there on the ground. Meanwhile, its owner gets a one-way ticket underground. Taking so many hits, he just freefalls into the abyss. His back slams into the cracked earth, and what's left of his mask finally turns to dust. But even then, Grey Wolf forces himself back up. Now pay attention. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Tang voices what everyone's thinking. Is this the real face of the Sprout leader? Behind that thick mask is the scarred face of a true veteran. Zero, he growls. You are full of surprises. Those last few hits were a total slap in the face, and now he's furious. If you can repair that turtle shell of yours, he's back on his feet, charging in again. Then I'll just smash it again. He's covered in a sphere of pure lightning, forcing Han Xiao to block with both hands. He isn't hurt, but the blow sends him flying back. The second he looks up, his enemy is already on top of him. This time, he seizes the initiative, forcing Grey Wolf on the defensive. But while he's distracted, the villain is secretly charging up a massive attack. He waits for the perfect moment to get in close, then lands a fast, decisive punch. The mech armor cracks once again. If he hadn't dug in to stop himself, he would have flown even further. He's panting, exhausted, staring at the notification in despair. Sidewinder armor, at 0 durability. Cooldown time, 18 minutes. The Sidewinder is toast, but there's no mercy on the battlefield. Grey Wolf closes in for the kill. Time to die. And then it comes a devastating attack like roaring thunder, powerful enough to shake the very ground. The insane attack Grey Wolf unleashes just keeps going. It's only when the energy finally fades that a figure is seen in the smoke. After a direct hit like that, Han Xiao is still standing, his will completely unbroken, but there's a huge gash across his chest. Grey Wolf can't believe it, and honestly, can you blame him? Still alive? No way. As insane as it seems, only one explanation makes any sense. Don't tell me. You've broken past your limit? But our boy isn't giving anything away. Haha, land a few hits on me and maybe I'll tell you. His armor might be broken, but he's still got that hammer. He gives the enemy no time to recover, raising his weapon high for the devouring wind hammer technique. The guy just stands there, frozen, as the overwhelming power closes in. He ends up taking the full force of the blow head on. The second that attack lands, he's already in position for the next one. Grey Wolf takes the two-hit combo and is launched hundreds of meters into the air. He holds his position, posing like he just landed a perfect volleyball spike. Tang had a hunch before, but now he's absolutely certain. He's broken through his limit. Han Xiao rockets after his target, invincible hammer in hand, crackling with a furious storm of lightning. Meanwhile, his opponent is coughing up blood, eyes rolled back, basically unconscious. It's the perfect chance for Han Xiao to smash that very punchable face, and one more hit sends the guy rocketing right back down to where he started. The ground shatters from the sheer force of the impact. The smoke clears, revealing Grey Wolf, motionless, face down in the dirt. It's like the world hits pause the moment our hero lands the final blow. The other soldiers can't believe what they're seeing. Their leader? Defeated? For the Sprout army, it's like a snake with its head cut off. Even our leader couldn't beat him. Run for it. But just then, a hand on the ground begins to twitch with sheer defiance. He uses every last bit of strength to stand. Then, a dark aura explodes from his body. This is Grey Wolf corrupted, completely lost to his rage. Our hero holds his weapon tight, ready for anything. Come on, he thinks. Let's see what other trump cards you've been hiding. But then, a 180-degree plot twist leaves him speechless. Who would have guessed? The guy just turns and runs for it. He's fast, but Han Xiao doesn't even look worried. He's only got 14% HP left. A 60% damage hit should be enough. I'll leave the rest to the Six Nations. While he's watching the enemy flee, Tang rushes over. Black Phantom, let's go. Get in the vehicle. He hops in, laying down cover fire with his team while explaining, after you took down their leader, the Sprout army fell into chaos. This is our chance to break out. Every hail of bullets takes down more of the enemy soldiers. As the convoy retreats, our side just keeps unloading everything they've got. The enemy's military gear goes up in a sea of fire, and as he finally sits back in the vehicle, you and I can finally breathe with him. It's over. Their next stop is the Six Nation joint camp. But first, let's see what loot our boy gets from closing out that traitor mission. Time to see if his luck holds out. The system menu is a wall of text. Choose 2 rewards from these 5 abilities. First up, Advanced Martial Arts. It reduces stamina cost by 30% and boosts attack power by 15%. Then there's Ferocious Python Bite, a dark martial art that unleashes a flurry of snake-like claw strikes. Initial rebound cancels 30% of incoming damage. In close combat, it reflects a portion of that damage right back at the attacker. There's also a passive that boosts unarmed attack and block rate, plus flexible body, which grants immunity to true damage. The info dump is massive, but Han Xiao's decision is instant. These two are perfect. I'll take them. The system confirms his choice. You have received initial rebound. You have received flexible body. He flexes, and you can already see the new power coursing through him. He thinks to himself, man, I'm really leaning into this whole tank build. Just then, an unexpected notification pops up. System update. Magnetic ring mechanic is max level. New class advancement conditions are available, requiring total level 80. He needs over 400 intelligence, and to learn 5 advanced mechanic skills. Han Xiao saw this coming though. No surprise. The system asks for confirmation. Remaining attribute points, 40. Put everything into intelligence? Confirm? Without a second's thought, he hits yes. Now for the next problem. The knowledge is easy to find, but hitting level 80 is the real challenge. Attribute points are the bottleneck. He'll need a subclass just to get enough points to meet that 400 intelligence requirement. And Han Xiao's already got a few ideas cooking. The key? Find a rare subclass. They give way more free attribute points per level. Han Xiao leans against the vehicle, scrolling through the system, but his mind wanders back to the fight. Who really is the leader of Germination? Why can't he place that face under the mask at all? Suddenly, a voice snaps him out of his thoughts. Han Xiao, Bennett is not letting this go. You're going to explain everything, right now. Just looking at your face makes him want to punch it. Can't face the past, huh? Feeling guilty? Can't handle the truth? Why don't you just tell me you're an alien from outer space? Han Xiao knows he's still furious, so he just plays along. You know, you might be right, but that anger is just a front. Bennett's a master of controlling his emotions. Fine, let's just drop it. For a few seconds, there's just silence. Bennett hesitates before asking his real question. But curiosity wins out. How did you break your limit? Now that is a tough one. How do you explain a game system to an NPC? But Han Xiao's a quick thinker. All right, let me school you on this. And trust me, what he comes up with is pure gold. First, act all profound. The ancients said you must not only train your body, but cultivate your inner chi, deep in your dantian. Know what that is? Right here. Then he just starts spouting a bunch of nonsense you'd never find in a textbook. At first, you might experience some qi leakage. Don't panic. That's totally normal for a beginner. Once you can control it, you'll reach the great accomplishment realm. Breaking through bottlenecks will be easy. The more he talks, the more ridiculous it gets. Bennett finally cuts him off with a smack. You never change. Do I look like an idiot to you? Right as they're arguing, footsteps approach. It's Haynes, and he looks dead serious. I need to talk to both of you. I think I know who their leader is. Now, you and I both know this is a huge deal. Han Xiao is stunned. What's his story? Haynes just leads them into a tent. We can't talk out here. He then asks, remember that mission we gave you? Han Xiao's memory clicks. Oh yeah, that hidden A-rank main quest. The mission was called The Beginning of a New Era. Haynes holds up a file. The intel you brought back gave us a brand new lead. In the dusty archives of a dead nation, we found a clue about Germination's origin. He hands over the file, and right on cue, the system panel lights up. It's an update on that very same mission. The Beginning of a New Era. First ring complete. You receive 350,000 experience. Completion rating. Good. You get another 280,000 XP. Plus a rare level 45 dungeon crystal. The Battle of Golan. Haynes doesn't even give him time to process the rewards. He just dives right in. In the old era, there was a nation called Golan. Its government was notoriously unstable. And here's where it all started. One year, a terrorist group calling themselves Minos suddenly appeared. They launched multiple attacks inside Golan, causing widespread panic. Society was in chaos. Protests erupted everywhere. These brutal attacks shattered the people's sense of safety. They demanded the government take action, and, seemingly, the government did. The Golan government passed harsh new laws. Its citizens were put under strict surveillance and control, and just like that, Minos vanished overnight. The attacks stopped. The plan seemed to work. But this is the part you and I have to watch closely. The whole thing was a setup, a carefully orchestrated play. The truth? Minos was secretly created and controlled by the Golan government itself. That supposedly righteous government was pulling the strings all along. For the sake of safety, the people willingly accepted the new rules. One by one, the government stripped away their rights, trapping them in policies they had asked for. Every platform for public speech was seized by the state. Bennett pieces it together instantly. They manufactured an enemy to keep the public afraid. If people are scared enough, he says, they'll trade their freedom for security. Haynes nods. Exactly. But of course, A secret that big can't be kept forever. A few brave souls eventually exposed the truth about Minos. The government's whole game fell apart. Model, what happens next is pretty much what you'd expect. The people of Golan, absolutely furious, form a resistance, protesting in the streets to overthrow the government. And yeah, you guessed it, perfect timing for their enemies. While Golan is busy tearing itself apart, an alien civilization descends, shattering everything the world thought it knew. So yeah, fate had it in for these guys. The aliens' arrival throws the whole world into chaos, and Golan gets invaded by its neighbors. Enemies at the gates, traitors in the halls. The country is conquered. Golan is annihilated. That's when we first hear about Withered Wolf. Turns out, Minmok was the precursor to the Sprout organization. The current leader of Sprout was once a member of that Golan people's resistance. Unfortunately, it's been too long, so we can't dig up any details on his identity. Over time, that organization evolved into what it is today. After Golan fell, Minmok broke free from government control. It was super active before the Old Times War, then just vanished, only to reappear as the Sprout organization we see now. Still, Han Xiao has some questions. Weren't the Resistance and Minmok supposed to be enemies? It feels more like their leader just stole Minmok. The old man only knows a little. Nobody knows how he actually seized control of the organization. The only thing we know for sure is when Minmok resurfaced, it was as Sprout, taking on the Six Nations, and its power? 10 times stronger than before. One more thing, the nation that invaded Golan, that's today's Dewey Gang. The pieces of the puzzle are finally clicking into place for our guy. So that's it. The motive for Sprout going against the Six Nations finally makes sense. Their leader lost his country, too. The organization's ideals are his own lived experience. This is revenge. Right then, a system notification chimes. Han Xiao immediately locks his eyes on the screen. The second phase of the new era has begun. The base reward is 800,000 experience, and while the evaluation reward is unknown, it's guaranteed to be huge. And here's the kicker, you and I know this is big. Unearthing this secret history could change everything for Planet Aquamarine. Just as he's processing this, someone arrives. Han Xiao. Hila quickly pulls him closer. When are we going to find my sister? I'm so worried. He gets her desperation, but has to remind her of the reality. Going back is too dangerous. The Six Nations would never agree. She knows it'll be hard, but is determined. Then we'll go ourselves. He gently turns her down again. If I go back, their leader might show up. That would be even more dangerous. Hila frowns, wondering if he's trying to back out of their deal. Luckily, Han Xiao is a man of his word. Don't worry, I have a better option. We cut to the desolate New Stone wasteland. Inside a cave, empty food containers and energy cans are scattered everywhere. Aurora is huddled in a corner, looking miserable. That was my 13th meal. When will my sister come? Just then, a hand grips a ledge, sending pebbles tumbling down. She's confused by the strange noise. Turns out, the surprise visitor is Din. Han Xiao sent me to get you. Come on, follow me. It's now midnight at the temporary camp. It's quiet, as most people are asleep. But Hila is wide awake, pacing, unable to stop worrying. It's been a whole day. Is this person you found reliable? Han Xiao calmly reassures her. Don't worry, he can definitely get your sister out. Hearing that, she doesn't press him, just sits on a roof staring into the distance. Then, suddenly, and you feel this one, Hila flinches, hearing the familiar voice she's been waiting for. Sis! Aurora shouts the second she sees her. Sister, I'm here! Finally, Hila's tense expression melts away as she rushes to pull her into a tight hug. You're okay, thank God. Han Xiao sincerely thanks the guy for his help. You went through a lot. The guy just brushes it off. It was nothing. Still, Han Xiao feels he owes him for taking such a risk. I feel bad. Consider me in your debt. But Din casually waves it away. No need. You saved me once. Consider us even. It was nothing. He says a few words, then vanishes into thin air. The stuff you ordered has been sent to the southern continent. You'll see it when you get back. After the emotional reunion settles, Aurora has a question. Sister, where are we going to go now? Hila hesitates, lost in thought about the future. Luckily, Han Xiao steps in to save the awkward silence. If you have nowhere to go, you can stay with me for a while. My base is safe. She seems hesitant about his sudden offer, but his next words are completely logical. Your sister has been locked up for so long. Her health is in really bad shape. Even if you want to take her somewhere else, you have to let her recover first. Hila can't argue with that. You're right. The innocent Aurora quickly agrees. Okay, let's go to Uncle Han's house. Meanwhile, back at the camp, night patrols are making their rounds when they freeze, stunned by a visitor. Han Xiao is sitting there, totally relaxed like he owns the place, and starts talking smack. Oh, long time no see. How've you been? Gotten a promotion yet? Then again, at your level, getting demoted is easier, right? Just a few words, and he successfully pisses off Hui. Get to the point. Not only is he defiant, his attitude is even more flippant. Oh? People these days have no time for small talk, huh? All business, careers, promotions. The other guy is losing his patience. Why do you talk so much? We held up our end of the deal. Now it's your turn. Han Xiao doesn't stall any longer and casually tosses him a USB drive. Here, the guy quickly plugs it in. Information instantly flashes onto the screen, leaving him stunned. My God, where did you get this classified intel? Gu Hui confidently states that with this information, they can end the war much sooner. Liuva showers him with praise. Excellent work. But the compliments don't faze Han Xiao. All right, you have the intel. What you do with it is your problem. I'm leaving. Inside, though, he's feeling pretty damn pleased with himself. Dormant dust-covered seed, current progress, 36.2%. And he knows when this intel makes waves, that percentage is going to skyrocket. You and I just witnessed a masterclass in manipulation. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, Mad Blade is sighing on a bench. Ugh, there are no good quests left. Another player is just scrolling through the forums, reading comments. Bao Ru was just as bummed. Seriously, what's the point? I'm completely out of content. But just then, a massive engine roars through the sky. They both jump as a helicopter stops right overhead. And trust me, you're gonna want to see who just showed up. After a smooth landing, Han Xiao casually steps out. Even at night, the commotion draws a crowd. It's Black Phantom, he's finally back. All three of them get a warm welcome, especially him. Hila's stunned, she had no clue he was such a big shot. This is his home turf. It's Aurora's first time, and she's totally mesmerized. Wow, Uncle Han's place is huge, so many people. Huang Yu steps up to greet them and give a quick report. Welcome back. While you were gone, we completed construction according to your plans. We've already taken in over 3,000 wanderers from both sides into the sanctuary. Han Xiao is more concerned about another problem. How are the Espers? They're openly attacking and discriminating against each other. The martial arts guys think they're the best, calling the Esper types useless trash. The other side fires back instantly. You want to go? Let's throw down. And he doesn't stop trash talking mid-fight. With that speed, you should go fight a snail. After observing this for a while, his subordinate tells him the truth. The Espers are constantly fighting and destroying property. You'd think he'd be worried, right? Wrong. Han Xiao sees players fighting as totally normal, something you can't stop. He even gives the guy an order. Go get a crew and build me a massive tournament arena in a few days. Huang Yu hesitates. But this is a sanctuary, what's the point of building an arena? But his mind instantly changed when he saw the dollar signs in Han Xiao's plan. You're thinking too small. An arena won't just burn off the Esper's energy, we can sell tickets. We can set up betting. It's easy money. His subordinate seems partly convinced. Really? The moment the idea popped up, Han Xiao was already thinking 10 steps ahead. Heh, if my arena gets popular, the future #1 Star C Pro League will definitely hold their tournaments on my turf, and when that happens, I'll be doubling my profits, rolling in cash. Meanwhile, at Sanctuary Workshop number 3, a car slowly pulls in. Han Xiao leans back in his seat, planning his next moves. The main story quest on planet Aquamarine is almost over. It's time to start preparing to head into the galaxy. Right after, he eagerly gets to work on a new blueprint. The Viper model is way too weak to deal with the beginner-level bosses. Taking the Viper into deep space would be a death sentence. For now, my first goal is to build a new set of mech armor. At dawn, as the sun rose, the vehicle finally left workshop number 3. A streak of blue light tears through the sky, the after effects of the armor's thrusters. Han Xiao is seriously impressed with his breakthrough. Not bad, that radiation crystal from the Viper nest is some top-tier fuel. Thinking about this gets him hyped. The output from the reactor is now strong enough for me to start exploring the galaxy. The system immediately pops up with a prompt. Analysis, successful. You have modified the light mech armor, Viper. Upgrade successful. Do you want to give it a new name? He removes his helmet to interact with the system. This time I added a flight module, so let's call it the light mech armor, Soaring Serpent. Immediately, he gathers a massive amount of energy in his hand and blasts a cliff face to test its new strength. The results are extremely satisfying. The power is way stronger. With the Soaring Serpent combined with my stats, no one on this planet can threaten me. The scene changes to One Leaf Green's office in an isolated forest. One Leaf Green reports her findings after the examination. You've suffered from chronic energy loss, leading to a weakened body, arrested development, and reduced organ function. The next words are a death sentence. Best case scenario, you have 3 years left, and you and I can just feel Hila's world absolutely shattering. 3 years? She quickly tries to calm Hila down. Relax. 3 years is for normal people. Though your sister Aurora's body is weak, her cell activity is unlike anything I've ever seen. She then holds up a projection to explain in more detail. Normally, a person's self-healing function is very slow. Normal cells slowly divide to create new cells to repair damage, but her cellular self-healing is incredibly powerful, far beyond most other ability users. One Leaf Green's eyes shine like stars as she stares at Aurora. I want to collect a little of your blood for research if you don't mind. But before she can even finish, Hila shuts her down flat. No way. This time, even Han Xiao can't side with her. I admire your scientific curiosity, but this patient isn't your research subject. Besides, you couldn't beat the redhead in a fight anyway. Thanks to his advice, she finally gives up on the idea. Don't worry, she doesn't need a cure. Her powers are just suppressed. All she needs is rest and recovery. He's super curious about her future development. In my past life, Aurora became a healer. I never got to see the full potential of her powers. I wonder what she'll become when she grows up. I can't wait. That's when he remembered a crucial piece of information he'd missed. Oh yeah, she was brainwashed and developed another personality. A keyword can trigger it, turning her into a puppet who only follows orders. Do you have any way to fix that? Unfortunately, this isn't her area of expertise. I'm a pharmacist, not a psychologist. You should find a specialist. Hearing that, Han Xiao suddenly turns to someone else. Isn't the spiritual side your specialty? But Hila isn't too confident. My powers are highly invasive. I'm afraid I'll slip up. I don't dare risk it. He has no choice but to push her to be more confident. Well then, you'd better start developing your powers a bit more. Just then, One Leaf Green kicks them out. If there's nothing else, then leave. I have appointments with other espers to test medicine. Stop chatting in here. And sure enough, people were already waiting outside. Why hasn't today's medicine trial started yet? His friend quickly hushes him. Shh, keep your voice down. Black Phantom is in there. Hila has no choice but to turn to Han Xiao for help. Do you have a solution? Han Xiao gives some pretty solid advice. Let her get lots of rest. I've already built a special wheelchair for her. Also, let her interact with the outside world more, meet new friends. She's finally forced to accept it. Fine, I owe you, but he doesn't give her an inch. You already owed me anyway. But Hila keeps pushing, asking the one question we all want to know. Why did you save my sister? He flat out tells Hila his motive. I predict your sister's power will save my life in the future. Believe it? Hearing that, Aurora instantly makes him a promise. Uncle Han, I'll definitely save you. He snaps her out of it. Then, like a pro salesman, Han Xiao pitches his newest product. The wheelchair is done. The armrests and seat have memory foam, so it feels like a hug. But the best part? It's pedal-powered. It has a small built-in engine with a gear shifter right next to the armrest. Top speed can hit 40 kilometers per hour. Hila is totally floored by this info dump for a simple chair. He crosses his arms confidently. Even without a disguise, I'm a top-tier mechanic, you know. The second she sees it, she excitedly hops in. This wheelchair is so cool, so comfy. I love it. On top of that, he's also handled her social life. These four are the new friends I arranged for your sister. Aurora immediately dives into the fun with her new buddies. Such a good little bear, adorable. Seeing this, Hila finally relaxes a bit. But just then, someone else shows up. Officer Huang Yu reports in, looking worried. The arena is built, sir, but the Inhumans only use the free fields. No one's touching the paid ones, and the repairs are costing us a fortune. Han Xiao cuts him off. Don't worry, I have a way. And now you'll want to watch closely, because he's about to create his own demand. If the players have no need for a betting arena, I'll just create one. Cut to the empty arena at Sanctuary 3, where a nearby chat grabs his attention. Our guild is huge. Let me show you the cool spots. Han Xiao is actually impressed with the guy talking. Huang Tian Dong Li? Right, vice leader of the Sky Territory Guild. Not a bad choice. Without a script, Han Xiao instantly slips into character. Man, my luck has been awful lately. Huang Tian's gamer sense tingles. An NPC talking to himself? That's usually a quest trigger. He immediately starts a conversation. Sir Black Phantom, is something bothering you? Maybe we can help you out with that. Han Xiao keeps the act going. No, I'd need at least 10 people to help me. Huang Tian immediately starts rallying his forces. Everyone, get over here. I triggered a team quest from Black Phantom. At those words, players come sprinting. They all gather round to hear his sob story. One of my teacher's robots is malfunctioning and I can't control it. I need you all to bring me its chip. Instantly, the quest details appear. Retrieve the faulty chip, Part 1. First goal, defeat Ranger X-204 and bring its chip to Black Phantom. But the bonus reward is what really gets Huang Tian. Whoa, a chain quest. And I mean, you and I both know Black Phantom's favorability is capped at 10, so getting a chance to raise it, absolutely priceless. This quest could actually increase his favorability. Excited, he runs off to take on the challenge. I've been dying for higher favorability to unlock his good gear. Not to be outdone, Kem cheers and charges in too. Then, something makes Han Xiao pause. Jupiter stands nearby, watching with regret. They're so lucky. We were right here too. Why didn't we get the quest? Han Xiao seems to recognize them. Ah, members of the Godly Clan Guild. He starts his act again. Sigh, my luck is just the worst. The players get hyped. Yes, it triggered. Players swarm over to grind the new quest. We'll help you. A little later, in the city north of the sanctuary, players are in hot pursuit. The target, Vomo, floors it, leaving them all in a massive cloud of dust. Huang Tian, panting, complains, "Damn it, how is it so nimble?" Kem chimes in, "It knows the terrain better than we do. Is this robot sentient or what?" He sees an opening and yells to his team, "Hurry up, it's slowing down." Meanwhile, not far away, Han Xiao is orchestrating the whole chase from inside, laughing at the clueless players. "Haha, you really think you're about to catch it? So naive." He smirks, tapping his controller. Speed boost. The second he says it, Vomo's jets fire up, blasting it away from the group behind. Huang Tian is stunned. Huh? Where did it go? On another street, Jupiter is directing his own guild members. "You guys check over there." One of them yells out, "Found it! Over here!" Hearing that, his teammates rush to block its path. He gives the order. "That's it, fire!" It looked tough, but after a few shots, Vomo is already failing. It's shot to pieces, parts scattering everywhere. Jupiter is completely shocked and a little confused. Wait, it blew up after just a few hits? Was the mission really that simple? Huang Tian and his crew come rushing over. "Hurry, this way!" They're stunned to see they're one step too late. "Damn it, someone else killed the quest mob." He yells arrogantly, "We're the Godly Clan. You dare steal our kill?" The rude comment makes Jupiter's face darken with anger. This was your quest target too? In a building nearby, Han Xiao is secretly watching it all unfold. Perfect. They finally met. The other group keeps arguing. "So what if I stole your mob?" Bored with the show, Han Xiao prepares to leave. "Hello," relaying new orders. "I haven't seen a single Inhuman all day." Outside Sanctuary 3's guarded office, Jupiter leads his players to report in, completely baffled. And trust me, Han Xiao's master plan is just getting started. "We completed Sir Han Xiao's commission, so why aren't you letting us in?" The guard just blocks them, giving a textbook excuse orders from above, "No outsiders allowed." Getting screwed over like this has Huang Tian absolutely fuming. "We got the quest first, and we're the ones who crippled the monster." The more he talks, the angrier he gets. "You dare steal our kill? You're completely shameless." But words are cheap. Jupiter just smirks, talking trash. It's not about being early, it's about being on time. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Of course, the other side refuses to just hand over the quest item. Jupiter fires back with a challenge of his own. "If you've got the guts, come and take it." Huang Tian, furious, offers a solution. "If you won't return it, then let's settle this with a wager in the arena. Only a fool would agree to that. Why should I have to fight you? Winning gets you nothing, but losing costs you your gear." He couldn't stand the injustice, so he officially picked a fight. Fine by us. Gear, items, whatever. I'm officially challenging you. If you from the Godly Land Guild have any guts, you'll accept. But how could these taunts possibly faze Jupiter? I refuse. That casual attitude from Jupiter left Kem fuming. "Guildmaster, are we just going to let this slide?" Huang Tian shows his crew how to force an opponent's hand. He tells them to spam hashtags on the forums and slander them until they break. If Jupiter won't accept, I'll make him. Instantly, the forums were flooded with insults. "Godly Land cowards, accept the challenge. Don't be turtles hiding in your shells. Godly Land is so shameless, acting tough but backing down. This is pathetic. I'm quitting this guild. Hope someone else will take me." Han Xiao, playing the long game, quietly watches everything unfold. Oh, the forums are blowing up. Looks like my arena is about to get some use. After that, the stands filled up fast. Eager crowds gathered in groups, whispering and gossiping. Wow, it's packed. Who do you guys think will win? D. Dan, ready to watch a blockbuster, holds a box of popcorn and says, "Godly Land, for sure. Sky Territory is way out of their league." The guy next to him disagrees. "Actually, Godly Land is in the wrong here. Totally unethical." But the other guy just scoffs. "Are you kidding me? It's just a game. Who cares about kill stealing? Don't be so dramatic." And now, you and I finally get to see the main event as the announcer cuts them off. "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the duel." He briefly presents the items on the line. On the left, we have the main prize from the defending team, the Rogue Knight's malfunctioning chip. And on the right, the challenger's bet, the Lamina Gamma Blade. The winner takes all. One side of the arena gate rises with a booming announcement. Next, let's welcome the players from the defending team. A squad of heroic warriors steps out, their guild proudly displayed there from Godly Land. A spectator gasps in surprise. Those guys from Godlyland. If I remember right, aren't they the pro players from the Godlyland Club? The gamer next to him nods in agreement. Then, the announcer speaks again. Next, let's welcome the challengers from Sky Territory. Their entrance sends a wave of excitement through the crowd. Sky Territory sent their pro players too. Huang Tian mutters angrily under his breath. Good thing I also brought pro players. Damn it, I almost got completely played by him. Jupiter wipes his hands, breathing a sigh of relief. Holy crap, that was a dirty move. Good thing I also found some pro players. The atmosphere is electric, filled with passionate cheers from both sides. God Hao Tian, God Hao Tian, Sky Territory for the win. Godlyland is unstoppable. Show 'em what you've got. Meanwhile, some people are whispering about the in-game benefits of the match. Duels on the big stage, huh? It can increase the drop rate for the guild and players, and if you're defending, you get to fight players from all different classes. These words make another guy start thinking, this betting duel function is actually pretty cool. Amid the excitement, the announcer explains the rules from the center of the ring. The rules are simple. Each team has 5 players who will fight one-on-one. The winner gets 1 point. The first team to score 3 points wins this betting duel. He begins to call the fighters to the stage. Please welcome the first player from Godlyland, the martial artist, Miao Daxian. As he's announced, the fighter appears, warming up. His opponent steps forward just as impressively. His opponent from Sky Territory is also a martial artist, Hao Tian. The announcer confirms they're ready. Are you prepared? Then, with a burst of excitement, he yells, begin! Miao Daxian lunges forward with everything he's got, screaming, time to die! Hao Tian goes on the defensive, perfectly blocking the attack. Then he counters with a devastating punch right to his opponent's face. He follows up with a powerful kick to the chest, then leaps high into the air, finishing with a brutal stomp on Miao Daxian's ribs, making him spit blood. Just then, the announcer declares that Hao Tian has scored the first point for Sky Territory. Without missing a beat, he moves on to the next round. Please welcome the next player from Godlyland, Exploding Chicken Leg. We have high hopes for his performance. Hearing his name, the guy confidently walks onto the stage, a stark contrast to Miao Daxian, who's hiding his face in shame. What a beatdown. So embarrassing. The fans scream encouragement for their teams. Go God Hao Tian. Go Godlyland. Destroy him. The announcer, seemingly playing for both sides, shifts into a commentator role. Beautiful. Player Hao Tian just dodged a full power attack from his opponent. He flips backward to build momentum in his leg. Then Hao Tian unleashes a kick that sends Chicken Leg flying. The guy hits the ground and starts foaming at the mouth, completely out for the count. Okay, let's just pause here. What you and I are watching is a total masterclass. The announcer's voice is full of shock. So strong. Another member of Godlyland falls, and Hao Tian has only lost 20% of his health. Lian Ya is absolutely stunned and can't help but comment. My God, is Hao Tian really that strong? I don't think I could beat him. The person next to him agrees. I don't think I'm a match for him either. Seeing her teammates are as useless as their names, Chi Zi gets pissed and volunteers. Pathetic. I'm going in. She confidently throws down the gauntlet. Come on. Hao Tian takes the initiative, launching an attack. Chi Zi nimbly dodges the blow. Player Hao Tian's attack was beautifully evaded. With a condescending tone, she lifts her leg to kick back. So this is all Hao Tian's got. The kick lands squarely on his chest as the announcer cheers. A beautiful counterattack. But suddenly, Chi Zi senses something is wrong. Before she can react, she takes a brutal kick from her opponent. After watching for a while, the announcer finally notices something strange. Wait a minute, it looks like Hao Tian intentionally left an opening, baiting her in to land a knockout blow. Chi Zi collapses to the floor, realizing just how dangerous her opponent is. Crap, I'm done for. Before she can even get up, she's hit by an earth-shattering explosion. The announcer is so shocked he starts stuttering. After collecting himself, he makes a stunning declaration. My God, a 1 versus 3. You and I just saw player Hao Tian defeat 3 opponents using less than half of his health. The roar from the crowd gets louder and louder. God Hao Tian is amazing. Sky Territory is insane. Jupiter's face twists in a scowl of pure jealousy. If our big boss, Brother Li, were here, he'd be wiping the floor with Hao Tian. Meanwhile, in Sky High Domain's camp, Huang Tian and Frantic Blade are busy sucking up to the winner. We got the quest item. Thanks, pro player Hao Tian. You worked hard, brother. You're a total beast. But he ignores the praise, looking over at Han Xiao and thinking to himself, I can't believe Black Ghost's hidden storyline put me this far ahead of other players. Looks like I need to keep following this guy. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is already cooking up a new business plan to make the main city more attractive. The arena is one factor, but another way is to organize some regular events. To get players to join, you have to show them some real benefits first. The scene then shifts to Sanctuary 3's construction site in the Gothan wasteland. Yan, sitting on the scaffolding, calls out to Half-a-Fag who's dangling outside. "Be careful, don't fall." And just like he jinxed it, the guy's foot slips off the steel frame. The feeling of weightlessness hits, and Half-a-Fag screams in terror. Ah! As his body makes intimate contact with the ground, he quickly bites the dust. Ivan, completely used to this, just looks up at his newly respawned friend. Every single day, players like you take a tumble. If you die a few more times, your whole quest reward is going to get eaten up by the death penalty. Half-a-Fag can only sigh in frustration. What can I do? The big guilds snatch up all the easy quests. Normal players like me have to take the dangerous jobs. He slumps down, exhausted, bringing up old frustrations. The big guilds have already claimed all the simple tasks, and here's where we see just how bad it is for solo players like them. We lost from the very start. A flashback shows them getting brutally chased away. Get lost. Our guild has this entire area on lockdown. Suddenly, their attention is drawn somewhere else. Jan points and shouts, "Hey, look over there." He's a bit surprised but has a pretty good idea of what's going on. There's a huge crowd in the square. This can only mean one thing: Black Ghost is here. The two of them scramble down the scaffolding, their faces lit up with excitement. "Let's go check it out. If there's a good opportunity, we won't have to haul bricks anymore." A ton of other people are rushing over too, screaming like fans seeing their favorite celebrity. "Black Ghost, don't push, don't push. I need a dozen." When they finally squeeze through to see what's happening, both Ivan and Half-a-Fag just freeze. Han Xiao stands there with his arms crossed, a smile on his face, and makes an announcement. "Lately, my warehouse has been overflowing with goods that need to be cleared out. All these items are already packaged. I was wondering if anyone would be interested in buying them." Du is the first to volunteer, confidently puffing out his chest and shouting, "I'll take 10. This gets a gasp from the crowd. "Wow, the big guilds are so rich." In response, Han Xiao just smiles and states the price. One box, 3,000 aquamarine currency. The number makes the guy flinch. That expensive? But then he starts rationalizing it. "It's from Black Ghost, so it has to be good stuff. I definitely won't lose out on this deal." He grits his teeth and hands over the money. "I'll buy it." The crowd gathers around, curious to see what's in the first box. Hurry up and see what's inside. When they see it's just a pile of scrap parts, everyone looks disappointed. Huh? Why is it a bunch of old components? After opening several more with the same result, a lot of people feel let down. Isn't this just leftover junk? What a waste of time getting a spot. Half-a-Fag, disillusioned, turns to leave. Only an idiot would buy this. But just as he says it, Jan stops him. "It's the last one, just watch." Hearing that, he reluctantly turns back to see. Du sighs as he opens the final box. "Well, let's see what's in this last one." The moment the lock clicks open, a brilliant purple light flashes. He's completely stunned, his mouth hanging open at the sight. And then, a system notification rings out. "You have opened Black Ghost's mechanical treasure chest and received the fluttering butterfly saber." The surprise reward makes him curse out loud. "Holy crap, this is a purple-grade item." Yan, standing behind him, is in total shock, staring at the epic blade. "Oh my god, is this the first purple item in the entire game right now? That's so awesome." Du just holds up the weapon, ecstatic. "I hit the jackpot, this was so worth it." The crowd around them is still freaking out. "No way, you can actually get something that cool from those boxes?" And just like that, it's a total frenzy. Everyone's shouting over each other, trying to get a spot. "I'll buy one, let me buy, I'll buy, don't push." Lyubava also joins in on this blind box madness, but gets absolutely nothing, just junk components. Another girl tries her luck but gets the same result. "I got junk components too. Does this mean the drop rate for single pulls is lower? Do you have to buy 10 at once to get high-grade gear?" Seeing all the unlucky players, someone watching from the side starts to analyze. "Not necessarily, I don't think the drop rate is high. You can't calculate it with normal logic." Solo King strokes his chin, deducing from the boxes already opened. "First, we need to clarify one thing. Is Black Ghost selling these boxes as an official game feature, or is he just cleaning out his warehouse?" His conclusion? This game is incredibly realistic, and every character seems to have their own independent logic. If Black Ghost simply wanted to clear his warehouse, why wouldn't he just throw these items away? Everyone listening feels like he's making a good point. Your theory is pretty interesting. So, how should we choose? Solo King turns to Han Xiao, who's just chilling by his truck. "Excuse me, how many boxes are left?" Han Xiao's mind immediately starts calculating this unexpected business opportunity. A total of 786 boxes. Now there are 530 left. From this, Solo King reaches his grand conclusion. There's no purchase limit, which means Black Ghost isn't selling junk, he's secretly giving us a welfare event. Besides, if this were an official loot box event, the game developers would have to announce the official drop rates. Han Xiao is sweating bullets, standing there completely baffled, with no idea what's happening. I don't remember hiring an actor. And trust me, you and I both know this is where it gets hilarious. Hearing this, the crowd gets a second wind and starts throwing money at the boxes. So that's how it is. Black Ghost. I want to buy one. I'll buy 10. The scene then cuts to the truck driving off down the road. All right, let's dive in. Inside his ride, Han Xiao's just chilling, figuring out his next move. The players now treat his gacha box sales like a scheduled holiday. The moment they see his truck, they all mob the plaza, ready to go. The forums are blowing up about his events. He knows he's got to do this a few more times to pull in an even bigger crowd. Everyone rushes out, hyped to see Han Xiao's truck roll in. Black Phantom is here, half-smoked cigarette grins at Yan, asking, "You pulling today?" He shoots back immediately. Of course. Just one pull to test his luck. But then, someone stops dead in their tracks. Hao throws his hand up, booming, "I'll take 100. The crowd goes nuts as the treasure chests are unloaded from the truck. 100 chests is the same as 300,000 aquamarine coins. Damn, that's a crazy price. What a whale. Before this, only guilds did 10 pulls back to back. We're looking at a real tycoon now. After a while, another voice cuts in. Last few are probably cold by now, bro. The opened items are laid out on the ground. Everyone watches as the dude lies there, completely dead inside after getting 0 rare drops. 100 pulls in a row for green gear? What a haul. The whale sighs in defeat. My great sect leader, accept this bow. A system notification pops. New data fragment, destruction, from the player whale. Han Xiao saw this and wasn't surprised, thinking, I didn't build in a pity system specifically to stop players like him or big guilds from just buying out the whole stock. The pity system would guarantee a high rarity item after a certain number of pulls. Solo King sees his chance and boasts. Just as I predicted, pure luck is meaningless. True mastery comes from observation and research. He smirks and steps up. Now, watch a pro at work. He holds up one finger to Han Xiao and buys a single box. Solo King shows it off to the crowd. See this? Guaranteed to be something good. Everyone leans in, buzzing with excitement as he slowly opens the box. Inside, just some gears and parts. Their faces just drop. Solo King awkwardly scratches his head, explaining, You guys have to understand, it's still all about probability. One try isn't enough, but a few more will definitely get me something good. The next box reveals a wrench, and his cool demeanor starts to crack. Why is it junk again? He then proceeds to open box after box, losing all of his initial confidence. Another one! Keep going! The crowd starts to jeer. You sure you got this, buddy? I don't believe it. Next. All that big talk for nothing. Turns out you're just full of hot air. His face turns pale, unable to process what's happening. Why? Why is this happening? Were all my theories wrong? Are the loot boxes fake? Is this world fake? It's all fake. Suddenly, a voice cuts through, and Han Xiao turns. Ah, it's Half Smoke, hesitantly raising his hand. Any boxes left? I just scraped together 3,000 aquamarine coins. Ivan claps his shoulder. Go on, open it and see. He slowly, carefully opens the chest. Now pay attention. This is where it gets crazy. A flash of purple light explodes from the box, catching everyone's eye. Whoa, purple gear over there. Ivan slaps Half Smoke on the back. Dude, you're amazing. A purple from a single pull. What kind of luck is that? Everyone is stunned. Some even have tears in their eyes, witnessing another legend being born from pure luck. Half Smoke scratches his head and asks Ivan, maybe I should buy one more and see. Ivan gives him a thumbs up. Go, go, go. If you're short on cash, I'll lend you some. The entire crowd now swarms around him, chanting, open it, quit stalling. Inside the box is a high-tier gauntlet, and the crowd absolutely erupts. Holy crap, another purple item. They all reach out towards Half Smoke, freaking him out. Whoa, let me get some of that luck. 2 for 2. Go buy a lottery ticket, man. Solo King is so mad he could spit blood. My calculations must have been wrong. That purple gear should have been mine. Ivan puts his arm around Half Smoke. Buy one more. 3 purples in a row would be a massive win. He walks up to the stall. All right, I'll take one more. Han Xiao hands him the box. Here, a guy in the crowd scoffs. In your dreams. There's no way he can pull 3 in a row. Without hesitating, Half Smoke opens it. Another flash of purple light. He thinks to himself, I had a good feeling about this one too. The system announces, you have opened Black Ghost's mechanical chest and received the Death Ripple Battle Scythe. Ivan is ecstatic, shaking Half Smoke's frozen body with both hands. It actually happened. What did I tell you? Everyone is just floored, completely unable to process what they just saw. 3 single pulls, 3 epic wins. Am I dreaming? Pinch me. Ow, it's real. He's the RNG god. Even Han Xiao is shocked, his jaw on the floor. Holy smokes. I only put 3 purple items in this entire batch, and this guy pulled every single one of them. A voice calls out, "Friend, are you selling that purple gear? Name your price." Half Smoke turns and gives a firm answer. "Not for sale." Changmu steps forward with an offer. "Is that so? Then would you be interested in joining our guild?" The onlookers can't hide their jealousy. "Changmu? Isn't that the guild leader of the famous First Dynasty?" "Yeah, it is. This guy's luck is just infuriating. Let's get out of here." Half Smoke scratches his head and points at Ivan. "Sure, I'll join, but can my brother here join too?" Changmu smiles and points ahead. "Heh, of course. That's a small matter. Our guild's headquarters is right by the square. Come check it out after you're done here." With that, they leave. Ivan can't believe what he just heard. "We're in a major guild." He hugs Half Smoke, sobbing with joy. "Thank you, my brother. We don't have to work as construction grunts anymore," he cries, then suddenly realizes something. Oh, right. Pure happiness fills him. The big guilds always monopolize the resources, but this gacha system lets us use a tiny bit of capital to get high-level gear. It's a chance for normal players like us to change our lives. After saying his piece, Half Smoke turns back to Han Xiao. "Black Ghost, thank you for everything." Ivan starts nagging. "All right, enough with the dramatics. Let's go check out the headquarters." The scene changes to a city of massive buildings. Meanwhile, you and I are about to see what the mastermind behind all this is actually up to. Han Xiao is chilling with his feet on a desk, looking at a screen. Oh, a new issue of the Galaxy Times is out. A program called Planet Aquamarine War appears on the feed. He watches with a flicker of interest. Planet Aquamarine War, huh. I don't think I ever watched this show in my past life. Images of war and explosions fill the screen. Recently, Planet Aquamarine has seen frequent incidents. The conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization has swept across the world, and players are experiencing it firsthand. There's no doubt about it. This is the planet's main storyline event. And compared to other planets, Aquamarine's main story kicked off the earliest. So on this program, we will analyze Planet Aquamarine's main storyline, summarize its key features, and speculate on its future impact. The tattered, blood-soaked flag of a nation is shown. The war has lasted for nearly 2 months. Now in its final stages, the Germinal Organization is on the brink of total defeat. This situation puts players who join the Germinal forces in an even worse position. So, where should these players go from here? There are several possibilities. They could become remnants of the Germinal Organization, join the Six Nations, or leave the faction system entirely to become wandering mercenaries. A commentator named Xiao Chun raises his hand. From this, we can see the main storyline's massive scale and its profound impact on the entire planet and its players. He gestures to the screen. He emphasizes, although Aquamarine players are participating in the main storyline war, their level of involvement remains relatively low, couldn't change the direction of events. A lot of players felt the storyline on Aquamarine Star was way too simple. So, our team is breaking down info dug up by forum players to piece together another possible main questline. As you can see, we're guessing the war's timeline was meant to be much longer, giving players more time to develop before the final battle kicked off. That kind of pacing would have made way more sense for a main quest. So what actually caused everything to speed up? The key information is listed here, marked with these red dots. Yep, these red-flagged events are the turning points that triggered the war, early exposing the Germination Organization and taking down their branch bases. Han Xiao crosses his arms, listening intently. It turns out the key figure behind all this is someone Aquamarine players know very well. Black Phantom, Zero, Han Xiao. He's totally stunned, thinking, wow, they actually figured it out. The host continues, making him sweat. Based on Black Phantom's role in pushing the story, we can boldly speculate that every main quest has a core character like Han Xiao, a kind of script protagonist or planet protagonist. Hearing this, Han Xiao just sighs. Man, the real protagonist was supposed to be the Germination Organization's leader. The analyst explains in detail. But even these protagonists are limited by the map. Once the star map opens up, yesterday's hero becomes just another face in the crowd. And NPCs who travel to new planets are the ones who can trigger even bigger events. Planets with strong ties to galactic factions have the most potential. When the version updates, they're more likely to connect to the new main story, while low-level civilizations like Aquamarine have a bleak outlook. With that, the host ends the broadcast. Han Xiao leans on his hand, looking seriously unimpressed. Just a face in the crowd, huh? You just wait and see. Suddenly, the door flies open. It's Frenzied Sword with an urgent message. This is bad. Hila and Leaf P are about to fight. Han Xiao jolts up from his seat. What did you say? The scene shifts to a house deep in the forest. 5 minutes earlier, in Leaf P's lab, Hila grabs her by the collar, her voice seething with anger. You dare use my sister's cells to cultivate reagents? Do you want me to tear this entire lab apart? Sharp roots burst from Leaf P's body, wrapping around Hila's arm. Hila, you're insane! Hila pulls back, severing the roots and shouting, Die! Just then, Han Xiao kicks the door in. He charges his hand with electricity. Stop! Leaf P unleashes more roots to bind Hila's limbs. I'll stop when she does, she says defiantly. Han Xiao, stay out of this! And just as she says it, hidden turrets rise from the floor, aiming right at them. Han Xiao warns them. Have you both forgotten whose turf you're on? Hila's hand freezes. Leaf P breaks into a cold sweat. Hila turns to Han Xiao, bitter. You broke your promise to protect my sister. Leaf P rubs her head, annoyed. What? My head hurts. She explains to Hila. These reagents were all made from Aurora's fallen hair that I collected. I didn't harm your sister. What are you freaking out about? Hearing this, Hila fires back. I don't care. It's not allowed. Just then, Aurora rushes in with Meat Bun. Sis, the kid warns her. Slow down, Auntie. Don't fall. The wheelchair folds up as Aurora grabs Hyla's hand, explaining gently, Why are you fighting with the doctor? I gave her my hair. If it can help Uncle Han, then I don't mind. Hearing that, Hila's anger finally cools, and she just stammers. Aurora smiles at Hila. You don't have to worry, I'm not that fragile. Hila's heart softens as she pats Aurora's head. All right, if you say so. Han Xiao gives an order. Call the guards to clean this mess up. Meat Bun obeys. Yes, sir. Leaf P crosses her arms, questioning Han Xiao. I never knew there were so many turrets near my lab. Are you monitoring me? Han Xiao glances at her with a serious look as she opens up. Heh, don't worry. I know my place. I'm just a tool you acquired, right? And a tool is supposed to do whatever its owner wants. Hearing this, he just turns and walks away. Oh. Leaf P is completely baffled. Huh? Just oh and that's it? What kind of reaction is that? Doesn't he care at all? Night falls. A woman sits on the edge of a tall building against the night sky. Hila stares into the distance, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. From below, a spark of electricity zips up to her position. She turns and says coldly, What are you doing up here? Han Xiao quietly sits down beside her. You weren't sleeping, so I came to check on you. Hila scoffs. He decides to speak up. Your reaction today was a little extreme. She snaps back coldly. What's it to you? Han Xiao lights a cigarette, calmly reminding her. Good point. It's none of my business. Why didn't you say that when I was busy saving your sister? She falls silent. Hila slowly explains. I just feel a little lost. He offers a solution. Easy. Just take your sister and go back to the Germination Organization. I guarantee you won't be bored anymore. Hila glares at him, then looks down, revealing her true feelings. I didn't take good care of my sister before. All the suffering she went through, it was all my fault. Hila's face is filled with fierce determination. To protect her, I trained nonstop. Even now, remembering all the people I had to kill, I don't regret it. She clenches her own fist. The more blood I had on my hands, the safer I felt. It was the only way to prove I was protecting her. Han Xiao exhales a cloud of smoke and says calmly, I get it. Hila begins to tell him about Aurora's past. Back in the Germination Organization, I could only see her once in a long while. She looks down, lost in thought. I knew she longed for the outside world. Every time we met, I'd tell her stories, sharing everything I'd seen and done. An image of Aurora playing happily with everyone appears. Now she has a new life, new friends. She even has a pet. She doesn't need my stories anymore. Han Xiao holds up a finger to correct her. Technically, that bear is my pet. And there they sit, sharing their thoughts. Saving her was the one thing I always wanted to achieve. Now that I have, she doesn't need my protection anymore. Hila holds out her hand, power gathering in her palm. I spent all my time becoming strong, but now the Germination Organization is almost destroyed, and my sister and I are safe. She looks at her clenched fist, conflicted. But why does this dream life I've achieved leave me feeling so lost? I hate this feeling. Han Xiao closes his eyes, explaining her turmoil. Perhaps because she's spent years in constant danger, suddenly relaxing feels completely unnatural. Of course, I lean toward another possibility. The blood of a warrior flows through her veins, her body craves battle, and a peaceful life just doesn't suit her. Hearing this, Hila turns to confront him. You make it sound like you're leading me down a dark path to do your dirty work. Han Xiao just looks away, bluntly pointing out her problem. What else could it be? You want me to comfort you with sweet words? Your own sister wouldn't want to see you suppressing your true nature. She hopes you can be yourself. And don't think for a second you're invincible on this planet. I alone could take on a dozen of you with one hand. Across the universe, there are countless people stronger than me. She presses him. How could you possibly beat a dozen of me? He channels lightning in his hand, coldly offering, we could always test that theory. Seeing his power, Hila's face pales, breaking into a cold sweat. The sheer danger radiating from him is too much. She backs away, keeping a wary distance. Are you serious? Han Xiao retracts his power, his voice calm. Let's just say one day, I might be like Germinal and capture your sister. And you and I both know, if you can't fight back then, you'll regret it. Keep getting stronger. He flicks his cigarette away and stretches, turning to leave. If you need it, I can build some training bots for you. Or you can find other superhumans to spar with. If that's all, I'm leaving. I'm tired. This cigarette's not even finished. I'm leaving it. Hila picks up the cigarette he left behind. She stares at the burning tip, her expression grim. That man is an absolute monster. She brings it to her lips, inhaling with a look of pure longing. She stands, watching the rising sun. So am I. The scene shifts to the massive Bennett Financial Group headquarters. Han Xiao pulls off his hood, complaining, Why'd you call me here in such a rush? Benet walks with him, explaining as they go. The shareholders' meeting will open after the war officially ends, which should be in a few days. He sits on the desk, emphasizing the current situation as Benet presses a button on a remote. The situation is a bit complicated right now. He gestures to the map data projected on the desk. All of Germinal's external wings have been cut off. Their remaining forces are consolidated at their headquarters. The Six Nations have them surrounded, but they're not attacking. Both sides are at a standstill, a total stalemate. He looks up, pointing out the obvious. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Why don't the Six Nations just blow their headquarters to Kingdom Come? A few hundred ballistic missiles should do the trick, right? Benet sweats, replying. If you can think of it, don't you think the Six Nations already have? Red dots flare up on the map, a stark warning. The nuclear warheads outside the Germinal base have been dismantled, but they have a massive stockpile hidden underneath the headquarters itself. Skeletons lie scattered across a cold, snowy landscape. If this number of nukes were detonated at once, the radiation would turn the entire Andia continent into a true wasteland, a dead zone for all life. Meteorologists predict the fallout from such an explosion would also cause the climate of the entire planet to rapidly deteriorate. He holds his head in his hands, stressed. So the Six Nations are divided. Velen and Tilios suggest ignoring the climate damage and just blowing Germinal off the map to end the threat for good. Benet scratches his head, pointing at their images on the screen. Star Dragon hasn't taken a side, while Maple is suggesting they try to negotiate a surrender. Hesla proposes a ground assault. Orifina, well, they're using the climate concerns as an excuse to oppose any kind of attack. Han Xiao is confused, huh? After all this fighting, they want to back out and negotiate now? Benet spreads his hands, explaining the politics. Orifina's current leader is in his final term. If he can drag the war into next year, he can use wartime policies as a reason to skip the election and directly serve another term. Han Xiao looks disgusted, speaking up. Unbelievable. So which way are the Six Nations actually leaning? Benet replies, annoyed. Well, for now, they're not attacking. They're attempting to negotiate, sending a final message to Germinal, hoping they give up the fight. So far, Germinal has given no response. Cut to a scene of chaos, explosions, blood, bodies, lying next to overturned vehicles. Germinal headquarters, Andia continent. The interior is modern, with white and blue light, metal walls, glowing circular windows, and lights running along the ceiling. Germinal's secret conference room. The leadership is gathered, planning their next move. So, what's the plan? The leader, Grey Wolf, gives the order. Launch all the nukes. Doloman breaks out in a sweat, completely disagreeing. The Six Nations have us locked down. Launching the nukes is suicide. The leader's face darkens. So you'd rather wag your tails and surrender? Don't forget why Germinal was founded. No defeat. Only death. Hearing this, everyone lowers their heads in helpless silence. Melgat suddenly yells out, I don't agree. Grey Wolf asks, Oh, anyone else? Everyone avoids his gaze. Or do all of you disagree? Melgat makes his case, his eyes determined. Launching the nukes requires 2 special keys. You only have one. The other is with the vice commander and he's on our side. The leader just scoffs. Oh, really? And do you know where he is right now? Melgat shoots back. You'll never find him. Grey Wolf leans on the table. So, you've been planning to betray me for a while now. Melgat raises a hand to calm him. Leader, don't get agitated. We still have a chance to start over. The words barely leave his mouth before his face twists in absolute shock. The leader is juggling both keys in his hand. Everyone's jaw drops, stunned. How do you have the keys? Where's the vice commander? Grey Wolf sneers. You all think I'm a fool. Melgat looks like he's been struck by lightning. Melgat, 5 years ago you secretly contacted Maple. Dolamun is frozen, speechless. Dolamun, you made a little deal with Orifina. Linu is stunned to be called out by name. Linu, Van promised to provide you with protection. Grey Wolf waves his hand dismissively. Enough with the righteous act. If you want the keys so badly, come and take them. The sound of footsteps echoes as soldiers storm in from outside. The entire Germinal army charges, surrounding Grey Wolf. Take down the leader. Stop him from launching the nukes. He calmly channels dark lightning. Allow me to send you to meet your vice commander. And after the brutal slaughter of the Civil War, you can see that blood flows like a river in Germinal's secret conference room, littered with bodies. Grey Wolf, covered in wounds, coughs twice before staggering to his feet. And here we are, at the final moment. He places his hand on the scanner. A chime confirms his fingerprint. Then a retinal scan verifies his authority. Finally, the two keys everyone was fighting over are inserted into their slots. With the secret keys authenticated and the launch sequence ready, Ko Lang slowly reaches for the fateful red button. But a call from Han Xiao interrupts his final, desperate act. After a brief hesitation, he decides to hear what he has to say. The moment the call connects, Han Xiao scans the room, a vision of pure hell. He looks right at his enemy and states the obvious. Looks like you've made your decision. Ko Lang narrows his eyes and shoots back. Trying to talk me into surrendering? He doesn't wait for an answer. Don't waste your breath. Even if you destroyed everything I have, I would never wag my tail and beg for mercy. I should have crushed an ant like you from the start. Hearing this, Han Xiao just scoffs. Isn't it a little late to be saying that now? He really has no interest in the life or death of his enemy. I won't interfere with your decision. I just want to ask you a few questions. Ko Lang snaps back impatiently. Then spit it out. Han Xiao ignores the rude tone and asks directly, what is a child of destiny? The man reacts as if he's heard a hilarious joke, letting out a long, sarcastic laugh. Ha ha, a child of destiny? Just a pitiful bug who can see the future and influence fate, but can't even control its own life or death. Destined to be someone else's tool. You have predictive abilities too, so maybe becoming a child of destiny is your ultimate fate. He pulls out a cigarette, lighting it smoothly, clearly, settling in for a little chat. You don't need to worry about my fate. Let's talk about you. It seems you're from Golan. Ko Lang lowers his head, remembering where he came from. You looked into me, huh? That's right, I was once a man of Golan. And now, get ready for the villain's tragic backstory. I was young then. When the Minos incident broke out, I joined the resistance, wanting our corrupt government to save our homeland. But youthful passion is no match for bombs and bullets. However, war suddenly erupted. With enemies from within and without, my country was doomed. In war, the winner takes all. Golan was annihilated. Internal enemies like us were hunted down. My friends were all executed. Only a few lucky ones escaped. I was one of them. The raging fires of war reflect in his eyes. I was just an ordinary young man, alone, with nowhere to go, like a soulless corpse. Standing before the ruins of his homeland, the seeds of hatred took root. But then I saw our flag being burned, and I woke up. I knew what my mission was. Ko Lang furiously watched his nation's pride burn to ashes. Golan had its flaws, its darkness, but it was still my homeland. The hatred of a fallen nation was all that remained. He turned pain into action, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. He stood in the fire one last time. I carried that hatred out of my homeland, seeking no sanctuary. I left the cities and headed for the wilderness. Back then, Ko Lang trained desperately, because revenge required strength. So I fought wild beasts, forging myself like steel, 1,000 times over. The end result is the man I am today. 176 scars. That's what I traded for power. Han Xiao listens to this insane story, his eyes wide as he confirms. So you really were just a normal person. The man tilts his head, questioning, and why couldn't I be? Then he continues his tale of becoming the final boss. I assassinated the leader of Minos, renamed the organization Germinal, and went into hiding, developing in secret. My lonely path gradually gained companions. The war left countless people nationless, so I gathered those who shared my hatred for their destroyed countries. Germinal fed on the nutrients of war to grow, quickly sprouting roots and becoming a massive tree that blotted out the sky. Ko Lang looks at him with regret. And then, you appeared. You and I both know how this ends, right? He speaks the harsh truth. You've chopped down the tree. Han Xiao just picks his nose and taunts back. Compared to the pollution you're about to cause, I think chopping down your tree is better for the environment. He decides the conversation is over, stating firmly, for a mere experiment to make it this far, I underestimated you. To lose is to die. The Six Nations won't get their hands on the secret knowledge Germinal has gathered over the years. Han Xiao makes one last attempt to appeal to his conscience. A nuclear blast will ruin Aquamarine Star's environment. The future of all humanity will suffer. Are you sure? Ko Lang finds this persistence odd. So you still want to talk me into surrendering? Han Xiao glances at Bennett, gesturing wildly for him to surrender, and decides to be honest. I already told you. That's not what I'm doing. But the guy across from me is forcing me to. He thinks to himself, Bennett won't nag me about this later, will he? Probably not. Ko Lang now only wants one thing, death. He states coldly, I'd rather drag everyone down with me. I want this world to feel my pain. Ko Lang screams in pure desperation. I hate this world, so why should I care about it? Even if the Six Nations win, don't think they won't pay a price. Han Xiao calmly lights another cigarette, reasoning with him. There's still a long time before the Six Nations deadline, right? Why not live a little longer? The man just laughs and refuses. I'd rather decide my own death date. Han Xiao exhales smoke, asking curiously, I never did get your name. Ko Lang doesn't want to talk anymore. He leaves him with one last line, my name doesn't matter, and slowly ends the call. Han Xiao holds his cigarette and says sympathetically, fair enough. Well then, goodbye. Bennett rushes over, urging him to say more, but it's too late. Now watch. Ko Lang resolutely presses the launch button, whispering softly, goodbye. Inside the command center, frantic alarms blare. Warning, warning, a high-speed object has launched from Germinal headquarters. A soldier shouts in panic. This is bad. Germinal launched a nuke. The officer doesn't hesitate. Activate the anti-ballistic missile system, now. On command, interceptors shoot into the sky. The collision between the two weapons of mass destruction creates a massive explosion in the sky. Soldiers drop to their knees from the force of the shockwave and heat. The nuclear reaction ignites into a blinding ring of light. Like an untamed beast, waves of heat energy surge out in every direction. Finally, this immense energy engulfs the entire city. Everyone on the streets is turned into a statue of scorched earth. A magnificent mushroom cloud rises high into the sky, with a living hell at its base. Everyone watching on satellite monitors is stunned, speechless. Bennett walks over to Han Xiao, complaining angrily. Let's check out the insane rewards Han Xiao gets for taking down a madman. He just ignores the leader and focuses on the system window. It was finally over. He could now cash in the main story quest. The shimmering golden text that appears makes Han Xiao let out a silent cheer. Whoa, that is a high mission rating, a dormant, dusty seed. Personal destruction rate of 48.7 to 2%, an unbelievable evaluation. You've obtained the Medal of Glory, Germinal's Gravedigger. The more he reads, the more hyped he gets. It actually gave him a Medal of Glory. He remembers you only get these for completing super high difficulty quests. A high rating gives +3 to all stats. If you collect 3, you can trade up for a big one giving +12. Sweet. Then, a new piece of information grabs his full attention. On the screen, the title, Planet Aquamarine Legendary Deed, Germinal's Gravedigger. The Germinal Organization, a massive global power, fought the Six Nations for years. Their strength was as imposing as a mountain range. You were just one small traitor, yet you slowly dismantled Germinal from within and buried it. They became a stepping stone for your own legend. Your story will be told and marveled at by countless people. Your name will be etched into the history of this planet. Han Xiao is practically glowing, excitedly tapping the screen. A new legendary title. This means his maximum potential for top-tier rewards just went up again. And based on this rating, he's about to get some seriously good stuff. And trust me, it's not just good stuff. It's 4 insane character cards. First up is the Germinal Leader card, Armor-Piercing Combo. The next one features himself, the Child of Destiny card, Glimpse the Future. Then there's Aurora's character card, Life's Return. And finally, Hila's character card, Whisper of the Dead. Han Xiao looks at the 4 cards in front of him, clearly hesitating. He wonders if the Child of Destiny's power can predict his way back to the galaxy. He decides to just grab it and give it a shot. Instantly, Han Xiao's eyes flash a bright green. It's a strange sensation, like a picture materializing inside his mind. In that hazy vision, a spaceship emerges from a stargate, only to burst into flames next to an asteroid. He unconsciously shouts, "A burning spaceship!" Han Xiao rubs his chin, pretty satisfied. It seems Glimpse the Future doesn't give you all the details. It just predicts a rough outline of events. Next, he just needs to find that wasteland and wait for the ship to come down. Putting the future aside, he focuses on the part he's really been waiting for. Time to see what kind of items are in the reward pool. He's got a really strong feeling about this. The system starts the prize wheel, and the result is absolutely mind-blowing. The reward type you've received is an item. Please select one of the following 3 options. A race change card, a mission settlement card, and an Esper potential enhancement fluid. His eyes go wide. Oh, hello jackpot. Han Xiao doesn't hesitate, instantly picking the Esper fluid, boosting Esper potential. You can practically hear the gears turning in his head. This enhancement fluid is ridiculously rare, the kind of thing espers would go bankrupt trying to buy. Because there are only two ways to increase esper potential. One is through risky experiments with rare items, and the other is this exact enhancement fluid. He happily admires the blue serum in his hand. Whether he sells it to players or gives it to someone to use, this fluid has massive potential value. He'll store it for now. It'll definitely be useful down the line. Suddenly, another notification sound from the system draws his attention. Okay. And just when you think the rewards are over, the system drops another bomb. This is where you and I see how he becomes a legend to the players. Han Xiao smiles to himself. It seems that after completing a major story quest with such a high rating, he can turn his own legendary tale into a dungeon for the players. He excitedly taps the screen, praising the system. This is perfect. The more event dungeons he creates, the more the players will depend on him. Bennett, who was standing by, cuts through his excitement. You're still smiling? The Six Nations' greatest enemy is gone. Now, they'll start cleaning up the other factions. Han Xiao just grins and moves in to reassure him. Don't worry, little Ben. The Six Nations are busy with the nuclear fallout. They can't do anything to us, and we can use this chance to take in refugees, expand the sanctuary, and grow our network's influence. He crosses his arms, painting a very convincing picture for his partner. We'll use this opportunity to grow stronger. By then, if the Six Nations want to make a move, they'll have to think twice. And the funny part? Bennett totally buys this vision. An excellent idea. Cut to the lounge in Sanctuary 3. Han Xiao's just chilling on the sofa when Huang Yu brings a man over. Xiao Quan stammers out a greeting. Xiao Han. It's been a long time. Han Xiao crosses his legs and corrects him with an icy tone. It's Han Xiao. Are you alone? What does Overmia want? The guy starts sweating, totally flustered. Him disowning his old name, that is not a good sign. But no matter how hard this is, he has to say his piece. Han Xiao. Father has always missed you. He really wants to see you. As for what happened, he can explain everything. Hearing this load of garbage, Han Xiao just snaps. I think you're the one who doesn't get the situation. He shoots to his feet, making the man tremble. If he wants to explain, tell Xiao Jin to come here himself. Huang Yu quickly gestures towards the door. Mr. Xiao, this way. Annoyed, Han Xiao pulls out a cigarette and lights it. Overmia is only visiting to get his help by pulling the family card, but he has a use for them too. If Overmia moves to Sanctuary 3, the NPC resources here will get a major boost. Xiao Quan walks away with his head down, muttering in a daze. So intimidating. Black Phantom's presence is just too strong. Just then, the phone in his pocket starts buzzing. He mechanically answers and relays the message. Elder, be Black Phantom. He wants you to come in person. Hearing this outrageous demand, Xiao Jin explodes. What? He grinds his teeth, his entire presence turning ice cold. Looks like he has to make a big investment. Xiao Jin stands up and orders his son who just rushed in. Xiao Hai, prepare to apologize and make amends. And with that, he slams the door, leaving his son completely stunned. Over at the residential block of Sanctuary 3, the entire building is bathed in sunlight. Han Xiao leans against a doorway, scheming. And what better way to test a new feature than on his favorite guinea pigs? You and I both know who he's talking about. He calls inside, Hey, got something awesome for you guys. He tosses them a blue crystal. Here, take it. The group crowds around, and Frenzied Sword asks right away, Is this a dungeon crystal? Hao Tian is stunned. It's a new dungeon, one nobody's cleared yet. He immediately pulls up the system interface to check it out. Level 30, Dungeon Crystal. The introduction appears. Dark Crow Valley's Cave, a southern base of the Germinal Organization, destroyed by Star Dragon and Hila. This is your challenge. After reading the intro, he announces his grand plan. I'm calling in the Temple of Gods. We're taking that first clear spot. Just like that, a 5-man team is formed in seconds. Frenzied Sword pumps his fist, ready to charge in. Hao Tian holds up the dungeon crystal and gives the order, Let's go. With that, he crushes the stone in his hand. The group teleports in an instant. Bun Hit Dog pats himself down, totally confused. Why are we wearing Germinal soldier uniforms? Frenzied Sword doesn't answer and just points in one direction. Look over there. And yeah, you're about to see just how twisted this mission really is. You are soldiers of the Dark Crow Valley base. The armies of Hila and Star Dragon are about to invade. Your mission is to protect the Dark Crow Valley base. Bun Hit Dog whispers, Whoa, the rewards are insane. But after that rush of excitement, he starts to worry. Higher rewards mean higher difficulty. Frenzied Sword is worried too, but about something completely different. Why does the dungeon start in 10 minutes? What are we supposed to do until then? 10 minutes later, a soldier shows up to chew them out. You 5 still gossiping? Get on patrol. The two of them immediately light up. Bun-Hit Dog enthusiastically agrees as Frenzied Sword sprints ahead. Let's go! Patrol time! The kid clutches his gun, wandering around and chanting, "Come on, invaders, show up already!" But by sunset on the first day, Frenzied Sword is literally dozing off on guard duty. Why haven't we seen a single enemy? By the second night, the forest is still eerily quiet. He can't stop yawning, totally suspicious. Do the invaders even exist? It's been 2 days with zero action. Suddenly, all the birds in the trees take off at once. Frenzied Sword's sleepiness vanishes. He stares at the notification that just appeared. Your teammate, Bun-Hit Dog, has died. Fear sends Frenzied Sword scrambling for cover behind a nearby rock. But before he can breathe, another notification pops up. Your teammate, Hao Tian, has died. He's officially freaking out now. What? What is happening? Hiding behind the massive rock, Frenzied Sword whispers to himself. Where is the enemy? By now, the system shows the death log for the other 4 members. Whoa, you all died? Who shot you? The answer from Hao Tian's squad appears on screen. Black Phantom is the one who killed us. He's so shocked he leaps from his hiding spot, screaming his head off. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. What? Our opponent is Black Phantom? The words barely leave his mouth before a bullet goes right through his head, sending him to join his friends. As Frenzied Sword stumbles back into the lobby, he hears a voice. Ah, you're out too? He sighs, totally defeated. I didn't even see a shadow of Black Phantom before I got killed. The whole group moans in regret. Sigh, we were careless. If only we could try it again. Meanwhile, Han Xiao, playing the final boss, sits chilling in his chair, tapping his fingers. Excellent. Dungeon crystals are a huge hook for players, but they're single use. How can he profit from this? Suddenly, an idea hits him like a bolt of lightning. Oh, I got it. I don't need to sell them at all. Outside the Sanctuary 3 Plaza, a massive crowd is swarming around the big truck. The air is buzzing with conversations. Black Phantom's here. If you're buying chests, get in line over there. Don't push me. Hong He shouts out in surprise. Huh, a new mission? Just spend a certain amount of money at Black Phantom's place to get the mission reward. He curiously scrolls the screen. Buying items, learning skills, gacha boxes, any spending increases your contribution and completes the mission. The mission reward is a dungeon crystal? It's that simple. I'm buying everything. Hearing this, the crowd of players absolutely erupts. Chaos everywhere. Everyone starts shouting at once. Black Phantom, I want to buy chests. I want to learn a skill. Hey, stop cutting in line. This insane battle for a spot raged from sunrise. By the time sunset cast long shadows over the high-rises, Han Xiao let out a sigh of pure, blissful exhaustion. So tired. This season's players are way too enthusiastic. He has a cigarette in his mouth, watching the portal as a constant stream of people flow in and out. A player stepping out groans, "Damn, this season's dungeon is way too hard. On the second day of patrol, Black Phantom just shot me once, and I was dead." He sits on a bench with other defeated players, offering his take. I feel like we shouldn't listen to the commander and go out on patrol. Bu Zhuang, sitting on the ground hugging his knees, agrees. Just find a small, empty room in the base and hide. He looks up to explain his logic. But if we just hide, we can only complete the basic objective. How are we supposed to finish the optional missions? Han Xiao takes a drag from his cigarette, listening to their frantic debate. He smiles like a fox in a henhouse. Haha, if the players can't win, I'll just sell them some special items. I'll definitely make another killing. The whirring of machinery echoes in the background. Han Xiao looks over the gear on his table, silently noting their functions. A helmet for long-range protection, boots for speed in the forest, a one-time-use shield. His eyes gleam as if he's already counting the cash in his pocket, making a few items that can be used in the dungeon. I can make a fortune. Just then, his phone vibrates on the charger. Someone on the other end of the line asks for his opinion. The visiting party from the Illumier family is at the Sanctuary gate. Should we let them in? Han Xiao was waiting for them to walk right into his trap, so he says, let them in. And you just know this is where it gets really interesting. All right, let's meet our main character, Black Phantom. Huang Yu holds the door as 4 people walk in, greeted warmly by Xiao Jin. Han Xiao, bored out of his mind, just plays with his lighter. He doesn't even look up as he speaks, completely ignoring the guy, then gives a sly wink to someone behind him. Xiao Hai nervously steps forward to greet his adoptive father. Only then does our guy bother to look at them. Oh, you're here? What do you want? Xiao Hai starts sweating, struggling for words. About that. Han Xiao's patience runs out. He snaps his fingers, and tiny sparks of electricity crackle to life. The energy bolt zaps straight at his feet. Luckily, Xiao Hai reacts just in time, or he'd be serving up smoked ankles. He's trembling, his brain totally fried, completely speechless. He waves his sparking hand, his patience completely gone. Spit it out, or get out. Don't waste my time. Xiao Jin shoves his son aside with a heavy sigh. Xiao Hai, stand down, let me talk to Black Ghost. The old fox was a smooth operator, flattering Han Xiao despite the animosity, trying to nip this rebellion in the bud. After the Six Nations consolidate, and once they've recovered their strength, they'll eventually come for scattered warlords like us. The guy takes a drag from his cigarette and nods. That's right, unless you find a backer powerful enough to protect you. Xiao Jin hesitantly makes his pitch. I wonder if Black Ghost would agree. Han Xiao brings up the past, just in case his dear old father forgot how he got his position in the first place. Realizing this wasn't going to be easy, he gets straight to the point. Han Xiao doesn't need to be polite with family. He directly asks for the man's money and his people. Han Xiao makes his grand, outrageous demand. I want you to abandon your old base and move your entire operation, Overmia, near my sanctuary. Xiao Jin knew that when you're under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. He painfully agrees. Meanwhile, at the Haisong assembly area, a car is parked outside, meaning the boss is in. Lu Cheng sits at his desk, listening to the little troublemaker Han Xiao on the phone. Overmia won't be bothering you anymore. Confused, he asks. What do you mean? Han Xiao doesn't hesitate to drop a bombshell that leaves the man stunned. I know Overmia competed with you before, but now they're under my protection. Han Xiao's voice echoed in his ear after the Six Nations. The number of wanderers will only increase. Warlords who set up shop in the wild will definitely be purged. The report in front of him just confirmed everything the kid said. Lu Cheng's brain was still buffering, so he gave a non-committal answer. Let me think about it, he says, then hangs up. Han Xiao grins like a fox, remembering an old friend. Old man Lu, I've already cleared a path for your son's retreat, so those 4 maps you've hidden, I'll be gladly taking those. Over in Tinlong's west capital, the repair shop looks the same as always. Lu Qian greets him with a brilliant smile. Hello, how can I help you? Han Xiao, looking like a gangster disguised as a gentleman, presents a blueprint. I want to commission a small mechanical sculpture. She glances at the order, sees it's genuinely small, and agrees instantly. No problem. I know what you're thinking. A new job at this hour? She's got an hour left before closing, but on the outside she's all sweet smiles. You can pick it up tomorrow. He bows his head, playing the sympathy card. I have to leave the city tomorrow. I need it tonight. Lu Qian scratches her chin, trying to reason with him. Crafting a sculpture takes about 2 hours. It'll be dark soon, and I'll have to close up. Han Xiao pretends to turn away, but speaks loud enough for her to hear. Well, I guess I'll find another shop. I wonder if they'd rush it for an extra 30,000 yuan. Her expression flips instantly. She zips in front of her cash cow, beaming. We're closing late tonight. Please, stay and wait. Han Xiao leans back on the chair, laughing to himself. This girl's a sucker for money. Too easy. Looks like business is booming today. C-156, decked out in a fancy suit, walks up to the door. I'd like to buy some household machinery. Do you have any in stock? Lu Qian just points. Yes, everything over there is for sale. Sorry, I'm a bit busy. Please look around yourself. He walks in the direction she pointed, but his sharp gaze never leaves the other customer. And trust me, Han Xiao feels that stare immediately, his own brow furrowing. That steady posture is a dead giveaway for military training. He's a guy from Division 13. C-156 stands in front of the home goods shelf, but his mind is focused behind him. Han Xiao decides to deploy a recon spider for backup. That guy keeps staring. Forget the blueprint, Spider. Go get a look. With that done, he buries his face in his tablet. 3 people, 1 room, each with their own agenda. The whirring of his little pet echoes through the cluttered room. Finally, the screen locks onto a rather neat wooden cabinet. Found it. In the room on the 2nd floor. Han Xiao stretches and starts his act. Excuse me, is there a restroom here? Lu Qian runs over, ready to personally escort her rich, clueless customer upstairs. I'll show you, but he has other plans. No need, you're busy. I can go by myself. He's only a few steps up the stairs when a voice calls from below. I need to use the restroom too. Han Xiao smiles, looking down. Just as I thought, he's following to keep an eye on me. Seeing his opponent getting closer, he raises his fist. The second the distance is right, he sends a friendly greeting straight into C-156's face, knocking his teeth out. Division 13 really should dock this guy's pay. 1 punch and he's out for the count. Han Xiao shakes his fist, giving him a disdainful look. You want to watch me? Go take a nap. Problem solved, he gets to work on the cabinet. I remember the safe's password perfectly. The guy with the original script always knows. Soon, 4 scrolls appear before his eyes. That's right, these 4 blueprints are all mine now. He quickly snatches them all up, then pulls a classic switcheroo, swapping in some ordinary blueprints. Even if another player completes this quest, they won't get nothing. My conscience is just too big. Meanwhile, Luqian, still working on her rich client's order, suddenly gawks at the scene before her. The sight of Han Xiao carrying the limp body of C-156 on his shoulder is just too shocking. She asks nervously, "What happened to him?" He deadpans a ridiculous story. "He wanted to follow me to the bathroom. I had to crush that idea, so I knocked him out." Luqian's imagination clearly runs wild as she blushes and asks, "Was it that exciting?" In a nearby building, Ivan is watching the situation through binoculars. In the room, Andre is repeatedly speaking into the radio. C-156, respond. C-156, respond. The other end is just dead silence, making both Ivan and Andre stare at each other. The guy quickly realizes something is wrong. "Damn it, we've lost contact. Something must have happened in the shop." Finally, Jan shouts the order, "Move in now." Squads of fully armed Division 13 soldiers rush out. As the sky darkens, the repair shop's lights flicker on. Han Xiao walks over and asks, "Your shop has been here for years. Is business good?" Luqian answers honestly. "The location's a bit remote, so business isn't great." He lights a cigarette and asks, "But you seemed pretty busy when I came in?" She looks up and explains, "It's just me here. The orders pile up, so there's always work to do." Han Xiao offers a suggestion. "Why don't you hire some help?" Luqian just sighs. "I tried. They quit." He casually picks his nose and teases her. "Probably because the pay was too low, huh? And you and I both know she's about to take that 100% seriously." Han Xiao leans on the desk, tempting her. "If business sucks, ever thought about leaving?" Luqian's response is instant and sharp. "I'm not going anywhere. This is my home." Suddenly, the heavy, rhythmic sound of boots stomping down the street. Soldiers burst into the shop, one raising his gun, yelling, "Don't move! Hands up! Star Dragon! Homeland Security! We have questions about your identity. You're coming with us." Han Xiao doesn't even flinch, he just scoffs with a smirk. And then, without a single sound, flashes of light slice through the air. The soldiers stare at their guns in total confusion. They've been cut to pieces. Before one of them can even call for backup, Han Xiao launches himself forward. He tears through the squad, sending bodies flying into the air. Standing in the middle of his handiwork, he scoffs internally. The security here is pathetic. Hopefully, this gets Division 13 to upgrade the place. Yeah, it's best if players can't even get through the front door. Luqian just stares at the aftermath, completely bewildered. So strong he took on so many without a scratch. It's almost like... She blurts out, "Have we met before?" Han Xiao shoots her a cold glance, leaving 2 words behind. "Never have." Luqian might love money, but she isn't stupid. In her head, she silently asks, "Is that you?" As Han Xiao walks away under the starry sky. A hand raises in a silent goodbye. As dawn breaks over the mountains, a new day begins at the base, and Han Xiao steps out with a huge yawn. He juggles 3 sonic spheres, still dissing the old man's design. The blueprints looked ugly, but this new combat system is something else. Han Xiao suddenly hurls one forward. A group of mini-robots just stand there and take the full force of the sonic blast. And here's where it gets good. Watch this. They're all stunned for 18 seconds, and he looks pretty pleased. The shock sonic sphere creates a high-frequency blast, inflicting status effects like coma, paralysis, and dizziness. He doesn't stop, throwing another sonic sphere. This one is called Violent, and it lives up to the name, blowing the dazed robots to smithereens. He's grinning from ear to ear. Heh, not bad. But then, a commotion nearby grabs his attention. It's a group of players talking about a new dungeon. "Whoa, check this out. The Galaxy Pro League Season 1 is about to start," Jury announces after skimming the info. "The locations are set. East Star Ruins and the Fissure Valley," Jakob adds, reading over her shoulder. Aquamarine Star's location is Shelter Number 3, Black Phantom. He jumps to his feet, hyped. "It's a knockout round. Anyone can sign up. We should go try our luck." Jury immediately shuts him down. "We're in the same division as the god Hao Tian. We'd get crushed." Not far away, Hao Tian is also reading the announcement. Moonlit, next to him, speaks up. "The club wants us back as soon as possible to go over tactics." "Old Hao, here's the list of the other 3 members and the 2 reserves." He replies bluntly, "The list is fine. They're all old hands. We'll get back in sync after a few practice runs." As they walk off, Moonlit keeps pressing. "Old Hao, you're doing the team matches, but are you also signing up for the solo competition?" Hao Tian just grunts, and his friend gets more agitated. Mad Blade has already joined the Jiangcheng Club. We can't underestimate his strength. Speaking of the Jiangcheng Club, the building looks peaceful, but inside, Mad Blade is raising hell. "Last time you said my paperwork wasn't right. What's the excuse this time? Why can't I register for solos?" Lone Crane, the captain, tries to explain. "You're our ace. If you reveal too much in the solo matches, other teams will just counter-strat our entire squad." Mad Blade looks lost as his captain walks away. Lone Crane is silent, but his thoughts are loud and clear. Humph. New to the team and already trying to act like a big shot, defying my orders? Not a chance. Suddenly, the door pushes open. Okay, you and I both know that was a power move, right? Well, watch this flip. Lone Crane's expression changes in a heartbeat as he bows to the person at the door. Ah, director, what brings you here? Ye Xiao, who clearly overheard, cuts right to the chase. Mad Blade can compete in the solos. We signed him to make a name for our team. You're the captain, you need to see the bigger picture. The guy breaks out in a cold sweat, stammering, yes, I understand. While Lone Crane fumes in the corner, Mad Blade rushes over to Ye Xiao, full of gratitude. Thank you, director. I'll do my best. The next morning, colorful balloons and streamers fill the sky as an energetic merchant shouts his pitch. Selling cheap martial artist gear. Hey, players looking to show off in the Pro League, don't miss out. Tatiana slings an arm around her friend, looking puzzled. The tournament doesn't start for another 3 days. Why are we here so early? Her friend grins, explaining the plan. Black Phantom is guaranteed to sell some stuff before the league starts. If we get something good, we can use it or sell it to the pro players for a huge profit. Just then, a huge roar from the crowd grabs Tatiana's attention. Whoa, look! She sounds like she just saw a celebrity. Black Phantom is here. Players swarm forward, all yelling, Black Phantom, I want to buy gear. It's a total mob scene as everyone scrambles to buy. I'm a Pro League contestant. Let me buy first. Get out of the way. I'm a contestant too. A new item pops up, and everyone gasps. Whoa, Violent Chi. Isn't that the advancement knowledge for the martial artist and Esper classes? 2 players on a mission stop in their tracks to gossip. Hey, check the forums. Black Phantom is selling advancement knowledge. It doesn't matter if you're a city player or out in the wild, everyone is talking about it. Isn't Black Phantom a mechanic class mentor? How can he be selling advancement knowledge for 2 other classes? The news spreads like wildfire. Quick, tell our players to go buy it. From the rich to the poor, everyone makes a mad dash to his stall. The wealthy cruise by in black SUVs. The more humble zip past on SPC-7 bikes shouting, gotta keep up, can't lose to the car guys. And bringing up the rear, the runners. Their rice-powered engines are just a bit slower than the gas-powered ones. The scene quickly devolves into total chaos. Black Phantom, I want to learn the advanced knowledge. Suddenly 3 helicopters descend from the sky. After they land, Wang Hu steps out like a celebrity arriving at a fan meet. The crowd recognizes him and is absolutely stunned. The chatter explodes. The pro gods are here! Oh my god, it's really them! And that, my friends, is where you and I leave it with the entire server going absolutely nuts. Let them buy first. The fangirls lose all control, swarming the handsome pros. Godly Lee, can you sign this for me? I want an autograph too. Can we get a photo? A group walks right up to Han Xiao as Erzi says, I'll buy 1 Violent Chi. Li Gay, off to the side, is looking seriously pissed. Damn it. Why is Black Phantom suddenly selling advancement knowledge? He thinks, furious. The Deity Guild poured all its resources just to get him that Esper-type skill. He planned on using it as his secret weapon in the tournament. Now that whole strategy is completely shot. Erzi, totally oblivious, just keeps on chatting and laughing. He's bragging that with a god-tier player like him, getting Dynasty to the finals is a total cakewalk. Of course, nobody around him believes that load of crap. What? He's all talk. Everyone knows the real powerhouse of Dynasty Club is Wang Hu Jiangsheng. Li Ge walks over, pretending to be supportive, but really just tearing him down. Confidence is a good thing. I hope you all train hard. I need strong allies on the international stage to bring glory to China. Hao Tian can't stand the fake act anymore. I don't like how you act like you speak for everyone. Li Ge, hearing someone talk back, just scoffs. Then let's meet in the tournament. Just don't let me win too easily. Wang Hu is sick of these loudmouth kids. Idiot, come back with me to the team for training. Erzi whines, don't call me an idiot. He doesn't care and just grabs him by the ear. The idiot yelps in pain. Don't be so arrogant. Sooner or later, I'll be the one putting you in your place. The other players watching just find them adorable. So this guy really is that dumb. Hey, if I talk about him but trying to grab the spotlight, Li Ge fakes a friendly reminder. All right, everyone should go get ready for the tournament. But you and I both know what he's really thinking. This time, I'll definitely beat Wang Hao Jiangxiang and become the champion of China. While he rambles on, everyone just walks away. Bob Seda, the gossip, whispers to his friend next to him, 30,000 for 1 skill? Are they really willing to pay that? Bohr looks at him like he's an idiot. It's not like they're paying out of pocket. Plus, the tournament is coming up. You'd be stupid not to buy a skill. Hearing that, he starts begging. Hey, lend me some money. I need to buy one too. Bohr, exhausted, just hands it over. Here, take it. Now get off me, you're gross. Then he rushes to the front of the line to get the good stuff. Black Phantom, I want to buy advancement knowledge. The people behind him start shouting too. I'm buying one too. It isn't until late at night that things finally quiet down. Once the line clears up, Baoru takes the opportunity to report the news. As you've all seen, the post wasn't wrong. You really can buy advancement skills through Black Phantom. That's all for this latest update. I hope my intel helps everyone prepare for the upcoming tournament. Han Xiao smiles, smug. This kid works fast. Good thing I supported him. Now even more players will be flocking to the sanctuary. He excitedly sniffs his huge pile of cash. 300 million in a single day. He made a killing this time, all thanks to the advancement knowledge from the old server. Talk about a massive profit. On the day of the huge festival, colorful fireworks explode across the sky. The noise wakes Han Xiao, who groggily looks outside. The Pro League has begun. A well-dressed MC is hyping up the crowd. Next up, we have the opening solo match for you all. Please welcome our two contestants. The first player quickly steps onto the stage. On the right, a man you all know well, a 9-year veteran of the esports scene with a glorious record. He is the core player of Club Changkong, Hao Tian, and his opponent, on the left, might be a bit of an unfamiliar face. He's a senior from the esports scene, the former core of the Deity Club's team. Now, he returns with the glory of his past and the determination to win. He is re-signed with Deity Club. He is Tin La Chi Zi. In the center of the arena, the MC's voice booms with excitement. Okay, let's pause and hear this PR speech. How are our two opening match contestants feeling? Cheesy flashes a fake smile. I'm in excellent condition. I'm confident I can take on any opponent. I've returned to the Pro League hoping to discover new talent for China's esports scene. As a senior player, I'll also pass on my game and life experience to them. Hao Tian stands behind him, arms crossed, looking incredibly annoyed. He talks way too much. Up in the stands, Tatiana sees right through the act. Tin La Chi Zi really knows how to hype himself up. After retiring, he blew all his money. He only came back to make a quick buck. Wang Hu, sitting next to her, nods in agreement. That's right. The MC skips interviewing Hao Tian and just starts the match. It looks like both sides are ready. Let's see what kind of amazing match these two will bring us. In that case, I declare. The sound of a gong rings out as he solemnly announces, the match begins. The second it starts, Cheesy rushes forward, immediately going on the attack. But Hao Tian is no pushover. He instantly leaps into the air. One side is water, the other is wind. These two are evenly matched. This is going to be an intense fight. After that close quarters clash, Cheesy gets pushed back. He quickly regains his footing and launches himself forward again. He throws a powerful punch straight at Hao Tian's face, but luckily, he gets his arm up to block it. He then counters with a lightning kick from below, but Cheesy dodges and jumps back to create distance. His relentless assault forces Hao Tian onto the defensive. Wen, at the commentary desk, is fired up. Because both are martial artists, their styles are very stable. They're both using normal attacks, mixed with a few minor skills to probe each other's moves. The health bars above their heads are about even. Both players' HP is still holding at 80%. It looks like they're both searching for an opening to land a combo. Midway through the fight, their stamina drops, and Wen quickly assesses the situation. Hao Tian's stance is a bit unsteady. It looks like there was a slight error in his dodge. Cheesy realizes his moment has come, grinning to himself. Heh, here's my chance. He braces himself, squatting down to prepare his ultimate move, Concussive Stomp. This attack leaves Wen absolutely shocked. Concussive Stomp. And trust me, you and I are about to see him unleash a secret ultimate move. He's completely into his commentary. As expected, Tin La Chi Zi came prepared. He's the one who broke the stalemate. The guy next to him, Tian Fong, is getting drawn in too. Hao Tian is sent into a staggered state, totally defenseless. Cheesy unleashes a relentless combo, giving his opponent no chance to recover, as Wen screams with excitement. Starry Night is going all out, trying to end this with a non-stop combo, hammering every exposed inch of Hao Tian's body he can find. And as Ven points out, Hao Tian learned the Berserk skill before the match, which can knock enemies back, break combos, and send him into a rage state. But that skill drains a ton of stamina. At his current level, he can only use it once per match, and so far, Hao Tian hasn't shown any sign of using it. Is he just going to take this entire combo? Let's not forget, Starry Night's flurry of attacks has already wiped out 60% of his health. The commentators are hyping up the match, making it even more intense. Yep, if he doesn't counterattack soon, Hao Tian is in serious trouble. Even watching on screen, Han Xiao can tell something's off. The two commentators don't realize that while Hao Tian is airborne, he's still maintaining a defensive posture. The moment Starry Night slips up, this whole fight will flip. Back in the live arena, Hao Tian is still completely trapped by the relentless assault. Starry Night, thinking he's already secured the win, gets cocky and starts taunting him. Kid, you better remember the lesson I taught you today. Just as Hao Tian predicted, his opponent's IQ is pretty low. He's completely let his guard down, the opening is here. He instantly twists his body for a surprise attack, catching him completely off guard. Ven is stunned by the sudden turn of events. Sky Strider counter. Does Hao Tian actually have that rare aerial escape skill? Hao Tian raises his leg, ready to bring the pain down on this arrogant fool, and Ven quickly catches up. Hao Tian used the Sky Strider counter to teleport behind Starry Night. You've got to watch this, the tables have completely turned. With Starry Night's back wide open, Hao Tian's counterattack begins. Every one of his strikes is a critical hit, the damage is off the charts, even though their levels look the same. But Hao Tian has used his experience to level up his skills, which is why his combo chains hit with such devastating power. With his rage aura flaring, he's now the one bringing the heat. Hao Tian has activated Berserk. Is he going for a one-shot finish? Starry Night still doesn't grasp how much danger he's in and totally miscalculates. After using Berserk, he only has enough stamina for one more skill. I've still got 40% health. He can't kill me in one hit. I've got this. Hao Tian plants his feet on the ground, gathering power, deciding to end this with his ultimate technique. He seizes the opening, launching himself forward like a rocket, and unleashes a fiery kick into his opponent. Starry Night hits the floor, dazed and confused. Wait, how? With that, he collapses on the spot. The outcome is clear as fireworks light up the sky. Congratulations, you are the winner. Hao Tian's team tryouts take place in a desolate wasteland of sand dunes. Lone Crane, the leader of the Jiangchen team, is scouting the area with binoculars and sizing up the situation. It's a wide-open desert, and they have a ranged, focused team. This puts us at a huge disadvantage. Madblade, beside him, tries to lift their spirits. Don't sweat it, this is the final qualifying round. Beat them, and we move on to the next stage. But recognizing the reality of their situation, he replies anxiously, our chances of winning are way too slim. Seeing Lone Crane's pessimism, Madblade fires back with a confident tone. I know what you're thinking. A leader who's already given up? What kind of team leader throws cold water on his squad right at the start? Faced with his teammates' determination, the leader asks curiously, oh, so you have a brilliant idea? Madblade leans forward and breaks down his strategy. Their ranged attacks are lethal. Rushing in blindly is suicide. We have to think differently. Some of us will fake a retreat to lure them in, while the others set up an ambush. Once they get close, we hit them so hard they won't know what happened. He materializes an item. I've got 2 oxygen masks. One martial artist hides in the sand with me. When they take the bait, we open fire. As soon as he hears the plan, Lone Crane immediately distances himself from it. It's your strategy. If we lose, it's on you. Through his binoculars, Electral, the leader of Team Freya, watches the Jiangchen members moving cautiously across the barren land, a mix of amusement and scorn on his face. Haha, looks like the Jiangchen team can't wait any longer. He and his teammates advance with their weapons ready. Our opponent is a minor league team that only excels at close combat, and they have 0 coordination. Let's keep our distance and wear them down from afar. Explosions erupt. Lone Crane's group pretends to flee from the fires sparked by the battle. Their attack is too strong. Run! Electral senses something is wrong and raises his hand. Don't chase them. They're missing 2 members. This could be a trap. Avada, a little confused, asks for the commander's orders. The enemy has stopped. Should we slow down to lure them in? Outwardly, Lone Crane casually replies, no need, just keep running. But his treacherous mind is already plotting. I've already done my part as bait according to the plan. Whether the enemy takes it or not is out of my hands. His eyes gleam with a cruel light. The reason we'll fail is because Madblade's plan was flawed. The higher-ups will definitely be disappointed in him. Watching his opponents continue to run headfirst into the distance, Electral makes a few observations. They're running in a panic, and they kept running even after we stopped chasing. This doesn't feel like a trick. Besides, in a wide-open desert like this, where could they possibly set an ambush? Seizing the opportunity, he orders his men to give chase. The 4 of them leap off a cliff, each one unleashing their skills. Seeing this, Avada cheers excitedly. Awesome, they're chasing us again. But unexpectedly, things go south, and Lone Crane curses under his breath. Damn it. While chasing, Electral's team carelessly steps on something buried in the sand, and only then does he realize something's wrong. The ground explodes as Madblade and his partner leap out and launch their attack. It's an ambush! Electral shouts to his team members, focus fire on these 2. Madblade laughs triumphantly, haha, you think you can take us out? Then, quick as a flash, he lands a heavy slash on the big guy's body and adds, too late. Electrol's voice rings out. Retreat! Don't engage them head-on. Cock hears the order and hastily runs. But when he glances back, his face turns pale with fear at how ferocious his pursuer is. With a single clean strike, Mad Blade finishes him off from behind. His incredible fighting power gets his own teammates hyped up. Mad Blade just one-shot two of their ranged fighters. Now we have the numbers advantage. With things going exactly as he didn't want, Lone Crane curses quietly. Damn it! He then orders the other two, turn around and fight back. And just like that, Electrol's team is caught in a pincer attack with nowhere to run. Alright, let's jump right into the action where the whole team goes absolutely wild. One kicks Electrol's goon away, but the Blade Master is ruthless, enemy down. They all go all out, finishing him off with a brutal double-team sword attack. The blow triggers a massive, earth-shattering explosion that fills the air with dust. They're all down, a bloody mess on the ground, with no survivors. In contrast, the Blade Master proudly raises his hand as the results are announced. Congratulations to the Zhongthon team on their victory. But the guy in the back is secretly fuming. My fake injury was that convincing? Do these guys even have a brain? At the Jubal Center, rows of modern machines confirm identities, granting clearance. Welcome, Agent of Ghidorah Star System Investigation Team 741. Captain Karos Ninio smirks. Oh, a pure-blooded Ghidorah. Such an arrogant race, and so very rare. The agent, disgusted, just scoffs. A subspecies. Karos gets closer, asking nicely, how long are you stopping? Where are you headed? The agent doesn't answer, just gives a direct order. Refuel me, now. I'm heading to Star Zone 9 to investigate an anomaly in a low-level civilization. Neil feigns sympathy. Star Zone 9? That's a desolate, dangerous place. Looks like you've got a tough mission ahead. Karos focuses on the information sent to his display. The people of Blue Sea Star reported a mutant phenomenon. He strokes his chin, thinking, this could mean a lot of things. I need to investigate in person. He has no idea a black, slimy substance is creeping out of a nearby pipe while Karos keeps running his mouth. I can't believe you're going to check it out yourself. Something big must be happening in Star Zone 9. The slime oozes closer to the ship as Karos explains. It's 90% likely that Blue Sea Star's low-tech civilization is just overreacting. They've never seen the real world. A quick look should do it. The slime then splits apart, latching onto the ship's hull. Meanwhile, Niniel finishes his task. Refueling complete. Have a safe trip. The moment a tracker hits Karos' ship, the Dulan-era Intelligence Bureau gets an immediate report. And here's where the real story begins. Watch closely. Sir, the satellite radar has detected an abnormal object approaching the atmosphere at high speed. Looking at the burning object on screen, Unbach panics. What is that? After calming down, he asks, is it a meteorite? The other guy calmly analyzes the situation. The target was just picked up by radar 3 minutes ago. If it were a meteorite, we would have detected it much sooner. And Baksh's voice is filled with worry. Could it be an alien spaceship? Era focuses on the screen. It's accelerating, estimated to land in 8 minutes. The situation is serious, and other supervisors rush over. What's the location? The analyst replies. Expected to land on a deserted mountain in North Continent, near our border. The director, burning with urgency, orders, notify the military! Get troops to the scene immediately! The other man snaps to attention with a loud, yes, sir! In the North Continent borderlands, Han Xiao and Huang Jian are camped out in the snow. The harsh weather makes the kid shiver. It's freezing. Sir, how much longer do we have to be here? Han Xiao glances over, bored. No idea. Should be soon. Suddenly, Huang Jian shouts, Sir, look over there! Following his finger, they see a bright fireball streaking across the sky. Something is falling. The object hits the ground with a massive explosion, sending up a huge plume of smoke. Black fragments fly everywhere. Huang Jian recognizes what it is and stammers, a spaceship. It's just as I predicted, Han Xiao thinks to himself, adjusting a device on his arm. Finally, the kid, confused, turns and asks, Sir, what do we do? His armored boots crunch into the snow. And just like that, Han Xiao, fully suited up, rockets into the sky, replying, I'll be right back. The ship's outer shell is completely wrecked. A cold, robotic voice announces, database has synchronized with Star Zone 9, Blue Sea Star's location. It continues its report. Low gravity, current temperature, 3 degrees, civilization level, surface dwelling, threat level, low. Karos, trembling, pushes himself up, survivable. He's only lightly injured. A robot brings him a medkit. Scan detects 3 broken bones and soft tissue damage. Minor concussion, administering nano-recovery fluid. The sound of heavy footsteps approaches from a distance. Han Xiao sounds surprised. Oh, there's a survivor here. This startles Karos, who asks a question in the Ghidorah native tongue. Han Xiao pulls out a device, switches it to translation mode, and speaks through it in the Blue Sea Star language. Tell me, where am I? Han Xiao puts a hand to his chin, deep in thought. Big problem. And I know what you're thinking, this was not part of the prophecy. He secretly plots his next move. I have to get his star system communicator to contact a ship and get me off Blue Sea Star. But what do I do with him? Karos frowns and introduces himself. I am an investigator, here on request. Now answer my question. Han Xiao immediately starts spinning a story. This is Blue Sea Star. I am the envoy sent to welcome you. Karos seems pleased. Very good. Take me to your civilization's supreme leader at once. Han Xiao channels energy to his feet and says softly, sorry about this. Then, without hesitation, he launches a kick that sends Karos flying. I can't let the Six Nations get you. You're coming with me. Karos clutches his chest, furious. Native, you have committed a grave crime. He tosses a golden orb into the air and enters combat mode. You dare attack a Ghidorah investigator? The orb cracks open, revealing a sharp spear. He grips the weapon tight, his voice ice cold. Go repent in hell. Han Xiao fires a volley of bullets from his mechanical arm, shooting back. You can repent all you want. Karos swings his spear, creating a shield that blocks the pathetic bullet storm. Then he leaps high into the air, spins his weapon, and yells, Native, die! Han Xiao smoothly slides backward, dodging the direct attack, which surprises Karos. He dodged that? Realizing close combat isn't working, he disassembles the spear, which reforms into a powerful gun. Without hesitating, Karos opens fire. You think you're the only one who can shoot? This time, Han Xiao can't dodge. A bullet slams into his stomach. The system flashes a notification. Armor durability minus 300. Han Xiao curses. Damn, his range damage is insane. I'm at a disadvantage from afar. I need to get in close. He pulls out 2 shock grenades, and you and I are about to see him improvise, right now. Han Xiao winds up and hurls the sonic impact orb straight ahead. The sonic energy from this little toy stuns Koss for 18 seconds. He watches his opponent float helplessly perfect. He's dazed, and with that opening, you know what time it is. Han Xiao pours power into his fist and lunges forward, slamming a thunderous blow right into Karos' gut. As he lands, he throws in a bonus kick that makes the alien double over in pain. But he's not done. Han Xiao forms a new energy sphere and lobs it like a snowball. Karos takes the full, searing blast and gets thrown back. Staggering, he thinks. This low-level creature, he's tough. Karos pulls out another golden orb. This time, it transforms into a massive, double-bladed battle axe. Gripping it with both hands, Karos puts all his strength into one mighty swing. The sharp axe slams into Han Xiao's armor, shattering it into pieces. Armor points drop by 560. Karos flashes a smug grin. Humph. A primitive is still a primitive. He presses his advantage, swinging the axe again. You'll pay for your barbarism. Facing the blade, Han Xiao quickly activates his repulsion spikes as black energy swirls around him. The force of the counterattack sends Karos flying once again, making him cough and cry out from within the cloud of dust. Not giving him a second to recover, Han Xiao activates will combustion and rushes in. This ends now. Han Xiao summons a character arrival card Sprout Leader's armor-piercing combo and unleashes 3 rapid-fire punches that send Karos crashing down. He casually slings the limp body of his defeated foe over his shoulder and gives the order, start the chopper. We need to leave before the Jilin army shows up. Huang Jian's jaw just drops. He stares at Karos, stammering. That's an... Han Xiao takes a drag from his cigarette and finishes for him. An alien. And yeah, catching him took a lot out of me. As the helicopter flies through the snow, Rosla peeks back and asks, Your Excellency, does it bite? Han Xiao gives a vague reply. Probably not. But he looks pretty ferocious, so who knows what kind of hobbies he's into. Karos is so mad he could spit blood, but with his mouth gagged, he can only let out muffled grunts. Rosla's foodie instincts kick in. So, can we eat him? Han Xiao teases. His skin is pretty smooth, so the meat quality can't be bad. You want a taste? Karos starts banging his head back in pure frustration. Back at the crash site, military vehicles are parked at the crater's edge. A soldier with a camera reports, It's an alien spacecraft. This must be the ship from the Ghidorah civilization, here to help us investigate the Inhumans. And Vengus approaches Jilin, reporting from a tablet. Signs of a battle, but no bodies found. He shows images of a tree trunk and debris. The evidence at the scene indicates a fight between 2 individuals. One of them was a Ghidoran. He used weapons far beyond Planet Aquamarine's tech level. This tree was likely pierced by one of their weapons. The other used gunpowder weapons. The metal composition of the casings is similar to ours. Plus, we found some combat armor fragments in the dirt. Roslin quickly processes the information. The attacker must have taken the Ghidoran. There aren't many individuals strong enough to pull this off. Trace his identity from the bullet casings and armor fragments. Bring every piece of evidence back. The ship's wreckage is quickly loaded up as the helicopters depart. But inside the ship, a black liquid that secretly hitched a ride from Jubil slowly begins to ooze out as the convoy rumbles away. The suspicious liquid is left behind in the snow. Meanwhile, Han Xiao has stripped Karos bare and laid his weapons out on a table. The system gives an immediate analysis. Turns out, this is a Ghidorah battle spear used by psychics. He picks up the golden orb, admiring it. Ghidorah tech, designed to be compressed for portability. Nice, I'm keeping this. Next, Han Xiao grabs the phone-like device, the interstellar communicator. Karos, still tied up, secretly scoffs to himself. Now, I know what Karos is thinking here. This primitive won't know how to use it. He'll have to ask me, and I can trick him into sending a distress signal. Han Xiao taps on the communicator, then turns to his captive. Karos, right? Tell me your personal account number. Karos looks like he's been struck by lightning. How do you know how to use this? And about personal accounts? Who are you? Han Xiao radiates a demonic aura that makes him tremble. Who am I? Let me formally introduce myself. I'm Han Xiao. Anything else you don't need to know? The moment of confusion passes, and Karos realizes something is very wrong. Wait, how do you know my name? Han Xiao just lays it all out. You're a Ghidorah investigator, sent to planet Aquamarine to investigate the Inhumans, but your ship malfunctioned for some reason. Karos feels a chill run down his spine. Are you a mind reader? A prophet? Han Xiao just taunts him. Take a guess. He suddenly crouches down. Relax, I'm not your enemy. Karos shrinks back, yelling, This is your idea of not an enemy? Han Xiao holds up the screen to negotiate. I just need this communicator to contact a star fleet and get off this planet. Give me the money in your account, and I'll free you and take you with me. Karos is completely floored by the offer. You're willing to let me go? Han Xiao casually picks his nose. Why not? I have no beef with the Ghidorah. I'm just robbing you, not killing you. Knowing when you're beat, Karos whispers. All right, fine. After a moment, a notification dings with his balance. Your account has a balance of 878 points. That's it? Han Xiao says with pure contempt. You and I both know that's nothing. Are you really that broke? Karos sheepishly admits. Sorry, I'm not much of a saver. Being an investigator is a tough gig. I have to enjoy myself. He stops mid-sentence, realizing what he's doing, and yells at Han Xiao. Wait, why am I explaining myself to you? That's all I've got. Take it or leave it. Han Xiao just sighs. Well, guess I'll have to settle for a normal spaceship then. A voice comes on the line. Hello, thank you for choosing the Horn Star Tour Group. We provide the best service at the most suitable price. What class of seating would you like, and for how many people? Han Xiao gives a simple request. Economy class, 50 people. And just like that, we're going interstellar. The deal is sealed instantly. A whale-class spaceship will pass through Star Zone 9 in 20 days, and Han Xiao eagerly accepts the offer. He quickly ends the call as Kos approaches, asking, So, when are we leaving? I want to go home soon. Han Xiao answers honestly, It won't be long now. He glances out the window with a slight smile. First, he has to wait for the player tournament to end, and then, it's off to the stars. Meanwhile, at Sanctuary 3, Bennett leans against a glass wall, his long shadow stretching across the floor as he's lost in thought. Han Xiao walks in, teasing. What brings you here all of a sudden? You miss me already? Bennett cuts straight to the chase, ignoring the joke. Tell me, where did you hide that alien? You haven't eaten him, have you? Han Xiao found his worry completely absurd and just pointed to the other room. See for yourself. Bennett followed his gaze, and his eyes went wide with shock. Now I know what you're thinking, torture chamber, right? Wrong. Kos is having the time of his life, feasting on a huge spread of food, and loving every bite. The food on this planet is amazing. Seeing Bennett's disbelief, Han Xiao explained, We came to an understanding. We're partners now. So, how did you find out about the alien? The two sat down across from Kos as Bennett laid out the whole story. Reland had identified him from equipment fragments left at the scene. So, he sent Bennett to tell him to hand over the alien. Faced with this demand, Han Xiao just smiled, but his eyes were ice cold. And what if I refuse? Though this was official business, Bennett couldn't help but worry for him. Their attitude is pretty firm this time. They won't rule out using force. Can you tell me how you just casually stumble upon an alien? What exactly are you planning? Han Xiao didn't bother hiding it and answered directly. I'm preparing to leave planet Aquamarine. The answer made Bennett frown with suspicion. Could it be that he was an alien too? Han Xiao looked up at the vast night sky, seeing his future path. Compared to the universe, he said softly, Planet Aquamarine is just a tiny, remote place. The world is so big, I want to go see it. Since his mind was made up, Bennett couldn't stop him, but his eyes were tinged with sadness. If you've decided, then I wish you well. I'm going to miss you. Han Xiao, cherishing their friendship, extended an invitation. It's a much bigger world out there. Aren't you tempted? Want to come with me? The idea stunned Bennett, who'd never imagined traveling the cosmos. Desire on one side, responsibility on the other, he was at a crossroads. But in the end, reason won. The sanctuary is my life's work. I'm sorry, I have to see this through. And here's the moment that changes everything. Han Xiao's playful attitude vanishes, his eyes dead serious. What if a catastrophe is set to hit planet Aquamarine in 2 or 3 years? You still wouldn't go? Bennett's answer was firm. Then I have even more reason to stay. This is my home. It needs me. The answer wasn't a surprise. Han Xiao lit a cigarette and nodded. Right. That's just the kind of man you are. Bennett thought back on his ominous words, suddenly realizing the implication. You're leaving to escape the danger, aren't you? Han Xiao tilted his head, exhaling a cloud of smoke. He didn't deny it. I'm not just escaping the disaster. I'm going into the universe to find a solution. Unexpectedly, Bennett took this in the most positive way possible, overjoyed as if he'd found a kindred spirit. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. When I heard your speech before, I knew we were the same kind of people. Han Xiao just groaned internally. Nope, definitely not. Bennett sighed, worrying about the future. If you leave, what do I do with the Inhumans at Sanctuary 3? Their origins are unknown. They're too mysterious. They're a potential disaster. Han Xiao stroked his chin and offered some advice. Don't worry. In the future, the Inhumans will be the main force protecting the sanctuary. Just accept them, and they'll work for you. Han Xiao's assurance lifted a huge weight off Bennett's shoulders. If you say so, then I can rest easy. The two men shook hands, perhaps for the last time. Bennett wished him well from the bottom of his heart. I hope everything goes smoothly. May we meet again soon. After saying goodbye, Han Xiao met up with Hila and her group. Aurora was curious about the upcoming journey. Han Xiao, what's the universe like? Have you met an alien before? What? Oh, that's easy. He just pointed to Koss, who was eating a skewer behind them. Oh, there's one right there. He looked so different from what she imagined, so she kept asking. Aliens look a lot like us, huh? Does he bite? The repetitive question made Koss explode. This again? Do you natives have any common sense? I don't bite people. Seeing this, Han Xiao grabbed his face and stretched it a few inches. Be nice to the kid. Aurora's eyes widened as she came to her own conclusion. Aliens are scary. But Hila shot back. Han Xiao is scarier. Returning to the main topic, he explained the whole situation to them from beginning to end. Hila immediately shot down the idea. We're not going. Space is too dangerous for Aurora. For her, her sister's safety was the top priority. This place was better suited for her. Han Xiao didn't try to persuade her. He just took a drag from his cigarette and said bluntly, Then suit yourself. Suddenly, Han Xiao held out his hand to Hila. This is the key to my secret base in the Scavenger's Wasteland, he explained. If a disaster happens, that place is very safe. Hila took the key, an indescribable feeling welling up inside her. She looked down and said, Thanks. Hila shouted at Han Xiao's retreating back, Don't you die. In response, he just gave a casual wave without looking back. You too. At the pro arena, fireworks lit up the sky. The MC stood on stage, kicking off the ceremony. After a long and hard-fought competition, the Pro League Season 1 has finally come to an end. Let's give a huge round of applause for our top 3 finishers in both the individual and team brackets. The members of the Dynasty Club walked on stage confidently. Next, they will represent Planet Aquamarine in the International League. Let's wish them the best of luck in achieving great results. But the celebratory atmosphere didn't affect Han Xiao at all. He looked at the fireworks, but his mind was clear. Finally over. The pro players are idle now. This is the golden moment. And believe me, the plan he's about to set in motion is going to change the entire game. Han Xiao rolls in driving a massive jet black truck. A crowd has been waiting, and the hype is absolutely real. Black Phantom is here. I've saved up enough. Gonna open some loot boxes today. Han Xiao steps out, calmly dropping some special news. Let me just say, what he announces is about to shake things up. He wants to pick a few strong players for a dangerous new adventure. He displays the rules on a screen, explaining the recruitment mission. Han Xiao is secretly leaving Planet Aquamarine and needs powerful allies to come with him. Anyone who succeeds gets to join him in the galaxy, with a limited-time mission. 5 days to pass Han Xiao's combat test. The reward? Experience points and the right to travel with him. One player reads it and gasps in shock. What? Pass this test and we can go to the galaxy with Black Phantom? That's insane. If we can actually go to space, we'll get way ahead of everyone else. Someone else asks the important question, what's the test? Han Xiao just smiles, holding up 3 fingers. The rules are simple. Fight me. Survive for 30 seconds, and you pass. Now, that sounds way too easy, right? So one overconfident guy steps right up. I'll go first. 30 seconds is nothing. I could last a few minutes against a level 60 field boss, but his more cautious friend tries to stop him. Don't be an idiot, let's watch first. Still, someone had to be the first guinea pig. Fallen Leaf steps forward, hands clasped. Let me try. Han Xiao praises his courage. Brave one, come. Although he volunteered, Fallen Leaf isn't entirely sure of himself. 30 seconds. Shouldn't be too hard, right? Han Xiao casually tosses out 3 small floating cannons. They look tiny, but they attack with insane speed, zapping Fallen Leaf before he can even react. So fast! What are those things? The electric shock from the cannon sends him flying, his body covered in injuries. Han Xiao emotionlessly watches Fallen Leaf's pathetic state, eyes rolling back from the shock. But he's not done. He summons 5 machine gun turrets, their black barrels aimed right at him. The bullets rip through his body, blood flying everywhere. The fight is already over. Han Xiao declares it flatly. You did not pass. The surrounding crowd is absolutely stunned. What? It ended in just 5 seconds. Is Black Phantom really that powerful? One guy doesn't buy it, blaming Fallen Leaf. He's just too weak. If it were me, I'd definitely pass. A few seconds later, this loudmouth is also unconscious on the ground, getting mocked by the other players. Wow, he lasted a whole 3 seconds and dared to trash talk someone else. The next challengers don't fare any better. Han Xiao's voice rings out again and again. Did not pass. One after another, they fall, completely unable to handle his power. One guy coughs up blood and passes out, only to hear did not pass. Different fights, but always the same result. Another challenger is sent flying several meters by a blast. Another collapses to the ground, unable to even lift his head. 5 days later, the challenge is finally coming to an end as the sun sets. Han Xiao informs Maple Moon, the challenge is over. You are the last one to pass. A female player looks at him with stars in her eyes. The great Maple Moon did it. That's amazing. Meanwhile, Maple Moon is just catching her breath. That was so close. This mission is way too hard. One player is crying from disappointment. I used up all my revives for the week and still couldn't pass. His friend tries to comfort him. Looks like only the pro players made it through. Don't feel too bad. But here's the thing about Han Xiao, he always has another card up his sleeve. Warriors who weren't chosen, don't worry. There will be other chances. I still have an important task for all of you. The faces of the failed challengers light up instantly. Wait, we get a mission too? He displays the details on the screen. The Final Bastion mission. It's a prize pool challenge quest. The entry fee is 1,000 experience, and the requirement is to protect Sanctuary 3. The destruction and casualty rates cannot exceed 50%. The start time? Unknown. He slowly raises his hand and speaks. One day in the future, disaster will fall upon planet Aquamarine. Sanctuary 3 will be the last safe haven. Protecting this faint flame in the darkness is our only hope for survival. The mood completely changes. Everyone's excited now, speculating wildly. Does this mean Black Phantom is giving us the main storyline quest for the next version update? It's totally possible. The mission hasn't started yet, so it'll probably kick off after the next update. Han Xiao is pleased with this result. He thinks to himself, this way, even when I'm gone, I can maintain my influence among the players. Then he gives the order. All right, you have been chosen. Follow me. He turns to lead the group of winners. The spaceship should be arriving soon. Suddenly, the appearance of Frenzied Sword and Haotian surprises Maple Moon. Huh? Why didn't I see you two during the test? Frenzied Sword hesitates a bit. Actually, Black Phantom already invited us to join him before. That answer spreads through the crowd like wildfire. They start whispering. Did you hear that? They got a slot without even competing. Well, Haotian and Frenzied Sword are both pro-level gods. It makes sense they wouldn't need to test. Wait a minute, someone shouts, pointing at Bun Hit Dog. Why is he there too? I remember him being even weaker than me. The kid just grins smugly in response. Black Phantom invited me to come along too. Chasing the Wind grabs his head in frustration. Man, the perks of Black Phantom's hidden storyline are insane. I'm so jealous. Dragon Emperor pats his shoulder. Hey, it's all fate. Suddenly, he spots something. Quick, look! In the sky, a magnificent spaceship is slowly descending, making the entire crowd gasp. The spaceship is here! The massive ship, carrying the qualified players, gradually ascends into the sky as everyone below watches. Aurora stares after it and softly asks Hila, will he come back? It's a question you and I are probably wondering too. It's a much bigger world out there. If he leaves, why would he need to return? The little girl's eyes well up with tears as she insists, then, will we ever see him again? This time, Hila gently strokes her head. Don't worry, we will definitely see him again. The spaceship projects a beam of light down to the arena. One beam, then two, as a wave of energy signals it's about to take off. An unknown amount of time passes, and they have successfully entered the vastness of space. A whole new universe opens up, full of promise for everyone's future. You and I are watching as Bun Hit Dog and the others press against the glass, mesmerized by the stunning cosmic view. Whoa, we're in space! Is that planet Aquamarine? It looks so real. Meanwhile, only Han Xiao looks back at the world he's leaving, making a silent promise. Planet Aquamarine, just wait for my return. Karos rushes over, out of breath. We're on the ship, the deal is done. When can I contact headquarters? Han Xiao calmly explains. No need to rush. Our destination is the Jubilee Hub. You can head back on your own from there. I won't stop you. His words make Karos a bit embarrassed. Well, all right, I'm gonna go grab a drink. Thinking he's being generous, Han Xiao transfers 10 inars, saying, this is all that's left, so drink sparingly. And to keep the players from feeling awkward, he adds, everyone, feel free to do whatever you want while we're on the ship. Frenzied Sword happily agrees. You got it. At the ship's lounge, Karos is savoring his favorite drink, his face lost in bliss as he praises the green liquid. So good. Just then, a hand presents a gold coin. Noble Ghidorah, please allow me to buy you a drink, a man named Likalu says, trying to suck up to him. Those low-level civilization primitives from planet Aquamarine, did you bring them aboard? I bet they're all espers. In response, Karos just gives him a blank stare. What's it to you? But the guy doesn't give up and keeps pushing. Interested in transferring them to me? I'm Sisoli. This is my line of work. Karos recognizes his faction's tattoo immediately. The boneless bird, a bunch of filthy scavengers. He doesn't hold back at all, spitting, get the hell away from me. And pay attention here, because even though the guy smiles as he leaves, we both know this isn't over. Han Xiao walks over, frowning. That guy seems like bad news, huh? Though he despises Likalu, Karos gives a cautious warning. He's with the Boneless Bird, a pack of scavengers who specialize in human trafficking and slavery. You guys are a target now. You'd better be careful. From a booth behind them, Likalu tilts his head, watching their every move. In his hand is a card with a message. Spotted the Ghidorah target on the Starhorn. He's also got several low-level espers with him. We can catch them all in one fell swoop. The next day, excited shouts fill a room. 3-on-1, boom. 4 kings, Bun Hit Dog and his crew are deep into a card game. He grins slyly. 5 twos! But Maple Moon spots his trick. I fold. Wait a minute, where did that extra 2 come from? And here it is, the moment everything goes sideways. The ship lurches violently, sending Bun Hit Dog tumbling backwards, cards scattering everywhere. Frenzied Sword helps him up, asking, what's going on? He's just as clueless. I don't know, let's go find Han Xiao. Outside, their ship is surrounded and under attack by other warships. They're completely trapped. In the lounge, Han Xiao hears the announcement. This is the captain of the Starhorn. We are under attack by scavengers. Karos looks outside and recognizes the logo, his anger flaring. That's the Boneless Bird's ship. I knew that Slaver from yesterday was up to no good. He anxiously asks Han Xiao, what do we do now? With things at this point, Han Xiao decides a good offense is the best defense and gives his orders. The ship's shield will break sooner or later. Get your weapons. Prepare for battle. Without a second thought, Karos agrees. Right, I'm with you. Han Xiao quickly checks the mission on his system interface. You have triggered the emergency mission. Defend the Starhorn. Mission intro. For some reason, a group of space scavengers has targeted the cruiser you are on. They are preparing to board and assault the Starhorn. Countless scavengers are storming the ship, trying to capture all the passengers. Your fate is tied to this ship. Mission objective. Defeat all scavengers and protect the Starhorn. Reward. 350,000 experience and 1,500 inars. He curses his luck. He never expected them to attack so fast. Frenzied Sword's group quickly meets up with Han Xiao, calling out, there you are! Frenzied Sword, seeing him as their leader, asks the same thing Karos did. The ship's been attacked. What's our plan? Han Xiao quickly lays it out. Perfect timing. Follow me to the armory first. Then we'll split into 3 teams. One group heads to the main control room, another finds the captain and officers, and the last group looks for the emergency escape craft. A ship this big has to have one that's our last resort. Everyone obeys without question and immediately rushes off. As expected, Likalu's forces have already stormed in, quickly disabling the ship's security bots. Serpent Braid, who seems to be the leader, gives the order. Kill all the guards, fast. Observer's team, clear the main control room. Beast Claw's team, secure the hostages. He smugly addresses the rest of his crew. Everyone else, you're with me. We're finding that Ghidorah. In the Starhorn's main control room, the captain anxiously asks his aide, have you sent out a distress signal? The aide replies helplessly, our comms are being jammed. All signals are blocked. The captain desperately tries to find a solution. Quick, check the passenger list. See if there's anyone powerful on board. Following his orders, the aide quickly makes an emergency broadcast. To all passengers, the situation is critical. Scavengers have breached the ship. The announcement echoes through the halls. We are offering a high reward. We hope any passengers with combat abilities can help us repel the scavengers' attack. Hearing this, the Blue Knight immediately leaps to his feet. In an area overrun by scavengers, Serpent Braid ruthlessly uses his powers, sending crew members flying into walls. He makes his twisted intentions perfectly clear. Brothers, let's take the main control room, seize this ship, and then we'll drag that Ghidorah out of hiding. Suddenly, sensing something approaching from behind, Serpent Braid glances back cautiously. It's Relton, who flashes before him and throws a punch. The leader instantly recognizes him, the Blue Knight. Serpent Braid effortlessly parries the blow and scoffs. You think you can play the hero with that little bit of power? Relton fires a laser beam from his palm, but Serpent Braid's skin is so tough it doesn't even leave a scratch. He just mocks him. Are you trying to tickle me? The Blue Knight realizes this is bad and mutters a curse. Damn it. This guy has rock giant bloodline. His defense is insane. Serpent Braid grabs an electrified blue mace and begins his counterattack. Done playing around? Now it's my turn. The mace's power is devastating, sending Relton flying back several meters through a cloud of dust and debris. When the dust settles, a defensive dome stands around the Blue Knight. But the damage is still severe, and he coughs, knowing this isn't good. This guy's power is insane. No wonder he's so arrogant. There's no way he can protect the ship alone. Immediately, the Blue Knight decides retreat is his best option, but Zabiern isn't letting him go. Running already? The scorn in his voice is obvious. So this is the great Blue Knight? Pathetic. Zabiern waves his hand, unleashing a huge blast that shatters the doorway, filling the air with black smoke. He barks out an order without a care in the world. Listen up, control room, surrender now and we'll spare your lives. Seeing the situation is hopeless, Varng Lo grabs his head, yelling, "It's over, we're dead." But just when all hope seems lost, watch this, a hero arrives with a clear voice. Looks like I got here just in time, and it's none other than Han Xiao, hurling a powerful electric orb straight at Zabiern. The guy has no defense against it and gets blasted backward. The orb's heat is so intense that Zabiern's iron mace melts like ice cream. His entire body is paralyzed by the shock, that arrogant look completely gone. Seconds later, he's slammed into the wall, leaving a massive crater. He still struggles to his feet, telling his grunts to stick to the plan. I'll handle him. You guys go secure the control room. But obviously, Han Xiao isn't just letting them go. His next move leaves the guy utterly speechless. He uses the Shiwei character card, and a giant projection of her appears behind him, saying, "Don't mess this up." The resulting flames are too much for the scavengers, who can only scream and grab their heads. Varng Lo watches in awe as the goons are roasted unconscious. There was someone this strong on the ship? Who is he? He forces his eyes open wide, staring in disbelief. Wait, aren't you the one with the Ghidorah agent? Han Xiao thinks to himself, more like he's with me. He takes off his helmet and asks, half joking, I heard you're offering a reward. The captain immediately responds, yes, I can pay you well. Please stop them. And with that, a new mission pops up on his system. You have activated the captain's commission quest. The captain of the Starhorn mercenaries wants to hire you for protection. Mission: successfully defend the captain and the ship. Reward: 8,000 INA. Not a bad haul, he thinks. A pretty sweet deal. The remaining scavengers have already fled to another section of the ship. A subordinate reports, Boss, the ship is approaching a Ghidorah patrol zone. This bad news makes Zabiern curse. Damn it! He immediately gets on the comms. All units, change of plans. Capture that Ghidorah agent. Our employer will pay just for him. Suddenly, a golden light flashes around the corner. Who's coming? It's the unlucky Kos, running right into the middle of things, yelling, Han Xiao, I'm here to help. Zabiern looks like he's hit the jackpot. The Ghidorah agent just delivered himself on a silver platter. Get him. But he's not alone. A whole group is right behind him. Karos gives an order. Your boss is fighting up ahead. Go support him. Zabiern is both annoyed and completely baffled. How the hell does this low-level tour group have so many superhumans? Meanwhile, the Blue Knight is still frantically running for his life. Okay, get this. He finds no signs of battle, but he does find a group of 4 casually playing cards. A pair. 2 pairs. I pass. Reln rushes over to warn them. This ship is about to go down. What are you all doing? Run with me. One of them doesn't even look up. Our boss and his team are dealing with the scavengers. The situation is under control. Why would we run? Those words hit him like a lightning bolt. Under control? Just then, the group gets a message. Black Phantom wants us back. Does he need our help? They happily run off, leaving Reln behind. Awesome. I was so bored guarding this life pod anyway. He starts to process the situation. The tables have completely turned. Zabirn's defeat is certain. He convinces himself, if I run now, I get nothing. If I go back, I can still earn some of that reward money. In the control bay, the fight is still raging, with sparks from lightning attacks causing small explosions everywhere. Han Xiao raises a powerful metal-clad fist and swings it right at Zabirn. The punch sends him crashing through the wall. Zabirn slumps to the floor, too weak to move, his face swollen as a groans in pain. Han Xiao crouches down and interrogates him. Tell me, which faction hired you to capture the Ghidorah agent? Even badly beaten, the guy's still talking tough. In your dreams, I'd never sell out my employer. Han Xiao replies with a calm, chilling threat. I know a black market merchant who deals in organs from the rock giant race. A body like yours must be worth a fortune, right? Start talking, or you might find yourself missing a few parts. This is the moment you and I have been waiting for. The threat hits its mark, and he confesses immediately. Don't. My employer is Darkstar. Darkstar. Karos is stunned. Darkstar. He spills everything. They've been secretly buying up pure-blooded Ghidorah for some kind of blood sacrifice. Our 2 scouts on this tour group found one, so we figured we'd make some quick cash. Han Xiao takes the chance to mock Kos. You hear that? In the end, this is all your fault for being broke. Kos, not having it, snaps back. You're a robber calling me poor? Just then, Raman's group arrives, ready and willing to contribute. Han Xiao, we're here to help. What do you need? He gives them a task. Tie that guy up and watch him closely. Raman quickly agrees. Got it. Han Xiao reflects on what just happened. Darkstar, the calamity that will strike planet Aquamarine in the future, is connected to them. Their claws have already reached this far. He'll have to face them sooner or later. Seeing their leader captured, the scavengers quickly retreat. This target is too tough. Let's get out of here. The aftermath of the battle. Scavenger bodies litter the floor. The first mate reports the good news to Varng Lao. Captain, the enemies outside have all withdrawn. He carefully checks the monitors outside, then lets out a huge sigh of relief. We were saved thanks to these heroic passengers. Varng Lao walks over to Han Xiao and Reln to offer his sincere gratitude. I truly thank you all for your help. I will keep my promise. Everyone will be rewarded. He shakes Han Xiao's hand, relief all over his face. I still don't know your name. Han Xiao answers simply, Han Xiao. He then checks his mission results. Captain's commission. Complete. Area reputation unlocked. Galdora star system reputation unlocked, with a fame level of 2. Trust me, you and I know this is going to make getting future quests and interacting with this faction a whole lot easier. The rewards are handed out, and Bunhit Dog is absolutely floored by the payout. Every single player gets a massive 1,500 ENA. The money is insane, and everyone's ecstatic, but some start complaining. Hey, why does that Blue Knight get a cut? Exactly. If we hadn't held the line, he would have bailed for sure. Han Xiao overhears this and an idea sparks. The Blue Knight, a member of the Sun New race. A new plan starts clicking into place. If he remembers correctly, that particular race can unlock a rare, mechanic-related subclass. And wouldn't you know it, his own class change quest requires learning multiple subclasses. 2 birds, 1 stone. Han Xiao sets his next mini-goal. Find a way to get on that guy's good side. No time like the present. Han Xiao walks right up to Relton and claps him on the shoulder. Hey, he says, I don't want to run all over creation just to cash in this Viper bounty. Can I just trade it to you? The knight doesn't mind the offer. No problem. How much you want for it? Han Xiao does some quick math. The Viper bounty is 3,500 Ya. Just transfer me the cash. But a practical guy like Relton is obviously not taking that deal. You want the full price? No way. There's no profit for me. He turns to leave. Han Xiao steps in front of him. Wait. The price is negotiable. So what's your offer? The knight hits him with a ridiculous lowball of 1,500, and Han Xiao just about loses it. He shoots back, holding up 3 fingers. Are you trying to rob me? 3,000. Relton just crosses his arms, completely unfazed. 100. And so the haggling begins. Han Xiao offers 2,000. The knight refuses, demanding at least 2,900 before dropping to 2,500. But our boy holds firm, pushing the price up bit by bit, 2,501. It's a steal, so the Blue Knight finally agrees. Done. Han Xiao nods, satisfied with his little victory. Even in small deals, he always makes sure he comes out ahead. While waiting for the transfer, he casually drops some intel he squeezed out of the Viper. Those scavengers were hired by Darkstar. Their mission? To capture someone from the Ghidorah civilization. Relton's green eyes go sharp, so Darkstar is plotting something again. This intel hits him like a lightning bolt. And right here, this is the moment you and I get to see Han Xiao's real game begin. After a moment, Relton bows respectfully to Han Xiao. I understand. Thank you for the warning. Han Xiao lights a cigarette, thinking to himself that he's now officially on the Sun News good side. Future quests just got a whole lot easier. Out in space, their ship smoothly enters the spaceport. It touches down at the Jubilee hub. An announcement echoes through the ship. We are approaching gate 273. All passengers please proceed to the bridge for disembarking. The voice continues across the decks. Thank you for choosing Starhorn Travel. We sincerely apologize for the unexpected incident during this flight. Thank you for flying with us. Bun Hit Dog and Frenzied Sword step off the ship, their jaws on the floor. Whoa, is this a space station? It's huge. Han Xiao steps up to explain. This is the Jubilee hub, our first step into the galaxy. He continues the tour, explaining that this place is a massive interstellar hub. Let's be real. You and I both know our players just left the tutorial zone for the main map. Tons of different factions have offices here, and you can get anything done, even rent long-term rooms. Suddenly, Kosuke bolts like a bird freed from its cage. I'm free! Han Xiao just stares, confused. What's with the drama? It's not like I tortured you or anything. Before leaving, the reporter gets serious. Don't worry, I'll keep my promise. I won't implicate you in my report. But Han Xiao has another request. Wait, there's something I need you to add to your report on this mission. Kosuke is immediately suspicious. I'm a professional investigator, you know. I don't write fake news. Of course, Han Xiao's not that dumb. He gets right to the point. I predict a cosmic disaster is about to hit planet Aquamarine. I need you to emphasize this point in your investigation. If you send more agents to Aquamarine, tell them to search very carefully for clues. Kosuke waves him off. Got it. I'll put it in the report. In the main hall, the players are all lined up to register. Han Xiao explains the plan. First things first, we need to register and rent a room to use as a temporary base of operations. Bun Hit Dog sees the massive crowd and groans. There's so many people here. This registration line is going to take forever. Frenzied Sword is more optimistic. Having a base is good. We can log in and out directly here. Then he notices a group next to them who isn't in line. Hey, how come those guys don't have to wait? Han Xiao patiently answers. That's the Heavenly Ring Army, a major combat guild. High reputation means special perks, like skipping lines. That doesn't quite clear things up for Frenzied Sword. But Black Phantom is a legend back on planet Aquamarine. Han Xiao lays out the hard truth. Planet Aquamarine is a poor backwater world. Out here in the galaxy, we're starting over from scratch. Just then, it's their turn. Next, calls the clerk. Han Xiao steps up and registers for a mid-tier room. He's prompted to enter his information. A moment later, it's confirmed. Registration successful. Welcome. Holding a stack of papers, he turns to the group with a warning. All right, we're staying here for a while. Everyone read these regulations. Don't break the rules and get yourselves arrested. Bun Hit Dog and Frenzied Sword lean in to get a look. Let me see. Han Xiao points towards their new room, telling them to stop blocking the hallway. I've rented the room, so everyone go wait for me inside. Frenzied Sword happily agrees. Okay? Later at the Jubilee Hub exchange, Han Xiao stands before a currency machine. He checks the exchange rate on the screen and sighs. So expensive. Money is tight, so he can only afford one upgrade. Advanced surveying tech for 1100 ENA. That's all he can get. Damn it. With only 2000 ENA left, Han Xiao feels the crushing weight of being broke again. Right back to square one. He glances over at the clueless, carefree players with a wicked grin and thinks to himself, now, where can I make some easy money around here? A bold plan quickly forms. Too bad the players are just as broke as he is right now. Looks like the most important thing is to help the players get rich first, so he can harvest them over and over. And yeah, we all know what that means. It's time to farm the noobs. His business done, Han Xiao heads back to the room. Frenzied Sword sees him and calls out, Black Phantom's back. He looks around and notices some empty spots. Hey, we're missing a few people. Where'd they go? Bun Hit Dog is the one who answers. They said they were going for a walk, you know, to get used to the area. They'll be back later. Han Xiao gets it completely. Of course, these guys couldn't resist exploring the Jubilee Hub. The pull of a brand new world is just too strong. With that, he turned, hands behind his head, and called out, hyping up the whole group. Don't wait on them. Follow me. Inside the Jubilee Mercenary Hall, people wander around as security guards keep a watchful eye. Frenzied Sword gawks curiously at his surroundings and figures it out. Looks like everyone here is a fighter, and they all seem crazy strong. Meanwhile, Maple Moon continues her 10,000 questions. So where is this place? Han Xiao patiently clears up their confusion. This is the Universal Mercenary Alliance, a powerful neutral organization. Their business covers the entire galaxy, managing supply and demand, coordinating manpower, and providing services for mercs. He gestures with his fingers, beckoning something over. A golden sphere immediately flies to him. Frenzied Sword is amazed by the strange device. Whoa, what is that? Han Xiao tells him it's an automated terminal for mercenaries to process their tasks. He follows the guide on his communicator's small screen to complete the registration. Please enter mercenary account and proceed with login authorization. Then he connects his phone directly. Han Xiao figures Black Phantom doesn't sound very grand, so it's time for a new nickname to freshen things up for the players. Name, Han Xiao. Nickname, Black Phantom. History, guard for the Star Dragon Fleet. He taps agree on the system confirmation screen. Do you want to change your nickname to Black Star? Instantly, his information is updated. Nickname, Black Star. Credit score, 10 points. Class, Mechanic. Medals, none. Mercenary group, none. Overall rating, Rookie Mercenary. The system announces, profile creation complete, saved to the database. Welcome to the Mercenary Alliance, Black Star. Would you like to form a mercenary group? And this, my friends, is where his master plan really kicks into high gear. Han Xiao knows merc work is dangerous, but players can resurrect without any real loss, perfect for exploiting their natural advantage to multiply his gains. He smiles, a determined glint in his eyes, his next move already decided. The next step? Han Xiao rallies the players. Everyone, register as mercenaries and join my group. I'll take care of all of you. They all cheer in response. Maple Moon signs up in a flash. Did you hear that? Han Xiao's gonna take care of us. Frenzied Sword makes up his mind just as fast. Then I'm in for sure. System notification. Success, you have joined. The Black Star Mercenary Group. Current relationship, cold. You are a first batch member of the Black Star Mercenary Group. Plus 300 contribution points. Current relationship, neutral. The players are shocked by this. Wait, there are benefits like this? Hitting neutral status right off the bat? Even Han Xiao didn't fully expect that. But he's happy with it, smiling as he thinks, just as I planned. Now that he's created his own faction, he can finally issue faction missions in the management menu. Before, he was always part of someone else's team, so he could never use his faction's full potential. But now, it's finally time. He opens the new function on his interface and sends it to the group. Frenzied Sword excitedly discovers the new feature. This is a faction store? Maple Moon is already browsing and singing its praises. There's way more stuff than in Black Phantom's old shop. The list even has such valuable products that he can only shout, "Is that God-tier equipment?" All of this, of course, was part of Han Xiao's plan. You and I both know the deal. He nods to himself, thinking that if the players see the benefits, they'll willingly work for him. To boost the team's morale, Han Xiao shouts, "The mercenary group has just been formed, and now we are all comrades. Our future depends on everyone's combined efforts," which gets everyone fired up. Hell yeah, he's ready to get started. Next up is taking the Sunil side quest, but unexpectedly, accepting the mission has a requirement. Condition. Mercenary group rating must be above 120, not met. Fortunately, the condition isn't too difficult. Han Xiao operates the screen. This is easy to handle. Soon enough, everyone in the group received a new notification. Huh? A faction mission? Faction mission, credit standard. The Black Star Mercenary Group has decided to take on an external mercenary contract but has not yet met the credit standard. Note: to unlock the first external mercenary mission, the Black Star Mercenary Group's credit score must reach 120. Reward: 45,000 experience, 300 faction contribution points. The top 3 credit contributors will receive a separate, special reward. Someone glances at it and is quick to judge. The experience is low, but the faction contribution isn't bad. But the person next to him chimes in. Can't you see? This is a prerequisite mission. After finishing it, we can take on combat missions, and that's where the real experience is. Ignoring the debate, Frenzied Sword decides to seize the moment. Top 3, get a special reward. A special reward from Black Phantom has to be something good. Let's go. Hao Tian agrees. Sometime later, Li Jie's group finally returns to their room. He asks his teammates if they should share the new intel they found, but gets a negative answer. This is an opportunity we discovered. Everyone here is a competitor. We don't need to go out of our way to remind them. Liga opens the door and is shocked by what he sees in the room. Han Xiao is sitting with his legs crossed, asking them, "You're back? You already have mercenary qualifications, right? In that case, join my mercenary group." He asks in surprise, "How did Black Phantom know we already registered as mercenaries?" Mango knows a little bit. Seems like it's a new faction. Looks like it's worth joining. They quickly look it over and are also impressed. The faction store has so much good stuff. And they discover, hey, there's a faction mission in progress. Liga checks the mission's progress and can't help but wonder, why is our contribution score at the bottom? We were only gone for a few hours. Not only that, he yells to his teammates, "Oh man, you guys, look! He points to the screen. The first batch to join got a 300-point contribution bonus. Mango curses in frustration. Damn it! He slaps his forehead and groans. That means we've already been left in the dust by everyone else. And there it is. The moment of pure regret you and I saw coming a mile away. Damn it, if we'd known earlier, we would have just followed Black Phantom instead of trying to be clever. In the mechanic's workshop, Han Xiao stands before a machine, tinkering with something. A closer look reveals two welding tools sparking with golden electricity. According to the announcement, air filtration is in progress. The life support system is operating normally. Han Xiao puts on a helmet to begin the test. System check initiated. Radar is active, scanning for life signals within a 1-kilometer radius. And Han Xiao is loving this. See, he's using his advanced knowledge to basically herd these clueless new players like chickens. Meanwhile, they're busy cleaning the ship and moving boxes to Area C. Yeah, mop harder, guys. He analyzes the situation. It's pure profit. These small jobs only give a few credit points, but with so many mercs in his group, it adds up fast. Han Xiao checks the progress on the monitor. Black Star Mercenary Group, 64 current credit points. He's actually shocked. It's only been a few hours and they're already halfway there. With some time to kill, he decides to check the forums to see what's trending. Let's jump in. Han Xiao is proudly watching Meatbun's post go viral. Yup, straight to the top of the hot search. The space saga everyone's been waiting for is officially here. His storytelling is raw and captivating, which is why it's such a hit. We clashed with a twisted human trafficking organization on the spaceship. Black Phantom showed off his skills again, leading us to victory against the enemy. As he speaks, the screen shows a reenactment of the scene. After that, we arrived at a space station. The main point Steamed Bun is hyping it up for the viewers. How cool is that? I was totally blown away. He even provides more info about the mercenary group. Then Han Xiao changed his alias to Black Star and founded the mercenary group. We've all joined up. You can see tons of awesome items in the faction store. What kind of awesome adventure is next? Stay tuned for the next episode. Han Xiao leans back, thinking about the player base's reaction. Steamed Bun's video this time is a huge hit. It seems space travel is a massive draw for the players. Suddenly, his eyes widen at a shocking new headline. Regarding Black Star, we were all wrong. 2 hosts are on screen, deep in discussion. We all thought his main storyline would eventually fade out, which is why Han Xiao is so surprised. This new episode of the Galaxy Times is all about him. The female host excitedly explains to the audience, turns out our previous guess was wrong. He's not just part of a war storyline, he's key to the main interstellar infiltration event. Compared to other starter planets, Planet Aquamarine has limited potential for growth. But then you discover a pioneer like Han Xiao, who is always pushing the main scenario forward. She then asks the question on everyone's mind. Black Star Han Xiao isn't just a planetary-level main character. Just how far can he really go? Since they're praising him so much, Han Xiao decides to be generous and forgive them, thinking I'll let your past disrespect slide. He smirks. How far can I go? Just you wait and see. Just then, players rush back to the lounge to give him an update. One of them runs in shouting, Black Phantom, we've collected all 120 credit points. Han Xiao smiles and praises them. Good work. Thanks for all your hard work for the mercenary group. He then gives a shout out to the top 3 contributors, Yan Tian, Hao Tian, and Wang Hu. Holding a helmet successfully tested in the mechanics room, he says, this is your reward. While the 3 of them stare curiously at the new gear, Han Xiao explains its function. This is a reconnaissance helmet. It enhances your vision, works in harsh environments, and will help you fight out here in space. Hao Tian puts the helmet on and his eyes go wide at its power. Frenzied Sword taps his shoulder, asking, so? How is it? He gives a thumbs up. Feels amazing. For real? Let me try it for a sec. Frenzied Sword puts it on and is just as blown away. The clarity is insane. This is awesome. Bun Lover Girl whines with envy. I'm so jealous. I want that helmet too. It'd be great if we could just buy it. Her friend replies nervously, something this high-end would be crazy expensive if it was for sale. Suddenly, a player shouts, everyone, get to the faction shop, now. And here's the masterstroke from Han Xiao. You can get it for just 800 contribution points. I'm already at 600, he yells. 50 enars for 100 contribution points. That's only like $100. What a steal. The screen shows it. Faction shop, carbon-based lifeform reconnaissance machine, helmet type, for 800 faction contribution points. And just like that, everyone raises their hands, shouting, I want to exchange for a helmet. Han Xiao watches his account balance skyrocket and can't help but feel happy. Not bad. Recoup some of my investment. This good news puts a huge grin on his face, his eyes crinkling with laughter. Han Xiao walks over to the mission terminal, thinking to himself, next, I can finally accept a mission from the Sunil tribe. Bringu eyes him suspiciously and warns, "Hey buddy, this is the Combat Commission area. Aren't you guys a newly formed merc group?" Han Xiao coolly invites him to check their record. Our resume is already pretty stacked. Okay, if you don't believe me, look. On the screen is their mission history. Cleaned Rest Area 8, complete. Swept the Mercenary Hall, complete. Hauled cargo for Lion, complete. Transported books, complete. Sanitized the ship bay, complete. And of course, found a lost cat, complete. Delivered fruit, complete. Wiped windows, complete. Carried food, complete. Bringu stares at this ridiculous list, totally speechless. These are all low-level errands you guys took. You must have a lot of free time. Han Xiao ignores him and uses the terminal to accept a new mission. Mercenary mission. Protect the Sunil's home city. Location. Planet Sunil. Requirement. Mercenary group credit points of 120 or more. They qualify. He heads back to the lounge to announce the big news. All right, everyone. You're about to undertake a combat mission. Show me what you've got. They've been waiting for this moment. Even Steamed Bun is pumped. Finally, a combat commission. Awesome! A small ship detaches from the mothership, heading off to the distant planet Sunil to carry out its mission. Maple Moon suddenly asks about the mission specifics. Weren't those Blue Knight mercenaries from the Sunil tribe we met before super strong? Why would they need to hire other mercs for help? Han Xiao leans back on the couch and breaks it all down. Now pay attention, because this whole thing is tied to the conflict between the evil Darkstar faction and the Ghidorah government. As he recounts the events, he thinks back to the carefree life of the Sunil people. They always kept to themselves, just trying to grow and develop peacefully. But life isn't always so simple. The Sunil's trouble started here. Darkstar exploited one of Ghidorah's weaknesses as the region's governing body. Over and over, they launched hit-and-run attacks on the lower-level civilizations under Ghidorah's protection. This forced Ghidorah to burn through massive resources trying to save those weaker civilizations. Facing Darkstar's assault, the Sunils were powerless and on the brink of extinction. But in a stroke of luck, the Sunil survivors were rescued by Ghidorah and resettled on a brand new planet. However, they weren't the only ones on this world, and no one knew it was plagued by a massive, cyclical, and deadly beast tide. The proud Sunil people refused another system-wide evacuation from Ghidorah, so they dug in their heels, fighting the disaster to barely survive on this planet. Second Prince hears this and gets hyped up. I love a good save-the-world script. Meat Bun cheerfully agrees. Me too! Feng Yue finally understands the mission's purpose, thinking Black Phantom is some kind of noble hero. Han Xiao just sighs internally, wondering, did they misunderstand something about me? Oh well. A moment later, their ship touches down on planet Sunil. The three of them head out first, glancing around the area, then just stand there, completely stunned by the view. In front of them are rows of armored war mechs and command posts. One of them shouts out, "Whoa, look at all the mechs. This has to be a mechanical civilization." Han Xiao himself felt pure bliss the moment he arrived. He closes his eyes, taking a deep breath of planet Sunil's air. That rich smell of machine oil, this place is a mechanic's paradise. Then he takes his first step onto the planet, marking a critical moment for the destiny of the Sunil race. A tall man with a deep voice steps out to welcome them. I represent the Sunil people in welcoming the Black Star mercenary group. The disaster has not begun yet. Please follow me. I will take you to the rest area, then we'll assign your missions. He is Nivelle, captain of the B-12 sector defense team. A moment later, a huge crowd is gathered outside the mercenary barracks, waiting. Nivelle stands before them, holding up a purple crystal. Now, pay attention, this is where we find out what kind of nightmare they've signed up for. This is a Whisper Stone. It has a psychic polluting effect. The planet's entire mineral network has merged, creating a psychic field. Under its subconscious influence, the beasts of this planet have become extremely savage. The psychic underground current formed by the Whisper Stones erupts every few years. We call it the Tide, and it triggers a beast frenzy. He doesn't hesitate to drop another bombshell on the entire crowd. 2 months ago, our observation staff suddenly detected signs of a mass beast eruption. The observation department predicts the disaster will fully erupt in the next 7 to 13 days. Our enemies are every single beast on this planet. Nivelle details the entire eruption process. The crowd below listens nervously as he explains the first stage lasts 3 to 6 days against smaller beasts, followed by a middle stage of about 10 days of the most ferocious fighting. Finally, there's the last stage, which lasts about 5 days. This is the most dangerous phase. Suddenly, a player speaks up, challenging him. You guys have tanks, planes, and even system-class warships. Fighting beasts should be a piece of cake, right? Can't blame the newbie for his ignorance. Nivelle replies grimly, a piece of cake? You'll find out when the disaster actually arrives. Okay, so the big bad is coming, but our main character has his own side quest. And I know what you're thinking, how's he gonna get past these guards? Mercenary, why are you entering the city? He's forced to make something up, some personal business. I have a friend in the city I want to visit. The guard, Lilith, flatly refuses. Not allowed. We have a rule. Unless it's critical, mercenaries cannot enter the city. However, your friend can come out to visit you. Plan A is a bust, so he thinks for a moment about how to handle this. The important story character I'm looking for doesn't know me. Does that mean I have to sneak in? Suddenly, a piercing hum echoes through the air. Han Xiao looks up at the sky and spots a spaceship descending into the city. A group of people disembark, their footsteps sounding in unison like a real army. The two guards immediately salute them with the utmost respect. Salute to the super users! So the legendary super user team has finally shown up. They look like the best of the best, and the Sunil people are in awe. Han Xiao watches them, his mind buzzing with excitement. The Sunil's own supers have returned to fight the disaster. The Azure Knight must be among them. This just got a whole lot easier. As luck would have it, he spots the person he needs. Relton! The man hears his name and instinctively turns his head. Why are you here? The guard from before speaks up to report. He's a mercenary from Black Star, here on a mission. Relton responds calmly. So you're a mercenary too. Seeing a familiar face, Han Xiao decides to act casual and ask for a favor. Just signed up not too long ago. I heard your people were in danger, so I came. I never expected to be fighting alongside you. I have an acquaintance in the city I was hoping to visit. Could you help me out? Relton doesn't have the heart to say no, but they still have to play by the rules. I'll take you into the city, but according to regulations, I have to accompany you the entire time. Seeing how friendly they are, the guard's attitude does a complete 180, and he becomes all smiles. Oh, a friend of Lord Relton, please, come in. As they step into the city, the Sunil people who have been waiting for a long time erupt in cheers. The heroes are back! Welcome home! You've worked hard! Han Xiao is totally thrown by the scene. It seems your people really worship super users. Relton corrects him slightly. To be precise, it's gratitude. Then he begins to recall the struggle to keep their entire civilization alive. We still haven't established a firm foothold on this planet. Our own resource extraction isn't enough to meet our needs. We still have to buy many resources from outside the system. He continues to describe the situation in their star system. That's why among our people, the most powerful super users go out into the galaxy to work as mercenaries. Most of their earnings are given to the race. This is our economic backbone. Han Xiao couldn't help but be surprised. An economy propped up only by strong individuals is a symptom of a sick civilization. His tone becomes heavy. We have no other choice, and you and I both know the root cause is the disaster that slowed our people's recovery. If we can't completely solve the disaster, we can't break this vicious cycle. But even though the situation is tough, he's still filled with a hero's spirit. Determination flashes in Relton's eyes, but I believe the difficult times will eventually pass. Outwardly, Han Xiao just continues to look impressed. Smart, for sure, but he already knew the answer in the original story. This race's fate wasn't as pretty as he hoped. Let me show you how our guy operates, heading deep into the city with Han Xiao pointing the way. But Relton's confused. A bar? You want to visit someone there? He doesn't answer, just flips the question. Is there a problem? Relton knows he shouldn't meddle in other people's business. No, nothing. A moment later, they're at a local dive bar where the owner is passed out drunk. Relton moves to wake him, but Han Xiao stops him cold. Don't you dare wake him up. Then he flashes this sly, shifty grin, looking every bit the part of a professional thief. Don't blink, because what he's about to do is pure genius. Hey, what are you doing? Han Xiao waves off his warning, signaling for him to keep it down. Shh, I'll explain later. Han Xiao slips through the door. Inside is a rundown room, nothing but a few chairs and a table. But what he's really after is the lone notebook sitting on the desk. That's it. This is it. The system notification pops up. You have received Delphus's letter. Han Xiao devours every page of the book. And just like that, he absorbs a whole new set of knowledge as the system lights up. You have acquired a new profession, Armaments Engineer, Level 1. Endurance +1, Intellect +3. Mechanical Force +1.5%. You get 2 free attribute points, 1 potential point, and you've learned the skills Mechanical Warfare Mastery and Rapid Armaments Maintenance. Then the system gives him an option. Max out Armaments Engineer to level 10, but it'll cost 8.6 million experience. Confirm or cancel. Han Xiao flips to his new skill page, reading every word. But only the second specialty really grabs him, the mass production bonus. This is the real prize. It doesn't just cut costs for his army-style gameplay, it also boosts the efficiency of the gear he sells to other players. Satisfied, Han Xiao puts the book back. He's ecstatic. The hardest part of the class change quest, getting a subclass, is done. Now just 2 advanced mechanics knowledges to go. Once this job pays out enough cash, he can head back and switch to his main profession. He walks out cool as a cucumber, like nothing ever happened. Done, let's go. Relton feels like he's been played but has to ask, "Didn't you say you were here to see an old friend?" They finally leave the bar as the sky starts to darken. Night falls over planet Sunil's capital city, and Relton can't take it anymore. He starts frantically patting down Han Xiao. "What did you steal? Fess up, now, or I can arrest you on the spot." Han Xiao just calmly puts his hands up and lets him search. "Told you, I didn't take anything. I just snuck in to look at his brother's notes." Relton glares at the so-called thief. "You can't even read the Sunilian language." Han Xiao immediately pivots. "His brother was a famous mechanics master. Can I pay my respects?" Relton is so done with this conversation, he just wants him gone. "I don't get you." "Well, if you're done, follow me out of the city." His mission accomplished, Han Xiao happily follows. "You got it. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Did all hell just break loose?" Outside the city, the patrol robots are on high alert when suddenly, a piercing alarm rips through the air. Fighter jets instantly fill the sky, swarming in, ready for combat. The superpowered teams arrive on the scene, shouting warnings to their comrades. "Enemy attack! Calamity is here! All units, prepare for battle!" In front of them, a horde of bloodthirsty green wolves, howling with madness. But the Sunilians were ready. The first line of defense is a dense field of mines and defensive robots. The moment they spot the enemy, the robots unleash a storm of bullets. The wolves scatter, but step right onto the hidden landmines. A voice rings out, and a series of explosions detonate, wiping out a huge chunk of their forces. The wolves behind them hesitate for a second, then change their approach. They decide to rush the fence, but that's the second line of defense. A wall of sharp stakes and electrified barriers takes down even more of them. The remaining wolves howl in fury, using the bodies of their fallen comrades as stepping stones to launch themselves forward. They clear the electric fence, sending the Sunilians into a panic. The beasts are past the electric grid. The beasts are past the grid. And in that moment, the third line of defense activates. Rows of heavily armed Sunil guards form a wall to protect everyone inside. One soldier screams in terror. They broke through the second line. He yells at his team, "Open fire!" A hail of lead shreds the beasts one by one. But a few lucky ones dodge the bullet storm. They crash through the defensive line, aiming straight for the guards. A soldier freezes, watching the carnage unfold, stammering in shock. "What's wrong with these monsters? Why is the first wave this strong?" Just as he says it, the alpha wolf bares its sharp fangs right in his face. He's paralyzed with fear, his mind screaming, "I'm dead, I'm dead." Suddenly, machine gun fire erupts as a volley of missiles launches toward the bloodthirsty beasts. A guard struggles to his feet, staring out at the battlefield. A massive explosion obliterates a huge swarm of the green wolves. He cheers with relief. It's reinforcements from the fourth line. The rear defense line seizes the opportunity. Chance, wipe out the enemy. Deeper inside is the fourth line's artillery position. Giant cannons are packed together, ready to support the front. As one fires, an operator can't help but exclaim, "This cannon is awesome," someone below shouts back. "Hurry up and get down here, let me have a turn." Wherever the cannons fire, the green wolves fall like wheat in a field. Relton watches the scene and says confidently, "This calamity isn't as bad as they said. The beasts can't break through." But Han Xiao feels the exact opposite. And trust me, that pit in his stomach is there for a reason. With a defense this massive, he knows this won't be easy. The skies above the capital are choked with fighter jets, the roar of their engines shattering the usual silence. A command comes over the radio. "Prepare to fire and eliminate all ground targets." The pilot immediately confirms, "Roger that," but instead of targeting the wolves below, the cannon's radar suddenly lights up with a ton of other hostile signals. Looking at the screen, the pilot's face drains of color. These are, he stammers, flying types. But it's too late. Their jets are completely swarmed by death dragons. The moment the beasts see them, they unleash deadly fire beams. In seconds, the fighter jets are hit, blown to bits, and spiral out of control, crashing down in a series of massive explosions. Knive watches helplessly, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, the flying types appeared first. Switch to high explosive rounds. Raise the cannons and fire at the sky." The artillery behind them immediately obeys, tilting their barrels upward and letting loose. Booming explosions echo with each shot. But it's no use, the death dragons dodge the shells like it's a game. "Damn it, these things are too nimble. We can't get a hit," a soldier yells. He then grabs the cannon's wheel, straining with all his might to aim at the closest dragon. But Han Xiao was already there. "Let me handle it," he shouts, and unleashes a critical shot. Now watch this, it's a direct hit. The cannon shell finally connects with the beast. The soldiers nearby are floored, totally in awe. They can't believe he hit a target moving that fast. "Who the hell is that mercenary?" one asks. Another soldier quickly clarifies, "That's our boss from Black Star, you better remember it." and the brutal war between man and beast raged on, until, from the distance, the thundering of hooves grows louder. A massive herd of ancient boars is stampeding right for them. They tear through everything, sending obstacles flying. Third defensive line, engage. A voice rings out, concentrate all firepower and take them down. If they break through this line, we're all dead. But the bullets they fire are completely useless, ricocheting right off the Pigu's tough hide. It's like their skin is made of solid metal. The soldiers start to panic. Holy crap, their hides are too thick. Once again, Han Xiao steps up, firing another critical shell without hesitation. And of course, it's a perfect shot. The shell explodes right in the middle of the boar herd. Another soldier cries out in relief, "Yes, we're saved!" The battle continues like this, Han Xiao commanding the anti-aircraft gun. He launches shells into the sky at the death dragons, then aims down, showing no mercy to the Pigu on the ground. Explosions rock the entire main city of the So tribe. The battlefield has officially become a graveyard for beasts. After hours of non-stop fighting, everyone finally gets a moment to breathe. We push them back. Quick, rest and regroup. An injured soldier coughs heavily, but their break is about to be cut short. Suddenly, the ground starts shaking violently, cracking open into huge fissures. Someone lets out a blood-curdling scream. There's something coming up from below. And just like that, a colossal insectoid beast erupts from the ground, as tall as a mountain and encased in reinforced metallic armor. It lets out an earth-shattering roar, and all the soldiers can do is stare. It's a monster. We're dead meat. And yeah, you can see the moment all hope dies as it locks its bloodthirsty eyes on them. They turn and run for their lives, screaming for help. But just in time, the superpowered squad arrives as reinforcements. Their leader roars, "Warriors of the Sun New Tribe. With me!" In an instant, they're standing face to face with the monster. Another yell rings out, "Protect the front line!" They charge forward fearlessly, putting the beat down on every monster in sight. The beasts are nothing but moving punching bags for them. Seeing this, the defensive line behind them is fired up. The supers are here. Give them covering fire. A hail of bullets is unleashed. It doesn't kill the beasts, but it definitely gets their attention. A voice commands the entire squad, "Keep up the suppressing fire." But this fight is far from over. Wave after wave of bizarre new beasts begin to appear, swarming the battlefield. This time, they're massive bee-like creatures. They dive in without hesitation, tearing soldiers apart one by one. A trembling voice cuts through the noise. There are too many monsters. Damn it! They're growing more ferocious, impaling soldiers on sharp pincers while others are eaten alive on the spot. As the beasts creep closer to the defensive line, one brave soldier screams, "We hold this line, even if it kills us!" And once again, Han Xiao becomes the deciding factor. He perfectly times a final cannon blast. Just like before, the shell completely obliterates the beast. Bryn, his life just saved, turns with gratitude. "Nice work, mercenary." Then he bravely charges back to the front line, venting his rage by slicing a beast in two. "Die, you monster!" Behind him, Han Xiao provides constant cover with the anti-aircraft gun, blowing monsters to pieces. Meanwhile, the superpowered squad is racking up their own kill count, taking down beast after beast. After a while, the battlefield is covered in nothing but beast corpses. They finally breathe a sigh of relief. Looks like no new enemies for now. But you know what they say. Better safe than sorry. Nivell orders all units to regroup. Han Xiao slowly walks over to him, offering his assistance on the surface. "I've got some repair skills," he says casually. "Got nothing better to do. How about I help you guys with repairs?" The man responds politely. "If you're willing, that's no problem at all." But inside, he's already scheming. If I repair their equipment, I can reverse engineer the blueprints for myself. Then, without any hesitation, he makes a direct proposal. "I have one more request. My team wants to join the Wilderness Scouting Party. And here's the kicker. You and I know this guy's all about high risk, high reward. Since he's here, why not make a huge profit?" Nive is stunned. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that is?" Han Xiao immediately puts on a confident act to persuade him. "Don't worry, my team members have like special abilities. They're perfectly suited for dangerous missions. Oh, your Blue Knight Ron? He's fought with our mercenary crew before. He knows exactly what we're capable of, so he'll buy whatever you tell him. I'll have to get confirmation from the higher-ups." The nearby soldiers shoot them a dirty look. Just who is this mercenary group anyway? I think they're called Black Star, total rookies, selling their lives for cash. What a waste. But meanwhile, over at the Black Star camp, Han Xiao's deal immediately pays off, and the whole crew starts reaping the rewards. "Whoa, look! We got an outdoor recon mission. 8,000 INA. Sweet. I was getting so bored of target practice." They clap each other on the back, celebrating. "Yeah, Let's go get some real experience. How about a contest to see who kills the most monsters? You're on! Loser buys drinks! But out in the exploration zone, it's a completely different story. Sunru's recon squad is running for their lives, and one of them finally screams in frustration. All right, you and I are jumping straight into total chaos. What the hell is this? Why are the nightmares here so early? They shouldn't be here for another 10 days. You want to get eaten alive? No? Then shut up and keep moving. The guy in the back keeps glancing over his shoulder. They're catching up to us. But he wasn't fast enough. The nightmare's fire engulfs him completely. All he can do is scream in agony. Ah, help me. Until the screaming just stops. Hilder watches his comrade die, tears streaming down his face as he screams his name, Francis. Then, pure rage, he unloads on the nightmares, yelling into the void. But it's totally useless. In a flash, the beast is right in his face. With no other option, he activates his powers for one last, desperate fight. Everyone just run! Forget about me! And what happened to him next was lost to the forest forever. The survivors can only mourn their fallen comrade by his dog tags, Francis Hilder. They collapse in despair. Why did it have to be like this? One of them grabs his head, questioning their fate as scouts. For what? So we can risk our lives as mercenaries out here? We give all our pay to the clan, and when monsters attack, we're the ones who have to come back and protect the planet. Why do we have to sacrifice so much? His two teammates just stare at the ground in silence. He finally makes up his mind. I've had enough. If I survive this, I don't care what disaster comes next. I'm never coming back, ever. Meanwhile, the swarm of nightmares bursts out of the forest, heading straight for the Sunyu clan's main city. The moment they arrive, they're met by a storm of bullets from the city's defense line. A voice rings out, "Damn it, the nightmares are here! Open fire!" But the beasts fight back, spitting streams of fire. Anyone hit is instantly incinerated. People scatter in terror, their screams echoing through the night. In just a few moments, the entire defensive line is burned to the ground, with charred bodies littering the streets. Emergency alarms blare, warning the entire city. A defensive soldier assesses the situation and alerts his team. The nightmares are here. The disaster has entered its middle stage. The situation is looking bad for the Sunyu, so he continues the broadcast. All maintenance personnel, evacuate to Defense Ring number 5 immediately. Everyone follows the order, rushing inside the fortress for safety. Han Xiao is already there, silently staring out at the battlefield. Now, here's the question you and I are probably asking. Nightmares are as strong as D-rank espers. Normal soldiers are no match for them, so how did they survive this before? Suddenly, a soldier brings out a new weapon, ordering his squad. Prepare the main laser. Southeast, 20-degree angle. The laser beam slices through the nightmares, causing them to burst into flames midair and die instantly. And right there, Han Xiao gets his answer. So that's how. Nightmares are afraid of light. A strong enough light source can stop them in their tracks. The Sunyu soldiers continue to pick them off one by one with the laser. The brutal battle rages all night. By the next day, as the sun begins to rise, a fragile peace returns to the star system. But the clan has suffered heavy losses. Body after body is carefully wrapped, ready to be returned to their families. The sounds of mourning and crying echo across the battlefield. They've lost their sons, their fathers. My boy, you were all I had. How can I live alone now? Honey, come back. Words of comfort are choked out between sobs. Please, try to be strong. Even the bravest soldiers can't help but shed tears for their fallen brothers. Bro, wake up. Han Xiao stands quietly in a corner, feeling helpless. And that's a harsh truth you and I both know. No matter where you are in the galaxy, the cost of war is always the same. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps approaches from a distance. It's Pakna, the B-rank mercenary leader. He's here to hand over the bodies of his comrades. We lost a lot of good men. We brought back all the bodies we could find. Eddie, standing opposite him, gives his assurance. We will handle their final arrangements with the utmost respect. Pakna is almost frantic with worry. You'd better. You high-level guys better keep your word. Meanwhile, the wounded soldiers are being treated in the hospital. The emergency room is a chaotic mess of voices. Get the adrenaline now. Han Xiao is there too, visiting his brother in arms, Relton. His condition isn't critical, but he lost his right arm. Han Xiao asks softly, "So, you're still alive?" "Barely," Relton replies coldly. "Had a few close calls. Almost didn't make it." Han Xiao glances at his arm and makes an offer. "Looks like you could use a high-end mechanic." Relton breaks into a cold sweat. "How much?" "If it's too expensive, I can't afford it." Han Xiao says nothing and just starts attaching the new arm. "Just buy me a drink sometime," he says casually. Later, the two are at a bar in the city. Han Xiao pours a drink and gets down to business. "You know, there's something I've been wondering." He looks his friend in the eye. "Implants weaken your Esper abilities. As an Esper yourself, you know that better than I do. So why do you guys still accept these cybernetic modifications? Relton doesn't answer right away, instead downing his drink in one go. Then, in a slurred voice, he finally opens up. Yeah, the implant weakens my powers, but it also keeps me alive longer. A weaker Esper is still more useful than a dead one. The clan raised me, but I used to have a happy family. He recalls his past with a bitter expression. When the Dark Star attacked, a single laser beam turned my parents to ash. Relton was one of the lucky children who survived, but just staying alive was a daily struggle. But there was a silver lining. The surviving kids were taken in and trained by veteran soldiers. That old soldier told them that when the clan faces extinction, just picking up a gun to fight can save others, and in doing so, save yourself. Han Xiao is intrigued. Sounds like a good man. Is he still doing okay? Relton slumps onto the table, trying to hold back the pain as he forces out the words. Well, actually, he. He continues to talk about the respectable old soldier. When the first disaster hit, the wounded were supposed to stay behind, protected, but he volunteered for the front lines. As for what happened next, Relton just stammers out a few words before the alcohol finally takes him. The next time I saw him was when. Han Xiao leans in, not wanting to miss the end. What happened? He asks. But it's too late. The guy's completely passed out, leaving us hanging right at the climax. What's with the sudden clarity? Hey, wake up and finish your sentence. Seriously, if you can't handle your booze, don't chug it. He sighs, sinking back into the sofa before speaking. Phew. Has the little eavesdropper over there heard enough? Because yep, for who knows how long, Melos has been hiding in a corner, soaking it all in. He's shocked he got caught so easily. With no other option, Melos decides to play dumb. I'm the owner of this bar. I'm not interested in the nonsense you mercenaries talk about. Too bad for him. Han Xiao is way ahead of the game. Nonsense? Your bar contains a job change item for a military mechanic. You're just some minor character, right? Done wasting time. He lays his cards on the table. I know you're a B-class super. I also know your brother left you an inheritance that's sitting in your basement. So are you interested in talking about the future of the Sunyu race with me or not? Melos looks like he's been struck by lightning, his eyes wide with utter shock. Han Xiao sees his chance and drops the final bombshell. You, my friend, are the main character of this planet's storyline. Melos, completely baffled, has to ask, are you some kind of prophet? Han Xiao just crosses his arms and says, what do you think? Not buying it, he immediately throws down a challenge. If you can see the future, then tell me what I'm having for breakfast tomorrow morning. He doesn't want to argue, so he just replies calmly, it's fine if you don't believe me. You just need to listen. Time will prove whether I'm right or wrong. Then he drops a prophecy about the future. Soon, a large number of Sunyu supers will get sick of making sacrifices for a race that gives them nothing in return. They will abandon you forever, leaving your people to cry out helplessly in despair. Your divine protectors will be gone, he continues. From then on, the Sunyu will have no power to fight against disasters. To survive, you'll have no choice but to depend on a higher civilization, becoming just another dying race in this vast universe. Melos looks completely annoyed and snaps back at him. Why the hell would you tell me this? Do I look like someone who gives a damn about the survival of my race? Han Xiao, while propping up Ron, speaks again. Because your fate is directly tied to the destiny of your people. Still skeptical, Melos asks. And what's my fate? Spoiling it now would ruin the fun. Before leaving, he leaves him with one last line. When you finally believe my prophecy, I'll tell you. Melos just stares silently as they walk out of the bar. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass fills the air. A drunkard named Kui starts spewing nonsense. It's all the Ghidorah's fault. They deliberately moved us to this dangerous planet. The guy across from him, enraged, slams his fist on the table, completely drunk and out of his mind. He screams, then go beg the Ghidorah for help. What good is our race's honor? All that matters is survival. The leadership is full of crap. People die every single time. Both of my younger brothers joined the army, and both of them died in battle. All this struggle is for nothing. We can clearly get help from Ghidorah, so why are we being so stubborn? Those supers are useless. If they actually had any power, they would have solved this disaster ages ago. Unable to take it anymore, Kui lunges forward and grabs him by the collar. Everything you have now was bought with the lives of heroes. What right do you have to judge them? Og shoves his arm away and keeps running his mouth. It's what they're supposed to do. The powerful have to carry more responsibility. Without the race's resources, they'd just be normal people like us. And I know what you're thinking, because this guy's logic is just twisted. Kui screams right in his face. You're disgusting. You should be thrown out of the city to die. The guy stubbornly keeps going, his tone mocking. Nope, can't do that. I work hard and pay my taxes. It's the hero's job to protect me. Rana, who's been listening quietly, can't stand this guy either. As the jerk continues to brag, Even if the city falls, I'll get priority evacuation. I'll definitely outlive all those so-called heroes. Haha, he wishes he could just end this guy himself instead of waiting for the beast to do it. Rana decides he's heard enough. He grabs Og by the shirt and slams him straight onto the floor. You don't deserve to be protected at all. Rana unleashes all his pent-up rage, punching the ungrateful trash over and over. You ungrateful piece of garbage. The bar erupts into chaos. Melos rushes over to intervene. Rana, calm down. He grabs his hand, pulling them apart for a moment. Stop it. You're going to kill him. Both of you, get out of here. Go home and cool off. Og, nearly beaten to a pulp, still hasn't learned his lesson. Before leaving, he yells, You little brat, just you wait. Melos sits alone in the bar, letting out a long sigh. And here it is. He connects what just happened with Han Xiao's prophecy and can't help but wonder, was that freak really a prophet? As his mind reels, a voice cuts through his thoughts. Give me a drink. The man in the black cloak seems to be irregular. Melos recognizes him immediately. Fak Na? I thought you quit drinking. Fak Na just laughs, pulling back his hood to reveal a handsome face. Consider it a celebration for making it back alive. Melos pours him a drink, concerned. You've always been so disciplined. What's really going on? He grabs the glass and downs it in one go. Only then does he hesitate before saying, Brother, I can't take it anymore. I'm preparing to leave. Hearing this, Melos gets hit with another shockwave. It's clear that harsh reality has worn them down. The galaxy has so much potential. The only way forward is to cut ties. I don't want to be tied down by my race anymore. A lot of soldiers feel the same way. After this disaster, we're not coming back. Fak Na, half drunk, voices his frustration. We gave everything for our people, even our lives. But so many of them aren't grateful at all. They think it's just our duty. He remembers hearing citizens bad-mouthing the soldiers. The race trained them. Isn't it their duty to protect it? Fak Na continues. We've done our part. Maybe the best outcome is for our people to finally accept Ghidorah's help. He fondly recalls a childhood memory with the Melos brothers. Davis, I'm going to become a hero and protect our people. Davis looks on, filled with admiration. That's our Fak Na. Melos can't believe his ears and has to ask again. Even you're giving up? Fak Na puts on his cloak and replies. Staying alive is what matters most. As long as you're alive, your will can't be broken. Melos is confused by his attitude. Then why are you telling me all this? He stops holding back, letting all his resentment spill out. I absolutely hate you. You're obviously way stronger than any of us. But you just cower in the back like a turtle, letting us protect you. Whatever, I've said my piece. Run or fight, I don't care anymore. The words hit their mark, and Melos can only lower his head in silence. Back at the logistics base, night falls over the camp. A soldier walks up from behind. Black Star, your shift is over. Time for your crew to head back to the shelter and rest. Han Xiao sees the darkening sky and doesn't argue. All right, I'll pull my guys back. He quickly makes the final adjustments on an armored gauntlet. The system pings immediately. Success. Blueprint inference at 100%. You have acquired the custom light armor, Sunru type. Han Xiao cracks a satisfied smile. Perfect. After days of repairing Sonen's mecha, he's finally reverse-engineered the blueprint. The soldier flexes his newly repaired arm, completely blown away. Whoa, you're the best field mechanic I've ever seen. Thanks, man. Han Xiao replies without even looking back. Don't mention it. But not far off, hiding in a dark stairwell, a young soldier hangs his head in despair. Our mercenary squad is down to just 2 people. I never knew this mission would be so dangerous. His terrified partner whispers, Let's use the chaos to escape. I don't want to die here. Just as he says it, a piercing siren shrieks from the loudspeakers, and now listen up, this is the exact moment all hell breaks loose. Against the dark sky, a swarm of glowing green dots appears, blotting out the stars. They close the distance in an instant, a horde of deadly poisonous insects. They dive-bomb the base, attacking the civilians around them. The crowd screams in terror as squads of armed soldiers rush out, yelling, Protect the people! Flamethrowers roar to life, burning the insects midair as the warning goes out. Contain the swarm. We need to buy time to deploy the poison gas. Another group of soldiers frantically hands out masks. Insect attack! We're deploying gas to kill them! All civilians, get to the shelter immediately! Everyone stampedes in one direction. The monsters are here. Hurry, get inside. A kid named Audi screams in terror, Mommy, as a giant bug snatches him up. Nivell doesn't even hesitate. He launches himself forward, tears the boy from its sharp claws, and sprints to safety. He hands Audi back to his mother, calmly reassuring her. It's okay. You're safe now. The woman clutches her sobbing son, her voice choked with relief and gratitude, and you can just feel it, right? That moment of pure, gut-wrenching relief. Thank you, Sir Nivell. It's too dangerous out there. You should hide in here with us. No one will find out. but he would never agree to that. I can't. As a soldier, protecting people is my duty. With that, he slips through the massive door just as it seals shut. Outside, thick clouds of poison gas begin to flood the battlefield. The bugs that hit the gas immediately drop from the sky, and the soldiers cheer. Yeah, the poison killed them. That was way too easy. But Nivelle keeps his gun raised, his voice low and serious. Don't drop your guard, rookie. The bugs are just a sign that the disaster has reached its final stage. A much stronger beast tide is definitely on its way. His subordinate nervously accepts the order. Roger that. And just as predicted, the ground begins to rumble like an approaching army. A pack of lightning leopards, crackling with blue electricity, emerges from the darkness. A hailstorm of bullets slams right into them. Ha! Weakened by the gas, these things are no match for us. But his triumphant laughter is cut short when a gigantic foot crushes a tree like a twig. Nivelle, his armor already deployed, freezes in horror. A herd of bone-armored elephants with glowing red eyes stomps towards them. We're screwed. Why are the bone-armored war elephants here? He raises his rifle, shouting to rally his men. Our families are right behind us. Do not waver. Hold the line. But they're called bone-armored for a reason. The rain of bullets just bounces right off. Damn it, they're too tough. Our weapons can't do a thing to them. Squads of soldiers make a desperate charge, throwing their bodies in front of the beasts. Don't let them break through. But it's like trying to stop a freight train with their bare hands. The elephants just swing their trunks and send soldiers flying like dolls. Nivelle is knocked to the ground, quickly grasping the situation. It's no use. We can't stop them. He forces himself up, launching into the air as he gives the order, "Everyone, fall back! I'll hold the big one off." Nivelle puts every ounce of his strength into a flying kick, smashing it right into the elephant's head. Roaring in pain, the beast swings its massive trunk in a wide arc, slamming him into a cliff face as his soldiers cry out in horror. "Captain Nivelle, are you okay?" The bone-armored elephant presses its advantage, charging forward with ground-shaking steps. It rams its head straight into the cliff, trying to crush him into paste. But Nivelle is already gone, zipping out just in time. He throws himself forward, creating an energy shield to block the beast. You will not advance one more step. But as if things couldn't get any worse, a murderous aura from another direction snaps his attention away. A lone surviving lightning leopard stalks towards him, snarling. It lunges, pinning him under its claws, and opens its jaws wide, ready to tear him apart with its sharp fangs. Nivelle gathers his strength for one powerful punch to its head, stunning it. He uses the opening to flip over and kick the beast away like a garbage bag. He stumbles back to the shield, shaking all over. Cough, my energy. I can barely hold the barrier anymore. The bone-armored elephant relentlessly slams into it like a raging bull. Nivelle stares it down, his resolve hardening. I will absolutely not let these monsters break our line of defense. Gritting his teeth, he issues a final command. This is Nivelle calling Starship Command, coordinates 774365. One bone-armored war elephant, requesting fire mission. High up in orbit, a mechanical voice replies, "Request acknowledged." And trust me, you and I are about to see some serious fireworks from the sky. Let me show you what pure, overwhelming power looks like. The bone-plated elephant is completely dwarfed, the ground explodes, and soldiers just scream in terror. Meanwhile, the captain is focused on the undead dragon in the sky. One soldier, still firing, yells out a warning. "Hey, mercenary, you can't just leave the front lines." But the mercs are already booking it. No point getting paid if you're not alive to spend it. I'm out. My kids due soon. I can't die here. The soldiers just get angrier, pouring it all into their shots. Damn it. Those mercenaries are totally unreliable. But his comrade sees it differently. After all, Black Spirit's Immortal Legion did most of the heavy lifting. Exactly. Just look at those mercs bragging over there. I did 20% more damage than you. You gonna argue with that? What are you complaining about? You're way better equipped than me. The soldier sighed. He'd always thought they were a bunch of jokers, but man, was he wrong? Not far from the chaos, a single house casts a lonely light into the darkness. A simple closed sign hangs on the door as a news anchor reports the grim situation. This new wave of monsters, their numbers and ferocity are unlike anything seen before. Yesterday's battle cost us countless great warriors, but the disaster is far from over. Melo sits slumped in a chair, surrounded by empty bottles and trash, the voice from the TV droning on. We must remember the heroes who sacrificed everything, and thank the soldiers still fighting. He chugs his drink, then furiously slams the empty glass onto a chair. Moss throws on a jacket and steps out into a narrow alley, recruitment flyers fluttering down. He glances at them, sighs, then crumples the paper and tosses it away. Suddenly, a desperate scream catches his attention. "No! Enlisting is a death sentence! I won't let you go!" Mello stares, trying to place the face. Isn't that the kid who got into a fight at my bar? The boy ran, defiantly grabs his mother's hand. How can everyone talk like that? Protecting our people is an honor so many have died for. I'm willing to give my life too. It's a privilege. Melos bends down, picking up the flyer he just discarded. The mother's pleading voice echoes in his mind. You're still young. You don't understand. So many people enlist every year, they won't even miss you. He unfolds the wrinkled recruitment paper. The boy's retort hits him. No, that's shameful. My dream is to be like our neighbor Nivelle, protecting our people. And trust me, what happens next is absolutely brutal. The mother snaps, slapping her son across the face. Nivelle, he died yesterday. They couldn't even find his body. Though her husband tries to stop her, she continues her verbal assault. All that's left of his family is a widow and an orphan, forced to live on government aid. It's tragic. She sobs. But at least she has a child, a reason to keep living. Your father and I are old. You're all we have. If you die, what are we supposed to do? How could we possibly go on? The father, Ram, gently strokes his son's hair. Rana, the Espers, the army, even Nivelle, they're all great people, but we're just ordinary citizens. I love our people, and I'll do my part by working hard. But the battlefield, that's not a choice we can even consider. The boy hangs his head in defeat. Mom, don't cry anymore. I won't go. Outside, Melost lights a cigarette, taking a long drag. He walks on, his steps pulling him back into his past. A much younger Moss clutches a toy fighter jet, his small fist clenched with determination. Big brother, don't go to school today. Come play with me. His brother Delphus sits at his desk, not even looking up. I can't. I have to study. You have so much natural talent. Why don't you try to be more like Fagona? Stop just playing around all day. The little boy pouts back. Why work so hard when you can just have fun? It's so much easier. Fagona, lifting weights nearby, throws out a challenge. Hey, you little brat, come over here and arm wrestle me. I definitely won't lose to you this time. Melos just makes a face at him. No way. He looks off, remembering Fagona's parting words. I hate you. You're stronger than me, yet you hide in the back like a coward while we protect you. Time flashes forward. A teenage Melos runs frantically into a lab. Brother, the Ghidorah rescue ship is here. We have to go. You and I both know this next moment changes everything. Delphus, still focused on his screen, speaks calmly. Our race is facing extinction. We need better weapons. As a developer, how can I leave? You go on. Live a good life. He finally turns, smiling gently. Hey kid, didn't you always want to solve the secret of my room? I left something in there for you. The code is our parents' birthdays, backwards. In the present, Melos freezes in the alley, gritting his teeth in pure self-hatred. Tears he didn't even realize were there stream down his face. He glares at the columns of smoke in the distance and lets out a roar of frustration. Damn it. Melos sprints home, throwing his coat behind him as his fingers fly across a hidden keypad. He pants, staring into the open safe. After he left me this, I kept telling myself it wasn't time. A powerful, sleek battlesuit is revealed. Moss finally makes his choice. This is the last general-class battlesuit of the Sanyu people. It's time for it to see the light of day. Smoke chokes the ground, dark clouds churn in the sky, and a gigantic acid bug appears in midair. A voice screams out, "There's a bigger one! Defensive positions!" A soldier looks up at the enemy and yells the order. "It's an acid clad! Move now!" Before anyone can react, it spews a disgusting green ooze from its mouth. The acid corrodes anything it touches. Screams of agony fill the air. A spaceship flashes its lights, receiving a command. The Sanu ship focuses all its firepower on the armored bug. A moment later, shells hammer the massive creature. But the attack barely tickles it, only making it angrier. It beats its wings, switches targets to the ship, and spits. Globs of green acid splatter against the ship's hull, eating through the metal. Smoke billows out, and moments later, the entire ship explodes as the horrified people below watch. Damn it! This bug is on another level. It just destroyed a warship. A man named Kwang Dao points at the rising pillar of smoke. The Sanu are in big trouble. Isn't Black Phantom going to help them? Han Xiao doesn't even bother to look up, casually taking a drag from his cigarette. The Sanu's problems are for them to solve. At the end of the day, we're just outsiders. In reality, he had his own concerns. If I step in and alter the main scenario, my entire plan goes up in smoke. So what do you and I do? We wait for the plot twist. He says, relax, the Sanu have survived worse. They must have an ace up their sleeve. Just then, a huge square opens in the ground. Turns out, they really did have a secret weapon. The soldiers look up in awe at the colossal machine rising before them. A giant cannon. Han Xiao's eyes are sparkling, practically drooling at the sight. Trust me, you and I are seeing this for the first time together in person, and it's just as epic as the player videos made it out to be. Inside the massive cannon, currents of multicolored energy are swirling and building up. The orbital cannon is charging. The indicator lights flash a rainbow of colors as the cannon finishes charging. Instantly, a shimmering 7-colored shell is fired, lighting up the area like it's New Year's Eve. Its immense power punches straight through the tough armored scales on the acid bug's belly. And just like that, the hideous monster is wiped out in a single shot. One soldier sees this epic display and grins. Whoa, that's strong. Looks like this fight will be over fast. But then another soldier points upwards, shouting, "Everyone, look! There's something in the sky!" Following his finger, a massive fireball tears through the dark smoke, hurtling right towards them. Down below, chaos erupts. Oh great, now there's a meteor too? The hovering ships immediately react, unleashing pulses of energy like lightning. A fleet surrounds the meteor, weaving a powerful energy net between them. The meteor slams into the grid with massive force, which slows its fall. This buys precious time for the orbital cannon to charge. Han Xiao watches, impressed. So, they linked the ship's power to form a giant force field shield. Clever. The ground cannons quickly join the battle, launching another shell high into the air. The orbital cannon finishes charging and fires. The solid meteor is pierced through, shattering into 1,000 pieces across the sky. The soldiers breathe a sigh of relief. That's great, the meteor is destroyed. But a comrade nearby isn't so optimistic. The planet's strongest beast is sleeping in that mountain. He watches the fragments rain down in every direction and warns them, if a piece of that meteor disturbs it, we're in huge trouble. Amidst the smoke and fire, an explosion sends out purple shards of rock. And here's where it gets so much worse, the meteor was laced with pseudo-mythical stones. Armored lizards with glowing eyes crawl out of the wreckage, and the dangerous sleeping beast has been awakened. It opens its giant mouth and spews a torrent of fire. For a meteor with pseudo-mythical stones to appear now, this has to be a conspiracy. But regardless, the armored lizards just keep torching everything in their path. A soldier aims his rifle at them, shouting, "Die, you monsters!" The creature seems to understand, knocking his weapon away with a single swipe. The towering silhouette of a Lie Wang beast looms like a small mountain, the burning bodies of soldiers at its feet. It's over. The line is about to fall. One after another, more Lie Wang beasts appear. They roar, swinging the massive scythes on their arms, ready to tear apart anything that gets in their way. A man watches this living hell and remarks, "The Lie Wang beast, the apex predator of this planet. They only appeared during the first calamity. Back then, we lost over half our army just to barely drive them away. After that, they vanished. I can't believe they were just sleeping deep inside the planet." Long warning alarms blare from the speakers as a soldier high above gives the command. "The Lie Wang beasts are here. Soon you soldiers, assemble, switch to melee gear and form a defensive line." Instantly, a wall of shields goes up. Our espers will engage the larger beasts on the front line. A seamless shield wall is quickly erected, not a single gap in sight. Our mission is to hold them off until the orbital cannon is fully charged. A beast lets out a long roar and crouches down. Then it slams into the defensive line like a freight train. The soldiers sweat and grit their teeth, shouting encouragement to each other. "Hold the line!" But against monsters like these, you and I both know mere human strength means nothing. They toss soldiers into the air like rag dolls. With a single swipe, countless bodies litter the ground. But just in the nick of time, the charge indicator hits 100%, energy charged, preparing to fire. The 7-colored shell blasts out, carrying all their hopes. It tears through a Lie Wang beast as easily as ripping paper. But that was just one shell. And there are so many beasts. How are there still so many of them left after that shot? The soldiers in the back keep wondering, how long can we possibly hold on? Watching the beasts swarm in like a flood, one soldier thinks his life is over. This is it. I'm really dead this time. Suddenly, a streak of light shoots up from the distance, completely unnoticed by anyone. While the beasts are still on a bloody rampage, Melos descends from the sky like an angel. A single lightning-fast kick slams right into a Lie Wang beast. He stands arrogantly on its corpse and turns to the soldiers. "Leave this area to me. Go support the espers on the front lines." Samala, bruised and worried, speaks up. He's grateful, but one man against all these beasts? Melos simply holds up a glowing insignia in his hand. "Don't worry, I've got this." Staring at the imposing mech suit materializing before him, Samala begins to stammer. Is that? The overwhelming aura confirms his suspicion. The legendary general class battle armor. With that, he leaps into the air, gripping a massive blade and facing the horde head-on. With just one clean swing, a whole group of beasts collapses. Melos is relentless. With every swing of his blade, another Lie Wang beast is sliced into pieces. The soldiers watch as a bloody corpse falls before them, their mouths hanging open in awe. So this is the power of a general class battle armor. One of them raises a fist high and shouts, "We're saved! One squad stays with me to support this hero. The rest of you, get to the front lines and help the espers." Squads of soldiers grab their weapons and charge forward with restored morale. Gunfire erupts once more. From afar, Han Xiao watches and smiles. Yep, that's gotta be him. He admires Melos' incredible fighting skills. Just as I figured, he's here. Looks like the main character of the Sunyu scenario has finally awakened. Melos swings his blade through the air like a dancer. On the ground, a squad provides covering fire, trying to match the hero's attack rhythm. Under his blade, the number of Lie Wang beasts starts to drop, fast. And just like that, you and I watch him standing tall among a field of corpses, completely untouchable. The monsters are running. We won. A lead soldier runs over to ask, "Thank you, sir. But who are you?" His only answer is the cold, retreating back of Melos. Hey, why'd he just leave? 2 days after the disaster, and trust me, the small-scale battles are still raging. A night fiend flails amidst a hail of bullets in midair. A weary soldier sighs. The 2 disasters are over. So why are there still so many crazed beasts hiding in the forest? When do we get a break? His comrade slaps him on the back, cheering him on. Stop complaining. Once we wipe out these beasts, we'll get all the rest we want. Out of nowhere, Melos slams headfirst into the night fiend. I'm here to help. With a single kick, he sends the beast crashing to the ground, out cold. The squad erupts in cheers. Awesome, he got it. Melos zips away as they shout from below. Thank you, hero. The soldiers look at each other, confused. So, who do you guys think that hero is? His buddy is just as clueless. I have no idea. But I heard the military is also investigating his identity. In a clearing not far from the city, Melos leans against a tree, holding his mask and wondering if maybe he should finally reveal who he is. He stares at the helmet, completely torn. But if I do, the military will definitely take this armor for research. Guess not. In the city square, 2 massive screens flicker to life. A news anchor, Pipo, speaks with a serious tone. On behalf of all the people of Sun Nu, I want to express our deepest gratitude to the tribesmen and mercenaries who fought in this disaster. He clenches his fist, declaring what everyone is waiting for. This catastrophe is officially over. The great warriors have once again protected the Sun Nu tribe. A massive roar erupts from the crowd. Everyone throws their hands in the air, ecstatic. Melos, dressed in civilian clothes, blends into the celebration, listening as Pipo continues. However, many soldiers sacrifice their lives in this disaster. As is tradition, please join me for a moment of silence. He, along with every citizen, places a hand on his chest and bows his head. Some can't hold back their tears. Elsewhere, squads of soldiers mourn their fallen comrades. Suddenly, on the live broadcast, Fapna rushes forward and snatches the microphone from Pipo, who stumbles back in shock. "Sir Fapna, you can't take the mic." Ignoring the flustered MC, he calmly hijacks the broadcast before the entire nation. Now this is the moment everything goes sideways. Watch closely. Fellow citizens, I am Fapna. I believe many of you know me. From this day forward, representing 40% of all supers, and as your protector, I declare that we are leaving the Sun Nu tribe, and we will not return. The crowd immediately buzzes like a broken hive. Everyone is asking the same thing. What? Why? Why is this happening all of a sudden? Melos clenches his fists at his sides, grinding his teeth as he spits the name in his mind. Fapna. A bunch of onlookers nearby snack on food, gossiping wildly. What's going on over there? The leader of the supers, the Sun Nu tribe's strongest mercenary, just quit. Han Xiao, another spectator, casually takes a drag from his cigarette with a smirk. The second act has finally begun. An armored soldier runs up and confronts him. Fapna, why would you do this? He throws a heavy punch right across his face. Fapna wipes the blood from his mouth and answers bluntly. For years, so many of my brothers have died. We've done more than enough for the Sun Nu tribe. Hearing this, the group of soldiers standing with him bow their heads in silence, but the other soldier keeps yelling. How dare you make such a scene? How dare you declare you're leaving? You're destroying everyone's hope. Fapna carelessly tosses the mic back to Pipo. I could have done this quietly. You all would have hidden my departure from the public for the so-called greater good. I want every citizen of Sun Nu to watch me leave. Only then can they make their own choices. With that, Fapna turns his back and leaves without a shred of hesitation. The citizens break down, sobbing and asking why. Why? It was so hard for us to make it this far. We're doomed. In the next disaster, we're all going to die. Some fall to their knees, others hold their heads in despair. But just as all hope seems lost, a familiar foot slams down, and a green blur smashes through the live broadcast screen. Melos turns in midair to face everyone, his voice booming with power. You don't need to give up hope. Please, listen to me. A few people quickly look up. Is that the mysterious super from the news reports? He boldly removes his helmet and introduces himself. I am Melos. From this day forward, he puts a hand on his chest as if taking an oath and shouts, "The Sun Nu tribe will be protected by me." The next day, it's another quiet morning at the Sun Nu camp. Melos is meeting with a soldier. The man speaks quickly. Thank you for agreeing to provide your armor for our research. We are also incredibly grateful that you stepped up when we were in danger. Melos replies politely. It was the right thing to do. By the way, have you found out what caused this disaster? The man doesn't hide a thing, pointing the finger directly at Am-Tin. Our intelligence network discovered that Am-Tin agitated the ghost language stone mineral veins, which caused the surge in the monster tide's intensity. As soon as the familiar name is spoken, Melos grits his teeth in frustration. Am-Tin again? Why won't they just leave our tribe alone? What did we ever do wrong? Meanwhile, in front of the military recruitment tent, a long line of people are waiting. The scene is so unusual it makes Melos wonder. Did the draft start early this year? It's probably because of Fap Na's departure. Suddenly, his eyes land on a familiar figure in the registration line. Oh, that kid's parents. Didn't they refuse to let him enlist? And that kid he's talking about? You and I both know it's Rana. He speaks with determination to the recruitment officer. Sir, I want to officially enlist. Jinbei sizes him up, clearly seeing a kid who's still wet behind the ears, and tests him. You're enlisting this young? Your parents must have tried to stop you. Rana immediately snaps to a military stance, shouting every word loud and clear. Yes, sir, they did, but I believe my decision is the right one. The officer sees the immense resolve in the boy's eyes and finally picks up the enlistment form, but his gaze remains sharp. Once this enlistment form is approved, there's no turning back. This is your last chance for regrets. He snatches the letter, his voice firm. I will never regret this. Melos sees it all and curses himself. A kid that young, already so dedicated to serving his people. 'Cause what have I even been doing? But as he turns to leave, a familiar voice makes him jump. Yo. We meet again. It was Han Xiao, leaning against a wall, looking perfectly at ease. I've waited half a day for you. We need to talk. Melos approaches him, still a little suspicious. How did you know I'd be here? Are you actually a prophet? Han Xiao just smirks, not even trying to hide his smugness. I definitely didn't know a bar owner was a secret B-class super, or that he pilots a general-grade mech called the Shattered Light to fight off disasters. The words hit Melos like a thunderclap. His eyes go wide, no one knows the name of his mech. This guy. He must be the real deal. He musters his courage and asks the big question. So, what do you really want from me? Han Xiao casually slings an arm around him. Let me tell you a little story. And so the tale begins a story that sounds suspiciously familiar about a handsome young man used as a test subject on some backward, primitive planet. One day, during an experiment, he awakens the power of prophecy, seeing countless visions of the future. He uses this foresight to escape, win his freedom, and then crush his planet's greatest enemy, becoming a legend across the entire world. But right at his peak, he sees a new future, a man-made catastrophe that will soon descend upon his home. The mastermind was hiding deep within the starry sky, so he left his planet, stepping into a much larger galaxy to find a way to save everyone. Yeah, it's Han Xiao's life story. He grins, pointing a thumb at himself. That pathetic, talentless kid, that was me. Melos just freezes, his face a perfect mask of shock. Wait, so you're saying you came into outer space with the responsibility of saving your home world, and to contact us? Han Xiao confirms it. My home planet is in the Garten star system, and disaster is coming. The one behind it is a name you Sunils should know very well. Suddenly, all the pieces click. Melos' face darkens. Dark Star. So that's it. Dark Star is our common enemy, and that's why you came to Sunil. Han Xiao puts on a serious expression. My comrades and I came to the stars to find salvation. I'm helping you because we share the same pain, and because I'm looking for allies. He's completely dazzled by the heroic figure before him. Han Xiao is just like the protectors of Sunil, a hero willing to risk it all for his home. Hearing the praise, Han Xiao puts on a show of humility. Oh, no. Saving my people is my duty. You can't call me a hero for that. Poor Melos buys it completely. So, in the future you foresaw. What happens to me? Han Xiao can barely contain his glee. Heh, he took the bait. And here's where it gets absolutely brutal. Watch how he lays this trap. Han Xiao pretends to think, then spins a Hollywood-level tragedy. You sacrifice yourself fighting the disaster, and your death is horrific. In the future I saw, the beast tide breaches Morihara City's walls. You hold the line, fighting until you're completely spent, before the horde tears you to shreds. Melos is just speechless, completely horrified. Han Xiao keeps twisting the knife. Sunil's situation is critical. The beasts are just the immediate danger. The Ghidorah escape route isn't safe. In the shadows, Darkstar is watching like a hungry wolf. If you rise up again, they will attack. And Melos believes every word, clutching his head in despair. You're saying Sunil is hopeless? Seeing his moment, Han Xiao dangles the bait. Of course not. The way out has been right in front of you all along. Melos immediately snaps back. Right in front of us? You mean taking out Darkstar? Using his last few brain cells, he argues, that's impossible. Darkstar is too powerful. Han Xiao delivers the final soul-crushing blow. You think Darkstar hasn't made other enemies? We have potential allies scattered everywhere. All they need is someone to unite them. I want to be that pioneer. The brainwashing is so complete, it actually brings a tear to Melos's eye. Such a grand ambition. Compared to you, I'm just a coward. And inside, Han Xiao is celebrating. Huh. Hook. Line and sinker. Then he gets serious with his offer. You and the other Sunil supers want to be mercenaries in space, right? Why not just join my team? Seeing a golden opportunity, Melos shakes his hand, sealing the deal. He even adds a bit of reverence. All right, from now on, please guide me. I want to see with my own eyes if you can truly create a miracle. Han Xiao looks at his new recruit, mind already racing with plans. Players who just do daily quests won't feel a real sense of belonging. But what if my mercenary group let players join in on major planetary storylines, letting them form real emotional bonds with the NPCs? If they could map those epic game plots onto my team, their loyalty would go through the roof. By recruiting NPCs from different factions, players will have to interact with my mercenary group to experience the main story. Over time, Black Star mercenaries could become a shadow that follows them their entire careers. We cut to the bustling lounge at the Jubilee Hub. Inside, Melos is scrolling through his comms. This mercenary group is only a month old? Looks like Black Star wasn't lying. A notification sound pings. Application approved. You have joined the Black Star mercenary group. At that exact moment, 3 other mercenaries walk past. They're excitedly talking about their last mission. Later, I'm gonna find Black Phantom and get this whole batch of gear upgraded. The one in front, Maple Moon, agrees. Me too. Suddenly, Bun Hit Dog recognizes the guy sitting over there. Hey, isn't that Sunil's national hero, the one the captain scammed into joining us? He squints. Yeah, I think his name is Melos. The entire squad immediately swarms him. And you and I both know what happens next. Bun Hit Dog just pokes him in the cheek, no hesitation. Gotta check for hidden quests. Hao Tian and Maple Moon just start bombarding him with questions. What kind of class are you anyway? You and the Black Phantom, you got some kind of shady deal going on? That's how he ended up in this mercenary squad getting pummeled, and all Melos can do is stammer out excuses. A deal? No way. After getting grilled, he just sighs. Man, these mercenaries are a little too passionate. Over on the other side, Han Xiao finally makes his appearance and gets instantly mobbed by a huge crowd of players. Whoa, the faction merchants got mechs for sale. I want one too. One player who successfully buys a Sunil suit looks absolutely awesome. 2 other guys standing nearby can't help but ask how it feels. The stats are solid, way better than the junk at the main hub, and for half the price. The player in the armor gives a glowing review. It's super responsive, and it's got an integrated auto frame inside. The system flashes his sales total. 3 Sun new individual armors sold, bringing in 3,000 dinar. A perfect win-win. His customers are ecstatic with their new mechs. This is sick. This mech suit is perfect for me. A mech this strong and this cheap? I seriously lucked out. But our boy just smiles, knowing his profit margin is actually pretty low. See, the players can afford the base model, but they'll have to spend more later. And here's the genius part, he announces his premium upgrade package. This mech still has tons of room to grow. I can enhance them for all of you, for just a little extra compensation, of course. The whole crowd erupts, scrambling to buy the package. Madblade's eyes are practically glowing with excitement. It can be enhanced? I want an upgrade. Me too, please. He just stands there and rakes in the cash. All right, everyone, hand over the money, then give me the mechs. Come back in 3 days. Madblade doesn't hesitate, shoving his money forward. I have enough for 5 upgrades, it's all yours. The ka-ching of his account notifications just keeps on coming. 100 Enar received, 150 Enar, 200 Enar. Han Xiao is loving this. Heh. I'll only give them a tiny boost each time, and the price will get steeper with every single enhancement. But to get stronger gear, the players have no choice but to keep coming back to me. Melos spots the chaos and decides to check it out. Hey, Black Star, he calls out warmly. Ah, it's you. I still haven't introduced you to the team members. We'll throw you a proper welcome party some other day, okay? He cuts right to the chase, not wanting to waste any time. Forget the welcome party. I'm here because I want to know how you managed to create one of our Sunil mechs. He points to the player in the suit. One for me too? Han Xiao just smirks. I reverse engineered the blueprint while repairing your mechs on the battlefield. Pretty smart, huh? Mellows just shoots him a deadpan look. Has anyone ever told you that you're completely shameless? A little while later, let's follow him back to his upgrade room, a chaotic mess of machinery. He's reading the info on his screen, a look of pure satisfaction on his face. Perfect. I've bought all the knowledge I need for the class up, the conditions are met, and I've earned enough Enar. It's finally time for me to level up. The system panel confirms it. Learning in progress. Success. You have now mastered heavy machinery modification. Learning. Success. You have mastered fundamental electromagnetics. With all requirements met at level 80 and 400 intelligence, the mechanic class advancement can begin. Initiating upgrade. A jolt of electricity runs through his body, a sign of his growing inner power. Upgrade complete. Stamina has increased. 1 stamina now equals 40 health and 50 energy. You've unlocked a new class. Data Mechanic, level 1. Energy plus 100, Agility plus 3, Stamina plus 2, and Strength plus 4. You receive 5 free attribute points and 1 potential point. He also gets a whole new set of skills, including Overload Modification, High Purity Refining, Magnetic Vision, and Data Flow. After what feels like 7749 upgrades, Han Xiao thinks to himself, it feels like some kind of chain inside my body has just been shattered. Another high-voltage current zaps through him. Mechanical affinity has leveled up again, and his energy feels like an extension of his senses. Basically, mechanical affinity boosts the quality of his creations and his crafting speed. The stat panel continues to pop up right in front of him. Han Xiao looks at the final line with a satisfied smirk. I've finally reached grade B. Based on his current abilities, he starts planning his next steps. Out here in the vast cosmos, grade B is considered a core combatant. To handle high-level fights, I need to upgrade all my current firearms, completely overhauling them for more power and making the electromagnetic guns easier to handle. Machinery whirs to life, cutting and shaping parts under his command. Han Xiao is buzzing with anticipation. He activates his new mechanical vision skill, and an analysis screen appears. Now for the best part, enhancing the mech. This is an active skill. Entering the special magnetic vision state temporarily boosts his mechanical affinity, and his new machinery analysis aptitude provides a massive buff. Han Xiao uses his own body as the test subject for his newly upgraded skills. Neon armor plates assemble around him, fitting perfectly. Plus, the overload modification skill boosts the product's final attributes. In that very moment, he reaches up and grabs the cutting-edge weapon he just forged. This is the brand new Serpentine mech, in its most powerful form. After finishing the upgrade process, Han Xiao emerges in a slick black combat suit with neon blue accents. It's the Serpentine assault form, and it looks absolutely incredible, with a ridiculously huge electric scythe glaive in his right hand. At this point, he's ready to take on anyone. Han Xiao quickly tests out his new toy, spinning the giant scythe above his head. The air rips with a high-pitched metallic whine. In a flash, he channels all the suit's kinetic energy and blasts forward at a terrifying speed, leaving a pathetic trail of electromagnetic energy behind. The Flash has got nothing on this guy. Han Xiao retracts his mask, revealing a handsome, triumphant grin. Now this is the kind of gear that's worthy of my grade B abilities. My combat options just got a whole lot more diverse. But hang on, just when we think he's about to celebrate, the speakers at the Jubilee Hub suddenly blast out an urgent announcement. Apologies for the interruption. A sudden event has occurred. A convoy of silver spirit travelers was ambushed by mysterious ravagers, then captured to be sold as slaves. The strength of these ravagers is completely unknown. Word spreads like wildfire, an escaped silver spirit has posted a massive bounty, calling for mercenaries to rescue their people. And just like that, the entire hall is buzzing. One player stops in his tracks. Silver spirits. They're legendary for paying top dollar. And he's right, they're known for it. Coming from the distant spirit sea, the silver spirits are a powerful and highly evolved noble race with a special status in the universe. Just then, Mellows happens to be walking by the announcement board, looking completely absorbed in thought. He quickly finds his brother in arms, his expression practically glowing with excitement. Blackstar, did you hear the news? He gets straight to the point. Let's go for that silver spirit reward. We'll definitely make a killing. The moment Han Xiao hears money, he's on board. All right, let's go check it out. The two of them head to the mercenary hall to check the mission details. The screen is clear as day. Rescue imprisoned comrades. Posted by a silver spirit. The requirement: 400 reputation or higher. His face drops. 400 reputation just to accept the mission? Han Xiao is crushed. Though he hates to admit it, they have to accept it. We don't even have half that. I guess this one's a wash. Mellows turns to him, his voice full of disappointment. Such a shame. Imagine the money we could have earned for our people. Han Xiao claps him on the shoulder. Don't worry, we'll just grab another one. There's always a chance. Suddenly, rushed footsteps approach, and a voice cuts through their somber moment. Well, well, Captain Blackstar. I knew I'd find you here. It's none other than the elite trio from the Skyring squad. Gassel politely makes the first move. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm a squad leader for the Skyring mercenaries. Han Xiao sizes him up, then responds, Skyring, huh? I've heard the name. What do you want from me? The guy leans closer to the mission screen, his voice a mix of mockery and smugness. The Silver Spirit mission looks like Captain Blackstar is having a little trouble. He then puts on a dramatic show. Luckily for you, I have a way to solve your little problem. Or rather, he continues, this is the very reason I came here. Han Xiao is left absolutely speechless as the guy practically shouts in his face. Rude! You're supposed to ask what my solution is. Han Xiao has no choice but to play along with this guy. Fine, what is it? The man grins, pleased. A teachable child. Then he lays it out. We at Skyring are also planning to take this mission. Why don't you just merge with the Skyring Mercenary Corps? An onlooker, Jodyu, can't believe her ears. Wait, did I just hear that right? The captain of Skyring is inviting a rookie to join them? Brion nods in agreement. Skyring is incredibly hard to get into. I applied before and got rejected flat out. He adds it, just to emphasize their prestige. No kidding, we're talking about Skyring here. Their reputation is legendary, Bolin continues in an admiring tone. They're the top mercenary corps in the Shattered Star Ring, a huge operation. I heard their captain is an A-rank super with thousands of subordinates. But against all expectations, Han Xiao delivers 3 gut-punching words. I refuse. The guy is so stunned he can only point and stammer. What did you say? I don't think I heard you correctly. And yeah, you heard right. That rejection just shocked the onlookers even more than the man himself. Their jaws are practically on the floor. He actually turned down Skyring, but our main character already has his own plans in motion. Skyring coming to him means they know about the player's immortality. Merging would boost his early growth, but his own Blackstar Mercenary Corps would be erased. Melos, still a bit naive, whispers, This Skyring team seems incredible. Shouldn't we at least consider it? Han Xiao shakes his head and explains, If we join, we become their subordinates. Our goal is to deal with Darkstar, but a mercenary corps has to put profits first. They would never risk a direct confrontation with Darkstar just to help with our quest for revenge. He then compares it to the reality on planet Sunil, just like how the Silu soldiers fought to be independent from Ghidorah. Our revenge can only be carried out by our own hands, he says, leaving Melos completely stunned. Melos looks down, disappointed. You're right. I wasn't thinking clearly. Han Xiao quickly reassures him. It's okay. I have a plan. Over on the other side, the Skyring trio looks like they just lost their life savings. Rejected. Just like that. Han Xiao, getting tired of their little melodrama, finally speaks up. Don't be like that. I only refuse to join Skyring, not to cooperate. I have a way for this to be mutually beneficial. Glay looks like he's been constipated for a week, forcing out each word. What kind of way? Han Xiao moves closer, using every ounce of life experience he has to sell his pitch. An organization as big as Skyring must get a lot of dangerous jobs. I'm guessing you're interested in us because of the rumors about our revival ability, correct? My team can take on those high-casualty missions as indirect hires. The offer is tempting, and he immediately looks interested. Meaning, you'd still take orders from us, right? Han Xiao crosses his arms, letting the bait dangle. Just as he predicted, Glay agrees without a second thought. Fine then. You chose to be a subordinate instead of a colleague. 4 p.m. this afternoon, Pier 8. Be there. Melos, who saw the whole badass exchange, can't stop praising him. Whoa, no wonder you're the man who can rally so many supers to fight alongside you. That negotiation was on another level. Joining your mercenary corps was the best decision ever. Han Xiao's ego swells. All right, stop worshipping me, bro. Let's go get ready. Okay, he replies cheerfully. The Black Spirit mercenary ship quickly arrives at the mission site. The moment they step off, they can't help but feel the excitement. So soon, on to the next mission already. Oh yeah, I heard this one is a big one too. Melos is walking with Han Xiao. He says with confidence, a reward this high means this mission is dangerous. I'll protect you. Han Xiao shoots him a challenging look. Who's protecting who hasn't been decided yet? Trust me. You're going to want to see what happens next. How about we have a little sparring match? Seeing the triumphant look on his face, Melos hesitates for a moment. Confidence is good. Fine, let's go. But don't blame me if your ego takes a hit. A moment later, they're in the combat simulation training room. Melos puts his fists up, all cocky. Come on, let me show you the huge gap between our ranks. Don't worry, I know my limits. I won't hurt you. But Han Xiao is way too eager to wait, rushing forward to seize the initiative. Stop wasting time, old man, he thinks, throwing a lightning-fast punch that Melos just barely blocks. And you gotta love the look on Melos's face. He's actually impressed that a mechanic like this kid has some real strength. Then, with no brotherly love whatsoever, he sends Han Xiao flying with a kick, but that's as far as it goes. Just when he thought victory was his face twists in absolute shock. Han Xiao has pulled out his Viper armor, and he's holding an electric scythe, ready to bring it down. Is that all you got? He taunts before unleashing a powerful swing. Melos gets hit dead on. The force of the blow is so massive it sends him flying backwards into a wall. Seriously, how is anyone supposed to fight against that? Even though he's hurt from that last hit, Melos reconsiders things. I seriously underestimated you. But he refuses to lose, touching the pendant on his neck to open a spatial key. This is the signal that the real fight is about to kick off. I was planning on going easy on you, but it looks like you don't need it. Oh yeah, it is on now. He dons his own armor, the shattering light suit. He steps forward, ready for a real battle. If that's how you want it, then I'll have to go all out. The fight hits its climax, and our main character gets into his battle stance. That's more like it. Bring it. Meanwhile, outside, the Skyring trio casually approaches. Gasil suddenly stops, observing the bizarre scene in front of him. It looks like Dej and Risan are surrounding a cute little service robot. My lady, your 70% sugar Youngchi Ganlu is ready. She's completely blown away. Wow, you just input the formula and it makes the real thing. Another guy is equally captivated by the little robot. So awesome, its ears can even move. But Gasil just looks at the happy crowd and thinks to himself, it's just one robot, what's the big deal? These natives are just making a big deal out of nothing. Alright, let me show you people what real tech looks like. Gasil's big show-off moment is about to begin. And watch this, he clears his throat, and his teammate immediately bails. I've got a bad feeling about this. I'm out of here. Then he flips a coin and instantly equips his battle armor. Talk about a professional flexer. Oh, whoops. Did I accidentally put on the latest personal battle armor from Skyring? The girls are totally dazzled by the sight. What kind of armor is that? It's so cool. Gasil shoots them a charming look, trying to woo the innocent girls. It seems you ladies are very interested in my armor. However, your strength isn't enough to control one. If you join Skyring, I'll gift you a starter version of this suit. I'm very generous with my colleagues. Risan hears this and knows it's a bad deal, so she politely declines. Thank you for your kind offer. But suddenly, their teammates' shout cuts through the awkward atmosphere. Hey, the captain and Melos are sparring. Like they've just been thrown a life raft. They all scramble to leave. Whoa, I want to see. That old guy seems a little strange. Let's go, leaving him fuming. How rude. These natives have no manners. Inside the training room, the two are locked in a fierce battle. He throws one punch. Han Xiao returns two. They're a whirlwind of chaos. The two watching from the sidelines are in complete awe. Dej is so shocked, he swears. Holy crap, look at that. Black Star has a new set of armor. Looks insane, Risan agrees. I bet its power has gone up by more than just one level. Glay gets curious and also comes over to check it out. He thinks to himself, what kind of battle armor can a native possibly have? And I know what you're thinking, yep. Moss dodges a slash from the scythe and calls it quits. Ahem. I surrender. Let's stop here for today. With that, they both walk out satisfied. A beaten-up Melos asks, how did you suddenly get so strong? On planet Sunil, you were clearly only class. Han Xiao doesn't hide it. Hehe, I had a breakthrough recently. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupts, grabbing his attention. Your captain's battle armor is very powerful. Gasil is as persistent as a leech. He keeps trying to recruit other players. My armor is one of a kind. I can't give it to you all. Why don't you join Skyring? Raisin cuts him off with a savage comeback. Heh, our captain is a mechanic. After he upgrades this gear, it'll be mass-produced and sold to us for cheap, you know. Maybe you should join Black Star instead. Our benefits are really good. He's clearly embarrassed and furious, and immediately turns his back to leave. I have my own career plans, don't worry about it. Han Xiao watches for a moment and understands his scheme. So, he was trying to trick players into changing their class, but not a single person was swayed. It seems the united faction he worked so hard to build is finally showing clear results. In another part of the Fawn Galaxy, a scavenger spaceship is floating in an asteroid belt. Faye, the scavenger leader, walks casually through the brig as he gives an order. And yup, you and I just found our real villains. Search this group of Silver Spirit people. If they have a tracking device, it'll be a huge problem. Turns out, they're the ones who imprisoned the Silver Spirit tribe. Two of his goons violently grab Bood's shirt. Get up, behave yourself. He responds with a stern voice, don't touch me with your filthy hands. For that, a goon sends a lightning-fast punch straight to his face. Drop the whole I'm a noble act already. He continues his warning, do you not even realize what situation you're in? Just as Bood falls, a single jet black pearl rolls out. Faye, standing nearby, happens to see everything. Huh. He walks over and picks up the mysterious object. He inspects the pearl for a long moment, then speaks with satisfaction. Well, you hid this pearl quite well, didn't you? Boot immediately has a violent reaction. Give that back. I'm an emissary of Darkstar. That belongs to Darkstar. If you dare take it, you're a dead man. The two goons hear this and can't stop mocking him. You're an emissary of Darkstar? In that case, I'm the Prime Minister of Ghidorah. Do you think Darkstar is a place that accepts just anyone? Even our boss couldn't get into Darkstar. Faye, on the side, quickly pockets his new prize. Search them thoroughly. I've already contacted a buyer. Right now, we're heading to Dragon's Calm Floating Island. One of his lackeys hears the name and screams. Dragon's Calm Floating Island. Is that the territory of that great lord? Faye remains calm, slowly leaving the prison area. This time, the client is one of his subordinates, and they're very willing to pay. He looks at Faye with contempt. You foolish scavengers. Even if you take that pearl, you'll never be able to break the code. All right, let's jump right in. On Planet 5 Van 122, a huge crowd has gathered in front of the rescue mission spaceship. So this is the meeting point. That's a lot of people. Every single one of them is prepping for this contract. With this many mercenaries joining the Silver Spirit rescue, those slave traders are going down, no matter how strong they are. Suddenly, a voice calls out, "You must be Black Star." A beautiful blonde girl approaches, followed by the seriously stylish trio from Skyring. I am Officer Hua of Skyring, and the leader of this operation. Welcome to the mission. You must be the Immortal Army. Han Xiao gives a polite reply, but gets right to the point. Thanks. Why is everyone gathered here but not taking any action? Yan, representing the Silver Spirits, is there to answer. Right now, our only hope is a master diviner or a prophet in a nearby system who can provide some information. Hua mentions the lost pearl from the pen. The tracking devices on the Silver Spirits have been destroyed. We were completely blindsided by the ambush on the Silver Spirits. We're at a total disadvantage. Hearing this, Han Xiao gets a smug look. A prophet? Oh, he's great at that. He then turns to the person beside him. You must be the client, right? If I provide a clue, can I get paid extra? Xin quickly answers. Of course, that's no problem at all. What do you want? Han Xiao doesn't hold back, demanding 2 advanced mechanic knowledge skills. This is a small price to pay, so he immediately agrees. If you can provide a reliable lead, after the mission is over, we will immediately give you what you want. Han Xiao, satisfied, offers his thanks. Your generosity is truly praiseworthy. He then focuses his power, looking out into empty space. Let me see. And now a vision of the future appears. Pay close attention. I see a skeleton, the breath of a void dragon, he says, as the scene shifts to the prison holding the Silver Spirits. A man appears before his eyes, along with a crude, fat guy. The Skyring crew hears this, and their eyes go wide. Hua whispers the words void dragon. Skeleton. Then someone connects the clues and shouts, Dragon Calm, Floating Island. The moment they hear Dragon Calm, the Skyring soldiers freak out and start running for their lives. Apologies, I'm withdrawing from this mission. I'm not going to Dragon Calm. It's too scary. Mad Blade watches them scatter, completely confused. Why did they all leave? What's the deal with Dragon Calm Floating Island? Gly beside him looks like he knows. Allow me to answer your question. He starts explaining in a chillingly flat voice. Dragon Calm Floating Island is a neutral zone, home to countless criminals. As long as you don't offend the ruler, anything is permitted. Plus, its ruler is a top-tier, calamity-grade superhuman. Instead of being scared, Mad Blade and Meatbun just get more excited. Whoa, that sounds awesome. We'll definitely be able to film some amazing live footage there. I want to go. Hua watches them and gives a kind warning. Even with your immortal bodies, setting foot in that place is extremely dangerous. You should really think about it. It's not too late to back out. But Han Xiao puts his honor on the line. It's fine. We're not afraid of trouble. Hua looks at the young man with deep admiration. Such incredible courage. Well then, it's a pleasure working with you. Elsewhere, at the Dark Star base, a secret meeting is in progress. Voices echo through the room. Our transport for this shipment was hijacked. Could Ghidorah have discovered our plan? Shuang Miao objects, looking extremely worried. No, it was just an unexpected incident. The Silver Spirit cargo was stolen by slave traders. Maskey continues the briefing with good news and bad news. The tracking devices on them were also destroyed. But our informant just got word that a slave trader on Dragon Calm Floating Island is buying up Silver Spirits. There's a high chance our cargo was sold to him. The best news right now is that outsiders don't know the Pearl's passcode. They'll never discover the Mutation Source and the supergene separator hidden inside. Jin Li agrees and immediately suggests a plan. If that's the case, then dispatch Ember to Dragon Calm Floating Island. Since joining Darkstar, he has never missed a single shot. Outside, the spaceship flies peacefully through the cosmos, but inside, they're giving out an order. This is on you. Success is mandatory. Failure is not an option. The Dark Star Assassin, Ember, replies confidently. Consider the mission complete. On Dragon Calm Floating Island, entire buildings float poetically against the sky. An aide gives a sharp military salute and begins to report. Reporting, the informant has been contacted. Nearby, Lucaso gives a cheerful greeting. Yo, long time no see. Hua looks over at Han Xiao, who's busy sketching something. Han Xiao, tell him what the middleman looks like. He just holds up the portrait in his hands and asks, he looks something like this. Do you know him? The guy recognizes him with a single glance and gestures for them to follow. Isn't that Holit? He owns the biggest slave market on the floating island. I'll take you to the market. Over in the slums of Dragon Calm, Du Cheng and his crew are refusing to be lowballed. No way, this is all top-grade ore. I can't sell it for just 40. Kill aggressively points a gun in his face, threatening him. I said 40. Are you selling or not? Du Cheng's face goes pale as he instantly gives in. Ah, I'll sell. I know what you're thinking. This is where our heroes step in, right? Absolutely. Isn't this just bullying people? The thug looks over and challenges him. Oh? A mercenary who only cares about profit has such a righteous streak? Ren, standing nearby, spits on the ground with contempt. Unfortunately for him, that spit lands right on Feng Yue's hand, causing her to cry out in surprise. Han Xiao's eyes blaze with fury as he shoots him a death glare. Without saying a word, he unleashes one move and sends Ren flying. The other pirates see their buddy get knocked out and start yelling threats. You damned mercenaries dare to attack a pirate? Are you looking for a death wish or something? Kill. Their leader charges forward aggressively. Let's paint this place red. Hua doesn't even flinch, powering up her palms and giving the order to prepare for battle. She points a finger toward the sky, calmly drawing a circle that creates a whirlpool, then flash freezes the pirates in a layer of blue crystal. And that's where we leave them, right in the middle of a fight. You and I both know this is just the explosive start to an even bigger showdown. Mello looks at him, pure worry on his face. But aren't the guards here supposed to be absolutely terrifying? On someone else's turf? Is this really okay? Han Xiao just grins. Relax, fighting is totally allowed on this island. Just remember one rule, and you and I will see how strictly they enforce it. Don't kill any residents or workers. Stray cannonballs fly everywhere, tearing through a few nearby buildings. Suddenly, a voice screams out in rage. What are you doing? Don't you dare wreck property on Dragon Calm Floating Island. Stepan just stares blankly at the mess he made while his buddy yells, Dude, what did you do? And just like that, jets appear overhead. Melos watches the pirates throw their hands up and surrender. Oh crap, jets. That can't be the Dragon Calm Guard, can it? Who opened their big mouth and jinxed us? A voice booms from the jets, cold and robotic. Pirates. The structures you've destroyed have resulted in worker casualties and financial losses for Dragon Calm. The pirates immediately drop to their knees, begging, We can pay for it. Please, just give us another chance. But the mechanical voice is merciless, backed by spinning machine guns. In the name of Emery, master of Dragon Calm, I sentence you to death. A rain of bullets finishes them off. Lucaso trembles, staring at the corpses everywhere. They're all dead. Shaking, he hugs himself like he just stared death in the face. Good thing we followed the rules, or that would have been us. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Calm slave market, a bustling 3-story building, a voice announces, Welcome to Holit's infamous slave market. In a flash, Han Xiao transforms into a rich, stylish playboy to take the lead. Going in as a merc would just raise too many alarms. Yeah, let me be the one to scout this out. The Skyring soldier next to him jumps back, completely freaked out. How did you do that? Is that some kind of disguise art? A broker in a sharp suit eagerly introduces the merchandise. What race or gender is the esteemed customer looking for today? Han Xiao just shakes his head, looking unimpressed. You're trying to pull in high rollers with this generic stuff? If you don't have any rare items, I'm going somewhere else. The owner, casually feeding his bird, looks over with a curious, oh. Spotting his flashy, rich guy look, the old man himself comes over to greet him. Ha, a man who knows quality. Right this way, sir. Han Xiao plays along politely. After you, Holet stops at a mysterious white door. Now, this is a place I don't show to just anyone. Once they're all inside, the old man spreads his arms with pride. These are all rare goods you won't find anywhere else, mostly espers. See anything that catches your eye? The slaves just grip the bars, cursing at him. You vile slaver, you'll get what's coming to you. Han Xiao scans the area. No silver spirits in sight, inside or out. So he decides to voice his skepticism out loud. This selection is fine, but I need to confirm something. You're definitely holding back your best stuff, right? Holit just smirks, flattering him. Very few customers see this room and aren't impressed. It seems you truly have a sharp eye for quality. The old man gets all mysterious. All right then, let me show you my final premium-grade item. Han Xiao sees Erosia sitting gloomily behind the bars, and his mind starts racing. So, it's just one powerful Esper girl. He lets out a breath. Looks like the other prisoners haven't made it to the island yet. Right on cue, a system notification pops up. You have activated the quest. Guest from afar. The mission description is hilariously over the top. The first time you saw her, her eyes were burned into your mind, like a hazy mist opening in the deepest, darkest abyss. A voice echoes in your heart. You must take this girl with you. Quest requirement. Free her from the slave market. Keep her by your side for 6 days. Completing this grants 1.8 million experience and one unknown reward. His jaw drops. What the hell? I didn't know you could get hidden quests like this. He looks over at Erosia. Okay, you and I both know there's more to this. What's so special about her? Holit grins and answers respectfully. Sir, she's highly intelligent and a potential Esper of incredible power. Her body contains the bloodlines of numerous ancient creatures. Her energy readings are completely off the charts compared to a normal person. But you don't need to worry about betrayal. He pauses, rubbing his chin before continuing with a dark tone. Because she has amnesia. She can't remember her past, has no idea what to do. She seems to lack all basic instincts and desires. She won't even resist. You can do whatever you want with her. Han Xiao nods, intrigued. Time to make a deal. Interesting. So, what's the asking price? Holit holds up 3 fingers. Not expensive at all. 300,000 ina. Without another word, Han Xiao turns and walks away, cursing the old fox internally. Is this guy trying to rob me? One scammer trying to rip off another, huh? Seeing his big fish walk away, the old man panics and chases after him. If the price is too high, you can make an offer. How about 200,000? Sir, don't be so hasty. What about 100,000? Is that okay? Finally, Holit is sweating bullets, dropping the price faster than a flea market hag. Okay, I'm taking a loss. My lowest price, 10,000, just for you. Han Xiao glances back at his desperate smile. Han Xiao immediately gets suspicious. A discount that steep means there's a catch. He pushes up his glasses. The price is acceptable, but I'm also looking for other rare slaves. Do you have anything else? The old man now treats Han Xiao like royalty, promising with a genuine, greasy smile. Haha, you're in luck, sir. I have a new shipment of rare items arriving soon. You can check them out then. Han Xiao waves as he leaves. All right, I'll come back for another look. And I'll pick up that strange girl while I'm at it. The employee who'd been trailing them scratches his head. Boss, why were you in such a hurry? Is she that hard to sell? And here's the twist. Holit doesn't hesitate to tell him the truth. She's not hard to sell, but no matter who buys her, within 6 days, she loses her memory and comes right back here. He's sold her off to quite a few buyers already. And every single time, Erosia reappears, sitting silently in her cage, glowing with a faint golden light. To Holit, she's the golden goose that keeps on giving. I've sold her so many times, and it's always the same. And then, he adds an even stranger detail. Let me show you how messed up this world is. The local lord once tried killing her out of curiosity, but no matter how many times she dies, she just loses her memory and comes right back. This endless cycle of her being sold or killed, only to reappear in a flash of golden light, never stops. Holit, keying in the room's code, has it all figured out. So any poor sucker who buys her is just handing me free money. I can keep tricking them over and over. An employee immediately gives him a thumbs up, totally sucking up. The boss is a genius. It's a guaranteed profit with zero risk. Meanwhile, Han Xiao shares the intel he's gathered with the team. The silver spirits probably haven't been bought by the slave traders yet. They're making the deal in the next few days. Hua quickly forms a plan. If they've already been sold to Holit, we'll have no choice but to risk a direct fight with the Dragon Calm Guards. We have to act now and save them before the deal goes down. Deep in the night, as the city sinks into shadow and everyone sleeps, Han Xiao's team studies the map, dividing up their tasks. Glay, you'll take scouts directly to the riverfront for surveillance. Find the 10 desolates, the ones who kidnapped the silver spirits, and mark their vehicle. We'll make our move here. 2 heavy trucks will block them from both ends. The hostage rescue mission itself is all on you. The Undead Legion. We'll provide backup. He puts a hand to his chest and replies instantly, no problem. 3 hours later, a private jet touches down on a towering skyscraper. Glay quickly reports over the comms target spotted. Han Xiao taps his earpiece with a short reply. Roger that. Then activates his warrior mech suit and orders them to move out. Okay, now pay attention. The leader of the 10 Desolates, Phi, has ancestral snake blood. His senses are insanely sharp, with a knack for seeing trouble before it starts. He's already looking around, suspicious. His golden eyes snap open, staring hard in one direction. Then he transforms, his snake head twisting as he sniffs the air. "I smell enemies! Everyone, back inside the ship!" he reports to his partner, still in his unsettling snake-headed human form. "My dear Holit, I've arrived at the floating island of Dragoncalm, but it looks like I've been targeted. You'll have to come get the cargo yourself. Bring the Dragoncalm guards." A rough voice complains over the comms. "Damn it, fine, I know." Glay, hiding nearby, immediately updates the team. "Damn it, the 10 Desolates retreated into their spaceship." Hua rushes out, analyzing the situation. "The enemy's too damn cunning. They've probably spotted us already." She and her army decide to charge in for a direct assault. "Begin the operation. We have to secure the hostages before the deal." The Sky Ring soldiers, some flying, some on the ground, pull out heavy weapons and unload everything. A massive explosion shatters the ground, sending debris flying. Phi leans forward, coolly observing the situation, and gives an order. "Damn it, it really was an ambush. Protect me. Just hold out until the Dragoncalm army arrives and we'll be saved." His 10 Desolates mercenaries take the order, immediately opening fire and clashing head-on with their attackers. Han Xiao leads his own men to attack from another flank. "Follow me, we hit them from the side." He swings the scythe in his hand, easily knocking down several soldiers. Foss, not wanting to be outdone, excitedly throws kicks at the enemy. Feeling this side is under control, Han Xiao launches himself away, leaping across rooftops. Phi watches his forces losing ground below and turns pale with fear. Oh wait, his face was already green anyway. He looks at the armored warrior before him and taunts. "You're strong. I'll give you that. But you'll never catch me." The second he finishes, Phi uses a spell, transforming into his true green snake form and slithering along the ground. Han Xiao watches this legless thing disappear faster than a rabbit through a window, cursing his entire family tree in his head. "Yeah, I know what you're thinking. Damn it, the animal used his powers to escape." Behind bars, Butts and his friends start cheering. "You came to save us, right?" He doesn't dwell on it for long. He escaped, so be it. Rescuing the hostages is more important. Han Xiao effortlessly lifts the entire iron cage over his head, planning his exit. Even carrying such heavy luggage, his landing is as light as a feather, not jostling the people inside at all. Hua sees the mission is complete and isn't looking for a bigger fight. Black Star succeeded. All units, retreat, don't engage. But escaping isn't so easy. A swarm of spaceships appears overhead, closing in to surround them. This is bad. The Dragoncalm guards have arrived. Their boss peers through the ship's window, clearly annoyed. "A bunch of mere mercenaries are making you this tense? Absolutely pathetic." Holit, with his balding head, gives a slimy smile. "The cargo is valuable this time. I'll be sure to reward you handsomely after this." He nods, understanding, then gives the order. "Don't damage the goods. Kill everyone else." The fleet of ships unleashes a hailstorm of bullets below. Explosions and laser fire send the mercenaries scattering like birds. Lika is struggling on the ground, coughing, nearly dead. He lets out a small groan, his bleary eyes struggling to focus on something in front of him. A small, round marble rolls right up to his hand. What is this? The moment he picks it up, a system notification pops up. "You have received an unidentified item. Give it to a special character to receive a great reward. Or, you can have this item appraised." Lika reads the info, asking in disbelief, "It's really an unidentified item?" Another player sees him lagging behind and yells back, "Lie, what are you spacing out for? Let's go." He quickly shoves the marble in his pocket and scrambles to his feet. "Oh, coming." Inside, his mind is racing. This could be useful. Better keep it safe. In the sky, the spaceships fire endlessly under the command, "Increase firepower! Don't let them escape!" A group of Sky Ring soldiers is hit by cannon fire, thrown into the air before falling like rubble. Glay watches his men die one by one, his stomach twisting in knots. "We have to take down the Dragoncalm guards. Otherwise, even if we make it back to the ship, we'll have lost more than half our people." Han Xiao yells back, busy protecting the group in the cage. "No way. If we attack the Dragoncalm guards, we'll provoke the master of Dragoncalm himself. We can only find a way to restrain them without causing any casualties." Hua looks up at the sky, taking on the impossible task. "Leave it to me." She channels power into both her hands. A wall of ice crystals erupts into existence. A whirlwind sweeps them up, grabbing onto the ships in the air. Now, watch as this ice pillar expands, trapping all the ships in one massive block. In an instant, the block of ice looks like a giant Christmas tree decorated with spaceship ornaments. Han Xiao's group makes a run for it. "Holy crap, the ships are frozen solid. That was insane. Back to the ship now." The soldiers yell, glancing back nervously as they run. "All right, Let's jump into this mess. They just froze a Dragon-class guard ship. Think the boss is gonna be mad? Inside, everyone's scrambling. Get this thing moving, now! The sleek black ship hovers between floating islands, energy crackling around it, ready to bolt. On the console, the jump prep bar hits 99%. It's go time. Glay shouts excitedly, "This is great!" After the warp jump, they won't be able to catch us. The soldiers behind him high-five as he soaks in the victory. Looks like the mission is a success. A few bumps in the road, but they pulled it off. But you and I both know you should never celebrate too early. The ship slams into a barrier with a screech. Warning! Warning! Thrusters offline. Warp jump failed. It shakes violently, throwing everyone into chaos. Damn it! It feels like something is pulling the ship back. Aboard floating Dragon Island, its ruler, Ames, props her chin on her hand and speaks softly. To think you'd beat up my cute subordinates in my own home. You really thought you could just leave? Mello starts to tremble. The dragon seat. How did we get her attention? Glay has even less nerve, collapsing to the floor and muttering, "We're done for. This is it." An injured Mad Blade leans against Han Xiao, asking, "Is that the legendary Lord of Floating Dragon? Is she really that powerful?" He doesn't answer directly. The energy wave that just froze our ship? Impressive, right? She's only at B class. Han Xiao calmly explains the lore of this universe, detailing bloody battlefields and the ascensions of master-level fighters. A-class is supposed to be the absolute peak for any super, but in a life-or-death battle, some A-class users shattered that limit. He then introduces the 4 galactic pillars. Beings like that are called beyond A grade, and here's where we learn just how outmatched our crew really is. In this entire star cluster, there are only 4. The dragon seed is one of them. Bun Hit Dog trembles, hugging himself and cursing. How are we supposed to fight that? Mad Blade is shaking just as hard, grabbing his head in despair. We're gonna die! She's not gonna lock us up and torture us, is she? They both imagine a bloodthirsty, demonic version of the dragon seat and let out a scream. So terrifying. At the central fortress of Floating Dragon, a majestic yet poetic stronghold under the stars, Han Xiao's group bows their heads, shaking. Ames leans on her throne, calmly asking the person beside her, "Wilsander, what is the penalty for attacking the Floating Dragon Guard?" The guard captain, Wilsander, stands perfectly straight and replies robotically, "According to regulations, all assailants must be executed." She quickly makes up her mind. "Then lock up the ones from Skyring. Let their corps commander come and bail them out." He scratches his head, confused. "But the rules state they must be executed." Ames shoots her subordinate a chilling look, growling each word. "What I say is the rule." She crosses her legs, speaking as if granting charity. "Considering the Skyring commander completed a job for Floating Dragon Island and never even charged a fee, this time I'll be lenient. Just pay enough compensation and I will let you go." The Skyring soldiers look like they've just been pardoned from death row, all shouting in unison, "Thank you for your mercy." Bun Hit Dog smiles gratefully. "Thank you for your kindness." Mellows clutches his heart, breathing a sigh of relief. "Great, she's not killing us. Mad Blade is just happy he won't be locked up and tortured." Ames waves a hand, dousing their hope with a bucket of ice-cold water. "I only said I wouldn't kill the Skyring members. What are you guys so happy about?" Mellos and his crew feel like they've been struck by lightning, their mouths hanging open as she warns them. "Give me one reason to spare you. Say nothing, and I act." Okay, I know what you're thinking. How does he possibly talk his way out of this? Han Xiao is drenched in a cold sweat. He has to bet everything on the secret info he knows about the dragon seat. He forces himself to stay calm, placing a hand on his chest to negotiate. "I hope to trade a piece of intelligence for my life, and for the lives of my crew." Ames keeps her emotionless face and says flatly, "Let's hear it." He recalls the image of Aesop constantly reciting lines. "One day, I met a very ordinary man of the cosmos. He looked like nothing more than a dust-covered, interstellar traveler. He'd already walked past me, but then he called out from behind and told me one strange, cryptic thing." She cuts him off, annoyed. "This story is boring." Mellos jabs his friend, whispering urgently, "Get to the point, she's losing patience." Han Xiao flinches, silently thanking his lucky stars he memorized the entire script. "Good thing I've already seen Ames's backstory," he thinks. "I know exactly who she cares about the most." He continues, speaking vaguely. He said, "When you meet Ames, tell her. I don't wait anymore. I still don't want to see you." The entire room falls deathly silent as if everyone turned to stone. She suddenly slams her hand on the armrest, then stands up without saying a single word. A blazing red wave of energy shoots toward them, blasting everyone but Han Xiao into the air. Inwardly, he's celebrating. "Ha! Took the bait." But on the outside, he just strokes his chin, looking thoughtful. He looked like he'd been through a lot. Messy hair. At a glance, he just seemed like a normal guy on the street. Ah, right. His pupils glowed, just like. Ames stumbles back as the throne finishes for him. Just like in the Dark Universe, his pupils shone like stars. That's it! Han Xiao snaps his fingers brightly. Yes, that's exactly it. He's half relieved. She probably won't doubt him anymore now. Ames looks down, crushed. Why? Why doesn't he want to see me? As she speaks, her voice fills with rage. Our promise. Did it mean nothing? Didn't you say you'd come find me once I was famous in this universe? Will Sander leans in with concern. My lady, who is that man? Even now, Mellows can't resist gossip. He sidles up to Han Xiao and whispers, looks like she's really unstable right now. You think your intelligence might backfire? He lowers his voice, reassuring the fragile soul. Don't worry, it won't. Ames exhales silently, the air around them feeling compressed to its limit. Then, she regains her composure and calmly negotiates. If he chose you as his messenger, then I will give you a choice. But her words leave no room for refusal. Two paths. Turn to dust, or work for me. A smart man knows when to fold. Han Xiao quickly drops to one knee. I am willing to serve you. Inside his head, the gears are turning furiously. Well, damn, looks like I'll be stuck with the title Dragon Seat's lackey for a while. Still, you and I both know it's way better than getting a game over. The cuffed and dejected Skyring soldiers are led away on command. Take the Skyring members. One of them turns back to yell, Black Star, the Silver Spirit rescue mission is on you now. Han Xiao is completely overwhelmed, but trust me, he's already 5 steps ahead of everyone else. Let me think of a way. Wysander signals the Black Star mercs to follow him for registration. The second his boss is out of sight, he drops the cold-hearted act and turns into a total chatterbox. Looks like we're co-workers now. Hey, my man, can you let me in on a little secret? What's your relationship with that person you mentioned, Mercy? Han Xiao fires back a killer question. Why do you care so much? You in love with the dragon seat? Wysander's eyes sparkle as he pours his heart out. She keeps rejecting me, but sooner or later my handsome face and raw power will capture her maiden heart. Han Xiao breaks a sweat at this level of narcissism. I don't really get demon aesthetics, but, good luck with that. The guy takes the empty compliment and runs with it. Thanks for the praise, brother. My hope is renewed, he says, while flexing his massive biceps. In the bustling main hall of Long Tan, the lights are still blazing proof that corporate exploitation is a universal constant. Long Tan's general manager Jenny scratches her head. You're the new guy from Black Star? A mechanic, I see. She clacks away at her keyboard, issuing orders. Black Star goes to logistics. They're short-staffed. The rest of you, join the Long Tan Guard. Han Xiao turns to his brother Melos. While I'm gone, look after everyone. Don't let them cause any trouble. He doesn't hesitate. Yeah, don't worry. Wysander excitedly grabs Melos with a promise. Don't you worry, my man. I'll put your people in their own squad so they can watch each other's backs. One of the Lin brothers replies sincerely. Thanks, brother. Over in the Long Tan Logistics Department, the deafening sound of machinery echoes through the cramped space. The department supervisor, Hila, doesn't even look up, just vaguely points with a free hand. New guy? Great, we're short-handed. You're in charge of that workshop over there. Wiping sweat from his face, he adds, the work here is a little tough, but the benefits are awesome. You can use any of the materials inside as you please. No one checks. Han Xiao's eyes light up, barely hearing the last part. Just don't use it all up. He's so happy he could burst. Holy crap, I can use all this stuff for free? That means I can build whatever I want for myself. I'm starting to like this place. Meanwhile, at Long Tan's Dock 3, a few spaceships and cargo vessels sit silently. On screen, Holet teases his partner from inside a birdcage. Haha, so you're still alive, huh? Feh, covered in bandages, groans nonstop. I almost died. I delivered the silver spirits to you, so when are you going to transfer my payment? Holet just scoffs back. What payment? He asks through gritted teeth. What do you mean? Are you trying to rip me off? Holet lays out his twisted logic. No, you need to be clear. Those silver spirits were stolen by mercenaries, and the Dragon Seed himself brought them here. You never actually delivered the goods to me, so why would I pay you? Furious, Fee stomps his phone to pieces, ignoring his injuries as he screams in rage. Damn you! You'll pay for double-crossing me, he roars. Let's go. We'll find that bastard and settle this score sooner or later. A matte black spaceship silently approaches the dock. It hovers in mid-air, quietly dropping a group of people to the ground. Hurried footsteps echo with their conversation. Intel says the silver spirits are in the hands of a slave trader named Holet. And here they are. Ash and the Dark Star crew finally make their move. Now pay attention. This is where things get serious. Keep it quiet. Don't attract the Dragon Seat's attention. Get the code pearl and get out. But some local pirates, who clearly didn't learn their lesson last time, saunter over. Hey, you guys look pretty smug. Kella looks them up and down with contempt, coming to Longtan with such a small crew. Today, Big Bro is going to teach you a lesson. Hand over everything valuable, and I'll spare your pathetic lives. Ash replies with a single cold word. Scram. The pirate, unfazed, raises his gun. Ooh, a tough guy, huh? Well, don't blame me for what's coming next. While his opponent is busy trash-talking, Ash silently manipulates carbon atoms in his palm, then unleashes the material into swirling ribbons around his body. Kella looks down as his own body begins to melt like hot wax, screaming in terror. What's happening? My body! What's going on? Before he can finish, his entire body is torn to pieces, splattering across the ground with just a lift of Ash's hand. Ash looks down at the black sludge. Courting death. A Dark Star soldier points ahead. Boss, that's Holet's hotel up ahead. Should we just storm in and grab the target? Ash calmly stops him. No, don't make a move yet. He thoughtfully eyes the 3-story building. The slave market is one of Longtan's businesses. Let's not cause more trouble. I'll go to the slave market and negotiate to buy back the silver spirits. 3 days later, Han Xiao tightens a final bolt with a steel wrench. He stands up, dusts off his hands, and lets out a breath. Finally done. Time to go find Holet and talk about the silver spirits. Okay, you and I just saw some insane power from Ash. But now, it's time for Han Xiao to play a different kind of game, all with his words. Yo, isn't it Black Star? You scammed me before, and now you're acting like a big-shot customer? What, you here to steal the silver spirits? Han Xiao smiles politely. What are you talking about? For better or worse, we're colleagues now. How could I steal from you? I want to buy the silver spirits. Name your price. The old man rests his head on his hand, faking deep regret. Sigh, between colleagues, we shouldn't even talk about buying and selling. I'd give them to you. Too bad a major client already made a deposit a few days ago. Han Xiao casually lights a cigarette, completely unfazed by the lie. So, there's a deposit, but you'd be willing to ignore them for me, as long as I'm ready to pay more. Is that what you mean? Holet acts like he's impressed. So smart. I hear your employer really cares about his people. He'll definitely agree to pay more. Han Xiao turns his back, blowing out a cloud of smoke. Nope. I have principles. I won't help you extort my boss. The old man springs up like a jack-in-the-box trying to lure him back. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Just convince your employer, and I'll give you a 10% cut. Han Xiao just keeps walking, tossing a final word over his shoulder. Then go negotiate with him yourself. I'm not touching that creep's dirty money. Was appears on screen, skipping hellos and getting right to it. Black Star, what's the mission status? Huh, who are you? Holet gives a friendly V sign. I'm the guy in charge of the slave trade on Dragon's Calm. Your friends are now officially property of Dragon's Calm. But hey, pay 200,000 per person, and you can take them right back. How about it? He breaks out in a cold sweat at the outrageous price, immediately firing back. No way, that's extortion. The merchant just grins, his smile dripping with menace. Such a shame. I guess I'll sell them to someone else. Silver spirit people are rare, you know. Waston, being an honest guy, immediately starts to panic. Don't. We'll raise the money. Holet smugly replies, I'll be waiting for your call, and hangs up with a click. Han Xiao, who's been watching all this, curses internally. He can't believe they actually agreed. He sighs, thinking, I can't let this sleazy merchant get away with this. I need to find manager Jenny and see if I can get a better deal. The crooked merchant, absolutely beaming, goes to tease his pet bird. Heh, what a lucky break. I'm about to make a killing. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his gloating. We've prepared the money for the silver spirit people. Az and his entourage appear, their faces cold as ice, and say, hand them over. Holet's brain kicks into high gear as he starts his performance. Oh, what a coincidence. A major client just made a higher offer. Az asks bluntly, how much did he offer? The merchant casually wags a finger. Not much, just 250,000 ahead. If you can pay more, they're yours. Az is furious, channeling dark energy into his hand, but for some reason the ruthless captain crushes the murderous aura he just created. Az glares at him and says, got it, I'll go back and consider it. Outside the slave market, the bright sunny day feels like a lie. As his squad marches down the street, their morale low. A soldier asks anxiously, what now? Are we really going to pay that much? And here's where it gets wild. Az declares the change of plans. We're taking them by force. That bottomless pit of greed can end up with nothing. That night, under a quiet moon, a group descends from the sky above the slave market. Az and his squad of soldiers land as silently as cats. A Dragon's Calm guard on duty shouts, who's there? We're not open for business. Come back tomorrow. Az whispers to his men, they're from Dragon's Calm. Go easy on them. A soldier draws his sword and replies, "Understood. So not dead, right?" Seeing them pull out weapons, the guard begins to stammer a warning. Enemy attack! Before he can finish shouting, a sword hits the back of his neck. The two sides immediately start brawling. He said not to kill, but there was definitely going to be some bloodshed. Holit, in his cute pajamas and holding a lantern, yawns and asks, "What's all that noise outside? So loud in the middle of the night. Disturbing my sleep. I swear I'll." He chokes on his own threats as his pudgy face goes completely pale. As lunges forward and greets him with a punch to the stomach that sends Holet flying. Stepping over the unconscious merchant, he reminds his comrades the cages are linked to the alarm system. First, cut the power, then release all the slaves. I want this greedy pig to lose everything. Moments later, the power is cut. Grab, watching the monitor, gives an order. Hey, the power just went out in the entire slave market quadrant. Black Star, go check it out. Han Xiao quickly throws on a jacket and replies, "Got it," before running off. He thinks to himself, a power failure at the slave market this late? Something feels off. He sprints down the street, feeling a growing sense of worry. Did something happen to the Silver Spirit people? He races toward the slave market in the eerie silence. Okay, I need you to see this. He suddenly freezes in his tracks. Right in front of him is Ass's team, escaping with the Silver Spirit captives. Han Xiao frowns, thinking, they're being stolen? Did the deal with Holit fall through, so the client hired other mercs? Realizing he's been spotted, Az gives a slight wave. Tesk. So we've been found. He confidently uses a skill. Running into me is just your bad luck. A notification appears for Han Xiao. You have been attacked by Az's carbon atomic deconstruction. You have received 1,146 points of true damage. Activating specialty. Sturdy and flexible body. You are immune to all true damage. He activates his watch, thinking, I can't believe the Sprout Leader's specialty can make me immune to true damage. Az is stunned. How could his attack be completely useless? Han Xiao, now clad in his Void Dragon armor and wielding a scythe, leaps forward to attack. As forcing him to slide back and block the blow, the scythe slices into his arm, but he doesn't even flinch. Even if you turned into diamond, you couldn't stop me. Az clutches a bomb, thinking, my trump card is useless against him. I can't waste any more time. He throws the bomb, causing a huge explosion that knocks Han Xiao back. Az seizes the chance to leap into the air and orders a retreat. Our hero immediately gives chase. You're not getting away. He tails Ass's team as they flee with the Silver Spirit people on their backs. Start the ship, Az shouts, firing an energy blast down below while growling. Stop getting in the way. An ice net blocks Han Xiao's path, stopping him cold. Az's team boards their ship, and then they're gone. He watches helplessly. Damn, they're fast. He quickly calls for backup. Melos, the slave market is under attack. Get the ship and follow me. Suddenly, a voice rises from below. The slave market's been hit. The alarms are off. Let's grab what we can and make some money. Hearing the strange noise, Han Xiao looks down. A mob of people is gleefully rushing into the slave market. Is this for real? Han Xiao realizes space pirates looks like they're taking advantage of the chaos. Then he spots something. Or someone. Oh, it's just Holit, knocked out flat on the ground. Han Xiao scoffs. Hey, that greedy merchant deserved it. Karma's a witch. And trust me, you and I are about to see our MC play 4D chess as he opens a new mission for the players. Let the players deal with the pirates, he thinks. This is a perfect opportunity to earn some favor with Dragon's Calm. He runs inside, thinking, I should probably grab some of Holit's loot for myself. He kicks a massive hole in the wall, making his own entrance. He finds where Arosia is locked up, bends the iron bars, and says, Follow me, I'm getting you out. She immediately agrees. Outside, the ships from Dragon's Calm finally arrive at the slave market. Melos leans out just in time, shouting, Black Star, I'm here, get on board. Han Xiao, pulling Arosia by the hand, runs out. Perfect timing. He gets Arosia on the ship and yells back, The space pirates are all yours. Don't let a single one escape. The players below cheer back. Don't worry, consider the mission complete. A voice from the ship calls out, Full throttle, we're chasing that ship down. Once they're safely on board, Melos walks over. Who the hell are these hijackers? They've got some nerve causing trouble on Dragonstan. Han Xiao keeps it brief. I'm not sure yet. He puts a hand to his chin, thinking. Codename, Ace. Power. Carbon element control. Suddenly, it clicks. Damn it. I remember now, he thinks. He's a top-tier operative for Germinal in the future timeline. This guy is a total mystery, with a golden mask covering his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. As their ship pursues the Germinal vessel, Han Xiao connects the dots. So it was Germinal who staged the prison break, and this, my friends, is where the plot really thickens. It seems that Silver Lining Prisoner is hiding a secret someone's willing to kill for. Meanwhile, the Germinal ship blasts through the galaxy. Inside, Ace crosses his arms. We're the buyers. Who's the seller? The Silver Lining Group, huddled on the floor, just looks confused. Huh? What seller? We were just here on vacation, one of them stammers out. What code? He adds. Look, we're grateful you rescued us, but we honestly have no idea what you're talking about. If you take us to the nearest hub, we'll pay you a huge sum. Ace grabs the man by his collar, his voice low. Do you have any other colleagues? The man trembles. 2 of them were killed by the 10 Wastelanders and thrown off the ship. Turns out some drunk captain just didn't like the look of their faces. Why do these 2 look like they're holding a grudge against the world, he'd slurred. It's bad luck. Guards, throw those 2 off my ship. And his soldiers did just that, kicking the 2 Silver Linings out into the void. Hearing this, Ace is furious. Damn it! The seller must have been killed, a voice calls out. So what's the plan now? Ace figures the slave trader probably searched them. The item must be with that captain. He's still on Dragonstan. We're going back for him. Suddenly, a soldier rushes in. A Dragon-class ship is chasing us. Ace makes a split-second call. Abandon ship. Don't engage with Dragonstan. The other masked man looks confused. What about these Silver Linings? One of them pleads, please, take us with you. If Dragonstan catches us, they'll sell us back to the slave market. Ace orders, throw them off the ship and shut down the engines. I know what you're thinking. And yeah, that's cold. We'll escape using the lifeboats. The pursuers will be drawn to the dead ship. We'll use that chance to escape the chase and return to Dragonstan. The soldier grins. That's brilliant, sir. Absolutely brilliant. Without another word, the Germinal squad makes a run for it, leaving the Silver Linings behind. Don't leave us! One yells, we'll pay you 1 million. No, 2 million. Don't go, another begs helplessly. The third just breaks down crying, oh no, it's over, we're going to be taken back. Meanwhile, back on the Dragon-class ship, Melos points at Erosia. Hey, I've been meaning to ask, who is she? Why is she with us? She's kinda cute, you know. Han Xiao glares at him. Dude, can you not? She's a slave I rescued from the market. A superpowered one. For now, she's with us. Now watch your damn radar. Melos just lets out a sad oh and turns away, but suddenly a red dot blips on the screen. Hey, the radar's got something. Target spotted up ahead. Han Xiao orders, chase them down. The Dragon-class ship closes in fast, sending out a signal. Vessel ahead, this is Dragonstan Guard. Surrender now, or we will open fire. Melos squints, puzzled. That's weird. Why are their engines off? He decides they need to go check it out. The 3 of them fly out together. Han Xiao gives Erosia a quick warning. On that ship, be careful. Just do exactly what I do. They land on the Germinal ship, and he announces, nobody move. We are the Dragonstan Guard. Erosia immediately parrots his words, nobody move. We are the Dragonstan Guard. Melos's eyes widen, his expression completely baffled. In front of them is just the group of Silver Linings, shivering with fear. Melos looks around. What happened to everyone else? Where are the hijackers? One of them answers, they seem to be looking for something. Then they left in a huge hurry. Han Xiao presses, did they say what it was? The man looks up. No, they tried to give us a code, but we didn't know what it was. Then they said they were going to find the captain of the slave trading ship. Another prisoner adds, hey, we've given you information that should count for something, right? Can you please not take us back to the slave market? Suddenly, a bright flash, and the iron shackles on the man's hands split in 2. Melos grins. Relax. Your colleagues hired us mercenaries to rescue all of you in the first place. Now that you're in our hands, there's no way you're going back. Erosia quickly follows his lead, using her weapon to cut the others free. One guy scratches his head. Whoa, thanks. We're so grateful, says another. Erosia just blinks with wide-eyed innocence. What does grateful mean? While the Silver Linings are celebrating, Han Xiao's mind is racing. Whatever Germinal wants, it's big enough to cause an incident and even deploy Ace. They must be plotting something massive. Then, a sly grin spreads across his face. But they have no idea that I've already seen right through their entire plan. Now, they're out in the open while I'm in the shadows. I can investigate. But just to be safe, I should probably report this to Dragonstan. An eye opens, revealing a group of blurry figures up ahead. Wysander claps Han Xiao on the shoulder. Nice one, brother. You pulled off a major score already. Hawlett, rubbing his eyes 100 times, still can't believe it. What? What happened? My hotel. Han Xiao announces cheerfully. You're awake. The space pirates who wrecked your hotel have all been captured. The old man jumps to his feet. That's fantastic. Now, if you could just return my slaves to me. And Han Xiao just casually picks his nose. Slaves? What slaves? You and I didn't see a thing. All right, stick with me, because our guy is about to get accused of stealing slaves. And the accuser is desperate. A pair of slender legs and high heels steps forward. It's Jenny, and before she can say a word, Black Star gets cut off. "General Manager, you have to help me." Jenny frowns, interrupted by Holt, who's now desperately clinging to her leg. "This Black Star wants to steal my slave. Please, tell him to give her back." Jenny couldn't care less. She kicks the old man away and turns to Han Xiao. "You did well. You protected the honor of the Long Tan Guard." She continues, "I'll log this achievement in your file and raise your clearance level." Jenny holds out a hand. "Honestly, I didn't trust you much before, but now, let me officially welcome you to Long Tan." Han Xiao shakes it. "Thanks, just doing my job." A system window pops up. Long Tan favorability plus 300, making his current standing neutral. He's secretly ecstatic. Higher faction rep will make things way easier from now on. He adjusts his shirt as Holt cries out again, still obsessed with getting those slaves back. "But my slaves." He argues that real slaves wear shackles. Han Xiao claims to be protecting these silver spirit people, but not one of them is collared. Holt grinds his teeth in fury. "Enough with the games, are you trying to steal my property?" He lunges forward, grabbing Han Xiao's collar. "I get it now. You planned this entire attack just so you could swoop in and rescue them. You chased the thugs off, then just let them go in secret. Now this is where the desperation gets real ugly." He spins a whole story, officially reporting Black Star as a traitor. Jenny just sighs, having heard enough. She silences him. "That's enough, Holt. You're suspended for slandering a colleague. Once you've calmed down, I'll arrange a new position for you." The old man is stunned. "What?" Without another word, Jenny turns to leave. "Let's go." Han Xiao follows her. "Thank you," she replies. "Don't mention it." Holt was corrupt, taking bribes from his subordinates. He was bound to get caught eventually. "Anyway, get back to your duties." Han Xiao's face suddenly turns serious. "I have one more thing to report. Darkstar was behind this attack." The name Darkstar stops Jenny dead in her tracks. She orders him to finish up here, then immediately file a detailed report. Han Xiao agrees. "Okay." One of the former slaves approaches them to confirm. "Excuse me, are we really free to go?" Wisander replies. "The general manager has spoken. You are free." Someone behind them waves. "Thank you, sir. You saved our lives." Wisander just smiles and points. "Don't thank me. Thank the person who actually saved you all." The group of former slaves rushes over to Han Xiao. "Thank you, sir. May we ask your name? We will never forget what you've done for us." He smiles. "I'm Black Star, captain of the Black Star mercenary group. All I ask is that if we meet again someday, you'll return the favor and help me out." They all bow deeply in gratitude. "If you ever need help, just say the word. We would go through hell and high water for you." The guy with 2 tufts of hair chimes in. "Me too," another adds. "It's a promise. When that day comes, just give us the command." And okay, this moment right here, this is a total game changer for his new crew. A voice pipes up, "Mr. Blackstar? I was also a mercenary, but now I have nowhere to go. I hope you'll take me in. I'm an Esper, so I might be useful." The second he finishes, a chorus of other voices shouts, "Me too!" A whole group now stands with eager faces. A man with a beard says, "I'm an Esper too. Please let me join." The guy next to him adds, "Me too." Han Xiao grins and extends a hand. "Our mercenary group was just recently formed, and we're short-staffed. Welcome, everyone, to the Black Star Mercenary Group." That night, inside the Long Tan main hall, a voice rings out. "Black Star, you did very well. Once Mr. Mercy returns, Darkstar will pay for this provocation." Jenny asks kindly, "So, what kind of reward would you like this time?" Han Xiao puts a hand to his chin. He remembers Long Tan has 2 specialties. Void Dragon Bone is a top-tier material for crafting equipment, and Void Dragon Marrow can modify genes, an extremely rare item that players can't just buy with money. This could be his only chance. He makes his choice. "I want Void Dragon Bone and Void Dragon Marrow." Jenny agrees instantly. "Done. I'll contact Department Head Lei to get you a supply of Void Dragon materials. If there's nothing else, return to your post." Han Xiao leaves, thrilled. "This is perfect. My plan screwed over Darkstar and I scored the impossible to get Void Dragon Bone. A huge win." The scene cuts to deep space. Asteroids drift by as an announcement plays. "Attention all captains, please be advised. We are about to enter a large asteroid field. In 3 minutes, the defensive shield will be fully activated. No ships will be permitted to enter or exit. Thank you for your cooperation." A protective shield envelops the entire base, deflecting the incoming rocks. Fa is sitting in his ship, annoyed. "Such a pain. Right when I wanted to leave, a meteor shower. We need to get going, find another job to make up for this last one." Suddenly, his phone rings. He picks it up. Unknown number. "Who is this?" After a moment of hesitation, he answers. The man on the other end has long hair and cold, sharp eyes. "I'm with Darkstar. I have a few questions for you." Memphis gets straight to the point, asking about the Silver Spirit people he kidnapped. Hearing this, Fa's entire expression freezes. Fa tries to stay calm. Why should I believe you? Do you have any proof of who you are? Memphis's voice turns to ice. You are in no position to ask me questions. I don't need to prove anything to you. Refuse to cooperate, and you'll find out soon enough if the people who erase you are from Darkstar. His face darkens. He remembers the Silver Spirit Man's face and thinks, crap, could that guy have actually been a real Darkstar emissary? And this is the moment Fa starts to truly panic. What do I do? I killed that guy. Are they gonna kill me? You and I both know his only move is to spill everything and pray for mercy. So, Fa decides to start talking. That Silver Spirit person. He claimed to be an emissary from Darkstar, but I didn't believe him. A glowing pearl falls from one of them. I thought it was a treasure, so I kept it on me, but I lost it in the chaos a few days ago. Someone probably grabbed it. As if on cue, Memphis responds, You've been very cooperative. I'll give you a little something for the information. I like honest people. What kind of reward would you like? Fi's eyes are filled with admiration for Darkstar, the great saviors of Ghidorah. I want to join Darkstar and dedicate my life to the cause, Memphis encourages him. You are an enlightened Ghidoran. Our grand cause needs passionate patriots like you. We have an extremely strict screening process for all new recruits. You must prove your unwavering loyalty and total devotion. Tell me, has anyone else asked you about that pearl? He answers truthfully, no. You're the first person to ever mention it. Excellent. Another power is also desperately searching for that very same pearl. If they contact you, just tell them it was jettisoned into space. Once you've done this, Darkstar will recruit you at the proper time, bring you to our secret base, and begin your official training. Fi jumps to his feet and salutes. You can count on me, sir. I guarantee mission completion. Meanwhile, at Longtan's fourth plaza, a new day dawns among the skyscrapers. Han Xiao stands on a rooftop, laughing to himself. The moment I saw the Ghidorah faction's wanted poster, I knew they were secretly helping Darkstar. Turns out I was right. And that Memphis's you just saw? Yeah, that was me in disguise. Standing there in the hall, Han Xiao had finally learned their big secret Darkstar was hunting for a single pearl. Half an hour later in Longtan, a report comes in. Sir, we found the slave trader's file. He's at the river dock. Amsu orders, let's move, find him at the dock. And be discreet, don't blow our cover. Fi's phone rings. He grins as he picks up. Finally, he then asks, who is this? What do you want? The caller is Amsu. I'm a mercenary hired by the Silverliners, he says. The mission is over. We don't have to be enemies anymore. I just need some information about the 2 Silverliners you killed. I can pay a reasonable fee for the intel. Fi scowls, cursing internally. Damn mercenary. You cost me a fortune. If Darkstar hadn't given me orders, I wouldn't even be talking to you. He reluctantly answers. Fine, what do you want to know? Amsu asks if he found a pearl on the 2 bodies. Fi casually replies, What pearl? Never saw one. I just tossed them out of the airlock, didn't even bother to search them. Whatever you're looking for is probably just floating in space. Amsu is speechless. Then a thought hits him. Right. Has anyone else asked you about this? Fi keeps up the act. Nope. Amsu responds. All right, I understand. Before hanging up, Fi adds, don't forget my information fee. Wire it to this account. The line goes dead before he even finishes. He's ecstatic. Oh yeah, I'm about to change my destiny. I can join Darkstar. And pay attention to Amsu's reaction here. Damn it, this is a huge mess. His subordinate asks anxiously, Boss, what do we do now? Amsu frowns. This is serious. Send the mechanic's ship info to the mothership. The organization will decide what to do next. Sitting in his office, Han Xiao wonders who could have found the pearl. Guess I'll have to use the Child of Destiny card to find out, he says, holding the mysterious card. Uses left, 3 out of 5. His spirit seems to leave his body, flowing into the card's figure to begin the search. The card reveals the face of the pearl's current holder. Han Xiao shouts, Are you kidding me? That kid has it? He considers the situation. Well, this is great. Getting him to hand it over peacefully won't be easy. Sunlight streams down on the Longtan guard dormitory. Inside, some players start a conversation. What's your name? Erosia replies, Erosia. Maple asks, Where are you from? I don't know, she answers. Maple curiously touches her cheek. Whoa, she feels so cold. Erosia sits perfectly still, unsure how to react. Maple asks sweetly, Can I hug you? Erosia nods. One of the guys in the back observes that this NPC is weird. Maybe we need a special line of dialogue or a key item to trigger her next story quest. A notification pops up, and the players go wild. Hey, I think we triggered a mission. Maple corrects them. No, it's a mission notice from Black Star. Happy is stunned. Holy crap, look at that XP. An officer-grade gear. The rewards are insane. The post reads, "Find the Pearl." Mission description. Some time ago, Black Star lost a black pearl. Anyone who finds and returns it will receive a reward. Mission objective. Return the black pearl pictured below. Reward. 1800 experience, plus 200 Black Star mercenary favorability, and 1 Sun new officer-grade armor set. Note: this is a competitive quest. Only one player can claim the prize. A player complains, "How are we supposed to find it with just this one picture?" The other players all scatter, eager to start the mission. Black Star just posted it, so it's gotta be here on Longtan Island. Let's check all the places he's been. Only Li Ge stands back, smiling. Heh, I've already got the pearl. You're all wasting your time. Now I can get way ahead of everyone else. At the Longtan Logistics Department, Li He quickly turns in the quest. You've been a huge help, Han Xiao says. Here is your reward. Li Ge replies, haha, happy to do it. Seeing Li Ge's happy face, Han Xiao knew he had him pegged. All I have to do is give this kid things other players can't get, and he'll give me anything I want. He figures Darkstar must have gone through hell to find this pearl. And you and I are about to find out exactly what their secret plan is. Han Xiao twists the pearl with both hands. Damn it, why won't this thing open? It's not a normal pearl, but a high-level box made by a mage. He examines it closely. I can't believe Darkstar values this thing so much they'd use this level of advanced protection on it. Aboard the Wastelander ship, one of Phi's men reports. Sir, bad news. There's a massive ship dead ahead. He stammers, It's a Darkstar ship. Thank Godding. At the name Darkstar, Phi's face lights up with pure joy. They kept their word. They're really here for me. Open the docking tunnel and prepare to welcome our guests. But outside the tunnel, Amsu is giving the order, breach the door and take down Phi's crew. Suddenly, the door slides open from the inside. Phi and his men run out, overjoyed. Ah, the agents from Darkstar. You've finally arrived, and Vu is completely lost. Huh? Back in his workshop, Han Xiao sighs in frustration. Damn, I need a mage to crack this pearl code. I can't open it myself. Meanwhile, in a distant star system, a spaceship closes in. The ship's radar screen shows a red dot, signaling another vessel approaching fast. Inside the Darkstar mothership, the 10 Wastelanders are kneeling before Anpu. I seriously don't know where the pearl is, Phi says, looking up. Haven't I already told you that? And Shu reports, Captain, we searched their ship. No pearl code. Anpu glares and orders them to be taken away. One of Fei's men whispers, Boss, I don't think they're here to rescue us, but Fei is naive. What do you know? This is a test of our loyalty. Shut your mouth. A voice booms. Take them away. As the soldiers drag them off, Fei looks way too cheerful. He runs over, pointing. You. Didn't you say you were a mercenary? So who was the Darkstar emissary that questioned me earlier? And Shu snaps back. What Darkstar emissary? And Pooh grabs his collar, growling. Tell me everything about this so-called emissary. Now, Fei, finally terrified, spills his guts. A man claiming to be a Darkstar agent was looking for a pearl. He told him it got lost during the chaos at Dragon's Landing. The agent then told him to deny everything if anyone else asked, promising him a spot in Darkstar once the job was done. Hearing this, and Pooh explodes with rage, slamming Fei to the floor. Damn it! Someone dared to impersonate us to get information on him. A spray of blood hits the deck as a voice cuts through the air. To Darkstar, you're more useful dead than alive. Phi looks up, begging, Can I make up for my mistake? I'll do anything for the organization. And Pooh asks, You'd really do anything for the organization? Fei kneels, confirming, Yes, Darkstar is my creed. And Pooh coldly raises his gun. Very good. Darkstar thanks you for your sacrifice. Tears and snot stream down Fei's face in total despair. WY? Meanwhile, back at Dragon's Landing, Han Xiao injects himself with Void Dragon Marrow as a voice warns him. You can't inject that much at once. It'll mutate your genes and turn you into a monster. Now, you're gonna want to see this. Han Xiao grits his teeth in pain as Hila starts to panic. This is bad. So bad. I told you this would happen. Who injects 7 doses at the same time? Suddenly, a notification pops up on his interface. You have acquired the Void Gene talent. Your senses can now keenly detect spatial changes, granting you stronger reflexes and enhanced agility. Movement speed plus 20%, evasion chance plus 15%. It actually worked. Hila continues to worry. Are you okay? Han Xiao finally relaxes, leaning back in his chair. I'm fine, don't worry. A woman in high heels enters the room. It's Jenny. Blackstar. Lord Ames wants to speak with you. She told me to bring you this communicator. He takes the device and accepts the call. Jenny told me you want to form an external logistics team. I approve. Just work out the details with her. Han Xiao's eyes light up. This is perfect. He's not stuck at Dragon's Landing anymore, which means he can finally grow his mercenary group's reputation. Ames adds, I'm not letting you go for free. Your mission is to find my teacher's whereabouts. Han Xiao immediately agrees. No problem. I'll give it my all. Ames nods. Good. If you find any leads, use this communicator to contact me directly. He can't help but feel proud. A direct line to a beyond grade A? This communicator is more powerful than a nuclear launch device. His hands start shaking, his palms getting sweaty. Is it just his imagination, or is this thing burning a hole in his hand? Outside Dragon's Landing, it's a beautiful day in the Fourth Plaza, with clear blue skies. Looking at his interface, he realizes he can finally leave, find a mage to unlock the Pearl Code, but first, he needs to finish Arosha's hidden mission. Suddenly, he stops dead in his tracks. Ember appears from thin air. Captain Blackstar, I presume? A moment of your time. He's instantly surrounded by Darkstar agents, the air thick with a strange purple energy. Okay, just when he thought he was free. Han Xiao curses. Damn it, it's Ember's crew again. He tries calling for security, but the call won't go through. Ember smirks. Don't waste your time, Captain. We've deployed powerful signal jammers. No information gets in or out. Han Xiao crosses his arms and asks, What do you want? Ember says, We know you have a good relationship with the Skyring mercenaries. Ask them where a certain black pearl is. Provide useful intel, and you'll be rewarded. He instantly puts it together. So, Darkstar saw through the lie. Now they suspect the other party involved in the dogfight. Han Xiao smiles brightly. Sure, I agree to cooperate. Ember holds up a syringe. Talk is cheap. Inject this, and then we'll truly be able to trust you. Han Xiao's mind races. Hell no, that's a nano-robot designed to control my brain and heart. Injecting that is like handing my life over to them. He slaps the syringe from Ember's hand. Don't even think about it. Ember's power flares to life, totally confident. Then don't blame me for what happens next. In a flash, Han Xiao materializes his Viper armor. Ember's eyes widen. A mechanic, you're the one from the slave market. He and his team charge forward. Last time was too rushed. We never got to finish our fight. This time, I'm not in a hurry. V leaps forward, shouting, Take him down! Han Xiao's Viper armor creates a solid energy shield, blocking all their attacks. Ember glares at the barrier, then gives the order. Break his damn armor! 2 Darkstar snipers are perched on a nearby roof. One reports, We're on it. He walked right into our mechanic's trap. Jigga, typing furiously on a terminal, chimes in, Once I hack his battlesuit, he'll be a sitting duck, completely at our mercy. They finally shatter the shield and engage Han Xiao up close. Jigga's fingers fly across the keyboard as Han Xiao takes down grunts one by one. Jigga's hands are a blur. The fight rages on below. Han Xiao soars into the air, using his scythe to cut down another opponent. Suddenly, Jigga's fingers stop. He taps one final key and a triumphant grin spreads across his face. Got him. And trust me, that's the moment you and I both know everything is about to go horribly wrong. Suddenly, his armor sends a critical warning. Han Xiao knows he's screwed. His suit system has been hacked, every component encrypted. He can't move. Az praises the hacker, nice work. Now, Az makes his move, unleashing energy that wraps around Han Xiao like glowing ropes. Han Xiao figures this must be Jin. A Darkstar agent, eyes closed, staff in hand, mutters an incantation. Then, his eyes snap open as he raises his staff. A massive energy source forms. He screams, Die in this lightning hell. The tendrils on Han Xiao now start channeling the attack. Now pay attention. He's launched into the sky, convulsing from the brutal lightning as pieces of his armor just shatter and fall away. Az sees his opening. His suit is broken. Move in. Han Xiao collapses, out cold. But seconds later, his eyes snap open, filled with icy resolve. As if reborn, he rises. The broken armor flies back, reassembling around him. Han Xiao leaps powerfully into the air. He soars, leaving the Darkstar agents gaping. How did his armor recover? Han Xiao slams a powerful strike, knocking an agent to the ground. He taps his chest, defiant. You think an attack like that can stop me? The system announces, Mechanical continuation has ended. His armor isn't fully linked yet, and he freezes again. The Darkstar agents immediately surround him, Az just smirks. So that's what it was, a little skill to make it look like your armor was recovering. Now you're out of juice. Just give up. My patience is wearing thin. Han Xiao just flashes a mysterious smile, scoffs defiantly, and stomps his foot hard on the ground. He leaps high into the air, shocking them again. He activates a skill, his scythe breaking apart and reforming into a deadly arrow. The Darkstar soldier glances up in fear. As he fires, Han Xiao yells, Eat my toxic dragon lance! The agents charge him all at once. He's still fighting? Get him! One leaps up and lands a solid kick. They coordinate perfectly, trapping him midair with a barrage of attacks. From a corner, a worried Erosia watches. She sees Han Xiao get kicked hard in the stomach, and he starts to fall. Her eyes burn with rage. Erosia snatches a gun from the ground and opens fire, screaming, "Leave him alone!" The bullet hits Az's arm, but his armor absorbs it completely. Annoyed, Az blasts Erosia back. "Stay out of this." She's thrown hard into a nearby wall. "Okay, I know what you're thinking." The agents stare into the crater. Veen asks, "Did we actually kill him this time?" "He's not dead. As objects, I can still sense his presence." And then bam! Han Xiao erupts from the crater, leaving them all speechless. Veen is furious. Damn it, why doesn't he have a single scratch? What kind of monster is he? Han Xiao just casually cleans his ear. "Haha, is that all you've got? Were you trying to scratch an itch?" Moments before, when he was hit, he used a revival card. He immediately got a notification. "You use the Aurora Character Descent card. Restores to full status instantly. Uses 1 of 6. Aurora's power brought Han Xiao back from the brink. The agent is scared now. "Boss, what do we do? Do we keep fighting?" As freezes, not sure what his next move is. Suddenly, a strange sound fills the sky. They look up to see long-tan spaceships have arrived. A voice booms from the ships. "You are surrounded. Drop your weapons and surrender." Az panics. "The long-tan guard? How?" Han Xiao gives him the finger. "You thought setting up a signal jammer meant I couldn't call for backup?" He smirks to himself. "I can just assign missions directly to the players through the system." Half an hour ago, at the long-tan guard camp, everything was completely peaceful. Then, everyone inside got a notification. "Urgent mission. Reinforcements. Your captain has been ambushed by uninvited guests and is in a desperate fight. As a mercenary, you know the code. When the captain's in trouble, you help. Mission. Get to Black Star's coordinates immediately and provide support. Rewards depend on speed and the number of reinforcements. Refusal penalty. -300 Black Star Mercenary Corps faction favor." The players read it and scrambled. "Black Star's in trouble. Let's go." They rushed out of the building, absolutely furious. How dare they ambush our captain? The red-haired player charges in, ready for a fight. As turns to leave, his hand shaking. "I underestimated you this time, Black Star." He orders a retreat as their ships fire down, causing huge explosions. A voice calls out, "Not so fast," as he activates a device. Just like that, they're safe inside a large energy sphere, avoiding the blasts. Someone asks, "What is that?" Han Xiao replies, "A directional short-range teleportation device. The Dark Star agents vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving no trace, and you and I both know this fight is far from over. Only the long-tan ships remain, helpless. We can't follow them." He hears a call, "Erosia! Erosia! Wake up!" She slowly opens her eyes to Han Xiao's worried face. She answers weakly, "Was I just saved by Han Xiao?" He confirms, "Yeah, you took a direct hit." He explains that as Erosia was attacked, a high-energy reaction inside her body activated, protecting her at the last second with a mysterious power. This energy seems to be linked to another dimension entirely. Han Xiao guesses, "I think you have the talent to become an Esper." He extends his hand. "If that's the case, will you join my mercenary crew? I can train you to become one." Erosia stares at his hand, thinking, before finally speaking. "There's one thing I haven't told you. I can never truly die. If I'm killed, I just resurrect back in Holette's cell." She remembers being locked up in the slave market as 2 men came to inspect her. One of them remarked, "This slave is gorgeous." "All right, let's dive into the story of how our main character got royally scammed," he thought. 40,000 Ina? I'll take her. The seller's just thinking, "Ha, what an idiot." But as they approach her, Erosia's form begins to flicker. "What the hell? Is she disappearing?" Erosia explains helplessly. "Even if I'm not killed, every 6 days, I'm forced to return to the slave market's prison. It doesn't matter how far I am. Right now, there are 3 hours left until the 6th day." Hearing this, Han Xiao grits his teeth and curses. No wonder that scumbag was so desperate to sell Erosia to him. As he helps her up, his mind is racing with questions. There are so many mysteries surrounding Erosia. What is her true identity? Why has he never heard of her in the game before? He's completely lost in thought. Besides, the slave market was already blasted into ruins. Even if she teleports there after 6 days, where exactly would she end up? Cigarette in hand, Han Xiao says, "I'll wait with you for these 3 hours." 2 hours and 55 minutes later, Erosia asks, "Why did you want to take me with you?" Han Xiao is blunt. "Curiosity," she asks innocently. "Curiosity? What kind of feeling is that?" He puts a hand to his chin. "It's not really a feeling, more like a desire." Erosia asks again, "Is wanting me to become a super also a desire?" Han Xiao is getting a little frustrated, but he tries to explain, yeah, I want you to get stronger, to become one of my fighters. She looks downcast. But I can't die. What's the point of being stronger? He suddenly cracks a smile. I think life is about more than just the body. Han Xiao explains that life isn't just about romantic love. It's about family, your connections to the world, and the bonds you forge with other people. Erosia's eyes go wide. A body that resurrects but loses all its memories of the world. That is an incredibly tragic fate. She continues, thank you for telling me all this. No one had ever spoken to her with such seriousness before. He just smiles. It's nothing, just small talk. If you want, I'll find you again to talk more. The space around him seems to grow dark. Han Xiao feels a bit sad. It's just, by then, you won't remember me. And now, watch this. It's time. The quest panel appears. Visitor from afar. Remaining mission time, 3 seconds. Han Xiao waves goodbye. See you around. The panel shows 2 seconds. Suddenly, Erosia bursts into tears. Don't. 1 second on the clock. Time's up. The panel updates. Visitor from afar. Mission time has ended. He reads the notification. Visitor from afar completed. You received 1.8 million experience. He's completely stunned. What the hell? I didn't do anything and the quest finished itself? Then, the system announces, you have triggered a hidden quest. Restart. The mission brief begins. Erosia is a special life form. Her body contains one of the world's greatest secrets. Keep her by your side. Eventually, this puzzle will reveal itself to you. You must complete the chain quest. Completing 1 round unlocks the next phase. Round 1. Teach Erosia. Help her awaken her Esper ability, master her body's energy, and reach level 8. Reward, 5.2 million EXP, 1 random reward, and plus 5 Ristofaction favorability. Failure condition. Erosia dies. A grade A hidden chain quest? Okay, you and I both know that's huge storyline stuff. But the real twist? Erosia is still here. His jaw drops. You didn't disappear. How do you feel right now? Erosia replies, I don't know, but I feel like I can finally leave that place. What did you do to me? Han Xiao pats her shoulder, grinning. I didn't do anything. But hey, this is a good thing. Erosia smiles back happily. Meanwhile, night falls on the Dark Star hidden base on planet Aquamarine. Inside, Ames is taking the fall. That is what happened. It was my mistake. The Dark Star leader remains silent for a long moment. Ames pleads, please, give me one more chance. I will find the Pearl Code and bring it back. The leader finally speaks. Our seer has prophesied that the Pearl Code is in the hands of a mercenary. Ames is dismissed. Leave planet Aquamarine. I've decided to assign the next mission to the main fleet. Yes, sir, he says. Meanwhile, the Skyring mercenary captain arrives with the ransom. Glay is overjoyed to be reunited with his team. Han Xiao also gets paid, along with the 2 advanced knowledge books he was promised. He happily holds the 2 precious items in his hands. A few days later at the spaceport, Jin shakes hands with their escort. We'll be in your care on the way back. She replies, don't worry, we're professionals. Glay points over his shoulder. Plus, we've got our buddy Captain Blackstar here for double insurance. Han Xiao waves it off. I'm just heading the same way. Don't count me in. A voice calls out. Blackstar! Jenny walks over. You are now our chief logistics officer. Your forces represent our armed power off-world. I hope you can grow quickly and spread the name of planet Aquamarine far and wide. Han Xiao places a hand on his chest. I will give it my all. Jenny points to a box. Take this with you. She opens it, explaining, this is from Hannes the mechanic. He asked me to give it to you. His work kept him from coming himself. It's a portable, miniature nuclear energy reactor. Holding it, his eyes sparkle. This thing requires advanced knowledge to build. If I use this as my mecha's power core, its performance will skyrocket. Man, Hannes is a real one. Glay yells out, Black Star, time to go. He quickly shuts the box and replies, coming. Han Xiao doesn't forget to say bye to Jenny. I'm off then. Please thank Hans for me. At that moment, Hannes is busy in his workshop. Cough, cough. So, Black Star, you've left. Now I have to do all this mechanic work by myself. Later, in the Fawn asteroid belt, a voice calls out from inside the ship. Black Star, where are you headed next? Han Xiao replies, the Gorgonon star system, Golden Palace on the Ghidorah colony planet. Glay gets curious. What for? Got a mission? Han Xiao answers plainly, looking for someone. He knows a very talented Ghidorah mage is hiding out in the Golden Palace. He specializes in analyzing magic arrays and identifying unknown magic items. He can definitely decipher that Pearl Code. And just as he lays out his perfect plan, yep, you guessed it, a red dot appears on the radar. A panicked soldier runs in to report high energy reaction detected up ahead. Glay quickly issues a command. Raise the shields. All ships, assume a defensive formation. The soldier responds, yes, sir. Suddenly, an alert blasts through the ship. All captains, attention. This is the command ship. Form a defensive perimeter, now. Seeing the enemy fleet ahead, Wah shouts, damn it, they're opening fire. She immediately orders a combat alert, and the entire fleet shifts to battle stations. Glee reports the enemy's position, but a panicked voice cuts in. Is this the Darkstar mothership's Vanguard fleet? Darkstar ships unleash a volley of shots toward the Skyring vessel. Wah is completely floored. When the hell did we piss these guys off? Why is the Darkstar mothership attacking us? Glee's face is grim. We're done for. Our firepower can't even scratch their mothership's shields. Han Xiao grits his teeth, thinking they even deployed a mothership. That pearl must be way more important to Darkstar than I thought. This is the single most dangerous situation he has ever faced. His odds of surviving this encounter are less than 10%. Glay frantically searches for backup. This is the Fawn system, the border between the Stone Torch and Black Raven civilizations. I'm sending them a distress call, Han Xiao warns him. Don't put all your faith in just Stone Torch and Black Raven. Keep calling for aid from other powers. Glay agrees. Right. I'll call our mercenary corps commander and ask them to assemble a fleet for us. A barrage of enemy fire slams into the Skyring ship. For now, the outer energy shield is absorbing the blasts. The command ship gives the order, all fleets, do not engage, divert all energy to the shields, protect the ships, and prepare to break their encirclement. The corps commander is gathering a fleet. If we can just buy some time, help will come. Wah keeps frantically contacting other mercenaries, asking if they'll help. Distress signals sent, Glay confirms. Holding his communicator, Han Xiao calls Ames, thinking, I can't believe I have to use this favor so soon. She answers the call. Is that you? My new subordinate. Han Xiao deadpans, don't tell me you've already forgotten my name. She quickly remembers him, then asks, Black Star, what is it? Did you find any trace of my teacher? My ship is under attack by Darkstar, Han Xiao says bluntly. The situation is critical. I'm calling you for backup. She asks why Darkstar would attack him. A few days ago, he explains, Darkstar stirred up trouble while you were gone. I happened to uncover their little conspiracy, so this attack is probably their revenge. As if she understands, Ames just waves her hand. All right, I'll be waiting. Drop by when you have a free moment. Han Xiao stares at the communicator, stunned. A notification pops up. You have unlocked the hidden mission. Escape fate. The mission objective. Escape the pursuit of Darkstar. Stall for time until reinforcements can arrive. The base reward is 800,000 experience points. The final reward depends on your mission rating, which maxes out if you can survive for 2 days. For every 1 to 2 additional hours you survive, your rating will increase by 1 level. Failure condition, being captured by Darkstar. After reading the details, he realizes he needs to last 2 whole days just to get the lowest possible rating. So reinforcements are 2 days away? I know what you're thinking. And yeah, Han Xiao agrees, forget 2 days. Surviving 2 hours would be a damn miracle. Corin is at the helm of the ship when an alarm starts blaring. Report! Shield energy at 67%. We've reached yellow alert. Please recharge immediately. Hearing this, Han Xiao shoves him out of the pilot's seat. Your piloting won't cut it. Let me. Corin is in disbelief. You can do it? Han Xiao replies coldly. With you at the helm, there's a 99% chance of crashing. With me, it's only 30%. Han Xiao's hands hit the controls. A system voice announces, adjustment complete. Shield power output reduced to 20%. Corin panics. Are you crazy? If you lower the shields that much, 1 direct hit will kill us all. Han Xiao just smirks, gripping the controls. Hold on tight. He slams the accelerator, rocketing the ship through the storm of enemy fire. They're flying through a treacherous asteroid field on the border of known space. Aboard another ship, a Stonetorch officer sits at his own control panel. The Black Raven fleet is here too, but they're not showing any signs of engagement. A man asks, What's the word from the Darkstar mothership? Another subordinate pulls down his headset. Darkstar says they're only pursuing the Skyring mercenaries. They promise not to interfere with the Black Raven or Stonetorch fleets. At the same time, the Skyring mercenaries have also requested our help. The man in charge is Sivas, commander of the Stonetorch civilization. He carefully weighs his options. What's the point in helping Skyring? They're just a bunch of mercenaries. If we're going to help anyone, it should be Darkstar. They're already aware of our standoff with Black Raven. We can't let them take advantage. Meanwhile, the Darkstar fleet continues its relentless pursuit, unleashing a storm of lasers at Han Xiao's ship. To dodge the onslaught, the ship flies like a missile, throwing the crew around and making them violently sick. Hua experiences Han Xiao's terrifying piloting skills firsthand. She looks pale but breathes a sigh of relief. Black Star, for a moment like this, your piloting is actually really reassuring. Han Xiao completely ignores the compliment. He just glares at Korin. Are you done throwing up yet? All right, let's fire up the cannons and jump right into the action. Korin's sweating bullets, his face still pale with shock as on the enemy mothership, a fist slams down in absolute rage. The captain of the mothership, Sirota, is livid, chewing out his subordinate. Holy Stone and Black Raven didn't even get involved, and you still couldn't take down one lousy mercenary ship? The enemy operator can't help but admire the skills. Their pilot is just on another level. Sirota assesses the battlefield and barks a new order. Double the pursuit fleet on that ship, now. Another operator answers, Roger. Just then, the ship's radar lights up with tons of red dots. The operator reports multiple enemy vessels approaching fast from their six. Glay knows this is bad, clutching his head in total despair. We're toast. We are so toast. There is no escaping this time. All right, let's dive in. Hua shoots him a look of disgust but tells him to chill when, suddenly, a message from Holy Stone pops up. It's their third border guard fleet. They claim they've received the distress signal. Come to these coordinates, it says. We will receive you and guarantee your safety. Glee's face immediately lights up with pure joy. Holy Stone agreed to help us. We're saved. We're saved. But Han Xiao, ever the cautious one, stops everyone. Don't go. It could be a trap. And he lays out his razor-sharp reasoning. Holy Stone and Black Raven have just been watching from the sidelines. Why would they suddenly want to help? Something's not right. Glee, worried about his men, presses the issue. Can we really last long enough for other reinforcements? This might be our only chance, boss. Hearing this, Glee closes her eyes, torn over her team's safety. Then her eyes snap open, resolute. She sides with Black Star. I think he has a point. Keep running. Following Wee's decision, Glay quickly relays the new orders to the rest of the fleet. All ships, this is the command vessel. Ignore the message from the Holy Stone civilization. Maintain formation and push forward. But suddenly, the console shows one ship peeling off, heading the opposite way. Glay furiously shouts into the mic. Hey, ship number 4, why have you broken formation? I order you to return immediately. Manhwa appears on screen, placing a hand on his chest in a false apology. The coward decided to save his own skin. There's no way we can survive Dark Star's sweep. I'll accept punishment for disobeying later. Glee, absolutely furious, growls. Get back here. Wee steps in, placing a hand on his shoulder to calm him. Let them go. Respect their decision. Glay can only reply with a helpless, boss. Now, pay attention. We cut to the coordinates Holy Stone provided. And it's a Vajon. Manhwa eagerly contacts the Holy Stone forces. This is ship number 4 of the Skyring mercenary fleet. We've arrived at the designated location. Please receive us. But on the other end, nothing but static. His crewmate senses something is very wrong, his eyes widening in confusion. Why aren't they responding? And then it hits them. It's a trap. Too late, he screams. We're done for. It's a trap. A massive battleship closes in on their position. Smaller ships deploy from the mothership, chasing down ship number 4 and opening fire relentlessly. The cannon fire creates massive explosions across the planet's surface. Glay, watching this, can only marvel at Han Xiao's foresight. So it really was a trap. Good thing Black Star saw it coming. Han Xiao, sitting calmly in the pilot's seat, gives a cold assessment. We're not much better off. Our damage is just as bad as the other ships. He then pilots the ship into a deep, abyss-like canyon to evade the enemy pursuit, telling everyone inside to hold on tight. Sirota watches in fury as their ship disappears below ground. He gives the order to his soldiers. Damn it, they've escaped into a subterranean fissure. Bombard the planet's surface, force them out. The Dark Star pilot quickly responds, Roger. Meanwhile, on Han Xiao's ship, a huge hole appears in their protective shield. Panic fills the ship. The shield's energy is almost depleted. The soldiers inside cling to anything they can, fearing for their lives. At this rate, we'll be buried alive. Han Xiao closes his eyes, lets out a sigh, and makes his decision. The ship's at its limit. We're abandoning it. Down in the fissure, their defenseless ship is now smoking heavily. Glay can't believe it and confronts Han Xiao. Do you have any idea what you're saying? Hua is just as horrified. I mean, we all know abandoning ship is basically a death sentence. But Han Xiao explains his thinking. Dark Star is after the Cipher Pearl. If they just bomb the surface and bury us alive, it'll make their search even harder. He reassures the two of them, but his brow stays furrowed, his mind carefully weighing every single option. Don't worry, if Dark Star just wanted us dead, one shot from the mothership would have done it. They deployed this many troops because they want us alive. He analyzes the situation and the cave-filled terrain. This planet is riddled with underground caves. It'll be a nightmare for Dark Star to search, which means we can use it to our advantage. and that's the plan. Meanwhile, the Dark Star mothership and its fleet continue to advance. In the ship's brig, the captured Sky Ring mercenaries from ship number 4 are being held. A subordinate gives a military salute. Captain, the interrogation is complete. None of the captured mercenaries have ever seen the Cipher Pearl. We didn't find the Cipher Pearl on them, and it wasn't on their ship either. Sirota quietly comes to a conclusion. Only one ship remains. The Cipher Pearl must be with them. Darkstar's smaller ships enter the fissure and begin their search. A single red dot blinks to life on their radar screen. A Darkstar soldier spots it. Ahead, we found the mercenary command ship. They accelerate, speeding towards the abandoned Skyring vessel. Upon reaching the derelict ship, Darkstar soldiers swarm out to investigate. Their finding? What? The ship is completely empty. The soldier immediately reports to Sirota on the mothership. Captain, they've abandoned the vessel. Sirota seems to realize Han Xiao's plan. So these mercenaries know how to use the terrain. Bombing them to dust would make finding the bodies impossible. Deploy the Mayfly squad. Use life detectors and search from the air. Ground troops will coordinate with you to begin the hunt. Just then, a group of mini-ships appears in the sky. They descend to the surface, kicking up a huge cloud of dust. From the ship's hatch, a figure emerges. Sirota's voice crackles over his earpiece, giving an order. You will lead the ground troops. Don't disappoint me. The figure touches his earpiece and replies in a low voice, understood. Meanwhile, somewhere deep below the planet's surface, a giant black sphere appears. A muffled voice comes from inside. Whoa, what is this thing? Han Xiao calmly explains, it's a new vehicle class built by Dragon Calm. You can call it the S-Ball. It's perfect for complex cave terrain like this. He then hops into the driver's seat with a smirk. Hold on tight. He slams his foot on the gas, and the S-Ball tears through the caves. And with the Dark Star fleet watching their every move, you and I know this crazy escape is just getting started. All right, let's dive into some serious galactic chess. On radar, an Amethyst soldier frantically reports an incoming fleet. It's the Sky Ring mercenaries. In the Amethyst flagship's command room, Sirota lounges with his legs crossed, sizing up the enemy. He can't believe Sky Ring would mobilize a whole fleet for some minor merc group. All right, stick with me. We're diving straight into an epic standoff in deep space. His man warns of massive losses and suggests a retreat, but Sirota, he's not backing down. For the Mute Pearl, any sacrifice is worth it. A lone ship flies through the void. Moments later, that ship broadcasts a loud and clear message to the two Tianhuan fleets. Attention, Darkstar. I am representing the Sacred Stone Border Defense, and I'm warning you. You are in our territory. If you start a war here, we will see it as a provocation. The border guard would then respond with full force. But Tianhuan's leader, Hila, just clenches her fist. Enough talk. We're mercenaries. We fight for our comrades until our last breath. With that, the war between Tianhuan and Darkstar finally ignites. Shielded warships unleash hell on the enemy, massive explosions lighting up the void. Aboard the Sacred Stone command ship, Sivas, the man who gave the warning, just grinds his teeth in fury. Seriously? They're treating my words like a joke. Suddenly, a request for aid from the Ghidorah civilization pops up on his main screen. A blond man appears, placing a hand on his chest. I am the deputy head of foreign affairs for the Ghidorah civilization, and I have full authority to represent my people. We hope the Sacred Stone civilization will join us against Darkstar. Sivas glares back at him. This is our business. You have no right to interfere. But Apis doesn't back down, pleading his case. Darkstar is a truly evil force. Their crimes are countless. They are the enemy of all civilizations. Ignoring their cruelty is completely irresponsible. Shivas isn't having any of it, cutting him off with a scowl. Save that speech for someone else. I only move on the Marshal's direct orders. A soldier asks Sivas, who is thinking with his arms crossed. Commander, what's the plan? Which side do we help? But Sivas is already running the calculations. Darkstar almost never operates in the open. They've only revealed themselves a handful of times. Ghidorah just wants to use this rare chance to take them down. We take the damage, and they get the glory? In their dreams. After thinking it through, he makes his call, do nothing, and just watch the show. Meanwhile, in the vastness of space, the war between Darkstar and Tianhuan rages on, with neither side giving an inch. A barrage of cannon fire blows a ship to smithereens. Inside another vessel, a command rings out, don't be scared, kill them all. Aboard his flagship, Sirota watches the battle coolly. We're counting on you. Down on the planet's surface, a hand touches a cliff face. Found them. As leads the charge, yelling to his Darkstar soldiers, move out. A rover speeds through the cavern at a blistering pace. Suddenly, falling rocks block the path ahead. A figure steps out from the dust, his voice cold and full of arrogance. Found you. Az and his goons appear before the rover, a massive stone dragon growling right behind them. Its purple eyes lock onto its prey. Az smirks, "I won't be as careless as last time." And yeah, you can practically feel the cold sweat on Han Xiao's face. Damn it. Az managed to hunt me down again. He can't help but remember Az's terrifying power and worry for the others. His own tough body can take the true damage from Az, but for the other NPCs with him, it's a fatal blow. He worked too hard to find them, he can't lose them here. After a split-second decision, he slams his foot on the gas. Gritting his teeth, he yells back to Melos, "This guy's too dangerous, we're pulling out." The rover rockets down the tunnel in a desperate escape, and one of Az's men looks on in a panic. "Boss, they're getting away." Az doesn't answer. He just raises his hand, controlling the very carbon atoms in the air. Outside the rover's hull, these streams of carbon atoms begin to seep inside, invading the machinery and causing the whole system to spark and short-circuit. The rover loses control, spinning wildly in the cavern. Han Xiao looks out the window, sighing, "Got careless." Then, a scream erupts from behind him. "Ah!" Melos collapses in terror, clutching his arm as it begins to just vanish. "What's happening? My arm!" Erosia looks down in panic as her own legs begin to fade away. "My life force. It's draining." I know what you're thinking. This is the end, right? Well, not exactly. She remembers what Han Xiao once told her while he smoked a cigarette. Once you die, you lose your connection to this world. Erosia bites her lip, a tear tracing a path down her fading cheek. "No, I don't want to die." Her body feels like it's sinking, dissolving into nothingness. Her eyes are squeezed shut as she whispers it one last time. "No, I don't want to die." Suddenly, Erosia's body turns transparent, glowing with a golden light. The disintegration stops, and she begins to float inside the rover. Sensing the change, Erosia's brilliant blue eyes snap open as she stares at her own body, confused. "What? What's happening to me?" Han Xiao finally breaks into a relieved smile. He looks up, explaining to her and himself. "So that's it. You're an energy life form. Your physical matter just dissolved. Az can't hurt you anymore. Quick, try to touch the rover's energy core." Erosia immediately reaches out, channeling her own energy directly into it. The system is hit with so much power, it triggers an overload warning. On the rover side, a new component, like a jet engine, roars to life. This part boosts the rover's speed exponentially. Melos, saved from death, clutches his chest, coughing, his body trembling with relief. We actually got away." Han Xiao turns to a blushing Erosia, proudly boasting about what she just did. "It was Erosia's energy that let us escape his power field." Then, he adds with a smirk, "That makes 3 times you've lost to me, Az." Az is furious, clenching his fists. "Send more men. The target got away." But then, a new message pops up on his communicator. "New orders from the mothership. Abort the mission. All units, retreat immediately." Az just slams his fist into a boulder. And trust me, you and I both know that's a wound to his pride he will never forget. He curses, "What in the world is that?" Let's rewind 15 minutes. A ship from the Sacred Stone Fleet sends a frantic report. "Captain, a massive object is approaching the battlefield." The soldiers see the warning on their radar and turn to Commander Sivas for orders. Their main fleet, Flowing Light, is directly in the object's path. Do they intercept? Sivas calmly holds them back, giving a command to his subordinate. "Hold your fire. First, I want to know exactly what that thing is." What appears before them? An entire island, wrapped in a protective shield, floating closer. Once he gets a clear look at it, he can't help but curse. Damn it, that massive thing is the floating island. Dragon's Lair. He wonders to himself, why is Dragon's Lair here? Frowning, Sivas speaks into the microphone. "Attention Dragon's Lair, this is Sivas, commander of the Sacred Stone 3rd Defense Fleet. We have locked down this sector. Please alter your course." Then, a voice suddenly booms from the island's speakers. "Make way." The subordinate next to him fumes, acting so arrogant in our territory. Sivas, sweating, just parts his lips and gives the order. "All units, stand down, release the blockade and let them pass." The fleet obeys, and Dragon's Lair sails right through the Sacred Stone warships. Meanwhile, the flickering Star Fleet watches everything unfold on their monitors. A voice cuts through, issuing a command to the squadron. "Mercenary fleet at 30 degrees east, near Southern Primer, concentrate your fire on that location." Satora grabs the mic, his voice full of authority. "Squads 4 and 5, return to defensive positions." A subordinate watches him, smiling like a suck-up. "With you in charge, a tiny mercenary fleet is nothing." Saruta just scoffs, a smirk of contempt on his face. A small mercenary fleet? Crushing them is just a matter of time. The colossal Dragon's Lair heads straight for the flickering Star Fleet. On board, the crew watches the island get bigger and bigger, looking like it's about to ram them head on. They start to panic. Captain, what are our orders? The captain's body trembles. Cease fire for now. Then, in space, a blood-red crack appears above Dragon's lair. The ship's system blares an emergency alert. Warning, spatial fluctuations detected nearby. A high-grade energy source is being calculated. Calculation failed. Range unstable. Cannot display. Now pay attention, because what you and I are seeing isn't a glitch, it's a top-tier teleportation gate. The spatial rift widens. A pair of long, elegant legs in a demonic red hue appear, and then Mercy steps out, her expression ice-cold. A soldier's eyes fill with absolute terror. He collapses, pointing and stammering. Didi Dragon, Ardor, why is she here? Someone else on the bridge screams, "Run!" The flickering Starfleet frantically scrambles to escape. Mercy just stands on Dragonlair's shield, her eyes cold yet captivating. She raises a hand, her sharp gaze focusing her power. Massive shards of red ice shoot forward, slicing a ship in front of her to pieces. Satora watches the ship explode into a million fragments and yells to his crew in a panic, "Signal everyone, full retreat, immediately." Realizing something, he quickly corrects himself. "No! The fleet will form a defensive line around the mothership. Let the mothership escape first." Mercy watches them flee, bored. Running, she then raises her hand high, and a torrent of energy erupts around her body. Mercy floats in space as the energy forms a gigantic, crimson arm. That energy hand reaches out and grabs the entire island of Dragon's Lair. She holds the island like it's a baseball, takes a running start in space, and hurls it with all her might at the flickering Starfleet. On the ground, the Skyring army watches the sky light up. Debris from the collision rains down, exploding on impact. Malost is speechless. Replaying the horror, she literally smashed the mothership with an island. Han Xiao, standing in the crowd with a cigarette, is just as stunned by Mercy's absolute, overwhelming brutality. Dragon's Lair is her territory, her palace, and her weapon. Mercy lands before Han Xiao, arms crossed, and comments coolly, "Everyone's fine. Looks like I made it just in time." Hearing that, Han Xiao can't resist a sarcastic jab. "Took you 3 days. You sure took your sweet time." Mercy completely ignores his comment. She turns, waving a hand as she leaves. "If that's all, I'm going. And don't forget, help me find my teacher." Han Xiao puts on an arrogant face. Yeah, don't worry." Standing nearby, Guiyu eavesdrops, his eyes wide with shock. "Seriously, you and I just saw their dynamic. How is he so casual with Dragon Ardor?" Vivu's jaw is on the floor, his respect for Han Xiao skyrocketing. He'd never heard of Black Star before, but he's clearly a force to be reckoned with. Wasting no time, the two of them approach Han Xiao and bow respectfully. Vivu scratches his head, awkwardly introducing them. Hello. We're the commanders of the Skyring mercenary group. We look forward to working with you." Han Xiao, one hand in his pocket, shakes theirs with his free hand and replies coolly, The Skyring fleet continues on its way. A mission notification pops up. Escape mission complete. A new upgradable B-rank mission has been created. The group dungeon, Might of Dragon Ardor. Han Xiao leans back in his chair with his legs crossed, already calculating his next move. The current player level cap is 60, but the Dragon Ardor dungeon requires level 90. Any player who tried it now would just be throwing their life away. Right now, the dungeon offers no real benefits aside from satisfying player curiosity. He then looks over at the players surrounding Erosia, whose transparent body is floating. Everyone is buzzing with awe and curiosity. "Whoa, my hand goes right through her," another player asks. "What's happening to her?" Han Xiao walks over, casually explaining. "She's awakened her energy form." Erosia herself listens with wide-eyed wonder as he breaks it down. In energy form, the entire body becomes pure energy, freeing it from physical limitations. Han Xiao continues, a hint of pride in his voice. If her physical body is injured, the energy form can regenerate it. The wounds vanish, but it does consume a little energy. As long as she has enough energy, she can recover from any injury. Han Xiao smirks, his mind already racing, analyzing Erosia's potential in battle. Erosia's energy seems to be light-based, but when channeled into a power core, it automatically converts to compatible electricity. And trust me, that one detail is a complete game changer. Model. This means her energy form can be changed. And trust me, this is an ability with infinite potential. It could evolve into higher-tier energy like molecular or dark energy, a limitless, all-purpose power source. He gives a gentle smile, placing a hand on Erosia's shoulder now that she's back to normal. "I'll guide you." Erosia is ecstatic. Meanwhile, Mello starts bawling his eyes out. "How am I supposed to live with only one arm?" Han Xiao walks over and calms him down, asking, "What's all the fuss? My tech can get you a bionic arm that's even more useful than your real one." Mellows clutches his stump, face full of despair. but a machine can't channel my power. Han Xiao isn't having any of his pessimism and cuts him off. What's the rush? I wasn't finished. I just said you'd use it for now. Remembering Aurora's insane power, he smiles, realizing it's no big deal. I have a friend with a special ability. Forget a disability. She can even bring people back from the dead. Melos's face lights up as he turns to confirm. Is she really that powerful? Han Xiao nods. Yep, she's from my home world. Once we resolve the future disaster there, I'll take you back to her for healing. Melos grabs his hand. You gotta promise me. Yeah, I promise. Cut to the Golden Palace colonial planet. Gaslin stands before a grand, ancient palace and says to Han Xiao, Black Star, we're at the place you wanted. Han Xiao approaches the door, knocks twice, and gives a formal greeting. Greetings, Master Angaton. I've come seeking your famous skills for help. I need you to open a magically sealed item. An old man with a long white beard and a wizard's hat opens the door. It's Ghidorah's master appraiser, Angaton. Welcome, come in. Han Xiao follows Angaton into the palace. A hand holding the pearl moves it over a magic table as Angaton shuts his eyes, chanting a long incantation. The old man spreads his arms, and watch this colorful magic arrays fill the air. The black pearl spins wildly, suddenly blasting out golden light everywhere. Han Xiao's eyes sparkle as he looks up, thrilled. Whoa! Angaton picks up the pearl, wiping sweat from his brow before making his demand. It's unlocked. That magic seal was a real pain, that'll be extra. Han Xiao doesn't mind the cost, happily agreeing. Done. He takes the black pearl, giving it a light spin. Immediately, a system notification pops up. You've opened the cipher pearl. You've received a Generation 7 aberration body. You've received the experiment number for the supergene extractor. Han Xiao smirks at the pearl. This thing contains the virus for the mutation host mission. No wonder Darkstar went through so much trouble to get it back. He basically just ripped out their lifeline. Han Xiao tosses the pearl in his hand, thinking, these two items are tied to two of Darkstar's biggest schemes, the origin of the new mutation disaster. I get it now. Darkstar bought these items from another organization. The Silver Spirit agent in charge of transport was hiding among the travelers to avoid detection, but the traveler group had the bad luck of being robbed by slavers, forcing Darkstar to come find their lost package. He analyzes the situation clearly. Through a series of wild coincidences, he completely sabotaged Darkstar's secret deal and stole the item they paid a fortune for. After connecting the dots, Han Xiao strokes his chin with a sly grin. Then, a notification chimes. He reads the screen and can't help but curse. Damn it! The screen reads, you have triggered the Great Main Quest, Mutation Disaster. Quest Summary. You accidentally sabotaged Darkstar's private deal, discovering the calamity's origin. Darkstar is secretly releasing the aberration body on multiple civilized planets. Once the virus matures, a terrifying disaster will strike. Resisting the calamity is the duty of every living being. After reading the quest, Han Xiao's jaw drops. This is the main storyline for the next version. He stares at the pearl. I remember this quest just needed me to protect planet Aquamarine, but my objectives include other planets. Is it because I got the aberration body? The system updates again. You've triggered the Grade A mission, Ghidorah's Alliance. You've triggered the Grade S mission, Bloodline. His hand hovers over the screen showing the Ghidorah mission. Summary. You sent Darkstar running with their tails between their legs. Ghidorah will reward any actions against them. A Ghidorah faction quest, he murmurs. He then uses his knowledge of Ghidorah to plan his next steps. Ghidorah is the key to solving this disaster. Now, here's the thing. In the original timeline, they developed the cure way too late, after countless had already fallen. Handing them the aberration body now would let them create the antidote early. But the mission hasn't started yet. It's still frozen. If he gives it to them now, it won't raise his contribution score. He needs to perfectly time the handover for the best rewards. Angaton suddenly coughs a few times. Stroking his beard, the kind old man offers, I didn't use force to open your pearl. If you need, I can help you lock it again. Han Xiao happily thanks him, then I'll trouble you. But his mind is on the coming S-rank mission involving Ghidorah's branching bloodline. He frowns, evaluating. That's one of the top 3 most annoying missions in all of version 1's major storylines. This mission needs a special trigger to even start, and so far, no one has ever figured out how to complete it. He lets out a weary sigh. At least I know how to finish the first few stages, so I'm not completely lost. As for the end result, I'll just see what happens. First things first, gotta deal with this pearl. Back at the mothership, Han Xiao strides over. Melos sees him and asks, Commander, what are our orders now? Han Xiao puts a hand on his shoulder and gives the order. Old Melos, take everyone back to Jubilee Hub. You all worked hard. Get some good rest. I need to take a trip back to Dragon Throne. Melos turns to board the ship, waving goodbye. All right, you stay safe then. Staring at the pearl in his hand, Han Xiao grins mischievously, already plotting revenge. Heh heh. I remember those sacred stone punks helping Darkstar trick us. You and I both know what's next time to pass this hot potato right over to them. At the Dragon Throne port, Wasander embraces Han Xiao, beaming with joy. You're back! That plan of yours? I find it very interesting. Han Xiao ignores the question and says, I already talked to Jenny, she agrees. Just follow the plan we discussed. You know how to act, right? If not, I'll give you lessons. Wasander is full of confidence. Are you kidding? Of course I can act. He turns to leave, promising. Just wait for the good news. Nobody messes with Dragon Seal and gets away with it. A moment later, a ship's engines roar to life. Han Xiao watches it take off, thinking, man, this guy's in an even bigger hurry than I am. Over at the Holy Stone Civilization's diplomatic sector, Wasander's ship touches down. The commander of the Dragon Seal fleet has arrived. Sivas and two subordinates greet him, and he introduces himself. I am Sivas, commander of the Holy Stone Border Defense's 3rd Fleet. To what do we owe the pleasure? Wasander gets straight to business, his expression blank. My people were attacked by Amethyst forces. The Dragon Emperor himself stepped in and crushed them. Among those we rescued, someone revealed Amethyst's target was a black pearl. Sivas breaks out in a cold sweat, trying to keep his cool. The Dragon Emperor is mighty, protecting the peace. We are thoroughly impressed. This pearl Amethyst wanted must be incredibly important. Wasander seizes the opportunity, quickly placing a box into Sivas's hands. We think so too. By a strange coincidence, we found it, so we were preparing to deliver it to Ghidorah. And here's the play. Since this is your territory, we hope you can handle the delivery for us. It saves us an extra trip. Sivas just stares, completely speechless. Before he can even react, Wasander is already on his ship and taking off. The item has been delivered. I'm out of here. Sivas is left holding this galactic hot potato, yelling in frustration. Hey, his subordinate looks worried. Sir, what should we do? Shivas clutches the pearl case. We can't afford to anger Dragon Seal, but before we hand it over, get the magic department to open it and see what's inside. Later, in a holy stone building, a voice bellows out. You said what? A grim-faced Sivas confirms it again. The pearl is empty. The mage holds the two separated halves. That's right, there's nothing. Sivas buries his face in his hands. Damn it, this is a mess. Ghidorah will think we stole the contents. We're screwed. He lets out a deep sigh and gives the order. Fine. Just transfer it to Ghidorah. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is contacting Wasander for a mission report. It's done, Wasander says proudly over the comms. Of course it is. Did you forget who I am? Han Xiao isn't celebrating just yet. Amethyst failed once, but they won't give up. He and Skyring are now their primary targets in the hunt for the Cipher Pearl. He brilliantly breaks down the situation. Once the Cipher Pearl gets to Ghidorah, Amethyst can't get it back. They'll just assume Ghidorah or Holy Stone took what was inside. But here's the thing, Ghidorah and Holy Stone will most likely keep the whole business under wraps, so I had Wasander intentionally leak the information. Now Amethyst doesn't need to guess where the pearl is. They can go straight to Ghidorah. Han Xiao strolls on, hands in pockets, whistling confidently. And just like that, you and I see how he gets Amethyst off his back. He's totally out of the picture now. As for whether Ghidorah believes Holy Stone received an empty pearl, not his problem. If there's an issue, they can take it up with the Holy Stone civilization. This is Planet Sunil, number 122. On the planet, a burning warship smokes the aftermath of a brutal battle. Amethyst soldiers lie scattered everywhere. From a pile of rubble, a hand emerges, and the mound glows with a strange purple light. The rocks shatter, revealing an amethyst soldier underneath, his body shaking uncontrollably. A comms device on the rock starts buzzing. He stands, bowing to the figure on the screen before asking, Teacher, what's the situation outside? Did we win? Ein is silent. Mercy took down Sorota's flagship. He flashes back to Ghidorah's Crimson Jail, escorting Sorota away. The entire fleet was destroyed. All survivors were handed over to Ghidorah's Crimson Jail. His fists clench. So, what about the Cipher Pearl? Ein immediately gives Aesop all the intel he has. We received a report. The Cipher Pearl was picked up by Dragon Seal's guards, given to Holy Stone, then passed to Ghidorah. Hearing this, Aesop's hand trembles with pure rage. He thinks of his fallen comrades. So you're saying their sacrifice meant nothing? He immediately starts plotting his revenge. The Dragon Emperor attacked us to save Blackstar. Fine. Then we'll kill Blackstar and show him we're not to be messed with. Ein calmly reminds his student, at this critical moment, it is unwise to provoke such a powerful enemy. Remember, Ghidorah is the true enemy, but he can't accept it. Teacher, I have failed against Blackstar 3 times. Only his death can erase this shame. Ein frowns and scolds him, childish. He continues sternly, "The organization didn't train you to fight nobodies. You have a much more important mission to complete." Aesop just shuts his eyes, defeated. "What should I do?" Ein's expression darkens as he issues an order. "Your anger has clouded your judgment, an unforgivable error. For 1 year, you are forbidden from all missions. Stay here and train. Reflect." And while that's happening, the galactic net explodes. Blackstar's name is everywhere, all because the Dragon Emperor personally stepped in to help him. Who exactly is this Blackstar mercenary group? All kinds of superpowered individuals are now flocking to join them. Aliens across the sector can't hide their excitement. "I have to join the Blackstar mercenary group," one says. Another nods eagerly. "Me too." Inside a machinery mod room, 3 figures stand in black cloaks. Wearing wizard hats, they use magic to manipulate several orbs. Han Xiao approaches them with a wide smile. "Excellent work. Enchanting all this gear was a massive project." Hurless wipes sweat from his forehead. "It was nothing. It's our honor to serve you." But inside his mind, a question lingers. He joined the Blackstar mercenaries a long time ago, but he still hasn't met the Dragon Emperor. Han Xiao just puts a hand on his shoulder, offering some encouragement. "Work hard, and one day the Dragon Seed himself will reward you." But inside, he was already making his own moves. Once enchanted by mages, these machines gain unique elemental abilities, making their combat styles even more creative. Just then, Malo appears. "Blackstar, the mercenary named Su, has arrived. He's waiting." Han Xiao coolly replies, "Perfect timing. Tell them to wait for me on the ship." He thinks, "This is a great chance to test my new combat system and establish some authority at the same time." On an asteroid below, a crowd of new soldiers gathers beneath the ship. A young man remarks, "So, to join the Blackstar mercenaries, you even have to pass the captain's personal test?" Another guy named Yang proudly chimes in, "Of course, not just anyone can get into our group." He's getting cocky. "We're from the captain's hometown, and even we went through a ridiculously tough test." But his friend nearby couldn't stand the bragging and yells with an angry face, "Liar, you got in because of your connections." Just then, a single clap cuts through the noise. Han Xiao clears his throat, smiling politely at the crowd. "Ahem, since everyone's here, let's begin." Ranton eagerly steps forward. "I'll go first." Han Xiao just smirks. "No need, all of you can come at once. Let's save some time." The soldiers start whispering amongst themselves. "There's over 100 of us. He wants us all to attack?" Even a grade B super wouldn't be that arrogant. The guy next to him nods. For real, Lampo cracks his knuckles, firing everyone up. "Let's go, brothers. Let's finish this fast and show him he can't look down on us." Fired up, the soldiers roar with determination and charge forward in a massive wave. Han Xiao gives a challenging smile, completely unfazed. He reaches into a pouch on his belt for something. Now don't blink, because what he pulls out next is absolutely insane. He throws out a handful of iron spheres, and from inside them, massive robots appear, ready for battle. As the spheres shatter, automated cannons pop up from the ground. Han Xiao stands confidently in the middle of his instantly deployed army. Lampo's face drains of color as he stares at the scene. Where in the world did he just summon a mechanical legion from? Han Xiao grins, juggling the spheres in his hand. This was the tech he got for rescuing the Silver Spirit people. Compression technology. It lets him store his mechanical gear in a compact form, ready to be activated by a magnetic pulse. He tosses the remaining spheres, thrilled with the convenience. This means no more dragging massive equipment all over the place. One soldier tries to rally the troops. "Don't be scared. They're just clunky mechs. Smash them." Instantly, the robot's arms unload a hail of cannon fire on the Blackstar soldiers, who dodge with ease. They scoff. "With aim like that, they'll never hit us." But one soldier looks at his shield in shock. Every projectile was enchanted with water magic. The barrage creates small puddles on the ground. A guy runs through one, splashing water, then his mouth hangs open in sudden horror. He sees his teammates getting zapped and screams, "Damn it, it's an electric grid trap." The powerful current sends them flying, while one lucky guy barely escapes, hitting the dirt hard. He then spots strange, coin-shaped objects scattered all over the ground. "The hell? What are these now?" Han Xiao's voice echoes, answering his question. "Those are repulsion force traps." Meanwhile, the Blackstar soldiers are still floating helplessly in the air. They grit their teeth, trying to break free, but it's useless. "This is bad. We can't move." They look at the automated turrets and hatch a plan. "Forget the cannons. Capture the king. If we take down Blackstar, we win." "Okay, I know what you're thinking, smart move." But Han Xiao just scoffs. In your dreams, suddenly a loud new noise erupts. Aqua frowns, turning to see a sight that makes him wary. Mechanical hounds. Be careful. They desperately try to fend off the vicious mechanical beasts. Everyone starts working together. Relton, we'll hold off these hounds. Taking down Black Star is all on you now. On the other side, Relton kicks a hound away, cursing. Get lost, don't block my path. He expertly weaves his way through the pack. He swings his sword at Han Xiao, who is now being encased in a powerful mech suit. Take this. Han Xiao just smirks back, taunting him. Heh. His body is now covered in the glorious Void Dragon armor. He raises his hand to unleash a Void Blast, but a sudden wave of energy hits Relton first. He clutches his head, screaming in pain. Ah, my head hurts. Han Xiao looks on, admiring his armor's special ability. Upgraded with Void Dragon Bone, the armor not only gets a huge stat boost, but can also automatically fire Void Blasts, launching a mental assault on his enemies. Then, Han Xiao arrogantly sends Relton flying. The power drain is huge. A normal mechanic couldn't handle it. But I'm no normal mechanic. He retracts the armor and walks forward to make his announcement. 54 seconds. All of you passed. The exhausted soldiers help each other to their feet. Thank you, Black Star. Thank you for the lesson, Captain. Han Xiao waves them off. Go back and get your gear. We're heading out for a mission tomorrow. Forgetting their exhaustion, the soldiers cheer in unison. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, on Tombstar, soldiers are locked in a fierce battle. Inside a fortress, Commander Rake of the W Organization is in a meeting with his team. A villain named Rel and his cultists are preparing a ritual to poison the underground water source in some nearby ruins. He recalls a vision of a demonic statue slaughtering civilians, causing agonizing deaths, and he states the plan. We have to stop that ritual, or tens of millions of people will die. But he also explains the problem. We can't break through the giant magic golem that the high-level cultists have set up. Just then, a group arrives at their camp, led by Lin Gay, the captain of the Red Horn Mercenaries. He introduces himself seriously. I'm Lin Gay, captain of the Red Horns. Your people hired us, and we'll do our best to help you. Rake steps forward and warmly shakes his hand. Are you confident you can stop Rel? Lin Gay's confidence falters. To be honest, the situation here is much worse than we expected. You and I are about to see this man's hopes get crushed. Lin Gay tells him the hard truth. Our own strength is limited. We can't handle a mission of this level. Rake's jaw just drops. See, Planet Aquamarine is run by Ghidorah, and whenever a warrior here hits a specific power level, they can ascend to the upper realm, the Star Realm. Outside the cult's fortress, the bodies of the Oa race are scattered everywhere, drenched in blood. Over here, the Red Horn mercenaries are fighting a losing battle. One of them blasts a magic golem while shouting at his teammates, "Keep your distance! Don't try to fight these things head-on!" A Red Horn soldier looks to the sky, his eyes going wide with disbelief. Above them, motherships arrive and start dropping smaller assault craft to the ground. One ship lands right beside a golem mid-axe swing. Suddenly, an armored hand shoots out and stops the blade cold. And right on cue, you gotta love the timing, our boy Han Xiao appears in his Viper suit, catching the weapon and charging his energy. Aren't we a little eager? The incredible force of his counterpunch completely shatters the golem's body. It flies back into a mountain and explodes into a shower of rocks. The Red Horn soldiers watch, completely stunned. So strong. He took out that magic golem in just a few hits. Linga recognizes him and shouts with joy. It's the Black Star mercenary group. They took our support request. We're saved. He runs up to Han Xiao. Captain Blackstar, I've heard so much about you. I can't believe you actually came. Han Xiao just casually lights a cigarette. I had some free time, so I thought I'd drop by, but in his head, he's calculating everything. This planet happens to be a target for a latent disaster mission, so checking it out isn't a bad idea at all. The Black Star troops focus on the golems, with one shouting a reminder, "These monsters hit like a truck. Support, keep an eye on the main's health bar." The subterraneans charge in relentlessly. This is our first mission with Black Star. Don't make us look bad. One by one, the golems crumble under their assault. Elsewhere, a strange mirror reflects an image of Han Xiao, who's calmly holding his cigarette. The gatekeeper is down. Time to get to work. Rizel stares into the mirror with a twisted smile. They're all from the upper realm. And soon I will be too. A subordinate reports, it's almost complete. Instantly, a blood-red aura explodes into the sky, engulfing Rizel's body. His cloak whips around him. It is done. His face turns sinister, his eyes glowing red as he lets out a maniacal laugh. I succeeded. Outside, Han Xiao leads Melos and the Red Horn mercenaries into the cult's territory. The henchmen raise their spears to defend their leader, but before they can even get ready, Han Xiao rushes them, taking them all down with his scythe. He steps over the fallen cultists and calmly says to his crew, "Let's go." Entering the hall, Han Xiao looks up at the levitating Rizel and whistles. "Rizel, looks like you're about to have a breakthrough." Rizel scoffs, not taking him seriously. "Heh, even if you are from the upper realm, you won't be leaving my sanctuary alive. Han Xiao just smirks and blitzes straight for him, his body now covered in his mecha suit. Rizal is stunned by his terrifying speed. How is he so fast? In a blink, Han Xiao's hand is right in his face, giving him no time to react. Not good. Han Xiao snatches Rizal and just slams him into the ground. You're pathetic. The impact leaves him sprawled out, wrecked. And trust me, while the fight's over, the real drama is just getting started. Or soldiers chain up Rizal and the other cultists. Get the magic suppression collars on him. Don't move. You better behave, they yell at the kneeling prisoners. Red points to himself and says politely, the king has ordered me to take Rizal alive for a public execution. Han Xiao just turns his back, totally unfazed. You guys handle it from here. Our job is done. Rizal, completely beaten, looks up to question him. Upper Realm Warrior, why did you interfere? This had nothing to do with you. Han Xiao simply flicks his forehead. So many questions. It's just business. If you want to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. Rizal desperately starts trying to make a deal. They hired you to stop me, which means I can hire you too. Please get me off this planet. I'll give you everything I own as payment. I don't want to be trapped on this backwards rock. I want to reach the great sea of stars. Red trembles with rage, gritting his teeth. Damn it, he thinks, getting nervous. If these mercenaries turn on them, they're dead meat. But Han Xiao rejects the offer without even thinking, and this is the moment you and I see what our boy is really made of. Red is filled with gratitude, putting a hand to his chest. Captain Blackstar, on behalf of the kingdom, I invite you all to the palace as our guests of honor. If you have the time, of course. In his mind, Han Xiao is already a legendary figure. Captain Blackstar is a true hero with an unbreakable will. Han Xiao accepts coolly. Fine. We'll accompany you. Besides, I wanted to observe Planet Aquamarine anyway. What perfect timing. This is his chance to dig up intel on that disaster mission, and hitting up the ruling class is the fastest way to do it. Back at the White Royal Palace, the castle lights are always burning. Han Xiao is sprawled on his bed, looking completely and utterly bored. Suddenly, his eyes snap open. He's on high alert. That sound. Something's wrong. Without hesitating, Han Xiao vaults out of the open window. Something's going down. Better go see what's happening. The prison is deep in a quiet forest, cloaked in darkness, a perfect spot for some dirty work. Betty stands with her arms crossed, staring at Rizal, who is tied to a crucifix. I'm asking you one last time. Where did you get the ritual? Stick with me here. The old man repeats his story, exasperated. I found the fragmented ritual on a stone tablet in some ancient underground city ruins. So many groups have already asked me. How many more times do I have to say it? The interrogator, partially convinced, asks, who else knows this technique? Rizzo doesn't hesitate. No one. After I copied the spell, I destroyed the tablet. You think I'd share something so dangerous with anyone else? It's only safe in my hands. Betty eagerly raises a finger, ready to bargain. How about this? We make a deal. You tell me the ritual method, and I'll let you go. I'm also very interested in the upper world. The old man, seeing his way out, agrees instantly. Deal. But a sudden cough from above cuts them off. The interrogator yells, who's there? Han Xiao, cigarette in his mouth, smoothly lights it, giving them a sharp, knowing look. Then she sees a guy puffing on a cigarette and yells, why is it you? Betty, her heart pounding, stammers out the question again. You heard me. Han Xiao, cigarette dangling from his lips, gives a half smile and slowly lets out two words. Take a guess. The other guy feels things are about to go south and grips the blade on his back. If that's how it is, Betty raises the object in her hand and orders her soldiers. Take him out, kill him. Rel, despite being tied up, cheers them on enthusiastically. That's right, kill him. But the blade isn't aimed at our guy, it's plunged straight through the old man's chest. While Rel is still too shocked to speak, Han Xiao clears his throat again. He glances to the side and says, care to explain this to me? He pauses for a beat, feeling the hidden observer still listening in. Han Xiao calls him out directly. You too, the one hiding behind that tree. Commander Ri realizes he can't hide anymore and steps out from the shadows. Ri bows and explains everything. These knights are my trusted men. I arranged for them to carry out this mission together, to take the opportunity to eliminate Rel. Han Xiao raises an eyebrow, puffing on his cigarette. But you already captured him, right? Why the assassination? You could have just executed him publicly. At this point, the commander decides to tell the truth. Commander, you aren't from our kingdom, so I'll be blunt with you. Ri recalls the powerful figures from a distant place and explains. The kingdom's higher-ups might trade a high-level criminal like Rel to Ghidorah in exchange for some treasures from the upper world. What's more, if someone within the kingdom tries to torture his magic ritual secrets out of him, this whole disaster could easily happen all over again. The more he speaks, the angrier he gets, cursing the kind of selfish person who would sacrifice millions for his own gain. I will not allow him to live. Han Xiao gets the picture and makes a suggestion. If you don't want him returning alive, just hand him over to me. I'll handle things on the kingdom's end. Ri is taken aback. What are you going to do with him? Trust me, you're going to want to hear this part. Han Xiao raises a finger to stop that curiosity-killed the cat line of questioning. Don't ask. I'll take him to the interstellar community, far from here, and I'll never let him return. Hearing the words interstellar community, Ri's eyes light up as he whispers, Is that true? Han Xiao leans in close, giving his sincere promise. Of course. I'm a good guy. Why would I ever lie to you? Late that night in the quiet forest, a piercing scream rings out. The prisoner has escaped, sending birds scattering into the sky. Ten rushes over to Han Xiao, concerned. Huh? Lord Black Star, was that you shouting? Han Xiao stands with his hands in his pockets before a charred corpse at his feet, replying nonchalantly, You guys are too slow. I already took care of the escapee. The guy stares into the deep crater, still not grasping the situation. What happened here? Han Xiao cooks up a story straight out of an action movie, showing off his incredible talent for lying on the spot. Your prisoner tried to make a run for it, but I caught him, and well, you can see the results. I tried to stop him, but I might have been a bit too rough. Ten's eyes widen as he confirms, Rel is dead? Ri, hiding his mouth behind his hand, plays along with the act. The king wanted him alive, but I guess he was just looking for a way to die. Surprisingly, the guy accepts this reality pretty easily, even comforting himself. Well, it's better that he's dead, saves us from any more trouble. I'll report back. Thank you for stopping him. Han Xiao gives a dry reply. It was nothing. Then, under the spaceship, three shadowy figures are huddled, and a familiar voice speaks up. My chest wound is bandaged. I'm not gonna die. Melos looks up and tries to reason with him again. Are you really planning to recruit this mage? He is nothing but trouble. Han Xiao makes a face, replying with contempt. I have zero interest in his pathetic amount of power. Hearing this, Melos gets even more confused. If you're not recruiting him, then what do you need him for? Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, it gets even crazier. Han Xiao pulls out a super gene extractor from nowhere, showing it off. This thing I got from the Dark Star secret message? Perfect time for an experiment. Without another word, he jams the extractor's needle into Rel's still bandaged arm. The old man trembles, demanding, What? What are you doing? As he feels his magic fading, Rel breaks into a cold sweat. You're draining my mana. The system interface flashes 3 notifications in a row. You have received an ability potion. A complete success. Han Xiao admires his handiwork, completely ignoring the old man rolling on the ground and wailing, Where's my power? Give me back my power. Without hesitation, he chugs the serum. Let's see just how effective this ability potion is. As soon as he's done, the results pop up on his screen. You have received Temporary Rel Character Summon Card. Han Xiao quickly skims the card's effects, quietly impressed. Not bad. It seems buffs from these potions manifest as temporary character cards for players. He crouches down in front of Rel with a little reminder. Didn't you want to go to the upper world? I'll grant your wish. But as payment, I'll be draining your mana completely every few days. The old man finally realizes the fiery pit he's jumped into. You're a demon. Meanwhile, over at the royal palace, the nightlife is just getting started. Amid shouts of welcome, heroes, to the royal banquet, the guests in the hall begin to feast. Erosia ignores any warnings, just thinking, eat up, no one's gonna steal it from you. Grinning from ear to ear, she sweeps across the food table like a reincarnated hungry ghost. A pair of feet steps silently across the carpet. King Will Miao raises his wine glass in greeting. My aide reported that you had something to discuss with me. The two quickly leave the banquet hall for a more private area. The king starts off skeptically. Are you suggesting our planet has been infected with some kind of disease? Han Xiao seriously explains. No, this is just a hunch for now. You'll still need to investigate if there have been any large-scale occurrences of similar symptoms recently. That's the only way we can confirm if a virus is present. The two of them look over the latest intelligence report. The king furrows his brow, confused. This report only shows minor, small-scale infectious diseases. Han Xiao strokes his chin out of habit, not hesitating to share his theory. It might not be a sickness. It could be some other abnormal behavior, for example. Sleepiness. As he walks down the corridor, the king replies, Well, we don't exactly monitor the sleep quality of our citizens, but mineral output this year is down 16% from last year, even though the mines aren't depleted. Furthermore, we have more miners than last year. The only factor that could possibly affect the output seems to be working hours. Could it be related to this? Han Xiao can only let out a long whistle at this line of thinking. Back in the main hall, the king shakes his hand gratefully. Thank you for your warning. You are our savior. Han Xiao doesn't hold back, reminding him one more time, "It's nothing. If anything unusual happens, report it to me immediately. You and I just watched the start of something huge." As Han Xiao watches the kings retreating back, his suspicions are confirmed. It seems the mutation virus has already begun to appear on planet Aquamarine. Constant drowsiness, the first sign of the mutation virus in its incubation period. As the virus multiplies, the patient's sleepiness gets worse and worse, right until it explodes. And trust me, you're about to see a world go up in flames, where humanity's darkest, most violent instincts take over. After the outbreak, patients develop twisted new desires. A weakling can instantly turn into a bloodthirsty killer who murders without a second thought. He stands in the middle of a grand hall, closing his eyes, feeling helpless. He can't do anything about the virus yet. All he can do is get stronger, preparing for the inevitable disaster. At the Chu Bai Li Center, crowds swarm the lobby for one reason only. The first ever world-class professional tournament is underway. The mercenary players are deep in the heat of competition, so for now, the Black Star mercenary group has suspended all its usual business. One of his guys pats frenzied sword on the back. "Nice work, you actually made it to the quarterfinals. I underestimated you." He just scratches his head, grinning. Just got lucky. Suddenly, Bun Hit Dog's attention is snagged by something. On the big screen, a highlight reel of Melos and Eroja's fight is playing. The kid is absolutely captivated. Meanwhile, Huling is directing Melos and Eroja's training. Lately, these two NPCs have been leveling up crazy fast. Han Xiao's phone suddenly buzzes like his life depends on it. He picks it up and sees a message from Jenny. There's a shipment he needs to go transport. Han Xiao turns to the others and calls it a day. "That's it for today. Something's come up." Out in the vastness of space, near the shattered planet of M678, a massive spaceship floats through the breathtaking scenery. Inside the ship, Han Xiao and Melos are casually playing cards. The moment he throws down a pair of twos, Melos immediately folds. A firm voice calls out, "You're Black Star," making him pause. Sylvia stands there, arms crossed. "Uncle Ducky told me stories about you. He mentioned your great deeds." Han Xiao abandons the card game, leaning on the railing with a friendly smile. "What's your name?" She snaps back. "Sylvia." He rubs his chin, searching his memory. The name sounds familiar, but he just can't place it. "That's a nice name. What planet are you from?" Sylvia glares at him, suspicious. "Are you running a background check on me, old man?" That old man hits him like a freight train, and he almost coughs up blood. And what she says next? "Man, you've got to hear this. I heard you mercenaries have no principles. You'll fight for whoever pays the most. I want to know, doesn't the money you earn from selling your souls burn your hands?" Getting lectured by a kid leaves him completely stunned, only managing a dry, "Huh?" Suddenly, the sound of rushing footsteps interrupts their very one-sided conversation. The client, Ducky, runs over sweating, covering her mouth while nervously explaining, "Sir Black Star, my apologies. This is my friend's daughter. She's working with us this time. She's just a kid who doesn't know any better. Please don't mind her." Han Xiao just waves it off with a magnanimous smile. "It's fine. She's a kid. I get it." Even as she's dragged away, Sylvia turns back to stick out her tongue and make a face. "I'm not a kid." He thinks for a moment, and finally remembers who she is. Sylvia. The mechanical knight, Sylvia. A montage of her kicking ass flashes through Han Xiao's mind. In the original story, Sylvia's father was hunted down and killed by a mercenary group. The next scene is Sylvia going completely dark on a murderous rampage. Back then, just a teenager, she bravely set out on a path of revenge, hunting down that mercenary group and becoming a notorious space pirate. No wonder she hates mercenaries so much. Outside, the spaceship dives into a wormhole. An announcement rings out, warp jump complete, arriving in sector M416. Estimated time to Floating Dragon Island is 6 hours and 23 minutes. Han Xiao strolls into the dining area with his hands in his pockets. An automated voice chimes in. "Welcome, valued guest." Melos is already at the bar with a drink, waving him over. "There you are, come on, have a drink with me." The bartender gets the hint, grabbing a glass and skillfully pouring a blue-colored liquor, ready to serve. He slides the glass over to him with a friendly smile. "Enjoy." Han Xiao grins and thanks him, but before his smile fades, a system notification pops up. "Okay, hold on." He reads the info. Strong liquor laced with poison, effects unknown, and a chill runs down his spine. Without hesitating, Han Xiao grabs the bartender by the collar, getting right in his face. "You poisoned it." The guy panics, denying everything. "I didn't. What are you talking about?" Melos is stunned by this sudden twist. He finally snaps out of it. "Captain, you." Han Xiao lets the bartender go. He sits back down, one hand on the glass, the other swiping through his interface. Someone put something in it, probably poison. Melos holds up the bottle, shocked. "No way. I brought this wine. I've been drinking it, and I'm fine. A system alert quickly cuts off Melis's explanation. Over with the players, they all get a notification at the same time. Frenzied Sword yells as soon as he hears the chime. Whoa, look, a sudden quest just popped up. The other players quickly crowd around to read it. You have triggered the quest. Poison test. Your captain suspects an assassination attempt. Do you want to help him test the poison's effects? Requirement. Drink the drugged liquor. Reward. +8 Black Star Han Xiao favorability. 150,000 experience points. Warning. May cause death. Before anyone else can, Bun Hit Dog rushes the bar. Captain, leave this to me. Without waiting for an answer, the kid closes his eyes and chugs the entire glass. The second it goes down his throat, he looks like he's been struck by lightning, eyes wide, mouth open, his whole body turning gray. The other players arrive just in time to see him hit the floor. Frenzied Sword is furious. Damn it, that guy is way too fast. We didn't get a chance. Another player mourns the loss. 150,000 experience points. So close. Melos is equally horrified, shouting, It was really poisoned! What is going on? The ship's crew rushes over. What happened? Why is there a dead person? Before they can get an answer, Bun Hit Dog's body vanishes into thin air like a magic trick. One of them screams in panic. What the? Where did the body go? Just then, the door slides open, announcing someone's arrival. Bun Hit Dog walks in, completely unharmed, shouting before he's even through the door. Captain, I'm back. The crew stares like they've seen a ghost. Holy crap, he came back to life. His friend seems to know a bit more. The legends about the immortal mercenary squad. So they're true. Suddenly, a hand shoots out and grabs the bartender by the collar again. A mercenary points a gun at him, yelling, You actually dared to poison our captain? The bartender is sweating bullets, stammering an explanation. It wasn't me. I just grabbed a bottle that wasn't in the cabinet. And just like that, you and I can both see Han Xiao immediately cross him off the suspect list. So it wasn't you. Then someone definitely tampered with that wine bottle. Captain, is the captain here? Captain Don Ko, who appeared out of nowhere, scratches his head when called out, bowing apologetically. There was an incident on board. I'm so sorry. I'll cooperate fully to find the culprit. He lowers his head, rubbing his chin in thought. The poisoner knew his itinerary, and they weren't caught by the immortal mercenary squad either. How is that possible? Han Xiao's eyes lock onto Sylvia, hiding fearfully behind her uncle near the door, and he wonders, could it be her? Without hesitating, he walks toward them and asks Dadak, Is Sylvia your friend's daughter? The man holds the girl tightly behind him. Yes. Is there a problem? Han Xiao gets straight to the point. The only family she has left is her father, right? And if I recall, he wasn't exactly a nobody, was he? Dadake tenses, his brow furrowed, and blurts out, How do you know all this? Han Xiao's face twists in angry realization, cursing under his breath. Damn it, looks like I hit the nail on the head. Sylvia, burning with rage, rushes out, clenching her fists and screaming. Black Star. My father Langley could have been a planetary hero. It was your mercenaries who ruined him. Han Xiao just lets out a confused, huh? Quickly pulling up the squad's file. Seeing the two photos that pop up just makes him even more frustrated. Damn it. It was a joint mission with the Purple Gold Army to destroy a military fortress, and the leader's name was Langley, so that was Sylvia's father. The girl just gets more fired up. She puts her hands on her hips, pointing right at Han Xiao's face. It's not just you, it's the Purple Gold Army too. I will kill everyone who ever hurt my father. And just like that, this is where everything goes completely off the rails. An alarm blares, and the ship automatically changes course, heading for the nearest star. ETA 13 minutes, 48 seconds. Dada K grabs Sylvia's arm. Stop wasting time. We have to run. Just as they dart out, a door slams shut with a warning. All ship systems now in lockdown mode. I repeat, all doors have been sealed. The ship, on autopilot, rockets toward a blazing sun. Melos screams in panic. We're screwed! The captain ran off with them. If we reach that star, we're all going to be burned to a crisp. But Han Xiao, acting like death isn't breathing down his neck, calmly starts giving orders. I'll head to the ship's system control room. I'll change our course. You guys open the alloy doors. Catch Sylvia and her crew. Without another word, he bolts. In his head, he can't help but admire the suicide ship idea. The kid's plan is interesting, but it has one huge flaw. I'm a starship mechanic. Sylvia's group runs non-stop down a dark corridor. Don Ko starts questioning her. Didn't you tell me to destroy the entire ship? I want a bigger reward. Dada K is completely stunned. Captain, she bribed you? He ignores the question, and running past an open room, shouts, Lifeboats are this way. Get in. Meanwhile, Aroshia, glowing gold, phases through steel doors in pursuit. Finally, she materializes right in front of them and states coldly, "No, you are not leaving." Ko grinds his teeth, realizing just how bad this is. "Okay, get ready for this," he says. "Her power is too great. We're no match for her." Then he viciously shoves Sylvia forward, turns tail, and runs. You hold her back. Erosia, of course, doesn't turn down free prey. She strikes instantly, sending the girl flying backwards with a single powerful blow. Sylvia takes the hit, skidding across the floor. If not for the wall, she would have been launched right into space. Stunned, she still forces her eyes open to watch her opponent. Erosia tirelessly channels power into her hands, creating two blazing streams of energy. She warns them loudly, "Don't even think about running." As she speaks, a powerful blast rips through the door, striking the lifeboats and blowing them to bits. Ko collapses to his knees amidst the smoke, despairing, "The lifeboats, they're gone. We're dead. We're so dead." Meanwhile, back in the captain's room, ignoring the crisis for a second, the view of outer space is absolutely incredible. Sylvia's group is tied up and tossed on the floor, surrounded by armed mercenaries. Han Xiao sits, chin in his hand, and calmly begins. "Start talking. What happened?" With two guns pointed at him, K blurts out, I'll talk. He fearfully spills everything, trying to prove he was a victim. A few days ago, the Terrell Corporation prepared supplies for Dragon Seed and tasked me with receiving them. Then Sylvia found me and forced me to cooperate. Han Xiao rests his chin on his hand, looking at Sylvia with interest. "You tracked my movements. How does a little girl like you have such a big intelligence network? Tell me, who's behind you?" The girl lowers her head, taking a deep breath for courage. But before she can speak, her eyes fly open as a bullet suddenly whizzes past her ear. The bullet wasn't for her. It hits Ko right behind her, knocking him flat. In a pool of blood, his true form is revealed with a piercing scream. And boom, you and I just found out the captain isn't the real captain. Damn it, he's not the captain. Mo stammers, "A shapeshifter?" Seeing this, Han Xiao has even more reason to press on. The real captain has worked with Dragon Seed many times. He's not the type to risk his life for money. You hired an assassin to replace the captain, didn't you? At this point, Sylvia knows there's no use in hiding it and answers truthfully. "I spent every last cent I had to hire a shape-shifting assassin, and I bought your exact location from an intelligence agency." Mellows points, asking for a decision. "Black Star, how are you going to deal with her?" he asks, already guessing the answer. This kid was probably played by her own father, and trust me, you and I are about to see how he decides to fix this little family problem. With that, Han Xiao turns to leave, giving one last order. "Everyone, pack it up. We're heading out." As Sylvia's lifted to her feet, she yells, "Where are you taking me?" He just blows a smoke ring, turns back, and drops 4 words, "To see your father." She's in total disbelief, stammering, "What is that supposed to mean?" Han Xiao just smirks. "So you'll see how pointless your revenge is, and your father can think his lie killed his own daughter. I really want to see the look on his face. Murdering people is my favorite hobby." Hearing this taunt, you and I can just see the fire igniting in Sylvia's eyes, her teeth grinding hard enough to shatter. "You bastard, you sick freak." But with the height difference, her furious lunge only lets her sink her teeth into his arm. The system even dings with a 13-point reflect damage notification. But Han Xiao is immune, so he just stands there, letting Sylvia go full rabid dog mode with a smirk on his face. Meanwhile, at the Agola prison city, a massive steel gate slowly grinds open. Leng Lai whips his head around, asking who's there. As soon as he recognizes the face, he rushes to the bars. "It's you! What are you doing here?" Han Xiao, hands casually in his pockets, grins back. "Oh, no biggie. I came all this way just to find you." Lighting a cigarette, he calmly explains. "Your daughter, Sylvia? She bought your lies, thinking you were some kind of national hero. She even tried to assassinate me to avenge you." Leng Lai gets so mad he grips the 2 iron bars in front of him, completely ignoring the fact they're glowing red-hot and searing his flesh. What did you do to my daughter?" "Now watch this." He slowly brings a hand to his neck and makes a chilling, slicing motion. "What do you think?" "I killed her, of course." The man's narrow eyes suddenly bulge wide open, shot with blood-red veins of pure hatred. "I'll kill you. I swear I will kill you." Han Xiao thinks this little game of his is pretty fun. "All right, I'm just messing with you. Your daughter is right outside the gate. I captured her. In fact, I brought her here specifically to see you." Leng Lai just sags, in total disbelief. "What?" Leaning in close, Han Xiao's voice drops to a low warning. "You're a smart man, whether I kill your daughter or not. Well, that depends entirely on you." He lets his scorched hands fall to his sides in defeat. "I understand." Leng Lai turns away, his shoulders slumped. I'll tell her. I'll tell her everything. I'll let her know I've been lying to her this whole time, that I'm not the man she imagines. I'm just a despicable traitor who ruined millions of families for my own selfish gain." After hearing enough of the sob story, Han Xiao signals to the outside. You can come in now. The father-daughter reunion is not exactly a touching movie moment. Looking at her tense, furious posture, he knows Lang Lai kept his promise. Guess the old man knows what's good for him. A voice calls from outside the door. 10 minutes are up. Sylvia angrily wipes the tears from her face and walks out without saying a single word. At the same time, the system screen pops up. Mission complete. The lie. The objective to let Sylvia know the truth about her father is done. You receive 54,000 experience. He looks at the crying girl in front of him and offers some comforting words. Congratulations on growing up. The spaceship then heads back into space to continue its journey. Inside, Han Xiao is all smiles, raising a glass for a toast. Everyone worked hard. This one's on me. But a hesitant voice cuts through the party atmosphere. Sylvia blushes, struggling to get the words out. Thank you. You're a good person. And I'm very sorry. Truly. He just waves it off dismissively. Forget it. So, what are your plans now? She clenches her small fists, sharing her idea. The universe is so big. I want to see other places, maybe find something else to believe in. Han Xiao smirks. You want to leave? Did I say you could leave? Sylvia lets out a confused little huh. And here's where he switches into full-on evil creditor mode. You think trying to assassinate me just gets a free pass? I didn't kill you, but that doesn't mean you don't have to pay the price. You will compensate me for all my damages. Hearing this, she stammers in a panic. I, right now. Han Xiao just grins, dropping the cruelest line. No money? Then pay me back with your body. Sylvia's face flushes beet red as she jumps up. I'm still a kid. You can't. Erosia, sitting across from them, chimes in innocently. This must be a human mating signal. Baoru immediately spits out her drink in agreement with Sylvia. Whoa, I can't believe you're that kind of guy, Black Star. He erupts in fury. What is wrong with your dirty minds? I'm not interested in a washboard. I want your freedom. She raises her hands in surrender, totally confused. My freedom? What does that mean? Inside Han Xiao's head, his true evil capitalist nature is showing. This girl is a famous character in the future. If I recruit her early and train her right, she'll become an incredible warrior. On the outside, though, he's all smiles. Become my subordinate. Work for me for 10 years. Just then, a call comes through a portal screen, showing Bennett's worried face. Here's the situation. About the massive influx of Inhumans into the sanctuary, should we do something about it? Han Xiao thinks for a second. The Pro League just ended, and a new version is about to drop. It's normal for players to gather at the main city to log out. He smiles reassuringly. Don't worry about them. They quickly end the call without so much as a goodbye. Leaning against a wall, he watches players walk by, chatting casually. Hey, after the servers go down tomorrow, let's grab some hot pot. No way our friends are turning down a free meal, right? Deep inside the portal, at the Time Research Society, a few spaceships hover, preparing to fly through the giant warp gate outside. Han Xiao stands there for a moment, lost in thought. He has enough experience to break through to level 100. He's just missing one subclass for the advancement quest. First things first. Let's get that done. A receptionist points him in the right direction. Please go to window number 2 to submit your application. He places his hand on the glowing circle to confirm. A notification immediately chimes. Application to join has been approved. Identity successfully verified. The system displays a celebratory banner. Congratulations, you have acquired a new class, Scholar. Han Xiao stands there stunned in the middle of the massive library. This class was so easy to get, but it took players multiple versions to figure it out in the past. He chooses to accept the offer. You will lose 327,000 experience to upgrade Scholar to its maximum level of 1. With everything settled, Han Xiao clasps his hands together and prays, please give me a decent advancement quest. Hopefully, something simple. But when you have the will but not the faith, karma's gonna get you. A quest description longer than a royal decree appears before his eyes. Your map level has reached 100. You can continue to level up after completing the advancement quest. Challenge of the Strong. Kill an enemy whose combat power exceeds your own by 1 grade. Can be completed in a group. Group size cannot exceed a number based on your level. Current progress, 0 out of 1. You and I are both thinking the same thing as he just blurts out, damn it, how the hell am I supposed to do this? Of course, the system doesn't care about his spiraling crisis. It mechanically shoots out a rainbow beam of light, grabbing Han Xiao and teleporting him straight to the mission. So, I'm currently a B rank, and the only way to level up is to take down A rank masters scattered across the universe. Isn't that basically a suicide mission? In a briefing room aboard a mothership, the Dark Star group sits in a circle, waiting for their leader's progress report. What's the status on the mutated specimens we released? Chick is the first to speak up, head bowed. All specimens have passed the larval stage and will enter the nymph stage within 2 months. According to plan, the outbreak should happen in about a year. After hearing this, Idabi rests his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Gora captured one of the mutant prototypes. Who knows what they've learned from it? We can't stick to the original plan anymore. He then turns to Anun. How's Anun doing? Called upon, the man stands and replies respectfully. I've had him focus on training his abilities. He's progressing well. Just give him a little more time. His chance of reaching disaster rank is now over 20%. Dabi seems pretty pleased with this news. Rogo died for the cause, and Vamira is locked up in the red light prison. As of now, Az is our most likely candidate to reach A rank. His ability is incredibly powerful. Pass him a message. I have high hopes for him. Finally, the big boss dismisses them with a single sentence. All right, meeting adjourned. Back in a secluded lab, a single house sits quietly in the forest. Dirpthan hums a happy tune as she goes to check on the leaf monster in its chamber, developing perfectly. The new breed will be ready for harvest soon. Suddenly, its leaves tremble slightly, as if hit by a breeze, even though the room is completely sealed. She glances around suspiciously. Is someone watching her? A few twisting roots suddenly shoot out from thin air, wrapping around her body. Dirpthan panics, yelling, "Who's there?" She sweats, looking at the still dormant leaf monster, a chill running down her spine. This moment right here, pure nightmare fuel. It's not a hallucination, it's real. Is this plant consciously sensing me? From behind, it feels like dozens of eyes open on the tree trunk, staring right at her. This feeling is bad. Very, very bad. Meanwhile, in some distant city, dark clouds swirl over the brightly lit skyscrapers. Aurora leans against Hila on a rooftop terrace, asking curiously, "Sis, are you moon-gazing again?" Hila looks up and denies it. "No, I'm not." She grabs her sister's arm, shaking it playfully. "I know you're thinking about that black ghost guy. I miss him too, you know." Her sister's face flushes as she turns away. "I'm not thinking about him, I just..." Before she can finish, Hila looks over in alarm. Aurora is clutching her head, screaming in pain, leaving her sister stunned. "What's wrong with you?" Hila pats her trembling sister's back, suggesting, "I'll go find a pharmacist for you." But she just curls into a ball, weakly refusing. No, a green energy starts radiating from Aurora's body. My powers. They're sensing a strange creature. No, that's not right. You can't even call it a creature. I don't know what it is, she says, as her sister urgently asks, "What do you feel?" The energy spreads faster, engulfing her like a bonfire. It's so small, but also so huge. Aurora jerks awake to find herself sitting under a strange tree. Its trunk is flickering with eerie blue eyes. She whispers in fear. It's spreading. It's spreading everywhere. In a small room at a portal gate, players are slowly logging out. The screen updates. Version 1, data saving. Save complete. Player forums closed. Update time unknown. Please wait. The players excitedly say their goodbyes. See you in the next version. Later. You better be online when it's back, you little punk. Han Xiao, still stunned by the mission info, sighs heavily. Well, what's coming is coming. Ugh, the hard days are back. He turns to look at the intense study session happening beside him, while Sylvia cries crocodile tears, whining, "This homework the boss gave us is way too hard." Arosia plays the strict teacher and snaps back. "No complaining, just do it." Han Xiao thinks gloomily. When the version updates, all the players have to go offline. I'll only have a few officers and hunters left. Challenging A-rank masters is basically suicide. And yeah, I know what you're thinking, there's gotta be a smarter way. Let's find a quest settlement card. He remembers the powerful cards he once had and gets an idea. A quest settlement card can instantly complete a mission and give the minimum rewards. It's perfect for an impossible promotion quest like this. So, the next step is to find a quest that might reward one of those cards. Just then, a door slowly opens, revealing someone about to enter. Melos rushes in with bad news. All your subordinates have vanished. It's been a whole day, and they haven't returned. Han Xiao calmly explains. Oh, that's just a side effect of their immortality ability. They'll be gone for about a year. I'm planning to temporarily halt the mercenary group's operations. Still worried, Melos steps forward. So what do we need to do? Han Xiao points to his own face mysteriously. My eyes have seen a few things again. Remember my promise to you? I can feel the opportunity is coming soon. Melos's eyes fly open in realization, his mind blown as if hit by a meteor. Han Xiao puts a hand on his shoulder to calm him, but I need to prepare a little. Next up, we're heading to the Telerum Star Cluster. On the outskirts of the Telerum Star Cluster, on asteroid 51687, their ship finally approaches past giant stone pillars. Melos looks around, confused. This place looks deserted. What are we doing here? He cleans his ear and replies bluntly. Looking for something. Han Xiao drops a few recon spheres to the ground, and in a flash, they morph into sparking black hounds. He gives them a command, "Go, scout ahead for me." Following his orders, they charge into a dark cave nearby. Han Xiao suits up in his own mech armor, and a notification sounds off. Link successful. Shared vision activated. His sight immediately connects to the black hounds. As they move forward, the dark space slowly becomes clearer. They quickly approach a room, but find it completely empty. Not a soul in sight. Han Xiao stares at the empty sofas, stunned. Huh? Are the scavengers who live here not home? He immediately starts rerunning the scenario in his head. Normally, players doing this quest would have to fight a whole gang of scavengers in this cave. Who knew they'd all be out when I got here? That just makes things easier. He excitedly informs Melos, "Let's go, it's empty inside. We can just go straight in and grab the item." The two of them run through the cave, stopping only when they reach a large steel door. A warning is printed on it. Authorized personnel, only basically a giant come and get it sign. Han Xiao zaps the old electronic lock with a current, sneering. And after all that, a lock like this? You and I both know that's child's play for a master mechanic. The door swings open to reveal mountains of gold and treasure, and trust me, this is where the real fun begins. Without a word, he scrambles up the pile of jewels, digging around as his buddy watches, totally confused. He quickly spots a small wooden figurine. This looks familiar. Han Xiao doesn't hesitate and snatches it. The moment it's in his hand, a system notification pops up. You have obtained a mysterious statue. Item description. This is a statue you have never seen before. You don't know what it means, but when you touch it, you can faintly hear someone whispering in your ear. When you try to listen closely, the sound suddenly vanishes. Item note. This seems to hold secrets related to the mystical arts. Perhaps certain individuals might also be interested in it. It's unclear if he processed that info, because chanting sounds suddenly flood his mind. He drops to his knees, clutching his head, wondering about that whispering voice. After the dizziness fades, Han Xiao wipes the sweat from his face with a weary smile. Yep, this is it. Melos asks curiously, "We flew all this way? For this tiny little thing?" Feeling free, he glances around, rubbing his chin with a sly grin. "Don't be hasty. No one's here. We've got plenty of time. No time to waste." Han Xiao deploys a scout orb and releases his robotic minions. He waves his hand, ordering them to pack up everything in sight and haul it to the ship. The little gophers eagerly spread out, some breaking locks while others bag up loot. Melos watches the full-on pirate raid and stammers, Are we sure this is okay?" A few days later, the owners finally return to their hideout. They're excitedly chatting amongst themselves. "We made a huge haul this time. No wonder the boss sent all of us out. I bet we're all going to get a massive cut." His buddy agrees. "Definitely, we have to throw a huge party tonight to celebrate." But a blood-curdling scream shatters all their happy fantasies. Now watch this. Jiaxi stares at the empty room, stunned. "Who leveled our base?" His face turns beet red as he bellows out an order. "Investigate. Find out what low-life scum stole my stuff." Just as he finishes speaking, something catches his eye, making him stare in disbelief. Turns out Han Xiao has a policy of always leaving a calling card. He'd scrawled "Black Star was here" on the wall, complete with a smug smiley face. The guy freezes, stammering, "Be black, star." Jiaxi collapses to the floor in sheer terror, comforting himself. Well, at least we weren't in the base when it happened. On the unification anniversary of the new foreign alliance, people flood the streets to celebrate. Sylvia excitedly points to herself. "Did you really bring me back just for the celebration?" Han Xiao casually picks his nose, teasing her. "Yep. Surprised? Happy? I figured we could also catch a concert." She raises an eyebrow, pointing at a giant screen. "You mean Shen Jing's performance? Please, stop joking. He's the biggest superstar in the Shattered Star Ring. Only VIPs get invited, and we're definitely not that important." He just scoffs. "Yeah? Just you wait and see." Shen Jing's concert is advertised on ships flying all over the city. Below, a massive crowd of fans has gathered, all holding banners and cheering wildly. Shen Jing, I love you. Shen Jing, marry me. My darling Shen Jing, I love you so much." Some fans are even crying from pure joy. Soon enough, the famous singer gracefully exits his ship to the deafening cheers of his fans. Standing nearby, Han Xiao calmly pulls out the wooden statue. The chant Vorus Iris W. Ramasan hits Shen Jing's mind like a shockwave, making him freeze. And get this, he locks eyes with Han Xiao in the crowd and starts walking right for him. His flustered bodyguards try to stop him. "Mr. Shen Jing, please don't go over there. It's not safe." Keeping his eyes glued on Han Xiao, Shen Jing reassures them, "It's fine. They won't hurt me." As if under a spell, the fans part like the sea, creating a path. He stops right in front of him and says, "Hello. I was hoping I could invite you to watch my performance." To Sylvia's shrieks of, "What?" and utter disbelief, Han Xiao simply agrees. Excellent. Having gotten what he wanted, Shen Jing leads the way. This way, please. Han Xiao grabs the still-stunned Sylvia. Stop spacing out. Let's go. The concert quickly gets underway in a grand hall. A dapper Shen Jing takes the stage with his band. He gets lost in the music and the spotlight, while the fans below go absolutely wild with support. The more he sings, the more passionate he gets, his face lost in every note. In their private room, Sylvia is waving 2 light sticks, hearts in her eyes and mouth wide open, in full-on idol worship mode. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is literally drooling in his sleep next to her. Finally, Shen Jing and his band take a bow. That's all for tonight's show. It's been an honor to spend such a wonderful evening with all of you. She excitedly rushes over to Han Xiao. So, I told you he was an amazing singer, right? Wasn't he? The only reply is a steady, rhythmic snore. Suddenly, the door swings open. Shen Jing walks in, tilting his head. I know you must be curious why I invited you. He sits down in front of them and explains, collecting is a side hobby of mine. I like to collect certain special items, he says, holding up a wooden statue. This is part of a set. You have one, I have one, and 2 others are out there somewhere. Shen Jing explains their function. When 2 statues are near each other, they can sense the location of the other statues within a certain range. He lowers his voice, making his request. I would like to hire you to help me find the other 2 statues. I'm willing to pay 100,000 inas as a reward. Sylvia leaps to her feet, yelling at her idol. 100,000 for finding 2 statues? Shen Jing, with the classic look of a rich guy who doesn't get it, asks, Yes, is there a problem? Han Xiao coolly accepts. Done. Any requirements? Shen Jing sips his tea. Requirements? The sooner the better, of course. A quest information panel, long as a scroll, appears. Cigarette in hand, he carefully reads through the list. Quest accepted. If I finish this, I'll have a chance to get a quest settlement card. Shen Jing stands and pushes a business card across the table. If you get lucky and find the other 2 statues, call my assistant. And that's where we leave them, trust me. You'll want to see what happens next. On some deserted planet, a matte black ship hides in the dark. Han Xiao digs away happily. I don't need to try my luck across the stars. I remember where all these statues are. A few scoops of dirt later, he has the statue in hand, smiling. 1 down, 1 more to go. On a gorgeous, distant planet, a building pierces the forest canopy. Han Xiao sends a squad of soldiers flying with a single powerful swing. 1 poor soldier sits on the ground, trembling. Don't come over here. Han Xiao isn't trying to make it hard for them. He just holds up the statue. Go report to your boss. I came here for an item that looks just like this, and I can trade some valuable interstellar news for it. Looking like they'd just been pardoned, the soldiers scrambled away from this crazy place. Inside the royal palace of Rune City, the negotiations begin. So, everyone understands the situation. Any opinions? An elder bows his head cautiously. This outworlder has a lot of intel about the universe. He's willing to trade some for the statue. I think we should consider it. Kasi is hesitant. What this outworlder wants must be priceless. He's probably banking on us not knowing what the statue is for. A young man raises his hand. If we capture him, we can study an alien body and steal all his knowledge. And yup, this is the exact moment they sign their own death warrants. The ruler of Rune City listens to them all, stroking his chin. Finally, Kamuzu gives the order to mobilize the army and use their most powerful weapons. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. We must capture that outworlder. As the sun rises over the mountains, a new day begins. Han Xiao just chills in a tree, listening to the approaching sounds. The thunder of marching feet as Rune soldiers arrive shouting threats. Outworlder, you're surrounded. Don't resist. Just come with us peacefully. He quickly summons his Viper armor, looking completely unimpressed. Looks like I'll just have to beat you all into submission. The commander raises his fist, shouting the signal. All units, prepare for battle. Han Xiao stands before them, scythe in hand, his words ice cold. Then I'll just level your entire royal palace. He flicks his wrist, dropping round iron balls to the ground. They hit the dirt and instantly transform into high-energy cannons. Without a command, they immediately open fire. High-intensity energy beams rip through the air, zapping soldiers and launching them into the sky. In seconds, the ground is littered with bodies. Han Xiao walks calmly through the carnage, looking like the god of death on a casual stroll. Let's be real, you and I both know this is a total one-sided beatdown. Seeing another squad of soldiers diving from the sky makes Han Xiao wonder, are these supposed to be the elites? Whatever they are, I'll kill them first and figure it out later. He crouches, then launches himself forward like a rocket, scythe held tight. His message is clear. Everybody, get out of my way. With a single spin in midair and a devastating swing, this new squad is quickly sent to meet up with their fallen comrades. The officer is stunned and quickly gives a new order. Damn it, I can't believe even the Black Armor Royal Guard couldn't stop him. This Outworlder's combat power is terrifying. Activate the rune catapults. A giant stone ballista emerges from the forest, its body covered in strange glowing runes. On command, massive bolts crackling with electricity are fired straight at him. He just stands there, letting the arrows basically scratch an itch. This little bit of damage isn't even faster than my healing speed. Deciding playtime is over, Han Xiao's entire expression changes. He casually tosses out more iron balls. This time, they break apart into the pieces of a cannon. Let me open your eyes to what true power looks like. In moments, a massive cannon forms behind Han Xiao. Without waiting for a command, it fires a rainbow-colored shell straight at the catapult, blasting the oversized toy to pieces in an instant. The officer collapses to the ground, shaking uncontrollably. What is this power? Half an hour later, the news reaches the Rune Royal Palace. Kamuzu sits on his throne, gripping the report. After reading it, he throws it in complete shock. What? One man against tens of thousands of troops, and our army was defeated? Kamuzu's entire body trembles as he asks. The target is unharmed? But surprisingly, the answer comes immediately, as a soldier is thrown right through the doors, shattering them. He's already slid to the floor, staring in pure terror as Han Xiao stands over him, scythe in hand, looking ready to claim his soul. Outside, the palace is bathed in sunlight, but inside, it's facing total collapse. Kamuzu has lost all his royal dignity, kneeling and offering the statue with both hands. Here, this must be what you want. He happily takes his prize. Done. I can go back and complete the mission. Cassie huddles in a corner with the others, whispering, "He's not going to kill us, is he?" Han Xiao hears them, but doesn't even turn around. Relax, my knowledge is nothing like you primitives. And with that epic parting shot, our guy flies back up to the ship. Outside the Godly Star's lounge in the Rian system, the entire building is still bathed in brilliant sunlight. The Godly Star holds the two statues, absolutely amazed. Black Star, you surprise me. I never expected you to find both statues so quickly. He places them on the table, asking with genuine curiosity. I have to know, where did you find the other two statues? Han Xiao can tell his client is way too curious, so he just cuts him off. Stick with me, because this shows you his one true love, the transaction. We can talk after I get paid. The rich psychic is ecstatic and pulls out his phone to pay. You know what? I'll pay everyone double. Consider it a performance bonus. That money transfer notification sounds like a gift from the heavens. Melos is so stunned by the sudden cash that he just screams out, "Double? Wait, does that mean 200,000? Is making money as a merc this easy?" Han Xiao just stares at his own mission rewards, completely unimpressed. What the hell is a charm stat even good for? If this level up went to intellect instead, I'd be out here picking fights with A-class psychics right now. His brain starts crunching the numbers. Old Melos has main character energy, complete with a lucky halo over his head. Time to borrow some of that good fortune. He immediately gets way too close for comfort. The guy flinches and stutters. What do you want? Han Xiao just gives him a creepy, eye-crinkling smile. Nothing, just borrowing your luck for a sec. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath of that borrowed luck, then slams his fist on the screen like he's going to war. All right, mission settlement card. Let's go. The system quickly spits out the results. Randomizing. Complete. The reward type you've received is innate talent. Han Xiao clutches his head and sighs, trying to talk himself down. It's the first try. A little failure is normal. Totally normal. Looking at the three choices on the screen, he analyzes them fast. Only the advanced psychic fortitude is actually useful to him. Man, why do I keep getting stronger? After that moment of self-appreciation, he confirms his choice. With business settled, he stands up and gives a wave. Well, since the mission's done, we won't stick around. The psychic also stands, offering a friendly handshake and a promise. Great. If another opportunity comes up, I'll be sure to hire you again. Han Xiao listens to the whole thing and then gives a sly grin while shaking his hand, simultaneously activating his vine-like combat armor. And in this super friendly atmosphere, he throws a punch straight at the client's face. Now you and I need to watch this part, because everything is about to get insane. Sylvia's jaw drops as Melos screams, "Why are you attacking the client?" Han Xiao ignores his audience and follows up with a void jetstream attack that sends the psychic flying. The guy sits up, spitting threats. Are you insane? Don't blame me for what happens next. And with that, the psychic's face twists, and he lets out a powerful sonic wave from his mouth. Han Xiao watches his two teammates get hit. One drops to his knees, clutching his head. The other gets knocked out cold. He immediately starts barking orders. Melos, you guard the door. Sylvia, get back. At the same time, he powers up his fist. This guy's specialty is mental attacks. Good thing I already picked advanced psychic fortitude. That came in handy real quick. Han Xiao lands another solid punch right on the psychic's face, and this time, blood goes flying everywhere. The insane force of the blow sends him smashing into the liquor cabinet behind him, but the psychic isn't about to give up. He scrambles to gather some statues, then starts levitating them in the air. A creepy purple energy explodes from his body as he screams at the top of his lungs. "You have ruined my magnificent face." He spreads his arms, controlling the floating statues, his face now swollen like a pig as he hisses a dark threat. "You must all die." But yeah, all talk and no action just gets you killed. Suddenly, the statues explode in midair. The psychic is caught completely off guard, clutching his head as the shockwave slams into him like a storm. He spits out another mouthful of blood, his face now so deformed even his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Han Xiao doesn't let up, activating a card in his hand. A shadow of Hila appears, launching 3 mental attacks at the target. The psychic trembles and collapses to the ground, trying to ask, "What did you do?" He grabs this pathetic guy by the collar and kindly explains, "I planted bombs in your statues. Consider it my professional respect for a B-class psionic. I know what you're thinking. And yes, our MC is an absolute savage." True to his belief that actions speak louder than words, Han Xiao delivers another divine punch. This one smacks the other side of his face as he says, "Go on and take a nice, long nap." He throws his prize over his shoulder, kicks the door wide open, and sends the guards outside flying. Han Xiao charges forward, not forgetting to shout to his team, "Let's go." He quickly jumps into his hovercar and takes off, with the angry mob right behind him. "You get back here!" Inside the car, Melos is starting to panic. What do we do now? There's no way we can escape. In complete contrast to his worried expression, Han Xiao is perfectly calm. "Don't worry about it." He points at the unconscious guy on the sofa with a grin. "This guy is going to do the talking for us. As long as he speaks up, we'll be fine." Still, Melos isn't convinced at all. He keeps asking, "You're going to blackmail him?" "I really don't think that's going to work." But Han Xiao doesn't seem worried in the slightest, his tone almost playful. "Nope, I don't need to do that. He'll choose to help us all on his own." Immediately after, he starts smacking the unconscious guy's head. Foring is startled awake, groggily holding his head. He opens his eyes, looking confused. "Even though you attacked me, probably to kidnap me, I still want to thank you for giving me a chance to get some fresh air." Melos is so stunned he's completely speechless. "So, even in this kidnapping situation," Foring says with a bright smile. "First time meeting you all. My name is Adian Kelvin Foring. You can just call me Foring," he explains. "No need to be so surprised. I'm the original owner of this body, the person you met, the psychic. She's, well, how do I put this? Let's just call her a very unfriendly guest." And right then, Han Xiao states the technical term, a parasitic psychic entity. Foring looks at him, shocked, as Han Xiao lights a cigarette. "I'm surprised you were able to figure that out." Then, our boy starts explaining the details. There are 2 souls existing in his body, the soul that originally belonged to him, and the soul of the psychic that latched onto him later. Before, the psychic's energy was so strong that it completely suppressed Foring's own consciousness. Now that the psychic has been beaten half to death and her consciousness has weakened, she can only retreat to heal inside his mind. And let's connect the dots here. Because you and I just figured out this whole crazy situation, that's how Foring's consciousness was finally set free. Melos is finally catching on to the situation and hesitantly asks him, "So, you mean she stole your body?" Foring is quick to answer, "That's right," as he begins to tell his story. "It was probably about 5 years ago. Back then, I was an immigrant on a desolate colonial planet, living off the grid, planting trees, and hunting to survive. One day, while I was working like normal, something unusual happened. A spaceship crash landed right in the middle of my field. Ford Ring rushed over to investigate and found a girl inside, unconscious from some serious wounds. Her name was Shen Jing. He saved her, but her injuries were just too severe. Before he could even figure out what was happening, her aura flooded directly into him. In her final moments, she stole his body to keep on living and became a pop star. So, back in the present, Melos just has to ask, wait, so you're just a normal guy now? Ford Ring replies honestly, yeah, that's right. Han Xiao, smoking nearby, hears the whole story and thinks, kid, you are anything but normal. With all the training Shen Jing's putting you through, you're destined to awaken insane psychic powers. You're a future main character otherwise, I wouldn't be here for you. He immediately offers his help. I can help you take back control of your body. Evict the unwanted guest living in your head. Otherwise, once she recovers, your body will be hers again. Foring gets it instantly. What do you need? I know this isn't for free. His true nature showing, Han Xiao smirks. And trust me, you and I are about to see our MC's priorities. The star pupil is loaded, and I know her account info. I want her savings. But just as he thinks he's hit the jackpot, she shuts him down. She just threatened me. If I touch her savings, she'll take us both down with her. So until we deal with her for good, I can't pay you anything. Han Xiao then points to Khafra and tells Foring, then you'll just have to stick with me. The psychers in my crew can help suppress her counterattacks until we find a permanent solution. He gives a polite bow of gratitude. I hope she won't be harmed. She only possessed me out of desperation, and she never used my body to do anything wrong. He even tries to explain, I've seen her memories. She's a pitiful person. With the deal struck, the two shake hands. Han Xiao makes his demand. Since we have an agreement, we need you to fix our current mess. If you just show your face, the warrant for our arrest will be dropped. Foring immediately agrees. Okay. A short while later, he follows through, calling a press conference to clear things up. Sorry to have made everyone worry. The reporters instantly swarm him with questions. Star pupil, excuse me. Seeing the chaos, Foring raises a hand for silence. In a second, the entire venue goes dead quiet. Only then does he make his announcement. I have something to declare. I'll be temporarily halting all performances to leave with these mercenaries. The reporters below are stunned by the news, erupting into a frenzy of questions. Star pupil, why would you do that? Are you being threatened? Just say the word. Don't worry about being harmed. We'll protect you. Not letting the suspicion grow, Foring clarifies, this is my decision. I have things I must do. Please make way. But the reporters refuse to back down. Seeing this, Han Xiao decides to activate a skill. He waves his arm at the crowd, sending them flying. The reporters that were just swarming Foring are now scattered on the ground as the two calmly walk past. They're shocked, terrified by Han Xiao's power, and scramble to back away. The two step into the hover car while the reporters outside keep filming. Han Xiao gets in the cockpit and starts the vehicle. At the same time, the system dings. You've triggered a hidden quest, the choice. Now this is where things get really interesting. Mission intro. You've discovered the star pupil is actually a psychic parasite. You've befriended Foring, the body's original owner, and your choice is critical. Completion condition 1. Expel or kill Foring's consciousness and let the star pupil control the body. Condition 2. Expel or kill the star pupil's consciousness and let Foring control the body. Condition 3. Make Foring and the star pupil reconcile and share the body. You can choose any one condition to complete, and each one will yield a different result. The hover car shoots off like a rocket, leaving the ridiculously persistent reporters in the dust. As they travel, Han Xiao strategizes. Though I've temporarily tricked him into joining the team, he's not an ally yet, just a guest who can't even help in a fight. To completely trick him into joining us for real, looks like that's going to take some time. On the car, Khafra is performing some kind of ritual on Foring. He chants a string of incomprehensible spells while his hand hovers over Foring's head. As the ancient words end, Khafra's hands form a seal, and a blinding light flashes. After it's done, he reports, I've set up 4 psychic barriers, trapping the star pupil inside. For the next 15 days, she can't get out. Foring looks relieved. I can feel her cursing me out, so I'd say it's working pretty well. Han Xiao, who'd been watching, chimes in, relying on our external help isn't a stable solution. If you want to control the star pupil, you have to become stronger yourself. Foring lifts a finger, activating a skill. I know. Using his new power, he levitates a bottle, much to Sylvia's surprise. To be honest, on the way here, I awakened my own psychic abilities. The girl gets a little jealous. Just like that, it took me ages of reading books before I could awaken my powers. Seeing her frustrated face, Foring helplessly admits the truth. The star pupil's memories contain all the training methods for psychic powers, and I can even feel her experiences training them. Following her path made it simple. Suddenly, Erosia speaks up. But for the past few days, I've felt a shackle holding my powers back from getting stronger. I think it's the grade B bottleneck you mentioned. I feel like this bottleneck isn't as solid as you said. I could probably break through at any time. And I know what you're thinking. Yup, it's leveling up time. Seeing these two show off their power, Sylvia yells in frustration. All of you geniuses can just go die. Han Xiao, on the other hand, is thrilled. This is it. Once Erosia reaches Grade B, the Grade A reboot mission that I activated earlier will finally be complete. That means I get a random mission reward draw, and maybe even a mission settlement card. He looks at his quest log, then suggests, well then, you should try to break through it now. In an instant, golden light illuminates the entire room. Her power activates, forming a giant sphere of energy around Erosia. From inside, she excitedly watches everyone's reactions. A moment later, all that power is absorbed by Erosia. Melos can't help but gasp in amazement. Whoa, in just a second, her power increased several times over. Khafra's eyes go wide as he stammers. So strong. Right after, the system announces the reboot mission's first loop is complete. You receive 520 experience. Favorability with Jazda +5. You receive a random reward. Han Xiao reads the notification, confused. After Erosia broke through, someone named Jazda's favorability also went up. This Jazda must have some kind of unusual relationship with Erosia. But who is he? He was never mentioned in the original storyline. She's now landed on the floor and walks over to report to him. The amount of energy I can control has increased. Han Xiao starts to press for more info. Do you feel any other changes? She answers honestly. I'm seeing more of those familiar-looking scenes. It's too much. My head hurts a little. Han Xiao wonders, are they your lost memories? Erosia looks confused, uncertain. I don't know. Some places in the scenes feel like they're calling out to me. I have this feeling, and that's where we leave it. What a cliffhanger, right? If I go to those places, I might remember something. He was just now realizing it. As Erosia's power grows, will her secrets finally be revealed? The system then displays a second mission, Reawaken. Follow Erosia's descriptions, visit the locations from her past, and help her recover her lost memories. Current progress. Unsubmitted. Reward. 1030 experience. +10 Jazda favorability. Failure condition. Erosia's death. Reading all this, Han Xiao couldn't help but think. The second round is about helping her regain her memories. But if she remembers everything, will she still stick with me? It was tough enough getting a second B-rank officer. Should he really risk losing her just to help her find her past? Seeing him lost in thought, she waves a hand in his face. What's wrong? You feeling okay? Her voice snaps him out of it. It's nothing. After a moment of hesitation, Han Xiao sighs. Fine, I'll help her. Besides, even if he didn't, her memories would probably return as she got stronger anyway. There'd be no stopping it then. Might as well take it one step at a time. No more overthinking. Now he was excited. Time for the most important part. The system prompts him to confirm the random reward draw. He quickly hits yes. The process is fast, and the result pops up almost instantly. This time, you've received an item-type reward. Those words make Han Xiao cheer. There's a chance. Then the system sends a flood of info on the 3 items he just pulled. The results make him groan. Seriously? A pile of junk. He finally decides on the blank character card. At least he can use it to absorb Long Zuo's energy later. Now, in a distant star system within the Milky Way, a sensor device floats inside a ship as a voice echoes. And just like that, Kikila focuses her energy and materializes. Turns out, that device can connect with Erosia from across the galaxy. Pay attention here, because this is where a new threat emerges. Kikila reports to her sister that her energy has finally recovered enough to be located. After a moment's thought, she makes a decision. So, she was thrown into the shattered star ring by a wormhole. I'm coming for you soon, sister. Just wait for me. The ship immediately charts a new course through the galaxy, heading for its next destination, AL-51 at Ghidorah's Science Research Station number 75. By now, Han Xiao's crew has already warped here. They're greeted by a group of Ghidorah soldiers. Black Star Mercenary Group, state your business. Han Xiao humbly explains, just passing through. Our ship needed refueling, so we're stopping for a short rest. We could also pick up some jobs while we're here. Do you guys need anything taken care of? The soldier bluntly shakes his head. We have no extra work here. After that quick probe, Han Xiao knew it, just as he expected. The Ghidorah Organization rarely hires outsiders. Not wanting to be bothered, the soldier tries to shoo them away. The refueling station is over there. Finish your rest and be on your way. Inside the ship, Narega asks anxiously, still no contact with the research vessel? My wife is still on that ship. The other man quickly tries to comfort him. I understand how you feel. It's been reported to the higher-ups. Just wait for them to send an investigator. Narega can only fall silent at that answer. But overhearing this conversation gets Han Xiao's gears turning. Players could trigger a mission through an internal character at this station, a mission with a chance to get a valuable reward card. Okay, I know what you're thinking. Our boy is about to finesse a new mission, isn't he? He fakes a cough to get their attention, and Narega takes the bait, recognizing him. You're the mercenary who just docked. Han Xiao lays it on thick, trying to persuade him. I heard your wife was on the team that lost contact. She might still be alive. I can go look for her right now. You'd only have to pay me a small fee. A spark of hope ignites in the man's eyes, but it's quickly extinguished as Narega stammers out a refusal. But this is an internal matter for us, Ghidorah. Seeing his hesitation, Han Xiao pushes a little harder. Oh, really? Well, the clock is ticking. Thinking of his missing wife, Narega can't wait any longer and gives in. Mercenary, I need you to find my wife. This is against regulations, so please, don't tell anyone about this. The system immediately dings. You have triggered the mission, the Star Wanderer. Mission intro. You've accepted Narega's commission and will head to a deserted planet to find a lost investigation team. Mission requirements. Travel to the target planet, investigate why the ship lost contact, and find the missing team. Note, your findings will affect the final mission rating. Base reward, 1,358 experience, and Narega's secret, a purple-grade item. After getting the answer he wanted, the two of them shake hands. The man looks at him with pure hope. Han Xiao reassures him, "Leave it to me." The scene shifts to the crash site, a spaceship utterly destroyed. The hull is heavily damaged, smoke pouring out everywhere. Suddenly, someone shouts, "Found it!" Han Xiao, Erosia, and Melos head inside. He's curious. Is this the crashed Ghidorah investigation ship? Anyone still here? The three of them search the interior, but sadly, it's completely empty. Melos looks around and speculates. The crew must have been dragged off by beasts from this planet. He kneels, searching for clues. No footprints on the ground. Looks like it was a flying species. How are we supposed to find them now? Han Xiao, channeling his inner detective, confidently tells them. There's only one truth. Follow me. I have a pretty good idea where they are. Erosia and Melos have no choice but to trust him. The three arrive at a mountain cave. Seeing it, Melos gets worried. This cave is tiny. Are they really in there? Han Xiao leaps inside, calling back. Only one way to find out. Just like that, the other two follow his lead. The three of them jump down into the deep, dark cave. After landing, Han Xiao announces, "We're here." Melos, however, landed badly and is now groaning, "My fake back." Suddenly, a strange voice surprises Han Xiao. A woman steps out and asks them, "Who are you?" The moment he sees her, he pulls out an info sheet to compare. "You're Lenny, Narega's wife?" She's shocked. "You know me?" Melos looks back and forth, confused, before introducing them. "We're mercenaries, hired by your husband to rescue you. Where are the others?" Realizing they're friendly, Lenny becomes frantic. "That's great! Someone finally came to save us." The others are, suddenly, a loud noise cuts her off. This is bad. A powerful vortex of water starts churning inside the cave, terrifying the group. And from that swirling water, a strange tail emerges, followed by an entire dragon rising from the depths. Melos can only scream in horror. "Holy crap, what is that? What in the world is that thing?" "Trust me, you're about to see a cosmic-level beatdown." Han Xiao recognizes it instantly, a Star Wanderer beast. He suits up and gives the order to fight. The Star Wanderer rises, zeroing in on them with killing intent. Melos activates his own armor. He signals, "I'll take the first shot." His fighting spirit is off the charts. Melos unleashes a full-power slash against its body, but his sword just bounces right off. He's stunned, shouting out, "Not even a single scratch! Is this thing made of solid steel?" Just then, Han Xiao gets a system notification. Star Wanderer Beast, a cosmic creature, with a stamina to health conversion of 1 to 500. Strength attribute, agility and stamina at 500. Intelligence, mystic, charm, and luck are all 0. Its energy level and health are at 249,986. Status is normal. Talents and skills are unknown. He immediately orders Melos to attack its crystal whiskers. He aims his own gun at the beast, firing as he shouts, "The Star Wanderer's weak point is its crystal whiskers. It's getting hit from all sides, its health bar steadily dropping." Even so, the Star Wanderer is nowhere near down. It just gets angrier, letting out a roar aimed right at Han Xiao. Then a beam of energy erupts from its mouth. With no time to dodge, Han Xiao is caught inside it, trapped in a shimmering sphere. Oomph. A psychic cage that binds the mind? If this were before, maybe it would have had some effect on me. Han Xiao pulls out his secret weapon, his scythe. He easily shatters the magic prison the beast created. Han Xiao just scoffs. "Now that I have advanced psychic fortitude, it can't bind me anymore." The moment he's free, he launches a straight shot at the Star Wanderer. "Eat this!" Han Xiao slashes right into its sensitive whisker. The Star Wanderer shrieks in pain, thrashing violently and sending waves of water everywhere. Melos watches in awe, shouting, "What a perfect hit!" But as he's celebrating, he realizes something is seriously wrong. Turns out, getting its whisker sliced didn't stop it. It unleashes a roar so powerful it sends both of them flying. Han Xiao regains his footing and warns, "It's enraged now, be careful." So Han Xiao pulls out some poison grenades. After loading them into the nearby gun emplacements, he gives the order to fire. This time, the assault is way more vicious. Its health bar is dropping even faster. Han Xiao yells out a command, "I'll draw its attention. Erosia, you flank it now." She immediately complies. Erosia dashes straight towards its face. She grabs onto the same whisker that Han Xiao had warned them about. Then, she pours all of her energy into her hand. The crystal whisker immediately snaps in two. The Star Wanderer freezes, totally exhausted and gasping for air. Han Xiao assesses the situation. It's lost 50,000 health. It's in a weakened state. He gives the order. Its defense is down. Speed up the attack. And just like that, the three of them charge, rushing straight at the Star Wanderer beast. The three of them attack relentlessly, giving the beast no chance to counter. Seeing his opportunity, Han Xiao raises his scythe, signaling the final blow. He brings the scythe down hard across its neck, making it cough up blood. The Star Wanderer beast is finished, slumping back into the water where it first appeared. The system immediately sends a notification. You have killed a cosmic creature, unlocking the legendary hunter milestone. Current progress is 1 out of 5. Kill 5 special creatures. After confirming it's really dead, Melos collapses in exhaustion. Finally, we got it. That thing was as tough as they come. It nearly killed me. Aroshia is also wiping sweat from her brow. I feel like I just used up 80% of my energy. Only Han Xiao seems perfectly fine. He's already changing back into his normal gear. Han Xiao turns and gives Lenny a signal. It's okay now. Go call the others out here. She looks at him, overjoyed. Oh, okay. Death isn't the end for this thing. Han Xiao drags its corpse to shore, completely stunning the other two. He then takes out a knife and begins to carve it up. And here's the wild part. Every piece of a cosmic creature is a treasure. Nothing can be wasted. The Star Wanderer's nucleus, this is good stuff. It can be made into a potion that grants a piece of its metabolic control. To put it simply, this thing can increase your lifespan. After a bit of work, Han Xiao finally finds what he was looking for, the nucleus. At the same time, the people who were missing in the cave come rushing over. One of them steps forward as a representative. Thank you for saving us. Han Xiao's already done with his work and couldn't care less. He lights up a cigarette and waves them off. Just doing my job, that's all. I'm leaving. After that epic victory, the group returns to the Ghidorah Science Research Station number 075. There are tearful reunions as they meet their loved ones. Narega hugs his wife tightly. My love, I'm so glad you're okay. Someone new steps out, totally confused. Black Star, what are you all doing here? Han Xiao takes a drag from his cigarette and begins to explain. I heard about the research vessel's situation when I docked. I'm a mercenary. I never pass up an opportunity to make some money. Station Chief, sir, I don't work for free. I believe you should pay a reasonable price for my services. But the chief just says, according to regulations, we cannot pay you any fee. This was an action you took on your own. We never hired you to do this job. Han Xiao feigns disappointment. What a shame. I thought the people of Ghidorah were more generous. Just then, a hand grabs his own. It's Narega, thanking him over and over again. Thank you so much, really. Suddenly, Han Xiao notices something strange. At that same moment, the system pings. Narega's secret diamond ring. Equipment type, magic ring. Increases magic resistance by 9%. Magic compatibility plus 1%. Intelligence plus 11. Mystic plus 23. And charm plus 5. Equipment requires a magic class with a total level over 80. It also has an attached ability, Ring of Mana. A passive aura that permanently increases magic damage by 13% within a 15-meter radius. Note: this diamond ring has been powerfully enchanted and contains a boiling magic energy. The person who created this ring was clearly a grandmaster magician. It turns out Narega had secretly slipped the ring into his hand. Han Xiao knows immediately that magic items are not cheap. This kid has a good sense of gratitude. He immediately tosses it to Khafra. I can't use magic equipment. You take it and use it. He's overjoyed, practically squealing with thanks. Whoa, thanks, Captain. While the two psychics are talking, Han Xiao slips away into a corner. Time to finally cash in this mission and see the reward. He opens his system. The Star Wanderer Beast mission is complete, and you know what that means. The loot is about to be legendary. Mission rating, excellent. You receive an additional reward for the excellent grade, an extra 425,000 experience points. Suddenly, a mission settlement card also appears. Please draw. You've received attribute points as this reward type. After reading it, Han Xiao can't help but curse out loud. Damn it! Khafra sees his sudden outburst and gets worried. Sir, what's wrong? Han Xiao just gives a helpless order. It's nothing. Let's go. While we're at it, take the Star Beast corpse on the ship to be processed. A while later, at the Purple Crystal Civilization's Pharmacist Association, Han Xiao is checking out his new inventory with a look of pure shock, as expected from professional pharmacists. Super efficient. The system displays info on the high-concentration Star Beast potion at 62.0% purity. A precious medicine created by refining the genes of a Star Beast. Drinking it permanently increases attributes with an effective limit of 3 times. Before you drink, a word of warning. Cosmic creature genes aren't exactly easy to absorb. Of course, if you enjoy looking hideous, feel free to chug away. Metabolic Regulation Potion. A rare medicine made from the life core of a Star Beast. Using it can increase lifespan with almost no side effects. Han Xiao eagerly grabs a vial and injects it straight into his arm. The system announces, "You have learned the skill self-healing." Self-healing has no level. When injured, you can consume stamina to drastically increase your health recovery speed. At its peak, it can reach 120 health per second. Seeing this effect, he gets hyped. Some extra attribute points and a new passive skill. Not bad at all. I'll save one for emergencies. Meanwhile, at Darkstar Secret Base number 7, a man in a mysterious cloak stands waiting at the door, staring intently. A moment later, a young man appears through a swirl of hazy smoke. The man claps him on the shoulder excitedly. "Welcome to your Grade A promotion." The young man removes his hood, replying politely, "Master, thank you for your guidance." As they walk, the master explains the situation. "Things aren't looking good right now. Ghidorah is still hunting us. You have no time to rest. Now pay attention here, because I have a new mission for you." Hearing this, the young man eagerly accepts. "It is my mission. I am ready." His master carefully instructs him, "This is your first mission as a Grade A. I'll be going with you. Just in case you can't control your new power, we're heading to Norios to hunt down a traitor." Over on Shattered Star Ring planet A745, the scene is total chaos, with black smoke billowing everywhere. Shin V is there, gun in hand, firing relentlessly at the thugs below. The thugs don't dare fight back, just run and beg. "Mercy, milady, we'll never do bad things again." She's not falling for it and ties them all up. After a job well done, Shin V dusts off her hands, totally pleased with herself. You can't escape me," she boasts. "Mission complete. I took down 3 enemies. Pretty awesome, right?" Han Xiao, who's been listening from inside, offers some praise. Not bad at all. A job well done. You can take a half day off." Shin V cheers with joy. "Woohoo! Long live the boss." But honestly, his attention is completely focused elsewhere. Han Xiao prays to every god he knows. After sending his mercenary group on mission after mission, he's finally saved up 4 random rewards. Opening all 4 at once. Don't let me down. The system shows the draw in progress. Draw complete. Reward type, skill. Reward type, skill. Han Xiao is disappointed. I don't need skills. The system keeps going. Draw in progress. Draw complete. Reward type, item. Times. 2 monster EXP card. Mission experience will be doubled for 6 days. Still not satisfied, he tries again. The system continues the draw. Draw in progress. Draw complete. Reward type. Experience. Han Xiao slumps down. All hope lost. And just picks one at random. This last one's probably going to be junk too. The system displays draw in progress. Draw complete. This time your reward type is an item. Hearing that, Han Xiao is wide awake. The system elaborates. Mission settlement card, ×2. Instantly receive the mission rewards at the lowest rating, marking the mission as cleared. He leaps up, cheering his head off. "Yes, we got it! The best gacha pull in the universe!" A new system notification pops up. You have completed the level 100 advancement mission. Your stamina, HP, and endurance have improved, initiating the race evolution phase. The system has identified you as a Type Y cosmic human and has randomly selected 6 suitable evolution paths, including Cosmic Human Type 2 at 94%, Cosmic Human Type 3 at 92%, Void Prowler Humanoid Form at 81%, Half-Dragon Hybrid at 64%, Intermediate Mechanical Life Form at 22%, and North Wind God Clan at 15%. You must choose a single path, as this process is irreversible. Han Xiao finally confirms his choice. Race evolution in progress, evolution complete. His brain is still buzzing with excitement. Of course, I'm picking the powerful evolution I unlocked after modifying my Void Dragon genes. A series of notifications pop up as his evolution finalizes. Race change to Void Prowler, humanoid form, molecular structure perfected, organ structure reinforced, metabolic processes altered, adaptability enhanced. Your latent potential has been greatly increased. You have received a full attribute boost. Strength plus 28, Dexterity plus 45, Endurance plus 15, Intelligence plus 24, Mystery plus 36, Charm plus 22, Stamina plus 570. Your stamina rank has increased, and your adaptive population racial trait has changed. You've unlocked the Void Travel racial trait, the Void Projection racial trait, and the Void Shadow racial trait. Now let's break down this insane power-up. His evolution completes, and the system announces his new class. Level 1 War Mechanic, Strength plus 120, Dexterity plus 3, Endurance plus 3, and Intellect plus 5. He gets 6 free attribute points, 1 potential point, and masters the skill. Machinery Affinity. He also learns Scrap Modification and Mechanical Force Overload. In a secret room, a frenzy of blue light engulfs Han Xiao, beginning to forge a whole new existence. He looks in the mirror and breathes a sigh of relief. Phew! Still looks human. Nothing weird grew out of him. But then, a strange and beautiful mark appears on his forehead. He touches it, confused. Huh, what is this? The second he makes contact, it feels like the source of a brand new power. Whoa. The sudden jolt nearly knocks Han Xiao from his chair as he floats in midair, completely weightless. So this is the true form of a void prowler? He recalls the system alert for his new racial trait, void travel, which sounded pretty epic. Time for a little test drive. He silently focuses on the main hall, and his body slowly fades away. This molecular reconstruction from void travel is absolutely mind-blowing. Holy crap, he teleported to the hall instantly. He can't help but shout out loud, "Damn, this talent is ridiculously overpowered." So what do you do after a successful test? Obviously, you go to your room and jump for joy. This new race is insane. Forget being human. Okay, back to business. Han Xiao gets serious again. He just got a skill enhancement card, and he's using it on will combustion. The system immediately confirms it. Skill enhancement card activated on will combustion level 10. And boom, it triggers a mutation, unlocking a new skill. Gene liberation, level 1. The sheer joy is overwhelming. Oh my god, he hit the jackpot. He actually landed the 20% chance. This is a top-tier skill, no doubt. He can tell because while the active effect costs 1,000 health with an 8.5-minute cooldown, it grants a massive attack boost for the next 1.5 seconds. Not to mention a 50% chance to double the damage, 30% for triple damage, and a 20% chance for 4 times the damage. As for the passive effect, it automatically activates below 20% health with no cost and an 18-minute cooldown. The notes are clear. You have mastered the art of breaking your own limits. By compressing his own life force, he can unleash power beyond his normal limits for a short time, though it will damage his body. But just as he's celebrating, his phone buzzes. Now pay attention, because this is where the plot kicks back in. A hologram of Mercy appears, her voice tense. Black Star, I need you. I found my teacher's location. He's come to the Shattered Star Ring. Black Star, you saw what he's become. You have to help me find him. He doesn't answer right away, calmly asking, when do we leave? Her voice grows more urgent. As soon as possible. Once I'm back in the Shattered Star Ring, I'll contact you immediately. Since they're long-term partners anyway, Han Xiao agrees with a question. All right, where is your teacher now? She quickly replies. Someone saw him on Norios a while ago. Before I get back, could you head there first and check it out? In the vast emptiness of space, a mechanical voice chimes on the ship. Approaching destination. Norios. Surface temperature is moderate. Philip, who was just wandering around, suddenly yelps, I've been captured. Han Xiao immediately jumps to his defense. Let him go, now. How many times have I told you, Melos? Don't mess with my A. Melos just frowns, confused, relax. Isn't it just an artificial intelligence toy? What's the big deal if I play with it? A wicked grin spreads across Han Xiao's face in response. A toy? Philip, show him your power. In less than a second, the small golden ball transforms into a giant golden machine, just like Han Xiao said. He's the ultimate fusion of virtual and mechanical tech, my newest invention. His body uses compression technology to house countless weapon modules. His combat power is insane. Melos can only stare in absolute shock, but the over-the-top presentation continues. Not only that, he can control my entire mechanical army and all my vehicles, using his superior processing power to calculate the best tactics instantly. At this point, the word shocked doesn't even begin to describe how Melos is feeling. He is completely, utterly floored. He's that powerful? Han Xiao throws one last line at him, so don't treat him like a toy. At the Norio spaceport, a guard politely points the way. You can dock your ship right here. Have a pleasant trip. Erosia, however, suddenly looks around, a confused expression on her face for some reason. This place. It feels so familiar. I think I've been here before. And the moment she says that, you and I both know what's coming next. The system updates, starting the second chain quest. Follow Erosia's memories to help her recover her memory fragments. Current progress, 1 out of question mark. Han Xiao stares at the notification, piecing things together. It seems Norios is one of the locations in Erosia's fragmented memories. She must have come here in a past life. Good thing he brought her along. It doesn't take them long to get from the port to a block of solid-looking buildings. As soon as they enter, he gets straight to the point, I'm here to buy intelligence. An agent named Edison enthusiastically leads the way, giving a quick sales pitch. This way, please. What kind of information are you looking for today? Our organization has a massive intelligence network. From current events to deep secrets, we have it all. Han Xiao was already prepared, pulling out a sketch to make things easier. I'm looking for a person. The world of Galaxy is so advanced that the subsequent payment process is over in a flash. 100 Einals transferred successfully. With the deal done, the agent says, "The intel has been sent to you." The group immediately huddles together, and Melos curiously reads it aloud. This person arrived on Norios 38 days ago via a transport from the ancient Star Desert. He showed no special behavior on Norios, seemed like he was just here for tourism. His last appearance was 16 days ago, in city number 8 in the south. That place and time sound vaguely familiar to Han Xiao. 16 days ago? So he's still on Norios? The agent bows respectfully. "We have internal staff at the port. Every registered ID is filed. He hasn't left Norios, so he must still be around somewhere." With everything now crystal clear, Han Xiao gives a slight nod. "Okay, I get it." Even as they leave, his mind is racing. Could it really be this easy to find him? The guy's a prophet. Well, whatever, let's just head there first. Since their target is still on the planet, the group passes the time on the train playing cards. Your turn. Han Xiao's move leaves Melos stumped. Sylvia, sitting nearby, smugly teases him. "Come on, Melos, are you gonna play or not? Hurry up and lose so I can get a turn." Suddenly, a complete stranger approaches their table and politely asks, "Hello, may I sit here?" The young man next to Han Xiao suddenly stammers, looking extremely awkward. Well, thankfully, Han Xiao just says one word. Whatever. After all, he can see the guy as just a grade C super. I know what you're thinking, there's no way he could try anything funny in front of our main character. Let's see what he really wants. The train soon arrives safely, letting the passengers off. Owen, the guy from the train, waves hello and sincerely begins to explain himself. "It was a short trip, but a damn good one. Thanks for sticking around. Let's see where our next big adventure takes us, shall we?" The guy seemed friendly enough, but Shinwei can't shake this weird feeling. Now stick with me, because he's brushing it off to focus on the real mission. The whole crew shows up at the Sears place, mashing the doorbell. You've got Mos, ready to explode with impatience, while Han Xiao just calmly presses the button. Final call, nobody's answering. So, guess what, they're just walking right in. Suddenly, something comes crashing down from the sky. He screams for everyone to move. They dive just as it slams into the ground with a massive boom. There's definitely someone in that cloud of dust. As it settles, he comes face to face with a bunch of massive, hulking golems. Even now, Shinwei has no idea why they're being attacked. The leader just blurts it out. "Someone paid us to rough you guys up." Before he can finish, Han Xiao gives Philip the order. "Handle it, but don't go too hard." He ducks behind Philip's now enormous frame, already analyzing the situation. His theory? These rock guys were probably hired by the seer to ambush us. Looks like he knows we're coming for him. He's busy thinking. Philip's busy fighting. A volley of energy rounds slams home, and just like that, a golem is already on its knees. Han Xiao looms over him, radiating pure menace. "Who's your boss?" And yeah, I know what you're thinking. These guys are pathetically weak, aren't they? A warning? The leader, properly terrified now, starts talking. "I don't know, he just told us to be here to deal with you. If we lost, we were supposed to send you to a specific location to find someone. That person knows where he is." "Oh, right. He told us to give you a message." "You guessed right. It was me. You want to find me? Then you have to play my game." Han Xiao is obviously furious, muttering under his breath, "Damn it, that freaking seer. What an absolute pain." Shinwei is starting to panic. What do we do? Should we go? But at this point, how can they back out? Han Xiao sighs, his mind made up. It's our only option. He's calling the shots now. Meanwhile, in a secret location in Norio City 4, 2 Darkstar agents are debriefing. Intel confirmed. The traitor appeared in 3 places at once: Downtown City 7, Northwest City 6, and the City 4 train station. He can create 5 clones. One of them is already in our hands. We've located 3 other clones, the agent continues, but one is still missing. It could be the real body, hiding out somewhere. The clones can't get too far from the main body, or the connection breaks. He's definitely still somewhere here on Norios. And look who they captured. It's Owen from the ship. "Hey, you'll never catch the real me. Yeah, you and I both know that smug attitude isn't gonna last long. Captain Fossati." Latest intel says the clone from City 4 boarded a train to City 8. Vice Captain Sean disobeyed orders. Fossati just turns and says, "I know." Then he bows respectfully. "Your Excellencies, we have new intelligence. And it's none other than Ames and her teacher. The traitor's clone is on a train to City 8. Sean didn't engage as planned. Anu asks why. He ran into the Black Star mercenary group. Owen was sitting at their table. Sean was unsure, so he held back. Hearing this, her teacher just waves it off. Sean's decision was correct. Black Star is backed by Dragon Emperor Ames. We don't need that trouble. Owen got lucky running into them, but that luck won't last forever. Tell Sean to keep tailing him. Time passes, and we cut to a bookstore. Han Xiao's crew, still fuming from being played, marches right in. He grabs a book from Shin-Vi and gets down to business. I'm here to find a seer. He should have left a message for you. The guy behind the counter just smiles, and it is not a friendly one. Allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Yi Xuan. I'm a teleportation mage. This bookstore? Just a cover. My real job is running a portal service. The second Yi Xuan stops talking, Han Xiao is on him. A teleportation mage? So you sent my target somewhere else on Norios, didn't you? The mage calmly replies, he wants to play a game with you. He'll meet you, but only if you steal the Heart of Starfire. Philip pulls up the info. The Heart of Starfire is a priceless ring, sold at auction for 793 million inares to the head of the Norios consortium. Han Xiao is not impressed. I have no interest in that ridiculous request. Now, where did you send him? But the mage flatly refuses. I won't disclose client information, and don't bother trying to bribe me. I have professional ethics. But that's when Melos flies in, ready to fight. Then don't blame me for beating it out of you. And maybe this was the plan all along. Because Yi Xuan cheerfully opens up a portal. Slimy tentacles shoot out, wrapping around Melos and dragging him in. In seconds, he vanishes into the portal screaming. Yi Xuan looks smug, just like my client predicted. He said anyone looking for him would try to threaten me. Good thing I came prepared. Han Xiao is absolutely furious, gritting his teeth. You can just feel the frustration, can't you? This teleportation magic is a massive pain. First priority, get him back. Faced with this mess, the mercs look to their leader. Do we engage? But Han Xiao shuts it down instantly. Too many people. A fight would bring security down on us fast. Yi Xuan gets cocky, thinking they've given up. Your friend is right, so you should leave. But Han Xiao's reply comes in the form of his brand new combat suit. In a flash, he's charging forward. Bring 100 more. It won't matter. You can't touch me. Yi Xuan opens another portal, but it's his own face that's suddenly in danger. Han Xiao stops dead in front of the portal and just grabs the mage. Yi Xuan isn't a small guy, but Han Xiao tosses him like he weighs nothing. Han Xiao closes in, his voice dangerously low. What was that you said? Say it again. The guy stammers, totally confused. What, how are you? Han Xiao cuts him off. Let my teammate go. Don't try anything stupid, unless you want your brains decorating this bookstore. At the same time, Melot, freed from the spell, suddenly yells, It's you! The mage looks at him, totally lost. Me, who? But everyone's attention had already shifted. Ha, looks like the captain took care of that teleportation mage. Now that's what I call speed. With his opponent handled, a triumphant Melos strolls over with, and someone else. And yeah, it was some seriously slick magic. Wysander waves with a strained smile. Oh, long time no see. Han Xiao is shocked. Wysander, what are you doing here? And coming out of a portal, no less. He immediately starts venting. Don't even ask. The dragon seat sent me too. I got here a few days before you guys. Found this dude. Looked away for 1 second and got zapped by his spell. Han Xiao gets right back to the point. Tell me, where did you teleport my target? The guy, terrified, spills everything. I really don't know. He told me to use a random portal with coordinates somewhere inside Norios. Melos just scratches his head, completely lost. So where do we even start looking? Are we seriously going to have to go steal that ring? But Han Xiao wasn't having it. We're not letting our target lead us by the nose. Mercy is on her way. We just give her this clue, and our job is basically done. Suddenly, Wysander grabs his arm. Are we really just going to ignore the target? Won't Mercy be mad? A winning smile spreads across Han Xiao's face. No need. If he's on Norios, once she's here, scanning the entire planet will only take her a few minutes. He can't escape. And just like that, at the northern spaceport of Norios, 3 days later, an old woman sighs dramatically. So naive. No, he smirks, thinking, you thought I'd be dumb enough to stay on this planet and wait for you to catch me? Don't you think I know how to run? From the moment you got your clue from that intelligence agency, the outcome was already decided. Man, this guy really thinks he's got it all figured out. You used my name without permission. I'm just giving you a little pair punishment. Is that so? A hand suddenly appears on his shoulder. It's Han Xiao, grinning like they're old pals. Lord Aesop. Good morning to ya. The old man starts sweating bullets. How did you know I was here? Han Xiao's grin just gets wider. Good question. His face turns serious as he points. Let me introduce you. This is my lucky charm. That answer doesn't fly. You mean you just got lucky? Han Xiao keeps up the intimidating act. A prophet isn't all-powerful. You designed every single clue to limit my options, just so you could perfectly predict my every move. All I had to do was step outside your plan, and I was sure I could trick you. Defeated, Aesop drops his disguise and tries to negotiate. Ah, I forgot you were a prophet too, kid. You win this round, but I don't want to see her. Can we make a deal? Han Xiao tilts his head, curious. You really don't want to see your own student that badly? The The old man is dead serious. I like my freedom. Han Xiao's eyes turn cold. If you didn't want to see her, then why did you come back? Aesop answers bluntly. For fun. The more she looks for me, the more I want to mess with her. Okay, I know what you're thinking. And yeah, what a stubborn old troll. I refuse, Han Xiao says flatly. I owe Mercy a favor. Since she entrusted this to me, I'm going to see it through. He pulls out his comms, and a 3D hologram of her instantly appears. Mercy's brow furrows with emotion. Oh, Master, I've missed you so much. Then her tone shifts. Wait for me. I'm almost there. The call ends. Han Xiao is smug, patting the old man's chest. You're really not going to reconsider? Stop thinking about nonsense and just go back quietly. You can just tell he's loving every second of this drama. The wait wasn't long at all. At the northern spaceport of Norios, the Dragon Seat Mercy arrives, looking majestic in a new outfit. The crowd gasps and shouts her title in awe, the Dragon Seat. But she only came for one thing. Isn't there something you should be saying to me? Aesop sighs, admitting defeat. All right, I should have come back to see you sooner. I shouldn't have hidden from you. Now let's not stand here and draw a crowd. Let's go. Before leaving, she turns to Han Xiao with sincere gratitude. Thank you. Han Xiao just gives a slight smile. It was a small thing, but she shakes her head, patting his shoulder. No, I owe you one for this. The ship Mercy arrived on powers up again. From above, the old man looks down and whistles. You've got yourself a pretty good officer there. He's trustworthy. She blinks, a little confused. You mean Black Star? Then she nods in agreement. He is very capable. Didn't you meet him before? You even had him pass on a message to me. Of course, the old man plays dumb. Old. I almost forgot about that. After their ship is long gone, Melos finally asks the question. Black Star, that's done. So, where are we heading now? Han Xiao already had it all planned out. Back to Norios to rest for a bit. We'll set off tomorrow. You want to come with us? Hearing the offer, Wyssander happily agrees. I'm not in a rush. Besides, the dragon's lair is pretty stuffy. Looks like I'll be crashing with you for a while. Suddenly, Han Xiao's gaze freezes. He sees a group of people from Ghidorah walking by and wonders, what are they doing here? He even recognizes the leader Nagokin, a grade A super from Ghidorah. They only send him out for major missions. A name flashes through his mind. Owen. Could this have something to do with that guy? Seeing him there, Han Xiao recalls the game's outcome. With version 2.0 less than 2 years away, that means Nagokin is set to be crippled sometime this year. And now for the part you'll want to pay attention to. Han Xiao decides to take a massive risk and blocks his path. Nagokin is all business, his voice cold. Who are you? Get out of my way. Han Xiao stays cool. Black Star. Nagokin strokes his chin, nodding. Black Star. I've heard your name. You and some other mercs captured a Dark Star mothership. Well done, but why are you blocking our way? The real reason is way too insane to just say out loud, so he deflects. Just wanted to say hi, and see if you guys needed any help. The guy turns and walks away without a second thought. We don't need any of your help. We're in a hurry, so we'll be going now. Han Xiao is frustrated. The mission didn't trigger. A case that requires a calamity-grade powerhouse has to be dangerous. But still, he quickly thinks of another way. Looking at the character card in his hand, a smile spreads across his face. With this, he thinks, I can probably sneak my way in. Her power is the Dragon's Gaze. It compresses matter in a targeted area, locking any solid, liquid, or gas into a state of total paralysis. For every 100 points of a target's strength, they resist it for 1 second. The base duration is 18 seconds, and it's never been used. But hey, what's coming is coming. On the outskirts of city number 4, Norios, an aide quickly reports the situation. Intel from Owen says the enemy forces are already inside. Commander Nagokin gives the order without hesitation. First, destroy the enemy's base, then deal with any Darkstar members operating outside. Right now, the enemy has no idea we're here. Stick with me, because we're about to see a full-on assault. With his fist raised and burning with fighting spirit, he yells, we have the intel advantage, charge with me. Just one punch from a grade A transcendent is all it takes. A terrifying wave of energy rips through the air and explodes. In a flash, the target's base gate is nothing but rubble. The commander charges in, a heroic one-man vanguard. The ambushed Darkstar members can do nothing but cough in the dust, completely caught off guard. Out of professional courtesy, Nagokin makes an announcement. I am Nagokin of the Ghidorah War Bureau. You are surrounded. Drop your weapons, hands behind your head, and I will personally escort you to the Crimson Ring prison. But then, a dark laugh from Voss. Afraid? It looks like we're the ones who lured you into a trap. Every word he speaks hangs in the air with a sense of doom. Look around you. Who do you think is really surrounded? High above, the mist clears to reveal Anu and Az, flexing their incredible power. Nagokin can't believe his eyes. his face a mask of shock. 2 grade A espers? The intel was wrong. And right here is the moment we all realize this mission just went completely sideways. We're done for. We're gonna die today. But that's not how this commander rolls. His grade A power erupts once more. He refuses to be stomped on by these vicious Dark Star scum. We will fight to our last breath. The battle is miles away, but the shock waves are so insane that the TV stations have to break in with an emergency broadcast. Breaking news from Norios. 10 minutes ago, the western edge of City 4 was hit hard, with 3 city squares completely destroyed. The Public Security Bureau is on the scene investigating, and here is the live footage. The noise of the world seems to fade away, focusing on the TV in front of Han Xiao. Melos, standing beside him, sighs. No wonder I felt that tremor. I thought it was an earthquake. He connects it with that weird feeling from the lobby earlier, and it clicks. He knows what kind of power causes this much destruction this fast. Both sides have grade A combatants. Just then, a device on his wrist starts beeping. A hologram of a battered and exhausted Nagokin flickers to life, panting for breath. Black Star, please, I need your help. Han Xiao's expression instantly turns dead serious. Nagokin, knowing time is short, gets straight to the point. I'm in Norios to extract a Dark Star defector. His name is Owen. Dark Star sent a squad to assassinate him. The enemy has 2 grade A espers. I walked right into an ambush. Han Xiao cuts in with a crucial question. Who are Dark Star's 2 grade A transcendents? He had no idea just how game-changing the answer would be. I don't know their names. One of them can turn his entire body into sand. The other transforms into some kind of bizarre flying creature with insane speed and total control over the air. Nagokin might not know them, but Han Xiao sure does. He's even crossed paths with them before. He broke through to grade A. The other one must be Wind Demon Anu. Now, I know what you're thinking. This is Ghidorah's problem, not his. But our guy is way smarter than that. Taking on 2 grade A's is basically a death wish. But there are cleverer ways to play this. Your mission isn't to kill them, is it? If the goal is to help Owen escape Dark Star's pursuit until your Ghidorah reinforcements show up, all you need to do is stall for time. And that, I can help you with. Hearing Han Xiao agree, Nagokin is overjoyed. He definitely made the right call. A mission prompt immediately appears on his interface. You have agreed to help Nagokin. Requirement 1. Help Owen hide until the Ghidorah army arrives. Requirement 2. Kill the entire Dark Star pursuit squad. Completing either one counts as a success. Failure occurs if Owen dies, or if Nagokin dies. The rewards for success are massive. 5.8 million experience points, 24,000 dinars, and a big boost in reputation with the Ghidorah faction, Owen and Nagokin. He weighs his options. With 2 objectives on the table, the best strategy is clearly to play for time. Han Xiao rubs his chin and nods. All right, let me get you some more backup. He then turns to Melos and gives him an order. Post a joint operation notice on the mercenary network for the entire Norios area. The target is every mercenary crew nearby. As long as they can get here fast, we'll take every last one of them. Melos quickly responds. Got it. Who should I list as the client, Nagokin or Ghidorah? Han Xiao just shakes his head. Their names don't have that kind of pull. He flashes a confident smile, and the floating cube beside him glows brightly. Use my name. Immediately, every merc who meets the criteria starts flocking over, buzzing with excitement. Black Star. No way. This has got to be a major mission. This is my first time getting to work with his organization. His crew is top tier, nothing to worry about. For years, Black Star has worked with the biggest outfits and never screwed over an ally. His reputation is spotless. A sudden clap cuts through the chatter. All right, listen up. Han Xiao stands above the crowd. You're all mercenaries, so I'll make this quick. I've accepted a contract to provide support for Ghidorah. We're protecting one person from a Dark Star hit squad. I need bodies. The pay is huge, but the enemy has 2 grade A espers. The moment they hear that, the crowd panics. Are you crazy, taking a job against 2 grade A's? In a split second, almost everyone bails, some of them yelling, if you want to get yourself killed, fine, but don't drag us down with you. Han Xiao calmly lights a cigarette, completely unfazed. Our mission is not to directly confront the enemy, but there will absolutely be danger. If you're not on board with that, you can leave right now. For those of you who stay, once this mission is over, I'll sign a partnership contract with all of you, sharing our mercenary resources. And you and I both know an offer like that is absolutely legendary. One guy who is leaving actually stops, but then just waves his hand. As tempting as that is, I'd rather stay alive. Sorry, man. For the few who remained, little Philip does a quick scan. 3 merc teams, 17 solo operators, including 4 grade B espers, with the rest being grade C. Better than I thought. With the invite sent, it's time for a pep talk. And this is something he does very well. Thank you all for staying. From this moment on, we fight side by side. Meanwhile, in a shady office on the edge of the city, Anu lets out a deep laugh as he reads the latest report. So Ghidorah hires some mercenaries for help, but can they really do anything? To a guy like Ember, they're nothing but trash, and he is not feeling patient today. It's Black Star again. This time, he's a dead man. Ember decides to end this fast before things spiral out of control. These mercs have to go. I don't want any screw-ups. Fueled by months of pent-up rage, Ember stands and makes his request. Let me go. With my power, it won't even take a minute to crush them. I'll find you after I'm done. Meanwhile, Ghidorah's team is safely making their way through an abandoned bus station, looking for an exit. Nagokin's a little confused. Where's your real body? Before our backup arrives, your main body would be safer under our protection. N, having just escaped a tight spot, reassures him. My real body is safe right now. As long as this clone isn't captured by Germinal, there's no way to locate my main body through it. So don't worry, just protect this clone and we're good. He tries to press the issue, but suddenly, a massive vortex rips open in front of them. You're not escaping. Staring into those cold, sharp eyes, he only has time for one thought. He was right. Black Star really did split his forces. At the same time, back at the mercenary base, Han Xiao's preparations are complete, just as he requested. He gives a friendly wave. Good work. Everyone fall back. And whatever you do not come near here. His communicator quickly buzzes with a message from Nagokin. There's only one of them here. Be careful. Han Xiao's face turns dead serious. He's almost here, huh? And here's where it gets good. The enemy Han Xiao is about to face is an old acquaintance. The guy shows up, looking around completely baffled. Did everyone just leave with Ghidorah? Since he can't find a single soul, he decides to turn back. Looks like he came all this way for nothing. Guess I'll go find Anu. But in that exact second, a voice rings out along with a blinding flash of light. Don't go. I've been waiting for you for a very long time. His fated rival finally shows his face. He's instantly on guard. That voice is way too familiar. The moment he sees Han Xiao on that giant screen, he's completely stunned. Black Star Han Xiao, without any preamble, begins his speech. That's the nickname Germinal gave you, isn't it? You were taken by them as a weapon when you were just a kid, but now, in their eyes, you're nothing more than a useful tool. After years of fighting, Ember is immune to this stuff. Save the pathetic provocations. All the other mercs left. So why are you still here? The door beneath him finally opens. Obviously, I was waiting for you. Ember almost laughs. Waiting for me? You think you can stop me all by yourself? He can't see Erosia floating nearby as Han Xiao bluntly admits. Not just me. The simmering hatred boils over and he screams, You don't know your own limits. His carbon manipulation ability shoots forward with a cocky threat. But killing you wouldn't be so bad. I'd get to finish a little dream of mine. After you're dead, it's not too late to back them up. Too bad for him, because besides Erosia, Han Xiao also has the power to deconstruct his own body. Seeing his opponent standing there completely unharmed, Ember is shocked. Whoa, you actually blocked my carbon disintegration. Now I see why you dared to challenge me. So you came prepared. Han Xiao's response? Of course I'm prepared. And with that, he unleashes his entire mechanical army. A swarm of animal-type robots lunges forward, all aiming for a single target. Ember instantly summons carbon around him, forming a solid shield. Han Xiao, just to stir the pot, adds, the Sand of Silence shield. Playing dirty, I see. With his solid defense up, Ember gets cocky. Even if you set a trap, even if you're immune to my carbon disintegration, with my power right now, there's only one way this ends for you. He then unleashes a powerful force, wiping out the robot's swarm in a miserable failure. Han Xiao's mechanic senses tingle. That power is freaky. It tore through the beast armor in a flash. Ember seizes the opportunity to strike. You dare get distracted mid-fight? Instantly, electromagnetic forces surge to protect Han Xiao. He grinds his teeth, focusing his mind. Yeah, he's tough, but he's not about to test that crazy power with his own body. Gotta be careful here. So, without hesitation, he hits the space button, equipping the Void Dragon mechanical suit, and his opponent definitely notices something is different. That's not the same armor as last time. He's gotten stronger again. But Ember is way too confident in his shield. So what? He'll never break my defense. But Erosia has already gotten close, and she's deconstructing the shield structure. In that instant, a terrifying chain reaction begins, destroying Ember from the inside. She teleports back, cheerfully reporting her victory. Mission complete, but as expected of an A-rank super, he's still standing. I thought only Nagokin was strong, but now this Black Star guy pops up. Still, this is a great opportunity. The enemy split their forces in two. Black Star is risking it all to stop me, and he has zero backup. This is the perfect chance to take out a powerful foe. As he gets up again, a wave of flying robots meets its doom. Ember is certain that once he shrinks the battlefield, his opponent will give up. Most of your machines are disabled, and sooner or later, I'll tear that armor off you. Let's see what tricks you have left then. Sparks crackle around Han Xiao's gauntlet. What tricks I have left? Why don't you feel them for yourself? His waste gas modification seems to supercharge his weapons, making them even more agile. No matter how many you send, I'll destroy them all. So what if you can repair your machines? I'll just disable them again. You think you can keep repairing them forever? He calculated everything, but he never saw Han Xiao's final move coming. For the first time, Ember is actually getting nervous. Cold sweat drips down his face. He pulls his carbon particles inside his shield for protection. To control them, the shield has to be broken first. But doing that would waste time and leave him distracted in the middle of a fight. The tables have turned against him, pushing him to the brink. Aha! He decides to summon all his power at once. This terrain is a disadvantage. I'll get outside first, then we'll see. But Han Xiao gives him zero chance for a comeback, launching himself like a rocket to cut off his escape. And you can bet that the mercenary base they just set up is about to face one hell of a shockwave. But the bigger surprise was still to come, as they were both blown out of the building. Are you crazy? You blew up our own base. Facing his rage, Han Xiao just calmly explains, I have great respect for calamity-grade powerhouses, so I planted a lot of explosives. An explosion is art. How could he possibly have seen this coming? Suddenly, the space around him goes completely dark, leaving him totally confused. Why can't I see anything anymore? Just like before when he used carbon molecules to form a solid defense, now it's hard to even pinpoint his enemy's location. Best to defend first and observe. Don't blink, because this is where his plan gets wild. A storm of firearms appears, but he luckily blocks every single shot. He's on high alert, nothing hit him, but something feels off. This is bad. Turns out, he just used the Withered Wolf character card to shift the flow of time. For anyone new here, that leader's skill is an armor-breaking combo, making all attacks within the next 8 seconds critical, armor-piercing strikes. Not to mention the target gets a debuff of 24% defense reduction for 5 minutes. And in the end, the plan worked perfectly. An earth-shattering explosion rips through the sky, a reckless move that drains his armor's power and triggers a warning from Philip. Energy at 42%, 26%, energy reserves critical. Ember quickly seizes the opportunity, talking trash. You're out of juice. Just wait till I rip you out of that tin can and pound you into meat paste. Of course, Han Xiao wasn't about to stop. It was tough enough getting the upper hand with this sneak attack. Now is not the time to be conserving energy. Just then, he summons her Erosia. The armor keeps buzzing. Energy remaining, 327%. Current overload is too high. Release excess energy immediately. But thanks to Erosia, he can confidently declare, I've got energy for days. Ready to get your brain rattled again? A single move, amplified by the power she gave him, was enough to create a massive shockwave. They all go crashing straight into the ground. He gets up, rubbing his hip. Ugh, pretty sure I broke a few bones. Lost over 4,000 health. That fall hurt. He then turns to his companion, worried. You okay? But then, the sunlight in front of Han Xiao is suddenly blocked. Holy crap, a giant snake, the Dark Star beast, is coiled right over him. He's pissed. You mean I still haven't killed this guy? After calming down, he immediately screams, Ah! After a quick look at his enemy's face, Han Xiao figures he's absolutely furious. His attention is locked on him. He just needs to stall until Nagoken gives the signal. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time to bail. The sudden retreat enrages Ember. You're not getting away. I know what you're thinking, but he's not just running. This isn't a retreat, you idiot. It's a strategic withdrawal. Clear skies, white clouds, golden sun. Time flies as every single attack Ember throws at him is expertly dodged. At that very moment, Nagoken reports in, Black Star, we've secured Owen's clone. Got it. With that, Han Xiao has no reason to dodge anymore, which catches Ember off guard. Finally done running? That coward actually has some loyalty. Black Star, just hold on. We're coming back to support you right now. Holding all the cards, Han Xiao can't resist a little gloating. He points and lays it all out. My teammate already took down Anu's clone and he's on his way. The A-rank guards from the Norio's consortium won't let you run wild either. If you still want to play, I'm happy to play along. On the other side, Ember instantly gets how bad his situation is. Continuing this fight is just a waste of time. Not only would it be hard to kill Black Star, but he'd also end up surrounded. But getting beaten up like this and leaving with nothing to show for it, and having to retreat? That's just humiliating. In the end, the giant snake carries him away, but not before he leaves a final message. I underestimated you this time. Next time, I don't care what your level is, whether you have your machines or if you're at full health or seriously injured. I won't be careless with you ever again. Seeing Ember finally back off, Han Xiao collapses to the ground, sighing in relief. Finally safe. Because of all the destruction, everyone had to relocate to a new base. He gets straight to the point. I've always had one question. Owen, what was your reason for betraying Darkstar? His mind raced with theories since his past life had zero intel on this guy. Owen honestly explains everything. Betrayal? I don't see it as a betrayal. I am a Ghidoran. This was leaving the darkness for the light. I joined Darkstar in the past, but that doesn't mean I have to be a member for my entire life. One question after another, Han Xiao keeps pushing. So why did you join Ghidorah? The guy drops a bombshell. Only by eliminating Darkstar can the lives of us hybrids truly get better. Han Xiao was genuinely stunned. But didn't Darkstar claim to be fighting for the hybrids? Owen quickly shakes his head, refuting it. Darkstar constantly sows hatred internally, painting the Ghidorah as completely evil, as if they want nothing more than to kill every last hybrid. The real situation in Ghidorah is completely censored. And this is where you and I realize this world is way deeper than some VR game. The Ghidorah government's attitude towards hybrids isn't hostile at all. They've always pursued a policy of peace, protecting the rights of normal hybrid citizens. They only consider Darkstar to be the enemy. Nagoken, sitting nearby, immediately nods in agreement, but Han Xiao calmly prods him. I'm waiting for you to continue. Owen, flustered, quickly clarifies. All right, but the purebloods' view of hybrids is a deep-rooted tradition. It's a belief they've held for thousands of years, and Darkstar's existence only fuels that conflict, making the purebloods resent us hybrids even more. His words started to connect all the dots, explaining everything Darkstar had done up to this point. Their ruthless methods. Not only did they fail to bring a better life for hybrids, they actually made things worse, throwing them into chaos. And because of that, more and more hybrids were being forced to turn against Darkstar. So, taking down the Darkstar is what's important, but this whole for the greater good speech just makes him pause. The guy's got grand ambitions, sure, but Han Xiao just shrugs. Compliments are nice, but he's not spilling any intel until everything is 100% secure. But he's not met with demands. Instead, he's told, save those words for the Ghidorah people. My only job is to get you out. Suddenly, a huge crash echoes from behind Han Xiao. Seeing the commotion, he yells out. Erosia, helping the woman up, gently asks her, what's wrong? She's trembling, her brow furrowed as she describes it. There's a voice, calling my name inside my head. I think it's getting closer. I can feel its location. And just like that, they find themselves at a Norio spaceport. He stares at a massive gate and asks, the thing calling you is inside that warehouse? Looks like it's a living thing, he thinks, quickly strategizing. While Owen's crew is regrouping, he'll handle Erosia's mission first. Makan, their guide, reports politely, do you two know the person in this warehouse? It's been 3 days, and they haven't left the ship or paid any fees. But the ship is a Bright Federation stealth-class recon vessel, he adds. The Norio's group can't just kick out the captain of a ship that high-end. With that, Han Xiao puts it all together. Whoever's in there has some serious backing, and they're here specifically for Erosia. As Erosia settles the bill, the attendant bows with a smile. The heavy steel door groans open, and she says, into the lion's den we go. The second they step inside, they're both looking around curiously. Han Xiao lets out a gasp. Is this ship a black light lurker? It's an insanely expensive model with superior performance, basically legendary tier gear among similar ships. Meanwhile, Erosia touches a transparent sphere, lost in thought. This ship, it feels so familiar, she murmurs. Like I've spent a very long time here. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice rings out, activating authority certification. Certification passed. Welcome back, Captain. Now pay attention here. A beam of light materializes midair, forming a humanoid figure. I finally found you. Buddy. Han Xiao starts. She doesn't remember anything. Erosia asks, do I know you? Who are you? The being floats closer, realizing the truth. Your memory banks have a program error. I'll have to help you fix that. Han Xiao just rubs his chin. Your name is Vazda. The figure, Vazda, looks completely stunned. Han, how do you know my private name? Did she tell you? But Han Xiao can only offer a wry smile. How do you think? Of course, it was the mission prompt. It detailed the first part of Erosia's quest chain he just completed, rewarding him with 520 random experience points and plus 5 favorability with Zazda. Realizing just how much Han Xiao helped, the light being bows enthusiastically. If you hadn't helped her recover a portion of her energy, my sensors never would have been able to pinpoint her location. Thank you. Still, Han Xiao is incredibly curious. So what exactly are you? Another energy life form? Vazda glows brightly, correcting him sincerely. No, I am an AI life form. It clicks for Han Xiao. An AI? So you're the core system of this ship? But the explanation is different than he expected. AI lifeforms are not systems. We are a type of life. This ship is just a temporary tool I use to navigate the physical world. With things laid out like this, Han Xiao connects the dots. So, Erosia is an AI lifeform too? But she clearly has a body and awakened psychic powers. Vazda happily confirms it. We upgraded our programs together since we were young. She is very important to me. But he wasn't finished. I'm extremely grateful to you for taking care of her. But we have a very important mission. Han Xiao's calm, cool expression instantly erupts into flames when he hears the next words. So, I need to take her with me. I hope you can understand. In that moment, all he could hear in his head was one phrase. He's trying to steal my person. Even the two netherbirds could feel his seething rage. I mean, are you kidding me? He worked his butt off to train Erosia into a capable officer, and this guy just thinks he can waltz in and poach her? You and I both know that's not happening. Nope. Thinking fast, Han Xiao grabs Erosia's hand. You should ask for Erosia's opinion. Don't you dare make that decision for her. Feeling his protection, she speaks up. I only know that Black Star saved me. I won't go with you. And with that, Vazda had no choice but to concede. I understand. I will stay by your side until you recover your memories. In response, Zazda gets a brilliant, smug smile. Because she has amnesia, Erosia's memories are filled with him. There's no way she'd choose someone else. He's in a totally unbeatable position, but for a split second, he gets a weird feeling. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like the scummy neighbor stealing someone's girl right now? He immediately shakes it off, getting serious. Don't celebrate just yet. I haven't given you permission to stay, not unless you tell me your whole story. Then maybe I can help. The being scratches its head, its voice dropping low as it recalls the past. This story begins a very long time ago. A moment later, its fist clenches, shaking with rage as it spits out each word. To put it simply, I must stay with Erosia, free our enslaved brethren, and then defeat that evil Super A-class mechanic. The craziest part? Han Xiao knows the Super A-class mechanic he's talking about. He was a top-tier mentor for mechanic players in his past life, and a main character in the later Super Calamity main story arc. He glances at the gentle Erosia and at Zazda, who's muttering about destroying the tyrant, and just wants to scream. You and I just witnessed him stumble face first into a major late-game plotline. What kind of person did I even save? Version 2.0 hasn't even started yet. Can't I just play this game in peace for a bit? After explaining everything, the being declares his resolve. Whether you agree to help or not, I must stay by her side and wait for her memories to return. But for a guy on his way to the top, Han Xiao's mind is sharp. He realizes if Zazda stays, that means this insane black light lurker ship is temporarily theirs to use. Before they can celebrate, Melos contacts them. Black Star, we've got a huge problem. The Dark Star found Owen's main body. The situation is critical, so he quickly replies, I'm on my way back. Back at the base, Han Xiao lights a cigarette. I have a pretty good idea of what happened. Knowing the Dark Star, they'll definitely try to kill his main body immediately. Alright, quick recap. Ogun just admitted he royally screwed up by not telling them sooner he was the real deal. Turns out, they only killed his clone. Ogun's face goes pale as he bows his head in apology. I was afraid of being exposed. He knows Darkstar has already seen through his little plan. They're definitely coming here to kill me. I'm counting on you guys to protect me. Please. Our boy Han Xiao, never one to waste time, maps out a plan. They split into two teams. He, Nagokin, and the main force will stay behind to stall the pursuers. Erosia will take Owen to find a teleporter, get to the port, find Zazda, and get him off planet for good. Seeing the others hesitate, Han Xiao immediately gets his troops moving. What are you standing around for? The enemy won't wait for us. Move out now. As they prepare, he scans the area, thinking through every possibility. Besides Anu's ground pursuit team, he knows a massive Dark Star fleet is definitely hiding out in space. In his past life, Owen definitely died here. But now, with Jazda's black light stealth, he can slip past the fleet in a heartbeat. The system's mission board still shows an S-rank quest tied to this bloodline, and while he has a mission settlement card, using it would only net him the lowest reward. He has to squeeze every bit of value out of this high-level mission. Using the card now would be a total waste. Plus, he's saving it for a real suicide mission. Comparing their forces, his side has one grade A fighter, Nagokin. The enemy has Anu and AS. Even counting himself, taking on two Calamity grades at the same time is pushing way beyond their limits. Now, this split force plan isn't random. Pay close attention, because this is the only way it works. They have to let the enemy know Owen is on the run. This will force Darkstar to split their forces, one team to fight them and another to chase Owen, effectively cutting the danger in half. The second Han Xiao locks in the plan, there's movement outside. He and the old man rush out to find two uninvited guests have already arrived. Nagokin's face is grim. They got here fast. They came prepared. AS, on the other hand, is buzzing with confidence, hungry for a win. Attack. A massive fiery explosion rips through the street, sending civilians scattering. Are you serious? Again? Can you guys not destroy everything for once? AS, on a mission with his master, spots his target and points. Found you. The traitor is trying to escape in a shuttle. Below, Han Xiao yells, trying to stop them, but Nagokin was already prepared, launching into the sky. And as the two old masters clash for what feels like an eternity, AS slams down to the ground. Well, if it isn't my old pal Ash, Han Xiao says, casually picking his nose. Wanna go? But the veteran Anu sees right through their little scheme. They're trying to stop us from chasing the traitor. I'll handle them. You go after him. With that order, AS completely ignores him. You're lucky you won't be dying by my hand today. As AS turns his back, he completely misses the massive grin spreading across Han Xiao's face. AS is on our tail. Erosia, sitting beside the panicking Owen, is strangely calm. Blackstar let him go on purpose. He's stalling Anu, the faster one. We still have time, but the reality is way more intense than she lets on. Owen blurts out, we can reach the teleportation stone in 15 minutes, but AS is catching up fast. If we can't complete the teleport in time, we're dead meat. Erosia corrects him instantly. Not we, only you will die. I'm an AI life form. I can be reborn. The guy shuts up immediately. Thanks for the reminder. Meanwhile, Han Xiao is in a desperate game of cat and mouse. Anu's ability is terrifying, like drills striking from every direction imaginable. Han Xiao draws his rifle, but it's completely useless. The guy's just too fast, and he can even turn invisible. His weapons can't get a lock. Even Nagokin flying overhead can't match his speed. No matter how powerful an attack is, it's worthless if it doesn't hit. And Anu, while fighting Nagokin, still has time to focus on Han Xiao. Your Black Star? My useless student failed to handle you. Then I'll finish you myself. Just then, Anu is shocked to see a thin membrane forming around them. It spreads out from a central skyscraper, slowly covering the entire area. Anu recognizes it. The city-level protection shield of the Norio's financial group. Nagokin lands after a brief clash, completely confused. The financial group is helping Darkstar? Han Xiao doesn't think so. They're just trapping us in here to stay out of it and avoid the damage. The moment the dome closes, it becomes their cage. Anu frowns to himself. They've sealed the area. This has gotten serious. As soon as Owen is dead, we're pulling out. Determined to end this quickly, Anu's arm warps into a sharp, scythe-like appendage, as his back sprouts what looks like a series of nozzles. A blood-curdling roar escapes him, and just when you thought it couldn't get crazier, he unleashes his wind demon transformation. Massive tendrils erupt from his back, whipping around and tearing the area apart. Hiding behind a wall, Sylvia wonders what on earth is happening to her master. Tiny Philip buzzes frantically. A storm is coming. Buzzit. The master ordered me to protect you and get you out of here. Buzzit. The Ghidorah soldiers fight for their lives against Darkstar's goons. Han Xiao expertly leaps into the calm eye of the storm, relentlessly firing back. Now that the area is sealed, Anu isn't holding back at all. He and Nagokin stand back to back. Once that storm is fully formed, everything inside this shield will be annihilated. Does he see his own men as disposable? Han Xiao just focuses on the solution. I have a way to lock him down for over 10 seconds. It's our only chance to seriously wound him. Nagokin is shocked. You can control Anu? Han Xiao's response is short and simple. Just trust me. The old warrior makes his choice. All right. As his teammate zips away, Han Xiao immediately draws Anu's attention. In his monstrous form, Anu snarls, Blackstar, what are you planning? But nothing could have prepared him for what he saw next. Han Xiao unleashes his trump card, a character skill called Dragon's Gaze. The system calculates the massive power difference and freezes his opponent solid, paralyzed for 14 seconds. And trust me, you're going to want to see what he does with that time. Anu is in a full-blown panic. How is this guy using the Dragon Seat's power? He's completely paralyzed as Nagokin moves in for the kill. A thunderous punch slams him deep into the pavement. The impact is so insane it startles Sinvi and Philip. Even Melos, fresh off his own victory, freezes to watch. Foring finally stops fighting, stroking his chin. Looks like things are wrapping up for Darkstar. Meanwhile, Anu gets crushed by the sheer energy of the blow, coughing up blood. As Han Xiao gets closer, he catches Anu's last, whispered words. To think, I'd fall here. And those become his final words. Well, almost. He mutters something about Darkstar never rotting. Han Xiao swings his scythe, thinking fast. Gotta get that last hit in. The system, fast as always, pops up the notification. You've killed Anu, level 173, earning over 24 million experience. And with the level gap, that's a 280% bonus. Damage rate up 13%. Plus, for completing the Seal Anu mission, he gets an Anu character card and another 27 million experience. His favorability with the Ghidorah civilization hits 2340 out of 3000, boosting his mission rating. That long string of numbers has Han Xiao absolutely thrilled. He can't believe it. He actually took down a grade A powerhouse. Thank God for Nagoken. That was a tough objective. This Ghidorah mission turned out to be a massive win. He glances over at his crew, who are jumping for joy. The death of a Calamity grade super? Oh yeah, Darkstar is going to be absolutely furious. And I know what you're thinking, he's on their hit list now, making things way more dangerous. But with version 2.0 on the horizon, a huge war with Darkstar was inevitable anyway. This just sped things up. He just wonders how things are going on Owen's end. Right as he's thinking about the future, Erosia reports in. We've teleported successfully. Owen is safe. Han Xiao's smile widens. Perfect. Erosia then seriously explains what happened. I told the teleporter what you said, and he was happy to agree. Turns out, it was a pretty blatant threat. Something like, my friend said if you don't help, he'll be back. He starts sweating, stammering a bit. Ah, so that's how it went. He's so caught up in the chat, he doesn't realize the Darkstar agent clinging to the shield saw everything. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The agent is in a total panic. The shock is written all over his face. Master Anu. With Anu gone, the scales of power instantly tip in Ghidorah's favor. Nagoken quickly mops up the rest of Darkstar's cronies inside the shield. But Norio's Financial doesn't want another high-level brawl, so they keep the shield up until everyone leaves. The surviving agent is forced to retreat in shame, receiving orders from the top to abort the mission. The fight might be over, but the fallout? That's just getting started. Han Xiao and Nagoken approach together. The real problem now isn't Darkstar, it's dealing with the Norio's group. A high-ranking executive immediately takes charge. Look what you two have done to my planet. Before they can even get a word in, he starts laying into them. Ghidorah War Bureau's Nagakin, commander of the Black Star Mercenary Corp. My people are assessing the damages. Once we have a final tally, we can talk specifics. He pats his chest seriously. Ghidorah will compensate you for all losses. We hired Black Star, so his bill is on us. Ghidorah never mistreats its friends, but then the exec extends a friendly hand. Don't worry, I don't need his money. Black Star, say hello to Ames for me. And just like that, you can see the whole vibe shift. Han Xiao immediately smiles. You're the investor behind Dragon Calm? The exec praises him back. You're way more impressive than the rumors say. Now everyone knows Dragon Calm has another top officer besides Ames who can really handle business. I'm very satisfied with this investment. Seizing the friendly moment, Han Xiao makes his move. Mr. Rockface, I actually have a favor to ask. I was hoping we could meet privately to discuss it. Rockface agrees instantly. Done. I'll give you my personal number. After this is all settled, we'll talk. 3 days later, they meet again in Rockface's office. He smiles. So, Black Star of Dragon Calm, what can I do for you? Han Xiao gets straight to the point. I need funding to establish a private headquarters for my mercenary group. The stronger my forces are, the stronger Dragon Calm becomes. Rockface narrows his eyes. Is this Ames's idea? Han Xiao stays perfectly calm. Ames doesn't handle these kinds of affairs. This is my plan. They start to negotiate. It's not about what he wants, but what Rockface is willing to offer. Han Xiao thinks. He wants a return on investment? Rockface explains. I invest in Dragon Calm to benefit from Ames's reputation. That lets me turn a tidy profit through other channels. I'm sure you have the intel file on me. Then you definitely know about my immortal soldiers. He's talking about the players, of course. I don't need to hire mercs from the open market. If you invest in me, I can expand my operations rapidly, and I guarantee you a very handsome return. He makes his pitch. Rockface counters. Sometimes you need more than words, or a large mercenary group that will work for free. But Han Xiao doesn't even flinch, looking him right in the eye. When a new version drops, the players can't log on. Rockface wouldn't be able to find a single one. This is his big idea. Get NPCs to see the player's potential and invest proactively. The answer he gets, though, is not what he expected. Your offer is very compelling, but I won't be investing in you. So Han Xiao plays his final card. He stands, taking a step back. What a shame. You're missing out on an investment with incredible returns, but Rockface still holds all the cards. However, I can offer you a loan, 4 million enars, for a 3-year term. For Dragon Calm's sake, I'll even give you a simple interest rate. And just like that, on a beautiful day, a deal was struck. I agree. A pleasure doing business with you. He accepted so fast because, to him, that tiny bit of interest was basically nothing. Once the players come back, he'll be making so much cash his hands will cramp from counting it. Trust me, he just needs to pick the right spot, and construction on his new base can begin. And just then, Jenny calls in a panic, shivering as she snaps. Rockface told me everything. Why didn't you inform me first? Han Xiao just laughs. Jenny, would you have agreed? She instantly shoots back. You should call me chief supervisor, and of course I wouldn't agree. That's the whole point. Han Xiao just scoffs. Then what was the point of telling you? She's so mad she slams the table and stands up. I'm ordering you to pay back the loan immediately, do you hear me? Black Star? Black Star? How dare he hang up on me? Fine, Black Star. I'm reporting this to Dragon Emperor right now. But when she actually calls, Mercy isn't bothered at all, telling her she's overreacting to a tiny loan. Before hanging up, she says flatly, as long as he doesn't become a wanted criminal, you don't need to report to me. Get out. Jenny can only stammer. But now, let's jump to Darkstar's headquarters, where all the top officials are gathered. Though the operation failed, we've frozen the traitor's authority. The intel he stole is limited. Does the traitor know about the mutation virus intelligence? They go back and forth. No, that requires higher clearance. Good. That's a critical part of our strategy. There can be no mistakes. Suddenly, one of them turns the blame. I am very disappointed. Ash, you are failing to meet my expectations. Ash grits his teeth, trying to explain. There was an unexpected situation during the operation, but his superior doesn't buy it. Are you saying you can't handle a simple, unexpected situation? Projecting an image of Han Xiao, he continues, I've seen the report. Ghidorah's Nagakin and a mercenary teamed up to kill Anus. That mercenary's name is Black Star. The reaction is immediate and violent. We have to kill him. He's an enemy that must be eliminated now. Another officer speaks up. Black Star is currently on Garten Star establishing a base. To take him out, we'd need to deploy a large fleet. Deploying that kind of force right now? Do you want to jeopardize the organization's plan? Only Ash, who's faced him before, understands the danger. It's worth it. Yabi loses his patience and yells. Enough! That mercenary will pay the price. But not now. Now listen to this, because everything's about to change. He gives the order. From now on, all external activities are to cease until the mutation virus outbreak. And with that, the meeting ends. Over on planet Aquamarine, 2 days have seen over 2,700 riots globally, involving more than 100,000 people with absolutely no warning. There's no pattern to follow. Sir, while handling these incidents, we found only one single common denominator. Bennett immediately tells him to speak. The officer quickly explains that after the rioters are captured, their bodies overheat and they fall into a deep coma. Brain scans show abnormal activity, causing their bodies to produce dangerously high levels of hormones. Bennett is stunned. All of them fall into a coma? Yes. Is this some kind of infectious disease? The officer adds. According to the memories of those who woke up, they felt a sudden, intense rage and a desire to destroy everything. We have quarantined these individuals. So far, there have been no new riots in the last 18 hours. Still, a deep unease settles over him. Is quarantine really enough? If this is an unknown virus, the peace this world just found won't last long. Why is this happening? And in that exact moment, you and I see it click in his mind. Could what Black Phantom said be true? The situation is dire, forcing his hand. Prep the plane. I'm going to Black Phantom's third sanctuary. After a long journey, he arrives and gets straight to the point. Over a year ago, you reported some unusual situations. The current events are likely related to the very phenomena you described. You are the talents Black Phantom left behind, so you know of his prophecy of disaster. Bennett asks the three of them gently, I want to know your thoughts. Aurora, now much older, bows her head and whispers to her sister. He has that smell on him. Hila quickly explains, my sister can remember the scent of all life. She says she can sense the presence of that other life on you. The man with Bennett immediately panics. Me? I'm infected with the virus, but I don't feel anything. A woman shyly steps forward. I think I can help. Facing the situation, Ye Qing closes her eyes and sighs. So I was right. My feeling was correct. A year of research wasn't wasted. Bennett has no idea what she's talking about. What do you mean by that? Her reply is filled with the excitement of a great discovery. Follow me. A moment later, they're in a greenhouse filled with Rian plants. Ye Qing proudly explains her life's work. These are Rian leaves. They grow in harsh environments and are extremely difficult to cultivate artificially. They're an endangered species, but being rare doesn't mean they're valuable. Bennett, growing tired of the lecture, cuts her off. Never mind the explanation. What's the point of showing us this? Meanwhile, Aurora leans down, closely observing the plants. she keenly notices that none of them are infected with that strange aura. Yiqing smiles, impressed by the young girl's talent. You're right. The Rian leaves are immune to that thing. Bennett, looking a bit awkward, presses her. Have there been any clinical trials? She answers bluntly, I've only tested it on plants. He immediately proposes a new plan. I'll arrange for a group of quarantined rioters to be brought here right now. You can begin experiments. With that settled, the group quickly leaves the greenhouse, Hila's voice reaching the two ahead. If this is the disaster he predicted, then he will come back. Just like he promised, right? Yi Qing's answer strengthens their hope. If Black Phantom hadn't brought me here all those years ago, I definitely wouldn't have had the chance to research these things. Is this a coincidence? Perhaps. Bennett agrees. Hila stares off into the distance, her mind racing. He said he was going to the stars to find a solution to the disaster, but it's been 2 years with no word. Her doubt turns to pessimism. Maybe he's not coming back after all. And then we cut to Han Xiao, the complete opposite of despair. He's shouting with joy, let's go! To my hometown, Planet Aquamarine. Let's rewind 30 minutes, to somewhere on Garten Star, where tons of people have been ordered to gather in front of Han Xiao's ship, the whispers echoing everywhere. Black Star suddenly summoned all of us. I wonder what big operation is next. Technically, we're Dragon Emperor's army. Could this be an order from her? I asked around, but even the officers had no clue. 1 minute, guys are kicking back. The next, a soldier is telling them to keep it down, the bosses are here. The whole room goes silent, every eye fixed on the door. Then, bam, it flies open, and you and I get to see Han Xiao walk in like an absolute king. Is everyone present? A figure in a full-face mask speaks for his group. The Sun Yu Cloud team has arrived. Kim Dai quickly follows. We're all accounted for as well. Hamon replies with a cocky smirk, radiating confidence. My dear comrades, the brothers of our war alliance are here too. Han Xiao scans the facility, a look of satisfaction on his face. In a little over a year, he built this entire Black Star #1 base from absolutely nothing. And not only that, he implemented full-scale automation. Now pay attention, because this was all for one single reason, developing 23 production lines and hitting over 100 million EXP. All for today, the launch of version 2.0. All right, let's dive into a story about a hero returning just when his home needs him most. Han Xiao stands before the crowd, holding nothing back. Today, I've gathered you all for a massive undertaking. My homeland is facing a catastrophe, and I am their only hope. Down below, his comrades are stunned, but Kim Dai looks absolutely thrilled. Black Star's home planet? You mean that backwater planet, Hailan Xing? Hammond steps up, full of gratitude. I will fight for you, just as you fought for me. Melos doesn't hesitate either, ready to charge into battle for his brother in arms. Just give the order. We will see the mission through. Instantly, a system notification pops up, initializing version 2.0 and collecting data. Data collection complete. Player forums are now live. Welcome to Galaxy version 2.0. Wasting no time, he leads the charge. To my home planet, Hailan Xing. A little later at Refugee Camp number 3, player avatars are flickering as they update to the new version. In a flash, the update is complete and the place erupts with chatter. We're on version 2.0 now. The talk is non-stop. Doesn't seem that different. Whoa, the level cap was raised. We can finally use our EXP to level up again. One guy makes a wild comment. I really want to try taking a dump in-game. Dude, keep your pants on, have some self-respect. A player named Kuju and his teammate excitedly discuss their quest log. The final Stronghold mission status just changed from frozen to active. This is the reward quest Black Ghost left before he took off. He says with total conviction, doesn't this mean the cataclysm the quest mentioned has already started? Finally, a real, massive event is happening. Suddenly, a blue-haired player shouts, getting everyone's attention about a new quest. I got it too! Me too! The system displays the mission details. Mission. Standby. Players are ordered to hold their position and wait for a briefing on the chaos unfolding on Hailan Xing. And here's where things get terrifyingly real. Benet appears, his voice booming. Everyone! Hailan Xing is suffering a catastrophe unlike anything in its history, and we desperately need help. Startled, they all whip their heads around to face him, a single thought racing through their minds. It's just like Black Ghost said, the Inhumans are back. Minutes after Benet's speech, the players are buzzing. A mutation virus? That sounds intense. So does that mean this virus is incurable? He calmly raises a hand to quiet them. For now, we've found 2 ways to fight the mutation virus. First, supers aren't easily infected. Second, our refugee camp has developed an inhibitor that provides temporary immunity, but our production capacity is limited. We will never have enough. Hearing this, the crowd quickly pulls up their system panels. The main quest is clear. Highland Xing mutation disaster. All people must resist. If the progress isn't completed before the virus matures, civilization will collapse and survivors will be evacuated. Jaws drop all around. We just logged on and the main quest is already active. This version gets straight to the point. No intro cutscene. I like it. Way more direct. A more level-headed player corrects them. No, wait. It's probably because we logged on here at Refugee Camp number 3 that we got into the main storyline so fast. The quest Black Ghost left us is what led us here. He's our guiding light. One of the supers, eager to fulfill his duty, quickly asks a question. Can we leave the refugee camp now? I want to go to other places. Benet just sighs and points toward the exit. You'd better see for yourself what's out there. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. How bad can it be? It's worse. Outside the camp, bodies lie everywhere, unburied, a grim silence hanging over the whole area. We have a limited supply of the inhibitor, he says, his voice full of despair. All we can do is have people wait in the outer camps to prevent infection. But as the numbers grow, so do the outbreaks. All I can do is watch them die. Han Xiao suddenly wondered, can't the refugees go to refugee camp number 1 or number 2? Benet's voice grew even heavier. There are no other camps. This is the only one left. 2 days later, things in the camp are running smoothly. Ma'am, let me help you find your cat. Hey buddy, here are the materials you needed. Here, little sis, have some candy. Hila and Benet watch from a corner, and he's overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank goodness for this group of inhumans. Black Ghost's influence is still protecting us. Suddenly, horrifying screams rip through the crowd. Arg! Their eyes turn blood red as they let out insane guttural roars. An order immediately goes out to all supers on site. Contain the infected refugees. If you don't, countless people will die. We need everyone to knock out all the patients. As if that wasn't enough, a pack of wild animals charges in from nowhere, their eyes glowing red, looking absolutely bloodthirsty. A terrified scream echoes through the camp. It's a horde of infected animals. Stop them. If we don't, all the refugees are going to die. Hila and Benet can't just stand by. They immediately leap into action. Inside the camp, the other supers hear about the danger and the rewards for helping, and they all rush out to join the fight. Whoa. The overall progress bar for the mutation disaster is starting to go down. It just dropped 1,000,000 points in the blink of an eye. NPCs are issuing an emergency quest. Save the refugees outside the city. The reward, 5 to 20 million progress points. The fewer people die, the bigger the reward. Let's go, party up anyone, we just need people. In an instant, the group is caught between a rock and a hard place. They have to save the refugees while fighting off the beasts. Benet is shouting orders. Split up, one group holds off the animals. The rest of you, save the refugees, now. A panicked scream rings out. There are too many beasts. Their attack speed is at least 4 hits a second. We can't tank this damage. I'm losing my mind, my ass just got chewed off. They're breaking through everywhere, we can't hold the line. Hila is busy taking down beasts, slamming a powerful kick into a monster's face, when her expression suddenly shifts to pure shock. And trust me, you are not ready for this. Filling the sky are countless spaceships, dropping swarms of dark figures to the ground. It's none other than Han Xiao's reinforcements. All right, boys, time to get to work. Soldiers, with me! From above, Kim Dai unleashes a storm of bullets as Hammond smashes into the ground, the impact blasting everything in range away. Their teamwork is absolutely incredible. So much so that one player can only stare in awe. Any one of these guys is stronger than Benet. A moment later, a loud thud is heard. All right, let's drop right into this tense standoff. Hila stares into a cloud of smoke. On edge. Are you their commander? Why are you helping us? Then, Han Xiao slowly steps out. What's wrong? Don't you recognize my voice? As his handsome face is revealed, Hila's eyes well up with tears. Long time no see, she screams with joy. It's him! Black Star is back! The system lights up with notifications about the Mutation Disaster quest, and after 2 years of grinding, the Black Star Mercenary Corps' stats are looking good. Credit points are now at 1,018. With high renown, their ranks have swelled to 417 members. They've fought in major campaigns like the defense of Planet Sunil, the Silver Spirit Rescue, the Jizan Rebellion, and the Battle of Norios. 78 missions remain incomplete, mostly in the Colton Star Cluster. But the second Han Xiao squad arrived, everything was handled. The supers who witnessed it were blown away. Quest rewards are already over 100,000, and all losses have been covered. And the best part? Black Ghost himself didn't even have to lift a finger. Dude, their armor is so cool. The praise just kept coming. Whoa, that girl is gorgeous. I'd give her a 9.5. Look at all the fluffy creatures. Sylvia hears their chatter and starts teasing him. Black Ghost? Seriously? That's your secret nickname? It's so lame. I thought it'd be something cooler. Han Xiao gives her squishy cheek a hard pinch, whispering a warning. Feeling a little too comfortable now that I'm back, are we? Hold on, we need to deal with something first. Bennett, tired of their flirting, cuts in. The disaster you warned me about, it's here. Let's head to the conference room and talk details. Han Xiao doesn't forget to ask Bennett, my spaceship is parked over the sanctuary. You cool with that? His ship literally blocked out half the sky. The citizens below couldn't help but stare in awe. How is it so big? That thing could probably take all of us to a new star system. Is Black Ghost actually a god? Hearing the crowd's reaction, he just smiles. Ah, you gotta love making a dramatic entrance. All right, pay attention. This is where Han Xiao gets down to business in the war room with Bennett. With his hands clasped, Bennett lays it all out. This is the current situation. But Han Xiao remains perfectly calm. Things are still looking optimistic. At least I made it back in time. His attitude stuns Bennett. What in the universe did you go through out there? Han Xiao doesn't reveal much, keeping it short. Simply put, I'm a mercenary now. And these people are all my comrades. Mid-discussion, a force of nature comes crashing into the room and slams right into Han Xiao. You're finally back. The impact sends his spit flying. It was Aurora. She hugs him tightly, overjoyed. I missed you so much. Once he gets his breath back, he hugs the little girl right back. Hey, you've gotten so big. Han Xiao takes the chance to ask about an old friend. Where's your sister? Aurora answers honestly. I brought her here. She didn't even want to come see you, but you know how she is. Turns out, Hila had been waiting since the afternoon. You finally decided to show up, huh? She says, tossing him a key with a pouting face. Here's your key. Now that you're back, I don't need it anymore. He easily catches it, asking innocently, You trust me that much? So why didn't you come with me in the first place? That's my own business, he admits. I thought you'd at least be happy to see me. Hila goes full Ice Queen. Who are you to me? Why should I be happy? Sylvia, not having any of it, jumps in. My master came back to save you people. How dare you talk to him like that? Before she can say another word, Erosia shuts her up. Melos just sighs, trying to explain the situation to her. Anyone with eyes can see this red-haired girl is just putting on an act. Seriously, would it kill you to just be a pretty face in the background? Nobody would think you're mute if you just kept quiet. Bennett has to cough loudly just to cut the tension. Let's get back to the main topic. Do you have a solution for the mutation disaster? Han Xiao's face instantly lights up with confidence. I've already investigated the mutation virus and figured out exactly how it works. A while later, after Han Xiao explains everything, Ye Fan also joins the meeting. She speaks up. So this virus is actually a microorganism. No wonder we couldn't detect it in the infected. But why are the leaves of the Rian tree immune? Hearing this, Han Xiao has an idea. Show them the picture of that leaf. After looking at the images, Sylvia confirms it. Isn't this serenity grass? The main ingredient for a mental focus potion. Ye Fan asks, what does that mean? Han Xiao quickly answers. The Rian leaf is a magical material. Only a mage can unlock this plant's true potential. She was so shocked her jaw dropped. Magic is actually real? Responding to Ye Fan's shock, he calmly explains, right now, the mutation's essence is still in its infancy. Once it fully matures, not even I will be able to stop it. Bennett gets anxious. Black Ghost, Black Star, what's your plan? He looks at them and lays out his strategy. First, my subordinate mages will join the cultivation effort. They can increase the yield significantly, he continues. Next, we have to deal with all those knocked out refugees. You can't just abandon them. Hearing this, Bennett's face falls and he lets out a heavy sigh. You know me, I know we're the same kind of people. Not wanting him to lose morale, Han Xiao's voice booms. Then let's get moving. Outside, the other supers have already gotten the news on the game's system. Black Star is making headlines again. Of course, he's the main character of version 2.0. We have to get to the sanctuary fast, or we won't even get the leftovers. From above, Han Xiao watches them, his mind racing. As long as I don't notify Ghidorah, the Germination Organization won't show up. This is the perfect chance to deepen the player's loyalty to my faction. It's been almost a year since my last level up, and my skill panel has hundreds of new blueprints. With his mind made up, he begins. It's been a while since I've harvested the player base. I can't wait any longer. Han Xiao sits on his throne, looking like an absolute boss. The players below can't stop praising him. Black Star is here. He descended from the heavens on a throne. That's the standard entrance for a top-tier player. Whoa, he's so cool, it's insane. He then begins his NPC act, glowing with a holy light as he makes his announcement. 2 years ago, I foresaw a great calamity. So, I ventured into the galaxy to find a solution. Now, I have deciphered that prophecy. I have returned. He finishes with a line that hits them right in the feels. I'm willing to generously share the knowledge I've gained from the stars to help everyone grow together and overcome this disaster. Trust me, You and I are about to see these players go absolutely nuts. I want to open chests. I want to learn skills. Without a single command, the supers all form a perfect line, waiting for their rewards. Whoa! So many new mechanic skills I've never seen before, and way more early-stage knowledge than last time. Alright, let's dive in and see why being on Team Black Star is the best gig in the universe. Long live Black Star, a player shouts, his face pale as he stares at the stats. The mechanic class has just blasted past 30% of the player base. Their spending power is insane, and the EXP gain is boosted way beyond version 1.0. Even our guy is a little shocked. At this rate, the experience he's raking in today is enough to hit level 120. Meanwhile, for players who aren't mechanics or part of his crew, it's pure agony. All the new skills are for mechanics. Talk about frustrating. Wait a second, isn't that the skill shop from Bun Hit Dog's video? It's even got advancement knowledge for pugilists and espers, but you can only browse the faction store. If you're not in the Black Star mercenary group, you can't buy a thing. So, they all whip around and start begging Han Xiao. Black Star, we want to join your group. How do we get in? He just kicks back in his chair, totally chill, looking over the desperate mob. If you can pass my screening, you're more than welcome. And the screening? Survive for 2 minutes as a living punching bag for Melos. If they last or actually manage to beat him, they're in. The scene in the arena is an absolute bloodbath. Players are down everywhere, with only a few lucky souls left standing. Hundreds of you against one of my guys, and after 2 minutes, less than 10 are left? Now pay attention, because this screening process is absolutely brutal. Melos announces, "Congratulations, you passed the trial. Once you're registered for interstellar travel, you're official mercenaries." The survivors erupt in cheers. I won. This is awesome. My faction shop is open. I can finally buy skills, so if we pass, we can leave with Black Star after the Aquamarine scenario ends, right? The theory was right. Black Star is the guide for version 2.0. Even more players swarm in, asking, hey, can we still join the next screening? Melos answers them all. A new screening battle starts every 20 minutes, running in multiple arenas at the same time. Got it, it's a daily grind, Han Xiao thinks, watching from the stands. The players will slowly get used to these insane trials. Once things are running smoothly, he'll secretly tweak the pass rate. A tough screening not only finds the best players, but also drives everyone else's desire to get stronger, which of course boosts the sales of his gear. Everything was unfolding exactly as he had planned. He says with a smirk, so many birds with just one stone, but suddenly, a voice cuts through, catching his attention. Black Star, we finally found you. He sees the F4 crew and greets them with a grin. You guys are late. Frenzied Sword looks like he's about to cry Black Star's being so casual with them. He already sees us as one of his own. Man, he had me worried to death. Feng Yue chimes in. I was so scared he wasn't going to need us anymore. Looks like us old veterans get some special treatment after all, Hao Tian says, crossing his arms with a proud look. The Black Star mercenary group is a growth-type faction. The more people, the faster the faction benefits will level up, Bun Hit Dog says, practically drooling over the exclusive perks. Get the materials, grab the materials. They go on a massive shopping spree. The store is packed with new gear and tons of advancement knowledge. The Black Star faction perks are just that good. An advancement knowledge book only costs 10,000 enars? That's half off the regular price. Buy, buy, buy. This whole scene makes the outsiders burn with jealousy. Those guys who've been to space already have the new currency. I'm so envious. Is this the gap between the whales and the rest of us? As Han Xiao watches the envy spread, he just smirks while his income notification dings 600,000 enars just from welcoming the pro players back. Not only are they emptying their wallets for him, but they're also serving as the perfect role models for everyone else. The players' hype is already through the roof, but hey, I don't mind throwing a little more fuel on the fire. Then he snaps his fingers. Right, level up first. I almost forgot. A storm of crackling lightning erupts around Han Xiao as his stats begin to skyrocket. By reaching total level 120, he's unlocked the next stage of his advancement quest called the Secret of Vigor. Han Xiao thinks to himself, oh, an advancement mission, nice. To finish the quest, he needs to raise his vigor level. Immediately, he thinks of his two bros, Melos and Harmon, who probably have their own unique ways to train vigor. With his current favorability rating, they definitely won't refuse to share their secrets. Guess I'll save this mission completion card for later then. He then looks over the mission panel thoughtfully. Ah, the requirements for the next mechanic class promotion are here too. This time, he has to choose a specialty from one of 3 branches: armament, energy, or control. Each path offers a different set of powerful skills, so he's got a tough choice to make. The macro-mechanical engineering path is all about massive scale. The super nano path focuses on microscopic tech, and the advanced virtual intelligence path is for masters of cyber warfare. Each one has its pros and cons. I'll finish the advancement mission first, stockpile some EXP, and then level up all at once later. While he's lost in thought, Bennett rushes over. Black Star, the Six Nations are on the line for you. He's not surprised in the slightest, this was always part of the plan. So, they finally couldn't sit still anymore. Now it's my turn to run the table. Whether or not I can turn this starter planet, Aquamarine, into a long-term branch base all comes down to this one negotiation. In the Six Nations joint conference room, Han Xiao's face appears on the main screen. Leaders of Star Dragon, Theseus, Raylan, Maple, Hesla, and Ordina. I believe this is the first time we've all met like this. Good evening, gentlemen. They quickly respond, greetings. You're calling yourself Black Star now. We've been watching you for a very long time. We're glad to finally be having this conversation. Han Xiao, connecting from the sanctuary, gets straight to the point. I know why you're calling. Let's be direct, then, a representative says. We hope the sanctuary can share the inhibitor technology with us and send people to oversee its production. Once our forces are restored, we can finally regain control of the situation. And during that process, we'd like to borrow your soldiers and your fleet. He listens to their pitch and gives a cheerful smile. And right here, you and I both know who's really in charge of this conversation. Stick with me, we're about to watch Han Xiao completely flip the script. He looks them dead in the eye and asks, "So, what's in it for me?" He sees their stunned faces on screen and presses on. You all look surprised. Isn't this just a transaction? Why Moon is completely baffled by this. Fighting the disaster is everyone's duty. Why a transaction? Didn't you return to save planet Aquamarine? But Han Xiao patiently breaks it down for him. You want to borrow my power to restore your rule, but he still doesn't grasp what Han Xiao is truly after. Helping us saves more people. Isn't that reason enough? Han Xiao just coolly states his own point of view. My goal is to keep planet Aquamarine from being destroyed, but I can accept however many people die. That's not a reason for you to order me around. It finally clicks for Y Moon, who slams the table, furious. We already asked Adora for aid. We just wanted you to save a few more people. Remember, your refusal will kill people who could have lived. Their blood is on your hands. The only reply he gets is a cold, dismissive laugh. Ha ha ha. With a cruel, cunning smile, Han Xiao fires back. We're all adults here, drop the moral lecture. Besides, Ghidorah's rescue team still isn't here, are they? You all treat Ghidorah like gods, bowing like their grandkids. Me? I have a great relationship with them. I talk directly to their leaders. Can any of you do that? Y Moon is totally speechless, stammering for a response. What exactly do you want? Han Xiao, looking utterly unimpressed, lays it out plain and simple. Still don't get it? I am your only choice. The only person from this planet in the universe willing to help you grow. Now, here's the part you need to watch. He slams the table, asserting his dominance. Face reality. I'm not just talking disaster relief, I am talking about the future. The entire hall of the Six Nations goes silent. After a moment, someone asks, "What do you want?" With total confidence, Han Xiao just smirks. You know, even if you don't give it to me, I can just take it. Hearing that, they can only sigh in defeat. Your ambition is just too great. Han Xiao knows he has them cornered and presses his advantage. You won't regret buying this ticket. You will only regret missing this chance for the rest of your lives. Bennett, watching from the sidelines, gets a little worried. Did they refuse? Han Xiao just calmly pulls out a cigarette, completely in control of the situation. They're talking it over. Bennett looks at him, unable to hold back. You've changed. Han Xiao just gives a simple reply. I never changed. You just can't know every side of a person. Just then, Ison announces their final decision. Black Star, we accept your conditions. Hearing that, Han Xiao is ecstatic inside. Phew, that was close. I almost failed at looking cool. He replies cheerfully. Pleasure doing business. My people will arrive soon to help you restore national order. Oh right, since we're all on the same team now, how about a little intel? The scene quickly shifts to Tangtrung Island. A horde of prisoners bursts out like an overturned beehive, ready to cause some major chaos after years of being locked up. Okay, and I know what you're thinking. Where's our boy? He just shows up, leaning on a tree, and announces, Tangtrung Island, the place the Six Nations locks up its worst criminals. Lucky me. I thought you'd all be gone. One of the inmates gets angry and steps up. Who the hell are you? The ever-handsome Han Xiao confidently introduces himself. You can call me Black Phantom, it's my old nickname. But the inmate isn't impressed, just sneering at him. Never heard of some random punk. Before he finishes, a massive energy beam vaporizes him. Then Han Xiao makes his point loud and clear. Heard of me now? Han Xiao asks. His gun still smoking. Are you serious? Has really none of you heard my name? One guy, terrified but still acting tough, demands, what do you want? Han Xiao gets straight to the point. A disaster is hitting planet Aquamarine. I'm giving you a chance to redeem yourselves, to serve the people, and to shine. But the prisoners are still stubborn. No way. The Six Nations would never reveal the location of this secret prison. Han Xiao's reply is a slap in the face. Oh? The Six Nations takes orders from me now. Unconvinced, the inmates decide to attack. Stop bluffing. Come on, brothers. He's alone. Kill him, and the world is ours. Ha ha ha. He wanted to do this peacefully, but they just didn't get the memo. Sigh. Wouldn't it be better to just stay alive? A moment later, it's all over. Han Xiao stands there satisfied. Fewer casualties than I expected. Guess they learned fast. The prisoners are now lined up obediently, following his directions. Whoa, a spaceship? Was I locked up for too long or did technology explode? Suddenly, a voice calls out, Black Phantom, do you remember me? Han Xiao is genuinely surprised by this reunion. Hannes? What are you doing in a prison? The old man is thrilled, ready to catch up on old times. You even have a spaceship now. Times have really changed. Maybe you're the only one who can use the clue I found. Let's talk on board. They quickly move to a private room. Han Xiao continues the conversation. So, you were locked up because you found a secret the Six Nations wanted to hide. Well, the old man explains, it's because I killed a Ghidorah spy. This shocks Han Xiao so much he stutters. A Ghidorah agent died on planet Aquamarine? Hannes tells him everything, holding nothing back. I believe Ghidorah is secretly responsible for what's happened to planet Aquamarine. If they were so noble, why hide a giant destructive mecha on our planet? The question still clearly haunts the old man to this day. I'll never forget the sight of that machine or the Ghidorah people. Han Xiao's eyes go wide at this shocking revelation. That's a combat puppet made by Ghidorah. Anyone can buy one. My relationship with them isn't bad. Maybe I can investigate. And trust me, you're gonna want to see what he finds. Old Rue, filled with renewed hope, desperately begs him to step in. These photos are only useful in his hands. Please, he pleads, you have to help me. I really need to know who's behind all this. And just like that, you and I see the system log pop up. New era origin. Third ring complete. 2 million experience gained. New era origin. Final ring. Objective. Find the truth clue obtained. A portrait of a Godarin. He reads it carefully, completely lost in thought. No wonder it's a hidden A-rank quest. The next part won't unlock until the new patch. I'll wait until the Godarins reach Aquamarine. At the refugee shelter, he finds Melos to ask a favor. Melos, can you teach me your energy training method? Melos smiles and agrees instantly. Sure, just let me finish teaching these inhumans. Han Xiao walks over, confused. Are they learning from you too? But Melos just casually gives him the most ridiculous reason imaginable. Nope, I'm teaching them how to play Wei. His words make Han Xiao do a spit take. Playing cards alone is one thing, but corrupting other players? The group, learning the new game, plays loudly like a marketplace. My hand is insane this round. There's no way I can lose with this card. He watches this scene, sighing in frustration. Players could be generating value every single minute, and now they're wasting limited energy on this endless card game. Isn't this just cutting into my profits? But even annoyed, his business mind kicks in. He decides to organize a card tournament and sell the decks himself. Melos finally drags himself over to start the lesson. Sorry, I'll teach you now. Before training, Han Xiao rechecks the stats for the Sunnal Energy method, their basic training technique. Effect, total energy plus 20. Current training sessions, 0 of 1. The effectiveness of each session depends on strength, agility, or endurance, whichever attribute is his highest. Each session costs 50,000 experience and 1,500 stamina. The result isn't enough. Even after this, he'll still be short of the 9,000 energy needed to advance. He has to learn another similar skill. And now, pay attention. A mighty roar echoes through the room. Get away from me! I don't eat bamboo, and my race is not black and white. Harmon is officially furious, unable to stop the women from clinging to him. Han Xiao greets him cheerfully, getting straight to the point. Harmon, perfect timing. Can you teach me your energy training method? Hearing this, the guy's attitude completely flips and he immediately accepts. It's been a while since I've stretched my muscles. Fight me, and I'll teach you the method. Han Xiao watches, trying his best not to laugh out loud as the scene shifts to the combat training room. Harmon grips his axe, ready for action. In contrast, our hero stands there unarmed. Come at me when you're ready. Harmon doesn't hesitate, lunging forward with killing intent in his eyes. Han Xiao remains strangely calm, standing his ground and watching his opponent. Then a flash of light brighter than fireworks erupts with the deafening clang of weapons colliding. The force of his own attack rebounds, sending a violent shockwave through Harmon's entire body. Suddenly, a massive armored arm appears behind Han Xiao, effortlessly blocking the axe blow to Harmon's utter shock. What kind of move is this? He wonders, completely bewildered. My friend, you've got a new combat mode? Han Xiao just stands there calmly, controlling the mechanical hand to counterattack. He drops to a knee to brace himself, his spirit unbroken. But you can't make me back down with just 2 steel arms. Harmon isn't done talking, but our guy has another surprise. 2 more armored arms sprout from his sides. And yeah, I know what you're thinking. Who said there were only 2? Next, a huge blast of energy erupts, striking his body. Harmon can't hold his ground and lets out a piercing scream. Ah! After that brutal beatdown, he's eagerly looking forward to the next session. So refreshing, let's fight again when you're free. This bizarre reaction leaves Han Xiao a bit stunned. Is this guy a masochist? Whatever, he got the skill, so now he can prepare for his class advancement. Lost in thought, he doesn't even notice Melos approaching. Oh, you didn't lose? I was hoping I'd get to see you looking pathetic. Han Xiao figures he wants something and cuts right to the chase. Sorry to disappoint you. Something else you need? Melos hesitates to answer. It's about that thing you agreed to. When are you going to do it? He's a little confused, not sure what he's talking about. I agreed to a lot of things with you. Which one are you talking about? Melos finally opens up about his tricky problem. Your mechanical arm is comfortable, but I still miss the original more. Han Xiao finally gets it. Happy to help, he offers a solution. Oh, about repairing your arm? I'll take you to ask someone about it. Meanwhile, a huge crowd of civilians is protesting at the shelter's checkpoint. When can we get in? Do you have any idea the dangers I face just to get here? On what grounds are you keeping us here? A guard calmly tries to explain the situation to them. Before entering the shelter, we need to conduct a virus scan. Please cooperate. But the crowd isn't having it. We came here for refuge, not to be interrogated. Seeing Aurora handling the tense situation alone, someone in the crowd starts to heckle her. Where's your testing equipment? You can't just rely on some little girl's guess. Cornered, the soldier follows protocol. Some of you are infected. Please follow the guards to the quarantine area. Even while being restrained, the infected people struggle and refuse. What are you doing? Let go. I'm not infected. Let my son go. Get off me. Suddenly, a gunshot rings out, and you and I both know this is where it all goes wrong. The guard freezes, stunned and confused. How could the search team be so careless? How did they miss a gun? The guard beside him calmly threatens the man who fired the warning shot. Drop the weapon, or we will open fire. Hearing this, the little boy gets even more scared, hugging his dad's leg. Daddy, I'm scared. Pure panic and extreme suspicion drove the man to do this. You're all liars. I heard that everyone taken to quarantine is executed. The guards are terrified he's about to do something reckless. Aurora tries to de-escalate. We really can save them. Please don't get agitated. The young father aims his weapon, his whole body shaking. Save them? How? She explains honestly. We've been under a lot of pressure. But hearing this, Lahim doesn't lower his gun. Then bring the medicine for my son. Now, I want to watch the entire process. Fearing things could get dangerous for Aurora, the guards immediately raise their weapons in defense. Don't get crazy. This lady's power is important to all of us, but he only cares about his son's survival. I don't care. I want the medicine. Give it to me. Seizing the opportunity while he's distracted, a soldier tackles him from behind. Don't you dare let him harm Lady Aurora. But the man thrashes around so wildly that he accidentally pulls the trigger. Luckily, Hila reacts instantly, creating a shield to protect her. Now pay attention, because this is where the real drama begins. Seeing her sister about to finish Lahim off, Aurora grabs her arm. Don't kill him, but Hila is cold. I should. Kindness is the enemy of survival. She tries to reason with her sister. I know you're here. He can't hurt me. He's just terrified, that's all. Hearing this, the other woman softens, calling her a naive little sister. Then, she ignites a flame in her hand to make a point. If you don't trust us, then no one is stopping you from leaving. The father finally breaks down, pleading, Please, save my son. Please save my son. Aurora begs earnestly, Please don't go. We can genuinely help everyone. Hearing this, he demands impatiently, Then go get the medicine for my son to take. She doesn't obey, instead expressing her sympathy calmly. I can understand how you feel, but we can't support causing trouble to get special treatment. Please be patient. Your son will be saved. Through it all, Lazi, the son, just listens in silence. The boy, understanding his father's desperation, reassures him. Dad, I trust her. Let me go to the quarantine area. I'll protect myself. Though still deeply uneasy, Lahim has to accept. Hila grabs Aurora's face, frantic. Have you forgotten everything I told you? When others want you to be selfless, it's their own selfishness talking. They don't deserve your help. But Aurora's eyes are clear, her voice firm. If you have the power to help others but don't use it, isn't that also a form of selfishness? Shocked that her little sister could be so selfless, Hila can't stop from blurting out what she really thinks. It's noble for others, but evil for yourself? That hypocrisy is disgusting. Aurora then questions Hila back. When Uncle Blackstar rescued me, we were the ones being helped. Don't tell me you weren't happy then. Hila frowned slightly, clarifying, that's a debt we will repay. I don't like owing people. Knowing her sister's personality, Aurora just smiles brightly in response. You know, if you weren't so eccentric, more people would like you. Hila just scoffs at the advice. Humph, I don't need that. Overhearing the entire conversation, Han Xiao lets out a tired sigh. Let's go. I don't think you've got a shot here. Melos, not understanding Hila at all, gets mad and swears. Damn it, you didn't even ask her yet. Besides, using her power a little isn't a big deal. But Han Xiao knows better. Her sister's ability drains her own life force, and Hila is a crazy protective sister complex psycho. But you wouldn't let it go. So after some classic back and forth, you promised me. All right, I'll go ask Aurora welcomes Han Xiao with a huge smile. Uncle Blackstar, you're here. Her actions confuse Hila. Why are you getting between us? Han Xiao gets straight to the point. My friend lost an arm in battle, and we were hoping. He doesn't even get to finish before she shuts him down flat. Don't even think about it. He's a little disappointed in jokes. You could at least pretend to think it over. But Hila is rock solid, refusing to compromise. In this world, I only permit my sister to save one person, and that's you. Afraid of giving the wrong impression, she quickly clarifies, that's just because we owe you a debt. It's not because we're on good terms. Aurora, who had been clinging to Han Xiao this whole time, finally speaks up. Sis, this is a small thing for me. I want to do something to help Blackstar too. The answer she gets is a blunt refusal. No. This makes Aurora a little frustrated. Sis, please stop always making my decisions for me. The two sisters clash, starting to argue. If you do it once, everyone will come asking for your help. Do you want to drain all of your life force? If I don't want to, then I'll obviously refuse. Watching this, Melos finally resigns himself to his fate. You were right, there's no chance. Then, an idea hits him. Let's go, they're just gonna argue forever. I'm being serious, please stop deciding for me. Hila, pulling the older sister card, retorts, you're thinking too childishly. You don't understand how to protect yourself. But Aurora just feels her sister is being too stubborn. Why do you always want to change me? Because I understand how they feel. She recounts the days she was experimented on like a lab rat. Those years I was in the laboratory of the Germination Organization. I prayed more than once for someone to save me. But all I got were needles piercing my veins and scalpels cutting my flesh. Not a single person reached out to help. Do you understand that kind of despair? Suddenly, a ray of light shines in her dim life, her eyes filling with hope and determination. Han Xiao helped me when I was at my most desperate, so I'm willing to help others. Sis, I love you, but I am not your toy. I have my own thoughts. I want to be the person I want to be. The conversation slowly comes to a close, with Aurora clearly gaining the upper hand. So, I'm gonna go help him, okay? After you've said all that, what more can I say? Just pretend you don't have this sister. Go on. Even though Han Xiao expected this whole outcome, he's still left speechless. Ha, women, Hila wants to know his take on her. Do you think I was wrong? Han Xiao calmly lights a cigarette, discussing deep philosophies. Everyone has their own path. But, if you want my opinion, you're the one who is more logical. Protecting yourself is rational. The answer was not what she expected, leaving her stunned. I never thought you'd see it that way. Han Xiao continued his thoughtful words. But if I had to choose, I'd rather be friends with someone kind. And you and I both know what that means, as we see Melos overjoyed. Haha, my arm is back. All right, let's dive in. You can hear the pure joy in Aurora's voice, just happy to be useful. And Hila's right there, worrying over her little sister. Are you tired? Do you need to rest? Han Xiao internally notes how much potential these two sisters have. S-rank espers are ridiculously rare. Once Hila matures, she could crush someone like Moss with a finger. And Aurora's healing ability? Basically a walking super health potion. Yeah, they're all gonna be my wings. Han Xiao turns his attention to the information board. Tons of media outlets across the star systems are covering the disaster situation in the civilization under Ghidorah's protection, with people begging the government to execute rescue missions. He's already analyzing his enemy's next move. If Ghidorah makes a play, Darkstar will definitely counter. He glances up at dark clouds swallowing the crimson sunset. A bad omen. If he's guessing right, Darkstar's teams are already lying in wait on planet Aquamarine. At Ghidorah's planned landing site, a man is giving a rousing speech to the waiting crowd. This is the first time the Ghidorah civilization has come in such force. We must greet them with the highest honors. Just then, a secretary rushes over, whispering urgently to the official. The Ghidorah have changed course. They're not coming here. The news is a total slap in the face. What? Where did they go? The intel comes back fast. They landed at the Sanctuary Blackstar's place. And sure enough, the delegation's leader, Nagokin, is at the Sanctuary. The Sanctuary's manager, Bennett, rushes out to greet them. Honored friends from Ghidorah, on behalf of Planet Aquamarine, I welcome you. Thank you for your generous aid. This planet desperately needs your help. His two subordinates are trembling like leaves. Even Bennett himself hadn't anticipated this sudden turn of events. The Ghidorah were supposed to meet the Six Nations leaders. Is Planet Aquamarine's own government less important than Black Star? Here's where we see where the real power on this planet lies. Nagokin's first act isn't to return the greeting, but to ask a question. What are these ships? Bennett had noticed them earlier too. A backward planet with its own fleet of starships? Strange. Two men in the back of the delegation are whispering judgmentally. This native planet really is behind the times. Shh, don't let them hear you. Just then, a cheerful, booming voice cuts through the tension. Nagokin, we meet again. The official's attitude does a complete 180 when he sees Han Xiao. Black Star, haha, I didn't expect you here. Han Xiao happily explains to Bennett, this is my home planet. After a moment, Bennett snaps out of his shock. You two know each other? Han Xiao just looks nonchalant, like it's the most normal thing. I have a lot of friends in the galaxy. The players in the background are stunned, buzzing with excitement. No way, the Ghidorah are on our planet. Awesome. The commander has some serious connections. Meatbun's video said the commander's relationship with Ghidorah wasn't bad. Maybe he called them for help? You have no idea. You guys think they call him Black Star, the network king, for nothing? After the happy reunion, Nagokin finally asks Han Xiao, right, why are you here? Turns out, they're both here for the same reason. My goal is the same as yours. Let's talk in my office. Han Xiao leads Nagokin to the sanctuary's meeting room. After a quick briefing, Nagokin is up to speed. I understand what you're saying. If you know how the mutation origin works, you must have intel on who's behind this. Han Xiao pauses to think. Revealing everything would raise questions about his intelligence network, bringing nothing but trouble. Now watch this play, it's pure strategy. So Han Xiao pretends it was just a stroke of luck. I happened to stumble upon the principal while researching. As for who's behind it, he shakes his head with a sigh, offering his best guess. The only ones who'd do something like this would be your enemies, Dark Star. Nagokin easily agrees with the suggestion. I was thinking the same thing. Unfortunately, we have no proof. The two then start exchanging their assessments of the enemy. Knowing them, they'd probably jump out and claim responsibility. Exactly. That's what's so strange. Finally, Han Xiao gets to the bottom line. In any case, the rescue mission is a must. I have a group of countrymen who are bored out of their minds. They'd be perfect for you to command. Outside, the players' system panels light up, their expressions priceless. I can finally earn some inars. Damn it, I was too late, the mission's gone. Let's see what we can buy at Hing's place. The Black Star mercenary group still has quests. I haven't joined Black Star's group, so I can't accept it. Ugh. From above, Han Xiao watches them, deep in thought, a cigarette in his mouth. These quests are issued by Nagokin under the mercenary group's name, and only its members can accept them. He's using his mercenary connections to get quests, then passing them to the players. He's letting players make money from NPCs, just so they can give that money back to him. His faction's role has changed. They're not the ones creating quests anymore. They're the ones delivering them. Nagokin suddenly interrupts Han Xiao's thoughts, holding up a file. Black Star, I've investigated that Ghidorah person who appeared on your planet. The moment the official saw the file, he knew it was the right guy. Turns out his name is Angus. Han Xiao continues to add information. His activity logs went dark decades ago. He's probably been on planet Aquamarine for a long time. But the weirdest part? He quickly spots something that doesn't add up. Angus' profile is just too normal. No job, no money. He's basically a Ghidorah version of a homeless person. This makes Nagokin suspicious. Could the chaos on planet Aquamarine really be connected to this guy? Han Xiao holds his ground. He won't say which faction Angus belongs to, but the file is still useful. I'll send someone to his hometown to see what we find. And trust me, the real game just expanded across the stars. True to his word, he immediately heads to the Gauding colonial planet under Ghidorah rule. In a certain room, a political discussion is underway. In the latest poll, public support for the relief effort has dropped slightly. We interviewed random citizens on their views regarding the disaster and the rescue mission. I heard from friends that the higher-ups can't do anything. They might have to end up colonizing the planet and taking in the refugees. There are too many refugees. I'm afraid they'll be diverted to our colony planet. A temporary stay is one thing, but I'm worried they'll never want to leave. Just dump those refugees on some uninhabited planet. As long as they don't come to our Ghidorah. The three of them are completely absorbed in their card game. All right, stick with me here, because we're jumping right into some next-level incompetence from this blue-haired clown. Disaster relief is one thing, but he's not about to take full responsibility. And Midland? She's even worse, egging him on. Hey, Highland Star, where I used to work, is also under attack. You guys want to come check it out with me? But nope, he immediately shuts down the invitation. Why should I care if some other planet's in trouble? Not my problem. He just kept spewing that righteous garbage. The older people get, the more they just want to brag about their past. His buddy shot him a look of pure contempt. What achievements? You ain't got none. But the guy just kept rambling, trying to cook up some grand scheme with them. I pulled off a big job with a friend over there. He's still on the ground. He can be our inside man. We'll pose as volunteer rescue workers. Just then, the door gets kicked in, smashing the meeting to pieces. This new guy doesn't even say hello. He just slams the fat dude's face on the table and growls, "You Gold Midland?" Shaking like a leaf, the man stammers out, "Yeah, that's my online handle." The enforcer's secretary gets straight to the point, pulling a gun. "Remember Angelit?" The guy tries to play dumb. I don't know him." But he already had a plan B ready. "That's fine. You're coming with us." Now the guy's really panicking. "Where?" The secretary gives him a one-line answer. "Black Star wants to see you." And now, face to face, Han Xiao has to calm Midland down. "Relax. I just need some intel. Simple question. Were you involved in the Aquamarine planet's war?" He tries to look innocent, not a hint of a tell. "Nope, never even heard of Aquamarine. You guys got the wrong person." But yeah, that wasn't fooling anyone. What he got instead was a punishment far worse. If you like high voltage so much, then never open your mouth again. Just sit back and enjoy. That's when Midland finally started squealing. I used to be an agent for the Ghidorah Investigation Bureau. My job was to record and evaluate the development of low-level civilizations. Simple, but so boring. Han Xiao was already losing patience with this long-winded sob story. Get to the point. Were you involved with the war on Aquamarine or not? Cornered, he only had one option to save his skin. Tell the truth. I did it. I used a loophole in my job to get someone to Aquamarine to secretly start the war. Bennett and the old man were stunned, so it really was connected to Ghidorah. Only Han Xiao remained perfectly calm. What specifically did you do? Midland spilled everything, from A to Z. We pretended to be visitors from a higher civilization, secretly contacted a few nations, fed them false promises, and then lit the fuse to watch them go to war. But they wanted more details. Why, Angelit? If this was your government's idea, why use a civilian? The guy could only confess through his teaser. This had nothing to do with the Ghidorah government. It was my own personal plan. Angelit was a classmate. I just brought him along for fun. My daily job was so boring, so I decided to turn the Aquamarine civilization into my own personal sandbox. Because if low-level civilizations have a civil war, no one from up top cares. The entire room was floored by Midland's twisted, evil motive. I wanted to start a war, to watch you people fight each other. I thought it would be interesting, so I did it. The enforcer couldn't hold back his rage anymore. Impossible. If no higher-ups were involved, how could two ordinary people pull this off? Midland, a mess of tears and snot, tried to explain. It was easy, because we really are from Ghidorah. The interrogation ended, completely draining the old man. All that suffering was for nothing. Han Xiao looked at his mission complete screen and could only think one thing. How ridiculous. After learning the whole story, Bennett's guilt came flooding back even stronger. Even if the truth sounded insane, he had to believe it. When you negotiated with the Six Nations, I thought you were just being ambitious. I was wrong. Weakness. Weakness is the root of all sin. You went to space not just to deal with a disaster, but to find a future for Aquamarine. You're a greater man than I am. Both of them bowed deeply to Han Xiao. Without you, this planet would have never known the truth. On behalf of all of Aquamarine, thank you. Han Xiao had to quickly stop them. Don't do that. You're gonna make me think I've actually turned into a good guy. But nobody knew he wasn't the living saint they all thought he was. I only did this for my own benefit. Does high affinity just make people's brains go crazy? The others then asked for his opinion. What should we do with this scum? Han Xiao gave them the perfect solution. Keep him alive for now. I'm sure he still has some leftover value we can squeeze out. Inside the Blacklight stealth, a system notification popped up. You have received the Medal of Honor, tracing history's current. Han Xiao was seriously pleased with this haul. Over 8 million experience, 1 random reward chance, 2 free attribute points, and 1 potential point. High difficulty missions give the best loot, but the Medal of Honor was the real prize. It gave a 3% boost to all stats. His fingers flew across the screen. He already knew what to do. Today, my strength officially breaks 9,000 points. It's time for a class change. After the class change, he needed to save some EXP to level up his Scholar subclass, probably to level 10. The moment he tapped the screen, Han Xiao was engulfed in crackling lightning. All of his stats shot up, and he simultaneously unlocked a ton of new skills that would be crucial for his future. Even though this transformation was exhausting, the results were absolutely worth it. Level 130, combat power near 9,000. He just needed to hit level 140, And after a successful promotion, he'd officially enter the realm of Grade A, wielding disaster-level destructive power. He could probably even go toe-to-toe with that Esgod clone now. Just then, Melos appeared as a hologram from the communicator. He was in a great mood and didn't feel like talking much. If you called again just to show off your new arm, you can hang up now. Melos quickly got to the point. It's official business. Nagokin has put out a recruitment notice for Inhumans. A lot of Inhumans have been drawn over there to check it out. Instantly, Han Xiao's expression flipped, turning dangerous and cunning. Heh. Nagokin, huh? So you really are trying to poach my people. If you're gonna play dirty, then don't blame me for playing dirtier. Just as Melos reported, Nagakin's men were actively recruiting in the Aquamarine Refugee Plaza. The plaza is in the 9th planet zone of the Garten star system. This is our territory. The Ghidorah civilization rules the Garten star system. We are powerful. We possess advanced magic technology, and traveling the universe is like. But after a quick glance, the recruiter noticed something alarming. And trust me, you're going to want to see why they aren't interested. It used to be so simple. Show these natives your power, and they'd beg to join. So what went wrong? He racked his brain but couldn't figure it out. The crowd was actually mocking him. Outdated intel? They wanted video proof of meat buns. Who was he kidding? It's not like they'd never seen magic or high-tech before. What a total rookie. Before he could process it, Nagokin jumped at the sound of a familiar voice. Talk about bad timing. You're recruiting Inhumans too? And check this out. For Nagokin, seeing Han Xiao is like finding a lifeline. He rushes over, gushing. They have so much potential, so that's why you're always after them. Han Xiao just shrugs. Yeah, I've known them for a long time. At this, his rival gets curious. What's the secret to getting the Inhumans on his side? Nagokin is practically steaming. He's not just stealing recruits, he wants lessons on how to do it. After a quick info session, Nagakin strokes his chin thoughtfully. Your recruitment motto is exactly like mine. Han Xiao thinks to himself, it's because we're the same race, and I got to them first. But Nagokin just smirks, totally oblivious. If the motto is right, recruiting them is just a matter of time. Han Xiao scoffs internally. Players only care about one thing, the rewards. All this time wasted on lore, when he should be handing out quests. But of course, his rival has no clue, slapping his shoulder happily. You're surprisingly generous. I thought you'd be mad we were poaching your people. Han Xiao flashes a smile, playing the part of the good guy perfectly. Of course not. We're all friends here. It's just fair competition, right? But on the inside, it's a different story. I've laid the groundwork since version 1.0. Benefits, attachments, fun, I'm winning on all fronts. There's no way I can lose. You can practically see the schemes in his eyes. Ghidorah is clueless about crushing the competition, but Han Xiao has an ace up his sleeve. And here's the part you've been waiting for, he decides. It's time to unleash the meat buns. Nagokin's adjutant rushes in, panicking. Sir, it's bad. The Inhumans' opinion of us has suddenly plummeted. A huge number of them left our faction for Black Star. He's completely baffled. Weren't things fine just a few days ago? So what happened? In a place the NPCs can't see, the players are fired up and going absolutely wild. The Ghidorah are so arrogant, just trampling on other planets. One of them started a war with us just for fun. Why? Turns out, the one who lit the fuse was our old friend, Bun Lover. I overheard this on a Black Star mission, he posted, and I had to tell everyone on the forums. And of course, they ate it up. The rumor spread like wildfire. I'm hyped. Tonight, we are all children of Aquamarine. Let's get this thread trending. Forget the nobles. Forget their power. Meanwhile, Han Xiao just kicks back in his room watching it all unfold. Ghidorah has no idea about the massive hate campaign brewing just out of sight. Bun Lover is so reliable. With my interference, their recruitment drive is probably dead in the water. Suddenly, an urgent alert flashes on his screen. Darkstar is attacking multiple disaster planets. And just like that, you and I both know the game is completely changed. It's finally starting. Han Xiao quickly contacts his ally Bennett. We need a war meeting. Get the Ghidorah. In the briefing room, everyone nervously watches the battle in space. Darkstar is only targeting the rescue teams. They're in the shadows, forcing us to play defense. Sooner or later, they're going to hit us. He then brings up the big question. Does anyone have a plan? Nagokin is the first to speak up. All we can do is speed up rescues while we wait for them. Han Xiao studies the enemy warship. This time, it's not just a ground war, it's a war in space. The ship I hired is a tourist model, totally useless in a fight. It would be best if Darkstar just stayed away. Meanwhile, on the invader's main ship, a voice asks, Time to destination? Shizen replies instantly, 17 hours and 26 minutes. The first speaker gives a firm command. Maintain speed. Be ready for combat at any moment. Our target is planet Aquamarine. Sometime later, A soldier on the Ghidorah warship reports a signal to Commander Bader. A fleet is approaching fast from direction C0207. Bader, puffing his pipe, barks an order. "It's Darkstar! Everyone on your feet!" Just then another voice cuts in. "Enemy has fired! Impact is imminent!" Facing a life-or-death moment, he rattles off commands. "Raise the magic energy shields. Don't just sit there and take it. Fire back, fire back, fire back." The surprise attack from Darkstar forces the soldiers to evacuate the civilians. "Everyone, proceed to the air raid shelters in an orderly fashion. Don't be afraid. We have plenty of supplies. You, Inhumans, keep moving. Follow us." But the immortal players are buzzing with excitement while they help. Urgent quest. Help with the evacuation. You're telling me there's a space battle over Aquamarine right now? Damn, I wish we could see it. As the battle gets closer, Nagoken makes a suggestion. No idea when backup arrives. I'll go help out first. Han Xiao gives him a serious look. "I'll stay put for now. Keep in contact," he says, knowing his rival could actually be pretty useful. With Nagoken out there, the disaster mission's progress won't drop too badly. And with any luck, I won't have to step in myself. Darkstar doesn't know I switched classes, and an ace is best kept hidden. Please, my Ghidorah friends, don't let me down. A reinforcement ship breaks through the atmosphere, nearing the battlefield. The moment he sees the golden ships, Nagoken yells into the comms. "Bader, what's the battle status?" The commander reports calmly, "We've been taking a beating. You're just in time. Let's crush them together." But Bader gives a stern warning. "Don't be reckless. The situation is in our favor. If we just hold on, Darkstar will retreat on their own." Nagoken, however, is determined to attack. Their fleet is roughly our size. "With you here, we can overwhelm them. This is our chance to wipe them out." But who could have guessed? The Darkstar fleet opens a warp gate to jump away. He screams into the comms, "Wait! Radar shows the enemy is falling back. They're actually retreating. And trust me, you and I both know something about this feels all wrong." Nagoken urgently warns him, "Don't let your guard down. This could be a classic enemy trap." He knows this guy all too well, which is why he has to keep repeating himself. "We should just hold our position." But Bato here would rather ignore common sense, so we're just supposed to take a cannon barrage, then do nothing while the enemy leaves? That is not how I operate. I don't care if you're coming or not, I'm making my move. Seeing a rare opportunity about to slip away, Nagoken just gives up, helplessly telling him to at least leave some ships on standby. Bato doesn't even listen, just cuts him off. "You don't need to tell me that." The moment the Ghidorah fleet charges straight into the trap, the enemy commander whispers two simple words: "Attack." In seconds, they're completely surrounded by the Darkstar fleet. Waves of plasma fire with terrifying intensity begin their assault. Bato, who was watching from a distance, just scoffs, so this is their big strategy. All units, full speed ahead, and tell the troops guarding Highland Star to abandon their post and regroup with us. Nagoken absolutely loses it, trying desperately to stop him. "You're not going back to help them?" But Bato is stuck on his own genius. "There's no time, plus we'll expose their command ship. It's not worth it." You can almost see him patting himself on the back. The enemy has more ships than us. A head-on fight is a guaranteed loss for our side. The enemy splitting their forces just gave us the perfect chance to take out their command ship first. Once it's gone, the assault team at Highland Star will be easy to handle. What can Nagoken do but hold his head in despair? I have to warn Blackstar. Then, just when things look hopeless, you and I get to hear the voice we've been waiting for. "No need, I heard everything." Han Xiao appears, bringing a wave of confidence to his allies. "Just leave the assault team to me." Nagoken hesitates, then sends a message. "Try your best to hold on." Their exchange happens while the players are scrambling in total chaos. The situation is so urgent that Sinvi is reporting while sprinting to keep up. 30 small Darkstar assault ships. The shelter's shields can only hold out for a few minutes. He starts giving orders. "Kim, you take control of the spaceship. Sinvi, you're her assistant." As he steps into the captain's position, Han Xiao gives his next command. "Vesta, help me break through their firewall." With the jobs handed out, he finally has a moment to sigh. Seriously, you can't rely on anyone these days. If you want something done right, you do it yourself. At the same time, the players trying to complete the mission are getting frustrated. Damn it, their shields are way too thick. Our attacks can't even scratch them. How are we supposed to fight this? Then, the battlefield suddenly shifts. Wait a second. Their shields are gone. A dark starship is even ramming its own allies. They're having internal conflicts. I see Black Star's ship. He's definitely the one pulling the strings. Turns out, every one of these bizarre events was his doing. Infiltration successful. You have gained control of Dark Star Assault Ship D065. General authority data has been sampled and copied. The next infiltration with the same device will have a 10% success chance and a 25% speed bonus. But the enemy's defense system is still pretty beefy. Your authority is being challenged by the enemy AI. Overriding. Override successful. Luckily, his home team AI is way better, so Han Xiao manages to keep control. After completely taking over the warship, he expertly pilots it, dodging every single incoming shot. Except for the pilot, everyone get to the hatches at different positions and wait for deployment. Boarding is the only way we can take these guys out quickly. And you just know the Dark Star fleet woke up something deep inside our boy. Allies and enemies can only stare in shock as Han Xiao's fingers fly across the keyboard. The enemy has 30 ships. Hacking them one by one is too slow. Time for some destructive methods. Next, Zazda. Take all these requests. Rasta. Go head-to-head with the enemy AI system. Just a moment later, the soldiers on the massive enemy ships are completely stunned. Report. All warships have shut down. The entire AI system is paralyzed. Switch to manual controls. Now, now, now. But how could they ever expect a whole squad of pro players to come crashing down from the ceiling? They're screaming for blood. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Stop reporting and fight back! Blade leads the charge with a taunt. Surprise, you fakes! The massive, sturdy warship suddenly becomes a beautiful firework in the night sky. Every screen on board flashes with red alert warnings. The Dark Star soldiers fall into chaos. The ship's systems have been hijacked from the outside. It's attacking our own fleet. We can't switch to manual mode. The commander rushes forward, guessing wildly. Could there be a high-level mechanic among them? He had no idea his words were a prophecy, as Han Xiao smashes through the hull to confirm it. You guessed right. And even though he has a huge smile on his face, his eyes are as cold as ice. Meanwhile, on the Dark Star command ship, their leader can no longer stay calm. His face turns grim. I never expected Black Star to have this kind of force. This doesn't match our intel. This raid has failed. All units, listen up. Don't get tied down, retreat immediately. The moment the entire army turns to flee, the players who'd been fighting for their lives start jumping and cheering. The enemy's retreating! We won! We saved our mission progress! Oh my god! At the same time, inside the stealthy black light ship, after a tense few moments, Kim finally lets out a sigh of relief. We finally drove the enemy away. She immediately tries to show off and take the credit. Black Star, that was all my handiwork, right? But all she gets is a cold shoulder from Han Xiao's position. The two girls stumble and fall flat on the ground, making Sinvi yelp. Hey, I'm a woman. Can't you be a little more gentle, you jerk? But he's all business. The fight isn't over. The enemy commander is the real prize. This right here, this is why nobody lets him fly. If you dare to attack us, he says, you should expect a heavy counterpunch. His piloting is so insane, it turns Kim's normal sentence into a desperate scream. Just keep going. Just let me off this ship. Your piloting skills are seriously messed up. Mose, who was left behind, is thrilled, waving goodbye. Good thing I was one step too slow. Have a safe trip, Kim and Sinvi. In a flash, the stealth-type black light ship breaks through the atmosphere, chasing the last of the enemy forces. As their signal appears on screen, Han Xiao sighs. Now that was one hell of a fight. Just as predicted, the Dark Star fleet is pulling back, and that massive ship dead center is their command vessel. The moment Nagoken gets a comm link, he yells, Black Star, you made it, but we are completely out of time for small talk. To put it simply, he says, I can infiltrate the enemy's core, Get me close to the enemy fleet, and I can create an instant opening for you to target their command ship. Hearing this, the commander felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders and quickly nodded. All right, let's do it. Meanwhile, as Shin Vyomsho meets with Sister Huijin, they're still desperately searching for a way out. You want to charge into that battlefield? One mistake in this small ship, and we're all in serious danger. But what she doesn't know is that piloting is one of Han Xiao's specialties. My piloting skills have been forged in 1,000 battles. Hold on tight. In a flash, the black light took off, weaving through the intense battlefield and slipping between rows of enemy warships. A chaotic conversation suddenly erupted. Slow down! I can't see a thing. Well, you're not the one flying the ship. What good would seeing to you anyway? As they closed in on the massive enemy vessel, he dropped all stealth, causing the commander, No Cap, to panic and shout an order. Black Star's ship! All units, do not let that black ship get near the command vessel. Before he could finish, the system blared an urgent alert. Warning, unauthorized boarding detected. Please take immediate countermeasures. I repeat, warning, unauthorized. The rest was just static, and No Cap broke out in a cold sweat, scrambling for a plan. This is bad. The ship's AI is fried. Switch to manual control, now. In that same tense, breathless moment, No Cap's eyes shot wide open. He started stammering as he saw his opponent standing defiantly right on his own ship. Nah, Nagoken, We're done for. And just like that, you can see how things are about to go completely off the rails as the news hits headquarters, where a furious Juliet slams his desk. It's Black Star again. Send 2 cruisers and blow planet Aquamarine to Kingdom Come. An intelligence officer desperately tried to intervene. Please, Vice Commander, reconsider. This goes against the plan. His ship is too fast. We can't guarantee we'll be able to destroy him. But Han Xiao's attack had already pushed the guy over the edge. We have a dozen disaster planets. Sacrificing one is no big deal. Seemingly convinced, Juliet calmed his tone. Do as he says. After all, crushing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. After landing, Han Xiao asked casually, Rostada, can you infiltrate Darkstar's main database through the enemy ship's system? It immediately gave him an update. Negative. The enemy has severed all connections to their central server. This made the conclusion pretty obvious. Darkstar is still playing it safe. Meanwhile, Batter was jumping for joy. Well done. You truly live up to your legendary name, Lord Black Star. He eagerly shook Han Xiao's hand and said, You're too kind. It was just a small job. Besides, this mission had some huge benefits for us. This time we captured 9 small assault ships, worth a total of several hundred million. Tell your Darkstar buddies to come visit often. Give me more chances to fund my wars with their ships. But then, his esteemed guest suddenly added, My people will be here shortly to take possession of these spoils of war. You've all worked hard. Han Xiao froze completely. Huh? Hold up. Your spoils of war? For some reason, I seem to remember being the one who took them down. But the man just chuckled in response. That is true. But according to the disaster relief protocols established by the Ghidorah War, all of Darkstar's losses on this disaster planet are considered spoils of war for us. The Ghidorah. Han Xiao shot back instantly. Ghidorah made the rules, but why should I have to follow them? The conversation immediately turned sharp and tense. You guys had already given up on planet Aquamarine. I was the one who drove the enemy back in the end. Batter smoothly deflected. That was a tactic to put pressure on the enemy. My fleet tied up Darkstar's main forces. In terms of effort, we contributed more, but Han Xiao wasn't letting it go. There's one thing you're not getting. I'm a galactic mercenary group, not some native planetary government you can just boss around. So on what authority are you giving me orders? Luckily, Nagokin appeared just in time to defuse the situation. What's going on here? The man immediately celebrated and explained his side. Sir Nagokin, I came to collect the spoils of war as per regulation, but Black Star refuses to comply. You're a high-ranking officer. You have to set him straight. And for his troubles, Batter caught a heavy fist right from the man he was praising. Batter, are you an idiot? Without Black Star, we would have just watched Darkstar get away. Who do you think helped us capture their command ship? Not to mention your reckless charge earlier. I already wanted to deal with you for disobeying orders back then. And now you want to ruin our good relationship with Black Star? After dealing with his own idiot subordinate, Nagokin quickly bowed. This was all a misunderstanding. Han Xiao just grinned and nodded. I figured as much. He then added, Go ahead and handle your spoils of war. We won't interfere. Ghidorah never mistreats its friends. Reaching an easy agreement wasn't surprising. Still, Han Xiao had a lot on his mind. The salvaged fragments would be used to repair the 9 captured assault ships. In the next few days, he would fuse some new blueprints and build another batch of machines. He tinkered with his plans while listening to the excited chatter of the players. This warship is seriously messed up. Yeah, we really did a number on it. We've got a new quest. It wants us to salvage the wreckage of the assault ships. Let's move out. But just when you think things are going your way, life throws you a curveball. On the continent of Andia, or more precisely, in the ruins of a sprouting stronghold, something dark and viscous suddenly shot out of a cave. Then, these things began to twist and combine, forming a body as words like air, hands, and body materialized around it. A hidden Darkstar squad, hiding in the distant bushes, witnessed this bizarre sight and immediately started buzzing. Captain, the energy signature of the Mutation Source is rising sharply. The field manual says this means the energy it's absorbed from feeding has reached saturation. It's about to begin its next stage of evolution. The moment the monster's humanoid form was complete, they all freaked out. The Mutation Source is evolving ahead of schedule, and the creature itself just kept repeating one word over and over. Freedom. Meanwhile, in a city center somewhere, smoke billowed into the sky as terrified civilians scrambled to escape in every direction. Soldiers on the high ground fought desperately to hold their position, firing relentlessly to eliminate the zombie horde. But the situation was grim. The number of infected was growing, pouring out of the base. The players, who thought they had successfully helped Black Star, suddenly cried out in panic. It's a mutation disaster outbreak. Even the refugees who got the inhibitor shots are turning. The overall progress on containing the disaster is plummeting. What is going on? The system, of course, relayed the news straight to Han Xiao. and it seemed like this was the moment he had been waiting for. His green eyes suddenly lit up with a vibrant, dangerous energy.